The sky was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the light from the sky was projected through the hazy air. There seemed to be an indescribable sense of oppression in the air. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing on a cloud island, and the surrounding scenery was a little confusing. When I woke up, I heard strange voices in my ears, echoing in the vast sky and earth. That voice is still echoing in my mind. Congratulations on coming to the land of God's creation. You must remember every word I am going to say next. This is related to whether you can survive. I stood there in a daze, completely unresponsive, and not knowing what was going on. At this moment, I suddenly remembered the thing called part of the cloud. I hurried towards the floating object in the center of the island. Although I still don't understand how I got here, survival is the most important thing right now. The heart of the cloud floated in front of my eyes like a suspended cloud. When I approached it, the light around it suddenly brightened, as if some kind of power was activated. A panel suddenly appeared on its surface, with several buttons on it: character, build, chat channel, trading floor, and friends. I immediately clicked on the chat channel. The conversation in front of me made my heart tighten. Where is this place? I want to go home. Didn't that person say? This is the land created by God. In the upper right corner of the channel, I noticed a number 1 million. Are there 1 million people here? I continued browsing other options. Clicking character, I only saw my basic information, and the talent column showed to be drawn. In the build interface, the various building options are all displayed in black, and it is obvious that I can't build anything. When I entered the trading hall, it was silent, and no one seemed to have anything to trade. My eyes unconsciously turned to the distance, where it was pitch black, as if it was a huge abyss, the deep sea. That voice warned us that the abyss sea was filled with ferocious beasts and was full of dangers. I knew that only by becoming stronger could I survive. I decided not to hesitate any longer and quickly operated in front of the heart of the cloud to extract talent. A line of words appeared on the screen: talent extraction, target person, Qin Shan, obtain talents, all things have spirits, lucky hand, unparalleled. 3 rays of light instantly poured into my body, and the innate information emerged. All things have spirits. I can communicate without obstacles with any race and any life form. Hand of luck, touching any object can change it, perhaps doubling its value, or improving the quality of the item and enhancing its attributes once a day. Unparalleled, the only talent, unparalleled in battle, unparalleled luck in harvest, good weather and favorable harvest when disaster strikes, seeking benefits and avoiding harm. I couldn't believe my luck, especially the hand of luck, which was almost invincible. I was excited, but then I was chilled. Thinking of the warning that survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak, I knew that if I didn't become stronger, death would be waiting for me. Haha. I'm lucky. I got a unique talent, double damage retaliation. There is such a talent. Why is mine so mediocre? It's only a 1% agricultural bonus. Not necessarily. As long as it's a talent, there shouldn't be any mediocrity. Who knows? Anyway, I am envious. At least the unique talent should not be too bad. Watching everyone's discussion in the chat channel, I couldn't help but frown. It seems that everyone's talents are not bad. At least they can help them survive in this place. However, the question of who is strong and who is weak is the key. Let's get the treasure chest first. I whispered to myself. Wasting time here will only lead to elimination. In the deep sea in the distance, several treasure chests are looming, but they are a bit far away. There is no other way but to swim over. Standing on the edge of Cloud Island, I stared at the 5 treasure chests, feeling a little hesitant. Ordinary treasure chests. The materials that come out of them may be relatively ordinary, but there is also a chance to get high-quality treasures. Next to each treasure chest is a stingray. They look clumsy and non-aggressive, but if frightened, they can discharge electricity with a maximum voltage of 380 volts. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I really got electrocuted, I would probably have a piece of flesh burned off. The rays seemed to be communicating with each other, and I could hear them clearly. How is this possible? I couldn't believe that I could understand their conversation. Could it be that my gift of animism was working? What's that thing on the island over there? It's been staring at us. Yeah, it looks so strange, different from us. Could it be another kind of fish? Indeed, it's very strange. Their eyes fell on me, and they started talking. An idea suddenly occurred to me. Maybe I could use them to help me get the treasure chest over here. Can you help me get the treasure chest? I asked tentatively. Hey, he can actually communicate with us. Treasure chest? Is it this strange thing? Should we go over there? Why don't we go over there and take a look? Several rays looked at me and seemed very interested. I'll go over and take a look first. Sure enough, the closest ray pushed the treasure chest over. I was delighted. It seemed that this treasure chest was not as difficult to obtain as I had imagined. Using the spirituality principle could make everything simple. You want this? The ray emerged from the sea and looked at me. Yes, I replied. Okay, I'll give it to you. This thing is weird and useless. Your island is so magical. Can I climb up? It said. Come up. I agreed with a smile. At least now we can communicate and I no longer worry about being electrocuted by it. The rays climbed onto the island, and then I successfully got the treasure chest. You guys play here first. I'll open the treasure chest. I said to them. Okay. Walking to the treasure chest, I was a little excited. Lucky hand. I put my hand on the treasure chest, and instantly, the ordinary wooden treasure chest became colorful and flashing. Lucky treasure chest. High probability of getting good things. It really works. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This hand of luck is simply a magical skill. It made the treasure chest change directly. I couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Open the ordinary treasure chest. Get 1 cloud stone, 1 spiritual wood, 1 spiritual soil, 5 deep sea fish, 1 pound, 5 pure water, 500 grams, 3 bread, 500 grams. Open the lucky treasure chest and get the body refining art, 3 energy stones, 5 cloud stones, 5 pet cultivation pills, 3 deep sea fish, 1 pound, and 1 tent manufacturing diagram. Cloud stone, spiritual wood, spiritual soil. These are all the basic resources necessary for construction, and the body refining method made me shine. After practicing, I can strengthen my body and have a stronger combat power. Energy stones and pet training pills provide more possibilities. I touched the body refining art in my hand and whispered to myself, can this world allow people to become immortals? Suddenly, everything seemed no longer so impossible. If I could practice and become stronger, then becoming an immortal might not be a fantasy. I'll give you something good. I walked over to a few stingrays and took out the pet cultivation pill in my hand. This thing is of no use to me for the time being, but they helped me a lot. If they hadn't been guarding the treasure chest, I would never have been able to bring it back, and I would probably have gone hungry today. What is this? It smells so good. Give it to me. Give it to me. The first stingray that came up jumped up and snatched the pet training pill from my hand. There are only 5 in total. Don't eat them all. I quickly reminded it. The manta ray suddenly stopped moving and widened its eyes. Only 5. Yes, only 5, and they were opened from the treasure chest that you helped me get. Okay. It reluctantly distributed the cultivation pills to other friends. It's delicious. Can you give us food every day in the future? After they finished eating, they looked at me excitedly, obviously looking forward to more. I looked down and saw that their strength seemed to have increased a little, but the improvement was not significant. After all, there were so few cultivation pills and the effect was limited. I'm afraid that won't work. I don't have that many, and the items in the treasure chest are random. I shook my head and replied, but if they can help me collect treasure chests, it will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. Is it the treasure chest like that just now? Yes. Then let us help you find it. If you find something like this, remember to give it to us. Okay. I nodded in agreement, feeling relieved. I didn't expect them to be so proactive in helping me. It seemed like I no longer needed to worry about not being able to get the treasure chest. By the way, these deep-sea fish are also given to you. I don't need them for the time being. I thought of a bunch of deep-sea fish that I had, but I had no fire to cook, so I could only give them to them for the time being. They immediately began devouring it, eating it without hesitation. Just wait, we'll go find you a treasure chest. They jumped into the water and immediately took action. There are only 5 treasure chests a day. Where can you find them at this time? I muttered, but they didn't seem to care and jumped into the water directly, completely ignoring my advice. Expand Cloud Island. I turned and walked to the Cloud Heart, deciding to start improving myself. After the order was issued, I saw the Cloud Stone disappear quickly, and the total area of Cloud Island quickly increased to 14 square meters. The surrounding environment has changed, the space has expanded a lot, and I no longer have to worry about falling into the water at night. Make a tent. I continued to invest resources and use the materials I had obtained before to build a tent that just occupied 2 square meters. I can be considered a homeowner now, I said to myself with a smile. I finally had a stable place to live. No matter how other people develop, what I care about most now is myself. Anyway, we don't know each other, so who cares about who? There were a lot of people in the chat channel, and messages were posted very quickly. Some people were even sending missing person messages, but they were instantly drowned out. Looking at those irrelevant messages, I decided not to waste time anymore and to focus on improving myself. After all, with the help of the rays, I have already fished out all the treasure chests today. This is too difficult. There are fish in the water that can also discharge electricity. How can it be? I only have a turtle here. It's pretty easy. Damn, you were too good. I still haven't been able to fish out the treasure chest. Did you go into the water? No. Then you won't get anything. Hey, I'm lucky. The wind blew the treasure chest to my island. No more talking. You have to find a way to get the treasure chest. I don't want to go hungry tonight. Looking at these lighthearted messages, my brows knitted together. This place is too special. It depends entirely on luck. And if other people don't have the talent of communicating with creatures like me, it is estimated that life will be very difficult. The abyssal beasts in the water are deadly, and you could die at any time, or be trapped on the island and wait for death. I am lucky, but I also need to improve myself. I muttered to myself. I thought back to the energy stone I got when I opened the treasure chest and thought about its uses. I should be able to use it to improve my strength. So, I didn't care about anything else and just took out the energy stone and swallowed it. As the energy flowed into my body, a warm current surged through my body and I felt my strength doubled. I began to practice according to Yun Jixin's instructions and did not stop until the evening. Is this the first level of physical training? I was a little confused. My strength has indeed increased a lot. The effect of the energy stone is very significant, but I haven't found other training methods yet. I can only wait for tomorrow's treasure chest. Without any reference, only the hints provided by Yun Jixin, I have no idea what I have become. As the sky gradually darkened, I looked at the chat channel again, with a strange look in my eyes. It's terrible, you know? Just now, a few rays ran to my place, drove away the original sea fish, and dragged my treasure chest away. No way, is there such a thing? It's true, my place was also robbed, and I thought I was the only one. This is too crazy. How many treasure chests were robbed? Just one. It seems they can't take too many. I think they wanted to take them all. Huh. It looks like we have to fish the treasure chest out as soon as possible. Otherwise it might be snatched away by other sea fish. Can you give me some bread? I'll exchange it for marble. Don't you have any food? My luck is so bad. My talent has been triggered. Excuse me, what is your talent? No food, but marble. Looking at this information, I know that this world is full of unpredictable dangers, and even the most basic survival resources may be taken away. Could it be possible that they could run to other people's cloud islands and steal treasure chests? I stood next to the cloud heart, feeling somewhat confused. The conversation in the chat channel just now made me suspicious, but I don't have to care too much about others. After all, in this place created by God, the first thing to do is to ensure that I can survive. We'll know when they come back. I whispered to myself, lying in the tent, feeling a little relaxed. Now I can't do anything except opening treasure chests. Cloud Island is too small. I'll open more treasure chests, expand the island area, and then slowly become stronger. It was already dark, and the chat channel became my only connection. Various messages were scrolling, and I glanced at them casually. Oh, it's dark now. I didn't get all the treasure chests back today. What a pity. I opened 4 and only got 1 marble. It's really hard to get. Has anyone expanded the island? These words made me feel a little nervous. Everyone was busy, but I had made a lot of progress with the help of these rays. Suddenly, a wave broke my meditation. I hurried to the edge of the island and saw several stingrays jumping onto the cloud island. They brought back many treasure chests. Where did you get these? I was startled. Could it be that they stole these treasure chests? We ran a long way to find them. They responded excitedly. The 13 treasure chests in front of me made my heart beat faster. I quickly took a treasure chest and secretly rejoiced in my heart. Apparently, they did not help me in vain. It seemed that today was a great harvest. There are so many. There must be good stuff. They looked at me excitedly and urged me to open the treasure chest. I smiled and opened the treasure chest. Open the ordinary treasure chest and get 2 marbles and 2 breads. A few minutes later, the supplies in the treasure chest had been taken away one by one. There were 16 pieces of cloud stone, basic resources such as spiritual wood and spiritual soil, and 5 energy stones, and even the supreme contract card, upgrade card, and martial arts, electric energy release. These unexpected gains made my eyes light up, especially those 3 things, which simply stunned me. Supreme contract card. You can contract any life form to become a member of Cloud Island and never betray. Upgrade card. Upgrade any life form on Cloud Island by 1 level. Electricity release. Fire a 3-meter electric beam to attack the enemy. This Cloud Island is becoming more and more interesting. I had a clearer plan in my mind. Now, apart from myself, it seems that these stingrays are the only living things around me. It seems that I can use these resources to further improve myself. There are no pet training pills, but there are contract cards and upgrade cards. I showed them these goodies. They didn't seem to understand what a contract card was, but I could see the expectation in their eyes. As long as there are enough treasure chests, you can all stay, I said with a smile. Really? They gathered around excitedly. I used the Supreme Contract card and upgrade card on one of the stingrays, and it instantly became stronger, turning into a first-level body refinement being. My strength has really improved. I want to be like this, too. I'll be next. Watching these rays gradually becoming stronger, I smiled and gave them names. You will be called Big Ray, Second Ray, Third ray. From now on you will be my partners. At this moment, the atmosphere on Cloud Island changed subtly. I was no longer alone. The addition of the rays meant that I had more power. Next, I needed more treasure chests and resources to gradually expand my Cloud Island. Okay, it's already late. You guys go back and have some rest. Continue to help me pull back the treasure chest tomorrow and try to increase your strength. I said to the big manta rays. With their help, Cloud Island has become safer. It seems peaceful now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Only by constantly strengthening your own strength can you survive better. After they returned to the sea, I returned to the tent. Although the situation on the island did not seem dangerous yet, I knew that only by continuously expanding the island and increasing resources could we cope with future challenges. The next morning, I checked the chat channel and found that everyone seemed to be busy. Brothers, I got something today. Small wooden boat, *1. You're so lucky. We can go out to sea. Do we have the resources to build it? No, but we will have it in a few days. Seeing this information, I felt mixed emotions. Although everyone was busy collecting resources, everyone's talent and luck varied greatly. I knew that if I could continue to expand my island, the gap in resources and talent would soon become apparent. I browsed the trading hall and saw some trading information. Yu Pao Pao, a piece of marble for a piece of bread. Fake medicine seller. Luwei Dihuang pills for sale, private chat. Outlaw. Purchasing spiritual wood, interested in a meeting. I contacted Upopeo to trade. 2 marbles for a piece of bread. Marble is not easy to get. This ratio is not right. Forget it. I don't have much food. Keep it for yourself. No, I'll change my job. I ended up trading 4 cloudstones with him. Although cloudstones were extremely valuable to me, the exchange of some resources allowed me to better expand Cloud Island. After the transaction was completed, I checked my realm, but I felt a little disappointed. Oh, I failed to reach the 2nd level of body refining. It was really frustrating that 5 spirit stones could not help me break through. I decided to go see if the big manta rays had come back. When I walked out of the tent, I was shocked by the sight before me. Cloud Island was full of treasure chests, and there were also many treasure chests scattered in the surrounding sea area, more than 30 in number. I walked closer and found that the big manta rays were lying on the island, panting. It seemed that they had a lot of trouble last night. Boss, you're awake. The big manta ray suddenly opened its eyes and saw me. Well, you guys go to the tent to rest first, where you can quickly recover your strength. I said to them. They responded and went into the tent, while I stayed outside, ready to open the treasure chest. Hand of Fortune. I activated the skill on the nearest treasure chest without hesitation. As expected, it turned into a lucky treasure chest, and the good stuff inside was more likely to appear. I didn't rush to open them, but gathered all the treasure chests together and prepared to open them all at once. 37 treasure chests. You guys have worked so hard. I whispered to myself. Seeing these treasure chests, I felt excited. This was 7 or 8 times the number of other survivors. Obviously, they had looted a lot from others. Then, let's open them all. I decided not to hesitate any longer and start a harvest feast. After opening all the treasure chests, in addition to the basic resources, I also obtained 10 pet training pills and 2 contract cards, but I failed to obtain an upgrade card. Although these basic resources are many, the truly important things are few and far between. The drop rate is too bad. I shook my head. Although these treasure chests brought a lot of resources, very few of them could actually improve me. Finally, I looked at the lucky treasure box, feeling somewhat expectant. What good fortune will the lucky treasure box bring me today? Open the lucky treasure chest and obtain 30 cloud stones, 1 pet stable manufacturing diagram, 1 wooden house manufacturing diagram, 2 supreme contract cards, 1 special item coffin, passive skill, hand of technology, and 20 pet cultivation pills. What are these things? There's a coffin. I was a little confused. The things I found today were really strange. I looked at the item description carefully. Pet pin manufacturing diagram. A first-level item that can accommodate 5 pets. Pets can quickly recover their strength when entering the pet pen. The higher the grade, the stronger the recovery. Construction requires 50 spiritual wood, 20 spiritual soil, and 10 spiritual gold, and occupies an area of 2 by 4. Wooden house manufacturing map. A first-level item for island residents to live in. It can restore fatigue and speed up the refining of energy stones. Construction requires 100 spiritual wood, 50 spiritual soil, 30 spiritual gold, 10 spiritual fire, and 10 spiritual water, and covers an area of 5 by 5. Coffin. A special item. Its purpose is unknown. It can only be stored in the Cloud Heart warehouse and can be stacked without limit. Hand of technology. A passive skill. Touching objects will cause unexpected changes. It is only effective for martial arts, skills, and constructed items. It can be triggered once a day. It works better when used with Hand of Luck. What's the coffin for? To bury myself? I muttered to myself. Both the pet pin and the wooden house are items with grades, and they require more resources to build. Obviously, with my current resources, I cannot build two at the same time. I don't understand this coffin thing for now, so I can only put it in the Cloud Heart warehouse. The others are good. You can contract the remaining manta rays to help me expand Cloud Island. But as the island continued to expand, I had a vague feeling of uneasiness, as if a pair of eyes were watching me in the dark. I had to continue to strengthen my strength to deal with unknown threats. First expand the Cloud Island, then go to the trading hall to collect resources, and then build the wooden house and the pet pin. Then I can contract the manta ray and use the pet training pill to improve its strength. I thought. I operated the Cloud Heart and used all the marbles for expansion. After dozens of marbles were consumed, the area of Cloud Island was successfully expanded to 30 square meters, and I felt a little satisfied. Congratulations on being the first to reach 100 square meter Cloud Island and receive the Pioneer Medal. Is there such a good thing? I asked in surprise, taking the medal and checking its attributes. Pioneer Medal. Unique. Grade. First grade. System information. Given to the first survivor who expands Cloud Island to 100 square meters. Effect. The upper limit of the number of treasure chests you can obtain per day is increased to 8, and there is a chance that a Qingmu treasure chest will appear. Were it to take effect. Upgrade. 1,000 square meters. Note. The medal can be worn without restrictions. What a powerful badge! I exclaimed. After wearing it, the upper limit of the number of treasure chests will increase accordingly, and I will even have the chance to get more advanced treasure chests. This effect will definitely allow me to get ahead of other players. Moreover, the badge will become more and more powerful as the island expands. I pinned the badge on my chest and felt that I was instantly ahead of other survivors. I have already taken all the treasure chests today and can only wait until tomorrow to get more. In the trading hall, I put the deep-sea fish on the market and sold some other unnecessary items. Now I urgently need basic resources to build a wooden house and a pet pin. Fish bubble, I'll trade you 5 pieces of marble for a deep-sea fish, okay? I looked at this private message and couldn't help but laugh in my heart. Sure enough, this guy's talent is abnormal and he has a lot of marble resources. Qin Shan, do you have other resources? Spiritual wood and spiritual soil. Fish bubble, yes, how many do you want? Qin Shan, combine 2 of the 5 basic resources and exchange them for a deep-sea fish. How about that? Fish bubble, sure. Qin Shan, okay, but I remind you that if you don't have a bonfire, you can only eat the deep-sea fish raw. Fish bubble, thanks for the reminder, I have a bonfire. This transaction made me feel relieved. Although Upiopeo's talent is not very good, other resources are sufficient. At the same time, my resources have also been replenished a lot, and the materials in the warehouse are basically enough. I then started to build a wooden house and a pet pen, which consumed a lot of resources. Soon, both the wooden house and the pet pen were built. The wooden house has been built. Please choose a location to put it. The pet pen has been built. Please choose a location to put it. Put it next to the Cloud Heart. I decided that this would make it easier for me to see everything. After the wooden house and pet pen were built, I felt relieved and the tent was squeezed to the side, but all this provided better conditions for expanding Cloud Island. Next, I need to continue to collect more resources, improve my strength, and prepare to meet stronger challenges. Boss, our house has changed again. What a beautiful house. Is this the little nest that boss made for us? I love it. The interior of the cabin was much better than I had expected, with a pet pen in the corner. Because rays are aquatic creatures, one part of the pet pen is designed as a water tank, and the other part is sandy, allowing them to come ashore to rest. How about it? Do you like it? I asked with a smile. I love it. With this, we don't have to go into the water. It's not fun in the water. There are also great white sharks and big whales. The big whale is especially abominable. It was full and hit me with its tail. Boss, you don't know how nasty that big whale is. It just wants to play tricks on us and knock us out of the water. But now I'm not afraid of it anymore. When it comes over, I'll electrocute it, hee. I have contracted them all so that they can enter the pet box. This pet box has a bonus for them, and they are obviously much more comfortable in it. Although the wooden house is very basic and can provide the most basic living conditions, it still needs further improvement if we want to live a better life. For example, the tap water can only use the water from the abyssal sea, which is too salty to drink. There is also a stove in the house, which is made of spiritual fire. It needs to be replenished with spiritual wood regularly, otherwise it will go out. For the time being, I have not wasted too much spiritual wood. Let's not talk about this for now. I have something good for you. I took out 30 pet training pills from the storage space. Wow, it's that delicious thing, boss. Give it to me quickly. After eating it, I can increase my strength. They became excited when they saw the pet training pill. I gave each ray 6 pieces, and they immediately swallowed them whole. I feel so full. My stomach is going to explode. No, I need to rest for a while. Except for the big manta ray, they all jumped back into the water. Although the pet pin is not large, it has a different world inside and does not seem crowded at all. Boss, what happened to them? Asked the big ray. They should be about to break through. I replied. These pet cultivation pills contain powerful energy, so it is not surprising that they break through. I don't know how much is needed. Then why haven't I made a breakthrough? Big Ray was a little puzzled. You are already at the first level. The small amount of pet cultivation pill energy is not enough for you to make a breakthrough, but it doesn't matter. There will be more in the future. I comforted him. 10 minutes later, the other rays broke through and jumped out of the water happily. Boss, we have become powerful too. Just like the big ray. Hee, give me a shock. The 3 rays said, and shocked the 4 rays next to him, then quickly ran away. How dare you shock me? Come back here. The 4 rays chased the 3 rays like crazy and beat them. Well, you are all very good. You have made a breakthrough to the first level, I said with satisfaction. They have all grown a bit bigger, almost reaching half a meter in length. If they continue to break through, they will probably become giant beasts. Their attributes are the same as those of the giant manta ray, with little change. So, we can run fast too? Great. I want to beat up the giant whale. I remember its name is Abu. It's time for revenge. Apparently, the rays not only became stronger, but also held a grudge. After being beaten by the whale, they never forgot and wanted revenge. By the way, let me tell you, don't steal the treasure chest at night. Try it during the day. I reminded them when I thought about how tired they looked before. But boss, without the treasure chest, the island won't grow. Those people are very fierce during the day. It doesn't matter. Our island has been upgraded now. We are not short of resources. We can get as much as we can. You cannot spend more than 4 hours every day grabbing treasure chests, I said seriously. Why is this happening? It's too dangerous. Boss, have you forgotten that we have cross-border jumps? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for one. I have a bad feeling that we might be in trouble. I frowned. Ever since Cloud Island expanded to 100 square meters, I've had a feeling that someone is watching me. This uneasy premonition has kept me on guard. Especially when I saw in the group that, except for Fish Bubble, no one's island area exceeded 10 square meters. My Cloud Island was too prominent and might attract uninvited guests. Oh, then let's go out now and come back later. Okay, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. After they left, I had some free time again and opened the chat channel to check the latest news. Brothers, help! Other sea fish appeared outside my island, and they are more powerful than before. No way, aren't they always the same batch of sea fish? No, I killed a few sea fish, and after a while, bigger ones came. I wouldn't have killed them. I suddenly realized that this might be related to my previous thoughts. After I removed the original guardian fish, a new and stronger sea fish appeared. Manta rays can discharge electricity, be careful. I sent a reminder in the chat channel. Not long after, another reply popped up. Oh my god, big man. Do you have manta rays there too? They can also discharge electricity. Please share your experience. When the man learned that manta rays could discharge electricity, he obviously panicked and started asking me for advice. Fortunately, he didn't show up. I breathed a sigh of relief, standing on the coastline, looking at the sea in the distance. But I couldn't relax in my heart, and the feeling of being watched did not disappear. After all, Cloud Island was expanding so fast that I could even sense that someone might notice me because of it. But just when I relaxed my vigilance, I suddenly saw several objects that looked like fish fins approaching me quickly on the sea in the distance. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately became nervous. The thing was getting closer and closer. I focused my eyes and finally saw its full appearance. It turned out to be a white shark. This is going to be a big trouble. There were 8 white sharks, each of which was over 1 meter long, and all of them had the strength of the first level of physical training. They had such a huge advantage in the water that having a water fight was simply courting death. Violent white shark. First level of physical training, brutal by nature. Combat power increases by over 30% when going berserk. I knew in my heart that the violent nature of the white shark left me no room for communication, and I might be attacked by them if I wasn't careful. Seeing these 8 white sharks, my heart sank as I realized these guys were not to be trifled with. Especially after they go berserk, their intelligence drops significantly, and they can only attack based on instinct. If they attack my island, it will be a big problem. Although I felt a little unbalanced, after all, everyone started with similar resources and experiences, so why did I have to encounter such a powerful enemy? I felt a little unhappy when I thought that other people might still be fighting with the black fish, but I had been helped by the manta ray and had caught the white shark. But now is not the time to complain. I dare not act rashly. thinking that these white sharks have a strong desire to attack, and even trying to communicate will only anger them. So I decided to give up the idea of fighting them for the time being and practice using the electrical energy I had at hand. Release of electric energy. I stretched out my hand and released a bolt of lightning towards the open space. The moment the lightning struck, there was a huge noise and black smoke. Although it was powerful, it did not have any impact on my cloud island. It seemed that my electrical energy release was far from strong enough. It's powerful, but my aim is really bad. I shook my head. The target was off, and I couldn't hit the intended place at all. This made me realize that accuracy is really crucial. If you make a mistake in a battle, the consequences will be serious. So I decided to keep practicing. After all, the opportunities to practice were limited, and with the threat of the white shark, I couldn't waste any more time. After practicing the release of electrical energy continuously for several hours, I gradually mastered the technique and could control the direction more accurately. Electric energy release, extreme distance. I took a deep breath, concentrated all my strength, and released a powerful lightning. This time, the range of lightning was obviously much larger than before, and the scorched ground was wider. Good, I can finally control it stably. I nodded with satisfaction. The hard work of practice finally began to show results. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in my mind. The hand of technology is triggered, and the release of electrical energy is enhanced. The release of electric energy has been improved? I was stunned. I didn't expect that the skill I just practiced would trigger the hand of technology and give me an improvement. I quickly checked the properties of the electric energy release. Thor's Roar. Release 3 lightning bolts up to 20 meters long towards the front, with a 1% chance of instant death and a 10% chance of paralysis. After hitting, it will continue to burn the target for 10 seconds. It consumes a lot of physical strength when released. Has it turned into Thor's Roar? This power is too strong. I looked at my new martial arts in surprise. The intensity and effect of Thor's Roar exceeded my expectations, and it was almost hard for me to believe that this was the electrical energy release I had just practiced. If I could master this skill, I would have every confidence in handling a white shark, or even 10 of them. But then, I felt a wave of pressure again. This new skill consumes a lot of energy, especially such a powerful attack, which requires a lot of physical support. If I don't have enough physical strength, I can't use Thunder God's roar repeatedly. I don't know when the big rays will come back. Forget it. Let's give it a try first. I was ready to test the power of my new skill. A few minutes later, the roar of thunder and lightning resounded in the open space again. The effect of Thunder God's roar was indeed powerful, and I could clearly see the huge changes after it was released. The area around Cloud Island was illuminated by lightning. I temporarily forgot my worries about the white shark and devoted myself to practicing my skills. It was not until the evening that I finally saw the giant manta rays in the distant ocean. They finally came back, a little tired but with more strength, ready to meet the next challenges. Boss, we're back. We picked up some more treasure chests. Before I saw them, I heard the cheerful voices of the stingrays. It seemed that they had gained a lot this time. Sure enough, when they got closer, I saw they were dragging a bunch of treasure chests. Although there were not many, only a dozen or so, but at this time, the number of treasure chests was enough for us to get a lot of good things. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If other survivors learn to use their talents, they can get all the treasure chests ashore within a day. After all, not everyone can encounter a powerful guardian beast like a ray like me at the beginning. Most people can only encounter some black fish, which are slightly stronger and can get treasure chests after fighting them a few times. But I also knew that the problem wasn't the treasure chests, but the white sharks behind me. Just as I was watching the rays dragging the treasure chests back, the sea suddenly moved. Several aggressive white sharks swam quickly towards them. How can there be a white shark? My heart sank, and I felt that things were getting complicated. Electric shock it. Electric energy release. Seeing the aggressive white sharks approaching, the big rays began to panic, but soon regained their composure and tried hard to fight them off. You guys lead the white sharks over here. I can only attack them from 20 meters away. I shouted hastily. The distance is too far now. I can't attack them. I have to wait for them to swim closer. But boss, what about the treasure chest? The big manta rays were a little anxious. It was obvious that they were unwilling to throw away the treasure chest that they had worked so hard to get back. Don't worry about the treasure chests for now. Just lure the white sharks over here. I have a way to deal with them. I said. In my heart, I didn't really want these treasure chests to be taken away, but the white sharks posed a greater threat at the moment. I know very well that killing these white sharks will only attract more powerful enemies, especially the second-level marine fish. Once they appear, no one can enter the water. Oh, let's go quickly. We don't want the treasure chest anymore. Let the boss deal with them. They actually dared to steal our treasure chest. Without the encumbrance of the treasure chest, their speed increased a lot, and they quickly swam around Cloud Island. The white shark obviously had no intention of letting them go and chased after them, as if vowing to kill them. 40 meters, 35 meters, getting closer and closer to Cloud Island. My heart tightened. The violent white shark was too fierce. Not only did it not let go of the treasure chest, but also chased the big manta ray. 20 meters. I shouted through gritted teeth. Get out of the way. Thor's roar. Fierce lightning shot out from my hands, and 3 20-meter-long lightning bolts hit the white shark. This is easy. The powerful electric current instantly hit the 3 white sharks, and the nearby sea water surged violently. A white shark surfaced, its belly turned upside down and twitching, apparently paralyzed. The other 2 were still struggling desperately, and a burnt smell was emitting from their bodies. Wow, the boss's power is so strong. This is different from us. You are worthy of being the boss. Boss, shock it. It smells so good. When the big rays saw that their attack was effective, they immediately became excited. They also have a talent for electricity, and although they were slightly affected by the current, they quickly recovered. Thor's roar. I released lightning again. However, 2 consecutive powerful attacks drained my energy so much that I almost fainted and lay on the ground, unable to move. Go and attack the remaining white sharks. Don't kill them. After stunning them, bring up the treasure chest immediately. I said weakly, trying to command them. I'll electrocute you. Seeing that I was so tired that I could hardly move, the big rays got angry and immediately launched a counterattack. After several attacks, 6 white sharks had entered an abnormal state. The remaining white sharks were simply unable to fight them. Electricity flashed across the water's surface from time to time, accompanied by a sizzling sound and a faint smell of burning. The white sharks have strong vitality, and although they were severely injured, they still struggled stubbornly. After more than 10 minutes, all the treasure chests were successfully dragged ashore by the big rays, and the white sharks rolled in the water and could no longer threaten us. Boss, what's going on with those white sharks? The big rays saw the battle was over, returned to the shore, and surrounded me and asked. After you become the contracted beasts of the island, new guardian beasts will be refreshed in the water to replace you. I explained. As long as we don't kill them, no stronger sea beasts will come. I see. Then I will go and electrocute them every day. Hey, they actually dared to come to our door. We must punish them. Boss, what ability did you have just now? You could actually release 3 electric currents. Seeing the white shark flipping its belly, I just wanted to laugh. Teach us. I want to learn it too. When the time comes, I will just shock them and stun them, so that the treasure chest can be brought up. What I just used is called Thunder God's Roar. I'll teach you tomorrow. It's too late now. I said, looking at the 13 treasure chests. I decided not to rush to open them. I would wait until 24 hours have passed, and then open them all at once. Anyway, they would not disappear. Great, I'll shock them every day. They're so disgusting. I'll let them lie on their stomachs and jump on them. That's a good idea. Okay, let's go into the house first, sleep and recover our strength. I said, although I was exhausted, the joy of victory still made me happy. There was no conversation all night, a glow appeared in the sky, and we got up early the next morning. Boss, Aoki's treasure chest. We shouted excitedly. 8 treasure chests had appeared on the sea, 3 of which were emitting strange light and looked very special. Great, I'm going to get paid today. I laughed, my heart full of anticipation. 8 treasure chests, plus the 13 that I hadn't opened last night. This harvest is simply a big harvest, enough to make me improve a lot. Those white sharks are still there. Let's go and stun them. Go, go, go. The rays jumped into the water excitedly, and I quickly rushed to the shore, ready to provide reinforcements at any time. How could the appearance of Aoki's treasure chest let these white sharks go? Seeing the big manta rays approaching, the white sharks quickly swam towards them with fierce eyes, not remembering the lesson of last night. They dared to continue coming, really looking for death. Electric energy release. Multiple electric energy. Lightning flashed on the water's surface instantly. It can be seen that these white sharks seemed to be able to resist for a while longer. They were not directly electrocuted like yesterday, but quickly approached the rays. Boss, help! Seeing the ferocious white shark approaching, the big manta rays obviously began to panic. Faced with such a powerful enemy, their young hearts collapsed in an instant. Thor's roar. I attacked without hesitation. 3 bolts of lightning flew out and hit the white shark directly. What a blessed creature! I murmured, and saw that the white shark's attributes had changed. Their strength had increased, and they even had a little more lightning resistance. As an aquatic creature, it developed resistance to lightning so quickly. If it continues for a few more days, The white shark may directly evolve into a second-level sea beast, and the threat will increase greatly. At this time, I still had plenty of energy. After releasing the thunder god's roar twice in a row, I didn't feel exhausted, just a little tired. I was lucky too. I paralyzed 3 white sharks directly, and the other 3 were burned by the electric current and were weak. Wow, the boss's power is so strong. This is different from us. You are worthy of being the boss. Boss, shock it. It smells so good. When the giant stingrays saw that my attack was effective, they became excited. Although they themselves had the talent for electricity, they were completely dependent on my power this time. Thor's roar. I released lightning again. After 2 consecutive Thor's roars, I felt that my whole body's strength was almost exhausted, and the feeling of exhaustion came again, and I almost couldn't stand. Go and attack the remaining white sharks. Don't kill them. After they are stunned, bring up the treasure chest immediately. After I said that, my body could not support itself, and I fell directly to the ground. Ah, I'll electrocute you. Seeing that I was so weak, the big rays became angry and began to fight back actively. After several precise attacks, 6 white sharks entered an abnormal state, and the remaining white sharks were simply unable to fight them. Electricity flashed across the water from time to time, making a sizzling sound, and you could smell the smell of burning meat. It has to be said that white sharks have extremely tenacious vitality. Even if they suffer severe injuries, they still do not die completely. In this water area, their advantages are unmatched by other creatures. More than 10 minutes later, the rays successfully dragged all the treasure chests ashore, while the white sharks turned over in the water. After the stun effect subsided, they regained their vitality, but no longer dared to approach the island, as if they were afraid of something. Come up, let's open the treasure chests. I shouted. Although I was extremely tired, these treasure chests were too tempting to miss. The threat from the white sharks was temporarily eliminated, and the rays that returned to the island began to urge me to open the treasure chest excitedly. Boss, open it quickly. I want to eat the pet cultivation pill. I think I smell it. Don't worry, Lucky Hand, I said with a smile. Today, I was going to use the Lucky Hand on one of the Aoki treasure chests. I saw that the treasure chest changed instantly and shone with light. Lucky Aoki treasure chest. There is a chance to get second-level items, pets, mounts, etc. The introduction of this Aoki treasure chest made me look forward to it even more. With the blessing of the Lucky Hand, its rewards must be more generous. Hey, the treasure chest has changed. There should be better things. Open them all, I said, full of anticipation. Open the Lucky Aoki treasure box to obtain the first-level Spirit Spring Manufacturing Diagram, the passive skill, Decapitation, the martial arts, Soul Harvest, 20 energy stones, 25 pet training pills, and 2 contract cards. Open the Qingmu treasure chest to obtain the first-level Warehouse Manufacturing Diagram, 1 spiritual field, 10 spiritual plant seeds, 10 spiritual trees, and 2 spiritual ducks. Open the Qingmu treasure chest and obtain the life skills, spiritual planting technique, cultivation technique, and gathering technique. Open the ordinary treasure chest and obtain panel 5, sea fish 4, cloudstone 5, spirit gold 4. Cultivation pill. Boss, give it to me quickly. The treasure chest opened quickly and all the items fell to the ground. I didn't rush to pick them up. Since no one can move, I distribute them directly to the manta rays. After all, I don't need these things, and their increased strength will enable me to better protect Cloud Island. Great, then I'll shock them every day? They're so annoying. I'll let them lie on their stomachs all the time, and then I'll jump on them. That's a good idea. Okay, let's go into the house first, sleep, and recover our strength. I said, I feel extremely tired at the moment, and that feeling of exhaustion is really uncomfortable, but when I think of the resources I have obtained, I still feel extremely satisfied. As the harvest continues to accumulate, the future of Yundao will be brighter. Soon, I will be self-sufficient. I smiled, my heart full of expectations for the future. Great, I'll get it today, I exclaimed with a smile. The 8 treasure chests in front of me plus the 13 that were not open last night are simply a full resource library. The harvest this time will definitely allow me to improve significantly. Those white sharks are still there. Let's go and stun them. Go, go, go. The rays cheered and jumped into the water. I quickly followed and stood on the shore ready to provide reinforcements at any time. How could I let these white sharks go when the Aoki treasure chest appeared? I have to deal with them first. Seeing the big manta rays approaching, the white sharks swam towards them as expected, with fierce eyes, obviously not remembering the lesson of being stunned yesterday. They dared to continue rushing towards them rashly, simply walking into a trap. Release of electric energy. Multiple electric energies. Electric light flashed on the water surface in an instant, but these white sharks seemed to be able to withstand it a few more times. They were not immediately electrocuted like before, but instead quickly approached the rays. Boss, help! The big manta rays were obviously a little panicked, facing an enemy more ferocious than them. Even though their previous attacks seemed fierce, they still couldn't calm down. Thor's roar. I didn't hesitate and released Thor's roar directly. 3 bolts of lightning hit the 3 white sharks hard. What a blessed creature, I murmured, noting that the white shark's properties had changed, significantly increasing their resistance to lightning. Aquatic creatures are indeed not simple. In such a short period of time, they have developed the ability to resist lightning. If this continues, the white shark will probably evolve into a second-level sea beast in a few days, and the threat will definitely increase greatly at that time. But at this time, my physical strength and energy were still abundant. After releasing Thor's roar twice in a row, my body was not exhausted, just a little tired. I was lucky and paralyzed 3 of the white sharks directly, while the rest were burned and their breath became weak. Fight him to death. Soul Harvest. I activated the Soul Harvest skill, quickly pounced towards the white sharks, and instantly covered them in my field. Soul Harvest not only increases my attack speed, but also weakens their power. Every attack will apply the Soul Death effect, weakening the enemy's attack power. Theoretically, as long as my body is strong enough and my physical strength is sufficient, I can release Soul Harvesting indefinitely. The white shark has almost no ability to fight back in my field. A few seconds later, the 2 sides came into contact. The white sharks quickly began to struggle in the water. Although they tried to resist, their strength was rapidly declining due to the continuous weakening of the Soul Harvest. My strength has become so weak. Why do I feel like my body is hollowed out? How can he have such strong power? No, I have to run away. In a few minutes, I had beaten the white sharks until they screamed, and I could clearly feel their vitality rapidly fading. There was even a strange sight. I was actually chasing 7 or 8 white sharks in the water. The number of soul damage layers above the white sharks' heads quickly accumulated to 30 or 40 layers. I stopped chasing them and turned back to the island. Being in the water consumed too much energy, but it was also a gain. I patted my wet clothes and concluded in my heart that this battle made me more confident in the control of my skills, especially Soul Harvest, which was truly amazingly powerful. Fortunately, my decapitation skill was not triggered, otherwise I might have killed a white shark directly. It's time to expand my island. I walked to the Cloud Heart and decided to continue expanding the island to prepare for the next challenge. 150 pieces of cloud stones were quickly consumed, and the area of Cloud Island was directly increased to 250 square meters. What an unlucky number. I couldn't help but smile. Next, I planned to build a warehouse and a spiritual spring. Although the resources were not enough, it didn't matter. I could build them when the resources were enough. I turned to the trading hall and posted the resources I needed, hoping to exchange them with others. Anyway, the big rays will come back this afternoon and will definitely bring back more treasure chests. Then, I opened the chat channel to see what everyone had gained today. The channel was still lively, and some people were complaining about the appearance of rays near the sea again, which was quite a headache for them. Every time a stingray appears, it means their treasure chest may be stolen. Have you seen this thing? Physical Refining Technique *1. Oh my god, what is this? Are we supposed to cultivate to become immortals? Brother, sell it to me. I can exchange anything you want. I think I also got it. Body Refining Art *1. The appearance of the body refining art made the entire chat channel explode. Originally, it was thought that this was just a creative world, but the emergence of the body refining technique made everyone begin to doubt whether this world could be cultivated and even become an immortal. I looked at the discussion in the chat channel, and a trace of solemnity appeared in my eyes. So fast? It seems that I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. I am not the only lucky person in this world. Others also have powerful talents, especially the lucky hand. Although it is not unique, there may be other people who have acquired similar abilities. There might be stronger enemies hiding further away, so I have to improve myself quickly. Otherwise, I might run into those strong ones in the future, and I would be in danger. Chapter 12 Battle Power List opens. When Qin Shan learned that other people had also passed the body refining technique, he felt a sense of crisis. He knew that he was not the only one who was getting stronger. Others also had opportunities. It might be slower, but definitely not too slow. If they get the body refining technique today, they may get the energy stone tomorrow, which will help them practice and improve their strength quickly. He got the cultivation method on the first day, but on the third day, he was still only at the first level of body refining. Without the energy stone, this body refining method was just a decoration. It was too difficult to absorb the spiritual energy recorded in the method for cultivation. He is still only practicing body training and cannot reach the level of breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Apart from the energy stone, there is really no other good way. Even the giant manta rays, after swallowing so many pet cultivation pills, were unable to break through to the second level. This shows how difficult it is to break through. It requires a massive amount of resources to accumulate, as well as time to settle, before one can break through to the next level. I took a look at the trading hall next to me and saw that many people were selling or purchasing resources. It seemed that the transactions would not be very fast for a while, so I would have to come back later. After recovering some strength, he entered the water again and fought with the violent white shark. Every time, he was exhausted, and before he knew it, some scars appeared on his body. It was caused by being swept by the white shark's tail, and his practical experience was also increasing rapidly. Gradually, even without starting martial arts, he could deal with the white shark. This was a huge improvement. If he wasn't afraid of beheading them, he would really like to have a good fight. Time flies and it's already afternoon. The rays that had gone away came back, bringing back many treasure chests. Unfortunately, there was no trace of Aoki's treasure chest among them. Come to think of it, he got the Aoki treasure chest in advance because he got the Pioneer Medal. How could others get it so quickly? All were opened. This time he only got basic resources and food. The large amount of resource income allowed him to make many items. Yundao also expanded again, reaching 330 square meters. Today, it expanded by more than 200 square meters. Boss, please teach us the Thunder God's roar. Come with me. Qin Shan is not stingy. If their strength increases, it means that the strength of this small island has also increased. This is a good thing. One was willing to teach, and 5 were eager to learn. After just a few lessons, they had already mastered the use of Thunder God's roar. As expected of the indigenous sea beasts of the land of God's creation, their learning speed was simply too fast. Their roars. On the island, the sound of thunder was endless. They were having a lot of fun, but soon they became exhausted. The grade of Thor's roar was grade 3, and every time it was used, a lot of physical strength was consumed. Bang! I'm so tired. I'm going to go to bed. Dragging their tired bodies, they returned to the pet pen. Qin Shan himself went to Yunjishin and extracted all the resources that had been successfully traded. Build a spiritual spring and a warehouse. Resources were being consumed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, these 2 items had been built by him. Just put it next to the wooden house. There is such a small space. How do you want to arrange it? Place a spiritual field. Spiritual plant technique. After releasing the spiritual field, he planted the spiritual plant seeds, which only occupied less than half of it, leaving a lot of space. A small ditch was also built to divert water from the spiritual spring nearby to irrigate the spiritual fields, creating a better environment for the growth of spiritual plants. Then, the spirit tree and spirit duck were also brought out by him. The spiritual tree is right next to the spiritual spring, and Qin Shan doesn't need to water it. The roots of the spiritual tree can directly absorb the water from the spiritual spring. With the spiritual spring, Qin Shan no longer has to worry about water. 2 little ducks were also walking around on the island. Unfortunately, there was no poultry shed, so they could only run around outside by themselves. Qin Shan just had to give them some bread to eat. There is no rank anyway, as long as you can stay alive, that's enough. After doing all this small island finally looks a bit like a place where humans live, a private manor. If he had owned such a manor in the previous world, he would naturally be very happy, but now, the first thing they had to do was to figure out how to survive. Cultivation technique. Trigger the hand of technology, increasing the growth rate of the spirit tree by 200 for 1 day. Qin Shan, who was performing the cultivation technique on the spirit tree, was speechless. This could trigger the hand of technology, which was such a waste. After all, he was well aware of the power of the hand of technology. It directly improved his martial arts by several levels. Now, the cultivation technique has been triggered. Why didn't it get triggered before? He has fought many times today. Forget it, forget it. It's not a bad thing that the spiritual tree grows faster. Qin Shan could only use these words to comfort himself. On an island. Do you want to transfer the cloud heart? Please note that once the cloud heart is transferred, it cannot be transferred again within the next year. Once the items carrying the cloud heart are damaged, they cannot be repaired. Transfer, said a middle-aged man with scars all over his face. Next to him was a small wooden boat. After he built it, he discovered that the cloud heart also had the function of transfer. As long as he transferred Yunjishin to the small wooden boat, he could develop on the sea without having to stay in this place all the time. What's more, each ship can be expanded through manufacturing drawings and some special resources, and it will not always be like this. In addition, he obtained the body refining technique and the energy stone, and directly stepped into the first stage of body refining. His inner ambition was expanding rapidly. As long as he could find another small island, even if he lost his own island, it would not be a big deal. Then enslave that person so he has a subordinate. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. With such great power, his ambitions had already exploded. If he could enslave enough people, Wouldn't it be possible for him to build a huge empire? By then, having 3,000 beauties in his harem wouldn't be a dream. Transfer successful. Cloud Island will fall in 5 minutes. Please leave as soon as possible. The Cloud Heart is transferred. Will the Cloud Island be decomposed into Cloudstone? Breakdown. After taking all the marble, the man controlled the boat and left here, heading into the depths of the sea. Time passed quickly, and it was night. Qin Shan was tired after a day of work and came to Yunjixin, ready to take back all the transactions he had put up. Congratulations to Blue Star Huaxia District 34. 100 people have successfully broken through to the first level of body refining, and the battle power list has been opened. Suddenly, a message pinned at the top of Cloud Heart caught everyone's attention. What? 1,000 people have reached the first stage of body refining. Qin Shan's heart was pounding. This speed was very fast. It seemed that not only him, but others were also working hard to improve. Chapter 13. Who is at the top of the list? Among 1,000,000 people, only 100 of them became cultivators on the third day. This speed is indeed quite slow. No way. Can one really become an immortal? Hurry and take a look at the battle power list. Why can I only see those ranked lower than me? I can't see the people in front of me. Me too. The chat channel was about to explode. After all, now that a method of cultivating immortality had appeared, no one could be as calm as they were at the beginning. This concerns your future destiny. If you don't become strong quickly, who knows what big things will happen? People's hearts are hidden. You may not want to expand your territory, but what about others? Open the rankings. Qin Shan said. On the Cloud Heart, it jumped to the ranking list, which only had a bare combat power list. From bottom to top, everyone has the same combat power of 5 points, and he is at the top of the list with a combat power of 18 points. Next to the battle power list, there is a line of small words. Battle power list. The calculation rule is realm times 5 plus martial arts grade times 1 equals battle power. Those on the list cannot view survivors who are ranked higher than themselves, but can view all survivors who are ranked lower than themselves. Those with the same battle power are arranged in order of breakthrough. Except for him, everyone else has a combat power of 5. Thunder God's Roar is a 3rd grade martial art, and Soul Harvest is a super grade martial art. Calculated according to the 10th grade, the total is 13 points, plus the realm, it is exactly 18 points. This combat power list cannot fully take into account the strength of the survivors. Qin Shan murmured. This is only one aspect. There are also passive skills and some powerful talents that are not taken into account. But it doesn't matter. They're all hidden strengths and will have unexpected effects during battle. Judging from their fighting power, it is not difficult to guess that they have no martial arts skills and have just made a breakthrough. This is a good thing for Qin Shan. At least he is still firmly ahead of himself. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, he saw a countdown behind his name, and there was an icon that looked like a treasure chest. If you top the list for 24 hours, you will receive the badge, Chosen One, a second-level manufacturing diagram, a random martial art, a random passive skill, and other resources. There is such a good thing. Qin Shan rubbed his hands. It seems that his luck is not bad. Other things are not important. What is important is the badge. The last pioneer brought him a lot of benefits. I wonder what functions this Chosen One will have. Right now, it is almost impossible for others to surpass him. With a combat power of 18 points, he firmly occupies the top position on the list. It is not easy for others to obtain super martial arts. As for other people's suffixes, he didn't see that anyone could get the badge. There was only one treasure chest, and the rewards inside were much less. It seemed that in this area, only one person could get the badge, but it was not a unique thing. Come to think of it, who knows how big this world is? It is reasonable for other people to become the Chosen One, and it is not just District 34, there are other areas as well. He is only District 34 of Blue Star, China. This Chosen One must be mine. A cold light flashed in Qin Shan's eyes. If you can get good things in your hands, you must hold on to them tightly. If you can improve it a little more, it will naturally be of greater help to him. I am the second-ranked Great Wizard on the list. I broke through the first level of physical training yesterday. Does anyone know who is at the top of the list? A person with the ID name Great Wizard said. In the chat channel, you can use your real name or a nickname. Apparently, this Great Wizard did this and did not reveal his real name. Fuck, is this the second best guy on the list? He broke through the next day. Boss, where did you get this? Boss. The chat channel was almost flooded with the word Big Brother. After all, being able to break through one day earlier than others meant endless benefits. Even going into the water to hunt sea beasts would be much faster than others. This person doesn't seem to be that bad. Qin Shan frowned slightly. He thought that everyone had only gotten this kind of thing on the third day, but now it seems that this is not the case. Someone had a breakthrough yesterday. This surprised him a little, but he didn't take it too seriously. He didn't learn any martial arts in a whole day, which showed that this person's luck was really not that good. on a small island. The Great Wizard frowned slightly and did not respond to him. He automatically filtered out the worship of others. What he wanted to know most now was the top of the list. As the top of a district, he should have other gains. To be honest, he wanted to get it in his hands. As the second on the list, he has a treasure chest, but there is nothing in it except a second-grade martial arts book. The remaining top 10 all have treasure chests, so as the top of the list, his reward will only be better than theirs. If you want to keep your rewards, you must maintain your ranking and avoid having them snatched away by others at the last moment. Whoever tops the list, please private message me. I can give you many benefits in exchange for trading your martial arts skills with me. Others who have martial arts can also trade with me in a private message. The Great Wizard spoke in the chat channel. It seemed that he really cared about the top of the list. After all, he was only one step away from the first place. Perhaps that person had reached the top of the list a few minutes earlier than him. If he could check out the rewards for the top spot, he would probably be so excited that he would go crazy. It would be really enviable. Stupid, Qin Shan said. What a joke. Even if I teach you martial arts, you can't surpass me. Besides, there is only one spot for such a good thing in each district. How could he trade it away? Besides, I'm not stupid. The battle power list has been released, and the calculation method of battle power is related to martial arts. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? If I get the body refining method and practice martial arts, I will directly top the list. Then he looked away. No matter what they did, the treasure chest would be his at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. However, he did not dare to take it lightly, in case someone else got lucky and gained a lot of benefits. Or, it is not impossible that the Great Wizard could really collect enough martial arts to lower his ranking. So before getting the reward, don't underestimate others. Fish bubble, boss, do you have any food? I'll trade this with you. Spiritual plant seeds *3. When he wanted to log off, a transaction message suddenly popped up in the private chat. Chapter 14 Body Refining Stage 2. Qin Shan, how much food do you want? Qin Shan responded quickly. It just so happened that there was still a lot of space in the spiritual field, so he could plant these spiritual plants together and harvest more. The spiritual food harvested from spiritual plants contains some energy. Eating more can speed up the cultivation process and can also be used as daily expenses. The specific output depends on how well he takes care of it and what kind of water he uses for irrigation. According to his speculation, it would take a few more days before other people would be able to grow spiritual plants, but he didn't expect that Payo's luck was so incredible. Except for food, he can basically get everything. What you lose must be gained. This is what is meant by this situation. However, he probably didn't get any spiritual fields or spiritual springs. It would be a waste to keep the spiritual plants, so it would be better to trade them. It's just a good opportunity to exchange it for some food. Apart from anything else, food is really important in today's world. Fish bubbles, 10 pieces of bread, plus 3 deep-sea fish. Qin Shan, sure, if you have anything else, you can trade with me. Qin Shan sent the food over as he spoke. He had traded with Pao many times before and his asking price was within a reasonable range, so there was no need for Qin Shan to bargain with him. Fish bubble, boss, I don't know if you have become a cultivator, but I have this. Earth-shaking. It's actually a first-grade martial art. Qin Shan was a little surprised. Pao is also a lucky guy. He actually got the earth-shaking skill. However, he did not see Payo's name on the combat power list. It seems that he has not broken through to the first stage of body refining. I guess he is still in the process of cultivation. There will be 1,000 places on the entire list, and the list is not complete now. As long as someone breaks through, he can be on the list. Qin Shan, no, it's too difficult to practice. He did not tell Pao the truth. Some things are better to be known by oneself. Don't reveal too many things. Isn't it a kind of protection for yourself? Exposing too much will only bring yourself unnecessary trouble. If someone gets jealous and finds the coordinates of this place in the future, it would be dangerous, so he doesn't plan to tell anyone. Fish bubble, I don't have it either, but I will soon. I wish you a breakthrough soon. I'm leaving first. Qin Shan smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Opposite Yunjishin, Pao waited for a while, but when he saw that Qin Shan still hadn't sent a message, he couldn't help feeling helpless. Are you the one at the top of the list? She muttered to herself. The more time she traded with Qin Shan, the more she felt that this man was terrifying. No matter how much food she wanted, he would trade it. At least 70 or 80 pieces of marble and other basic resources were taken from her. Logically speaking, Qin Shan's island should be over 100 square meters, so he should not have failed in his cultivation. If she had been able to get food, she would have used it all to expand the island. Looking at her island of only a dozen square meters, her face was bitter. She had so many resources, but could not develop it and was constrained everywhere. The emergence of the battle power ranking has made Area 3-4 even more lively. Everyone is trying their best to obtain the body refining technique, which is the key item for them to enter the ranks of practitioners. Without this thing, no one can break through. Some people do have martial arts, but since they have not broken through the first stage of body refining, they cannot practice it and just leave it there. As for trading it, that's impossible unless you're crazy. This is an item that can be on the list. The Great Wizard called for a long time in the chat channel, but no one came to trade with him. It seems that if he wants to climb to the top of the list, he can only rely on tomorrow's treasure chest. If he can get martial arts from it, he will be able to improve his strength. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Here, Qin Shan took a comfortable bath. Since there was spiritual spring water, he directly used the water pipe in the wooden house to draw water. Anyway, the spiritual spring water was inexhaustible and there was no need to worry about wasting it. Then, use the remaining 10 energy stones to practice. The big stingrays also stayed quietly in the pet pen, without any movement. They were all very tired that day, but the harvest was gratifying and they gained many benefits. Early morning. Great white shark, come here. The big manta ray looked at the white shark provocatively. Hee, you don't need to do anything today. I can knock you all out with electric shock. Ga. In the water, several stingrays were playing with the white sharks, and they seemed to find it very interesting. They had only been bullied by the white sharks in the past, but they never thought that there would be a day when they would have such an opportunity. Yesterday, we had to rely on Qin Shan to put pressure on them. Now they have also mastered the Thunder God's roar. One alone is not scary, but what is scary is when 5 stingrays attack together. The probability of electrocution is higher. Ouch. I'm going to eat you. The 8 white sharks were furious. Not only did they discharge electric currents, but they even dared to provoke them like this. How could they tolerate this? They rushed over immediately. Thor's roar. *5. Before they even got close, most of them were stunned by the giant stingrays. It's different with the skill of group attack. After playing with it for a while, Qin Shan said, "Okay, bring the treasure chest up, don't kill them." At this moment, the aura on his body had become deeper. After swallowing so many energy stones, he had a breakthrough in his sleep last night. It was worthy of the high-grade wooden house that could help him refine the energy of the energy stones. Breaking through the second level is a natural process. His strength is much higher than others. His combat power also increased to 23 points. He said that there was nothing strange about this. Isn't it normal with such strength? Okay, boss. The white shark seems to be more resilient today. In just a few minutes, they brought up 8 treasure chests, and the daily quota was always full. Qin Shan was naturally very happy. That was not all. When the giant manta rays went out to sea, they could bring him a bunch of treasure chests, which would make him very happy. It's just that the quality of today's treasure chest is a bit poor. There is only one Aoki treasure chest, and the others are just ordinary level. There was one thing that gave Qin Shan some comfort. If he used the hand of luck to change it, the items inside would become more advanced. Boss, we are out to sea, otherwise the treasure chest would have been picked up by them. If there is anything delicious, please leave it for us. Be careful today, some people have already broken through to the first level, Qin Shan said. When he got up, he took a special look at the list. Except for him, the combat power did not change. In other words, no one had martial arts yet. At least the big manta rays were not too worried about the attacks of those people when they went out now. Without martial arts and only the first level of body refining, they could not cause too much damage to them. Don't worry, boss. We have Thunder God's roar. After saying that, they left excitedly, leaving behind 8 stupid white sharks. Chapter 15. Rhubarb, more trees, critical hit miracle. Why did they all leave after torturing us? But with their simple minds, they couldn't figure it out. They just needed to remember their mission and what they were doing. For the time being, Qin Shan had no intention of killing them. He could use them for training, and when he was ready, he could kill them and get some good food. Qin Shan came to Qingmu's treasure chest and used his lucky hand on it without hesitation. Open the lucky Qingmu treasure box and obtain a pet. Chinese rural dog *1, poultry greenhouse manufacturing plan, pet cultivation pills *20, spiritual plant seeds *10, spiritual chicken *2, spiritual tree *1, marble *40, spiritual wood *20. Open the ordinary treasure chest and get. After seeing what was in the lucky treasure chest, he was no longer too concerned about what was in the ordinary treasure chest. He would never let himself down. This time, he got a lot of good things. Chinese pastoral dog, a purebred dog that can help guard the house and has a simple and cute smile. With careful training, it can become a good fighting partner. Once it recognizes its master, it will never betray it for the rest of its life. Poultry shed manufacturing diagram. A first-level item. Build a shed that can accommodate 500 poultry. Enhance fertility, yield, and hatching rate. Construction consumes 80 spiritual wood, 50 spiritual soil, 20 spiritual water, 5 spiritual gold, and occupies an area of 10 by 15. Spirit chickens and spirit ducks are similar. Both are ordinary poultry with delicious meat. Unfortunately, no martial arts or anything like that was revealed today, not even any energy stones, but he was content. Now he has reached the second stage of body refining and is ahead of everyone else. How could he be dissatisfied? The poultry shed is a huge building. With the current planning of the island, it is really impossible to make enough space for it to be settled. Fortunately, we got a lot of marble this time, so we can expand it. Let the Chinese native dog out. Please select a placement. Qin Shan pointed to an open space in front of him. A white light flashed, and an adult Chinese pastoral dog appeared in front of him, wagging its tail. Master. The Chinese native dog stuck out its bloody tongue and looked at Qin Shan eagerly. From now on, you can be called Wonkai. Qin Shan said. I remember that I used to have a dog of this size at home, but unfortunately it has been gone for a long time. I didn't expect that after coming here, I would have the chance to get a big yellow dog like this. Woof woof woof. Wonkai called happily. Name, Wonkai. Talent, Guardian. Realm, none. Skills, Fearless Charge, Lead by Example, Loyal Guard. Features, Luck Bonus, Follow Till Death. Good, good, good. Wonkai, this is a pet training pill. Eat more and improve your strength quickly. Qin Shan praised repeatedly. Just based on these skills, it was enough for him to like Wonkai. Fearless Charge. When faced with a powerful enemy, one will charge forward without hesitation until the enemy is destroyed. Leading by example. If the Lord is humiliated, the minister will die. They will never let the person they are protecting fall into a desperate situation. If there is a fatal injury, they will definitely stand in front of the person they are protecting. Loyal Guardian. Trigger the wolf soul, fight to the death with the enemy, and never abandon the guardian. Lucky bonus. Those who are protected by it will never have bad luck. Follow till death. When the guardian dies, the soul will follow and will never live in vain. There is no one who doesn't like such a big yellow cat. Everything about it exists for the person it protects. Thank you, Master. Wonkai said, and then started eating the pet training pill. If there was an upgrade card, he would definitely use it on Dao Wang without hesitation, and would not let it devour pet training pills to slowly upgrade. There were a total of 20 cultivation pills, and it ate them all. And its realm has reached the first level of body refining as promised, just barely enough, but at least for now, it is strong enough. No other island can have so many first-level creatures like this one. He released the spiritual chicken, and it, together with the spiritual duck, roamed around the spiritual field. He planted all the spiritual plant seeds. Those planted yesterday have grown a lot. Obviously, in this world, normal time cannot be calculated. The growth rate of crops will be very fast. Afterwards, he came to the spiritual spring and prepared to plant the newly acquired spiritual tree. This. Qin Shan looked at the scene in surprise. 3 small saplings actually grew next to the spiritual tree planted yesterday. Could this be what the introduction said, that there will be unexpected results? Qin Shan was surprised and puzzled. In just one night, 3 saplings appeared. Looking at the properties again, it is confirmed that it is a spiritual tree without a doubt. When it grows up, it can be cut down and spiritual wood can be obtained. If this continues, a forest will be created. Qin Shan was secretly surprised, as if he had touched a mysterious realm. It looks like I have to expand the island as soon as possible. The area is so small and is covered by a large number of buildings. Without any open space, it would not be easy to grow saplings even if you want to. Cultivation technique. Seeing the new saplings, he was naturally delighted. He quickly planted the spiritual trees and was also thinking about how to plan the island. The area is still small, and all the things are tightly packed together. This is definitely not possible. I need to plan it out. Maybe I can really create a world. After finishing here, they returned to the cabin and prepared to expand Cloud Island. Do you want to consume 100 marbles to expand the island? Expansion. The hand of technology is triggered. Expanding the island will have a 10-fold critical hit. What? As Qin Shan was shocked, the area of the island increased rapidly, expanding by 1,000 square meters in an instant to 1,330 square meters. It was already a huge space, and it expanded more than 3 times. The island area reaches 1,000 square meters, and the Pioneer Medal is upgraded. The island area has been greatly expanded, and 1 island building adjustment has been granted. Do you want to use it? This can even be a critical hit. Qin Shan stared at it all in a daze. The changes were too fast, and he gained a lot of benefits in an instant. It's only the 4th day since the start of the game. Even for you, Pow Pow, with his terrifying talent, it's impossible for him to obtain 1,000 marbles in such a short time. I'm afraid it will be difficult for everyone to catch up with Qin Shan. Such a scary number is daunting. However, what surprised him the most was the metal upgrade and island adjustment. He was just planning how to build it, and now it was here. He could adjust it directly, and he didn't need to move them one by one. You can just do it here in Cloud Heart. It's quick and convenient. His luck today was indeed good enough to put him ahead of others in terms of construction. Master, it's getting so big outside, said Dao Wang. Yes, it has become bigger. I need to plan it first, Qin Shan said. I'm going to use that adjustment number. It's not a good thing to be so close together. Chapter 16 Adjustment, Metal Upgrade. Unable to learn. First, he built the poultry shed. Fortunately, he had enough resources, so he didn't need to go to the trading hall to find someone to exchange with. He could build it directly. It was another huge building. Now, he already owns a 25 square meter wooden house, a 20 square meter warehouse, a 100 square meter spiritual spring, a 25 square meter spiritual field, and a 150 square meter poultry shed, with a total construction area of 320 square meters. The pet pen is placed directly inside the wooden house and does not take up extra space. Those animals are also free to move around. They belong exclusively to the poultry shed, spiritual fields, spiritual trees, and spiritual springs, so it is better to place them farther away. Half forest and half building, just right. On the Cloud Heart interface, he planned out a dividing line, dividing it into 2 blocks, north and south. There was a spiritual spring in the center of the north, with several small paths around it. He had a feeling that this spiritual spring might become a terrifying thing and play a vital role in the development of the island, so he left enough space for it. Then, all the spiritual trees were moved to the left side of the spiritual spring. Now there are only a few small trees, but with their terrifying growth rate, a large forest will soon appear. Afterwards, the spiritual field was placed under the spiritual spring, close to the building area, so that it would be more convenient for him to get there. The rest of the places are empty spaces, waiting for new things to appear and then be planted, or they will be filled with spiritual trees. The entire north side occupies more than 800 square meters, and the rest is the building area. The south center is naturally dominated by wooden houses, which are placed in the very center. From now on, this will be his private territory. Right next to the left side of the wooden house is the warehouse. It is closer and more convenient for him to get items. Many things need to be done by himself. With the appearance of the warehouse, he has rarely used the Cloud Heart space. Except for some necessities, it has long been empty. The poultry shed was placed not far from the spiritual field, so that the spiritual chickens and ducks could go out and move around. He just let them roam freely. He did not have any skills that could help the animals, so this was the plan for now. But this is definitely not the final appearance. If the island is to develop, there is definitely more to it than just this. There are many other things, but he just hasn't gotten them yet. The above is the planning of the island this time. Looking at his masterpiece, Qin Shan is quite satisfied. He has not learned any knowledge in this area, so he can only plan it as well as possible. After finishing all this, Qin Shan finally had time to check his metal to see what it looked like. Upgrading it to a higher level would bring many benefits, as long as it was helpful to him. Pioneer Metal. Unique. Grade. 2nd grade. Introduction. Given to the first survivor who expands Cloud Island to 100 square meters. Effect. The upper limit of the number of treasure chests obtained per day is increased to 15, with a 60 chance to refresh ordinary treasure chests, a 35 chance to refresh greenwood treasure chests, and a 5 chance to refresh ochre treasure chests. The evolution of forest is accelerated by 0.001. The evolution of streams is accelerated by 0.001. And the evolution of mountains is accelerated by 0.001. Upgrade. 50,000 square meters. Note. The metal can be worn unlimited times. Is it so terrifying? Qin Shan looked at the metal's attributes in shock. It didn't just become stronger a little bit, but it was improved in all aspects. If it continued to upgrade, wouldn't it be possible to create the world? He didn't dare to imagine what the pioneer metal would look like after it reached the maximum level. Anyway, the attributes of the 2nd level had already shocked him. There were 15 basic treasure chests alone, which was several times more than at the beginning. Among them, there is also the possibility of refreshing the ochre treasure chest, which is definitely higher in level than the greenwood treasure chest, and the things opened will also be better. This world is always so unexpected. In forests, streams, and mountains, can these things evolve? It's becoming more and more like the prototype of a world, but the acceleration is very small. Obviously, the area of the island is too small. It is not so easy to get these things out. It requires tens of thousands of square meters. That's only 100 by 100, just a small hill at most. I still have a long way to go. Today's unboxing was a good deal and brought me many unexpected gains. The spiritual trees are spreading branches and leaves, the spiritual plants are sprouting new buds, and the poultry are also growing. De Huang. Let's go and bully the white shark and practice your combat skills at the same time, Qin Shan said. Now, we can only wait for the big manta rays to return with the treasure chest. On this small island, there seems to be nothing else to do except bullying the white shark. White shark? Da Huang was puzzled. It's the guy in the water, Qin Shan said. Qin Shan explained to it the purpose and reason of the existence of those white sharks, and only then did Da Huang understand. Is that so? Then I must be able to defeat them and protect our home, said Da Huang. The protective nature of their master has been triggered. The purpose of these white sharks' existence is obviously to harm the development of the island. You don't have to worry. Those white sharks were just electrocuted this morning, so their tempers should be a little bad. I'll teach you some skills, and then you can go fight, Qin Shan said. Da Huang is very capable, but he is more inclined towards defense. His offensive skills do not have much advantage. Moreover, he has to go into the water, where he faces considerable danger. Moreover, its combat experience is very limited, and it is almost no chance of winning against the ferocious white shark. Watch carefully, Thunder God roars. Qin Shan performed Thunder God's roar in front of Da Huang. Master, I can't learn. Da Huang shook his head and said, how could this happen? What about this? Soul harvesting. Qin Shan was puzzled. It was obvious that stingrays could learn it, so why couldn't Da Huang? After a few minutes, Master, it still doesn't work. Am I too stupid? Da Huang said somewhat aggrievedly. No, let me think about it. Oh, Yun Jixin. Qin Shan immediately walked to Yun Jixin and started to check. The island owner can teach all the island creatures martial arts, and can also directly obtain the skills of the island creatures. But if they do not have the talent for the skill or martial arts, they will definitely fail and will not be able to learn. So that's how it is. Thunder God's roar belongs to the lightning system, and soul harvest belongs to the soul system. Da Huang is neither of these two systems, so naturally he can't learn it. Qin Shan showed a look of understanding. I thought it was no big deal, but it turned out to be because of this. It seems that from now on, Da Huang can only learn skills related to protecting the master, or he may be able to develop a second talent. Master, what happened? Da Huang asked anxiously. Da Huang, don't worry. These martial arts are not suitable for you. I will teach you when I find something good in the future, Qin Shan said, touching its head as a comfort. Chapter 17 list changes. It's not a big deal that it can't learn. There will always be corresponding skills for it to use. He also hopes that these little guys around him can become stronger. Only with great strength can one gain a foothold in this world. It is absolutely impossible for him to do so alone. Since he couldn't go into the water, Da Huang could only fight against Qin Shan. With so many white sharks, it would be difficult for him to deal with them alone. I have to say that Da Huang is very smart. After a few hours, he was able to use his skills skillfully, and his attack power was rapidly increasing. In a blink of an eye, it was afternoon. On the sea surface, stingrays appeared and ran towards us quickly. This time, the white sharks did not attack them. Perhaps they had been paralyzed by the electricity. They could not defeat them, and they felt disgusted. There was nothing they could do except give up. Hey, it seems like there are a lot more islands. What's that thing next to the boss? It looks so weird. Boss, we are back. A few dozen meters away from the island, the big stingrays began to call happily. It seems that we have gained a lot this time. After the strength was improved, the endurance and mobility were greatly enhanced. In addition, they set out early in the morning, and each treasure chest represented an unlucky person. Woof, woof, woof. When Da Huang saw the manta ray rushing towards him, he started barking wildly, thinking it was a sea beast that was going to attack the island. Da Huang is our partner, Qin Shan said. After stopping it, Da Huang finally stopped. A few minutes later, the treasure chests were brought ashore. They were all ordinary treasure chests. It seemed that either others had not yet refreshed the Aoki level, or they had already been salvaged. But the result is gratifying. There are as many as 24 of them. Even if they are just basic resources, they are enough to last for a long time, especially marble. The more the better. He has no shortage of food, and as for water resources, he can just drink the spiritual spring water. Basic resources are not as useful as manufacturing maps. After calming down, the big manta rays looked at Da Huang, their eyes rolling around, not knowing what they were thinking. And Da Huang was also staring at the other person intently. Stop staring at me. You will be the guardians of the island from now on, Qin Shan said. Okay, boss. Master, I'm here. Only then did they stop looking at each other. All turned on. Open the ordinary treasure chest and obtain 50 cloud stones, 20 spirit gold, 15 spirit wood, 15 pet training pills, 2 contract cards. There weren't too many good things, just basic resources. The pet training pills were naturally given to the big manta ray and the others, and the one just given was given to Da Huang. Qin Shan was not discouraged, even though he didn't get anything good. His luck today was already very good. Not only did he expand such a large area, he also adjusted the island, upgraded the metals, and had Da Huang arrive, etc. The power of the island has increased several times. The big manta ray, which had used many cultivation pills, saw changes in its body after using them again, and its aura increased rapidly. A few minutes later, it shook its body, which had grown to 1 meter, and seemed to enjoy the process. Boss, I have broken through to the second level, said the big manta ray. That's right. Now we have 2 level 2s on our island. I'll give you a task today. Practice with Da Huang and get to know him. Don't worry, boss. I will complete the task. Leave it to us. In the next few hours, the island became lively. From time to time, the sound of electric shocks and the roar of Da Huang's charge could be heard. Of course, the giant manta rays didn't use their full strength. After all, Thor's roar has an instant death effect, and it cannot be used on its companions. Even if the probability is very low, it is still possible to trigger it. They used all their previous skills. Da Huang's growth also became very fast. From being able to passively take beatings in the beginning, he was able to get along well with the big manta rays later on. Meanwhile, Qin Shan, who was in the wooden house, was anonymously purchasing pet cultivation pills in the trading hall. It had been the 4th day, and except for some special people, he had no problem eating enough. Just wanting to raise a pet, I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult. Even if some people have pet training pills, they have no way to use them. They know that they have a significant effect, but rather than letting them rot in their hands, it is better to exchange them for some items. Boss, do you already have a pet? I can barely eat my fill, and you're already raising a pet. That's so unfair. Since Qin Shan trades anonymously, others naturally cannot see his information. Apart from the direct transaction, nothing else can be seen. He does this to hide himself. Just keep a low profile and get stronger quietly. No matter what these people speculate, he doesn't like to show off in front of others. If he has that time, he might as well go to the open space outside and practice more martial arts. If you ask me, this should be a big shot. I'm afraid he has chosen a powerful talent. That's possible, but what I care about most right now is the battle power ranking. Who is the number 1? He has never shown up. When you mention this, I just remembered that there seems to be a battle power ranking treasure chest in the top 10. I heard from the great wizard that as long as the time is up, you can receive a powerful martial art, or a 2nd grade one. The top of the list should be even better. Don't even think about it. Even if there is one, it won't be yours. You may not be able to tell me. This morning, I learned a 1st grade martial art. My combat power increased by 6 points, which directly made me the 2nd placed one. However, I still cannot see the information of the top ranked one. He should have learned martial arts as well. The person who was speaking had a 4th place on the combat power list next to his name. Apparently, he was eliminated. The great wizard should be very powerful now. What is his combat power? TSK, that guy is just lucky. He was only the 2nd to break through. Now his ranking has dropped to 16th. He is just a piece of trash. Seeing these people's discussion, Qin Shan didn't care. At this time, who would be as terrifying as him and come up with a super martial art? Just for this thing, others need to practice 10 1st grade martial arts. At this stage, martial arts are still too scarce, so it is not easy to collect them. I took a look at the 2nd one, who was called Wan Jun. Her combat power had reached 7 points. She should have learned 2 1st grade martial arts, or 1 2nd grade martial art. But no matter what, there was still a big gap between her and me. In terms of hard combat power, his level has reached 23, which is an insurmountable peak for others. In addition to these, he also has several powerful passive abilities. Their best skill is not single target attack, but group fighting ability. Do they really think that Da Huang and Manta are just for show? Why fight one-on-one when you can just fight in a group? Chapter 18 Sea Sailing. With his level of cultivation alone, he was able to stay at the top of the list, so he did not continue to focus on this. Instead, he took Da Huang and the others to train, trying to use his martial arts as proficiently as possible. Somewhere on the sea, a small wooden boat was drifting aimlessly. I'm also a cultivator. I hope to find other survivors' islands as soon as possible. Then, I can occupy their islands, said the middle-aged man with scars on his face. His name is Hu Jun. He used to be a mercenary. How could he sit still when asked to collect and create things slowly? Fighting and killing was fine, but since one person couldn't accomplish it, he would enslave others and turn them into his slaves so that he wouldn't have to work. You have to know that this is no longer the same world as before. In this vast ocean, only the strong have the right to speak. After obtaining the body refining technique and breaking through the first stage of body refining, this idea became more and more inflated. There are so many survivors in this area, nearly 1 million people, and he is a cultivator on the list. If he dares not to surrender, he will die. As long as you can survive, who cares about the life or death of others? With this thought in mind, He quickly paddled the boat and sailed away. Without a nautical chart and without a direction, we can only rely on our subconscious to move forward in one direction. Perhaps when we wake up, we will be blown in the sea breeze and have changed direction. Fortunately, the supplies he needed every day were not less, and they were refreshed not far from the ship. With his strength, he could obtain them easily, so he was not too worried about not having enough food. Bang! The sailing boat seemed to be hit by something. Hu Jun immediately stood up and looked around vigilantly. The boat was still too small on the sea and could easily capsize. In a place like this, that could be deadly. Since he came to the sea, he has encountered attacks from sea beasts many times. They would suddenly jump out and ram the wooden boat. If he was unlucky, the boat would capsize. No wonder he was so nervous. After all, this is his only place to stay. If the boat capsizes, he will not survive. When he arrived at the place where he was hit, he was still scared by a 3-meter-long electric eel. Fortunately, it's only the first level of body refining. Hu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the strength of this electric eel was not very high. Otherwise, with his strength, especially in such a place, he would have no ability to cope with it. Electric eels have electricity, so he didn't dare get off the boat easily. Instead, he held a dagger. Fortunately, he got a blueprint and forged it, which was barely enough. He stared at the electric eel, waiting for his chance to strike. No one knew what the big electric eel was thinking. It swam back and forth right beside his boat, making Hu Jun tense. Damn it! If we were on land, killing you would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Hu Jun was a little annoyed. The electric eel underwater was too agile, and he had no idea when it would attack. Just like that, after a few minutes of stalemate, the electric eel suddenly attacked the boat. Well done. Hu Jun was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he nailed the electric eel to the boat with his dagger. Then he quickly let go of the dagger, his hand feeling slightly numb. If I hadn't made a breakthrough, this amount of electricity would have electrocuted me to death. Hu Jun looked at the struggling electric eel and felt a little scared. The creatures in this world were too ferocious. It only took a moment for his dagger to pierce the electric eel, and he felt his arm go numb. If he hadn't let go in time, his entire arm would have been crippled. The nailed electric eel kept struggling, but it was useless. Once on the boat, especially a wooden boat, its electricity was useless. Moreover, it was nailed by the dagger. The more it struggled, the bigger the wound would be. I'm afraid that even without Hu Jun taking any action, it would have killed itself. Hu Jun didn't dare to get close to the violent electric eel. Wood doesn't conduct electricity, but his body couldn't withstand the terrible voltage. He didn't know to what extent these things had been strengthened in this world. After struggling for a while, the electric eel slowly calmed down. Until there was no sound anymore, Hu Jun dared to approach and pulled out the dagger. After cleaning up the electric eel's body and putting it in the cabin, he could exchange it with other people for some resources, or keep it for himself. However, as a normal human being, he still liked to eat cooked food. After finishing the job, he sat at the stern of the boat, somewhat tiredly, and let the boat drift away. On the sea, he faces this kind of threat all the time. This electric eel is not the first one today, and it will definitely not be the last. If he can't find land, he is afraid that he will be killed by these sea beasts. The attacks at all times of day and night were the most terrifying thing. Otherwise, why would he be so exhausted just dealing with an electric eel? I even regretted why I left the island and sailed on the sea. It was good to have ambition, but it was different if I didn't have a correct understanding of my own strength. Perhaps, I am not the only one sailing in this area. With so many people, it is inevitable that there must be someone who knows that the ship can transfer the Cloud Heart. I don't know how long I drifted. Islands. Suddenly, a coastline appeared before his eyes. Even if it was just a tiny bit, he believed that he was not mistaken and there was an island in the distance. It's just too small, and I don't know who is on it. In the past, if you were not a cultivator, you would have directly occupied it, said Hu Jun. Drifting on the sea, his tense spirit was almost unable to hold on. Now, he finally came across an island. How could he be willing to miss it? Although he didn't know how many nautical miles he had traveled, it was definitely not too few, at least a few hundred. The speed of the ship itself was 50 miles, and at night, the ship drifted on its own, so he didn't know how much distance he had traveled. It was a blessing that I encountered an island at such a long distance. On the island, a woman wearing long sleeves frowned slightly, and her eyes became sharp. There's a boat? Am I seeing things? Or are there other people running over? They'd better not seek death, she murmured. In such a place, no one can trust anyone, and no one knows what kind of devil lives in the heart of anyone who comes to the island. She looked at the approaching ship vigilantly, and the other party was also approaching quickly without any hesitation. 10 minutes later, Hu Jun sailed the boat closer to the island and saw the woman. What a beautiful beauty! Is this a gift from God to me? The moment Hu Jun saw the other person, he was immediately shocked by her beauty and felt evil. In a place like this, strength is king. Chapter 19 Ranking 2, Won Jun. Girl, I am a sailor. I wonder if I can stay here with you for a while and rest. Hu Jun said. It was too far away just now, and I couldn't see clearly. After getting closer, I discovered that this cloud island was more than 40 square meters, which was already very large. Today was the 4th day, and it increased by 10 square meters every day. This was simply incredible. No, the woman refused without hesitation. What a joke. How can you just let people land on the island so easily? Isn't this putting yourself in trouble? This is definitely impossible. Hearing her words, Hu Jun's face turned cold instantly. What if I force my way to the island? Hu Jun said, shining. The cold dagger was already in his hand, ready to attack the island at any time. He talks to you only because he wants to get it in an easier way. Otherwise, why would he need to say so much nonsense to the other party? Even though the woman in front of him was not simple, he was still a mercenary and had seen many life and death situations. He was not afraid of her, even though this woman was also a cultivator. The woman's face became more gloomy. It seemed that the man in front of her didn't want to leave. Yes, on the sea, when a man meets a woman, the weak man has no choice but to surrender. You can try it, said the woman. Even though Hu Jun had weapons in his hands, she was not afraid at all. Kill. Hu Jun jumped off the boat without hesitation, forced his way onto the island, waving a dagger and fighting with the enemy. Although he didn't learn any powerful martial arts, he knew fighting skills. Even if it was just a technique, it was enough to wipe out many people. With the same combat power, it would be too difficult for others to defeat a person with fighting skills. This is only possible if there is a huge disparity between the two sides. But after the battle, he found that the opponent was not as simple as he imagined and could block all attacks against him. This gave him an ominous premonition. After fighting for a while, the two men retreated. Who are you? Hu Jun said solemnly. The woman in front of him was so powerful. He could feel that she had never learned any fighting skills, but she had a strong ability to learn and kept breaking through herself in battle. Won Jun, you shouldn't have provoked me, Won Jun said. There was a bit of disdain on his face. He thought he was some powerful person, but it turned out that he was just a lucky guy who had got some opportunities and dared to come to him. Humph, I don't even know who you are. Once I pin you down, I'll take this body. Hu Jun said. You deserve to die, Ice Palm. Won Jun said angrily. Martial arts. Hu Jun looked at Won Jun in horror, and for a moment, he even forgot to resist. Anyone who knows martial arts will definitely be ranked above him. He doesn't remember there being such a person on the combat power list as this woman in front of him. No, block it for me. He wanted to use the dagger to block the opponent's attack. However, in a flash, Won Jun's icy palm hit Hu Jun instantly. The moment it touched Hu Jun, he felt as if he was trapped in an ice cellar, and the dagger in his hand was covered with a thick layer of frost. Die! Won Jun slapped Hu Jun again and sent him into the sea. The guardian beasts roaming nearby immediately ran over. Won Jun didn't even have to do anything. They heard Hu Jun roaring in the water, and then the sound gradually died down. Is this the second-grade martial arts? It's really powerful, even more powerful than our Do family's martial arts. I have to become stronger as soon as possible and then go find my father and older brother. Do Won Jun murmured. She also tried it, but she didn't expect that the power of the ice palm would be so strong. With one blow, Hu Jun was beaten half to death. For those who have improper thoughts about her, she will kill them all, and their death is not a pity. Hu Jun was unlucky enough. He could have met anyone else but Won Jun, who was ranked second on the list. Now on the list, the only survivor with a combat power of 7 was a female survivor. The difference in combat power is only 2 points, but it is enough to kill the other person in seconds. This is the terrifying power of martial arts. Even if the martial arts I master are strong enough, it is not impossible for me to kill enemies above my level. As for the ships on the sea, with Hu Jun's death, they naturally became hers. She also sent dozens of marbles, which were enough for the expansion of her island. At the same time as Hu Jun died, the number 1 million in the chat channel suddenly became 999,9999, with one number missing. Perhaps no one would care about other things, but this number is too special because it represents the number of living survivors in an area. When no one died, no one thought it was a big deal, but when death really occurred, it was a different story. Someone died. What happened? Did a powerful sea beast land on the island and kill him? I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Damn it, this damn place is really going to cost us our lives. In an instant, the channel was in an uproar. They couldn't accept such a horrible fact. They were all people who had received 21st century education. They dared not even think about such a thing, but now, it was so close to them. I'll tell you why he died, because he deserved to die. Just this one sentence made the chat channel quiet down. You know? Did you kill him? Oh my god. Do you know what you are doing? You are killing people. I want to report that someone is killing people wantonly. I want to expose her and make sure she has no place in District 34. Brother, don't be impulsive. Look at her ID. Otherwise, you won't know how you died. ID Wanjun, second on the combat power list. These words instantly made some people stop moving. Compared with those on the battle power list, they were just grasshoppers that couldn't even jump. Even if she is number 2 on the list, she can't just kill people at will. Stupid, how can there be such an idiot? This is not the previous world. Who do you think you are? Damn it. If I had a teammate like this, I would be the first to kill him. You were killed by someone else, but you didn't even think about why that person was killed. If you enter someone else's island, who will die if not you? Just a blind guess. The second on the list must be a woman, and the one who was killed must be a man. Wanjun just took a look and lost interest. She did not regret doing this. If it happened again, she would kill Hu Jun without hesitation. If I hadn't killed the other person, my future fate would have been a terrible hell, a cage from which I could not escape. Chapter 20 White Shark Advances, Battle Power List Treasure Box. The sky gradually darkened, and Qin Shan's island fell into silence, without even a light. Once night fell, he would basically go to Yunjixin, complete the transaction, get some information, and then go offline. Waiting for the rich supplies the next morning, his harvest today was not small. The island expanded a lot, and the giant manta ray also broke through to the second level. If pets could also make it to the rankings, he believed that the top 7 would be occupied by them, and no one else would be able to get it. Both the stingray and the big yellow catfish had several skills, but there was no specific distinction. It should be based on their own realm, and the grade they could reach would be determined by the realm. Of course, these are their own skills. Whatever grade Qin Shan taught them, it is the same grade. There is no doubt about that. No wonder they only have so many skills. They are innate, and if they want to practice new skills, they have to encounter them. Plop, plop. Just as they were about to return to the cabin, changes occurred on the sea in the distance. Boss, they seem to be evolving, said the big manta ray. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang barked wildly, as if he smelled danger. It's definitely not a good thing for something like this to happen in the middle of the night. Da Huang, be quiet, Qin Shan said. He looked in the direction of the white shark, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. The Pioneer has been upgraded and 15 treasure chests have been refreshed. According to past practice, there must be more than just these white sharks. There may be other sea beasts approaching. Moreover, as their strength increases, these guardian beasts will not always be so mediocre. Let them bully you. When the manta rays left, white sharks appeared. Without exception, they are all first level. How powerful the guardian beast is seems to depend on the people on the island. They waited quietly, and after about 3 minutes, the noise in the distance finally died down. Sure enough, he advanced. Qin Shan said. It turns out that the promotion took place at night. No wonder I didn't know about it. They trained late today, otherwise I wouldn't have noticed this. Boss, have they all advanced? Asked Big Manta. He was a little worried. After all, except for it, the other contracted beasts were only at the first level and could not fight those white sharks at all. Even if they have the means to discharge electricity, once a white shark gets close to them, they are almost certain to die. The electrical energy in their bodies is not infinite, and it takes time to replenish once it is consumed. Everyone has advanced. Looks like we'll have a fight tomorrow, Qin Shan said solemnly. This is just the ones that have been promoted. I'm afraid that when they come here the next morning, there will be 7 more guardian beasts coming. Judging from the level of the white shark, the others who come should also be at the second level. Qin Shan felt a lot of pressure with so many sea beasts surrounding the island. He thought he could slowly kill off the white sharks, but now it seems that is not the case. It's like this whether they kill or not. Perhaps, if you change your thinking, after killing them, you can get their bodies. Whether you eat them or trade them, it will be a considerable income. The more Qin Shan thought about this, the more regret he felt. He had missed so many good things. Okay, let's go back. I hope today's transaction is good enough. Wait a few more hours, and my battle power list treasure chest will come down, and our strength will be able to improve a little bit, Qin Shan said. With heavy hearts, everyone returned to the cabin. None of them returned to the pet pen, but followed Qin Shan. After all, Qin Shan also said that there might be pet training pills, which could enhance their strength. They couldn't fall asleep without eating them. All of them have been traded. It seems that pets are not that easy to get, Qin Shan said. Looking at the messages of successful transactions, he couldn't help but be speechless, but it seemed that he could accept it. If it weren't for his own talent, he wouldn't have been able to sign a contract with the stingrays and get 5 of them at once. Only today did he get his first pet in the true sense, that is, Da Huang. which he obtained completely through unboxing. There is no need to use a contract card. You can become his pet directly. Obtained pet training pill *45. Big Manta, you have already made a breakthrough. Give these pet cultivation pills to them first. Qin Shan said. Okay, boss, said the big manta ray. Although he felt a little disappointed, when he thought about the fact that he had one more upgrade card than the others, it seemed acceptable. Only when everyone's strength was improved would they be able to deal with those things in the sea. Okay, if there are good things tomorrow, I will definitely give them to you first. Qin Shan said. I knew that the boss treats me the best. The big manta ray said happily and jumped into the pet pen. The remaining 4 stingrays and Dahuang each received 9 pet training pills. Dahuang could not break through, but the stingray still had a chance. However, they needed time to digest so many pills. You all go back and rest. I'll wait for a while. Qin Shan said. Good night, boss. Good night, master. Then, Qin Shan looked into the chat channel. I still can't accept that a person died like this. He deserves it. If it were someone else, think about whether he would be enslaved by him. Whether you accept it or not is your business. Don't come here to disgust others. If a fight really breaks out, you guys will be the first to die. What on earth happened today? Qin Shan began to have doubts in his heart. Looking at what these people said, it seemed that someone died today. He looked to the upper right corner and saw that the number had indeed changed, with one person missing. He continued to lurk and looked at what these people said without interrupting. As long as he opened his mouth now, his name would appear in front of everyone. Private chats would be fine and would not expose these things, but here in the district, he could not hide. He doesn't like being remembered, and he doesn't like being watched. After more than 10 minutes, he understood the whole story. Wanjun, fortunately, I have been improving my strength. Qin Shan said. Certain things will indeed happen in this world. Once a person arrives here, his desires will expand infinitely. Especially after being able to practice, the strong will inevitably bully the weak and want to gain more power. He doesn't provoke others, but he also won't let others harm him. After that, he kept waiting until 11 o'clock, when it was already the final countdown. Congratulations, you have obtained the Battle Power List treasure chest, which has been sent to the Cloud Heart warehouse. It's in the account. No rush to open it, but waiting to open it tomorrow. Chapter 21 Killing. Cannot cast Lucky Hand on the Power List chest. This. Qin Shan was a little embarrassed. He had specially left this treasure chest to be opened this morning, but now it seems that not all treasure chests can be used. Open it directly. Since the Hand of Luck cannot be used, you can only open it directly and only get specific items from the treasure chest. Open the Battle Power List treasure chest and obtain the Chosen One badge, the second-level Spiritual Spring Manufacturing Diagram, the Martial Arts, 1000 Powers, the Passive Skill, Unparalleled Plunder, Cloudstone *100, Spiritual Gold. Emblem of the Chosen. Grade, None. Introduction, given to the survivor who ranks first in the battle power list of each major battle zone. Effect, the chance of discovering treasures increases by 50, the effect of one's own cultivation increases by 50, the cultivation effect of all affiliated life in the territory increases by 25, and the speed of spiritual energy cultivation increases by 200. 1000 Powers of Strength, a superb martial art. After use, it will continuously consume physical strength and increase attack power, defense power, and attack speed by 10 per second. The upper limit is 100 seconds. After 100 seconds, every attack will have an additional severe injury effect. Unparalleled Plunder, a passive skill. In the first stage, you can start physical training. Every time you kill an enemy, you will plunder a little of the opponent's strength to promote the evolution of the physical body. Note that the level of the plundered target cannot be lower than the physical realm, otherwise it cannot be obtained. Manufacturing Diagram of the Second-Level Spiritual Spring. A second-level item. Build a spiritual spring, which is the source of spring water for a cloud island and can nourish the earth. When a river appears, it will cause fresh water to appear in the river and can be drunk directly. The effective range is 100,000 square meters. Construction requires a first-level spiritual spring, energy stones *90, spiritual water *900, spiritual gold *450, spiritual soil *450, spiritual wood *720, and covers an area of 50 by 50. Strong. Ridiculously strong. Take the Chosen One badge for example. The training effect is improved so much, equivalent to 1.5 times. If the effect of his martial arts training is 10, then under the effect of this badge, it can reach 15. This is a huge increase and can save a lot of time. As a result, other lives in the territory can also get half the bonus. As for the other two effects, he can't use them now. He is now refining his body. and he only needs sufficient energy stones. He cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for the probability of discovering treasures, it is really hard to say, and he can only let nature take its course. Then there are those two terrifying skills. As a super-grade martial art, its power is absolutely terrifying. If it is used to the upper limit in a battle, it will have 10 times the attack power. It also comes with a severe injury effect, which is extremely terrifying. But the most terrifying thing is the unparalleled plundering. Even other people's attributes can be plundered. It's like a dream. The final second-level spiritual spring blueprint is not that important. It consumes so many resources and takes up a huge area. It does not need to be manufactured at the moment, and even if it is manufactured, it will not have enough space. After this improvement, Qin Shan's strength has reached a terrifying level. He has almost no rivals in the same realm. If all his martial arts can be stacked to the full level, it will be enough to defeat practitioners of the same level. Name: Qin Shan. Talents: Unparalleled, Lucky Hand. All things have spirits. Realm: second level of physical training. Physical body: level 0, 0/100. Martial arts: Thunder God's Roar, Soul Attack, 1000 powers. Passive: Hand of Technology, Decapitation, Unparalleled Plunder. Power: 33. This is his current attribute. The two super martial arts give him a lot of room to play in battle, and the three passive abilities are more powerful than each other. If he had the bonus of weapons, I wonder how powerful his combat power would be. His luck was very strong, but that was only reflected in other aspects. As for weapons, he really had none at all. Are you all ready? Qin Shan said. Don't worry, boss. We're always ready. Woof woof woof. Beside him were 5 second-level stingrays and a first-level rhubarb. After a night of absorbing energy, their strength had reached a breakthrough. Don't kill them later, let me do it all, Qin Shan said. With Wushuang Plunder, he can only maximize his benefits if he kills the enemies. 15 second-level violent white sharks have indeed appeared in the water, and they are even more ferocious than yesterday. Let's go. Kill them first today, and then retrieve the treasure chest, Qin Shan said. He was full of fighting spirit and had powerful martial arts to support him, which made him even more confident. Otherwise, there were still more than a dozen second-level white sharks in the water, and he would not dare to go into the water to fight them. After reaching the second level, the white shark gains the skill of bloodthirstiness. After falling into frenzy, it becomes immune to dizziness. In other words, the effect of the Thunder God's Roar, which the great rays rely on for survival, will be reduced to the minimum. He jumped directly into the water, followed by the manta ray, and Da Huang was waiting on the island. Thor roars. The moment they entered the water, Qin Shan and his team used Thor's roar to attract the white shark. The force is tremendous. Fuck, this consumption of energy is a bit scary. It seems we have to fight quickly and decisively. In just a moment of activating the powerful force, Qin Shan felt that his physical strength was rapidly declining, and he was afraid that he could not hold on for much longer. Kill. I want you dead today. Bloodthirst. The white sharks pounced fiercely. The manta ray is right next to you, helping with the control. Whether it can be triggered depends entirely on luck. Soul Harvest. With a weakened halo on, Qin Shan rushed forward. He was determined to kill the enemy no matter what, not for anything else, but just to improve the realm of his own physical body. With the attack speed bonus of Soul Harvest and Li Qianjun, Qin Shan can launch 5 or 6 attacks in 1 second. Coupled with the occasional Thunder God's Roar, the number of soul damage on the heads of these white sharks is getting higher and higher. Trigger the decapitation, kill a violent white shark, and plunder a little power. This was the first beheading he had triggered since he had obtained it. The white shark that was killed was still a little confused and didn't understand why it died. After about 18 seconds, the 7 or 8 white sharks near Qin Shan had a dark red color on their heads. The effect of soul death reduced their attack power by nearly half. Another 2 seconds later. Puff puff puff. The white sharks that were stacked up to 100 layers were killed instantly, and several more fell down. Thor roars. The stopping force is tremendous. After holding on for less than half a minute, Qin Shan immediately stopped Li Qianjun. His physical strength had dropped by about half, which meant that he could not withstand Li Qianjun's full strength. Even without the bonus of his powerful force, he still has the Soul Harvester. This thing can sustain him for 10 minutes, which is enough to deal with this group of white sharks. In the water, as these white sharks died, their blood dyed the sea water red, further stimulating other white sharks. Chapter 22, Thunderous Thunder, Ochre Treasure Chest. Is this the boss's strength? So strong. When I first saw the boss, he was still so weak. Otherwise, how can you be qualified to be our boss? Seeing Qin Shan display his prowess, the little guys felt relieved. The other white sharks, looking at the ferocious Qin Shan, actually felt timid. They were even more violent than them. Who was the more ferocious one? But they can't leave this area, as if there is an invisible force that holds them firmly in place. As the number of white sharks decreased sharply, Qin Shan's pressure was much lighter. If he caught a lone white shark, he would attack it with all his strength. Even if his efficiency was not as strong as before, it was enough for him to kill other white sharks. A few minutes later, the sea water had turned red, and only a white shark was left, hiding in the distance and shivering. Thor's roar. Qin Shan didn't care about all that. He only knew that after he eliminated the enemy quickly, he could get the ochre treasure chest and cast a lucky hand. He didn't know what kind of treasure he would get. The hand of technology has been triggered. Thunder God's roar has undergone unknown changes. Please check it yourself, island owner. Qin Shan had no time to take care of these and continued to attack the white shark. Sizzle. All the power fell on a white shark. It was about to reach the point of full soul damage when it exploded instantly. The last white shark also became a dead shark. At this point, it took less than 10 minutes for Qin Shan to kill 15 white sharks, which gave him 15 points of strength, but it was still not enough to improve his physical body. Improving the physical body was something that could not be rushed and could only be done slowly. After finishing the task, Qin Shan swam back to shore. Underwater, the consumption of physical strength was too terrifying. Even though he had reached the second stage of body refining, he had consumed at least 90 of his physical strength in just a few minutes. The most important thing was the skill of Li Qianjun, which directly consumed more than half of his physical strength. Boss, you are so handsome. It's a pity that we can't learn it, otherwise you wouldn't have to work so hard alone. Stop talking nonsense and go and fish out the treasure chest. Qin Shan said. Let's go, let's go. A new treasure chest appeared today. There should be something good. After they went into the water, Da Huang came to Qin Shan. Master, am I useless? Da Huang said dejectedly. The manta ray could have helped, but it just watched from the side, and this gap made it feel unhappy. How could that be? Their battlefield is in the sea, and your battlefield is on land. There is no comparison. The enemies we encounter in the future will only become stronger and stronger. So, your role is not small. Qin Shan said comfortingly. Is that so? Then I feel relieved, said Da Huang. Okay, go help too. Okay. After they were all busy dragging the treasure chest, Qin Shan checked and found that his new martial arts was Thunder God's Roar again, which triggered the hand of technology. This was something he had not expected. Sure enough, at first glance, the martial art Thunder God's Roar had disappeared, and instead, it was replaced by a super martial art called Thunderous Power. Thunderous Bolt, a super martial art that creates a thunder field with a radius of 100 meters and a maximum distance of 10,000 meters. The thunder field lasts for 10 seconds and attacks indiscriminately 10,000 times per second. Each attack deals 0.1 of maximum health. Being struck by lightning 5 times within 1 second will trigger a 10-second paralysis, which can trigger a soul-shattering effect. It is affected by the amplification of the Thousand Force attribute. It can be used once a day and must not be used easily unless the body is at level 5 or above. If the body is below level 5, it will consume all physical strength and the power will be greatly reduced. Have I upgraded a forbidden spell? Qin Shan looked at the attributes of thunder in shock. It was very powerful. This thing was basically a forbidden spell. Whoever used it would know. It is particularly terrifying in large-scale battles. A coverage area of 31,400 square meters is enough to destroy tens of thousands of people. Even if there are a large number of people, there will not be too many attacks falling on the same person. However, this thing is affected by Li Qianjun and Huanshan. First, he activates Li Qianjun and Soul Harvest, and then adds this thunderous strength that is comparable to a forbidden spell. No matter how many people there are, he is not afraid. However, the limitations are very obvious. If you don't have a physical body above the 5th level, don't use this thing. Moreover, this thing does not recognize people. As long as you are within that area, it will attack indiscriminately, ignoring defense, and inflicting compulsory damage. If all of them fall on the same person, I don't know how many times that person will die. As for restricting its use, he didn't have any idea about it. Compared with the terrifying damage, the cooling time could be completely ignored. It was impossible for others to dare to rush up after seeing his martial arts. The martial arts have been upgraded, which is quite good. However, before reaching the 5th level, he only has 2 martial arts that he can use. This thing definitely cannot be used casually. However, in the later stage, his physical body is so strong that he can almost defeat an entire country alone. But he did not dare to say that his martial arts was invincible. If he could obtain this martial arts comparable to forbidden spells, others would naturally be able to obtain this terrifying martial arts as well. As long as they gained immunity to thunder, the power of this martial arts would be greatly reduced. During the time he was studying thunder, Da Huang and the others had already brought up all the treasure chests. At this time, he was waiting beside Qin Shan. His meaning was very clear. He wanted him to open the treasure chest and harvest the pet training pills so that their strength could be further enhanced. Especially Da Huang. The other contracted beasts have already reached the second level, but it is the only one that is still at the first level. Don't be anxious, come one by one, Qin Shan said. His face showed a relaxed expression, simply because he had acquired a powerful martial art that could crush other people. Boss, we still have to go out to sea later. If you go too late, others will have picked them all up. It just so happens that we have broken through to the second stage, and our speed will be even faster. If we set off earlier, we may be able to get more. They echoed each other one by one, leaving Qin Shan speechless. Open, open, open. But before that, upgrade the ochre treasure chest first. Lucky hand. This time, there was no failure. The ochre treasure chest was upgraded. It is now a second-level treasure chest. The things that can be opened are most likely also second-level. After opening them all, with the appearance of the ochre treasure chest, the items in other treasure chests are worrying. Apart from the basic resources, almost all of them are useless. Open the lucky ochre treasure chest and obtain a treasure map, a fragment of a divine artifact, the sacred object, lights of thousands of homes, 100 energy stones, 100 pet training pills, 100 cloud stones, 100 cloud stones, 100 cloud stones, 100 cloud stones. Chapter 23, Lights of Thousands of Houses, Cloud. 1,000 pieces of marble, Qin Shan said in surprise. Just from this one treasure chest, he got a full 1,000 pieces of marble. By this calculation, even if it wasn't the lucky ochre treasure chest, there should have been hundreds of pieces. This is definitely a good opportunity for Qin Shan to expand. In just a few days, he will be able to quickly expand the area of Yan Island. In addition, there are 100 pet training pills and energy stones, which will probably be able to rapidly improve one's strength. You guys can divide the cultivation pills among yourselves, Qin Shan said. He would never be stingy with anything that could improve everyone's strength, as long as they didn't fight. Thank you, boss. As for how they were finally distributed, Qin Shan didn't care. But judging from their appearance, they should have had some good harvests. After swallowing, the manta ray entered the sea, ready to go to other people's cloud island to obtain more supplies. Then, Qin Shan looked at the other items he had newly acquired. Treasure map, a mysterious treasure map, which is said to record the whereabouts of the Qizhouding of the Jiuzhouding. It cannot be opened at present. Please collect all the treasure maps as soon as possible, or after all the treasure maps have owners, they will be opened to the location of the treasure map. Fragments of divine artifact. It is said that this is a divine artifact that fell from the sky. After being shattered by a terrifying force, it was scattered all over the place. By collecting all the fragments of the artifact, the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword can be reforged. Lights of the World. Sacred Objects. Grade. First grade. Introduction. Hang it anywhere to activate the property of thousands of lights. This holy object is an object of faith. Where the holy object is covered, society will be stable and the possibility of war between organisms will be reduced. Effect. Prosperous effect. Increases cultivation effect by 20, breakthrough success rate by 20, island unit luck bonus by 20, fertility rate and reproduction capacity by 50, crop growth time by -10. Harvest increased by 20, population refresh probability increased by 1, evolution speed increased by 10, and after the founding of the country, it is not allowed to become a spirit. Effect 2. The effect of prosperity and peace. When someone attacks your side will increase 30 morale, 50 attack, 50 defense, and 50 attack speed. For every 100 deaths, your side will increase by an additional 10 critical strike and 1 fatal strike. The upper limit is 10 layers. All gains will be increased by 30 when there are generals. Effect 3. Worship Faith Effect. For every island citizen you have, the power of faith will increase by 1 point. The wider the coverage area, the chance of discovering treasures will increase by 20. Effect. Enabled after upgrading. Upgrade. Have a population of 100,000. Is this the holy object? It's so scary. Qin Shan looked at the lantern in his hand and kept muttering to himself. With such properties and the amplification given, he was not afraid of other people at all. Master, this lamp, Da Wang said in confusion. Just one look and he was deeply attracted. It seemed that this lantern had a mysterious power that was attracting him. This is the light of thousands of homes. With it, our island will become more and more powerful. I'll hang it up first, Qin Shan said, hanging it under the eaves in front of the door to illuminate the entire island. Afterwards, he used all the 1,200 pieces of cloud stones he had harvested today at Cloud Heart to expand Cloud Island. The island, which originally had an area of only more than 1,000 square meters, instantly reached more than 2,500 square meters. Then, he took Da Huang to the north to deal with the problems there. The spiritual plant technique smashed down. In just a moment, all the spiritual plants in the spiritual field matured. Collection technique. Collect spiritual plants. Obtain spiritual plant seeds *100, corn *5, barley *5, wheat *5, rice *5, eggplant *7. Is this a spiritual plant? Qin Shan's shock never stopped today. There were a total of 20 kinds of crops. The crops he ate today were enough for him to eat for a long time. Spiritual plant technique. After planting, he continued to plant spiritual plant seeds. He was now a little troubled. Why didn't he have more spiritual fields for himself to use? In this way, he could plant more spiritual plants. At most, he can now only plant 25 units of spiritual plants. When he arrived at the spiritual tree, he found that there were dozens of them in a pile of grass after one night's absence. One of the bushes was actually moving, so Da Huang ran over immediately. When it came back, it had a rabbit in its mouth. Is this the effect of the spiritual tree? Qin Shan was already numb. Not only did a jungle appear, but there were even rabbits. However, the jungle was very small. He continued to search in it, but did not find any other species. After releasing the rabbit, he continued to search various corners of the island. You picked up a piece of spiritual wood. You picked up a piece of marble. You picked up. As he walked, Qin Shan picked up the resources that were refreshed on the ground. This might be the so-called treasure chance. Even these very common things could now be refreshed on the island. It must be said that the 1,000 lights and chosen ones he obtained were quite powerful. There are only a dozen or so items, which is not a lot, but it is better than nothing. As the island expands, there will be more such items. Master, there is someone over there. Suddenly, Da Huang started barking wildly. There. Qin Shan was shocked. Subconsciously, he thought that someone else came to attack his island. But when he looked in the direction that Da Huang said, he breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, there was indeed a person, but he was stuck behind the mountain. Yes, behind the mountain. A small hill had evolved here. And this person was not the same as Qin Shan. He was a man wearing animal skins, holding a stone in his hand, standing there in a daze. It seemed that he was also confused about where he was. Go ahead, Qin Shan said. Great God, I finally waited for you to come. Seeing Qin Shan approaching, the primitive man immediately knelt down to express his highest respect. I am not a god. I am the owner of this island. You can call me the island master. Qin Shan said. God's request is my mission. Respected island master, please allow Yun to follow you. Yun said. Do you have a name? Qin Shan asked in surprise. Yeah, I just remember that my name is Yun. Okay, I accept it. You will stay with me from now on. Yes, island master. What would you do? I don't know anything. If the island owner is willing to teach me, I will study hard. How about this? Today you learn the body refining techniques and the collection technique from me first, and tomorrow I will tell you what to do. Qin Shan said after thinking for a while. The cloud is like a blank piece of paper. Many things need to be filled in. Except for the name, there is nothing else. Yes, respected island owner. Chapter 24 Village Construction Map, Fish Bubbles Trouble. After bringing Yun back to the wooden house, Qin Shan began to teach him the body refining technique. Yun was absolutely loyal, so Qin Shan was not worried about being betrayed. Island Master, I have learned the body refining technique, but I cannot learn the 1,000 June strength technique. Yun shook his head and said, Yun is very talented. He can do it after just one teaching. The reason why he couldn't learn anything else was very simple. His talent was not in fighting. Name, Yun. Talent, arithmetic, creativity. Realm, none. Martial arts, none. After breaking through a certain realm, you can awaken martial arts related to your talent. Passive, concentration, devotion. What he is good at is creativity and arithmetic. Creativity means developing things that do not exist at present, but it takes a long time. Of course, if the resources on the island are abundant enough, the speed will be greatly improved. As for arithmetic, Qin Shan didn't understand what it was. The introduction to arithmetic was too profound. As for his martial arts, Qin Shan doesn't need to worry too much. After the breakthrough, he will naturally awaken some martial arts. This may be the character refreshed from the island. It's okay, just take your time. This is an energy stone. Break through to the first level as soon as possible. Qin Shan said. Give him some energy stones. Even if Qin Shan himself also needs energy stones to improve his cultivation. Judging from the current situation, Yun's improvement may bring unimaginable benefits to himself. His breakthrough, on the contrary, came second. He didn't even know how many energy stones he would need to break through to the third level. Every upgrade would require a lot of resources. Thank you, Island Master. Yun said. You can practice here. Qin Shan said. Yun bowed and said yes. He would do whatever Qin Shan asked him to do. Qin Shan came to Yun Jixin. He planned to trade away the items he didn't need and recycle the wooden house blueprints and a large amount of marble. He believed that these things in his hands would definitely attract those people. Warning: your island is too large and has attracted the attention of deep-sea swordfish. They will attack your island at 7 o'clock tonight. Please be prepared for defense. As soon as he opened the cloud heart, a scarlet full-screen notice appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a big red warning appeared above the entire chat channel. Warning: because the survivor, Qin Shan, has expanded the island to 2,500 square meters, it has attracted attacks from deep-sea swordfish. All other survivors must take this as a warning and not advance rashly. Once the island is breached, the owner of the island will die. This is an emergency. A school of deep-sea swordfish is passing through the island. Everyone can participate in intercepting the deep-sea swordfish. Killing one swordfish will earn you 5 marbles. Killing 100 swordfish will earn you a tribe manufacturing diagram. Killing 500 swordfish will earn you special martial arts. Attention! The lowest level of deep-sea swordfish is the first level of body refinement, so be sure to do it according to your ability. In addition, if the survivor, Qin Shan, successfully resists the swordfish school, everyone in Area 34 will have their daily treasure chest limit increased by 1, and there is a chance that the Qingmu treasure chest will appear. The 3 pieces of news instantly exploded the entire channel. Even Qin Shan himself was quite confused. Why was there an announcement for the entire channel? Fuck, who is this boss? 2,500 square meters. I only have 70 or 80 square meters. Do you think he is the ruthless man ranked first on the battle power list? It's possible. He is indeed a big shot. I have never seen him show up before. I don't want to think about the other ones. I only care about the last one. One more treasure chest. There's also the Aoki treasure chest. This must be something better than an ordinary treasure chest. Boss, I have a boat. If necessary, I can go to your place and help you resist the swordfish school. My combat power has reached 6. Killing the swordfish shouldn't be too difficult. I don't know if the deep-sea swordfish would attack from that place. With the appearance of the pinned announcement, the ID Qin Shan also came into everyone's sight. Qin Shan, thank you very much, everyone. I want to sell some items now, hoping to exchange them for more marble. If you are interested, you can take pictures yourself. Fuck, he is indeed a top guy on the list. The golden border, I envy you. Is this the strength of the boss? The chat channel was almost flooded with comments looking at the unique avatar frame. This was the first time for most of them to see the top expert on the battle power list. Unfortunately, the current combat power list has not been fully made public, and they cannot see Qin Shan's specific combat power. Currently, Wan Jun, who is ranked second on the list, still has a combat power of 7. Maybe the first on the list is also 7, but she reached it earlier than Wan Jun, so she is first. However, after receiving the combat power list treasure chest, that may not be the case. How much is Boss Qin Shan's combat power? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. This was also the question that everyone was most worried about. After all, this was the master who ranked first on the combat power list. You finally show up. I don't think you are stronger than me. On an island, Do Wanjun was looking at the chat channel. She had been waiting. I guess the boss's combat power should be 10. It should be. Although I can't see what's in the battle power list treasure chest, it's definitely not too bad. Qin Shan never showed up again. Apart from hanging some items in the trading hall, he seemed to have disappeared. Fish bubble. I should have known earlier that you are number 1. This was a private message. Qin Shan didn't want to respond to it at first, but Yu Pao Pao had done business with him many times. Qin Shan, what can I do for you? Fish bubble. Boss, I want to make a deal with you. Qin Shan, what deal? Fish bubble. I can provide you with a lot of marble, but I hope I can go to your island. Qin Shan, I'm afraid that won't work. Qin Shan refused without a second thought. Compared to the arrival of an outsider, he preferred the lights of thousands of houses and the refreshed population. At least their loyalty to him was 100, and he didn't need to figure out anything. Fish bubble. Okay, I want some weapons. Can you provide them? Qin Shan. Sorry, I haven't opened any weapons either. Did you encounter any problems? Yu Pao Pao. No, forget it. Maybe I'm destined to be unlucky. Qin Shan. Tell me, if you trust me, maybe I can help you solve it. Fish bubble. There are several powerful guardian beasts here. I can't defeat them at all. I'm going to starve today. Qin Shan. How about this? Trust me. Tell me the coordinates and I'll send someone over. Maybe they can help you. Fish bubble. Boss, you have a boat? No, you asked people to come over. My God, are there many people on your island? Qin Shan, just tell me. Fish bubble. XXX5, XX8. Yupu Opeo sent the coordinates to Qin Shan, and Qin Shan traded some food. There was no content in the transaction, so the other party could just receive it directly. It's not that Qin Shan is too kind, but Yupeo's talent is indeed strong. He can get a lot of marble every day, which is of great help to Qin Shan. No wonder there was no trace of Yupeo on the things I put up. It seemed that he himself had encountered a difficult problem. Indeed, with Yupeo's talent, there should be no problem in expanding the island. If it is expanded a little more, it might attract the attention of some powerful sea beasts and they would go to him, just like Qin Shan did here. He was helpless as he had been targeted by the deep-sea swordfish. It seemed that his luck was too good. It was just an expansion, but it ended up causing such a big trouble. A channel-wide announcement was also made. However, he doesn't have such a heavy psychological burden now. He has many powerful means. As long as his coordinates are not exposed, what does it matter even if people know that he is number one on the list? If a siege war really were to take place, the outcome is still unknown, especially with the existence of the sacred object manhwa, which could take the island's combat power to a higher level. He took a look at the combat power list, and wow, there wasn't even a second-level body refiner. What the hell was he afraid of? Starting from the lowest level 1, judging by the number, it should not be less than 500. I wonder how powerful the thunder is. Their power is just right to improve my physical realm. Qin Shan murmured. He had already set his sights on the deep-sea swordfish. How could I allow only you to covet me, but not me to covet you? I thought it would take several days to reach the first level of physical body, but now it seems that I don't have to wait that long. If the second level of physical body doesn't require much power, I should be able to break through. This is an opportunity for Qin Shan, which can greatly increase his strength. He dared to expand the island by 2,500 square meters, so he naturally would not be afraid of those unknown enemies. He could just fight back against them and block the waters with earth. What was there to be afraid of? Wanjun, if you need help, you can come to me, but I need your martial arts. Great wizard, didn't you hear what I said before? You'd better not die. Wait for me to come to you and hand over your martial arts. Otherwise, you will know my methods. Camphor ball, boss, I can help you. Just give me some resources. Master of fake medicine, I have developed a drug that can greatly enhance your strength. Please feel free to contact me if you need it. Private messages have been bombarded. No one knew this ID before, but now, after it was exposed in the announcement, a group of monsters came to the door. In particular, the great wizard among them was still brooding over what happened yesterday. Qin Shan just took a look and blocked it. The strength of these people was not worth mentioning. If even he couldn't deal with the deep-sea swordfish, these people would just be there to serve as food. What's more, he doesn't like to owe others. Everyone should just trade fairly, with mutual consent, and no one should suffer. But if someone wants to take advantage of him, Qin Shan can't tolerate that. He entered the coordinates of Yupeo into the cloud heart, and the distance between the two of them reached 800 nautical miles. Ask the big manta rays if they can get through. Qin Shan murmured. Chapter 25, Sea Covering Array, Clear Mirror. In the afternoon, the big manta rays came back. Today's harvest was not bad, with more than 20 treasure chests. It was a pity that nothing good came out of them. Occasionally there were pet training pills and energy stones, and the rest were just basic resources and physical objects. At present, they have absolutely no shortage of food. With the existence of spiritual fields, the food basically matures once every 2 days. 1 unit of food is enough for them to fill their stomachs for a day, and they only consume 8 units of spiritual food a day. The surplus ones are stored in the warehouse, which is already half full. If it is not upgraded, it will be full soon. All the cloud stones will be used to expand the island, and the resources will be stored first in preparation for upgrading the second-level spiritual spring, which is also a manufacturing plan that Qin Shan currently has. Now there are only 2 of them, so Qin Shan doesn't have to think too much about other things. Big Manta, now I'm giving you a task. How long will it take you to get to this place? Can you come back before 7 o'clock in the evening? Qin Shan said. Boss, you underestimate us too much. With our strength, we can cross borders and move more than 1,000 nautical miles each time, said the big manta ray. So, every time you get these treasure chests, they go to very far away places. Qin Shan was speechless. Yes, we told you before. The big manta ray said somewhat aggrievely. It seems to be saying, you didn't remember it. Okay, I thought you were talking about a very far distance, only a few dozen nautical miles. Qin Shan said. Now it seems that I thought too simply. Moreover, this world is much larger than he had imagined. The nearest island to him is probably hundreds of nautical miles away. With just 1 cross-border jump, they can reach the sea area near you bubble. This speed is so fast that it is unimaginable for others. Boss, are we going to that place? Asked the big manta ray. Go, but you don't need the people on this island and his treasure chest. Just help him drive away or kill those guardian beasts. Qin Shan said. At this stage, other people don't even have the Aoki treasure chest, so he doesn't even care about it. The things that come out of 10 ordinary treasure chests are not as good as those that come out of 1 Aoki treasure chest. It can be seen how big the gap between the two is. As the level of the treasure chest that appears becomes higher, the value of the items that appear in the previous treasure chests becomes lower and lower. Only higher level items are the best. Yes, boss. Wait for us to come back, said the big manta ray. Go quickly and come back quickly. There will be another battle in the evening. Qin Shan said. The schools of swordfish in the deep sea at night are more difficult to deal with. It is really unique to have such treatment. Without saying much, they jumped directly into the water and made a cross-border leap. Qin Shan, my pets will be at your side soon. They will help you get rid of the guardian beasts. Qin Shan immediately sent a message to Yu Pao Pao. Fish bubble, thank you, big guy. Yu Pao Pao also responded immediately. It was great that someone came to help her solve the problem. At the same time, she was also very curious about what the pet Qin Shan was talking about was. She remembered that Qin Shan seemed to have collected pet cultivation pills. Even if he was anonymous, she still guessed a little. Apart from Qin Shan, who else can do this? Instead of responding to the message, he went outside immediately. Second level manta ray, manta ray. As soon as she got outside, she saw several manta ray appear next to her island, staring at her. Are you the pets of Boss Qin Shan? Yu Pao Pao asked tentatively. But unexpectedly, several rays actually nodded. What a smart manta ray. I finally understand why the boss has developed so fast and is already at the second level. It seems that the boss must also be at the second level of body refining. Fish Bubble said bitterly. Some time ago, people could be heard everywhere in the chat channel saying that the treasure chest had been stolen. She didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. Just after the news came, the manta ray had already appeared in this place. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Qin Shan was already at the second level. Comparing herself to others was really frustrating. Many things must have been plundered by stingrays every day. She had nothing to say about this. In this place, the powerful ones would get more. Wasn't it normal? Moreover, she vaguely felt that the school of deep-sea swordfish tonight would not cause much trouble to Qin Shan. Then please help me drive away those guardian beasts. Yu Pao Pao said, pointing at the guardian beasts in the distance. She even gestured a little, fearing that the stingray might not understand or something. Apart from the fact that he could not trust the communication, with the current strength of the manta ray, his intelligence had been greatly developed, and he could still understand the simple commands of others. Brothers, kill those 4 little turtles, said the big manta ray excitedly. To Yu Pao Pao, the 4 little turtles are very powerful, but in their eyes, they are just a piece of cake. Big Ray, go ahead and do it. I want to take a break. That's right, I'll let you. The other rays remained unmoved. Such a weak opponent obviously could not attract them. Be careful, or I'll tell the boss that you guys are lazy. What are they talking about? Fish Bubble looked at the stingrays in confusion. They were actually discussing something, but she couldn't understand anything. If you don't hurry up, I'm going to fall asleep. Big Ray, come on. You guys. Okay, then I won't be polite. Thunder God's roar. Seeing this, the big manta ray didn't say much. After all, they were just a few insignificant minions. The little turtle, which was originally swimming leisurely on the sea, was instantly stunned by the big manta ray, and then it was taken down with lightning speed. The whole process was completed in less than a minute. The gap in strength was so huge that almost no effort was wasted. But now, they can't go back and can only lie down for a while. Cross-border jumps require cooling time, otherwise they can teleport indefinitely. This distance is terrifying enough, and it has not cooled down yet, which is incredible. Is this solved? Yu Pao Pao looked at it all in astonishment. She couldn't believe it. She was also at the first level, but facing these thick-skinned turtles, she had no way to deal with them. She couldn't beat them even after going down. But when it came to the stingrays, she killed them instantly. This huge gap shocked her. Fish Bubble, boss, your pet is too tough. It took care of the turtle in no time. She immediately sent a private message to Qin Shan. Qin Shan, it's good that it's solved. As long as you help me get the marble, I will give you some good things. Fish Bubble, thank you, sir. How do I send them back now? Qin Shan, don't worry about it. Wait until their skills cool down, and they will leave on their own. Fish Bubble, oh. At this moment, she was very happy. Did she think she was hanging out with a big boss? If there were good things, she would definitely have her share. Even if it was something Qin Shan didn't need, it was definitely something she needed. For the following time, she just stared at the stingrays. She couldn't understand what they were saying anyway. Finally, after 15 minutes, the rays jumped into the water and left. The boss will shock everyone tonight. Yu Pao Pao thought. Who dares to say that Qin Shan only has a few pets? What if there are other powers? If a few first-level turtles can be killed in seconds, then doesn't that mean that the deep-sea swordfish can also be killed in seconds? Yoon, absorb the energy stone with all your strength and try to reach the first level. When the deep-sea swordfish comes, you will also go to fight. Qin Shan said. Yes, Island Master, I will never let you down, Yun said seriously. Time passed by bit by bit. Compared to the lively chat channel, they felt relaxed and comfortable here. There was no point in being anxious. As long as Yundao did not sink, they would be able to hold on. With the existence of such a sacred object as Wanjia Dinghua, Qin Shan is not afraid at all. Unless a terrifying enemy comes, it is difficult for anyone to threaten his existence. The rays have returned and are acting as scouts on the coastline. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the clouds broke through. Island Master, I have made a breakthrough, Yun said happily. Have you awakened your martial arts? Qin Shan asked. This was a question he was very eager to know. With one more powerful martial art, their battle would be much easier. Island Master, I have awakened 2 martial arts, namely the Sea Covering Formation and the Clear Mirror. Sea Covering Array, a super quality array. It releases a 100 by 100 square array at the farthest distance of 1,000 meters in front of you. It lasts for 1 minute and attacks with tidal force every 10 seconds, slowing down all enemies in the array by 50, reducing attack and defense by 20, and randomly knocking down an enemy's equipment. It also randomly interrupts the spellcasting of enemies in the array every second. Casting the array consumes a lot of physical strength. Mirror of Emptiness, a first-grade martial art. Entering the Mirror of Emptiness can speed up the creation of items and increase the effect of cultivation by 500. The cultivation effect of allies within 300 meters will be increased by 300. This martial art improves with the improvement of the user. Each release lasts for 3 hours, once a day. Yun, are you a formation master? Qin Shan said excitedly. Just such a sea-covering formation is enough to turn the tide of the battle. I can't explain this clearly. Yun shook his head. He had just awakened these 2 martial arts. Although they were indeed absurdly powerful, the sea-covering formation was nothing, but the Mirror of Emptiness was definitely a divine skill. It could be further improved, which was even more amazing than Qin Shan's. At night, when the swordfish comes, you take charge of the control and leave the rest to us, Qin Shan said. This is definitely the strongest support. As the island expands, more talents will arrive, but Yun's martial arts have destined him to a unique position. Chapter 26 Swordfish is coming. Don't worry, Island Master, Yun said. Perhaps before he was promoted, he didn't dare to say such words, but after awakening these 2 terrifying martial arts, it was different. The output might not be good, but the auxiliary ability was extremely strong. This can create more time for Qin Shan and the others. They already have super strong strength, and they are just afraid that swordfish will go to the island and cause damage. It will be more convenient with some means of containment. They didn't have to do anything today. They just stayed on the island, resting and waiting for the arrival of the swordfish. Do Wanjun Island. Is this the school of swordfish? It's really scary. With my strength, I dare not stop it at all. Do Wanjun felt a huge pressure when she saw the school of swordfish passing by her island. There were as many as 500 of them. All of them were above the first level. It is impossible for one person to defeat so many swordfish. Her island would be submerged with just 1 charge. If you can resist a school of swordfish, how terrifying would your strength be? Do Wanjun couldn't help but feel doubtful. The situation of the number 1 on the list has never been known to outsiders, and no one knows what kind of martial arts Qin Shan has learned or what terrifying level his combat power has reached. She was able to kill Hu Jun in seconds with a 2-point difference in combat power, so what about Qin Shan? He would be even more terrifying than her. The swordfish were moving very fast. Before she could think too much, they had already disappeared in the distance. With the speed of the wooden boat, it was impossible to catch up with them. Do Wanjun only knew an approximate direction. Perhaps if she went straight from that direction, she would reach Qin Shan's island. But now, she only dared to guess. As for going to Qin Shan's island, she really didn't dare. It is a big taboo to land on someone else's island without getting permission, otherwise you will die without knowing how. Time passed by little in the chat channel. Just now, a school of swordfish whizzed past my island. They were so fast. Are there many? 500 and up. They are all around the first level. I hope that number 1 on the list can hold on. This way, the overall combat power of our District 34 will be strengthened. I thought so too. What kind of treasure will appear in the Qingmu treasure chest? A school of swordfish also passed by my island. I am so scared that I am sweating. What's going on? I was fighting with the guardian beast in the water just now, and I was almost poked into a hornet's nest. Yes, the swordfish's mouth is very sharp. Whoever is poked by it will be unlucky. I hope the boss is all right. He's the only decent strong man in our district. Hey, it's only been a few minutes. How come there are swordfish here too? Aren't they the same batch or are they too fast? I hope it's from the same batch. At this time, everyone was deeply attracted by the arrival of the swordfish school. The huge number made them particularly worried. I think he is a disaster. Will his reckless expansion of the island bring us disaster? Haha. It seems like how others want to expand has nothing to do with you. I'm just expressing my own opinion. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you talking nonsense here? There was a lot of noise in the chat channel, but Qin Shan and the others were still lying outside the house, enjoying the sunbath. It's just a school of swordfish, not a big threat. By killing them, he can get a village manufacturing map, a martial art, and a large amount of cloud stone, which can improve his strength. It is definitely a good target for leveling up. They are probably the only ones who can remain so calm. If he didn't have those powerful martial arts, he wouldn't have this feeling. He would have to be prepared to deal with it early on. Time flies, and it's already 6:50. Everything is ready. Our friends will be here soon, said Qin Shan. It just so happened that he needed enormous power to improve his physical body. Even if he was killed by the contracted beast, he would not suffer any loss. So many swordfish were enough for him to improve. In addition, swordfish itself is a good food. After killing it, it can be hung in the trading hall and exchanged for marble, which is what he lacks most at the moment. Of course, it would be even better if there were weapon blueprints or something like that. Having a handy weapon would be enough to double his combat power. They were waiting on the coastline, wondering from which direction the swordfish would attack. Yun Jixin had given them hints in order to give them time to prepare, but it seemed that all the time was wasted while Qin Shan and the others were sleeping. 10 minutes later, the school of swordfish appeared in their sight and rushed towards them. Yun, Big Manta, it's your turn to take action, Qin Shan said. Understood. The big manta ray said, and led its brothers into the water. Sea covering formation. Yun directly released the sea covering formation, enveloping the school of swordfish and slowing down their movement speed. Da Huang, you stay on the island. If any swordfish come on board, kill them all, Qin Shan said. Don't worry, master. I won't let any swordfish set foot on the island. The big yellow dog barked. This is its first battle. It wasn't of much help before, so it must perform better this time. After Qin Shan had made all the arrangements, he also entered the water. He felt a little emotional. It would be much more convenient if he had a wooden boat, and he wouldn't have to swim around. Soul Harvest. He started learning martial arts and rushed into the school of swordfish. With his second-level strength, he was not afraid of these swordfish. It might be difficult for them to overwhelm him through numbers. Eat him. Kill this devil. Angry words were spat out from the mouths of the swordfish. Their eyes were scarlet. He didn't know what kind of orders this world had given to the swordfish, but he knew that he must kill these bastards. Despite the huge disparity in strength, Qin Shan's advance was unstoppable, mercilessly harvesting their lives. Die! Qin Shan swung his hand and struck a swordfish hard, breaking even its spine. With the existence of the sea covering formation, they were able to hold back these crazy guys for a full minute. Qin Shan and his men were also hurrying to kill as many swordfish as possible. In just a few moments, the sea turned blood red. Trigger the beheading. You killed. Qin Shan turned into a killing machine, ruthlessly reaping lives. A minute passed, the sea covering formation disappeared, and the swordfish surrounding him immediately rushed to the island. The instructions they received were mostly to destroy the island. Boss, the swordfish is too fast. We can't stop it at all, said the big manta ray anxiously. Even though they killed dozens of swordfish in the past minute, the number of the opponents was too large. The least they could kill was at most 500, which was only a little more. Let's fight our way back. With Yun and Da Huang on the island, we should be able to hold out for a while, Qin Shan said. Sea covering formation. Yun cast a sea covering formation once again. However, the continuous casting was an extremely heavy burden on him, but it also bought some time for Qin Shan and the others. Strong force. Qin Shan no longer cared about so many things. If he didn't kill a few more and let them crash into the island, it would be a waste of time. His idea was to stop the swordfish outside the island. But now it seems that he took it for granted. Swordfish kept falling down, and they were stabbed and bleeding. It has to be said that sometimes, quantity can really cause qualitative changes, causing Qin Shan and his team a lot of trouble. Soon, some swordfish arrived on the island. Fearless charge. Da Huang directly knocked away the swordfish along the way and stepped on some of them to death. Looking for death, Yin also joined the battlefield and attacked with his fists. Hurry, get ashore, Qin Shan said. The swordfish have begun to land on the island, and they are in the water, so they can't do anything. The coastline, for a moment, turned into a Shura field. By continuously killing, Qin Shan gained more energy and blood, and I gained more. Finally, after fighting for about 5 minutes, his physical body was finally upgraded to the first level. The next stage required 200 strengths, which was not too much. If he tried hard, he might be able to break through successfully. At this time, the island was already filled with blood and anger. Qin Shan, Yun, Da Huang, and the stingray were all injured to varying degrees, especially Da Huang. who looked quite miserable. He had used the fearless charge too many times, almost using his head to go deep into the school of fish, so naturally the damage he had sustained was very much. Fortunately, their fighting power was superior. The 5 manta rays together released Thunder God's roar and multiple electric energies, paralyzing the swordfish and slowing their movements. They only needed to kill them ruthlessly. Half an hour later, Qin Shan stepped on the last swordfish to death. Island Master, we've defended it. Yun shouted happily. Boss. Owner. At this moment, they were happy, even though they had many injuries on their bodies. But these were all minor matters, and they would be fine after a day or 2 of recuperation. Everyone is great. Qin Shan said. It seems that we should not underestimate the gift this world has given us. Otherwise we may die without knowing how. Why hasn't it been completed yet? Qin Shan became puzzled. It was obvious that all the swordfish had been killed. Boss, another swordfish is coming. The big manta ray said hurriedly. Everyone looked towards the sea in the distance, where a large number of swordfish were rushing towards them fiercely. Yun, the sea covering formation. I will use the thunderbolt later, and the rest is up to you. Qin Shan said solemnly. He had not expected that there would be more than one attack. Sea covering formation. Yun once again released this powerful auxiliary formation. After trapping the school of swordfish, he also collapsed to the ground. Island Master, I tried my best. Yun said, and fell asleep. Soul harvesting, thunder, mighty force. Qin Shan didn't say much, and immediately released mighty thunder to attack the school of swordfish in that area. But after the thunder was released, he also fell down, and all the strength in his body was drained in an instant. Chapter 27 Terrifying Village Blueprint, Flying Martial Arts. A terrifying thunder field appeared above the sea covering formation, indiscriminately attacking all the swordfish there. 10,000 attacks per second. On average, each fish has to endure 20 attacks, a total of 10 seconds, which means 200 attacks. Add on the soul-slaying effect, and if you get hit 100 times, you'll die instantly. But Qin Shan could not see such a magnificent scene. 10 seconds later, the thunder area disappeared, and the sea surface turned bright red. Is this the strength of the boss, Master? The yellow stingrays looked at this scene in shock. With just one move, so many enemies were completely killed, and not a single one could move. By the way, let's pick up the fish quickly, said the big manta ray. Although Qin Shan was unconscious, they were not idle. The manta ray was responsible for going into the water to pick up the swordfish, while Da Huang was responsible for cleaning the island. Everything was in order, and the division of labor was clear. Except for some that were really broken into pieces and thrown into the sea, there were more than 700 swordfish. This food was enough for them to eat for a long time. But the problem is, they don't lack food at all. Wouldn't it be better to have spiritual food? Spiritual food also contains a small amount of spiritual energy, which is more helpful for improving their strength. They have long stopped eating this kind of food. But so many things could not be put into the warehouse, so they had to be piled up on the island. The survivor, Qin Shan, successfully resisted the attack of the deep-sea swordfish. For all survivors in Area 34, the daily upper limit of treasure chests obtained has been increased to 6, and the minimum upper limit has been increased to 4. There is a 30% chance of the Qingmu treasure chest appearing. This actually worked. My God, how strong is the #1 guy on the list? He can even stop a school of deep-sea swordfish. I've seen schools of swordfish. They only need one charge to destroy my island. Do you think the boss's 2,500 square meter island is an island of your level? Thanks, boss. We also benefited from it. Aoki treasure box. It sounds different. It's definitely different. This was won for us by the big boss. I must support the big boss. We killed so many swordfish. If the boss can't finish them, should we get a share? I want it so badly. The news that Qin Shan successfully resisted the attack instantly set the entire chat channel on fire. Although most people had never seen what a school of swordfish looked like, they could imagine the overwhelming scene through other people's descriptions. They didn't dare to guess Qin Shan's strength, let alone the idea of surpassing him. This was simply not something that could be achieved by a first-level body refiner. How could they measure each other when their realms were not at the same level? But as time went on, seeing that Qin Shan had not come out yet, everyone's enthusiasm waned, and some people even cursed him, saying that Qin Shan had obtained so many things but did not know how to share them. However, as soon as I said this, I was bombarded with criticism. People said that you are the good person, right? And others are not considered human beings? At 9 o'clock in the evening, after lying down for more than an hour, Qin Shan finally recovered some strength and was able to stand up, even though he was still a little weak. You all performed well in today's battle. Let's leave it at that for now. Have a good rest and start work tomorrow. Qin Shan said. Yes, boss, you should also go to bed early. Woof woof woof. They also saw Qin Shan's situation. Island Master, where should I go? Yin said eagerly. Just stay in the wooden house tonight, Qin Shan said. The wooden house is a bit small. Not only the manta ray, but also the rhubarb is here. Island Master, this won't work. How can I live in the same house with you? Yin shook his head. It's settled. I'm also very tired and don't have time to help you build a wooden house. Qin Shan said. Yes, Island Master. Yin said. Seeing that Qin Shan looked a little angry, he didn't dare to act rashly. After solving the problem, Qin Shan checked all his gains. His physical body had already reached the second level. The next advancement would require 400 strength points. However, none of the swordfish he had killed before were of the second level. No matter how many he killed, it would be useless. However, when Qin Shan thought of the terrifying attack power of Lei Ting Wanjun, he felt excited. With such martial arts, he would have an extra powerful trump card in future wars. This was also the first time he saw the power of thunder and lightning. It was simply earth-shattering. The price he paid was also extremely terrifying. He almost fainted. After killing the swordfish school, he also obtained a village manufacturing map and a martial art. Even the pioneers had some changes. Village manufacturing map, tier 3 item, large construction blueprint, with a total of 1 leader house, 10 elite houses, 89 ordinary stone houses, 1 village warehouse, 10 defensive arrow towers, 1 breeding farm, 1 plantation, and 1 fish pond. Ordinary stone houses increase cultivation effect by 5 and fatigue recovery speed by 20. Construction requires spiritual soil * 200, spiritual wood * 50, spiritual water * 20, spiritual fire * 10, spiritual gold * 10, and covers an area of 10 by 15. Elite houses increase cultivation effect by 10, fatigue recovery by 30. Recovery speed, 1 chance to comprehend martial arts, 10 spiritual energy concentration. Construction requires spiritual soil * 350, spiritual wood * 100, spiritual water * 50, spiritual fire * 20, spiritual gold * 20, energy stone * 5, land area 15 by 20. Chief house increases the training effect by 15, fatigue recovery speed by 50. 5 chance to comprehend martial arts, 15 spiritual energy concentration. The village layout can be adjusted once a day. Construction requires spiritual soil * 500, spiritual wood * 150, spiritual water * 100, spiritual fire * 50, spiritual gold * 50, energy stone * 50, covers an area of 20 by 25. Village warehouse, length, width and height are 100 by 60 by 10 respectively, requires 1000 spiritual wood and 500 spiritual soil to build, covers an area of 100 by 60, defense arrow tower. Attacks nearby enemies with malicious intentions towards the island. Height of 15 meters, range of 300 meters, shooting speed of 4 arrows per second, automatic loading. But arrows need to be prepared by yourself. Construction requires 300 spiritual wood, 100 spiritual soil, 200 spiritual gold, covers an area of 5 by 5. Farm, increase the reproduction of poultry and livestock strength. Survival rate, productivity, can accommodate up to 3,000 poultry and livestock. Construction requires 1,200 spiritual wood, 600 spiritual soil, and covers an area of 30 by 60. Plantation. With 10 cultivated land, increase output, reduce production time. Each construction requires 200 spiritual soil, or 4 spiritual fields, each covering an area of 10 by 10. Fish pond. Increase fish reproduction, survival rate, productivity. Construction requires spiritual spring water, 200 spiritual soil, covering an area of 10 by 50. All buildings can be divided into different tasks. Qin Shan woke up instantly. The dense data on the village manufacturing map made him lose all sleepiness. With this thing, he could discard the wooden house, warehouse, and poultry shed he currently owned. Just this one thing made him enter the tribal era directly, but it was too difficult to build it. It required a huge amount of resources and a huge amount of land. A total area of 26,400 square meters was needed, which was far beyond his current needs. In addition, even if all the resources are gathered, it will take a long time. Next, he will be busy. Fortunately, these things can be made in batches, otherwise it will take at least a long time to make them all at once. With this, I won't need any other drawings in the short term. Qin Shan murmured. Of course, this is just the basic building. Things like the blacksmith shop need to be obtained by him. Otherwise, he alone cannot get so many things. An ordinary stone house is about 150 square meters, which is enough to accommodate a lot of people. Roughly speaking, there are at least 500 or 600 people in this village. Isn't this a challenge for Qin Shan? At this stage, others are still struggling to survive, but he already has such a terrible thing. After building it, he doesn't know what kind of disaster he will face. Let's see what kind of martial arts it is. Qin Shan reluctantly put down the village manufacturing map and then looked at the martial arts he had obtained this time. Levitation. Levitation, a superb martial art that continuously consumes physical strength and allows one to fly into the air. It is flexible and changeable, with a flight altitude of 20 meters at the first level, and the upper limit increases by 10 meters at each level. Other martial arts can be used during flight. Flying martial arts. Qin Shan looked at the martial arts in his hand in shock. This was too terrifying. Something that could fly. I just didn't know how much energy it would consume. No matter what, he made a profit. After completing a battle, he actually obtained 2 incredible items. Now he hopes that there will be more incidents of sea beasts attacking the island, so that he can obtain more items. The only thing he is afraid is that the strength of these things will suddenly increase a lot, which would be the most difficult thing. He learned it without hesitation. Now, he has mastered 4 super martial arts, each one more terrifying than the other. Some can attack a group of people, some can fight a single person, some can increase strength, and now he can even fly. The last thing that changed was the Pioneer Medal, which only increased the number of treasure chests to 16, and there were no other changes. Yes, he needs an island of 50,000 square meters to allow the pioneers to transform again. This is just a small improvement and nothing. After reading this, Qin Shan went to Yunjixin and put all the swordfish meat on the shelf for trading. Anyway, they wouldn't eat this kind of thing. The objects of trade were mainly marble, pet training pills, and weapons. If there were other special items, he could just leave a message. After finishing, Qin Shan felt drowsy and fell asleep. Every one of them was exhausted that day. It was late at night, and he could already hear snoring. This was the deepest sleep he had ever had since he came into this world. Chapter 28, Island Expansion, another critical hit, map opening. Early morning of the 6th day. At the seaside, Qin Shan and his friends arrived at this place early. All the violent white sharks were killed yesterday, but now more than a dozen conger eels have come. They are also very strong and have reached the 2nd level. Yun, take them to other places and take care of the spiritual fields and trees, Qin Shan said. Now, he doesn't need their help to deal with these guardian beasts in the water for the time being. He needs these conger eels to increase his physical strength. Don't worry, Island Master. Boss, let's go out to the sea and have a look, said the big manta ray. It is not very convenient for them to move on land, so they are more comfortable in water. Okay, Qin Shan said. Yun took to Huang to the north of the island. After a few days of development, the area had changed a lot, and the forest had changed a lot. It's a good time to try the levitation technique, Qin Shan murmured. Then, he performed the levitation technique and rose into the air in a flash. However, the speed was not fast. It seemed to be related to his realm, and he couldn't guess. After experiencing the feeling of being high in the air, he rushed towards the conger eel. Like the manta ray, it was a magical sea beast that could use electricity and was quite powerful. Come on, little conger eels, with all your strength. Soul harvesting. Qin Shan quickly released his martial arts. After yesterday's improvement, he now seemed to have endless strength. Without saying anything, he attacked directly. This time, he was not in the sea, so his movements were not restricted and his attack speed was very fast. In just 10 seconds or so, he was able to stack 100 layers of passive ability on an eel. In just a few minutes, all the eels were killed. It seems that after my physical body has been upgraded, my physical strength has been greatly increased. Qin Shan returned to the ground. He used 3 martial arts at the same time with all his strength and fought in the air for several minutes. Only half of his physical strength was consumed. His fighting power was much stronger than before and was not on the same level at all. No wonder he had such feelings. The treasure chest had been brought up by him. His luck was not good today, as he only found 1 ochre treasure chest and 3 greenwood treasure chests. After adding bonuses to the ochre treasure chest, he opened all of them. Open the lucky ochre treasure chest and obtain the small sailboat manufacturing diagram, the blacksmith shop manufacturing diagram, the skill fusion card *1, the blood evolution stone *10. The pet training pill *100, the energy stone *100, the cloud stone *200, the spirit wood *150. Open the Qingmu treasure chest and obtain. Sure enough, after getting the ochre treasure chest, the rest were almost useless. There were not many good things in it, and it only gave basic resources, which he didn't care about. Compared to those strange things, he liked marble more, which could quickly expand the island. Small sailboat manufacturing diagram, a first-level item, can be used for sea sailing, with a speed of 80 nautical miles per hour, can be equipped with a figurehead, has a capacity of 50 people, is 30 meters long, has a maximum width of 10 meters, and is 8 meters high. Construction requires 500 spiritual wood, 200 spiritual gold, 50 spiritual fire, and 100 spiritual water. Blacksmith shop, it has no grade, but can be integrated into the village manufacturing map and become a part of the village. Its grade will upgrade with the village. The blacksmith shop can research various weapons and farm tools. It is equipped with furnaces, bellows, and other items. It can accommodate up to 100 people for forging and research. The research consumes a lot of spiritual gold. Construction requires spiritual gold * 3000, spiritual fire * 1000, spiritual soil * 8000, spiritual wood * 500, spiritual water * 500, and covers an area of 50 by 80. Skill fusion card can fuse up to 3 martial arts, skills, and passive skills. The more similar the martial arts are, the higher the success rate, and it can be advanced to a more powerful martial art. If it fails, all will disappear. Bloodline Evolution Stone. It can be used to promote bloodline evolution and has a certain chance of improving the bloodline grade. It's okay, Qin Shan said. After seeing the village manufacturing map, these are just small scenes and not so shocking. The small sailboat arrived at the right time. Even if sea beasts like the deep-sea swordfish appeared again, he would not have to defend the island, but could come out to fight. After so many deep-sea swordfish came onto the island, they caused some damage to the buildings on the island and consumed some resources. As for the skill fusion card, he has no idea now. Each of his martial arts and passive skills are very good. If he fails, the loss will be heavy. He obviously didn't want to see such a loss. He didn't know the specific effects of the Bloodline Evolution Stone. He would only know after using it. Seeing that Yun had not returned yet, he went back to Yunzixin and expanded the island a little bit. All the transactions have been completed. Qin Shan looked at his harvest with some surprise. In just one night, he had sold all the deep-sea swordfish that had been put up for sale. A lot of supplies were exchanged, including more than 1,000 pieces of marble, and a lot of other resources were also sent. Without any special items, it seems that it is impossible to exchange food for more good things from those people. Moreover, after learning that Qin Shan's island would have such troubles after its rapid expansion, and when I first came to this place, that person also said that the large-scale expansion of the island would lead to unexpected consequences. Those who don't have the strength dare not expand on a large scale. Everyone is groping forward step by step and dare not rush to gain credit. 3,500 pieces of marble. Looking at this terrifying number, Qin Shan himself was shocked. The deep-sea swordfish yesterday contributed 1,000 to me, and I got more than 1,000 from trading their corpses. Adding that to the unboxing just now, I got a total of 3,500 marbles. Adding the previous ones, I have about 6,000 square meters. Expand the island. The hand of technology is triggered. Expanding the island triples the critical hit. Great. Twice in a row, it was used to expand the island. Qin Shan didn't think it was a pity. Wouldn't it be better this way? It could quickly expand the area of the island. In an instant, the island expanded by 10,500 square meters. Adding the previous ones, that is to say, his island reached 13,000 square meters. Congratulations, the island area has reached 10,000 square meters, and the map function is fully open to you. Map? Open. This series of prompts made him a little overwhelmed. Before, if you wanted to go to someone else's island, you at least had to know their coordinates. But now that the map has appeared, as long as you make a small sailboat, you can go to other people's islands? The more I thought about it, the more possible it seemed, and I immediately looked at the map option next to it. Chapter 29 Map Function, King of Conger Eels. Welcome to the map function. Please introduce the functions of the map, Qin Shan said. Various map functions popped up on the screen. In general, maps are a vital help to the development of islands. First, the map is scanned once a day, each time advancing 50 nautical miles outward and 1,000 meters downward. You may find some lost treasures, other ships, islands, and you may also find powerful sea beasts. Once a boss-level sea beast appears on the map, it will rush towards the island. At that time, if you can't resist it, you will face the risk of the island falling. The route will be drawn for the scanned sea area. This function can be turned off. Second, you can hide your coordinates, but in that case, you won't be able to discover other people's islands. Third, for the sea areas that have been explored, teleportation arrays can be built. Teleportation arrays of different grades have different performances. Fourth, if other people approach the island waters, an alarm will be sounded immediately. Fifth, after being turned on, it will attract attacks from pirates. Sixth, after it is activated, Sea Kings will be refreshed from time to time, and you can get rich rewards by killing them. If you don't kill them within the specified time, each Sea King will forcibly take away one of the maximum area of the island. For now, these are the 6 functions. They have advantages and disadvantages, or even the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. After opening the map, the risks he faces are too great. He may be attacked by things in the water at any time. Pirates, fishermen, and islands are just minor problems. As long as no terrifying deep-sea monsters appear, defeating the boss shouldn't be a problem. The biggest problem lies with the Sea Kings. Their power is too terrifying. If they can't be killed, his island will be forcibly dismantled. It's not just 1 or 2 pieces, but a percentage of the maximum area. With the current area of his island, that's 130 pieces. This is just 1 piece. If there are more, he will be back to the time before liberation. Therefore, before turning it on, Qin Shan has to consider whether to turn on this function. Open the map, Qin Shan said. With the power of our island, what is there to be afraid of? The more we are afraid, the less likely we are to develop. The sea is so vast, who knows how many strange things there are. What if there are some lost treasures? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. Build a chief's house, an elite house, a warehouse, and a small sailing ship. Qin Shan smiled bitterly. Now there was really nothing left. The construction of an elite house requires 350 spiritual soil, 100 spiritual wood, 50 spiritual water, 20 spiritual fire, 20 spiritual gold, 5 energy stones, and occupies an area of 15 by 20. The construction of the chief's house requires 500 spiritual soil, 150 spiritual wood, 100 spiritual water, 50 spiritual fire, 50 spiritual gold, 50 energy stones, and occupies an area of 20 by 25. The village warehouse requires 1,000 spiritual wood and 500 spiritual soil to build, and occupies an area of 100 by 60. There was also a small sailboat that almost drained and dry. The most important thing is the village warehouse, which occupies a huge area of 6,000 square meters, and more than half of it is used by the village warehouse. Qin Shan has no choice. He has obtained too many things recently, and he really can't put them all in without building a large warehouse. However, after having the chief's house and the village warehouse, the previous wooden house and warehouse could be sold. After moving the pet pin, he directly put it in the trading hall. Adjust the island layout, Qin Shan said. With such a big move, adjustments must be made. Since the warehouse is too large and very important, it is placed not far from where they live. Adjustments will be made later when more buildings are built. After this adjustment, the area in the north has become much smaller. There is no need to rush now. The area of the forest has not increased much, and the spiritual fields will be replaced soon. If you want to get more buildings, you need to start accumulating them. In the chat channel. Fuck. Boss Qin Shan is actually selling the wooden house and warehouse. If you need it, hurry up and buy it. What's the price? I don't know. It's done through auction. You unlucky kid. Don't you know to take this photo secretly? But I still have to thank you. Even the cabins are sold. I don't know how far the boss's island has developed. We don't understand the world of the big guys. I don't have a cabin to live in yet. Brothers, give it to me. You're dreaming. If you don't have it, do we have it? Everyone was arguing fiercely, but not many people cared about the warehouse. Even Yun Jixin's 10 space grids could not be used up, so the warehouse was not very attractive to them and was not as good as the wooden house. It can recover more fatigue and has the effect of refining energy stones. It is definitely the best choice for many people. It is already the 6th day, and everyone has more or less developed the body refining method. At this point, if you don't fight for it, you will fall behind others. In this world, you can't rely on others, you can only become strong on your own. Qin Shan took a look and didn't care. What does it have to do with him what others do? He just needs to live his own life well. The map scan is complete. A total of 1 pirate, 3 treasure chests, and a boss, the king of moray eels, have been found. Please be careful. Please deal with the king of moray eels and the pirates as soon as possible. They will discover the existence of the island within an hour. Is this possible? Qin Shan was stunned. I am very lucky. I have encountered so many things after scanning only 50 nautical miles. If I continue to expand outward, wouldn't I be very busy every day? He looked at the coordinates on the map, and they were not in the same place. It would be a bit difficult to deal with them all. Can you show the pirates' deployment of strength? There are 10 first-level wandering pirates in total. After killing them, you can obtain the pirate treasure. The king of sea eels has powerful electrical energy, a huge body, and a strong ability to withstand blows. His realm is the 3rd level of physical training, and his combat power is 50. Let Yun and Da Wang go to the pirates' place. With their strength, there shouldn't be any problem. By the way, bring back the treasure chest. I'll stay on the island, waiting for the king of conger eels to come. There was a sharp look in Qin Shan's eyes. His combat power is also 50. Even if the Sea Eel King's realm is slightly higher than his, he is not afraid. So many powerful martial arts are enough to make up for the gap between the two sides. I just don't know to what extent this Bloodline Evolution Stone can be strengthened. Qin Shan took out the Bloodline Evolution Stone. Now, this is the only thing that makes him most unsure. Chapter 30 Bloodline Evolution, Newcomers added. Let's give it a try, just in case it works. Qin Shan said as he swallowed a Bloodline Evolution Stone. Suddenly, a fiery breath spread throughout his body. It's so hot. Qin Shan didn't have time to think about it. He immediately ran to the beach and dived into the water. Bubbles were bubbling on the surface of the sea. Just like that, he held his breath under the water for 10 minutes. Ha! Qin Shan roared and jumped out of the water. Levitation, great force, soul harvesting. Thunderous. It was as if he had endless energy, which he vented out on the sea. After the thunder and lightning were released, a feeling of weakness and powerlessness came over him. North. Oh no, that's the island owner's thunderbolt. Is someone attacking the island? You two, come with us and go there quickly. Yun said hurriedly. Beside him, there were two people, a man and a woman, wearing animal skins and the same attire as Yun. Now, there was no place on the island where one could get just clothes. Even Qin Shan himself was wearing the same outfit he had worn for several days. Woof woof woof. Da Huang barked wildly and ran over immediately. They were worried that something was attacking the island. This was the place where they depended on for survival, and there could be no mistakes. After the violent power in his body stopped, Qin Shan stared at it all in a daze. A piece of Bloodline Evolution Stone actually brought him a huge improvement. Is this the Bloodline Evolution Stone? Qin Shan murmured. This gave him a great shock. After using a set of thunderous moves, he just felt weak and did not fall down directly. Island Master. What happened? Yun and the others ran over in a hurry. It's okay, we have some small gains. Hey, there are new people here. What are your names? Qin Shan said. This time, Yun went to the back mountain and actually brought back two people for himself. This is really good. Island Master, my name is Ganjiang, and this is my wife Moi. Ganjiang said. What did you say? Qin Shan said in shock. This randomly refreshed person. I really need to get to know myself again. Island Master, what are you doing? Ganjiang asked with some confusion. It's okay, welcome to my island. Qin Shan said. If I remember correctly, Ganjiang should be a swordsmith. With him, it seems that the blacksmith shop can be built faster. Thank you, Island Master, for taking us in. Ganjiang and Moi said happily. Before coming here, I was a little nervous. Since you are here, I have a task for you, said Qin Shan. Please give your orders, Island Master. You will follow Yun to go out to sea later and kill a group of pirates. Island Master, do we have a boat? Yun asked. Look, over there. Qin Shan pointed in a direction. I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention. Island Master, don't worry, I'm here. It's just a pirate, Yun said. We will help Lord Yun to accomplish this task. Ganjiang and Moi said. Okay, go ahead. I'll give you good things when you come back. Da Huang, you go too, Qin Shan said. Woof woof woof. Okay, there are the enemy's coordinates on the ship, and bring back some treasures as well. Yes, Island Master. Afterwards, a sailboat named Ark No. 1 sailed out of the sea. Qin Shan returned to the leader's house, which was where Yin Jixin was before. Because of the appearance of Ganjiang and Moi, he also had to prepare an elite house. He didn't mind that these people were saving space for him, and that multiple people were squeezed into one house. But Ganjiang and Moi were husband and wife after all. But right now, he didn't have the resources to build an elite house, so he could only wait for them to kill the pirates and bring back the pirate treasures and treasure chests. He opened the character information of himself and Ganjiang and Moi, and indeed, they had changed into a different appearance. Name, Qin Shan. Talents, Unparalleled, Lucky Hand, All Things Have Spirits. Realm, Body Refining Level 3. Bloodline, First Level Spiritual Witch Bloodline, 0 out of 10. Physical Body, Level 4, 0/1600. Martial Arts, Thunderous Power, Soul Attack, 1000 Powers, Levitation. Passive, Hand of Technology, Decapitation, Unparalleled Plunder. Power, 155. Spirit Witch Bloodline. After being activated, physical strength will be increased tenfold, lasting for 1 hour, and at the end the player will enter a 3-hour weak state with no cooldown time. What is Strong Bloodline? Does this directly increase my combat power by 100 points? Qin Shan looked at his attributes in shock. It was just a Bloodline Evolution Stone, but it not only elevated his realm, but also allowed his physical body to elevate 2 realms in a row. It was much faster than practicing slowly on his own. It seems that it is not easy to improve the bloodline. With only the first level bloodline, there has been such a terrifying improvement. I really don't know how terrifying it will be if it continues to improve. No wonder he was able to release the thunder before. His 4th level physical body was already close to the minimum requirement for the thunder. Coupled with the effect of the Bloodline Evolution Stone, he was able to avoid falling. However, even now, after he has opened the Spirit Witch Bloodline, he should be able to release it and increase his physical strength tenfold. It will still take an hour. Even if he enters a weak state, it doesn't matter. 1 hour is enough to change a war. Judging from his current condition, the King of Conger Eels can only wait for death. I still have 9 Bloodline Evolution Stones in my hand, which is just right to raise the overall strength of the island to a higher level. He was extremely lucky when he opened the box today. Even if a Sea King appeared, he had the confidence to stand up. In the face of powerful blood, What were these? Then there's Gan Jiang and Mo Yi. Name, General. Talent, Swordsmith. Realm, none. Martial arts, none. Passive, refining, forging, smelting, husband and wife unity. Name, Moi. Talent, Heaven's Way is imperfect. Realm, none. Martial arts, none. Passive, refining, strengthening, husband and wife unity. The attributes of the two are very ordinary, but their passive abilities are a bit outrageous. It can be said that with the two of them, there is no need to worry about weapons on this island, provided that there is enough spiritual gold. They were definitely born to forge swords. Even if their fighting power is not that strong, it doesn't matter. As long as the others are strong, it's enough. They can just stay calm and research powerful weapons in the back. After everyone comes back, let them use the Bloodline Evolution Stone. Manta should be able to break through to the 3rd level. As for Da Huang and Yun, I'm not sure. King of Conger Eels, you don't have to come find me. A bold idea arose in Qin Shan's mind. That is, he flew to the coordinates of the King of Conger Eels and destroyed the enemy. He came to the open space outside, used the levitation technique, and left the island. Chapter 31. Accepting the King of Conger Eels. The King of Moray Eels is not too far away from the island, only about 30 nautical miles away, and it still has half an hour before it attacks the island. On the sea, Qin Shan used the art of levitation to fly in a straight line towards the direction of the King of Conger Eels. After his bloodline evolved, his physical strength had reached an extremely exaggerated level. The flying speed definitely reached over 100 miles per hour, but the consumption of his physical strength was minimal. This might be the terrifying aspect of a 4th-level body. No wonder he could use thunderous power after reaching the 5th level. The remaining time was enough for Qin Shan to fly over. On the other side, Yin had found the pirate ship, which was not very far away, and with the help of Arc Number 1, he quickly approached it. Haha. Such a good sailboat will soon be ours. Attack it, I want to occupy that ship. The pirate leader laughed wildly, as if this thing had already been in his pocket. Looking at the sailboat in front of him, which is larger than his shabby pirate ship, he had no reason not to like it. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Congratulations, boss, on your new ship. The other subordinates echoed. In their eyes, Arc Number 1 was already theirs. As for who was on the ship, they had no interest in knowing. After robbing it, they left quickly. Kill. Rush. For the treasure. Just 10 pirates were so ferocious. I have to say that pirates were really extraordinary. Sir, they are rushing over. Gan Jiang said with some concern. They are just ordinary people, and they are not capable of dealing with 1st-level enemies. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Yun said. Although he is also at the 1st level, he has mastered powerful martial arts. Above the sea, he is definitely at the king level. The sea covering formation is no joke. Even if the lethality is very low, even pirates can't hold out for too long on this turbulent sea. What's more, there is De Huang next to them, who is also very powerful. Finally, when the other party was only 100 meters away from Arc 1, Yin took action. Sea covering formation. Suddenly, the sea was surging with waves, catching the unprepared pirates off guard. It was just a small boat, not even as big as Arc 1, and it was overturned by the huge waves in an instant. Oh my god, the enemy has a formation master. Boss, let's run. We can't win. At the beginning, this group of pirates cried and screamed, as if they had encountered something terrible. Listening to their voices, Yun's face was full of black lines. Just like that, they dared to come out as pirates? It's no different from delivering food. Da Huang, it's your turn. Yun said. Woof woof woof. The big yellow dog barked and then jumped into the water. In the water, the big yellow dog was still able to display his impressive strength. As for you two, just watch, Yun said. Anyway, he didn't expect that these two people could bring him any help. It could be said that there was almost no help. Without any cultivation, entering the sea would mean death. It was not easy to refresh two people. If they were killed here, he would have a hard time to report back. Moreover, he could see that Qin Shan valued these two people very much. Sir, Gan Jiang felt his face getting a little hot. It was really true that humans were not as good as dogs. Even a dog was much stronger than them. You should be able to get it after you break through, Yun said. He also went through this process. After the breakthrough, his combat power increased sharply. At this time, De Huang had already approached the pirate and was biting him mercilessly. De Huang was already at the peak of the 1st level with a strong bite force. If he was bitten on the neck or something like that, he would die instantly. Coupled with the effect of the sea covering formation, De Huang broke up the enemy's team with great force. The pirates, who were good at swimming, felt exhausted at this time. Hurry back to the boat. We're retreating, said the pirate leader. At the moment, the strength of these people is too terrifying. He is simply unable to deal with them. It is better to escape quickly, otherwise he will die without knowing how. He likes killing others, but he doesn't like being killed so ruthlessly by others. He also knows what fear is. After hearing the pirate leader's words, those who were still alive scrambled to climb to the pirate ship. As long as they were not completely silenced, with their strength, they could easily drive the pirate ship away from here. In this short period of time, Da Huang had already bitten 3 people to death and was chasing the 4th. It was not because the opponents were too weak, but because they were frightened and did not dare to fight. There is also a long-range enemy staring at them hungrily. How can they not be afraid? This is just the tip of the iceberg on Arc 1. What if there are even more terrifying characters? Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified, and I hurriedly escape from this hellish place. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Yun's face turned cold instantly, and he also jumped into the water. Ah, that guy is coming down too. Let's run. No, he's too fast. We can't escape. Let's fight him. Boss, you go first. We will cover your rear. Good brothers, your sacrifice will not be in vain. No one can escape, Yun said, and he ran to a pirate as fast as he could and knocked him out with one punch. With Yun and Da Huang joining forces, whoever is left alone will die. Add to that the chaos on the sea, and the living environment of these pirates is worrying. Within a few minutes, 8 people had died, and the remaining 2 people had already walked to the side of the pirate ship and were preparing to turn it over. Da Huang, if I use the sea covering formation again, I won't have the physical strength to support the rest of the battle. Can you do it? Yun said. He was also a little anxious. If the pirates escaped, their mission would not be completed and they would be unworthy of the trust of the island owner. Da Huang paused, then nodded. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. I'll go back to the boat first, Yun said. After returning to the ship, Yun immediately used the sea covering formation to overturn the pirate ship again, and he also collapsed on the ground. Using the sea covering formation twice required too much physical strength from him. Grown-ups. I'm fine, don't worry. After the pirate ship was overturned, the remaining 2 people immediately became anxious. It was impossible for them to overturn the pirate ship in a short period of time with their strength alone, and the dog had already pounced on them ferociously. Kill the vicious dog. A terrifying, murderous intent flashed in the pirate leader's eyes. Since you are unwilling to let me go, then take someone else with you. If you have the courage to do evil, you will have nothing to fear. After a hard fight, Da Huang finally returned to the boat with his tired body. In this battle, Da Huang achieved excellent results. There was no danger here anymore. The pirate treasure was right there, so Ganjiang consciously went over and salvaged it. Then, they went to the coordinates given by Qin Shan and salvaged the other treasure chests. On the other side, Qin Shan had already seen the king of conger eels, a 30-meter-long behemoth that appeared in his eyes, with electric light flashing on its body from time to time. Its electrical energy is much stronger than that of a manta ray. Humans, how could they be in the sky? The king of conger eels muttered, but he didn't know that Qin Shan could understand what he said. King of conger eels, prepare to die. There was a hint of coldness in Qin Shan's eyes. So you want to kill me? 10,000 volts. The king of conger eels instantly attacked Qin Shan, and its electrical energy actually escaped from its body and rushed into the air. You want to kill me with just electricity? You have tremendous strength and can harvest my soul. Qin Shan showed disdain and plunged into the water, intending to fight to the death with the king of conger eels. I have to say that the king of conger eels is really fast, and he keeps running around, but that is useless because he encounters a pervert like Qin Shan. Left hook, right hook. He punched the conger eel king again, and suddenly, screams were heard one after another. Stop fighting, I am willing to surrender. Suddenly, the king of conger eels said. Qin Shan paused and stopped. If I heard correctly, the king of conger eels actually begged for mercy? You can really understand what I say, human. I give up, please don't hit me, said the king of conger eels, looking aggrieved. Are you willing to submit to me? Qin Shan asked. Being able to contract a boss is naturally extremely good, as it will greatly guarantee the island's defense capabilities. Of course, you have defeated me. I once swore that whoever can defeat me will be my master, said the king of conger eels. Okay, don't resist, or don't blame me for being ruthless, Qin Shan said. As long as he uses the contract card, he will be able to command the king of conger eels, and then, it will have no control over itself. Oh, the king of conger eels stopped there obediently, not daring to move. Contract card. The contract was successful, and I got a pet. Master. The king of conger eels swam to Qin Shan's side. Well, that's right, call me boss, they all call me that. Also, do you have a name? Qin Shan said. Except for the stubborn Da Huang, the others either call themselves the island owner or the boss. Yes, boss, my name is Eel, said Eel. Okay, now, Follow me back to Cloud Island. We don't need to stay here anymore. On the way back, Qin Shan naturally didn't need to use the art of levitation. He just sat on the eel's body and galloped across the ocean. Not to mention, his speed was quite fast, even faster than when he flew. If you don't kill it, you won't get any reward, but it's definitely worth it to get a boss-level pet. No matter how you look at it, it's a profit. In the future, even if you are not on the island, you don't have to worry about being ambushed. After sending everyone out, he was quite worried. What if someone suddenly visited his island and occupied it while he was away? It would be very difficult for him to take it back. Chapter 32 Wandering Eels, Powerful Enemies in the Deep Sea. In less than half an hour, Qin Shan returned to the island. Iman, from now on you just stay under the island. If there is any movement, just call me. Qin Shan said. With eels guarding under the island, the security here will be more solid. Don't worry, boss. Just leave this to me, said Eel. By the way, this thing is for you. Don't make too much noise. Qin Shan said, giving Eel a bloodline evolution stone, which should be able to improve its strength. What a strong power. Thank you, boss, said Eel. Afterwards, he dived into the water and happily swallowed the bloodline evolution stone. Qin Shan didn't care too much when he saw that the others hadn't returned yet. With Yun's ability, there shouldn't be any accidents. It's just that the journey is a bit far, which is enough for them to travel. He also went to other places on the island, hoping to discover other things or pick up some resources. Half an hour later, a huge noise was heard under the island, and there was even a hint of lightning on the sea surface. It should be that the eel had evolved successfully, just like himself. Coming to the heart of Cloud, Qin Shan called up the eel's attributes. Looking at the panel, he was very happy because in this way, the power of the island would be even stronger. After turning on the map function, he saw that there were many free fish and shrimps in the nearby sea. Most of them were just ordinary fish with little attack power. But what if a ferocious and terrifying sea beast suddenly jumped out? They had to be on guard. Name, Eel. Talents, lightning, water. Realm, 4th level of physical training. Bloodline, 2nd order ancient electric eel, sea king bloodline. Physical body, level 3. Length, 50 meters. Skills, million volts, 10 million volts, flash, tornado, water god's roar. If Eel continues to grow, it will definitely become a powerful sea king. These attributes made Qin Shan's blood boil. It seemed that Eel originally had a powerful bloodline, which allowed it to directly advance to the 2nd level. Now, there are still a lot of evolution stones left. He came to the seaside, and at this time, the eel had ended its violent state and floated to the surface of the sea. Eel, what's wrong? Qin Shan said. Boss, I feel great, better than ever before, but there is something I want to let you know, said Eel. What's the matter? Qin Shan asked. It looked like something was wrong. Boss, why don't we sign a new contract? You see, this contract is broken, said Eel. Qin Shan was shocked to find that the power of the contract between him and Eel had been broken. This is a very scary thing. Can the power of the contract be broken? It seems that I have thought of this world too simply. Qin Shan muttered. As Eel's strength increases, even things like this can be broken directly. But it didn't even think about destroying this place, which was something he hadn't expected. It's broken, so there's no need for a contract. Qin Shan said. There is no point in signing another contract. Eel has already proved through its actions that it is the guardian beast of this island. So why should I use a contract card to restrict it? Boss, don't you want me anymore? Eel said anxiously. No, why would I not want you? I signed the contract because I was afraid that you would mess around here and destroy the island. Just now, the contract was broken. You could obviously leave, but you chose to stay, which shows that you like this island very much. Then why should I use the contract card to bind you? Qin Shan said. So that's how it is. I was scared to death. I thought I was going to wander in the deep sea again. Huh, said the eel. Have you been wandering before? Qin Shan said in surprise. It seems that every life in this world has its own complete story. My view of this world has changed a little, and it is not as simple as I thought. Yes, now there is a place where I can stay, and I don't have to wander anymore, said Eel. Okay, from now on, this will be your home. Qin Shan said. Great, boss. Come up, I'll take you for a walk, said Eel. Qin Shan did not refuse. He flew up and landed on the eel's huge head. After its bloodline evolved, its body length increased to 50 meters, making it an absolute behemoth. When traveling on the sea, his speed is beyond words, absolutely terrifyingly fast. If he has other people's islands, he can just ride the eel to other people's islands. It can be seen that the eel likes this feeling very much, running above the sea. Boss, there is a boat ahead, said Eel. It should be our people who have returned. Qin Shan said. But on arc number 1, Yun and the others' faces changed drastically. The distance was too far, and they couldn't see clearly what was in the distance, but the huge body still shocked them. Even Da Huang was barking wildly, as if the thing in the distance was too dangerous. "My lord, it's coming. Don't panic. If it wants to kill us, we won't be able to escape." Such a terrifying sea beast actually appeared near the island. Who among them would not be afraid? However, as the distance got closer, they could hardly hold back and take action. "Don't do anything, it's me," Qin Shan said. It's the island owner's voice. After hearing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Only when Qin Shan got closer did they see clearly that the part of the terrifying Conger Eel King that stretched out above the sea was already taller than the Arkansas. They didn't know what kind of monster was under the sea. "Island Master, what is this?" Yun said fearfully. "Who wouldn't be afraid? There's electric light everywhere, and you can't even touch it. This is the guardian eel of our island," Qin Shan said. The island owner is really becoming more and more incomprehensible. Woof, woof, woof. "Okay, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. The eel is too big, so you can just take the boat back by yourselves." Afterwards, the figures of Qin Shan and Eel disappeared into the sky at an incredible speed. It left them dumbfounded. Where did the island master get such a terrifying creature? Yin sat down on the ground. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance just now. The king of Conger Eels is definitely much stronger than him. He was just pretending to be calm. "Let's go back quickly. I feel like if I don't make some achievements, I'm going to be eliminated," Ganjiang said. Perhaps, because of their profession, they don't need to consider combat effectiveness, but they don't want to be mediocre like this. If they continue like this, sooner or later, they will be eliminated. Da Huang lay on the deck with his head down, wondering what he was thinking about. Half an hour later, they returned to the island. Qin Shan was already there, waiting for a long time. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang circled around Qin Shan twice. "Don't worry, you are also important. I will give you something good later," Qin Shan said. "Yun, Ganjiang, and Mo Yi, you guys come over here too. This is a bloodline evolution stone. It can greatly enhance your strength. Don't let me down." "Thank you, Island Master." Seeing what they had in their hands, they were very excited, thinking that they would not be useless anymore. "Okay, all of you go to the side and absorb it. If you have endless power, just hit the sea surface. Don't destroy the island." They left happily. With this thing, their strength could at least increase by 1 or 2 levels. Now, all that's missing are the stingrays. In front of Qin Shan was a pirate treasure chest and 3 lost treasure chests. Yun and his team had collected all the items within the range of the map exploration. "Let me see what you have. Open it," Qin Shan said. Open the lost treasure chest. Obtain the mysterious altar, martial arts, lightning strike, inscription technique, 10 directions killing formation. Open the pirate treasure. Obtain treasure map *1, artifact fragment *1, martial arts, hell furnace. What good stuff? Qin Shan couldn't help but sigh. Every treasure chest brought him valuable good stuff. Especially the pirate treasure, treasure map, and artifact fragments. They were actually found from this place. The lightning strike is for the eel or the big man array. The inscription technique can be given to Moi. The 10 directions killing formation is suitable for yin cultivation, and the hell furnace is just right for Da Huang. It's perfect. Looking at the attributes of these martial arts, Qin Shan came to a conclusion in his mind. They are all very powerful, but they are not suitable for him. Besides, he can also learn from them. Hellfuge is the martial art of the Cerberus, which is just right for Da Huang. Lightning strike, eel and giant ray all have lightning attributes. He already has a thunderbolt, so he doesn't need it. Not to mention the inscription technique. That's Moi's thing. It can be attached to weapons to make them more powerful, so it's useless to him. The 10 directions killing formation requires a natural talent for formations, and Yoon is the only one who can learn it. Even if he can learn it, his use of it will be awkward. Everyone has their own expertise, so there is no need to be greedy. In addition to these things, there are also some resources that can be used to build elite houses for Moi and others to live in. His elite house is not based on who has the strongest potential, but is simply given to whoever arrives first. It is impossible to have good things now and not use them. If you can improve them a little more, that would be a good thing. In the deep sea. Big Manta, what have we got here? Looking at the silence around them, the stingrays felt something ominous. It was too quiet here. Even the surrounding environment was pitch black, and there was nothing. The distance we moved was too far. This was a completely unfamiliar sea area that I had never been to before. Roar. The dull roar frightened them so much that they retreated again and again. Oh no, we have run into the deep sea. Run. The big manta ray said in horror. This place is very unfriendly to them, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. But the next second, a huge lanternfish monster appeared not far from them. Run. Chapter 33. First casualties. Immunity means death. The lanternfish opened its mouth and the four-ray stingray, which had no time to dodge, was swallowed up in an instant. 4 rays. Damn, it ate 4 rays. The other stingrays looked at the lanternfish angrily, but the opponent's strength was too terrifying, far surpassing them, definitely above level 3. In the face of such a monster, they had no ability to resist. It's chasing us. Let's leave quickly. I still have 10 minutes left before I can cross the border. I can't escape it all. It's over. Are we all going to die here? For a moment, they looked at the lanternfish in great despair. Their luck was not always so good. This time, they encountered a tough one. There was nothing they could do except to flee frantically. Even if the 4 stingrays were killed, they could do nothing. They even had to run as fast as they could, otherwise they would all die in this place. They ran, with the lanternfish chasing after them. Despite its huge size, it is not slow and is much faster than giant manta rays. Before long, it caught up with the 5-ray ray. Big Manta, hurry up and go back to tell the boss to avenge us. 5 rays. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up sound. In less than 2 minutes, 2 of their companions had died. This was definitely a horrible disaster for them. Whether I can go back alive today is a question. Behind them, they could hear the sound of lanternfish chewing, which made them shudder. Fortunately, every time the lanternfish eats a stingray, it has to stop to digest it, otherwise they would be killed in an instant. Hurry up, we can't let Wu Yubai die. I will definitely avenge you. They ran wildly for their lives, without choosing the direction at all, just moving straight in one direction. But not long after, the lanternfish that they had thrown away caught up with them again. Big Manta, second Manta, you must avenge me. Third Manta made a decision and walked towards the lanternfish resolutely, determined to use its remaining strength to give Big Manta a chance to escape. 3 rays. They had just reacted when the 3-ray had already rushed to the lanternfish and unleashed Thor's roar, intending to delay it as long as possible. Let's go, said the Big Manta ray. At the moment, they couldn't save the 3 rays at all and could only leave. But they definitely won't sacrifice themselves in vain. This was a one-sided killing. At this time, on this side of the island, in Yun Jixin's place, a loud alarm was also heard. Warning, your pet manta ray has mistakenly entered the deep sea area and is being chased by lanternfish. The survival rate is extremely low. Do you want to forcibly teleport over to support the manta ray? Be careful. If you teleport there forcefully, you will face great terror. If you want to return, you can only come back by yourself. You cannot use the island's teleportation function. What on earth is going on? Qin Shan was extremely anxious. How could this happen? Teleport me and the eel over immediately. Qin Shan no longer had time to think. He had to go there as soon as possible. He didn't know what was happening over there, but the situation of the giant manta rays must be very bad. Unable to teleport, please ask the island owner to choose one person to teleport. Let me through immediately. Qin Shan said. I can't care about that anymore. Teleportation started, coordinates deep sea area. Then, a portal appeared in front of him. This was a small function of the map, which could teleport directly to the side of the contracted beast. Qin Shan walked in without hesitation. How dare you hurt my people? I will harvest their souls with great force. As soon as Qin Shan arrived in this sea area, he saw the lanternfish swallowing the 3-ray stingray. This made him furious. They actually dared to swallow his pet in front of him. A terrifying aura crushed over him in an instant. He wanted to let this damn lanternfish know how terrible the consequences of offending him would be. It's the boss. The boss is here. We are saved. The big manta ray and the second manta ray hugged each other and cried. But it was a pity for the third manta ray, as they had been swallowed by the lanternfish and entered its stomach. There was no hope of survival at all. Human, you are looking for death. Without saying a word, the lanternfish turned around and attacked Qin Shan. A man and a fish, fighting fiercely in the water. Looking at the layers of the lanternfish above his head, which were getting higher and higher, Qin Shan's anger grew stronger and stronger. He didn't have the time to investigate other things for the time being, but the fact was that the 3 rays were swallowed. He vented all his anger on the lanternfish. You die? Qin Shan punched the lanternfish. This was the last level. When it was full, the soul's sorrowful instant death effect would be unleashed, killing the lanternfish directly. Miss. How is this possible? Qin Shan looked at the lanternfish in shock. It was actually immune to his instant death effect. I have to say, human, you are quite powerful, but you shouldn't mess with me, said the lanternfish, opening its bloody mouth, ready to swallow Qin Shan. I don't believe you can avoid the epidemic. You will die, definitely. Qin Shan's eyes were red. The time for soul harvesting had not passed. If it didn't work once, he would try again. He would eventually kill this thing. Kill. It was another round of fierce fighting, and for a moment, it was unclear who would win. Will the boss be in danger? How about we go over and help? We can't go over there. If we go over there, it will distract the boss. Trust the boss. The stingrays watching from a distance were also helpless at this moment. They could not get involved in this battle at all. A few more minutes. The number of layers on the lanternfish's head is 99 again. Die. Miss. Qin Shan almost vomited blood. He was immune to the instant death effect twice in a row. He had never seen such a terrifying creature before. It was indeed a species that only existed in the deep sea. You can't possibly kill me, the lanternfish said angrily. At this moment, it was still frightened. You will die. Qin Shan didn't care about that and continued attacking. After a while, he had stacked up again. As expected, he was immune to the third time. At this time, the lanternfish ran towards the deep sea area. If you have the ability, just follow me, said the lanternfish. Boss, don't be impulsive. That's a deep sea area. Seeing that Qin Shan wanted to follow, the big manta ray quickly stepped forward to stop him. You're lucky, Qin Shan said angrily. In the future, if he has the chance, he will definitely come back and kill this guy. However, the unknown strange method of the lanternfish really frightened him. It made him immune to his 3 instant death effects, and even beheading did not trigger it. This was unusual and definitely a terrifying ability. Boss, the 3 rays are all dead. It's all my fault. I came here without paying attention to the direction. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have died. The big manta ray and the second manta ray were heartbroken. Originally, the 5 brothers came out together, but now, only 2 of them survived. In order to create opportunities for them, the 3rd and 4th manta ray took the initiative to block the attack of the lanternfish. Blaming all the faults on oneself seems to be the only way to make them feel at ease. It's okay. When we become stronger in the future, we will definitely take revenge, Qin Shan said, patting their heads. He made note of the incident involving the lanternfish. Boss, let's go back first. I still don't know what the lanternfish is like. Its abilities are too incredible, and I can't do anything about it, Qin Shan said. Judging from the fight just now, the lanternfish is only at the 4th level, and it cannot be higher. With his strength, he can definitely take it down, but the 3 consecutive instant death immunities forced Qin Shan to treat it with caution. This world is so magical. He can obtain such terrifying means. If he doesn't have the ability to restrain himself, it will be very scary. Even with these martial arts, he dare not say that he is invincible and can ignore class. The stronger you get, the weirder it becomes. How can it be so easy to kill someone? Cross-border jump. Now that they couldn't deal with it, they could only retreat. With the help of the manta ray's ability, it didn't take Qin Shan too long to return to Yun Island, but his face was filled with dark clouds. This is a bloodline evolution stone, which can greatly enhance your strength. Go quickly. Qin Shan gave them 2 bloodline evolution stones, which could greatly enhance their strength. Yes, boss. At this time, the others dared to step forward. During the few hours that Qin Shan was away, their strength had been greatly improved and their bloodline evolution had been completed. But Qin Shan's face was full of gloom just now, which made them feel something unusual, especially the stingrays. Only 2 of them came back. They were afraid that something big had happened. Island owner. Let's go back and finish today's work. Everyone, improve your strength, Qin Shan said. Among the survivors, he is the strongest one in this area, but in the face of a real disaster, he is just a very weak survivor. Just like this trip to the deep sea, a mere lanternfish was enough to leave him helpless. He had no idea how many terrifying things existed in the deep sea. He must become stronger, otherwise he will have no way to deal with such things in the future. He really doesn't like this feeling. Yes, with his current strength, he is simply not strong enough to enter the deep sea. Even when sailing on the sea, one has to be very careful. No one knows what will happen on the sea. It is full of dangers. He was also very sad when 3 stingrays died at once. It could be said that they were the first companions who followed him and were on the road to becoming stronger, but they died without causing any waves. Yes, Island Master. Yun and the others left quickly. Qin Shan was in a bad mood, and they didn't dare to stay here for too long, for fear of making Qin Shan unhappy. Some things could be discussed later, and it was no big deal. After Qin Shan took a short rest, he walked to Yun Jixin's side. Can you find some information about lanternfish? Chapter 34. Everyone is promoted. The seabed is shaking. You can check. The data of the battle between the island owner and the lanternfish has been entered into the database. Do you want to retrieve it now? Extract. Qin Shan clenched his fists, his hatred for the lanternfish still rising. Alien lanternfish, a small species on the edge of the deep sea. This species lives in groups. This lanternfish was awakened by a stingray, so it launched an attack. It has the 4th level of body refining and the 3rd level of physical body. It has the blood of ancient terrifying fish. This blood has the dark curtain effect and can be immune to instant death effects. It can be triggered up to 3 times a day. Damn lantern fish. Qin Shan punched the wall next to him hard, making a hole. Minor damage detected in the leader's house. Do you want to repair it? Repair. Qin Shan was very depressed. This was going to bring trouble to himself. Next time, it will be your death. No matter how powerful your bloodline is, it can't save you. Now that he knew the origin of the lantern fish, he was naturally not afraid of that thing anymore. No wonder, after becoming immune to the instant death effect 3 times, that guy just ran away. It turns out that having such a perverted bloodline is really annoying. At least, it was most annoying when it appeared on the enemy. He could clearly kill the lantern fish right away, but he didn't have the courage to chase it. The key point was that this thing was a social species, and it was already very difficult to kill one, let alone the other lantern fish. In the short term, it is impossible for him to go to the deep sea to look for lantern fish for revenge. It will only be a waste of time. After resting for half an hour, the big manta ray and the second manta ray also succeeded in breaking through. So far, everyone on the island has improved a little and gained powerful strength. During this period, he also distributed the treasures obtained from killing pirates to them. Name: Yun. Talent: Arithmetic, Creativity. Realm: Body Refining Level 3. Bloodline: First Order Fushi Ancestral Bloodline. Physical Body: Level 3. Martial Arts: Sea Covering Array, Mirror of Emptiness, 10 Direction Killing Array, 8 Diagrams, Mechanical Creation. Passive: Concentration, Devotion. Could it be that Yun is Fushi? Qin Shan was puzzled. It is really Yun's bloodline. It is so strange. Theirs is bloodline, but Yun's is ancestral bloodline. Only the founder can call it ancestral bloodline. Moreover, after he awakened his bloodline, his physical body was directly upgraded to the 3rd level. Even Qin Shan himself had only broken through 2 levels of physical body. He was very strong, extremely strong. But he is under his command, which is good news for Qin Shan. Whether he is Fushi or not, Yun's achievements are definitely very high. Qin Shan murmured. This is the first character refreshed on the island. Perhaps the refresh rules of each person's island are different. However, these refreshed people are more or less related to the time and space in the world they were in before. He shook his head, not thinking about it anymore, and continued watching other people's. Name: General. Talent: Swordsmith. Realm: 2nd level of physical training. Bloodline: First Order Vulcan Bloodline. Physical Body: Level 2. Martial Arts: Sea of Fire all over the sky, blazing fire burning the heart. Passive: Refining, Forging, Smelting, Husband and Wife Unity. Name: Moi. Talent: Heaven's Way is imperfect. Realm: 2nd level of physical training. Bloodline: 1st level natural bloodline. Physical Body: Level 2. Martial Arts: Check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps. Great strengthening technique. Passive: Refining, Strengthening, Inscription, Husband and Wife Unity. The improvement of Gan Jiang and Moi was quite standard, all the same improvement, but the blood of the god of fire and the blood of nature made Qin Shan a little confused for a moment. Whose blood was this? He doesn't know about these things for now, but it doesn't have much impact. For the island, the basic strength of these people has been improved, which is a good thing. It's a pity that the martial arts awakened by the 3 of them, including Yun, were all martial arts that suited their talents, and there was no powerful combat martial arts. Otherwise, the island's strength will be even greater. But with Yun, the formation master, this place will be impregnable in the future. If others want to attack it, they will need to rely on his formation, and the defensive ability will become stronger and stronger. With their current strength, no matter which direction others come from, they cannot invade. Forcing their way in would only be an act of seeking death. Name: De Huang. Talent: Guardian. Realm: Body Refining Level 3. Bloodline: First Order Tengu Bloodline. Physical Body: Level 2. Skills: Fearless Charge, Lead the Way, Loyal Guard, Hell's Furnace, Eclipse. Features: Luck Bonus, Follow Till Death. De Huang actually has the blood of Tengu. From now on, De Huang will be indispensable in the island's conquest. Qin Shan was also quite surprised when he saw Da Huang. In the previous life, Da Huang was just an ordinary dog breed. With its silly smile and its ability to recognize its home, it became a favorite of the world. However, no one expected that after coming to this place, it would awaken the Tengu bloodline. In the future, its combat power will become stronger and stronger, and it will become the main combat member of the island. Name: Big Ray, 2 Rays. Talent: Electricity. Realm: Body Refining Level 3. Bloodline: First Order Ancient Ray Bloodline. Physical Body: Level 2. Length: 5 meters. Skills: Thunder God's Roar, Lightning Flash, Lightning Strike, Substituting, Concealing the World. After the evolution of manta rays, their abilities became even stronger. Even their bodies were 5 meters long. The pet pin was no longer useful, so Qin Shan had to put them in the sea to keep the eels company, lest the eels get bored there. Perhaps, being in water is more helpful for the growth of big rays. In addition, several of their skills have undergone tremendous changes. They are not increased in number, but advanced. Multiple electrical energies have become lightning fast. Stealing beams and replacing pillars is the previous treasure-grabbing expert, and concealing the sky and crossing the sea has all the capabilities of cross-border jumps. With a longer distance and faster energy gathering, it can complete energy gathering in 12 minutes and can jump a distance of 3,000 kilometers each time. With these abilities, the big manta ray and the second manta ray have stronger ability to survive. In addition, Qin Shan told them not to go out easily. After all, no one could predict what kind of horrible creature they would face next time. Before you become strong enough, it's better to just stay hidden. Another elite house was built for Gan Jiang and Moi to live in. There was basically not much left from today's harvest, and the 2 bloodline evolution stones were of no use. At the beginning, Qin Shan really regarded this place as a playground. But today, when the 3 rays died, Qin Shan realized that these little guys still occupied a very important position in his mind. Then, he took another look at the chat channel. Every day, everyone was here, sharing their experiences and the treasures they had obtained. There was a violent earthquake here today, as if some terrifying creature was reviving under the sea, said a man with the ID name Emperor Xinyuan. Tell me quickly, what happened? You were actually number 2. Fuck. Guys, look at this guy, he's actually ranked 2nd on the battle strength list, so the people before him have been squeezed out, right? I remember that this person was not among the top 100 on the list. Isn't he the same as Boss Qin Shan? Could it be that he has learned some powerful martial arts? It's possible. Xinyuan the Great. What's your combat power? The sudden appearance of Emperor Xinyuan immediately attracted everyone's attention. It has been 6 days, and tens of thousands of people have become practitioners. However, because they broke through too late, the number of places on the combat power list is limited, and only 1,000 people are recorded. Except for the first 100 people on the list, who are well known, basically no one can remember them. The seabed is shaking? Qin Shan was shocked. Could it be that something terrible really appeared under the sea? He has been busy with other things and has never really understood what is going on under the sea. It seems that Emperor Xinyuan is also a lucky man. Perhaps, the sudden increase in his combat power was due to the vibration of the seabed. He took a look and found that the second one was indeed Emperor Xinyuan, whose combat power was as high as 15 points, and his strength had reached the 2nd stage of body refining. The third one was still Wanjun, whose combat power was still 7 points, and had not increased. Before today, no one knew who Emperor Xinyuan was, but today his combat power had suddenly increased so much, so there must be something wrong. He opened a private chat, and the person he was talking to was Emperor Xinyuan. Qin Shan, can we chat? Emperor Xinyuan, what do you want to say? The other party also responded quickly. Qin Shan, the seabed is shaking. What's underneath? Emperor Xinyuan, I can tell me, but you have to give me resources in exchange. Emperor Xinyuan was also very confused. He had already broken through to 15 points of combat power, but he still couldn't see through Qin Shan's strength. This was too scary. What level did this person reach? Qin Shan, what do you want? Emperor Xinyuan, 3rd grade martial arts, energy stones, and pet training pills are all fine. Qin Shan, I have some pet training pills here. How many do you want? After reaching the 3rd stage of body refining, energy stones and pet training pills are not of much use. A huge amount of resources are needed to improve them, and they can naturally be traded. The seabed vibration is very important to Qin Shan. If it doesn't work, he can go down and check it out himself. However, he doesn't know what danger there is below, and he may not be able to come out once he goes down. Someone has already gone down to take a look, so it is naturally much easier. You can just take the ready-made ones. Emperor Xinyuan, 20 energy stones, 100 pet training pills. Qin Shan, are you too greedy? Qin Shan frowned slightly. It's not that he didn't have any, but the quantity was indeed too much. These things were much more valuable than marble. Emperor Xinyuan, I promise that you will get what you pay for. You will not suffer any loss. Qin Shan, okay, let's make a deal. I hope you won't cheat me. Qin Shan submitted the transaction and sent the item over. Emperor Xinyuan didn't bother to be polite and accepted it directly. Emperor Xinyuan. Chapter 35 Dragon, Unknown Danger. Emperor Xinyuan, there is a huge ruin at the bottom of the sea. The area is immeasurable. Qin Shan, relics. There is a relic under the sea, which Qin Shan had not expected. With his current strength, the depth he can dive is no more than 5,000 meters. He dare not go any deeper. It is eerie and gives him a bad feeling. It seems that as long as he continues to dive, he will encounter terrifying creatures. Moreover, Now that the map is open, he can just wait. One day, he will know what the situation is down there. But now, Emperor Xianyuan told him that there is a huge miracle down there, and the other party has gained powerful strength because of it. At this moment, his heart was moved. Emperor Xianyuan, yes, there was a violent earthquake here this morning. I went down out of curiosity, but do you know what I saw? Qin Shan, what? Emperor Xianyuan, dragon. I saw the existence of a dragon. Emperor Xianyuan said in great shock. On the other side of the cloud heart, Emperor Xianyuan was also in a state of madness. As a Chinese, no matter who it was, they would be like this if they encountered a dragon. Qin Shan, what? How is this possible? Qin Shan could no longer sit still. He did not believe what Emperor Xianyuan said when he first saw it, but after calming down and thinking about this world, it seemed that it was not impossible. This is no longer the previous world. There are too many uncertainties. Even they can obtain powerful strength, so the existence of dragons seems not impossible. Qin Shan, that's not right. How could you come back after meeting a dragon? Also, how far did you dive? Emperor Xianyuan, it is a dragon, or our Chinese dragon. But you may not believe it. Qin Shan, speak. Emperor Xianyuan, the dragon I saw is already dead. The opportunity one was able to obtain was also obtained from the dragon. I don't know how far I dived. It seemed that I went down suddenly, and then was pulled up by a strange force. Qin Shan, the dragon is dead? This was a huge shock to Qin Shan. How many secrets were hidden in this world? If what Emperor Xianyuan said was true, this world was truly terrifying. If even the dragons can fall, then what are they? Emperor Xianyuan, yes, when I saw it, I couldn't believe it at all. But the dragon was right in front of me, and the aura on its body was completely dead, without any breath at all. Emperor Xianyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one could accept this. Qin Shan, okay, thank you for your message. Let's add each other as friends. Emperor Xianyuan, yes. Then the two ended their chat. The second person joined Qin Shan's friend list, and the first one was naturally Yu Pao Pao. I must become stronger as soon as possible. This world is too dangerous. Qin Shan was a little scared. His own strength was too small. The death of the three stingrays is a wake-up call. Perhaps, in that person's eyes, they are just a group of ants, and their appearance in this place is just a game played by that person. With such strength, can one really kill immortals and gods? No one could answer this question for him, so he could only solve it himself. He had never felt so confused before. Qin Shan came to the seaside and summoned Eel. Boss, what's wrong? Asked Eel. There were two stingrays following next to them. Just now, they were practicing underwater and were suddenly called up by Qin Shan. Eel, can you dive into the water? Qin Shan asked. After all, the king of conger eels can be considered a small boss. His ability in water is definitely stronger than his. 5,000 meters is his distance, but the ocean in this world is so vast that the depth is probably not too short. He didn't dare to go in. The feeling of being stared at was really too terrifying. After having the opportunity to go there once, he never went down there again. 10,000 meters, boss, the maximum depth I can dive is 10,000 meters. Is there something scary down there? Said Eel. Only 10,000 meters? Eel, big manta and two manta, you must guard the seabed of the island well. If there is any abnormality, report to me immediately. Qin Shan said. Don't worry, boss. Boss, has something happened? Qin Shan couldn't have told them these things for no reason. There is a great terror at the bottom of the sea. Our strength is still too weak now. We do this just in case. Let's practice hard and remember not to be lazy. Qin Shan said. When he thought of the news about Emperor Xianyuan, he was frightened. If a terrible disaster really occurred, he would not be able to escape it with his own strength, and the island would also sink. This was not the scene he wanted to see, so he could only make himself stronger. Although they didn't know what the danger Qin Shan was talking about was, it was always a good idea to strengthen themselves. Maybe there will be a tough battle in the future, but it will definitely not start now. Only when a crisis occurs will the survivors have the motivation to accelerate development. At this time, on an island, Qin Shan is quite powerful. If I can recruit him under my command, I will be able to create a new empire in this world. I just don't know if he is worth my training. Emperor Xianyuan murmured. For Qin Shan, who has always been ranked first in the combat power list, his eyes are also full of passion. If he can get help from some strong people, it is still possible to build a great country in this world. He has great ambitions. The one from the Dou family is not bad either. There is also the great wizard, Li Tianjiao. They're all the best in District 34. By combining their strengths, it will be easy for us to go to other areas and unite with the strong men of our families to rule the world. Perhaps, before coming here, they had a prominent status, but this world is fair. Everyone has the same opportunities when they come in. As for what kind of achievements you can achieve, that is not certain. As time went by, the number of survivors in Area 34 continued to decrease, and there were already more than 1,000 fewer people. It seemed that after Hu Jun's death, their death toll began to rise sharply. No one knew what happened to those people's islands, and no one could contact them. After their deaths, even the islands disappeared, and there was no way to investigate. On Qin Shan's side, he had just exchanged all the unnecessary resources for marble and basic resources. No matter what the future holds, he must build the island first. This is the right thing to do. There is no point in him worrying about anything else. Chapter 36. Dark Night, Tiger Roaring in the Forest, Jungle Wolf. After a day of hard work, night fell, but tonight, Qin Shan always felt uneasy. Expand the island. Some of the marble that had just been recovered was used to expand the island. The island grew a little bit, and it was one step closer to the goal of 50,000. Now, there are 2 elite houses on the island. He is looking forward to whether new people will be refreshed for him tomorrow. The effect of the holy relic is so powerful that he now wishes he could get another holy relic, but the chance is too small. He's already lucky to be able to get the lights of thousands of families. This was something he managed to obtain with great difficulty thanks to his 2 talents, Hand of Luck and Invincibility, plus the attribute bonus of Rhubarb. He just didn't know when he would be able to produce something like that again. Now, what he needs to do is to collect the fragments of the artifact and the treasure map. These 2 new things can greatly improve his strength in a short period of time and should not be missed. The only problem is that the collection process is a bit difficult. If we can find a few pirate treasures tomorrow, we should be able to get some. After all, they are people walking on the sea, and no one knows how many places they have been to. It's a pity that in the end, they are still working for themselves. Even if they have a lot of good things, if they are not used, they will only benefit these survivors. Qin Shan didn't know what situation other people were in. He just needed to become stronger quickly. Nowadays, none of the people and guardian beasts on the island are below the 2nd level of body refining, and any one of them can stand on his own if he goes out. With them, Qin Shan no longer needs to worry about many things. It was midnight, and everyone was fast asleep. Roar. A startled roar woke everyone up. What's going on? Qin Shan got up immediately, all sleepiness gone. He was tense all over, and would become extremely alert at the slightest sign of trouble. Your life is what is most important. Everything else is not worth mentioning. Island owner. When he came outside, others came too. It seems that this loud roar made everyone sleep uneasy. Woof woof woof. The sound came from the woods. Let's go over and take a look, Qin Shan said. Everyone nodded. If something unexpected happened over there, and they had no strength at all, then they would be really finished. Several people walked over there quickly. On the way, they saw many resources being refreshed, which made Qin Shan secretly marvel. But now, he was not in the mood to pay attention to this thing. Instead, he wanted to go to the woods as soon as possible. It seemed that something bad had happened there. Roar. Ouch. As we got closer, the sound became louder and louder. Island Master, there is more than one beast. Could it be a species that was refreshed in the forest? Now, the forest has grown to an area of thousands of square meters. The spiritual plants cultivated there are planted every day, and the growth is extremely fast. In addition to the rabbits at the beginning, some small animals have also been refreshed one after another. However, Qin Shan did not take it seriously and let it grow. But from what I saw and heard just now, there must be some extraordinary animals in this woods, and there must be more than one. Judging from the sounds, they might be the king of the mountains. Let's go in quickly. No matter what kind of animal it is, we must not let them destroy the evolution of the forest, Qin Shan said. The evolution of the island is very important. In just a few days, not only forests appeared, but also mountains. It is just a small mound of earth. Don't underestimate this small mound of earth. As long as the island develops fast enough, it may become a mountain range. There are streams extending from near the spiritual spring, but the water flows are too small and can only extend for a few meters. But there is no doubt that they are evolving. As long as it is under control, he dares to evolve without limits. By then, this island will be a continent, and he will be the master here. He will never allow anyone to disrupt the evolutionary process here. Roar. Ouch. Soon, Qin Shan and his team arrived at the scene of the incident. In front of them was a huge saber-toothed tiger and 5 wolves, staring at each other with wide eyes. If there were only 5 ordinary wild wolves, they would definitely not dare to compete with the saber-toothed tiger, but the strength of these 6 animals had already reached the 2nd level of body refining. Such power is extremely powerful. Even Ganjiang and Moyi only have such strength. The speed of evolution is too fast. Qin Shan was amazed. It has only been a few days and animals of this level have appeared. If they continue like this, won't they be able to become spirits? Island Master, do you want to kill them? Yin asked. No, let them fight. But after today, I want you to control the development of the forest and not let them evolve recklessly, Qin Shan said. The island built with marble is really amazing. Its unreasonable evolution is even more terrifying than their improvement. One day, it will become a huge forest with wild beasts running rampant. Therefore, it must be controlled artificially, otherwise, sooner or later, the nest will be taken over by wild beasts. It turned out that the unpredictable risk that the man mentioned was this. If there had not been a fight between them, Qin Shan would not have paid attention to the forest. If this continued, sooner or later he would be able to advance ahead of them. The island, which had just settled down, was about to be hit by another storm. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger roared and rushed over quickly, as if it was determined to eat the wolf. The wild wolf was not to be outdone and attacked the saber-toothed tiger with agility and speed. For a moment, it was really difficult to tell who was winning. After a few minutes, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to lose its patience and forcibly scratched a wolf with a slap, and did not care about being bitten by other wolves. Just one slap on the wolf's waist, and the wolf fell down instantly. Then the saber-toothed tiger crushed its head with one palm, making it deader than dead. Then there was a cold light in his eyes when he looked at the other wild wolves, as if he was going to catch them one by one and no one could escape. This saber-toothed tiger is too cruel. If you hurt the enemy 1,000 times, you will lose 800 of your own. Seeing that the saber-toothed tiger was willing to hurt itself in order to kill the wolf, the corners of their mouths twitched. It was indeed a wild beast that didn't care about these things at all. The other wolves were frightened. At this time, the tiger's might came into play and shocked the group of wolves for a few seconds. But this was enough. The saber-toothed tiger attacked the other wolves without hesitation. If there is one, everyone, they must die. Otherwise, all the suffering they have endured will be in vain. Next, it was the saber-toothed tiger's hunting time, killing it one by one. Even if a mere wild wolf had similar combat power, how could it fight against a saber-toothed tiger under the suppression of its bloodline? Chapter 37 New Members. Inform everyone. After dealing with the last wild wolf, the saber-toothed tiger fell down with a bang, gasping for breath. Even with blood suppression, it suffered considerable trauma. There is suppression, but others won't just stand there and let you kill them. It is simply impossible to kill the enemy without getting hurt by relying on bloodline. After stopping for a few minutes, the saber-toothed tiger sat and licked its wounds, not noticing that several human figures had appeared behind it. Saber-toothed tiger, Qin Shan said. Everything can understand what he says. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger's body trembled, and it immediately jumped back and saw Qin Shan and his group. What are you doing here? The saber-toothed tiger looked at Qin Shan vigilantly. It could actually clearly understand what this man said. You were born and evolved in my land, but you don't even know who I am. I think you want to die, Qin Shan said coldly. At this time, the emergence of a huge creature like the saber-toothed tiger is obviously not a good thing, and it has a great impact on the living environment of other animals. It's also his fault. He expanded the area by tens of thousands of square meters all at once, causing this place to grow by leaps and bounds. But if you are not greedy, how can you grow quickly? I don't care who you are. Get out of here right now, or I'm going to take action, said the saber-toothed tiger. To put it bluntly, they just popped out of stones, so they don't know anything about these things. They only know that Qin Shan is a great threat to them, and they might lose their lives if they are not careful. You're looking for death. How dare you talk to the island owner like that? Yun stepped forward. The enormous pressure he exerted immediately made the saber-toothed tiger collapse to the ground, doubting its life. There was fear in its eyes. The strength of these humans in front of it was too terrifying. And why did it feel afraid of the dog next to it? Always be in awe of unknown and scary things. Only in this way can you live longer. Submit or die, Qin Shan said. This was also a sudden idea he had. If he could tame the saber-toothed tiger, he could let it guard the forest, and he wouldn't have to send extra people to manage this place. Qin Shan just standing there put saber-toothed tiger under tremendous pressure. This young man was stronger than the previous man, so the pressure was even greater. I want to live. Saber-toothed tiger made a decision immediately. If it uses its own strength to fight against these people, it will definitely die. It has just been born, so how could it be willing to die like this? It's a wise choice. Don't resist, Qin Shan said. He took out the contract card. He would not use this kind of thing on those who were loyal to the island or the monsters. For example, Qin Shan had untied the big manta ray and the two manta ray. They were simple-minded and did not need these. From the moment Qin Shan gave them food, they were tied to this boat. But for these saber-toothed tigers that have just been accepted, it is not certain. Maybe it is just a verbal agreement now, and the next second, after I leave, it can go back on its word at any time. If one day I am not on the island, it will only lead to tragedy. He absolutely cannot allow anyone to sabotage his base. Anyone who tries will die. After using the contract card, the saber-toothed tiger became much more obedient. Master. The saber-toothed tiger came to Qin Shan and said respectfully, don't worry about it. If you are loyal to the island, I will release you from the contract. To be honest, I don't really like contract cards. Thank you, Master. The saber-toothed tiger was delighted. because this meant that he still had a chance to regain his freedom. These are pet training pills that can speed up your cultivation. I need you to help me manage this forest. At this stage, I will not allow any powerful wild beasts to appear. Qin Shan said. Yes, master, I will definitely manage this place well. The saber-toothed tiger was overjoyed. It quickly took the pet training pill. It could feel that these pills contained tremendous power, which could not only heal its injuries, but also improve its strength. Suddenly, it felt that it was a good idea to follow Qin Shan, as it could get such good things right away. Do you have a name? Master, I have no name. From now on, you will be called the Beast King of this forest. Thank you for the name, master. You stay here and practice well. If you encounter problems that you can't solve, you can also come to the south of the island to find me. After explaining it, Qin Shan and the others left. It was already 11 o'clock, and not sleeping was simply a problem. If he hadn't been awakened by their fight, he would have fallen asleep long ago. After dismissing everyone else, Qin Shan returned home. He did not go to bed immediately, but entered the chat channel where some people were still chatting. It seemed that everyone was a night owl. Everyone, I have some bad news for you. Don't rush to expand Cloud Island. If you don't have the strength, you will only be backfired. Fuck, Boss Qin Shan. Boss, what do you mean by this? Why do I feel uneasy? Qin Shan's appearance did surprise everyone. After all, they only knew that Qin Shan was #1 on the combat power list, and he rarely showed up, like a transparent person. Qin Shan, boss, what happened? Many people were crazy about, wanting to know what was going on. Powerful beasts have appeared on my island. This is the consequence of overexpanding the island. If you are not strong enough, don't expand the island recklessly. Hiss. Is this the unpredictable consequence that the mysterious person mentioned? Has the boss been ambushed? For a moment, everyone was shocked. Even Qin Shan was afraid of the beast. So if it were them, would they still have a chance to survive? Boss, can I ask you what your combat power is? 40. So whether or not to expand is up to you. Okay, that's all I have to say. The boss is the boss, with such high combat power. If we can't even solve him, then aren't we in danger? So are we going to expand the island? Of course we have to build it, but we have to slow it down. Otherwise, no one knows what the consequences will be. Qin Shan told them, so kindly only because they were in the same region, and with more people alive, he would be able to gain more benefits. As the island got back on track, many things were refreshed on his island. Those that were useless to him would definitely be sold. Only a large number of survivors could provide him with enough resources. As long as they didn't die, it would be fine. As for their strength or something, he didn't care. Chapter 38 Population Refresh Ticket. Map scan completed. Within 100 nautical miles of sea, 8 pirate groups, 13 abandoned treasure chests, and an unowned island were found. Please ask the island owner to suppress and recapture them as soon as possible. When Qin Shan woke up in the morning, he heard the information from Yunjishin. The difference between 50 nautical miles and 100 nautical miles is huge, so the appearance of so many resources is reasonable. However, the boss and the Sea King did not appear. This was good news. The boss could still be dealt with, but the biggest problem was the Sea Kings. Their strength was too terrifying. Qin Shan asked himself, with his current strength, he was afraid that he would not be able to compete with them. Just let Yun and the others go, Qin Shan said after checking the strength of those pirates. There were no particularly powerful ones, and with the average 3rd-level cultivation level of everyone now, it was enough. It is the ownerless island. This makes Qin Shan very confused. It is introduced above that this is not an island for survivors. Resources will be refreshed randomly on it. What exactly will be there can only be known after going up. But at the same time, the ownerless island also has great risks. It has terrible guardian beasts and is not so easy to take down. He walked out the door and gathered everyone together. Yun, it's the same today. You take them to kill the pirates and bring back the lost treasure chest. We will go to a place in the afternoon, and we must be quick, Qin Shan said. The distance is indeed a bit far. Even if the speed of Arc 1 reaches 80 nautical miles, it is not easy to cover all these places in one morning. Make sure to complete the mission, Yun said. Ganjiang and Moi, De Huang and De Yu and Er Yu also went together. With 6 combat units, it shouldn't be a big problem to take down the enemy. The only thing they were afraid of was that some extraordinary creatures would appear under the sea. The further time goes by, the greater the test they will face. It won't work if they don't hurry up to develop. Let's set off now, Qin Shan said. Every day, they are very busy, with too many things to deal with. After finishing them, they still have to practice cultivation. The time provided for them to practice cultivation every day is really too little. The forest is guarded by the King of Beasts, so Qin Shan is not worried about any accidents that may occur, or the appearance of such advanced species, or whether it is caused by the island expanding so much at once. At that time, he just needs to pay a little attention. Yes. Several people immediately boarded Ark number 1 and drove the boat away from the island. Sailing on the sea and fighting with pirates will also bring considerable gains, including some strange things, especially artifact fragments and treasure maps. These two things are what Qin Shan wants very much at the moment. The items recorded on them are too powerful. As long as we get the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword and the Jiuzhou Cauldron, the strength of the island will double. After watching them go away, Qin Shan came to the supply treasure chest. At this time, some sea beasts had refreshed. Qin Shan didn't know what they were specifically, nor did he need to know. He just went up and beat them up, and they couldn't resist at all. The blood evolution stone that was opened greatly increased Qin Shan's strength. Faced with such a small situation, he didn't need to waste too much energy and killed them all. There are 16 treasure chests, only one of which is an ochre treasure chest, and the rest are all greenwood treasure chests, and their quality is much better than before. Open them all. Open the lucky ochre treasure chest, obtain the passive basic swordsmanship, artifact fragment *1, treasure map *1, energy stone *200, cloud stone *500, and a large amount of basic resources. Open the Qinglu treasure chest and obtain a large amount of basic resources. So watery? Qin Shan was somewhat speechless. After all, it was a lucky level treasure chest, but it only gave him such a small amount? But he was already used to it. At this point, if higher level treasure chests are not refreshed, basically, there are not many good things in them. We can only hope that Yun and the others can bring back the pirate treasures and lost treasure chests. That's what accounts for the bulk of the stuff. If you want to benefit from it, you have to expand outward. With more than 1,000 Yunshur, he could expand again. With other basic resources, he could build several buildings. However, he had not yet decided what to build. He had to go around the island and collect all the items that could be used. Especially the population. It would be best if it could be refreshed. The area of the island is more than 10,000, but there are only 4 people. It is very quiet and not very popular. There was basically nothing on the south side of the island. No matter how he walked to every corner, there was nothing there. Obviously, there were no good things in the residential area. You can only look for it in places like forests and hills. Owner. As soon as Qin Shan entered the forest, the Beast King appeared in front of him. Beast King, nothing happened in the forest today, right? Qin Shan asked. It seemed that the forest was very quiet today, and there were no animals getting restless. No, only a few small snakes appeared, and a swarm of bees. Okay, guard this place well. I still have to check other places. Qin Shan said. Don't worry, master. Qin Shan nodded, and then left the forest. Here, all the things that the Beast King had given him were collected, so he didn't have to run around by himself. However, he still had to go to other places. After wandering around for half an hour, he harvested a lot of resources. The things that were refreshed directly on the island were enough for many people to wait for a whole day. This is the terrible effect of the Badge of the Chosen One. Refreshing treasures, even if they are just the most basic things, are something that many people are eager to get. The population hasn't been refreshed at all, Qin Shan said. There was no refresh, and he had no way to deal with it. The probability of refresh was indeed very low. He was already very lucky that 3 people appeared for 2 consecutive days. Just as he was about to return to the chief's house, the sound of eels came from the seaside. Qin Shan walked over immediately. The eel's body was too huge. If it came to land, it would inevitably destroy some things. If it was not necessary, it should stay in the water. What's wrong, eel? Qin Shan asked. Boss, there are a lot of small fish and shrimps on the seabed. Do you want me to catch some? Said eel. Small fish and shrimps? It seems like I can make a fish pond, Qin Shan said. There are indeed many things that can be built on the village manufacturing map, including a fish pond. By then, he will have sufficient supply of seafood. Moreover, a stream is gradually forming. No, we can't build a fish pond for now. The stream water hasn't flowed here yet, so it's useless to build one. Now that we have gone Jiang and Moyi, weapons must be put on the agenda. We should build a blacksmith shop first, Qin Shan murmured. He is not picky about food, as long as he can fill his stomach. At this stage, only by developing the island to the maximum extent can he improve his strength. If it is not something that is urgently needed, it doesn't matter if he puts it aside. Okay, eel, go catch some fish and shrimp and put them in the warehouse. We will sell them and exchange them for resources, Qin Shan said. Okay. After saying this, eel dived into the water. Although not many people worry about food nowadays, it is only at the stage of filling their stomachs. If he sells fish and shrimp to them, he will definitely make a lot of money. Fortunately, the warehouse is big enough to accommodate many things. There are also some items that were opened before and are not used yet, piled up in there. Don't rush to expand. Once we get the marble, we can expand together. It would be even better if we can trigger the hand of technology, Qin Shan thought to himself as he returned to the leader's house. It was because when he was expanding the island, he triggered the technology twice, which saved him a lot of effort. Naturally, He wanted to put this kind of thing on the expansion of the island. If the area is expanded to 50,000, he will be able to obtain a more advanced pioneer badge, which will be of great benefit to the development of the island. By then, perhaps the big forests, mountains, canyons, plains, streams, these things will all be materialized, and the resources that can be obtained every day will be more. Arriving at the heart of the cloud, Qin Shan pulled out the village manufacturing map. Many things could be built, but the area was insufficient. A blacksmith shop certainly wouldn't work. In addition to the storefront, there was also a workshop at the back, which was several thousand square meters. This was unless he no longer needed the island to evolve. I was thinking about building a blacksmith shop just now, but now it seems that I can't do it. At least, don't even think about it until I have exchanged all the resources. Build plantations in all the spiritual fields. Finally, Qin Shan turned his gaze to the plantations, which was something he now had enough space to build. The house is not needed for the time being, and no one has moved in yet. It would just be a waste of space to build it out. It is not worth it. It is better to use it where it is needed most. Moreover, the spiritual food they grow contains trace amounts of spiritual energy, which can be absorbed by them to increase their strength. Poultry, for example, also needs spiritual food. After a few days of growth, the chickens and ducks began to lay eggs. It must be said that on this island built of marble, their vitality is really tenacious. The growth rate is also extremely fast. It's over there on the spiritual field, too close to the woods, and several poultry were taken away by wild beasts. A large amount of spiritual soil was being consumed rapidly, and a large spiritual field appeared where the original spiritual field was. The land was more fertile. Qin Shan was not in a hurry to move the plantation closer to the residential area, but to the northern area, because the spiritual field needed water resources for nourishment. Otherwise, he would have to run a long way to water the plants. This kind of thing would definitely be done by Yun and the others. Except for the beginning when no one came yet, Qin Shan did some of it himself, but he basically didn't do it afterwards. Their techniques were much more professional than Qin Shan's. After teaching them the techniques of spiritual planting, collection, and cultivation, he seldom managed these things. Today, he had sent everyone else out, so he had to go alone. Next time, I must leave someone on the island. I am the owner of the island. How can I do such a thing? Qin Shan said angrily. His feet were very honest. He left the chief's house and went to the plantation to plant seeds in other vacant land. It's a full 1,000 square meters, which is a very large area. Even though he has reached the third level of body refining, he still feels a little tired after performing these spells. He has to go to the spiritual spring to get some water. Damn, I forgot about the Beast King. After entering the forest, Qin Shan slapped his head, thinking he was worrying about nothing. Wouldn't it be better if he could just let the Beast King help him get through it? Next, on the island, we saw the scene. A saber-toothed tiger kept carrying water to the plantation to irrigate it. Here, these things are for you, Qin Shan said, waving his hand and giving the pet training pill to the Beast King. Now, only the Beast King needs pet training pills, while other contracted beasts do not need them. After reaching the third level, energy stones and pet training pills have little effect on their improvement, and they need a huge number of them to continue to break through. It is extremely difficult to break through daily training and practice. Only by obtaining more advanced items can they rapidly improve their strength. Thank you, Master. The Beast King was delighted. This was a good thing. He had obtained it yesterday and had already eaten it. His strength had increased a lot. The more of this stuff, the better. Go back, Qin Shan said. After all, a tiger can only show its majesty in the mountains and forests. After returning to Yunjishin, he checked the warehouse. Wow, Ilil really took some fish and shrimp and filled the warehouse. Perhaps these would only be enough for the eels to eat for a dozen days, but for Qin Shan and his men, they would not be able to finish them even if they ate them for a year. Without hesitation, they were all placed in the trading hall. The appearance of a large number of fish and shrimps had a great impact on everyone. Oh my god, where did Boss Qin Shan get so many fish and shrimps? I haven't eaten these things for a long time. I want 10 kilograms. That's not right. Why is the boss still collecting marbles? Suddenly, everyone found something wrong. The object of Qin Shan's transaction this time was mainly marble, and the demand for other basic resources was very small. Will the boss not lie to us so as to earn more marbles? Shouldn't it be? It's true. Today, a few snakes spawned here. My island is only 300 square meters, but your island is at least 2,500 square meters. I'm afraid there really are some scary animals. Fuck, the one upstairs is the boss. I don't even have 100 square meters, and you have 300 square meters. A snake appeared in 300 square meters. How strong is it? It's okay. It's the first level of body refining. I have to say, it tastes pretty good. But I don't recommend those who are not strong enough to expand the island. I have practiced martial arts and spent several hours to take down these snakes. If you are not strong enough, you will be killed. Doesn't that mean that Boss Qin Shan is much more powerful than us? It's already over 2,000 square meters, and they still need to expand it. We don't understand the world of the big guys. I'll eat first as a sign of respect. The purchasing power of marble is still very high. One piece of marble can buy a lot of fish and shrimps. It is not worth much. For those who don't have the financial resources, it's never a wrong idea to stock up on more food. Currently, their main source of food is still through unpacking. There are very few seeds, and with so much food at such a low price, it is worth buying. Qin Shan just took a look and didn't care about anything. He just needed to exchange for some marble to expand the island. He would just take it as it came and decide how much he could get. His main source of supplies was to unpack boxes himself and obtain supplies from seawater and give them to these people. He also wanted more people to survive and provide him with a steady supply of resources in the future. After all, a person's power is limited. He also saw that many things he had never seen before appeared in the trading hall. However, at present, he needed to build his own island and had no extra resources to negotiate with others. Several hours passed like this. The people who had traveled far away have returned to the island, and they also brought back a large amount of supplies. 8 pirate treasures and 13 lost treasure chests. Open them all. Open the pirate treasure chest and obtain 5 artifact fragments, 3 treasure maps, 800 marbles, and a large amount of basic resources. Open the lost treasure chest and obtain 13 mysterious altars, 3 bloodline evolution stones, 1 upgrade card, 1 population refresh ticket, 1,300 cloud stones, and a large amount of basic resources. It turns out that the artifact fragments and treasure maps are not necessarily dropped. What a pity, Qin Shan murmured. He thought he could get something, but now it seems that he was overthinking. Now, he already has 8 artifact fragments and 6 treasure maps, but there is still no response. Obviously, it is not an easy task to collect these things. A mysterious altar. He also got one yesterday. This thing cannot be used now. It is said that if one collects 100 of them, one can summon an ancient creature, and it also consumes a lot of resources. Qin Shan just threw it into the warehouse to gather dust. Not to mention, this thing takes up quite a lot of space. Fortunately, some fish and shrimps have been sold before, otherwise the warehouse would not be able to hold them all. After getting the bloodline evolution stones, he now has 5 in his hand, which is half of the distance he needs to evolve. He also needs to leave one for the Beast King, and all these require resources. I only get so little in a day, which is far from enough. The appearance of the upgrade card made Qin Shan most happy, as it could unconditionally improve the strength of others by 1 level, except for the island owner. Just for this reason, he wanted to kill the person behind the scenes. What kind of bullshit setting is this? If he doesn't have any subordinates, it won't be useful. The one who is most suitable to use the upgrade card at the moment is Eel. With the strength of the 5th level of body refining, he will only become stronger, and this place will be safer. Besides, no one knows what kind of troubles will arise on the uninhabited island they are going to in the afternoon, so the higher the top combat power, the better. In addition, the population refresh coupons are actually used to refresh the population. The number is random, the talents are random, everything is random, and what kind of people you get depends entirely on luck. This is the result of all their hard work this morning. It's not much, but it's not less either. We are going to the unowned island in the afternoon and may face unknown dangers. I'll give this upgrade card to Eel. I hope everyone has no objection, Qin Shan said. Although he is the lord of the island and has the final say, he also has to take other people's feelings into consideration. After all, everyone has made contributions to the island. The stronger the eels are, the safer we are. I just evolved my bloodline yesterday, and I haven't digested it yet. I don't need this. Me too. Okay, then give it to Eel, Qin Shan said. Coincidentally, Eel was also nearby and upgraded it directly. In just a moment, it was upgraded to the 6th level of body refining. Its body grew again, reaching 70 meters. If this happened in the previous world, it would probably be regarded as a prehistoric biology lesson. It is amazing that a conger eel can grow to this length. Then, I saw the eel slapping the water happily, looking very excited. Thank you, boss. It stretched out its huge head and rubbed Qin Shan and other people. However, this rub made everyone wet, like a drowned rat. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Although they didn't understand what Eel said, this action said it all. Go back and have dinner. I will notify you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Shan said. Yes, Island Master. Everyone left, but Qin Shan stayed where he was. He wanted to use the population refresh coupon to see how lucky he was and what level of people he could get. Use population refresh coupons. The items open can be used directly anywhere on the island as long as they are there, without having to go to the Cloud Heart. Trigger the hand of technology. All refreshed populations will awaken their bloodlines, and their cultivation will increase to the 2nd level of body refinement, and their physical bodies will be at least the 1st level. You successfully gained 3 population units. Swish, swish, swish. Several white lights flashed, and 3 people appeared in front of Qin Shan. Tai Shang, you, greets the island master. Unlike Yun and the others before, these 3 people appeared wearing Taoist robes, one of them holding a scripture, one holding a whisk, and one stepping on a flying sword, exuding an extraordinary aura. Could this be the 3 pure ones? Qin Shan looked at the people in front of him in shock. I thought there would be no new population today, but now it seems that I am extremely lucky. When he first triggered the hand of technology, he felt a little painful, but now, seeing these 3 people, this feeling disappeared completely. No matter who they are, the strength of these 3 people is definitely not weak. It happens that they are going to the no man's land in the afternoon. With their joining, everyone's safety will be higher. Welcome to the island, Qin Shan said. His face was full of smiles. This time, he really had some great people come to him. With one more person, the island's power will increase. What's more, 3 people with powerful military powers appeared at once. The triggering of the hand of technology this time is really worth it, which is more exciting than expanding the island. The expansion of the island can be done slowly, but if these 3 people are the 3 pure ones, I don't know how long it will take to get them. I guess you 3 haven't eaten yet? Follow me, Qin Shan said. Thank you, Island Master. The 3 of them didn't hesitate and followed Qin Shan directly towards the leader's house. Who are they? They look strong. After Yin saw the 3 people, shock appeared in his eyes. He couldn't see through these 3 people. As expected, he couldn't slack off, otherwise he would be eliminated. Chapter 39 Beast King Evolution, Sansheng. Using the Heart of Cloud, Qin Shan built 3 elite houses for the 3 people so that they had a place to stay. Then he asked them to go back and wait. It's really the 3 pure ones. After the 3 of them left, Qin Shan opened their attributes. They were indeed very powerful. If it weren't for the island restraining them, the strength of the 3 of them would have been even stronger. Name, Tai. Talent, Heavenly Way. Realm, 2nd level of physical training. Bloodline, Tai Ching Ancestral Bloodline. Physical body, level 5. Martial arts, Tai Ching Immortal Light, Tai Ching Divine Thunder. Passive, unknown. Directly possessing a 5th level physical body, one can unleash powerful lightning without getting hurt. This is also the realm Qin Shan wants to reach, but he cannot do it at present. The other 2 people had similar attributes to Tai. They were too powerful and suppressed the others as soon as they appeared. He didn't need to worry about the treasures, martial arts, bloodline evolution, etc. of the 3 of them. Just let them practice on their own. As for the martial arts of the 3 of them, Qin Shan just needed to think about it. No matter which one, it was not something he could learn at the moment. If we really talk about combat power, it is simply impossible. As for those people's comments, he is very strong anyway. A touch of technology almost makes him invincible. From now on, with them in charge, the island will be safe. Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. What he worried about most was that his lair would be destroyed. We can take advantage of this opportunity to expand the island and improve the strength of the Beast King. Even if the forest evolves faster, we won't have to worry. They did it as soon as they thought of it. First, they took back the marbles that had been successfully traded in the trading hall. I have to say that the entire District 34 is quite powerful. When they learned that the expansion of the island would bring about the emergence of terrifying animals, everyone became much more cautious, so that they still had a lot of marble left over. Instead of keeping it, they might as well exchange it for some food. Together with the marble he got from the box, the total amount was 5,000. Expansion. At his command, the island expanded outward at a very fast speed. In an instant, it reached 18,000 square meters, which was a terrifying number. It is equivalent to 2.5 football fields, but it is still too slow for Qin Shan. He has so many powerful subordinates, and he will try his best to expand it as much as possible. Every bit of growth counts. After the expansion was successful, Qin Shan went straight to the forest. Now, this place has become the territory of the Beast King. The other refreshed small animals are no match for the Beast King at all. But fortunately, with Qin Shan taking care of them, they will not eat all the animals in the forest. After all, if the forest wants to continue to evolve, various animals must join in. Master, the Beast King, who had been yawning, immediately became alert when he saw Qin Shan appear. Come, evolve your bloodline. Your strength is too low, Qin Shan said. He took out a bloodline evolution stone. Qin Shan himself didn't have many of this thing. Now that many people have bloodlines, it has become even more scarce. Even the quantities needed are not equal. Even he would need 10 bloodline evolution stones to advance to the next level. To continue evolving, the resources required would only be more terrifying. Being able to use a bloodline evolution stone to significantly improve the strength of a subordinate is simply a great deal. Others are still hovering around double digits, but on this island, if you don't have a combat power of over 100 points, you'd be embarrassed to raise your head. Thank you, Master. The Beast King was so excited. I just followed my master last night, and I have gained so much today, which means I didn't follow the wrong person. In my heart, I was filled with gratitude towards Qin Shan. After you evolve, don't destroy the forest, otherwise I won't forgive you, Qin Shan said. Yes. Half an hour after Qin Shan left, bursts of roars were heard from the forest. The Beast King felt that there was endless power in his body and he wanted to vent it out, but thinking of Qin Shan's instructions just now, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He had to run to the beach and roar at the waves. Hearing this voice, Qin Shan smiled slightly. In this way, the strength of everyone on the island has been raised to a relatively high level. Even if Gan Jiang and Moi are a little weaker, it doesn't matter. Their role is to wait for the blacksmith shop to open, so that there will be enough power to arm the island. The area of the island has been expanded by 5,000 square meters, which is enough to build a blacksmith shop, but Qin Shan did not build it. At present, the blacksmith shop is of little use. Might as well build something else. Call out the attributes of the Beast King, Qin Shan said. As he has more and more subordinates, the character column of Yun Jixin has undergone great changes. It is a bit troublesome to find them one by one. Name, Beast King. Talent, Strength. Realm, Body Refining Level 3. Bloodline, First Order White Tiger Bloodline. Physical Body, Level 2. Length, 10 meters. Skills, Tiger Roaring in the Forest, Bloodline Suppression, Tiger Descending the Mountain, Tier. Such strength is enough to guard the forest. Recently, animals have begun to appear in the mountains. Qin Shan murmured. Forests and mountains are the products of evolution with the help of the pioneer batch. At present, they are the only two types of terrain on the island besides the residential areas. No matter which one it is, it plays an indispensable role in the development of the island. At this time, on an island, the treasure map actually records the Jiozhou. A young man who looked a little embarrassed looked at the treasure map in his hand and was shocked. This thing was too valuable. That is the Jiozhou. Even if it only exists in myths and legends, the fact that they have arrived at this place is already incredible. It is also possible that such a thing would appear. But he didn't think that this treasure map had much effect on him. Instead, it was a death-threatening sign. Once all the treasure maps are released, anyone who obtains the treasure maps can pass through. With my limited strength, I won't even know how I died. Maybe I can find someone else to trade with, the young man murmured. With his strength, this thing is not of much use, and it may even bring him death. It is really not worth it. In this world, nothing is more important than being alive. I have a treasure map. If you need it, you can private message me and exchange it for something of equivalent value. Treasure map. A piece of news exploded the chat channel. Jiozhou, is it true or not? Is there really such a thing? Brother, if you have something like this, why don't you keep it for yourself? Why don't you sell it? Take a closer look at the treasure map. This thing is life-threatening. If you don't have the strength, it will be just a piece of waste paper. It may also bring bad consequences to yourself. Do you dare to take it? Chapter 40 Trading Treasure Map. Someone actually found the treasure map, Qin Shan said in surprise. Originally, he wanted to leave, but this sudden news interrupted his thoughts. This world is very big. Even in Area 34, there are millions of people. The distance between every two islands is at least hundreds of nautical miles. There are too many possibilities. I'm not the only lucky one. There are many more survivors, and not everyone will be exposed to everyone. For example, among the top 100 on the combat power list, there are definitely no more than 20 active people. Everyone is quietly developing his own territory, and no one knows what will happen in the future. The stronger they are, the more they understand that in this world, only great strength can decide everything. They practice all the time, and only in this way can they become stronger. Fish Bubble, boss, what do you think? Suddenly, Yupo Peyo's message popped up, and the question was naturally about the treasure map. Qin Shan, the treasure map is a good thing. Fish Bubble, that's right. With the boss's strength, he should have quite a few treasure maps. Qin Shan, what do you want to say? Fish Bubble, boss, I have a few treasure maps that I can give to you. Qin Shan, what do you want? Qin Shan would not believe that Yupo Peyo jumped out at this time just to tell him these things. Fish Bubbles, I want to merge into your island. Qin Shan, this is impossible. He refused without a second thought. What a joke. How could he let others come to his island? It would only cause trouble. Only those who were absolutely loyal would make sense to keep. Otherwise, there is a possibility that they would stab him in the back. He would leave his back to outsiders, unless he wanted to die. He is afraid of death, very afraid of death. If someone threatens him, he will kill the enemy without mercy. Fish Bubble, I can sign a contract with you. Qin Shan, forget it. Others may not know the disadvantages of the contract card, but Qin Shan knows it. Once one's strength exceeds that of the contractor, one can become the master. This is not safe at all and is worse than having nothing. Qin Shan, if you are willing to trade, I can give you one of these things, the Bloodline Evolution Stone, which is enough to improve your strength. Fish bubble, such a powerful item. On the other side, Yu Paopao frowned slightly. Qin Shan was willing to give out all these things. His strength must have reached a terrifying level, and he even had better things. But they refused to take an outsider's, which made her feel helpless. She knew very well that it was difficult to survive with her own strength. After barely reaching the first stage of body refining a few days ago, her luck was not very good. Until now, she had not even practiced martial arts. Fish bubble, boss, is it really not possible? Qin Shan, no. What he got was Qin Shan's resolute answer. Even though he knew this would be the result, he still asked again. It was just the only hope left in his heart. Fish bubble, okay, I'll change. She had no choice. If she could improve her strength a little bit, her chances of survival would be greater. Then she applied for a transaction for 15 treasure maps. So many treasure maps, this luck is incredible. Qin Shan was also shocked when he saw the 15 extra treasure maps. He thought that even if Yu Paopao had some, there would not be too many. But now it seems that he still underestimated Yu Paopao's talent. Apart from the lack of food, it can be said that Fish Bubble's talent is extremely powerful. Qin Shan, it's a pleasure to work with you. Fish Bubble, boss, if I'm in danger here, can you help me? Qin Shan, as long as it's within my capabilities, of course. This time, Qin Shan did not refuse. The distance between the two was only a few hundred nautical miles. With the ability of the manta ray, it only needed to sneak across the sea once to get through. Helping Yu Paopao is also helping myself. This guy is simply my lucky star. I can get a lot of benefits from every transaction. Fish bubble, thank you. She breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Qin Shan was willing to help, it didn't matter whether they merged or not. She didn't want to be someone else's subordinate. After signing the contract, she would lose her freedom. Qin Shan, you're welcome. If you have extra marbles in the future, just trade with me. Fish bubble, definitely. The two ended their chat. At this time, everyone in the chat channel was still arguing. Qin Shan didn't care about the treasure map in that person's hand. He would be able to pass by after all the treasure maps came out. He wouldn't need to pay anything more. Don't wait until the time comes where you have the treasure map but don't have the ability to do it. It would be a tragedy when you get there, and it really isn't worth it. Half an hour later, my strength has improved so much. Yu Paopao said in shock. Just now, she completed the evolution of her bloodline, and her strength increased greatly. She immediately checked her combat power, and it exceeded 100. A first-level bloodline actually increased her combat power by 100 points. Since he was able to give this thing to me, it means that his strength will only become stronger. After thinking about it for a while, she stopped thinking about it. After her bloodline evolved, the people ahead of her on the original battle power list were all pushed down one place. Who on earth is it that can surpass me in an instant? Emperor Xianyuan was puzzled. He was just watching the chat channel about the ownership of the treasure map. The battle power list next to it flickered. This was because his ranking had changed. Sure enough, the position of the second on the list has become blurred, and he doesn't know who the other party is. He looked at the others and saw that they all moved back one place. In other words, the previous ranking of this person who suddenly rose to prominence was outside the top 100, and his exact ranking was unclear. Apart from the first 100, who would care about the rest? At this point, the top 100 were no longer weaklings with only 5 points of combat power. More or less, they had also learned a first-grade martial art, and their combat power had improved a little. Perhaps, many of them had already prepared for the second stage of body refining. The ranking changes this time have attracted the attention of some people. However, those who are too weak cannot see clearly what is happening on the list. Interesting. I didn't expect that there would be so many powerful opponents in District 34. Emperor Xianyuan smiled and didn't care. Just let him improve. With his qualifications, it would not be difficult to improve. It would be strange if there was no opponent at all. In fact, the most shocked person was Yu Paopao. Her combat power was 105 points, but no one could see exactly what Qin Shan's combat power was. The 40 points she said in the chat channel last time was just nonsense. Chapter 41, Unowned Island. Afternoon. Everyone came to the seaside. There was no harbor where Ark Number 1 was docked, and the ship could drift away at any time. However, this was not a big problem for Qin Shan. There were manta rays and eels in the water, so they naturally needed to guard the ship. This time, there were only Qin Shan, Yun, Shang, Dahuang, and Dayu, and Ariu. No matter how many people pass away, it doesn't mean much. The island is left to you, Qin Shan said. He also didn't know how long it would take him to return from this voyage. After all, he had no idea what kind of enemies were on that unowned island. Fortunately, the island's strength has become much stronger now. Don't worry, Island Master, Tai said. Although I have never seen the three of them fight, their strength is definitely not too bad, and may even reach the level of eels. Qin Shan and his team boarded Ark Number 1 and prepared to go to sea. The unowned island is located 95 nautical miles away, which is almost beyond the coverage of the map. It takes more than an hour to drive the Ark to the destination. After sailing out of the island waters, we were faced with a vast white sea with no end in sight. Last time, he flew in the sky and headed straight for where the eels were. This time, he was not so anxious. As for driving the ship, Yin was naturally in charge, and they just had to wait. Half an hour after leaving the island. This deep sea is too desolate, Qin Shan said. They had traveled nearly 40 nautical miles, but along the way, not only could they not see any fish in the water, they could not even see any animals flying in the sky. They had thought that with the unowned islands nearby, there would be more of these animals. In fact, Qin Shan was also quite curious. Why were there so few fish and shrimps underwater? Instead, only when he dived into the water and reached very deep depths did some small fish and shrimps appear. It seemed that they were not on the sea surface, but more like floating in the air. He did not delve into this issue too deeply. As long as he could develop safely, the rest was none of his business, and he did not need to worry about it. The master was right next to him, with a stern face, and didn't say anything. It seemed as if nothing could have any effect on him. Da Huang and the big manta ray were lying dead beside them. The weather was relatively good, but the sea surface was gradually getting hotter. Even though they were cultivators, they still felt the heat. Waves would hit him from time to time. This should be his first time going out to sea in the true sense. At least he had a boat of his own. In the future, he would continue to upgrade it and let Ark Number 1 play a greater role. The rest of the journey was boring. In fact, with Qin Shan's strength, he is much faster than Ark Number 1. Island Master, we're here. Yin stopped Ark Number 1. 100 meters away from them, the outline of an island appeared. It looked quite large. Just from what you could see, it was much larger than Qin Shan's island. Ariu, stay on the boat. Everyone else, come with me. Go ahead, you take Yin with you, Qin Shan said. They were also afraid that during the time they were away, something would climb onto the boat and damage it. Yes. Levitation. Qin Shan used the levitation technique, picked up Da Huang, and flew towards the island. Sword-wielding technique. He let out a light cry, and a flying sword suddenly appeared under his feet. It was not a real weapon, but something created by his martial arts. Come up. The two of them followed. The giant manta ray could have swam over by itself, but it was simply too big. Qin Shan couldn't possibly fly over with it in his arms. It was a 5-meter-high disc, and even longer if the tail was included. A few seconds later, everyone stepped onto the ownerless island. At first glance, it's a bare expanse with a few mountains, some of which are about 100 to 200 meters high, and some are about 30 to 40 meters high. The entire island is scarlet in color. Island Master, there is a strong spiritual energy on this island, and there may be spiritual stone veins. The Lord spoke. Spiritual stone vein? Qin Shan was stunned at first, and then shocked. If there really is a spirit stone vein, then our strength can continue to improve. Yun said, this island is very big. Let's split up and search to see if there is anything useful. If there is any situation, call for help immediately. Qin Shan said, because there are several mountains blocking the view, they don't know what is behind these mountains. They can only explore slowly. From what they can see, the area is at least tens of thousands of square meters. If we could knock it down and take it away, that would be even better. It would be enough to bring about earth-shaking changes on the island. The three of them each chose a direction to move forward. As for Da Huang, he followed Qin Shan. Originally, the big manta ray also wanted to follow, but its body was too big, and it was not very convenient to move on land, so they let it go back and stay with the second manta ray. Woof, woof, woof. After walking for a while, Da Huang started barking wildly. Da Huang, what's wrong? Qin Shan asked. Master, look there are so many strange gems, said Da Huang. Qin Shan followed its gaze and saw that there were indeed a lot of crystals on the exposed ground at the foot of a mountain in the distance. Qin Shan didn't know what they were exactly, so I walked over. Out of curiosity, Qin Shan picked up a piece and took a look. It was very light, less than 1/3 of the weight of the stone. Such powerful energy. Could this be the spirit stone? Qin Shan weighed the crystal in his hand. Master, there is some movement. It seems someone is coming, said Da Huang. Let's retreat first and meet up with Yun and the others, Qin Shan said. Now he just wanted to quickly ask Yun and the others whether this was a spirit stone. If so, then they would be really rich. If it is directly exposed on the surface, then there might be a terrifying spiritual stone vein hidden under this mountain. If we can move back, it will definitely be a great blessing for the creatures on the island. He took a spiritual stone and left quickly. After they left, several strange animals appeared here. On their bodies, there were crystals that were exactly the same as the crystals on the ground. Huh? Why is there a piece of my feces missing? Never mind. I'm too full today. I'll just poop first. Then, the animal squatted there in an indecent posture. On the other side, Qin Shan found the two people and took out the crystal. Island Master, this is the spiritual stone. I'm afraid there really is a spiritual stone mine with huge reserves on this island. We are rich. Yin said excitedly and couldn't help but kiss him twice. This taste is a bit wrong. It's really a spiritual stone. Come with me quickly. It's on the mountain next to us. Qin Shan said excitedly. Now he wanted them to follow him and dig out the spirit stone mine. Chapter 42 Strange Animals. After confirming that they were spiritual stones, everyone immediately rushed to the place where Qin Shan had just been, hoping to dig them all out. When everyone arrived there, they were stunned. Ugh, Yin couldn't help but vomit. They saw a strange animal that was actually pooping there, and what it pooped out was the spiritual stone on the ground. Qin Shan also felt that the spiritual stone in his hand was particularly hot. The most difficult thing was Yun. He had just kissed the spirit stone twice, but the taste was a little bit wrong. Now he finally understood what was wrong. The spirit stone products in this world were excreted by the strange animal in front of him. No wonder there would be such a strange question. Their voices immediately attracted the attention of the animals, and they looked in their direction. And so they stared at the animals. Roar. Then the animal roared in anger because someone had watched it poop, and rushed towards everyone in anger. Oomph, you evil beast, my sword skills. Shang was not panicked at all, and turned back to fight the enemy. Although this animal looks strange, and its body is covered with spirit stone crystals, its strength is not that strong. It only looks like it is at the third level of body refining. Who here doesn't have some strength? He controlled a big sword made of spiritual energy and attacked the monster. I'll kill you. Yun roared and rushed over. Whenever I think about what happened just now, I feel a lump in my heart that I can't get rid of. I'm afraid it will become a shadow. Without finding out where the spiritual stones came from, he just licked them twice. This is asking for trouble. Don't blame others. Qin Shan did not take action, but watched from the side. With the strength of the two of them, it was more than enough to deal with the animal, and there was no need for him to intervene. After a few rounds, the animal was subdued, pressed down by the clouds, unable to move. If it weren't for its special life form, it would probably have died. Island Master, how should we deal with it? Yun said angrily. Take it with you first. There are still many places on this island that we don't know about. Qin Shan said. Since this thing can survive on the island and produce spirit stones, it must be a rare species. However, now he is unable to study this thing. He can only explore this island first, then return to his island and think of a solution. Oomph, you're lucky. Yin said as he tied it up and trapped it. With his ability, it should not be a problem to transform spiritual power into objects. If they were not still of some use, they would have been slaughtered. After hearing Yun's words, the animal actually became afraid. After that, everyone stayed together to avoid the same situation as before, which would have been extremely awkward. However, after they thoroughly explored the area, they only caught this type of animal. There were 7 mountains in total, and there was one such animal under each mountain. Apart from that, there were no other species. Moreover, such a mountain is made up of the accumulation of animal feces. It looks like a mountain, but it is actually a huge number of spirit stones. As for whether there is still a part of it in the soil, Qin Shan does not know and needs to study it before he can know. The entire island is as large as 50,000 square meters, which is 2 or 3 times larger than Qin Shan's. But in the end, he didn't find anything similar to the heart of the cloud. It should be an island that this world itself owns. Wait a minute, come with us. Qin Shan said, pointing at the first animal caught. There is communication between the two, but just now, Qin Shan was too lazy to ask. After exploring, he found that there was nothing in this place, and he couldn't help feeling discouraged. We have no choice but to place our hopes on these animals. If they can be domesticated, they will be of great importance to the development of the island. No, no. The animal resisted frantically. It seemed that he was afraid of something. Why? Qin Shan's eyes flashed coldly. Now, he is not negotiating with these guys. They are the ones who have the upper hand. My lord, I will die if I leave here, said the animal. How could this happen? Qin Shan frowned slightly. This was something he could not imagine. It was not that they did not want to leave, but that they would die after leaving this place. Is there any way to control this island? Qin Shan asked again. I don't know. We were born here. For the next few questions, it knew too little and did not provide Qin Shan with any valuable information at all. It was the kind that knew nothing about anything. This caused Qin Shan a lot of trouble. If he couldn't take it away, there would be no use in finding this place. It would be better not to have it. Maybe after tomorrow, this place will disappear and appear somewhere else. He finally came across it, and he really doesn't want to give up. Yun, Shang, You two stay here, and I'm going to go back, Qin Shan said. Since he is helpless in the face of this situation, I believe Yin Jixin must have a solution. After all, Yin Jixin is also a product of this world. He can find out by doing some research. Island Master, can I train them? Yun said. He still couldn't forget about what happened before. It wasn't that he was too vindictive, but he simply couldn't forget it. It would have been fine if he was the only one who saw it, but Qin Shan and Shang also saw it. As long as you don't die, it's fine, Qin Shan said. Suddenly, the animal next to it was covered in cold sweat. It didn't understand why this person named Yun hated them so much. With their simple minds, they wouldn't think of too many things. Yes, Island Master, Yin said happily. The look in the eyes when he looked at the 7 animals suddenly became a little unfriendly. It would take Qin Shan an hour to go back and another hour to come back, which was enough time for him to go through so much trouble. On the contrary, he became much calmer when he went up. A mere spirit stone monster could not arouse his interest. In fact, his interest lay in whether he was the unlucky one or not. No matter how they do it, Qin Shan is too lazy to ask. These guys are not his subordinates, so it doesn't matter if they die. He used the art of levitation to leave this unowned island and headed for his home. The boat was too slow and he urgently needed to deal with things here, fearing that he would miss something important. With his speed, which is much faster than Arc Number 1, he can return to Cloud Island in nearly an hour, and then he can just fly back. On the ownerless island, these animals were naturally taken care of by Yun, which made him feel a little better. When he was unlucky, even drinking water would get stuck in his teeth. Chapter 43. Fusion of Cloud Heart. The Great Function of the Coffin. An hour later, Qin Shan returned to the island. This made the others very curious, but they didn't dare to ask more questions. Qin Shan looked very anxious now, and they were afraid of being scolded if they asked too many questions. He rushed directly into the house and came to Yun Jixin's side. He urgently needed to know what was happening on the ownerless island, and he also needed a way to get those animals to leave the ownerless island. Island Master, you can fuse the Cloud Heart and gain higher authority. Finally, the Cloud Heart gave such a hint, which made Qin Shan very confused. What the hell is the fusion of the Cloud Heart? Hasn't it always been like this? Tell me what's going on, Qin Shan said. It is to merge the Cloud Heart with the island owner. Then, no matter where the island owner is, he can use all the functions of the Cloud Heart, including migrating the island. There is actually such an operation. Qin Shan was a little surprised. Isn't this the same as recognizing the Lord? No, there should be restrictions if you want to merge, Qin Shan said. If it could be so easy to merge, they should have reminded me long ago. They waited until now, when the ownerless island appeared, to tell me these things. Of course it's not that easy. There are 5 conditions in total. The first one is that the island area must be more than 20,000 square meters. The second one is to have 5 subordinates above the second level of physical training. The third one is to get the Pioneer Badge. The fourth one has unparalleled talent. The fifth, and most important, is a coffin. Does it require so many conditions? Qin Shan was shocked. It is really not easy to achieve. The first island of 20,000 square meters is a very difficult thing for many people. At present, the average area is only around 100 square meters. If you want to reach more than 20,000, it will take more than 10 days until everyone's strength is improved. Even for him, it has reached this point after triggering the hand of technology twice. It has to be said that it is indeed difficult to achieve. It's no wonder that there was no hint before. His current island is only about 18,000 square kilometers, so the first condition is not met. As for the other conditions, he already meets them. I can understand the Pioneer Badge, and I can also understand the need for so many powerful subordinates, but why do you want a coffin? What's the point of this? Qin Shan was very confused. He got a piece of this thing on the second day. It was an item that could only be stored in the Cloud Heart warehouse. He only knew that it was very useful, but he didn't know what it was used for. It was used when integrating the Cloud Heart. This may be a pleasant surprise. I don't have to work so hard to look for this kind of thing all over the world. How much marble is there in the trading hall now? Qin Shan asked. All transactions have been completed, and 2048 marbles have been obtained. Take them all out and then expand the island, Qin Shan said immediately. With this batch of resources, it is enough for him to complete all the conditions. When the time comes, he can integrate the Heart of Cloud into his body and no longer have to worry about other problems. Now, what he wanted most was the ability to migrate islands. To him, it was so important that if he refreshed more islands, wouldn't he be able to do it all at once? Wouldn't he be able to gain a large area instantly? At that time, he wouldn't have to go to the trading hall to exchange marble with others. Wouldn't it be better to directly exchange it for more valuable items? For example, a coffin. This thing is definitely very useful, but few people can open it. Up to now, he has not found anyone discussing this kind of thing in the chat channel. Maybe there is, but everyone hides it very deeply. Just like you Pao Pao, who obtained a large number of treasure maps silently, others naturally also benefited greatly. Never underestimate others. This is just Huaxia District 34. What about other people? What about other countries, or even other planets? No one knows how big this world is. Even calling it an infinite world is not an exaggeration. After smashing down 2,000 pieces of marble, the area of the island suddenly increased to 20,000 square meters, and it all belonged to his private territory. Integrate the Heart of Cloud. Qin Shan gave the order immediately. After all the conditions were met, he proceeded immediately. To avoid any more trouble, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with. I don't have time to waste here. The fusion process will be a bit painful and will last for half an hour. Are you sure it will be fused? Once again, a message popped up. Confirm the fusion. Then he saw a coffin appear in front of him, thrown out by the Heart of Cloud. Then the Heart of Cloud, which was originally embedded in the Cloud Island, flew up instantly and then floated to the position of his eyebrows, continued to shrink, and finally merged with his eyebrows. In just a moment of fusion, Qin Shan let out a painful roar. Is this the pain that Yun Jixin mentioned? Even though he has reached the 3rd level of body refining and his physical body has reached the 4th level, he can still feel the pain of being torn apart. If this were replaced by someone with weaker strength, he would be tortured to death. Fusion is in progress. Please enter the coffin to transform. Qin Shan didn't have time to think about it and immediately laid down in the coffin. He entered a mysterious world and his whole body was transformed by the special power inside the coffin. Even the pain was reduced a lot. His screams also attracted the attention of others. What's wrong with the island owner? Tai said doubtfully. After just a glance, he continued to read the scriptures in his hand. At least Qin Shan was not in danger. As residents of this island, they could not enter the island owner's house at will. It should be fine, otherwise the island master would have given instructions. Yu glanced at him, but did not go over. He sat on the cushion and continued to meditate and practice. These little things could not affect him. Instead, Ganjiang and Moi came to the outside of the leader's house, very anxious but not daring to go in. I can only wait at the door. After that roar, no other sound was heard. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the two of them left in disappointment. As long as everything was all right, that was good. Qin Shan, who was lying in the coffin, had gained a great boost in his physical body. The power of the coffin was beyond his expectation, and it actually helped him improve a lot. He even saw that his experience in the physical body column was increasing rapidly. Until half an hour later. He opened his eyes and found a virtual page appeared in front of him. Heart of the Cloud? Qin Shan asked tentatively. Master, it's me. You can also call me the Island Spirit. Suddenly, a cute elf appeared on the page, showing a simple smile. Chapter 44 Island Migration, Island Naming. Island Spirit? Not bad. Can I migrate the island now? Qin Shan asked. This is what he cares about most. Nothing is more important than this. Yes, but there are great restrictions on migration, said the Island Spirit. Don't worry about this. Show me the island migration function, Qin Shan said. The Island Spirit didn't say much, and directly presented a page that had been organized so that he could see intuitively what the island migration function looked like. Island migration. First, the migrated islands will directly merge into part of the main island. The area will not change, and the evolution of the original minerals will not change. However, to expand the area of this part, double the amount of marble will be needed. Second, every 10 days, you can perform a free island migration. The second migration requires 10,000 marbles, the third requires 20,000 marbles, and the fourth requires 40,000 marbles. Third, the sudden increase in the area of the main island will have a strong impact on the original species on the main island. There is a high probability that mutated monsters will appear. If not handled properly, it will bring great trouble to the main island. Fourth, the migration island is larger than the main island, and a large amount of manpower is required for dragging. The larger the area, the slower the integration, and the longest time is 10 days. During this period, once the dragging process is interrupted, the migration island will disappear directly. Fifth, migration islands have their own unique characteristics and it is best not to change them at will, otherwise the products of the migration islands may disappear permanently. Sixth, the migration islands are not stable and there is a risk of being sunk. This process requires a 5-day integration period before they can be completely transformed into part of the main island. The more migration islands there are, the greater the 10-day disaster they will face and the stronger the crisis that will arise. Seventh, every time you successfully migrate an island, you will receive a coffin, a population refresh ticket, a random mineral vein, and a supreme basic resource package. The first 6 all talked about the risks of migrating islands, but the 7th one actually offered a lot of benefits. If this could be accomplished, the benefits to Qin Shan would be self-evident. The risk is just too great. Even during the migration, you may encounter many risks. Without a certain level of strength, it is really impossible to do it. Their greatest danger is the sea beasts in the deep sea. Having been to the deep sea area, Qin Shan knew very well that this world was extremely dangerous. Just one lanternfish was enough to overwhelm him, and there were too many terrifying things in it. Even if they didn't encounter any powerful sea beasts on the way they flew just now, who can guarantee that there won't be any powerful sea beasts passing by during the long migration process? Those sea beasts don't just stay in one place. Except for the guardian beast guarding the treasure chest, other sea beasts are very ferocious. If you are not careful, you may capsize in the ditch. However, after success, there are also huge benefits. Who can resist it? Others may be afraid, but I have so many strong people, this is not a difficult thing at all. Qin Shan said. He can use all the powerful forces on the island to guard it. Any sea beasts that block the way will be killed without mercy. He doesn't believe that such misunderstanding sea beasts can appear in this area. Master, that's basically it, said the island spirit. Every function of Yin Island is very powerful, but a little too dangerous. Take the previous map function as an example. I am afraid that after seeing the pirates, others will regret opening the map. Without a ship, they can't go there at all, and they will have to face the pirates attacking them. If a terrifying boss were to appear, the entire island would be impacted. This is still secondary. The randomly refreshed sea kings are the scariest things. Although it is not as terrifying as the boss and can sink an island, if there are too many of them, the island will be destroyed. Moreover, this thing refreshes randomly and at irregular times, with no pattern at all. Therefore, if you want to obtain each function, you need to pay a considerable price. It depends on whether your heart is big enough. You may become a big fat man in one bite, or you may die from now on, and there will be no trace of you in this sea anymore. Okay, I understand, Qin Shan said. He was very satisfied. The island migration came just in time. The island was over 50,000 square meters, which was larger than the main island. It took a lot of time to drag it. But after the success, the island was directly expanded to 70,000 square meters, as big as 10 football fields. Call out everyone except the Beast King, and let's go to the unowned island, Qin Shan said. He has decided that no matter what, he must take over the unowned island. He was just worrying about how to get a coffin, and now it was delivered to him. This thing is really very useful, but now he doesn't know how to use it specifically. If he had not accidentally merged with the Heart of Cloud this time, he might not have discovered the use of the coffin. Master, before we set off, please name the island, said the island spirit. Yes, our island is not small, so it can be named. Let's call it Miracle Island, Qin Shan said. He just talks nonsense, saying whatever comes to his mind. Naming is really not something he is good at, but it is already great that he can come up with it. Besides, isn't this island a miracle? Only a miracle could allow him to reach such a height. Congratulations to the master for naming the island Miracle successfully, the island spirit said happily. In this way, it can be considered an island spirit with a name. Even a silly emoticon appeared on the screen. Okay, call the others over, Qin Shan said. It would be much easier to use the island spirit to notify them, as he wouldn't have to call them one by one. Okay, the order has been issued, said the island spirit. The next moment, a voice appeared in Tai, Yu, Ganjiang Moi, and Eel's minds, asking them to go to the beach immediately and wait for Qin Shan. What a magical method, Qin Shan murmured. After integrating with the Cloud Heart, his authority was increased and he could give orders at any time. Moreover, as long as Yunjishin is not destroyed, no one can destroy his island. No matter where he is, he can feel the existence of the island. He is not very clear about many of his abilities now and can only discover them slowly in the future. A few minutes later, Qin Shan arrived at the beach where the others had been waiting for a long time. We're going to the unowned island now, and you'll need to do something later, Qin Shan said. The unowned island isn't that big, so it shouldn't take long. Yes, Island Master. Everyone sat on the eel and swam quickly towards the unowned island. Chapter 45 Spiritual Vein Simulation, Spiritual Vein Gobi. The eel, which has reached the 5th level of body refining, is extremely fast, sailing in the sea like flying. Anyone who sees this huge monster that is dozens of meters long will feel overwhelmed. It took them about half an hour to see the outline of the uninhabited island. Iman, you wait in the water for a while, and everyone else, follow me to the island, Qin Shan said. Several people rushed to the island at a very fast speed. At this time, a funny scene was happening on the island. 7 strange animals were trained by Yun in an orderly manner. They looked weird. Island owner. Seeing Qin Shan coming back, Yun ordered them to stop. What are you doing? Qin Shan said. Hee, Island Master, I'm just helping you share your worries. Look, they are so obedient. You don't have to worry about anything. Yun laughed. Even the 7 animals looked at Yun with fear in their eyes. Okay, I don't know you yet, Qin Shan said. It is obvious that he is going to take revenge on a personal vengeance. Qin Shan looked at these guys again, and their attributes finally appeared in front of Qin Shan. Spiritual vein simulation. Introduction. They are transformed from spirit veins and possess a certain intelligence. They cannot leave the spirit stone veins too far, otherwise they will die from spiritual power exhaustion. They can grow into dragon veins. After reaching the dragon veins, they can become powerful dragon vein warriors. They are veins themselves and possess very powerful strength. Conquering them will bring unexpected benefits. Function. Produce spirit stones. 1 to 5 spirit stones can be produced every day. Please wash them before use. Realm. First level spiritual vein. Advanced. 10 spiritual veins evolution stone. Except for a relatively large spirit vein simulation, all of them are first level and not very powerful. It's actually a simulation of a spiritual vein, Qin Shan said. It is indeed a special life form. I have never heard of the existence of such a thing before. It is true that the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. What he has seen in this world is just the tip of the iceberg. It is really too little. You will encounter all kinds of mysterious things in the future. Island Master, you said this is a simulation of a spiritual vein? Yun asked in surprise. Yes, they are the imitations of spirit veins. If they are trained well, they will become dragon vein warriors in the future, Qin Shan said with a smile. Obviously, this trip to the ownerless island was not in vain. Not only was there no danger, but he also gained this benefit. Only when he arrived at the Miracle Island, whether they were willing or not, he would have the final say. What's more, with the deterrent effect of the clouds, I think they will be obedient. What a magical species, but the way they produce spirit stones is too weird, Yun murmured. The stuff is very good, but the way it is done is somewhat unacceptable. From now on, they will be handed over to you for management, Qin Shan added. Yes, Island Master, Yun said. He has a talent for formations. With spirit stone veins, he can research and create powerful formations to accelerate the growth of these spirit veins. It is not impossible. Letting him manage will be much better than letting others. Qin Shan came to the most powerful spiritual vein avatar and said, from now on, you will be called Lingling 1. The others, Lingling 2 to Lingling 7, will be under his control. Do you understand? I understand, Linglingi said after taking a long breath. They still looked at Yun with lingering fear, wondering why he was assigned to this person. But this was obviously not something they could change just because they wanted to. Don't worry, he won't do anything rash. As long as you do your job well and follow him, there will be no harm and endless benefits, Qin Shan said. Yes, sir. From now on, just call me the island owner like them. Afterwards, Linglingi and the others came in front of Yun and made a gesture of submission. This made Yun feel much better, and he no longer dwelled on what happened before. After all, only the two of them knew about it, and no one would tell it. So the matter was just put to rest. Explore the unowned island, Qin Shan said. If you want to move this island, you need to find out all its properties before you can drag it. Most people wouldn't even dare to think about it, but Qin Shan doesn't care. How can he let go of such a good thing? Exploring 1. The speed of exploration is not fast, almost 1 per minute. It can be seen that if you want to capture an island, it has a lot to do with the area of the main island. If the main island is hundreds of thousands of square meters, it will take only a moment to explore the island. Time passed quickly, and 100 minutes passed quickly. The properties of the island also appeared in front of him. Island. Unnamed island. Area. 51240. Product. 7 spiritual stone mines, numbered Lingling 1 Lingling 7. Attributes, or island. As the area of the island increases, various ores will be refreshed, and it can even give birth to special life forms similar to dragon vein warriors. Migration requirements. The main island area exceeds 20,000 square meters, and it must be escorted by 5 or more third-level body refiners. The migration time is 6 hours. Please note that if the migration process is interrupted, the nameless island will be lost. Sanqing, Yun, and Yi, it's enough to have them here. 6 hours is not too long, Qin Shan murmured. He could definitely afford to wait this amount of time. 6 hours, which would only be until tonight, was enough for him to obtain a huge island by tonight. This island was casually named Lingmai Gobi. It is a bare piece of land with a lot of semi-certified soil, so the name is very appropriate. Maybe this place will become a beautiful landscape on Miracle Island in the future. Island Spirit, migrate immediately, Qin Shan said. Without hesitation, I finished it a minute earlier and felt at ease sooner. I didn't want such a big piece of cake to leave my mouth just like that. The migration order has been issued. Migration link successful. Migration begins. Then, Qin Shan saw a ship appearing under the island, traveling at a speed of 0.28 nautical miles per minute. Qin Shan asked Yun and the others to guard the island and sail. When they were bored, they could directly use the spirit stones to practice. Naturally, no one was willing to leave here. With such a good thing, why would they rush to leave? Qin Shan took some spirit stones and drove the boat back to the main island, which was his base camp. With these people guarding the island, there shouldn't be any major problems during the process of migrating the island. After he returned, he had to adjust the island to form a terrain that could be connected to the spiritual vein desert. There were more and more things to do, and he always felt that it was not enough. The spirit stones he took back were naturally given to the Beast King. After all, it was guarding the forest diligently, getting up early and going to bed late every day, collecting the refreshed resources in the forest, and making a contribution to the development of the island. Chapter 46, Into the Mountains. After returning to Miracle Island, Qin Shan immediately set about adjusting the terrain of the island, mainly the northern area. Originally, Miracle Island was nearly circular, and he now wanted to leave a gap to accommodate the arrival of the spirit vein Gobi. It's right on the edge of the forest. You can reach the Linglai Gobi by crossing the forest. It's not too far away. Moreover, there is no need for people to guard the Linglai Gobi. It is too desolate there, and no one except those special life forms can survive there. Linglingi and the others do not need food, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, there are only Qin Shan and the Beast King on this island. The others are just some small animals. Qin Shan has no intention of taking them all in. The Beast King is enough to suppress the forest. Why should he worry about these things? After adjusting himself, Qin Shan came to the forest. Beast King, this is for you. Wash it clean before using it to improve your strength, Qin Shan said. Thank you, Master, the Beast King said excitedly. There are a total of 15 spirit stones. It can feel that the terrifying energy in these spirit stones is enough to improve its strength a lot. It also wanted to leave the forest and go out to have a look, but if it left, there would be no one to guard it, which was not worth it. Call me the Island Master from now on. If a potentially powerful beast appears, please notify me and I will replace you. You won't have to stay here all the time, Qin Shan said. Beast Master is pretty good though. Yes, Master, Island Master, the Beast King said happily. It would be great if we could leave. Who would want to stay in this place all the time when there is no one to talk to? Occasionally, when I have nothing to do and want to roar, I have to worry about disturbing Qin Shan and the others. Then, I will inevitably be scolded. By the way, have you ever been to the mountains? Are there any special animals there? Qin Shan asked. After other people appeared, he rarely managed the affairs here and knew very little about what was going on here. Island Master, the speed of animal evolution on the other side of the mountains is far slower than that on the other side of the forest. But I remember that when I came out yesterday, there was also a terrifying big guy on the other side of the mountains, said the Beast King. Really? Qin Shan was a little surprised. I have to go over and take a look. Tonight, an island will be moved here, which may have some impact on the forest. You have to suppress the animals here and don't let them run around, Qin Shan said. Don't worry, Island Master. They can't cause any trouble while I'm here, said the Beast King. Faced with the blood suppression of the Beast King, who wouldn't be afraid, except for some special species. Qin Shan nodded. With the Beast King suppressing them here, there was really nothing to worry about. He felt relieved. He just didn't know what kind of animals were on the other side of the mountains. Compared to the forest, the mountains were larger, and most importantly, they were taller, which made them much larger than the forest. I must practice hard and follow the footsteps of the Island Master, the Beast King murmured after Qin Shan left. I have only followed them for less than a day, but I have gained so much. My strength is much stronger than before. If I can't keep up with the first echelon, my status will be greatly reduced in the future. Although it had not met everyone on the island, everyone it had met was very powerful, even the dog was no less powerful than it. Only with strong strength can one stay firmly in the first echelon. The island is changing every day, which makes it feel a strong sense of crisis. Now Qin Shan has also gone to the mountains. It is thought that a king will appear there, and its status will be reduced again. It has no choice but to work hard. After Qin Shan left the forest, he walked for a few minutes and came to the mountains. There were only a few scattered trees, not densely distributed. From time to time, a few small animals rushed out. Hey, there is a cave? When Qin Shan came to the edge of the mountain range and got close to the sea, he found a cave. A huge sound came from inside the cave. That was a snoring sound. There were animals sleeping in the cave. Qin Shan walked in without hesitation. He wanted to see what on earth was that appeared on his island without making a sound. When he came in, he found a huge brown bear. Its belly was bloated and it was snoring loudly. Qin Shan didn't notice anything. He approached and took a look at its attributes. It was not as powerful as a saber-toothed tiger. It was just an ordinary animal. No wonder there was no movement. With its weak attributes, there was no need to care about it at all. Anyone on the island can easily deal with it. Wake up. Qin Shan patted its belly. He was not afraid of this guy. This was his territory. The brown bear, which was snoring loudly, woke up instantly, opened its eyes and looked at Qin Shan, a little confused, but the next moment, it was completely awake and pounced on Qin Shan with its fangs and claws. Bang! With one slap, the brown bear flew away. Be quiet. Don't think you're the only one with a loud voice. Qin Shan scratched his ears. The roar of this thing was indeed no louder than that of the Beast King. Could it be that the bigger the body, the more terrifying the sound it made? Or do they all like to overwhelm other animals by roaring? I, I, I. After being knocked away by Qin Shan, the brown bear got up and became much more obedient. He was a little confused. He was a brown bear, but he was actually slapped away by a tiny human. For a moment, I was at a loss as to what to do. But why could I understand what that person said? Don't just stand there, come here, Qin Shan said. The brown bear did not dare to disobey and walked over. Do you want to become stronger? Qin Shan asked. I want to. The brown bear lowered his head in fear. Qin Shan gave it a feeling that it was too dangerous. Stay with me and work for me, and I can make you as strong as me, Qin Shan said. When communicating with creatures like these that don't have much intelligence, it's better to be direct. Really? A glimmer of hope instantly appeared in the brown bear's eyes. The slap Qin Shan had just given him was quite powerful. It was naturally very happy that it had the opportunity to become so powerful. Of course, there is no need for me to lie to you. You know the tiger over there in the forest, Qin Shan said. I know a little bit, but it's too powerful, so I didn't dare go over. The brown bear said naively. The saber-toothed tiger's strength is indeed not weak. It is much stronger than it. One is already a demon beast, while the other is still a wild beast. Naturally, they cannot be compared. It's already my little brother, Qin Shan said. Then can I also be your little brother? The brown bear became excited. Even the saber-toothed tiger was dealt with, so what's wrong with me becoming its younger brother? Chapter 47 Brown Bear, Encounter on the Way. Of course, but you have to keep an eye on the mountains for me, Qin Shan said. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely guard this place well, said the brown bear. These are pet cultivating pills. If you don't have enough, come to me for more, Qin Shan said as he took out some pet cultivating pills that were left over from before. Anyway, he had no more pets to use them. Now, with the spiritual stones as a substitute, there is no need to worry about their strength. This pet training pill can only speed up the training process in the early stages. After that, it is useless. Even if you give it to Da Wang and the others, they will just eat it as candy. Thank you. Call me the island owner. Thank you, island master. I will definitely protect the mountains, the brown bear promised solemnly. As for the contract card, he was too lazy to use it. It was useless anyway. In this place, if your strength was not much better than his, you would not be able to turn the tables. What's more, he had other cultivators to help him. They were the population refreshed from this island and were absolutely loyal to him. Don't worry about the problem of rebellion. If it is a wild beast, it is still a bit difficult to tame it. You just need to. Qin Shan told the brown bear everything he needed to do and named it Big Bear. In its current state, there is no way for it to enter the interface above the island spirit. We can only wait until it breaks through. As for the bloodline evolution stone, it won't be too late to give it to it after a few days. Xiongda nodded heavily, indicating that he would definitely do a good job here and not cause any trouble for Qin Shan. With the help of this big guy, we don't have to worry too much about the mountains. All you have to do is patrol once a day and bring any people you find to the village. The island is still too desolate, with a total population of only 7. The village is still a long way from being fully populated, and even the elite houses have only been used for 5. We still have to wait. There is no point thinking about these things now. After dealing with things here, Qin Shan returned to the leader's house to practice. There were special training effect bonuses here, which allowed him to practice better. Fortunately, the spirit stone does not need to be swallowed directly. You can just keep it by your side. It is fine if it is taken out of the box. There is no peculiar smell. But if it is excreted and not cleaned, it will condense in a short time, and a strong smell is really unbearable for ordinary people. The sea was calm. An island is moving in a straight line at a constant speed, drifting towards the Miracle Island. If someone saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. The island built with marble has no bottom, as if it is floating on the water. However, if you dig from the top, it is not just 1 meter deep, but very deep, which is extremely strange. This is the special nature of Cloud Island. I just don't know whether Cloud Island can evolve and sublimate into something new in the future. Therefore, island migration becomes a possibility, just like it is now. An island with an area of 50,000 square meters is migrating. If you look closely, you can see the direction the island is moving. There is a road connecting it and pulling it over. On the island, everyone is practicing. In the sea, there are 3 eels guarding them, so there is no need to worry about being attacked. Everyone is immersed in cultivation. About 3 hours had passed, and the island migration was halfway completed. If we persisted for another 3 hours, we would be able to complete today's mission. Just when everyone relaxed their vigilance, the eels suddenly jumped out of the water. Be alert, enemies are approaching, Yun said immediately. If there is nothing wrong, the eel will not come out. Bang! They saw a huge noise coming from behind the island. and the island began to shake violently, as if it had deviated from its course. Go over there quickly. They didn't have time to think and ran over immediately. When they arrived, they saw several terrifying large marine creatures appearing behind them. A killer whale, a lanternfish, and a red-lined sea snake. It's a bit troublesome. Yin frowned slightly. Don't worry, they are just 3 level 4 sea beasts. They can't cause any big waves. Tai said, even though their cultivation is only at the 2nd level of body refining, their physical bodies have reached the 5th level. If a real fight breaks out, they will not be afraid of 4th level sea beasts and may be able to keep them all in their grasp. These 3 sea beasts are neither sea kings nor bosses. If you must say so, they are just elite monsters with decent strength. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll be at the back and cast the formation for you. Yun said. He is not good at fighting, but his long-range support ability is definitely top-notch in Miracle Island, and there are only a few people like him. Okay, wait for me to cut off the head of the red-striped sea snake, said the Lord. He took up the sword-wielding technique and flew towards the red-striped sea snake. Then I will kill this killer whale. Tai said. You didn't say anything. He could only choose the lanternfish. With their strength, it was just right for training. If they didn't fight for too long, their bodies would get rusty. Sea covering formation. After the 3 purities arrived at the battlefield, Yun immediately took action. Weakening the enemy's strength was actually enhancing the strength of teammates in disguise. This kind of assistance was definitely the favorite of others. Taiqing, Immortal Light. Shanqing, Immortal Light. Jade Purity, Immortal Light. The first move he made was a terrifying martial art, far beyond the 10th grade. It was impossible to tell what level it was. Qin Shan could even learn supergrade martial arts, but he dared not even think about the martial arts of the 3 purities. He just couldn't learn it. Even with the help of the island spirit, it won't work. It has the form, but not the spirit. What's the point of having it? It's better to be like this now. Later, when my strength improves, I will learn from them the 3 pure ones light, this terrifying martial art that can wipe out all things. It's just that their strength is too low now, and there wasn't much noise when they hit the sea beasts, just a little smoke, which made the 3 sea beasts become very irritable. This kind of sea beast with thick skin and flesh must have a body of at least 2 or 3 levels, but it was burned with a big hole in it at the first encounter. 10 directions, killing formation, postnatal 8 trigrams. Yin attacked again. The power of the 10 directions killing formation should not be underestimated. It's just that its strength is too weak, and it doesn't cause any substantial harm to these sea beasts. At most it just causes them some trouble, but that's enough. Being a qualified assistant and creating more opportunities for others is his greatest value in battle. After a few minutes of continuous attacks, the 3 sea beasts turned into corpses. They were dragged ashore by the crowd and taken back to be cooked. However, after killing them, nothing exploded, which was a bit regrettable. Chapter 48. 50,000 square meters. The map is fully open. Apart from these 3 mischievous sea beasts, they did not encounter any other sea beasts on their journey back. Their strength was actually still very powerful. Unfortunately, Qin Shan's force was even stronger, and they were slaughtered in just a few rounds. All we can say is that their luck isn't very good. It was not until around 11 o'clock in the evening that the spirit Vane Gobi appeared on the north side of Miracle Island. Is this the spiritual desert that the island owner mentioned? The Beast King looked at the huge monster that was slowly approaching and kept muttering in his heart, this must be much bigger than the Miracle Island. Master, the spiritual Vane Gobi has been connected to the Miracle Island according to the original route. Now the spiritual Vane Gobi is too fragile. If it is attacked, it may be sunk. It will take 5 days to completely integrate it. When the island spirit's voice sounded, Qin Shan, who was cultivating, immediately opened his eyes. It was finally time. He had been waiting for 6 hours. Very good, Qin Shan said. Leave home and head to the Lingmai Gobi. Island owner. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, said Qin Shan. He saw the corpses of the 3 sea beasts, which were a pile of huge monsters. The strength of the 4th level of body refining had greatly strengthened their bodies. Just like the eel, it has the cultivation level of the 5th level of body refining and has a body of 70 meters long. As its strength increases, it can continue to grow. Maybe it can really become a monster comparable to prehistoric behemoths. In addition to their cultivation level, the size of monsters is also very important in their combat effectiveness. To a certain extent, it can allow them to exert even more terrifying combat power. Several people shook their heads and said that this was what they should do. Okay, everyone go back and rest, but for the next few days, you all have to guard the spiritual Vane Gobi. It's still unstable now, and it will collapse if attacked by powerful sea beasts, Qin Shan said. It took a lot of effort to get such a spiritual desert, but now it is lost. It hurts to think about it. Yes. Everyone went home. The eels returned to the water and focused their attention on the spiritual vein desert. Other places were very solid. Even if a disaster occurred within 10 days, it would only be a piece of marble. There was nothing worth worrying about. Master, I have something to tell you, said the island spirit. What's the matter? Qin Shan asked puzzledly. The miracle island has now reached 70,000 square meters, exceeding 50,000 square meters. The pioneer metal has been upgraded. Another thing is that if someone reaches a 50,000 square meter cloud island, then everyone in the entire area will have their map opened, said the island spirit. The map will only be opened when it reaches 10,000 square meters, but there are only 7 days left. Even if one can get 100 pieces of marble a day, it will only be 700 square meters. It will take a long time for the map to be opened. However, everyone's treasure chests have been upgraded recently, and Qin Shan doesn't know what they have obtained, nor does he need to know. He has already walked ahead of everyone else and gained too many benefits. If those people can catch up, it is also their own ability. For an island of 70,000 square meters, if each person has an island of 500 square meters, it would take 140 people to reach this size. It's open now, which is a good thing, Qin Shan said. Is there something wrong with this? After all, after opening the map, there are indeed many benefits, such as the spiritual vein gobi. Master, your strength is indeed very strong, but others do not have this strength. Without an island larger than 10,000 square meters, they will basically be doomed if they encounter pirates. By then, a large number of people in this area will die, said the island spirit. This, I really didn't expect. Qin Shan suddenly. Nowadays, everyone's strength is generally at the first level of body refining, but pirates appear in groups. Even if they are at the first level, there are 10 people, 1 against 10. This is too difficult for some people, not to mention that all kinds of strange things will appear. Opening it early will do those people no good at all, and may even cost them their lives. He asked Dao Ling to bring up the chat interface, which was already noisy. I just asked Yun Jixin and found out that this map function needs to reach 10,000 square meters to be activated. Boss Qin Shan is too powerful. He actually created an island of more than 50,000 square meters. It's so terrifying. Is the person upstairs a warrior below Do Zone? Ahem, how is that possible? Let's talk about the map function. I personally don't think I have the ability to open the map. Things that can only be opened with 10,000 square meters are now open, which does us no good at all. Ask the boss. He has already opened it. He must know some news that we don't know. Qin Shan. Many people him crazily, hoping that he could come out and answer this question. There was no need for him to refuse this, as everyone was trying to survive. With only one island, he cannot survive in this world. No one can predict what will happen in the future. The map function is an opportunity for everyone, but it can also be a terrible disaster. When I first opened it, I encountered pirates and bosses. The pirates were at least 10 people in a group, all above level 1, and the bosses might be level 3. You should think carefully about whether to open it or not. In addition, many unexpected resources will be refreshed. So cruel. Can't we just watch and open it now? It seems like this. I want to give it a try. If I can get a lot of treasures, I can also be in the top 100 of the battle power list. You think you are the boss of Qin Shan? If you don't have the strength, you will die. After all, only a few people have the courage to forge ahead. After all, this concerns the safety of their own lives. Who would be willing to die when they can live? Brother, after you open the map, could you tell us what you found? This will help us prepare ourselves mentally. Of course, in return, if there is a major disaster, you can come to my island by boat. Okay, let's add each other as friends and chat privately later. The news they have learned now is only about Qin Shan's family. What if Qin Shan is deceiving them? It is not impossible. Someone always needs to be ahead. Qin Shan was not very interested in the discussions of those people later. He had done his best by telling them the news. Whether they were willing to listen or not was their own problem. If they died, it would not have much to do with him. Chapter 49, Level 3 Pioneer Medal. Instead of arguing with them now, it is better to wait until they refresh themselves, then they will understand how kind you are. After all, he has already achieved 50,000 square meters. No one would believe him if he said there were no huge benefits. He is the type who will not turn back until he hits the wall. As long as they are willing to make efforts, Qin Shan will be happy and comfortable. By then, someone will naturally prove it for him, but the price will probably be quite heavy. If they can't handle those things, it will be a devastating disaster for them. Now, on the battle power list, there is only one person at the 3rd level of body refining. That is him, and one person at the 1st level of body refining, Yu Pao Pao. However, her battle power is as high as over 100. Unfortunately, Her use of the Bloodline Evolution Stone did not increase her cultivation much. The third on the list is Emperor Xin Yuan, who has reached the second stage of body refining. With his strength, he can probably barely activate the map function, but if he is not careful, he will be doomed to die in the abyss. People should still do things within their capabilities and have awe for this vast ocean. Fish bubble. Boss, with my current strength, can I open the map? At this moment, Yu Paopao was chatting privately with Qin Shan. She and Qin Shan had had quite a bit of communication before. This time, she still chose to trust Qin Shan because she knew she would face a terrible disaster after the map was opened. She is not very afraid of pirates, but she is afraid of bosses and sea kings. Everyone has the same introduction to the map function, and after turning it on, they have been told the consequences they will face, so the decision is still in these people's hands. Qin Shan, I don't recommend you to activate it now. You can handle pirates, but if a boss appears, your current strength is not enough. You can awaken your bloodline, and bosses also have bloodlines. In addition, they have multiple skills and some characteristics. Their ranks are also higher than yours, so they are more difficult to deal with. Of course, you can activate it if you want. As long as there are no powerful enemies, you can handle it yourself. After killing the pirates, there will be a pirate treasure with many good things in it. It's up to you to choose. The map function has both advantages and disadvantages. He has not yet encountered the randomly refreshed Sea Kings. They are not discovered through daily exploration of the map, but may be refreshed at any time and anywhere. This is the most fatal thing. It is very likely that it comes out to cause trouble late at night when you are sleeping soundly. Fish bubble. Is that so? I want to try it. Qin Shan. Okay. If Yu Paopao is willing to try, then let's try it. Fish bubble. Thank you, sir. I'll sell you the treasure map when I find it. He did get a lot of benefits from Yu Paopao, which could be considered as mutual support. Moreover, the distance between the two islands is quite close, only more than 800 nautical miles. With the ability of the big manta ray and the second manta ray, they can reach it in a short time, which is comparable to the function of a teleportation array. After finishing the chat, he did not spend too much time on Yu Paopao. Strengthening himself was the most correct choice. Everything else was meaningless. Island Spirit, let me see the Pioneer Medal. Qin Shan said. When the area reaches 50,000 square meters, the Pioneer badge will be upgraded, but he is not sure what its specific functions are. But every upgrade is a huge gain for Qin Shan. Pioneer Medal, unique. Grade, level 3. Introduction, given to the first survivor who expands Cloud Island to 100 square meters. Effect, the upper limit of the number of treasure chests obtained per day is increased to 20, with a 60 chance of refreshing the Aoki treasure chest, a 35 chance of refreshing the Ochre treasure chest, a 5 chance of refreshing the Ruby treasure chest, a 0.1 chance of refreshing the Mineral Vein. The speed of all-terrain evolution is increased by 0.1. The population refresh probability is increased by 5, and the area of Cloud Island increases by a fixed amount of 0.01 of the highest area of the previous day every day. Upgrade, 500,000 square meters. Note, the medal can be worn unlimited times. Is it so powerful? Qin Shan said in surprise. This is only the third-level Pioneer Medal. All ordinary treasure chests are eliminated directly. The lowest is the Aoki treasure chest. Even the Ruby treasure chest is refreshed, which is more terrifying than the Ochre treasure chest. If I can refresh it tomorrow, I will definitely be lucky. Not only that, the number of treasure chests obtained has also increased from 16 to 20. The highest number obtained by others now is 6. The difference is too big. It will be difficult to catch up with Qin Shan. The remaining few enhancements are really important. The evolution of all terrain is no longer limited to forests and mountains. Grasslands, hills, mountains, basins, rivers, lakes, and seas can all be created. The speed is 100 times faster than before. The last two newly added attributes are so terrifying. The probability of population refresh has increased so much. Coupled with the bonus of thousands of lights, the probability of refreshing the population is much greater. The most perverted thing is the last attribute. Now the Miracle Island has an area of 70,000 square meters. The next morning, he doesn't have to do anything and the area of the island will directly increase by 7 square meters. The base is small now, but what about in the future? 700,000 square meters. Then it can grow by 70 square meters every day, 7 million. 70 million. That's quite terrifying. And as the Pioneer Medal is upgraded, the attributes will become more powerful. Even if you want to upgrade, it may be a bit difficult. 500,000 square meters is not small. Perhaps, there really will come a day when he can directly replicate the Earth, and there will be no problem at all. It's a good thing I got this Pioneer Medal. Qin Shan murmured. Only when you get it can you feel how terrifying this thing is. Compared with it, the metal of the Chosen One is far inferior. After all, it is not a unique thing, so its attributes are also rubbish. By the way, Island Spirit, I remember that there will be a lot of rewards for successfully migrating an island. Why didn't I see it? Qin Shan asked. He has already got the Spirit Vein Gobi back, and the reward is extremely generous, so he can't wait. The kind that gives you a mineral vein directly. There are other miscellaneous things, which, added together, could probably equal the daily harvest of hundreds of people. Master, it's not possible now. You can only receive the reward after the spiritual vein desert is completely stabilized, said the island spirit. It will take another 5 days. Qin Shan frowned slightly. It turned out to be not so easy to get. If he couldn't keep it in the process, then he would really lose everything, and he would lose such a large island in vain. The spiritual stone veins on it were definitely the most valuable things he had obtained. Unfortunately, Lingmai Gobi is really a Gobi, not suitable for survival. Otherwise, he would want to make all the manufacturing drawings, which would require tens of thousands of square meters. This is only at the village level, and there may be larger blueprints in the future. Chapter 50. Everyone is panicking. The map is a trap. At this time, it was almost 12 o'clock and very late. Even after reaching their level, where sleeping once in a while is enough, he has already developed the habit of sleeping at night so that he can be in a better mental state tomorrow. Day 8. Congratulations, the area has expanded by 7 square meters. Map scan completed. Currently 150 nautical miles, 3,000 meters under the sea. 18 lost treasure chests found. Congratulations, Master. The sea is calm today. Early in the morning, Qin Shan heard 2 hints. There are no resources at all. What is there to congratulate? Qin Shan said. He didn't want it to be peaceful like this, but rather wanted some pirates and bosses to appear so that he could quickly improve his cultivation. Now, there were only 18 lost treasure chests, and the things that could be opened were really limited. But they are still resources to some extent, and it is necessary to take them back. However, sending people out and back will take a long time, and the area of the sea is really too large. With Miracle Island as the center, the radius is 150 nautical miles, which is a huge area. These treasure chests are scattered everywhere. It takes a person a whole morning to collect them. It is really boring. Therefore, today's map function did not bring him any surprises, but was more like a way to pass the time. Island Master. Everyone is gathered. Today, I want one of you to go to the sea and pick up the lost treasure chest. Who is willing to go? Qin Shan said. Island Master, can we go alone? What if we encounter pirates? Yin asked. There are no pirates today, only treasure chests. They are too scattered. At the speed of Arc number 1, it will take 3 or 4 hours to complete. Qin Shan said. Suddenly, everyone's faces fell. It turned out that this was a hard job. It didn't require any technical skills. It was just sailing out for a walk. As for flying over there, that was definitely not possible. First of all, the distance was too far. Secondly, there was no place to rest in the sea. Flying for a long time would consume a huge amount of their physical strength. Now, no one here can fly for a long time. It would be better if they could tame the air units. If the same problem still exists in the future, they can let them go. The 6 of us looked at each other, and no one wanted to go. It was such a waste of time. Let's decide it by rock, paper, scissors. Qin Shan said. Seeing how hesitant they were, he was too lazy to waste words. Whoever had bad luck was the one who had bad luck. Good. Can. Everyone started playing rock, paper, scissors, and after a few rounds, only you was left. Island Master, it seems that I am the one who should take on this mission. You said helplessly. I have to waste a few more hours picking up treasure chests outside. But for them, it was nothing. They were here to meditate and practice, so it was no harm to go outside for a walk. What's more, with their abilities, they can just create a clone or something to control the ship. Go early and come back early. Qin Shan said. You waved her hand, left the team, headed for Arc 1, boarded the ship, and left. It was Yun who had bad luck yesterday, and today it is his turn. Everyone else, go and get the treasure chest. Also, go and take a look around the spiritual fields, woods, and mountains. An hour should be enough. Qin Shan said. Yes, Island Master. After that, everyone went about their duties and did what they were supposed to do. Qin Shan no longer needed to do many things himself. In the entire District 34, perhaps Qin Shan is the only one who can be so free and easy at this stage. Master, you can check the chat channel now. The island spirit reminded. What happened? Qin Shan asked puzzledly. There's a result after opening the map. The island spirit responded. Yes, I have explored it all, and they are definitely no exception. Qin Shan said. When I entered the chat channel, I felt something was not right. Everyone, if the map function is not turned on, please do not turn it on. I am also ready to run away. Brother, what happened? +1. The map is too bad. 10 pirates spawned directly on me. There is no way I can defeat them. In 1 hour, a pirate team will discover my island. I will retreat first. 10 pirate teams. There are 100 first-level practitioners. If we go to the top 100 on the battle strength list, we should be able to destroy them. You think other people don't need time to pass, and do you know how everyone is distributed? You're not that miserable. 3 bosses have spawned here. If any one of them comes, my island will sink. Brothers, I won't say anything more. The situation is urgent. I have to sail away as soon as possible. If you can survive, we can talk about it later. It's smooth sailing. Fortunately, we didn't open it. This pit is a bit too big. I told you to trust the boss, but you won't listen. Indeed, with the boss's strength, there is no need to deceive us. There are definitely benefits, that is beyond doubt, but the opening also depends on strength. I have to go fish out the treasure chest. I hope to get something useful. Every day, I only get basic resources. I can't stand it anymore. I don't know if Mr. Qin Shan is still selling food. I still have some yinshur left. Although many people opened the map, few people responded here, but it is not difficult to guess that they are probably preparing to escape like these people. Of course, it is not ruled out that those who are lucky enough can refresh the lost treasure chest and gain considerable wealth. Island Spirit, why did they encounter such a dangerous situation? Qin Shan asked. This is obviously very wrong. Master, they are not opening it by themselves, so the risks they face will naturally be much greater. After all, this world is calculated based on 10,000 square meters. Basically, by that time, they have already reached the 3rd level of body refining. So, they encountered this situation. Not opening it is actually a kind of protection for them. Is that so? Qin Shan thought thoughtfully. I don't know what's happening with Yu Puopeo. Qin Shan didn't ask, and Yu Pao didn't ask for help. So it must be within the range that she can bear and she can cope with it. Basically, such a terrible situation would not occur. At this time, near the spiritual field in the north, a brown bear and a saber-toothed tiger met. Hey, aren't you from the mountains? The Beast King asked puzzledly. Brother Beast King, you may not believe it, but I also follow the island master. Now we are partners on the same front. By the way, my name is Big Bear. Big Bear said. I see. Let's go and send these resources over first. Good. Chapter 51, Early Morning. On an island, Yu Puopeo was struggling to kill a manatee. This was a boss whose strength had reached the 3rd level and whose bloodline made him even stronger than her. She was secretly feeling bitter at the moment. Why did the map refresh and directly refresh the boss near her island without any waiting time? After the manatee saw her island, it rushed directly over. This woke her up from her sleep. Seeing this manatee, she was also very panicked. With her own strength, how could she possibly defeat this manatee? In addition to this, there were also some lost treasure chests and pirates. If she can't solve this problem quickly, she may face the risk of the island being sunk. How can it be so powerful? She was shocked again. Her attacks were like tickling and were useless. If this continues, I'll be dead. No, I have to ask him for help. The appearance of the manatee left her with no extra time to consider other things. If she didn't ask for help from others, she would be exhausted to death in this place sooner or later. Last time, Qin Shan was able to send someone to him so quickly, so this time it shouldn't take too long. Then, she gave up on the manatee and let it attack Cloud Island. She could hold out for a while, but if it didn't work, she would abandon the island and flee. Cloud Island could be lost. As long as the Cloud Heart was still there would still be hope of making a comeback. But if she lost her life, she would lose everything. He immediately came to Yun Jixin and sent the message over. Fish Bubble, boss, help me. On the Miracle Island, Qin Shan, who was practicing, was reminded by the island spirit that one of his friends had sent him a private message. He only had 2 friends, so who would look for him so early in the morning? Fish Bubbles? What's going on? Qin Shan felt puzzled. Half an hour has passed. If Yu Pao was unable to resolve the problem, he would have requested support long ago. Why would he wait until now? Qin Shan, what's going on? Fish Bubble, the boss is coming to the island. When I woke up, the boss was refreshed next to the island. Big boss, could you please come over? It seems that Yu Puopeo is quite anxious. So that's how it is. Qin Shan showed a look of sudden realization. It feels like I ran into the boss at the very beginning, and now that I can't beat him, I have to go over and help. Qin Shan, you can go there, but I want that boss. How is it possible to want something without paying for it? It's already very good that she didn't ask for other things. I will never do anything that has no benefits. Fish Bubble, okay. The other party agreed without even thinking about it. Qin Shan, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll be there soon. Then the chat was closed, and Qin Shan came to the beach. They had already started to bring up the treasure chest. Big Manta and Second Manta, come here and come alive. Qin Shan said. Boss, what's wrong? Big Manta and Second Manta quickly crawled over. Go to the island we were on last time. Help that person, kill a manatee boss, and bring the spoils back to me. Qin Shan said. Receive. They jumped into the water, fluttered twice, and disappeared. With their ability to hide from the world, they must have been thousands of miles away at sea. Besides, that place was only 800 nautical miles away, which was very close. Sending them is enough. It's just a third-tier boss with similar attributes to a manta ray, and it's 2 against 1, which gives us the upper hand. If we can't kill the opponent, then all the fighting for so many days will be in vain. Island Master, all the treasure chests have been brought up. Yun said. The guardian beast that appeared today was only level 3, so it was easily dealt with without taking much effort at all. Let's leave it there first, and open it together when you comes back. Qin Shan said. The things are there and they won't go away, so don't worry. Yes. Go check the island. If you see anyone, bring them to me. Everyone nodded and went to do the next thing, especially the Lingmai Gobi area. They didn't know how many spirit stones Linglingi and the others had produced. That thing still needed to be cleaned before it could be used. It's a pity that they can't leave the Lingmai Gobi easily, otherwise they wouldn't have to do it themselves. After they left, Beast King and Big Bear came over, dragging a lot of things with them. Island Master, this is today's harvest. We have collected them all, said the Beast King. There are so many. Qin Shan was a little surprised. Even the marble had hundreds of them, which was comparable to the total resources from several treasure chests. The refresh frequency was really high. I don't know why, there are so many today, said the Beast King. Yes, Island Master, I still have some over there, but there are too many, and I can't get them all here. Xiongda said. Besides, yes. How about this? From now on, you can just take the things you bring over to the warehouse and put them there. I'll go to the mountains with you later. Qin Shan said. As long as the things are in the warehouse, he can operate directly without going through so much trouble, or the things in front of him can be directly put back into the warehouse. Good. Qin Shan waved his hand, and these things disappeared. He and Big Bear went to the other side of the mountains, while the Beast King returned to the forest. When they arrived at the spiritual field, they saw Yun and others working hard to perform the gathering, cultivation, and spiritual planting techniques. Sure enough, after having more manpower, he no longer had to deal with these things, which was very convenient. If they didn't want to do it, someone else had to take their place. If you want to have a place on the island, everyone needs to work. No matter what your identity is, there is no exception, at least that's the case for now. The protection of the spiritual fields must not be taken lightly. Qin Shan will preserve the spiritual food well and let his own people use it first. At present, they have enough, but when there are more people in the future, there will inevitably be shortages. It is definitely a good idea to prepare more. At this time, on an island 800 nautical miles away. Isn't this the stingray from a few days ago? How come it has grown so big? Yupo Peo looked at the more than 5-meter-long stingray in shock. Last time it was only half a meter, but now it has grown more than 10 times larger. This is nothing. The key is the strength of the stingray, which is so powerful that it shocked her. One stingray can fight with the manatee endlessly, not to mention that it has the advantage in numbers. How did that person do it? I couldn't help but feel puzzled. But for now, she was already grateful for being able to solve the manatee problem. There were some things that were not for her to know, as everyone had their own secrets. Chapter 52 Harvest. A few minutes later, the manatee was electrocuted and its blood dyed the sea red. It's finally dead. I can go back and report now, said the big manta ray. It seems that killing a manatee boss is a very trivial thing. There are too many powerful people on Miracle Island. They're not very strong, so killing a manatee is not something to be proud of. Without staying too long, he caught the treasure chest that exploded after the manatee died, activated the secret of hiding the truth, and left the place, returning to Miracle Island. And Yupo Peo could only watch the treasure chest being dragged away. She didn't have the strength to take that thing, but there was nothing to feel sad about if she didn't get it. Perhaps Qin Shan had a much better thing than she did. It was just a treasure chest. At least they left her the corpse of the manatee, which was enough for her to eat for several days. Sea beasts of this level could provide a lot of energy, which was of great help in improving her strength. Moreover, on the sea, there are ordinary treasure chests and Aoki treasure chests that she can get today. There are also pirates and lost treasure chests. They should be able to cross them today, Yupalpa said. She didn't continue to think about those things. She was still honest and focused on developing herself. A manatee had put her in such a situation. She really couldn't open the map at will, otherwise she didn't know what kind of disaster she would face. Close the map. Without hesitation, he chose to close the map. Perhaps in this way, I will become like a blind man at sea. But at least for now, this is the best outcome, and I don't need to worry about other things. Unable to close. Please eliminate all enemies in the current sea area before closing it. There is actually such a thing? Well, let me see how strong this pirate is. Upalpa said. If she can't beat the manatee, why not fight a bunch of weaklings? Drive the boat away from Yin Island immediately. It is impossible to wait here for the enemy to come. We must attack first to seize the initiative. On the other side, Qin Shan has arrived at the mountains. There are a lot of resources in Big Bear's cave, which are obviously collected by it. There are more than what it just got. How can there be so many? Qin Shan was a little surprised. I'm afraid it will take Big Bear a long time to collect them all. Island Master, the mountains are higher and wider. Xiongda said. With the current rate of evolution, I'm afraid that more things will be refreshed here in the mountains. You alone may not be able to handle it. Let's do this. From now on, I will ask them to come over every day to help you collect them. Qin Shan said. This mountain range stretches for more than 100 meters and has a wide terrain. The average height has reached more than 20 meters. It cannot be called a mountain range now, but it is already in its infancy. But for Big Bear, running all over the mountains would be a waste of his precious time. Island Master, I can handle it. Xiongda said. That won't do. You also need to practice. Let's work together. You performed very well today, so this is for you. Qin Shan said. He also gave it a bloodline evolution stone. He only has 3 of them now, and 1 less stone would be needed if he used 1 more. He had to spend them sparingly. As for his own improvement, it is even more uncertain. The bloodline evolution stone is not something that is so easy to get. It requires great luck to come across it. If he hadn't been sent out, he could have broken through to the 2nd level bloodline, and by then, his combat power would have soared significantly. The increase in combat power brought by bloodline is too terrifying. After opening his bloodline, with his current 4th level body, he can unleash the power of thunder and lightning. Don't you think it's horrible? It's a full 100,000 times of damage. Human wave tactics are meaningless under this kind of group attack martial arts, and will also send oneself to death. Thank you, Island Master. Xiongda happily took the bloodline evolution stone. Although he didn't know what it was, the terrifying energy inside made him feel like he had found a treasure. Sure enough, following a strong man would greatly help to increase his own strength. Okay, I'll leave first. Hurry up and improve your strength. This bloodline evolution stone will allow you to obtain powerful bloodline. Qin Shan said. He did not treat those who followed him unfairly and maximize their strength. Only in this way could he ensure the development of the island. I will definitely catch up with you. There was a bit more fighting spirit in Xiongda's eyes. Just now, it also met other people. The aura on their bodies was much stronger than its own, which made it have such thoughts. If you have such an opportunity and don't work hard, you would be really stupid. After Qin Shan left, he returned to the beach. At this moment, the big manta rays had already brought back the boss treasure chest. You're back so soon, Qin Shan said. Boss, the manatee boss was too weak. We electrocuted it a few times, and it died, said the big manta ray. It's obviously you who was lazy. Otherwise we could have come back even faster. Aryu said, unconvinced. Hey, I see you're fighting it so fiercely. This is giving you a chance. The big manta ray said quickly. It's okay, I'm glad you're back, Qin Shan said. He looked at the treasure chest. It was a lot bigger than the resource treasure chest, so the quality shouldn't be too bad. The name is called Manatee Boss Treasure Chest, which is really casual. He has obtained so many resources recently, but he didn't care about it. He will just open them together later. He had already made up his mind to put his lucky hand on the Manatee Boss Treasure Chest. This was the first boss treasure chest he had obtained so far. After strengthening it, he should have more gains. The morning passed quickly. The survivors in Area 34 gained something, but some people disappeared. Needless to say, it was because the map was opened. They lost their lives in vain, which was really cowardly. They didn't listen to what they said, and they couldn't blame anyone for their death. You came back and brought back 18 lost treasure chests, which was another huge fortune. This morning, a total of 39 treasure chests were harvested. I wonder who else can harvest as much as he did. If the resources generated by the terrain were also packed into treasure chests, there would be more unexpected gains. Island Master, we found 5 people. Just at this time, Yun and the others came back, bringing back 5 people who looked a little mysterious. 5 of you, are you so awesome today? Qin Shan said with a smile. It seems that the 3rd level Pioneer medal has played a big role. There was not a single refresh yesterday, but now 5 outstanding figures have been sent to me directly. Chapter 53 5 people. Island Master, said the 5 people. Obviously, Yin had already done the work for them before coming here, and there was no need for any further introduction. What are your names? Qin Shan asked. The first ones to be refreshed are generally not too bad. Island Master, my name is Yi. Wangshu, Luo, Boast, Zhen Yuan. Could it be Dei or Luoho? Island Spirit, why is it like this? Qin Shan asked puzzledly. If they really were those people, it shouldn't have been displayed like this. Just like the 3 pure ones, Their display is also incomplete, but their attributes are indeed the three pure ones. Master, the world at this stage does not allow for the emergence of overly powerful characters. Once they appear, there is a possibility of garbled characters appearing. Then how can I refresh them? Unparalleled. Master, you have unparalleled talent. Is it because of this? Qin Shan was a little shocked. In this way, wouldn't I be able to create an island inhabited by gods and demons at the very beginning? Even their martial arts are probably just a simplified version. It is no longer martial arts. A more accurate name should be supernatural power. Otherwise, Master wouldn't think that Wushuang is useless at all. The most direct effect Qin Shan knows at present is to activate the island migration function, but now it seems that his unparalleled talent is affecting him all the time. Yi is Dei, Qua should be Quafu, and there are also Luoho, Xinyuanzi, and Wangshu Xingjuan. We have made a lot of money this time. Qin Shan murmured. No matter who among them grows up, he will be an existence that can destroy the world, especially Luoho, who is a terrifying strong man who can compete with Daozu for the sainthood. But now it is still just Luo and cannot be called Raho. This world doesn't allow this. It's already great to get their help. How can I ask for too much? It's a good name. I'll find you a place to stay later. Qin Shan said. He was secretly delighted and felt even stronger, because none of these 5 people was below the 3rd level of body refining, and their bloodlines were extremely powerful. In addition to Wangshu, Miracle Island welcomed 5 more fighters. Among them, Luo has the highest seniority and the strongest strength, even stronger than the 3 purities. If he had not been defeated in the initial battle, there would have been no Hong Huang afterwards. But Qin Shan didn't care about that. Now that everyone had become a member of the island, they were his generals and were worthy of his training. Thank you, Island Master. Island Master, what should we do? There's nothing to do today, just practice on your own. I'll call you if there's anything. Qin Shan said. Today's map is not very good. Others have encountered a lot of good things, but he has nothing except the 18 lost treasure chests. What else can he do except feel depressed? But he also felt that he was very lucky. After all, he had gained a lot of benefits yesterday. He might as well take today as a day of rest. There was no loss. What's more, he had a bunch of treasure chests waiting for him to open, which would be another considerable income. I just don't know what will be sent to me. If it was a holy object, he would probably like it even more. Naturally, there will be someone to lead them to familiarize themselves with everything on this island. Qin Shan doesn't need to worry about anything. He just needs to eat, sleep, unpack boxes, and occasionally go out to sea to fight. Check their attributes. Qin Shan said. Name, Luo. Talent, magic. Realm, 4th level of physical training. Bloodline, demon ancestor bloodline. Physical body, level 5. Martial arts, demonic dance, demon realm. Passive, unknown. Name, Xinyuan. Talent, heavenly way. Realm, body refining level 3. Bloodline, earth immortal ancestor bloodline. Physical body, level 4. Martial arts, the world in the sleeves, the years in the mountains. Passive, unknown. Name, E. Talent, strength. Realm, body refining level 3. Bloodline, great witch bloodline. Physical body, level 3. Martial arts, 9 stars in a row, sun shooting arrow. Passive, eagle eye calibration. Name, Qua. Talent, strength. Realm, body refining level 3. Bloodline, great witch bloodline. Physical body, level 3. Martial arts, savage pursuit, acts of creation. Passive, fight harder and harder. Name, Wangshu. Talent, star. Realm, body refining level 3. Bloodline, moonlight bloodline. Physical body, level 3. Martial arts, starlight shines, fireflies light. Passive, endless chill. Luo is really strong, much stronger than the others, but he is restricted here. Otherwise, if he can withstand their original power, who knows how powerful he will be. The second is Zhan Yuan, who is terrifyingly powerful and has the world at his disposal. He is extremely powerful and is worthy of being the ancestor of earthly immortals. The last 3 people are generally similar, each with their own strengths. Among their kind, there are even more terrifying strong ones. Their bloodlines are merely at the bloodline level and cannot reach the ancestral bloodline level. Like Yi's great witch bloodline, above it, there is an ancestor witch, and they are the strongest in the witch bloodline. As for Wangshu, this is a little special. Hers can be considered as the ancestral vein, or as bloodline. When she becomes strong, she can naturally be upgraded to the level of the ancestral vein. Qin Shan felt much better and completely forgot about the worries about the lack of pirates and bosses. Wushuang's talent was too strong, and he could easily get so many strong people for him. With their arrival, all the elite houses can be built. People who come out later will only have ordinary level houses to live in. Even if they don't have as terrifying bonuses as the elite houses and leader houses, it will be of great benefit to their cultivation. All I can say is that these people came out faster, so they took the lead. But no matter what, it is a place to stay and it's enough to be able to live there. There are so many resources on the island, so why worry that our strength cannot be improved? Now, it's time to open the boxes. Qin Shan rubbed his hands and walked towards the beach, where there were 39 treasure chests. He didn't know how many good things would be waiting for him to open them. There were 5 ruby treasure chests, 5 ochre treasure chests, and 10 greenwood treasure chests in the treasure chests refreshed in the morning. I have to say that the probability was very touching. It brought him great fortune all of a sudden. If there was no manatee boss treasure chest, his lucky hand today would have been used on the ruby treasure chest, but today, he had to change that. After all, boss treasure chests were not available every day, but there was a chance that the fixed daily resources would be refreshed, so there was no need to rush. What's more, as the quality of the treasure chest increases, it will only get better and better, so there is no need to worry about it. Hand of luck. Qin Shan used his talent on the manatee boss's treasure chest. It was once a day, so he couldn't just waste it. That was also the reason why he didn't open the box this morning, just in case he could bring back something better. Chapter 54: Unboxing, Upgrading, and Building. Open the lost treasure chest and obtain Mysterious Altar *18, Bloodline Evolution Stone *10, Martial Arts, Eternal Night Technique, Cloudstone *1800, and a large amount of basic resources. Open the Qingmu treasure chest and obtain 1,000 marbles and a small amount of basic resources. Open the ochre treasure chest and obtain 1,000 marbles, a medium amount basic resource. Open the red jade treasure chest, obtain the weapon, long sword template, the armor, flowing cloud clothes template, the tailor shop production plan, 1,500 marbles, and a large amount of basic resources. Open the treasure chest of the manatee boss to obtain the totem manufacturing diagram, treasure map *5, artifact fragments *10, cloudstone *10,000, and a large amount of basic resources. This is a huge profit. Qin Shan was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Even if there were only a small part of the things he had never seen, the rest of the things could greatly enhance the strength of the island. There are already 32 mysterious altars. In a few days, the number should reach 100. By summoning the ancient creatures and killing them, you can get more things. The Bloodline Evolution Stone can allow his bloodline to advance to the 2nd level, making his strength even stronger. However, he does not know if it can be directly upgraded to the 5th level physical body. He is obsessed with the 5th level physical body. The appearance of the Bloodline Evolution Stone this time is an opportunity. The Art of Eternal Night, a superb martial art that forms a black fog. Entering into it can avoid all fatal damage. The black fog lasts for 1 minute, cools down for 1 day, and does not consume any energy. Learn the Art of Eternal Night immediately. Qin Shan said immediately. This is a powerful life-saving martial art. It can avoid all fatal damage within 1 minute. With the ability of the Art of Eternal Night, it should not be just a super-grade martial art, but the cooldown is too long. It is on the same level as Thunderous Bolting, and it has no consumption. It is absolutely a magical skill. As for the marble, 15,300 pieces were obtained from opening dozens of treasure chests, and the majority of them came from the boss treasure chests. These were the treasure chests that had eaten up his lucky hand talent, so it would be unreasonable not to give him some good things. The Aoki treasure chest and the ochre treasure chest are a bit of a scam, as they only contain marble and basic resources. However, for the development of an island, these basic resources are precisely the most important. Those who don't need them can use them to feed the chickens and ducks. Recently, the chickens and ducks have started to hatch eggs, and a few cattle are about to give birth. It won't be long before there will be a lot more poultry and livestock on the island, and they will be busy. You know, all the people on Qin Shan Island now are powerful people with terrifying identities, but when they come here, they have a lot of trivial things to do every day, just feeding chickens and ducks, which is really a waste of their talents. A lot of good things came out of the ruby treasure chest, including a long sword template. In this way, the blacksmith shop can also be built. He asked Ganjiang and the others to make some decent weapons first. He had a passive skill in basic swordsmanship, which had a bonus effect on swordsmanship practice, but now he had no way to trigger it because he had no sword and the practice effect was too poor. As for Kendo martial arts, there is no need to worry. There are many sword techniques in the world. You don't need to use any extraordinary skills. An ordinary one will do. The appearance of the tailor shop and the Luyun clothing template means that everyone can change their clothes, but he doesn't have such people in his hands, so he may have to wait a while. Even if they are forced to carry out the task, the results will not be very good. Although the final manatee boss treasure chest didn't give much, it did give a totem manufacturing map, which is not bad. Totem manufacturing diagram, an object of faith. When the faith is extremely strong, it can evolve into a holy object. The current effect is unknown. Construction requires 100 spirit stones, a second level or higher spirit spring, 1,000 spirit soil, 800 spirit wood, 500 spirit gold, and occupies an area of 5 by 5. The resources required are not many, and even the land occupied is just average. However, if you want to get it out, you need to upgrade the spiritual spring to the second level first, which will take up a lot of island area. Island Spirit, expand the island. Qin Shan said. Without expansion, he would not be able to create many things. Apart from the spirit vein Gobi, the Miracle Island was not big, only a little over 20,000 square meters. He needed to reserve enough space for the terrain evolution. Nowadays, on Miracle Island, the building area is larger than the terrain area, mainly because those buildings take up too much space. Later, we will build blacksmith shops and elite houses, which will occupy even more area. It will not be complete until the village is built. What he wanted was for the village to occupy only 1/5 of the island, which would be enough. The rest would be allowed to develop on its own and produce a large amount of treasures and various beasts. Even when the terrain is large enough to build towns and multiple villages, it is not impossible to build city-states and empires on top of them. However, building these is a long and arduous journey and cannot be rushed. He is already ahead of most people. As long as nothing unexpected happens, there is still a chance. He is not in a hurry. He can just survive, become stronger slowly, and take it step by step. The expansion of the island triggered the hand of technology, and the expansion doubled. The island expanded by a total of 30,600 square meters. It seems that the further back in time, the smaller the doubling becomes. Qin Shan murmured. The first time it was 10 times, the second time it was 3 times, and now it is only twice. But this doubling directly made his island exceed 100,000 square meters. Every day, he can gain 10 more areas for no reason. He was very content. 100,000 square meters was already a very large area. Also from this moment on, with the emergence of a large number of open spaces, various terrains were evolving rapidly. Small animals had begun to appear in many terrains, and even a stream had appeared. On the island map that the island spirit showed him, he could clearly see how many types of terrain he had now, as well as what minerals and the like were there. If he just wants to confirm what is there, he needs to go there in person to check it out and name each place. Only in this way can it become a complete island, and the information he can find will be clearer. But right now, there were too few of these things, and there was no need for him to rush over and name them. Use the Bloodline Evolution Stone, Qin Shan said. He couldn't wait any longer and decided to improve his strength first. As his strength increased, there were no more sea beasts around him that could help him improve his physical body. He had to kill those above level 4, which was a big challenge for him. Therefore, it can be improved through another way, that is bloodline. As long as the bloodline is strong enough, the physical realm can be improved. With the experience from the first time, this time, Qin Shan controlled the after effects brought by the Bloodline Evolution Stone very well. An hour later, he had completed the evolution. Since he had mastered this power, he did not attack randomly like the first time. Check my attributes, Qin Shan said. Now, he felt that there was endless power in his body, the kind that he could never use up. He was eager to show his skills. The interface in front of him changed, and his attributes emerged. Name, Qin Shan. Talents, Unparalleled, Lucky Hand. All things have spirits. Realm, 4th level of physical training. Bloodline, 2nd level spiritual, Witch Bloodline, January 25th. Physical body, level 4, 800/1600. Martial arts, Thunderous Lightning, Soul Attack, 1000 Powers, Levitation, Eternal Night. Passive, Hand of Technology, Decapitation, Unparalleled Plunder, Basic Swordsmanship. Power, 270. My physical body hasn't made a breakthrough. Qin Shan was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he could accept it. He is only at the 2nd level of bloodline now. It's not easy to break through there. It's only improved by half, which is not bad. It also allowed him to advance to a higher realm for free, which was already quite a good deal. Several days had passed before he managed to break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. The path of cultivation was indeed not so easy. Even with his abnormal talent, it took him 8 days to break through to this level. However, compared to others, he was indeed very powerful. At this stage, there are only a few people who break through to the 2nd level, less than 10 people. It's not that they are unlucky, but the resources for cultivation are really scarce. Build 5 elite houses, a fish pond, a blacksmith shop, 10 defensive arrow towers, and a breeding farm. Qin Shan said. Now that he had the land, he could start construction on a large scale. The 5 elite houses cover an area of 1,500 square meters. The fish pond covers an area of 500 square meters. The blacksmith shop covers an area of 4,000 square meters. The 10 defense arrow towers cover an area of 250 square meters, and the breeding farm covers an area of 1,800 square meters, a total of 9,050 square meters. The total cost of spiritual gold. Do you confirm the construction? This time, there were indeed too many things he needed to build, more than 9,000 square meters, which consumed a huge amount of basic resources. Confirm construction, Qin Shan said. After a while, a large number of buildings appeared on the island. The houses were naturally gathered together. As for the large buildings, they were closer to the north. The farms, plantations, and fish ponds all needed stream water to operate. Now, the stream water flowed through the plantation, and the source of the stream was naturally the spiritual spring. The water quality produced by Lingquan is absolutely top-notch and can meet their needs. As for the problem of excrement, Qin Shan doesn't need to worry about it. These excrement have their own filtration system, and after simple treatment, they flow into the deep sea. Upgrade the spiritual spring. He issued another construction order, and in an instant, the spiritual spring was upgraded to the 2nd level, which was larger and had a wider range of effect. It plays a decisive role in the growth of the surrounding environment. With the spiritual spring, he also made the totem. The sooner such a thing appears, the better, as it can bring him huge benefits. After making it, he can also check the properties of the totem. Chapter 55 Totem, the Terrifying Sea King. In general, the village is basically completed after this construction. There is only a tailor shop and 89 ordinary stone houses. As long as someone comes, he can build them directly. The tailor shop is similar to the blacksmith shop. In addition to a storefront, it also comes with a small workshop that occupies a large area. It has not been built yet. We will wait for a while until someone with talent in this area is refreshed. Now, there are 12 people on the island, including him, and each of them is above the 2nd level of body refining. They are not too far away from breaking through. The highest one is still Il, who has reached the 5th level of body refining, far ahead of everyone else. It has also been guarding the seabed diligently. The things that occasionally refresh have not escaped its eyes. They are all killed and put into the warehouse. If he has time, Qin Shan will put things in the trading hall, trade some items, and obtain some resources. Now that he has no worries about food and clothing, he needs some special items to improve his strength. He didn't expect those people to bring him much benefit. They could gain more because of Qin Shan, which increased their basic income a lot. He also threw the discarded poultry shed into the trading hall. He had no use for it. After all, he owned a farm and would not need such a thing there. When good things come into being, old and worn-out items will naturally be eliminated. The totem was completed and stood in the center of the village. Just when Qin Shan was about to rush over, the island spirit gave him a hint. Master, because you expanded the island by 30,000 square meters at once, you have attracted the attention of the Sea Kings. On the map, the Sea Kings have already appeared. Please kill them as soon as possible to prevent them from attacking and destroying the island. Sea King, Qin Shan said in shock. How could he appear at this time? However, it seems that he had just expanded a lot, so it is not impossible that it attracted the attention of some things. How many are there in total? How strong are they? Where are they distributed? Qin Shan asked hurriedly. Now is not the time to be shocked. If we don't deal with them, they will directly destroy one of the maximum area of the island, which means we will get only 1,000 marbles and 10 Aoki treasure chests. If they hit the spiritual desert, that would be interesting. A direct loss of 50,000 square meters would be something Qin Shan didn't want to see. They appeared in 4 places in total. Their species, number, and strength are unknown. We need to go there to confirm. What we know is that after 1 hour, the nearest Sea Kings will leave. At the same time, each of them will take away one of the island. After 4 hours, the Sea Kings in the remaining 3 places will also leave. This gave Qin Shan a headache. The number was unknown, and there might be several in one place. With so many coming and going, there was nothing left on the island. I thought I could take a break today, but who knew that this would happen to me, making it impossible to take a break? Island spirit, let them wait for me at the totem. Qin Shan said. Judging from the map, the distance is not far. As long as they are fast enough and can kill these Sea Kings, then there will be no problem. However, he has never encountered Sea Kings, so he doesn't know what abilities they have. The people who were originally scattered all over the island returned to the center of the village. Looking at the drastically changed village, they did not feel surprised or anything. It had become commonplace. Qin Shan was studying the totem at this time. It is a pillar with a base underneath and a dragon coiled on top of the pillar. This is the totem of their miracle island. Faith Dragon Totem, Object of Faith. Grade, None. Introduction, an object of faith. The more people revere the island, the more faith they will have. The power of faith plays a vital role in national wars. It has a suppressive effect on special creatures. The more believers there are, the stronger the power. Effect. For special creatures, it has cutting effect, bleeding effect, serious injury effect, and defense-breaking effect. The power of the effect is determined by faith. Effect 2. Power of faith. Every creature on Miracle Island can enjoy a layer of power of faith effect as long as they are under the glory of Miracle Island. There is a chance to trigger all the enhancement effects such as immunity to control, purification, cultivation, luck, etc. The power of the effect is determined by faith. To upgrade to a holy object. Hundreds of thousands of people, 12/100,000. The power of faith, 12/100 million. Note, each person can generate a little power of faith every day. It has nothing to do with cultivation or piety. All you need is faith. There are only 2 effects, and neither has a numerical value, but that does not hinder its power. With so many blessings, the people of Miracle Island have become even stronger. However, it is not so easy to upgrade a holy object. Each holy object is unique and has a special function. He is very lucky to be able to obtain Wanjia Dinghua. It is simply a fantasy to upgrade the Dragon Totem of Faith now. It depends on the 12 of them, counting 12 hours a day, and it will take them forever to accumulate the 100 million. This is only one of the conditions. Don't underestimate them as there are only 2, as they are not easy to accomplish. Anyway, it cannot be accomplished at the village level. He was ready for a long struggle. Unfortunately, this requires population, not animals, which makes it a bit difficult. Island spirits and sea kings should be considered special creatures, Qin Shan asked. Calculate. That's good. With 12 points of faith power, there should be a chance to trigger these effects. Qin Shan murmured. Master, I'm not trying to hit you. This is just too low. It's outrageously low. I was just saying it casually. Qin Shan said. Although there is no specific value, he also knows that this is indeed not ideal. If it is so easy to trigger, this thing will be invincible. Only then did Qin Shan come out of the influence of the totem and look at the other people around him. Sea kings have appeared in our sea area. I need everyone to go together to kill them and bring back the treasure. Qin Shan said. No matter what he kills, he can get a lot of benefits. It would be a waste not to take them. What's more, they are here to cause trouble, so there is no reason to let them go. His mind is now full of thoughts about how to kill the Sea King. Special creatures, there should be unexpected gains. Sea King, obviously, no one knew what this thing was. Maybe to them, it was indeed too low level, but to Qin Shan, it was a disaster. If it was not handled properly, it might lead to terrible consequences. I have worked so hard to get to where I am now, and I don't want to be ruined by this and have to start all over again. The accumulation process is very slow, and I can only rely on time. It is a special kind of sea beast. They may have some strange abilities and are not easy to kill. If we don't kill them, the island will be destroyed. Qin Shan explained. He was not very clear about what this Sea King was. I see. They dare to come and destroy the island. This is intolerable. We must kill them. They finally got out. Do you want them to go back? This is impossible, so we can only kill those guys, so that no accidents will happen. I don't know the specific situation now. Let's talk about it after we get there. Now, get on the boat and get ready to depart. Qin Shan said. He must go there. Except for the Beast King and the others who have to stay behind, everyone else has to go there. Yes. A group of people quickly ran to the beach, where Eel was already waiting. As for the big manta ray and the second manta ray, they did not follow. As the island grew larger, the seabed became less peaceful. Large numbers of sea beasts appeared frequently, and they were required to guard the area and could not leave. Otherwise, Qin Shan would not have let them guard there. The reason for bringing the eel over was that it had also awakened the bloodline of the Sea King, but no special abilities were seen. This made Qin Shan very confused. It was a good opportunity for him to go over there and see what effect its attack had on the Sea Kings. The group sped forward on Arc 1, and the eels followed in the sea. Half an hour later, they arrived at the first location, the closest place to the island, and it would leave in 20 minutes. When we got to this place, what we saw were 2 huge Sea Kings, which were more difficult to deal with than the boss. Without Qin Shan's order, they did not take action. After all, they don't quite know what this thing is. Check, Qin Shan said. When he got here, he was right in front of the Sea Kings and could check out their attributes. Scanning. Scanning completed. Loading into the Cloud Heart database. After completion, the attributes of the Sea King appeared in front of Qin Shan. Looking at this thing, the corners of his mouth twitched. These things are really difficult to deal with. Descendants of ancient dinosaurs, Sea Kings. Talent, Immortality. Realm, none. Bloodline, ancient dinosaur bloodline. Physical body, level 6. Length, 100 meters. Skills, none. Features, immortality, immune to instant death effects. Longevity, strong chi and blood, almost no weaknesses. Solidity, possessing strong defense. Attack power cannot break defense, cannot cause damage, requires more than 150 points of combat power. Weakness, weakens the attack power of enemies within 10 meters. Recovering blood, when the health value is less than 30, there is a 50 chance to trigger, restore the lost health value, and gain a 100,000 durability shield. Cruising, not affected by any control, very slippery, and can't be caught. Strength, possessing powerful strength, making the physical body equal to the attack power of the realm. With all these gorgeous attributes, who can kill it at this stage? The other one next to it has almost the same attributes. Although they look stupid, they don't run away when they see someone coming. They just sit there leisurely. It is very difficult to stop them. Totem came at the perfect time. Qin Shan was almost moved to tears. Chapter 56 New Passive, Infinite Bleeding. Looking at this almost unsolvable attribute, Qin Shan was speechless. No wonder it was a special creature. Fortunately, no such horrible thing had been created for him before, otherwise the Miracle Island would definitely not be able to be saved. But now it seems that the situation is not very optimistic. Fortunately, before coming here, he took out the totem. The effects of the totem are still very deadly to Sea Kings. As long as it is triggered, there should be no problem in killing the two enemies. Kill them for me, Qin Shan said viciously. If they don't kill each other, they will destroy their own Cloud Island. There will be no peaceful coexistence between the two, so the Sea Kings can only die. 3 Pure One's Immortal Light. The Sea Covering Formation, the 10 Direction Killing Formation. A sea of fire all over the sky. Great Enhancement Technique. Demon Realm. Firefly Light. Spirit Witch Bloodline. Thunderous Force. One after another terrifying martial arts were instantly thrown at the Sea Kings. The dense attacks almost destroyed the health bars above the Sea Kings' heads. But at this moment, their health instantly recovered and they were covered with a dense white shield. Everyone triggers defense break. Everyone is seriously injured. Trigger bleeding for all. Everyone triggers the cut. Hearing this prompt, Qin Shan smiled. His luck was really good. These 4 effects were all triggered. In this way, they could cause higher damage to the Sea Kings. I didn't see the shield fall, but their health bars were dropping rapidly. Within a few seconds, the 2 Sea Kings died and turned into 2 treasure chests, and their bodies disappeared immediately. How can there be such a disgusting thing? He said. Without powerful means of attack and some special effects, it would be impossible to kill. There shouldn't be many of these creatures, otherwise it would be a huge disaster for the world. Several people expressed their opinions one after another. Although they killed the Sea Kings very easily, they all used powerful trump cards. With their current strength, most martial arts can only be used once a day to achieve this instant kill effect. Fortunately, their attack range is far enough. If they fight in close combat, the consequences will be even worse. With various negative buffs applied, no matter how strong the attributes of the Sea King are, they will die on the spot. Next, there are 3 more places, but I don't know where there are a few Sea Kings. Fortunately, the distance is not far away, and there are still 3 hours, so it is completely in time. Boss, here's the treasure chest for you, Il said, and put the 2 treasure chests on the boat. Let's leave it there for now. Let's go to the next place. Qin Shan said. It's quite urgent, because I don't know what will happen next. I hope there will be something even more disgusting. If I can't kill it no matter what, it will be a tragedy. After using the Spirit Witch bloodline, he entered a weak period and could no longer use his thunderous power. His combat power was greatly weakened, and other people were also affected to varying degrees. If they only had 20 minutes to kill these 2 Sea Kings, they would not have to use such powerful means. Their goal was to kill them with one blow and not give the Sea Kings a chance to cause trouble. The ark set off again and headed for the next destination. On the boat, Qin Shan was in a heavy mood. He asked around and found out that the others were greatly affected. If they encountered this kind of disgusting Sea King again, it would take them a long time to deal with it. Qin Shan was also helpless. He had tried his best to kill the Sea Kings. If you can't solve it, then just spend money to avoid disaster. I also got 2 Sea King treasure chests, which should contain some good stuff. While sailing, Qin Shan looked at the 2 treasure chests. I hope you can send me some good things. Qin Shan muttered to himself, and then ordered it to be opened. Since it was opened by a Sea King, there should be some good things in it. Open the Sea King treasure chest, obtain Weapon Sanction Blade *2, Weapon True Cut *2, Passive, Infinite Bleeding, Artifact Fragment *2, Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone *2, Cloud Stone *2000, and a large amount of basic resources. So rich. Qin Shan was a little surprised. There were only 2 Sea King treasure chests, but they actually gave him so many good things. The Blade of Justice is a weapon that can inflict heavy damage. The blood recovery effect is greatly reduced, but it does not directly sanction by half, but rather by stacking layers. True Cutting applies cutting effect and true damage effect. The cutting effect increases the damage in a cumulative manner. The higher the number of layers, the stronger the true damage. The appearance of these 2 weapons greatly reduced the difficulty of killing Sea Kings. Of course, it is only useful when facing enemies with disgusting blood recovery ability. Only those of very low grade and Sea Kings who have no realm of cultivation can have the terrifying effect. If you really meet a powerful warrior, this is just scrap metal and will be of no use at all. 1 Blade of Judgment was left behind, and the rest were distributed to Shang, Luo, and Ganjiang. The others had their own weapons and were not suitable for using this type of weapon, so they were not given any. Infinite Bleeding, passive skill. Each attack will add a layer of bleeding effect, which lasts for 10 seconds. Each additional layer will refresh the duration. There is no upper limit on the number of layers. Learn immediately, Qin Shan said. This is a magical skill. No matter how fast you recover blood, as long as the bleeding layers are stacked enough, even if each layer only causes a little damage, and the layers are stacked to hundreds or thousands of times and last for 10 seconds, even the strongest person will bleed to death. Infinite Bleed is directly integrated into his passive. Master, at this stage, the passive skill slot is full. If you want to obtain more passive skills in the future, you need special items to open them, or merge multiple skills. Is it full already? I now have Hand of Technology, Unparalleled Plundering, Basic Swordsmanship, Decapitation, and Infinite Bleeding, a total of 5. Qin Shan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that passive skills had an upper limit. He thought that like martial arts, he could learn infinitely. But there are ways. He can get more things, use special items, open up passive skill slots, or fuse them. He got a skill fusion card before, and thought it was useless, but it seems it can be used for this purpose. Yes, Master. Each person has a maximum of 5 passive skill slots at the beginning. Okay, I understand, Qin Shan said. Anyway, he hasn't got any extra passive skills, so let's wait and see when he gets them. Finally, there is a Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone. This specialized one is 10 times more powerful than the general one. With Eel's 2nd-level Ancient Sea King Bloodline, 25 Bloodline Evolution Stones are needed, but now they are almost enough at once. Only 4 are needed, and there are other Sea Kings behind. This time it should be able to enhance the Eel's bloodline, and by then, its strength will be even stronger. There is no rush now. It is useless to give it. It cannot be improved because there are not enough resources. Advancing on the explored map, they did not encounter any danger except for the enemies that had already been refreshed. No powerful sea beasts would appear inexplicably unless there were special circumstances. In just about 20 minutes, they had arrived at the next location. There was only 1 Sea King here, but its attributes made it more powerful than the previous ones, and it was also more difficult to kill. Fortunately, they had the Blade of Justice and True Damage, 2 powerful weapons that were not very friendly to the Sea Kings. They were killed after fighting for less than 30 minutes. The reason why it took so long was because everyone was fighting in close combat, which weakened their strength by half. It took more than 200 combat power to break through the defense, which made their speed so slow. Fortunately, they still defeated each other. After returning to the boat, everyone immediately meditated and adjusted their breathing. Fighting with Sea Kings in the sea was too physically demanding. They had to ensure that they had enough strength to face the enemies behind them. These things were very tough. Unfortunately, the only thing that came out this time was a Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone. Apart from 2,000 pieces of marble, there was nothing else. He was extremely poor. Could it be that the Sea Kings that gather in groups are richer? It is not impossible, but Qin Shan is already very satisfied with the harvest from killing the Sea Kings. He doesn't care about so much. It's good to have it. It's not shabby. Looking at the 3 Sea King blood evolution stones in his hand, Qin Shan nodded with satisfaction. This would allow Eel's blood to evolve. He was afraid that the eel would scare everyone by then. Eel, this is for you. Qin Shan summoned Eel and gave it the Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone. With the help of this thing, Eel's strength can be improved to a higher level. I'm afraid it will take quite some time to successfully break through. It took him an hour to advance from level 1 to level 2, so it will probably take even longer to advance from level 2 to level 3. It doesn't matter. They can go all the way there. There is no need for Eel to do anything at the 3rd place. By the time they reach the last place, they should be able to break through. It would be even better if it could awaken and attack against Sea Kings. Hey, boss, I feel this thing can be of great help to me, said Eel. Of course, this thing can only be used by sea beasts with the blood of Sea Kings. Except for you, no one on Miracle Island can use it. Qin Shan said. Thank you, boss. I won't be polite then. Ilil said, and with a fierce suck, the Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone in Qin Shan's hand was swallowed into its stomach. All of a sudden, Ilil changed, and a faint blue light was shining on its body, flashing, which was very strange. It even has its own light source. Qin Shan couldn't help but laugh. It just needs arc number 1 to tow it forward, which is a bit tiring, and the sailing speed has also slowed down a lot. Chapter 57 Passive Fusion, Powerful Eel. With the previous experience and the acquisition of some special equipment, Qin Shan no longer feels so worried about the Sea Kings in the next 2 places, and there is still some time. Half an hour later, they arrived at the 3rd location. To his surprise, there were 4 Sea Kings here, and their strength was equivalent to that of the 5th level. It's even weaker than the first one I encountered. But they have an additional feature called Purification, which is triggered every 5 minutes and can eliminate negative effects. In other words, effects such as serious injuries will not work on them. However, there is one thing that makes them happy. The probability of blood recovery has been reduced to 10, and the cruising effect has also been eliminated. It seems that the abilities possessed by Sea Kings are roughly just a few, randomly combined. As long as they are kept alive, nothing too outrageous will happen. Quick battle, quick decision, Qin Shan said. 2 hours have passed since the Sea Kings appeared. We must fight quickly and decisively. We are only in the 3rd place, and there are already 4 of them. Who knows if there will be something even more terrifying next. In addition, Ilil has not yet successfully upgraded, so they are missing a top combat force. Everyone rushed forward. They started close combat directly, not because they didn't want to attack from a distance, but because too many of their martial arts were on cooldown. Otherwise, why would they do this? But even in close combat, these people can still exert considerable strength and surround the Sea Kings. Without the cruising effect, they feel much more relaxed. Control-type martial arts were applied without reservation, and by weakening each other, they could produce unexpected results. Moreover, these Sea Kings were not as powerful as before. They were soon beaten back step by step. The time has not come, they cannot leave, and they are trapped tightly. It is no different from a trapped beast fighting hard, and they can only wait to die. This should be the easiest battle they have had since they started their journey today. At the 5th minute, they collectively triggered Purification, and all negative debuffs were cleared. 3 of them even triggered Blood Recovery, which directly made all previous efforts in vain. It doesn't matter, just keep adding on. Soul-destroying effect, cutting effect. The soul-shattering effect only has the ability to weaken, but cannot be detonated. I have to say, the characteristics of Sea Kings are really disgusting. They can torture people alive and have no temper at all. The key is that their power is extremely strong. Fortunately, the attack frequency was very low, and they became passive fighters, which gave Qin Shan and his men some room to relax. Otherwise, with their physical strength, they would be dragged to death sooner or later in such a high-intensity battle. 10 minutes. They killed 2 Sea Kings, and there were still 2 left, who were fighting stubbornly. This time, the blood recovery was not triggered, so killing them was just a matter of time. The most difficult thing is the 100,000 durability shield, which is the most disgusting thing. The shield itself has no defensive power, but their attacks, which is to reduce the shield in a fixed way, are very difficult to fight. There is no defense-breaking attribute bonus, and it takes a long time to fight. At the 2nd location, they encountered such a thing, with 100,000 durability, and the fight lasted for a long time. Everyone triggers defense-breaking, cutting, and bleeding effects. After hearing this prompt, Qin Shan finally felt relieved. It was finally triggered, and it was worth it for him and others to attack for so long. The totem bonus only needed 1 person to trigger it, and then everyone would be triggered. This is the probability, so frighteningly low. Come to think of it, it is something related to faith after all. It is only 12 o'clock now, and it is already very good to be able to trigger it. With the bonus of defense-breaking attribute, after a few minutes, these 2 Sea Kings also turned into treasure chests. Let others drive Arc 1 forward. He walked over to the treasure chest and chose to open them all. The things I got before were all pretty good. I wonder if this time will bring me something unexpected. Open the Sea King treasure chest to obtain the mysterious Altar *8, the passive, infinite attack speed, infinite true damage, the Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone *8, the Cloud Stone *8000, and a large amount of basic resources. It's really more, Qin Shan murmured. This Sea King treasure chest is really related to quantity. The more Sea King treasure chests you get, the more benefits you will get when you open them together. He couldn't be sure after 1 or 2 times, but this is the 3rd time. There are 40 mysterious altars now, only 60 away from 100. As long as we refresh some lost treasure chests every day, we can get them all soon, and it shouldn't waste too much time. There are also quite a few Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stones, but if you want to upgrade to the 4th level, you need 100 Evolution Stones. Even if you convert them into exclusive ones, you need 10, which is still not enough. You can only wait until you go to the last place to continue to upgrade the eel. The biggest harvest this time was probably the eels. In addition, there are infinite attack speed and infinite true damage. These two infinite passives should be similar to infinite bleeding. Should we fuse them? Qin Shan couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Just by looking at the name, he knew what the hell it was. He needed attack speed and true damage. It would be of great use to him. He has a skill fusion card that can synthesize 3 skills. The higher the similarity, the higher the success rate. However, if it fails, all will be scrapped. Therefore, before choosing to fuse, you must choose carefully. Master, I suggest you merge them. These 3 passive skills are extremely similar, and the success rate is over 90, said the island spirit. You can still see the success rate? Qin Shan asked in surprise. Certainly. What are you waiting for? Fusion it for me now, Qin Shan said immediately. With such a high success rate, if this fails, we will really have no choice but to rely on developing passive skill slots. Fusion consumes skill fusion card, unlimited bleeding, unlimited true damage, unlimited attack speed. Do you want to fuse? Fusion. Then, Qin Shan saw a page, and a page showing the construction progress appeared in front of him. The speed was extremely slow, and he waited for 10 minutes. Fusion successful, gaining a new passive Infinite Chaos. Infinite Chaos. Due to special reasons, this passive has mutated. As long as you obtain the Infinite category passive, it will be directly absorbed and integrated into a part of the Infinite Chaos. It does not occupy the passive skill slot. Any attack can trigger 1 layer of all the effects of this passive. The current effects include attack speed, true damage, and bleeding. When it reaches 10,000 layers, it triggers a chaos state. 100,000 layers trigger a blinding state. 1 million layers trigger a freezing state. 100 million layers trigger a dream state. This passive skill is invincible. Qin Shan was dumbfounded. He couldn't use the last 4 states now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't use them in the future. It was just that if the same target was affected by so many states, the enemy he faced would be an extremely terrifying existence and would not be easy to defeat. Even when fighting against a Sea King, the number of layers of infinite bleeding he had just experienced was barely over 1,000, which was far from enough. His own strength was still too poor. Of course, Thunderous Lightning is the best thing for Infinite Chaos. It instantly reaches 100,000 layers. Even if it does no harm to high-level enemies, this number of layers added up is enough to defeat the opponent. In addition to this, he also obtained 12,000 marbles in these 3 unpackings, which was a great harvest. Now, he no longer feels that much oppression. This Sea King is a disaster for others, but it is also a gift to himself. It is just a little more difficult to beat. As long as the attack speed is fast enough, nothing is impossible. The bleeding can make you bleed to death, and 100,000 attacks per second, it's exciting just to think about it. The last location was quite far away, and when they arrived there was only half an hour left before the Sea Kings left. At this time, Ilil finally succeeded in breaking through, and his strength rose to a huge level again. Moreover, its attributes have undergone a drastic change. It no longer has a panel that looks like a boss, but is now similar to a Sea King. Name, Eel. Talents, Lightning, Water. Realm, 5th level of physical training. Bloodline, 3rd order Ancient Electric Eel Sea King Bloodline. 5/100. Physical body, level 4. Length, 100 meters. Features, lightning. Each attack is accompanied by a lightning attack. The weaker the opponent, the higher the power of the lightning. The sea's favor, the recovery speed in water is increased tenfold. Pressure, if the bloodline level is lower than yours, forcefully weaken all attributes by half. Solid, possess high defense. The current defense penetration is 300 combat power. Immortality, immune to instant death effects. Golden body. If more than 60 of your own health is damaged at one time, you will immediately enter the golden body state and cannot be attacked during this period for 1 minute. Cruising. Not susceptible to soft control. Evolution. If your life is threatened, there is a certain chance that you will evolve into a stronger creature. Whirlpool. If the battle time exceeds 60 minutes, a strangling whirlpool will be formed with yourself as the center, attacking all enemies within 100 meters nearby. This is the eel, which is much stronger than the Sea King we just encountered. However, it has lost many abilities, such as powerful blood recovery, strength, growth, etc., but this does not hinder its powerful attributes. The eel finally turned into a giant beast of 100 meters in length. At first glance in the ocean, it looked like a dragon. Hold head high. The 7 or 8 Sea Kings in the distance seemed to sense the danger and looked at Qin Shan and his team vigilantly. They felt a strong threat. I thought you didn't know how to be afraid. Qin Shan grinned. When they just arrived here, the other party didn't react at all and completely ignored their existence. Now that the eel is broken through, they actually took action. He didn't pay attention just now, but now he discovered that among the 8 Sea Kings, There was one with a transcendent status and extremely powerful strength. On its head, there was even a title of Emperor. Chapter 58 Sea King Emperor. Boss, leave these long worms to me. The eel poked its head out from the bottom of the sea, but its full appearance could still not be seen. This evolution brought it huge benefits. Even if its cultivation level has not improved, its strength has definitely increased several times. I'm afraid it can crush most people on Miracle Island. Without special equipment, it is too difficult to fight this creature. It was considered good luck that I was able to kill him successfully before. Okay, but there is an emperor among them who is very powerful, so be careful, Qin Shan said. Generally speaking, the characteristics are still similar, but the values have generally been greatly improved. It is really not that easy to kill. Even if it is handed over to Qin Shan and others, it will take a long time to fight them in a group. It is not certain that the opponent can be killed. However, they can capture the Sea Kings nearby without any problem. If they really cannot defeat this king, then other Sea Kings must also be killed to make up for their losses. Don't worry, boss. My current strength is no worse than its. Eel said confidently. Okay, go ahead, we'll wait for you, Qin Shan said. The eel nodded, shrank back into the sea, and swam towards the Sea King. As soon as they met, they started fighting without any hesitation. The huge waves forced Qin Shan and his team to move Arc Number 1 back a little. At this moment, what was presented before him was definitely a battle of the century. These were giant beasts over 100 meters long, entangled with each other, forming a terrifying meatball. Electric currents flash through the sea from time to time, which can paralyze the enemy. Island Master, the strength of Eel is too outrageous, said Shang. Is this the eel after the advancement? This strength improvement is even more terrifying than theirs. You know, their cultivation is not high now, but they know a lot of things. They're only at the 2nd or 3rd level of body training, but they have a lot of martial arts and are ridiculously powerful. But after seeing the eel fighting, he still felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Fortunately, this was his teammate. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death fighting with such a giant beast. This kind of marine creature is absolutely disgusting. If there are fewer people, they cannot be killed. There are too many people and we can't keep them. It will cause a very embarrassing situation. The others also nodded. They had thought that with their own strength, they could have a good life even in this world. However, they did not expect that this kind of terrible marine creature would appear. I have also heard from Qin Shan that there are even more terrifying creatures in the deep sea. What they have seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. They can survive only because the controller of this world has not yet exerted their strength. Otherwise, with their limited strength, if they really encounter a horrific disaster, they will not be able to escape even if they want to. You can see for yourself, Qin Shan said. Make the information of Eel visible so that everyone can see the data above. With so many features, it's no wonder we have such a hard time. Without a strong offensive force, I can't even break through the defense. The ones I encountered before can't be too bad. Yes, the Sea Kings we encountered before also had properties like blood recovery, which was disgusting. Qin Shan agreed with this point very much. To be honest, they were very lucky and it didn't trigger too many times, otherwise it would have been absolutely disgusting. A few minutes later, the eel strangled 3 Sea Kings and turned into treasure chests, which were scattered on the sea. Every time it kills a Sea King, the Sea King will become more furious and its attack power will increase exponentially. Everyone, attack the Sea Kings immediately. There is not much time left, Qin Shan said. At this rate, it would be impossible for them to resolve the situation within the specified time, so they had to use all of their strength to crush the opponent with absolute power. Yes, Island Master. Those who could fly immediately took off into the air. Those who had equipment prepared for close combat. Those who could fight from a distance and as auxiliary combatants were all ready. In an instant, countless attacks were launched from their side. As if sensing the attack from Qin Shan and his men, the Emperor actually gave up fighting with the eel and turned to look at Qin Shan and his men. Perhaps in his view, humans were weaker and easier to deal with. Even if they have to withstand the attacks of the eels, they will do it at all costs, just to kill Qin Shan and the others. Welcome on, with great force, harvesting souls. The day after tomorrow gossip. Hunyuan Chi. One after another terrifying martial arts, as the Sea King came over, fell on it. Before it got close, about 1/10 of its strength was consumed. This was when so many of them attacked together. It also takes advantage of the long range to cause such terrible damage. But now, all their martial arts have entered a cooling down period, and it would be difficult to create this situation again. A competition of physical bodies? Come on. Qin Shan held the blade of judgment in his hand, facing the Sea King in front of him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. A mere Sea King thought he could scare him away? At this moment, there are still 5 Sea Kings. Except for the first round of attacks which fell on the Emperor, everyone else chose their opponents, as long as they could kill them. These Sea King attacks can be avoided as long as you are fast enough. Even though Infinite Kite was a little unkind, it was possible to win the war. Moreover, they were facing a powerful enemy. If they didn't come to this sea area and threaten the safety of Miracle Island, Qin Shan wouldn't attack them. It's mutual. Most of the people surrounded the emperor and fought him, with the eels as the main force, entangled with it tightly so that it could not be distracted and could only be consumed. This thing is definitely more valuable than other sea kings, and it is also the guy Qin Shan wants to kill the most. The previous sea kings have already given him huge benefits, and he can't miss it no matter what. Hold head high. One after another, high-pitched voices roared out from the mouths of sea kings. There seemed to be some wailing and a little anger. But Qin Shan did not have time to pay attention to these. As time passed, he became extremely anxious. This emperor was indeed much more difficult to deal with than other sea kings. Even after being attacked by so many people for 20 minutes, his vitality was still tenacious, like an indestructible cockroach. This made him feel depressed for a while, but the sea kings around him had already died one after another. Everyone speed up, there are only 4 minutes left. Qin Shan said. Seeing that I was only one step away, I really didn't want to give up. After hearing his words, everyone attacked more quickly. Time waits for no one. After a period of time, the other party left, and they couldn't stop them at all. They could only watch them leave, and they would also lose a large amount of island area. Just when they were about to kill the emperor, Qin Shan saw a few terrifying words appear above the opponent's head. Recover health, 1 million durability. Double strong. Double the power. How can we fight this? Qin Shan couldn't help but feel helpless. There were only 4 minutes left for this thing to recover to its full state. Its strength doubled, and its combat power had reached 600. If they continued to attack, the damage might be in single digits. Moreover, only a few people could make it effective. The emperor's original strength was 300 points. He couldn't break the defense even by himself, and he relied entirely on his passive ability to stack damage. But now, his attacks have no effect, and all of them miss. Stop it, Qin Shan said. There's no way I can get this damn thing down today. The others who were still attacking also suddenly stopped. They could also feel that their attacks on the emperor were like tickling and did not have much effect. Seeing Qin Shan and the others stop, the emperor continued to attack. Its eyes were filled with hatred, and it wished to kill Qin Shan and the others. However, it also underestimated Qin Shan and the others. We can't break your defense when we attack you, and it's almost the same when you attack us. No one can do anything to anyone, and the stalemate lasts for 4 minutes. Time has passed. The Sea King will soon leave and take away 5,000 square kilometers of island area. 5,000. Isn't that 1,000? That's the ordinary Sea King. 5 for the Emperor, 10 for the King. It seems that my strength is still too weak. Qin Shan was a little dejected. He looked at the world too simply. As expected, those abilities were only given for the most common things. If they encountered a stronger one, the threat would be even greater. Above the Emperor, there is the Emperor. So what is above the Emperor? Who dares to say that there are no more terrifying creatures? If any Emperor-level Sea King comes, they will be annihilated today. Boss, it's all my fault. I didn't keep it. Il said sadly. Originally, it vowed that it would take down these Sea Kings, but in the end, it found that the enemy was much stronger than it had imagined, and it was not so easy to defeat them at all. All the masters on the island are here, but they are useless. Is it because they are not strong enough? Of course not. It's just that the enemies they encountered are too terrifying. Qin Shan shook his head. No one could be blamed for this. It was only because they themselves were not strong enough that such a thing happened. Moreover, they had already eliminated the other Sea Kings. This was a small consolation. Next time, we will take this place back, Qin Shan said. He was also unwilling to give up. If possible, he also wanted to keep the other party. It was of great value. Such a big thing was more powerful than the Sea King treasure chests they had obtained before. It was a pity that he didn't have the strength to stay. In addition, they should also be thankful that this emperor did not trigger evolution and vortex. Otherwise, the scene would be even more terrifying, just like the characteristics possessed by the eel, but the effects are slightly different. The vortex will not be triggered until 1 hour after entering the battle, while the evolution will be triggered when 30 of health is lost all at once. It is extremely terrifying. Chapter 59 Return to the island. After resting on the boat for a while, everyone prepared to set off for the return voyage. Overall, they gained huge benefits from this voyage, but in the end, they let an emperor escape, which was a bit regrettable. Finally, there are these 7 Sea King treasure chests. There are a little more than before. I wonder what good things can come out of it. After instructing them to steer the boat, Qin Shan went to the treasure chest and opened it. This time, it was a lesson. They needed stronger forces to deal with the next possible disaster. They must be able to kill more enemies and obtain more supplies. Open the Sea King treasure chest to obtain a large battleship manufacturing diagram, 3 population refresh coupons, a figurehead, the passive skill, infinite dodge, the martial arts skill, stunning sword chi, 21 artifact fragments, 21 treasure maps, 21 mysterious altars, 21 Sea King bloodline evolution stones, 21,000 cloud stones, and a large amount of basic resources. His Sea Kings are really rich, Qin Shan said in shock. But think about it, this thing is so difficult to deal with, and it can forcibly take away so many things. It is understandable that it is richer. Moreover, this treasure chest actually contained a mysterious altar, treasure maps, and 21 artifact fragments, which were more than what he had collected before. Currently, he owns 61 mysterious altars, 41 artifact fragments, and 47 treasure maps, and he should be very close to completing the collection. If you want to get rich, you have to kill more Sea Kings. You can become rich in minutes, but the consequences of doing so are also serious. If you can't beat them, then you will die. Even though they have no realm, they all have the attribute of strength and can exert power equivalent to the cultivation level of the physical body and may even double it. Their strength is too powerful. Large battleship manufacturing diagram, a 6th level item, can be used for sea navigation with a speed of 120 nautical miles per hour, can be equipped with a figurehead, has a load capacity of 1,000 people, is 300 meters long, 30 meters wide at most, and 15 meters high. Construction requires 50,000 spiritual wood, 20,000 spiritual gold, 5,000 spiritual fire, 8,000 spiritual water, and 500 spiritual stones. Green Dragon Figurehead, a 6th level item that can be placed on a ship. It can prevent nearby sea beasts from attacking you. This is limited to sea beasts whose ranks are lower than the figurehead. Sea beasts with ranks higher than the figurehead are still very aggressive. With it, you can explore unknown waters. The appearance of these two things made Qin Shan's body tremble. Now he could go to sea. Even if he wanted to build a large warship, he would have to empty his family's savings. The resources required are 10 times that of a small sailing ship. However, its speed is much faster, which is definitely a powerful weapon for naval battles. It's just that it doesn't have much effect on them now, so they are afraid that they won't be able to use it. There are not many people, so a small sailboat is enough. Let's wait a few days and build this damn thing when we have more people. It's really not cost-effective to consume so much. It's useless to put it on the beach without people. Normally, when they carry out missions, Arc 1 is enough. Infinite Dodge, or the infinite series of passives, are directly integrated into Infinite Chaos. There's no need to ask him. Now Infinite Chaos has 4 attributes. Jinghong Sword Chi, a super martial art. It slashes out a huge sword energy towards the front. The power depends on the user and has a decapitation effect. It can be released infinitely if the physical strength is sufficient. The use of Jinghong's Sword Chi will consume all the gain effects. For each layer of gain effect, the Jinghong Sword Chi will increase by 1 point. The strong can cut through the endless void with a sword energy. In addition, a long sword is required to release Jinghong's Sword Chi. This is too powerful. Qin Shan looked at the stunning sword energy in shock. With this thing, he can get rid of the passive decapitation effect. This passive effect looks very powerful, but as the enemies he faces become more and more powerful and possess a variety of abilities, the effect of decapitation is minimal and is worse than nothing. It's just that now, he hasn't obtained any new passive ability, otherwise it could be directly covered. It's a pity that he doesn't have a long sword yet. When he returns, he can ask Ganjiang and others to make a long sword for him to use as a makeshift. Learn. Such a powerful martial art must be learned. Afterwards, he called out Eel and gave it all the Sea King bloodline evolution stones, which was equivalent to 210 bloodline evolution stones, enough for it to break through to the 4th level. The 3rd stage is already so powerful. If it continues to break through, its attributes will only become stronger. Perhaps, Eel can also become an emperor and become even stronger. Next time, encountering this kind of Sea King, it will not be so troublesome. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they returned to Miracle Island. Everyone now felt a little more at ease, as they had finally returned. After this trip, they realized that there were too many things in this world that posed a threat to them. If they did not practice hard, they might be the ones to die next time. Ganjiang. Qin Shan called Ganjiang. Island owner. You too, help me forge a long sword. I need it. Qin Shan said. The things they opened at noon today had not yet been built before they were dragged away to fight the Sea Kings. Good. He didn't ask any more questions and went straight into the blacksmith shop with Moy to prepare to forge weapons. With so many passive abilities, even the most common longsword weapon shouldn't be too bad. As for resources, they can use them as they please. Island Spirit, expand the island. Qin Shan said. The expansion is 33,000 square meters, and the expansion is complete. The island, which originally had an area of 95,000 square meters, once again exceeded 100,000 square meters, reaching 128,000 square meters, and it was originally expected to exceed 130,000 square meters. Use all population refresh coupons, Qin Shan said. Now, he has a lot of resources, so it is not difficult to build all the ordinary stone houses. It was used successfully. 15 couples and 30 children were obtained. 15 families of 4, not bad. Qin Shan was a little surprised. Although no powerful people were sent to him this time, there were still 60 of them, making this island no longer lifeless. These people appeared before him one after another. At the beginning, I was a little confused, as if I was wondering where I was. In response, Qin Shan spoke directly to let them know that he was the controller of this island. Master Island Master, where do we live? Island Master, do you provide meals? After learning about Qin Shan's thoughts, they all asked about the doubts in their hearts. It turns out that I still can't compare with the people who came before. They are the real natives, the kind who know nothing. Don't worry, as long as you are on my island, you will be able to live a normal life, and you can also practice and become stronger. Qin Shan said, an island does not support idle people. The arrival of these people is enough to enhance the island's strength a lot. However, because there are so many people, their cultivation resources are also a problem. There are no energy stones, and the production capacity of spirit stone veins is not much. They were barely enough before, but now, with so many people coming at once, the daily consumption will become a terrifying number. Fortunately, they had stored a large amount of food and other supplies before, so there would be no problems in the short term. What he really had to face was the problem of cultivation resources. These people were just ordinary people who needed energy stones for cultivation. He didn't have many in stock, and it was not easy to go to the spiritual desert to mine or with a mortal body. But as long as he got through the early stage, it would be much easier later. Moreover, they cannot always rely on their own protection. They must make some contribution to the island. From now on, just leave those trivial matters to them. Just like the lost treasure chest this morning, they were the most suitable place to go. Sir, we are willing to stay. We will protect this island. After hearing what Qin Shan said, everyone said that they wanted to stay. If they didn't stay, where else could they go? The deep mountains and old forests? That was also Qin Shan's territory. Besides, if they were in the wild, those wild beasts would not be polite to you. These humans, when they were refreshed, had almost no cultivation, but the wild beasts were different. Some of them had been born for a long time. No matter how uncivilized they were, such strong spiritual energy was enough to make them strong, especially some aggressive animals. Once encountered, they would only die. Okay, come with me. I will build a house for you, Qin Shan said. Just 15 ordinary stone houses, not a piece of cake. Thank you, Island Master. These people happily followed Qin Shan and walked towards the village. He just prayed silently in his heart and asked the island spirit to build an ordinary stone house. Seeing this scene, these people shouted it was a miracle and worshipped Qin Shan, thinking he was a god. In response, Qin Shan just smiled and said that they would know after staying in this place for a long time. Okay, don't do anything today. I will assign tasks for you tomorrow, Qin Shan said. By the way, he also told them the body refining technique and asked them to try to practice it on their own. Without the help of energy stones, it would probably take them a day or two to get started. And this is the effect that Miracle Island has only achieved after having a large amount of amplification. Moreover, it is not ruled out that there are some geniuses among these people who can quickly absorb spiritual energy and break through to a higher level. All this is possible. They were all ordinary people, and Qin Shan was too lazy to see if they had any talent. He would know when they show their talents. As long as they became members of Miracle Island, they would be 100 loyal to him. He didn't have to worry about that. Seeing so many houses suddenly appearing around them, Yun and the others were grumbling in their hearts that their status was going to be reduced again. Chapter 60 Locator, Annexation. Everyone, come to the center of the village tonight. We will hold a bonfire party to celebrate today's great achievements. Qin Shan used the island spirit to send this news to everyone, including the Beast King and Big Bear, and of course, the Big Manta and the Two Manta. As for the eel, even if it wanted to come, it couldn't. Its body is too huge. If it goes to the island, it will probably cause huge damage. When the time comes, just deliver the food to it. If it could shrink its huge body, there would be no problem. When everyone returned home and received the news, they remained silent. Naturally, these preliminary preparations were not completed by Qin Shan alone. There were some people who had just arrived. They were the most suitable people and they could use all the items on the island. There are many things in the warehouse, including some cultivation resources. However, As the number of people increases, resources can no longer be distributed as well as before. We also need to take care of others and improve their strength. What he wants is for the entire island to become strong, rather than just a group of people becoming strong. By then, the island will become polarized. Of course, if there are several villages, then the strength of this village must be the strongest, because he lives here. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone came to the center of the village. I have to say that there are still quite a few skilled people among these refreshed people. With the limited supplies, they can make a sumptuous dinner. It may be a little simple, but at this time, it is enough. I don't know how many people are still sleeping in the open air. What can be done with an island of 200 or 300 square meters? The area that can be used is really limited. Only by becoming stronger can you have more resources. This bonfire dinner lasted only 2 hours before it was over. But the eel's bloodline evolution has not yet been completed. It seems that it will take a long time to upgrade from the 3rd level to the 4th level. At this time, on a cloud island thousands of miles away. Locator. There is actually such a thing. The great wizard looked at the thing in his hand in shock. Just now, he came back from the sea, just ended the life of the pirate, opened the pirate's treasure, and gave himself such a thing. You can directly locate someone's island by entering their ID. Then, you only need to rely on the locator to drive the boat to reach someone else's island. As for whether there will be any dangers on the way, no one can tell for sure. After all, the sea is so vast, and no one can tell what is out there. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Before, he was also a strong man who had topped the list, but as time went on, he was surpassed by one person after another, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Use the locator to explore the cloud island closest to me, said the great wizard. He can't wait. If he can enslave the other party and turn him into a subordinate, then he is equivalent to having 2 people. The development of the island will be faster and he will obtain more resources. It shouldn't be difficult to catch up with the others. You successfully got a location 600 nautical miles away from you. There is a cloud island smaller than yours. You can invade it. 600 nautical miles. How can it be so far? The great wizard frowned slightly. The distance was too far, so he only had a small wooden boat with a speed of only 50. It would take 12 hours for the trip, which was really not cost-effective. It would take a whole day to go back and forth. If he was not on an island for a day, he would lose a lot of resources, which was not what he wanted to see. But he was also unwilling to let go of such an opportunity to become stronger. What should I do? The great wizard became a little anxious for a moment. The locator has a short-distance transmission function, no more than 1,000 nautical miles, and can be transmitted directly to the location where it is located. Remember, once you appear on someone else's cloud island, you will be judged as a malicious target and will most likely be attacked. Do you want to teleport? It can only be used once. The great wizard still frowned. It actually has the ability to teleport. This locator is too powerful. But he was also a little scared. What if someone else got the locator? I'm afraid he won't be able to protect his island. Now, there are still quite a few people ahead of me, and each of them is hiding very deeply. If I can get such a good thing, others should not be too bad either, and may even be better than me. Moreover, he was still worried about one issue. If he was defeated by the opponent, then how would he come back? This was a big problem. So, for a moment, he really didn't dare to go over there directly. There is only one chance. If he wants to enslave others, then when he cannot defeat them, he will definitely be enslaved by others. By then, Lianyan Island will belong to the other party. Would you like to take a gamble? The great wizard murmured. At this time, on a cloud island that he had locked onto, a girl looked at the hint given by Yunjixin with some fear. Someone actually located her island, which made her face full of fear. Compared with others, she was too weak, not even a cultivator. In addition, due to malnutrition for several days, she looked pale and thin. Someone has actually locked onto me. What should I do if the other person comes over? Please don't come over here. She subconsciously clenched the weapon in her hand. It was actually just a wooden stick. It had no deterrent effect on practitioners and could be easily defeated. In such a world, if someone really came over as a girl without any cultivation, one could imagine what would happen to her. Anyone who dares to locate someone else's cloud island must not be a good person. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing? The other party has not come over yet, so he must have some concerns. However, this location can only be erased after 3 days, so she has to be careful for these 3 days and not let anyone else come over. The timid will starve to death, and the bold will die of gluttony. Just give it a try, just in case. The great wizard thought to himself, if he was afraid of this and that, how could he get back to the second place on the list? There are already too many people who have surpassed him, which is not what he wants to see, so he can only work hard to become stronger. Teleport. He immediately ordered to be teleported over. It would be even better if a beautiful bride was sent to him from the other side. He had been here for 8 days and was almost going crazy. No one knew better than him how boring a person's world was. Then, a teleportation portal appeared in front of him. He only needed to walk in to reach another island. The portal is so big that it should be able to accommodate my small wooden boat, the great wizard murmured. Then he moved the small wooden boat over and teleported it over with him, so that he could come back. If he couldn't win, he could at least escape. Looking at the portal that suddenly appeared, the girl was terrified. The problem she was most worried about still occurred. If the other party really came to her island, how would she deal with it? She held the stick tightly in her hand, ready to fight back at any time. Amid her nervous expression, a figure landed on Cloud Island. It's so small. I'm afraid he is just an ordinary person. Well, if I enslave him, I can get more benefits. The great wizard was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. Sometimes, the size of an island also reflects the strength of the island owner. This one is only 50 square meters, which is too small. It cannot even be expanded by 10 square meters a day. This is enough to show how weak the owner of this island is. Only ordinary people would be like this. Come out. Don't wait for me to find you, or you'll be in trouble. The great wizard said bluntly. No scruples at all. It was as if everything here belonged to him. The girl was very desperate because this man was really a cultivator. His powerful aura made her feel very uncomfortable. This was also the first person she had met in this world in the past few days. But the other party was not a good person. Instead, he wanted to enslave her, which made her very panicked. But she still hid nearby and didn't dare to go out. There was only one small tent on the island. Where could she hide? The great wizard simply hadn't gone in yet. Otherwise, she would have no place to hide. A few seconds later, the great wizard's face suddenly turned gloomy. He was a little annoyed that someone dared to ignore him. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude, the great wizard said threateningly. As he spoke, he walked closer to the small tent. His steps were slow, but with every step, the girl could feel her heartbeat quickening. She knew she was no match for this man. Come out. The great wizard opened the small tent. Then he froze and saw a girl holding a stick, about to hit him. The girl was also stunned. This man looked so weird, old and ugly. Hurrah! God actually sent me such a beauty. The great wizard laughed, and his laugh was extremely happy, but the girl was desperate. Don't come over here. As he spoke, he swung the wooden stick around, but it was useless as the great wizard could dodge it easily. The strength of the two was not at the same level at all. The difference was too big. You'd better obey me obediently, or I will stab you in the face, said the great wizard viciously. He had already grabbed the girl's stick and threw it aside. His eyes were already filled with desire. The girl was pretty, and if she had been born in a peacetime, she might have been able to marry into a good family. Unfortunately, her luck was not very good. When she came here, she met such an old man. It can only be said that she had bad luck. What good can happen to a man and a woman alone in this endless ocean? Don't want. But the great wizard had already knocked her down. 10 minutes later. From now on, you will follow me. You are not allowed to leave without my permission, said the great wizard. His face was full of satisfaction, still feeling a bit smug. But the girl's eyes were numb, as if she had accepted her fate, and she put her clothes in place in front of the old man. This is the sorrow of the weak. There are no laws here. If you are not as strong as others, you will become a prisoner. Destroy the Cloud Island, take the Cloud Heart, and come back with me, said the great wizard. He had already used the contract card on the girl, and she was already his. Naturally, it was impossible for her to stay here alone. Would he have to spend 12 hours to come to this place? Obviously, it was impossible. Moreover, if there were two of them, maybe they would get more good things every day. He had been struggling to find martial arts recently, and maybe he could get it. As for practicing martial arts for this woman, it was definitely impossible now. He would have to improve his strength to the 2nd or 3rd level. He didn't like it. On his island, there were people who were as strong as himself. Even if the other party had been used with a contract card, he was still not happy about it. What if something went wrong? No one could tell. For safety's sake, everything is for your own safety. There is no room for carelessness. The woman nodded numbly. She couldn't even commit suicide. Besides, she wanted to live, so there was nothing wrong with following a cultivator. At least she wouldn't have to go hungry. There was really nothing on this small cloud island that was worth picking up. The only valuable thing was the small tent. It had cost her a lot of resources to build it, and now, it had suddenly become someone else's property. The heart of the cloud cannot be put into a backpack. It needs a carrier. The great wizard's small wooden boat is a good choice and is suitable as a container. However, once you put it on, you can only take it down after a year. Of course, she could also choose to smash the heart of cloud, which would then completely become someone else's. She had only preserved it because she threatened to die. She had a feeling that if she wanted to break free from the control of the great wizard, only this thing could help her. If it was destroyed now, she would never have another chance. The great wizard agreed to her request after weighing the pros and cons. After all, it was impossible for him to pay attention to her all the time. There would always be times when he would be distracted, so it would be good to have something like this to restrain him. I finally found someone. I can't let her die like this, especially when she's a woman. Otherwise, how could the other party have the qualifications to negotiate with him? He is just a mortal. Another cloud island disappeared in the sea. Except for the past 1 or 2 days, there has been a sharp drop in personnel recently. Especially today, there were large-scale casualties, and many people died when the map was opened. The consequence of not listening to the advice is that you will never see each other again and say goodbye to this world. And some people, after going through this difficult period, gained considerable benefits, and their strength and islands increased a lot. Chapter 61 Lost Treasure Box and Bloodline Evolution Stone. What happened here with the Great Wizard is just the tip of the iceberg of this dark world. Tragic scenes may be happening in some corner at any time, but people always need to adapt to it. This is no longer the previous world, let alone a peaceful era, but a world similar to the end of the world. Only strong strength is the only guarantee for your survival. If your luck is too bad, then you can only say that your luck is not very good. If you are killed by others, it is just your own bad luck. Like tonight, the Great Wizard was very lucky because he located only a little girl. If he was like Hu Jun and met a master like Do Wan Jun, he would probably die on the island in one confrontation. The final result is written by the victor. The victor can write whatever he wants. Others have no right to interfere. If you are dissatisfied, you can kill all those people and no one will care about you. The prerequisite is that you have to have the strength to do so. Otherwise, there will be one more corpse on this vast ocean. There is no need for mercy in this world. Only the strong can survive. Not everyone has such a good mentality. Maybe they have powerful talents, but don't make good use of them. They are passive and lazy all day long and don't want to go to the sea to hunt guardian beasts and obtain supplies. But it is precisely because of this that some people who are unlucky have the opportunity to take advantage of it, seize this opportunity, surpass them, and become their masters. They have to do whatever they are asked to do. This is just a small scene. In the distant seas, there are even more cruel ways of survival. Qin Shan looked around the chat channel, but didn't find any significant gains. What everyone talked about most was the area explored on the map this morning and what kind of horrors were there. Qin Shan had little interest in this. If he had not expanded the Cloud Island on a large scale, today would have been really dull. However, it was very incomplete, as he had found several Sea Kings. This is a horrific disaster for people at the current stage. A single person's power is not enough to kill a Sea King. Their characteristics are too abnormal, making them almost impossible to kill. Seeing your situation, I am really scared now. Fortunately, I didn't open the map. Me too. That's because they were just unlucky. I opened it too, but only a few lost treasure chests appeared. There were a lot of good things in them, but I actually opened martial arts and a mysterious altar. Can you believe it? Actually, I still recommend everyone to open the map, said a guy whose avatar was flashing the 4th place on the battle power list. Why? Someone immediately raised questions. I believe many people have never seen me, but what I want to say is that if you open the lost treasure chest, you will find a Bloodline Evolution Stone. Bloodline Evolution Stone? What is that? The Bloodline Evolution Stone can greatly increase your strength. Guess how much combat power I have now? How many? 55 points. How is this possible? Your combat power is so high, even higher than that of Boss Qin Shan, and you are only 4th. Who would believe it? Don't disbelieve me. I just awakened the 1st level Spirit 8 bloodline, and my combat power increased by 50 points. Do you think the people who can rank ahead of me will only have this much combat power? Although there will be many disasters when opening the map, the benefits are not bad either. There was silence in the chat channel for a while. If what this person said was true, then the person in front of him would have to have a combat power of hundreds of points. It was not impossible. Moreover, the closer one is to the front in the list, the less likely he or she is to show up. He or she seems very mysterious. So how could someone who has gained benefits like to tell others about it? Seeing what this person said, Qin Shan just smiled slightly and didn't say anything. They would discover this secret sooner or later. It was impossible for him to be the only one who became powerful. It seems that the quality of blood also affects combat effectiveness. Qin Shan murmured. When he was at the 1st level, his bloodline added 100 points to his strength, while the other party only had 50 points. There was indeed something wrong. Opening the map has huge benefits, but the consequences are also serious. With the current average island size, if the island area is expanded by more than half at one time, it would be considered a large-scale expansion. By then, it would be very easy to attract Sea Kings and bosses. If you can't stop them, you will only die. He was too lazy to remind them of these things, lest they think that he was deceiving them and preventing them from improving their strength. Is what you said true? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. After all, everyone wants powerful combat power. Even if the combat power list is just a decoration and there are no substantial rewards, being able to make it on the list will make you proud, right? You can also better understand what level you are in, so as not to provoke people you shouldn't provoke. Believe it or not, I just told you what I saw and heard. However, it is possible that, as Qin Shan said, there will be unexpected consequences. If you are not sure of your own strength, it is better not to try it lightly. After he finished speaking, the man disappeared. No matter how those people called out, there was no response. Being able to tell them was already very good. I really want to tell you all the strategies myself. Who do you think you are? Here, no one is above anyone else. It turns out that other people have obtained the Bloodline Evolution Stone. It seems that Qin Shan must have obtained it a long time ago. Emperor Xianyuan smiled slightly and didn't care. Because his combat power has reached 115, ranking second. The third is a person whose name has never been heard of, named Yu Pao Pao, with a combat power of 105, and he has increased his combat power to over 100 points earlier than him. Perhaps it is because of the Bloodline Evolution Stone. These are just his guesses. There may be other reasons. Bloodline Evolution Stone? There actually is such a thing. It can actually increase one's strength so much. A solemn look appeared in Do Wanjuan's eyes. Now, she has dropped to 5th place. She has always thought that the fighting power of those ahead of her would not be much higher than that of others. But now it seems that she was thinking too simply. People with real strength will not tell you how much fighting power they have. If that person had not revealed such a secret this time, she would have always believed that others were at most a few points higher in combat power than her. How could it be so high? Things that she had never thought about before, she now had to take seriously. Chapter 62, Danger on the Return Journey. Above the sea, the Great Wizard looked at the messages in the chat channel. His face turned very ugly. He used to be the second on the list, but now he was surpassed by others one by one, and he didn't even know about this thing that appeared. He didn't even open the map function and was still waiting. He wanted to see what the consequences would be after those people opened the map, but now it seems that the more timid a person is, the less likely he is to improve his strength. According to the news that came from that person, Bloodline Evolution can be activated in this world. If no one has explored it, then doesn't it mean that no one can activate it? His heart was very conflicted. The map is too dangerous, but if you don't open it, your strength will lag far behind others, and then you will no longer have the capital to compete with others. No wonder Qin Shan ignored him at first. Perhaps, in front of that kind of person, he was just a joke. Why would he care? The woman next to him was frightened by the sudden change in the Great Wizard and huddled aside. The Great Wizard was too powerful, and she could not resist him at all. The two of us will take turns rowing back and arrive at my island at noon tomorrow. We will also open the map, said the Great Wizard. Finally, he made a fateful decision. Perhaps, for many people, the map is a disaster, but isn't it an opportunity? It can improve one's own strength. There is nothing better than this. After advancing the bloodline once, it increased by 50 points. If I continue to advance, will my combat power increase exponentially? In fact, now each of them is full of curiosity about Qin Shan's fighting ability. His true fighting power has never been exposed. As for the 40 points mentioned before, perhaps they would have believed it in the past. After all, no one has ever gotten such a big benefit. But now, whoever believes it will be kicked in the head by a donkey. The one with 50 points of combat power is only ranked 4th. The 3 people ahead of him are probably more ferocious. The woman was stunned at first, then nodded. As long as you can survive, who cares about so many other things? There is nothing wrong with relying on a strong person. But the journey back was not smooth. The sea is a mysterious area for survivors, and there are unknown dangers at any time. At night, some strange sea beasts would appear. The night was a huge test for them. No one knew whether they could go back alive, but if they didn't go back, they would have wasted a day's gain. Soon, it will be the 9th day. As time goes by, the items they can get from their daily treasure chests will be of higher quality, so it is impossible for them to just give up like that. Just like Qin Shan, he has many more resources than others, but the main way to obtain items is still the daily treasure chest. This thing can meet his own needs, so why not want it? After sailing for several hours, the sea became calm. The Great Wizard woke up the woman, asked her to steer the boat, and told her a general direction. He was not afraid that this woman would attack him while he was sleeping. Practitioners were extremely sensitive to danger. Unless the gap between the two was too big, it was difficult to launch a sneak attack on others. Just drive at normal speed. If you encounter any problems, wake me up immediately, said the Great Wizard. Above the vast ocean, it is still very difficult for a mortal to survive. She can only rely on herself, otherwise she will die. He can see that the woman cherishes her life very much and will never put herself in danger so easily. Yes, said the woman. Just from the sound of her voice, she shouldn't be very happy. After all, she was just a prisoner and a plaything of the old man in front of her. She wanted revenge, but definitely not at this time. She had to break through to the first level of body refining before she would have a chance to compete with the Great Wizard. Before that, she needed to be patient and then give the opponent a fatal blow. In this world, no one is a fuel-efficient lamp. They all want to gain greater power and rule over a vast territory. Don't be impulsive, stay alive, and there is a chance as long as you are alive. The night is long. From time to time, a wave will come over, and the small wooden boat drifting in the darkness is like a bright light in the darkness. Behind them, there was a large school of fish, some of which had already bared their ferocious fangs, looking ready to attack at any time, which made people worry about the fate of those on the boat. If you are not careful, you may never have another chance. All the thoughts and ideas before were just empty talk. Bang! A series of crackling sounds frightened the woman so much that she quickly stopped the wooden boat. This time, she was really panicked. There was no place to stay here. It was much more dangerous than Yun Island. But just as she was stunned, the small wooden boat was hit and holes appeared in it. The seawater poured in, causing the small wooden boat to begin to sink. Damn it, what are you doing? Hurry up and scoop some water. The Great Wizard roared. The sound of the collision just now woke him up, and then he saw this scene. That damn woman was still standing there in a daze at this time. Didn't she know that the boat was about to sink? Oh, the woman nodded mechanically and immediately picked up an object that looked like a wooden ladle from the side. It was attached to the small wooden boat, and she scooped the water out. The Great Wizard was not idle either, and immediately went to the stern to take a look. The scene that came into his sight made him twitch. There were at least hundreds of sea fish following behind him. Although each one was not very strong, their large numbers posed a huge threat to the two of them. All he had to do was sink the small wooden boat. If it couldn't fly in the sea, it would just have to wait for death. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he took action, swinging a wooden stick and hitting the approaching sea fish. It turns out that this trick is really effective. In just a few breaths, he had killed more than a dozen sea fish. Under normal circumstances, these sea fish would be enough for him to eat for a long time. But now, he didn't have the mind to take care of them. Being able to survive was the most important thing. But his attack, as well as the dead sea fish and the strong smell of blood, made the sea fish even more violent. They attacked the hull desperately, trying to pull the Great Wizard and his companions off the boat. You are just a bunch of beasts, and you dare to destroy my ship? Let me show you my fight. The Great Wizard roared and launched a new round of attacks. A few minutes later, the ocean was already bloody red. The Great Wizard put a lot of thought into killing these things. Looking at the calming sea, the Great Wizard finally breathed a sigh of relief. He obviously didn't get enough rest and was tormented by the fish, which made him exhausted. He glanced at the woman, shook his head, and said nothing. Repair. The Great Wizard came to the woman's cloud heart and used the function of the cloud heart to repair the broken wooden boat. He was very glad that he did not destroy the cloud heart, but instead took it in as a vassal so that he could use other people's cloud hearts, especially in such an embarrassing situation. Otherwise, they would probably have to swim back out of the water. They had a deep understanding of how terrifying the deep sea was. Just now, they were chased by a group of sea fish. In the water, their combat effectiveness dropped sharply, and it was impossible for them to defeat these sea fish. If that happened, they would be the ones to die. After repairing the wooden boat, he and the woman scooped out the water together, then continued to sail away from the place. Perhaps it was because of this incident that their luck improved. They never encountered any sea beasts along the way and returned safely. At this time, the sky was already getting light, and the sunrise could be seen on the horizon. But they were still several hours away from the Great Wizard's Island. They didn't know whether they could return to the island safely, so they could only leave it to fate. Sailing on the sea is a big test for them. I'm afraid they won't dare to go out so recklessly in the future. Chapter 63 Task Assignment. Congratulations, the area has expanded by 13 square meters. The map scan is complete. Currently, we are 200 nautical miles away and 4,000 meters below the sea. We have found a total of 17 lost treasure chests and 12 pirate groups. The pirates will not attack today, but will leave when the time comes, and then randomly steal some resources from the island. The bloodline of the island owner's pet eel has been upgraded to the 4th level. Daily treasure chest refresh, a total of 10 red jade treasure chests and 10 ochre treasure chests. On the morning of the 9th day, Qin Shan woke up early and found a lot of clues. It's a new day again. Qin Shan stretched. Before he knew it, he had been in this world for 9 days. He also created a miracle, which is the Miracle Island. Now, the area of this island is as high as more than 130,000 square kilometers. This area is not small. On the island spirits map, the island has changed its appearance again. Nighttime is the time when the island's terrain is most likely to change. Immediately, Qin Shan gathered everyone to the totem. This place was the center of the village and had a large open space. Very good, you are all here. Now I will arrange the tasks, Qin Shan said. I was still very satisfied. By the 9th day, the population of my island had reached dozens of people. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a small village. At this time, there may still be people who have not even left the island. It is true that this is a world of cultivation, but the accumulation of resources also depends on luck. Every day, there are people who succeed in their cultivation and enter the first stage of body refining. But more people are still wandering outside of body refining. In the entire District 34, there are more than 900,000 people, but now only about 100,000 have become practitioners. On the Miracle Island, there appeared a typing group of 3rd and 4th level warriors, which was definitely the top force. But he dare not be proud and complacent, because this world has too many mysteries. You can choose not to provoke them, but they will come and attack you, which is the most troublesome problem. First, Kwa, Luo, Tai, and Washu, the 5 of you, take 15 people out to sea, kill all the pirates, and bring back the lost treasure chests. You have to do it quickly. During the voyage, you need to guide them in their practice. Do you understand? Qin Shan said. Understood. He and the other 4 said. In fact, today's pirates are all level 1, not even level 2. There is no need for so many people to go out. It's just that Qin Shan wants them to go. On the one hand, it is to have enough energy to teach these people, and on the other hand, it is also to ensure their safety. Nowadays, there are not many people on Miracle Island. If they can survive, then don't die. If they survive, there is a chance. After they reach the first stage of body refining, Qin Shan will be able to check their attributes and talents. Those who are worth training, and if they can be trained in that direction, then they will have a direction. Okay, let's set off now, Qin Shan said. Hunting pirates on tour is a tough job that requires planning a route and completing the task in the shortest possible time. He and his 5 men selected 15 people and set off immediately. For them, it doesn't matter where they practice. However, there are no children among these 15 people, and he has his own ideas. After he and others left, Qin Shan looked at the remaining people. The second thing, Yun, Shang, Jin Yuan, the 3 of you, take the remaining 15 people to explore the island. Once you find any powerful beasts, report immediately and bring back the resources, especially the spiritual vein gobi, and the most important thing is the population, Qin Shan said. To be honest, the resources produced by Miracle Island are definitely a huge fortune, which allows him to expand the island to a huge area. As for what he got from the trading hall, he didn't care much about it. With his current situation, he is completely self-sufficient. Those people cannot provide much help. On the contrary, they still need his resources. However, he is too lazy to pay attention to them. When I want to tell them something, I will tell them naturally. If they don't want to, no one can do anything about it. He would just take a look from time to time to see if there were any new discoveries, such as blueprints, especially weapons and armor. He now only had 2 templates, the long sword and the flowing cloud robe, which was not enough. The 3 of them nodded, said yes, and left with their men. Ganjiang, Moi, today I'd like to trouble you 2 to forge more long swords and try to equip them all for us, Qin Shan said. Ganjiang had indeed forged his own longsword, but he had not had time to look at it yet as he was still assigning tasks. The reason why there are only 2 of them is that there is no other way. The craftsman's cultivation level is at a certain level, and he can only craft equipment of that level at most. If ordinary people are asked to craft it, it would be a pure waste of resources and meaningless. He has already embarked on the path of cultivation. What does he need ordinary weapons for? They're of no use at all. Therefore, now it can only be handed over to Ganjiang and Moi to complete. Fortunately, there are not many practitioners now, only a dozen people. 1 day should be enough, and there will be extra time, as they also need to practice. Otherwise, with such strength, it would be difficult to create high-end equipment, which did not conform to his idea. Don't worry, Island Master. My husband and I will definitely forge the weapons before dark, said Ganjiang. Thank you for your hard work, Qin Shan said. The only ones left were you and the 30 children. You, I believe you won't let me down, Qin Shan said. The reason why only you was left behind was to let him guide these 30 children. It can be said that their roots are much better than adults, and they will be able to practice faster. Cultivation should be developed from a young age. If you miss the best time for cultivation, it would be very fatal. These people, unlike the survivors, can quickly improve their cultivation without a foundation. It is very difficult for them to be promoted, and they may be stuck at a certain level and never have the chance to reach a higher level in their lifetime. He was very suitable to be their enlightenment mentor. As for their future achievements, that is not something they can interfere with. Those with good talents will naturally become stronger. Those with poor talents will remain the same no matter how much they practice. These are still far away from them, but it is always a good idea to prepare for a rainy day. Island Master, you've given me a tough job, you said with a wry smile. He is different from others. After completing their tasks, others can come back and continue to practice directly. But he is different. Since he is the enlightenment mentor of these children, you will never give up halfway. He may have to instruct them for several days, and there will be no rest at all. They were too unfamiliar with cultivation and had never been exposed to it before, so how could they be familiar with it? But it was also good this way, he could directly guide them without having to worry about other problems. Moreover, there was only one technique, which was the body refining technique. He didn't need to repeat it many times and point out the parts they didn't understand. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires a long period of time. It would be even better if they had the assistance of energy stones, which could quickly improve their strength. However, as Qin Shan's realm became higher and higher, that kind of thing was almost impossible to use, and it had been eliminated. They can only rely on the spiritual energy on the Miracle Island to improve their strength. Before they reach the third level of body refining, they cannot use spiritual stones. That kind of violent spiritual energy will burst them. I'm optimistic about you, Qin Shan said with a smile. If even you can't do it, there's no one on the island more qualified than you. Although Shang and Tai are both good, their methods are not suitable for beginners. It is okay for these people to become disciples on their own in the future. Island Master, you have to compensate me in the future. You smiled bitterly and took the child away. Qin Shan nodded without comment. Being able to enlighten these children, you was a great contributor. What's wrong with giving him some resources? If his strength improved, wouldn't the strength of the island also improve? Even if it hadn't happened today, he would have tried his best to help these people improve their cultivation. Only when everyone is strong, that is the real strength. He wants to make everyone on Miracle Island as strong as a dragon. Chapter 64 Long Sword, 4th Level Bloodline. After these people left, Qin Shan looked at the long sword in his hand. This was the sword that Gan Jiang and the others had just given him. Holding it in his hand, he did not feel unfamiliar because of the passive existence of basic swordsmanship. On the contrary, he felt a sense of not having seen it for a long time. I swung it twice casually and it was quite powerful. It was already a 3rd level weapon. Now, both he and his wife have reached the 3rd level, but it is almost impossible to create a 3rd level weapon with 100 accuracy. The items he has now are all of basic level, and the yield rate of the products created after purifying spiritual gold is really limited. They can only hope that once the spiritual vein Gobi is completely stabilized, the mineral vein that is awarded as a reward will be useful to them. Not bad. Check it out, Qin Shan said. Longsword, level 3. Basics. Use sword skills to increase power by 30 and attack speed by 10. Refined, normal attacks add a lightning effect, with a 1 chance of paralysis for 3 seconds. Enhancement, 10 chance to trigger triple hit effect. Inscription, when using sword skills, physical strength consumption is reduced by 30. That's thoughtful, Qin Shan said. This weapon is already of top grade among the 3rd level weapons, and there are very few weapons that can compare with it. As for Ganjiang forging, the remaining additional attributes are up to Moi. It is extremely difficult to add refining, strengthening, and inscription techniques to the existing materials, but the couple managed to make it. What else could Qin Shan be dissatisfied with? With such properties, it would probably take them several hours to create it successfully. It's not that easy. If it is just ordinary forging, it will be very fast. However, there is not much meaning in making such a weapon, and it can only be used as war supplies. This is inconsistent with their identities. They are sword-making masters. They have their own requirements for every weapon and will never be so careless. Even if Qin Shan agreed, they would not do so. Of course, what Qin Shan hopes most is that they can develop other types of weapons. It is not impossible, but it requires too many resources. If it is not necessary, it is better to wait for the blueprints to be released and get them directly. If he had strong power, it wouldn't matter, but now, when the island is developing, he cannot slow down because of these things. This is something he will not allow. After demonstrating for a few minutes, Qin Shan even want to ask you for advice. You might not be proficient in swordsmanship, but it is enough for Qin Shan. He doesn't need powerful sword-related martial arts. He just needs the method. Basic swordsmanship is more than enough for his daily practice. There is no point in asking for more. At present, he has 6 super martial arts, one of which is the Jingong Sword Qi, which will become his main means of attack in the future. This martial art has a small pitfall, which is that it releases all the benefits. The gain that was accumulated with great difficulty was gone in an instant. However, with his attack speed, he doesn't have to worry about the sword energy not being powerful. Many of his current buffs are related to attack speed. As long as the attack speed is fast enough, many things can take effect quickly. With the sword in hand, his strength became even stronger. After equipping the long sword, his combat power did not change. It seems that equipment does not participate in the combat power assessment. Come to think of it, it certainly cannot be increased according to the grade of the weapon itself. Otherwise, how should some weapons with powerful additional attributes be calculated? His combat power is still 280, but after equipping himself with equipment, he feels that he can at least exert a combat power level of about 400. After practicing for a while, Qin Shan arrived at the seaside. Yun and his men had already brought the treasure chest up, and for this, the 20 sea beasts in the water had paid with their lives. They did nothing wrong, but they were killed just because of their mission. Yun and the others don't have the talent of having spirits. Even if they did, they wouldn't waste time. Can't they just clean it up directly? Eel, Big Ray, and Two Ray, Qin Shan shouted. Suddenly, the originally quiet sea surface began to roll, and 3 giant sea beasts emerged from the sea. Forget about the big manta ray and the second manta ray, they don't have such big bodies. But in these few days underwater, their strength has skyrocketed, and they are about to break through the 4th level. Compared with them, Da Huang, who is of the same age, has been a bit lazy recently and has been sleeping in the house all day. It's not its fault. As long as its owner is not in danger, it is no different from an ordinary puppy. But if its owner is in danger, it will definitely stand up regardless of its own safety. Qin Shan didn't have too many requirements for it. It could be a mascot or a guardian beast, it was all fine. He didn't have any too high requirements. Boss, I miss you so much, the big manta ray said, and wanted to come over, but its 5-meter body was so big that Qin Shan had to frown when he saw it. It was okay when it was small and it could hold it in its arms, but now, Qin Shan is too small in front of it. Stop, Qin Shan said quickly. The big manta ray then stopped, showed a puzzled expression, and asked Qin Shan why he rejected it. Qin Shan gave it a direct look and asked it to look at its own size. Only then did he reluctantly return to the water. I just wanted to see how you've been doing lately. It seems that underwater is where you should be. It's only been a few days, and you're about to make a breakthrough, Qin Shan said, very satisfied. For those who followed him the earliest, he naturally hoped that they could improve. Hee, boss, you don't know, there is a lot of food down there. I eat them and gain a lot of energy, which can speed up my cultivation, said the big manta ray. I'm also working hard, but we're not improving as fast as Eel, said Ario. There was a hint of sourness in his voice as he spoke. The eels came after them, and now they were the most powerful force on Miracle Island, but they were still lingering at the 3rd level. These were all given to me by the boss. They are different from yours, said Eel. It only showed its head, but it was already taller than Qin Shan Mountain. I really don't know what its true form has become. You guys, wait until I find something that can improve your bloodline, then you will be able to improve it, Qin Shan said. In fact, their bloodlines are similar, but it was only because the Sea King came yesterday that the eel's progress was improved so much. Under normal circumstances, it would have accumulated slowly and would not have been so fast. It is all thanks to the contribution of the Sea King. So many benefits all went to Eel. After telling them some things and encouraging them, he let them go back and asked them to guard the seabed. He had a hunch that the seabed might not be so calm, but they just hadn't touched it yet. In other words, they are in a relatively safe state, almost like the novice period. When this time is over, what will face them is the real challenge. By then, I don't know how many people will die. But that has little to do with him. What he needs to do now is to improve his strength and arm his Miracle Island as much as possible. In the face of disaster, he will have enough strength to face it. Check the properties of the eel, Qin Shan said. Eel's bloodline has been upgraded to the 4th level, and its strength has become even stronger. Qin Shan cannot tell how much exactly. Eel's strength is already above his, so it is normal that he cannot see it. Name, Eel. Talents, lightning, water. Realm, 6th level of physical training. Bloodline, 4th order ancient electric Eel Sea King bloodline, 5/500. Physical body, level 5. Length, 150 meters. Features, lightning. Each attack is accompanied by lightning attack. The weaker the opponent, the higher the power of lightning, and it also has a paralysis effect. The sea favors, the recovery speed in water is increased tenfold. Pressure, if the bloodline level is lower than yours, forcefully weaken all attributes by half. Solid, possess high defense. The current defense breaking power is 500. Immortality, immune to instant death effects. Golden body, if more than 60 of your own blood volume is damaged at one time, you will immediately enter the golden body state, during which you cannot be attacked, lasting for 10 minutes, and can move. Cruising, not susceptible to soft control. Evolution, if your life is threatened, there is a certain chance that you will evolve into a stronger creature. Whirlpool, If the battle time exceeds 60 minutes, a strangling whirlpool will be formed with yourself as the center, attacking all enemies within 100 meters nearby. Transition. You can teleport to any place 500 nautical miles away, but can be restricted by special abilities and cool down for 1 hour. Chapter 65 Exploration. Il's strength has improved a lot. Both his physical body and realm have been upgraded by 1 level. At this stage, every improvement in realm requires massive resources. It can be said that the arrival of the Sea Kings yesterday was very good for Il, as it directly greatly improved its strength. In addition, the sturdiness characteristic has also been increased from 300 combat power to 500 combat power. This is a huge improvement. With Qin Shan's current combat power, he really cannot break through the defense. The defense-breaking mechanism is a rather disgusting one, and it makes it impossible for those who want to rely on numerical advantage to win. If they can't even break the defense and always miss, then what's the point of winning? Fortunately, Il is one of us, so we don't have to worry about this kind of thing. It is really too terrifying. Even now, if all the practitioners in Area 34 attack together, they may not be able to kill it. This is the most powerful boss at the moment, and it is several times more disgusting than yesterday's Sea King. In addition, it has one more characteristic, but according to the information given by the island spirit, it seems that the Sea King can only have a maximum of 10 characteristics. When the 11th one appears, it will trigger a choice whether to overwrite the previous characteristics or whether the new characteristics are needed. Just like his passive, there are only 5 of them at the moment, and if you want to get more, you'll need other things to unlock more skill slots. Currently, the most common situation in Area 34 is that there are very few people at the first or second level of body refining. They can't even make up the top 100 on the combat power list, let alone such terrifying creatures as the 6th level of body refining. This is also a boss that is impossible to encounter at present. This is a trump card that Qin Shan has cultivated with all his resources. Imagine that when the two sides are fighting, a 150-meter-long Sea King suddenly emerges from the sea. What a terrifying thing that would be. On the sea, Yi and his friends were preparing to head to the first location. Among them, Kwa was at the helm. Tai was instructing those people to practice the body refining technique. Luo, Yi, and Washu were in charge of being on guard. In fact, there was nothing big going on. They were just daydreaming or practicing. On the map, as long as the place has been explored, any marine life and malicious enemies will be marked. Of course, emergencies are not ruled out, just like the Sea Kings, which suddenly appear without any reason. That's basically it. Now, you can start trying to practice. If you have any questions, ask immediately. Tai said. It was not easy to explain the key points of the body refining technique to these people. Not long ago, I had to guide them in their practice. This low-level technique was really too low-level. But these people can't even understand this thing, so they can only explore it slowly. He can only proceed step by step and can't be impatient. They are all beginners and have no foundation. It is normal that they don't know these things. He can't ask these people to do the same as those creatures in the prehistoric times. Maybe, but definitely not now. Thank you, sir. The 15 people smiled happily. Listening to Tai's explanation, they suddenly understood a lot. Qin Shan only gave them the body refining technique, but did not teach them how to practice. If they rely on their own exploration, it will take them a long time to enter the body refining realm. Fortunately, Miracle Island has never lacked high-end combat power, and some of them are suitable for guidance, allowing them to quickly enter the state of training. Tai Xiaoxiao said nothing, but walked to the side and meditated. He was a person who liked quietness and inaction, and if he had nothing to do, he could stay like this forever. The speed of the ship was also very regular. They rushed to every place in the sea at the fastest speed and needed to go back as soon as possible. Only on the island could the effect of cultivation be best. Soon, they arrived near the first lost treasure chest. He flew directly to the sea, picked up the treasure chest, and put it on the boat, occupying only a very small corner. The capacity of Ark Number 1 is enough to hold all the treasure chests in the entire ocean. Those who were practicing also began to encounter difficulties and asked the practitioners next to them for advice. Some of them had a sense of qi, but it was just a sense of qi. It would take some time to break through. It would not happen that quickly. Even when Qin Shan had the energy stone to assist him, it still took some time, let alone them. They had nothing and could only practice slowly. On Miracle Island, those kids are amazing. Under Yu's guidance, one by one they developed a sense of qi and had a preliminary grasp of the key points of practicing the body refining technique. If they were given enough time, they would all be able to successfully enter the body refining realm. By then, they will learn other martial arts and their strength will increase day by day. This will definitely be good news for Qin Shan. The stronger they are, the safer the island will be. Regardless of their elders, these people are definitely the backbone of Miracle Island's future. Those adults have missed the best time to practice. If they want to break through to a higher level, the time and resources required will increase exponentially. On the other side, Yin was not idle either. He was popularizing the knowledge to others while walking. However, they were moving all the way and were told what to do, so they were the slowest group of people. There is no way around this. Exploration on an island is extremely cumbersome, unlike on the sea where just one person can steer the ship. But fortunately, it doesn't take them long to complete the task here. If they go back as soon as possible, they can catch up with the cultivation. In fact, it's not too slow, but they just don't have time now. It may only take about an hour for them to finish their own affairs. At that time, they can use the remaining time to listen to the practice methods of other practitioners and maximize their own strength. When they came to the spiritual field, they saw Yun performing the spiritual planting and gathering techniques. When they reached the woods, they saw Yun performing the cultivation technique. They also had to collect various resources that were refreshed on the ground. In addition, they saw a big tiger in the woods. At first, they were scared. After all, it was a powerful beast that could tear them apart. But after seeing the way Yun greeted the Beast King, they also understood that this big tiger was also a part of their island. As for the other animals in the woods, that is not the case. The collection here was quick and no accidents occurred. When they reached the other side of the mountains, they were startled again by a bear's roar. However, they had to admire the island owner for being so powerful that he could even use this kind of wild beast for his own benefit. Roar, roar, roar. Yun and the others wanted to leave, but Big Bear became anxious and kept roaring. You mean, let us go with you? Yun said. It's really troublesome. I should have learned a technique to communicate with wild beasts earlier. Unfortunately, every time I advance to a higher level, the martial arts are random, and he doesn't know what kind of ability he will get next time. Even Jinyuan and Xiong didn't have it, otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult. Xiongda nodded excitedly, finally understanding what he meant. Under his leadership, everyone soon arrived at the beach. This place was rarely visited except for daily exploration. There was not even a road here, and it was overgrown with weeds. But at this moment, a large group of humans appeared on the grass by the sea. Yin then understood why Xiongda brought them here. Normally, when the refreshed population sees a wild beast like a bear, they will be so scared that they will run away in panic. It is impossible for them to follow the big bear. Even if it finds them, they will be powerless to do anything. If it follows them, these people will only run faster. What if they break their legs or accidentally fall into the sea and die? Fortunately, Yun and the others have arrived, so it doesn't have to worry about it anymore. After Xiongda brought them here, he turned around and left. As for the language barrier, there was no need to get involved to avoid annoying others. Big Bear is getting smarter and smarter, said Yun. At the beginning, Big Bear was still a little silly, but after only a few days, he has become so intelligent. Who said that Big Bear is stupid? It's just that they haven't encountered such an encounter. Okay, let's go over and take them with us. We will go along the beach to the Lingmai Gobi. Yun said. The others simply followed and walked towards those people. Chapter 66. The Limit of Practice, Huge Waves. The one who has the most leisure is Qin Shan. With these people, he no longer has to run around by himself. He can just wait for them to bring back the resources, and then he can go and open them. The arrival of every morning means that he will have very good harvests. As for how much it is, he doesn't know. It's all random. The only thing he can change is a hand of luck and a passive hand of technology. For people who need to develop, the importance of these two abilities is unquestionable. One is active trigger, and the other is passive trigger. He couldn't control the hand of technology, but from the time he acquired it until now, it had been quite good to him. At least it had never let him down, and every time it was triggered, it brought him huge benefits. If it doesn't trigger one day, it would be a huge loss. Inside the leader's house, Qin Shan was using spirit stones to practice. The practice was too difficult. He had reached the 4th level of conjoined body for a day, but there was no movement at all. The slow progress was the biggest bottleneck he had encountered since his practice. After practicing for a few hours, it's like not practicing at all. In terms of his realm, his progress from yesterday to today is only 0.5. This speed is terribly slow. This is because he has been blessed with many cultivation effects. Otherwise, it would probably not even be 0.1. Alan Spirit, what's going on? Why is my cultivation progressing so slowly? Qin Shan asked. As an evolution of the Cloud Heart, there should be some information. Master, the current Miracle Island is far beyond the average level of the same period, and the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. Unless the bloodline is upgraded to the 4th level or above, or a treasure that can directly enhance the master's strength is obtained, it will be very difficult to improve. In addition, since Miracle Island is too powerful, once it appears in an unexplored sea area, there is a high chance that it will attract attacks from powerful sea beasts. What? Is it just like the time when the big manta ray was attacked? Qin Shan asked. Exactly. Moreover, with the current strength of Miracle Island, the chance of encountering a large-scale school of fish is very high, more than 80. The island spirit patiently explained to Qin Shan that these things were questions that Qin Shan had never thought about before. It was not until he had practiced for a whole day that he had actually improved his cultivation a little bit. Then, on a whim, he asked the island spirit and learned about the existence of these hidden attributes. Come to think of it, it has only been 9 days since everyone came to this world, but he has developed the Miracle Island to more than 100,000 square meters, which is definitely a terrifying number. In addition, many items are ahead of their time. Therefore, if he wants to quickly improve his cultivation now, he will be restricted by this world, which is really not a good thing. No wonder, he saw that the big manta ray and the second manta ray were practicing at a fast speed, but the speed of their practice was extremely slow. Without the Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone, it would be impossible for them to break through to their current level. Then how long do I have to wait before I can continue to improve? Qin Shan asked. This is a very crucial issue. It is impossible for him to wait until everyone is promoted to the 4th stage of body refining. That would take a long time, and by then, he would not have much advantage in terms of force left. The 10th day has passed. The island spirit replied. The 10th day? Qin Shan was a little puzzled. Yes, it will be the 10th day. Master, just wait and see for the specific changes. Okay, if we can't improve it, then we can't improve it. Now, let's improve the strength of other people first. Qin Shan said. Since we can't figure it out, why not just improve everyone's cultivation? Sanqing and the others have also broken through to the 3rd level of body refining during this period, and Yun is almost at the 4th level. Such strength is already not weak, and there are also the 5 people including Yi who have just arrived. Except for Luo, all others can be improved. It is very necessary to be able to upgrade to the 4th level of body refining when the limit is reached. After practicing to no avail, he walked out of the chief's house and went to Yu. Not to mention the children, Yu's preaching was of great benefit to Qin Shan and could improve his fighting ability. Like those children, sitting quietly by the side. But now, what you said is only suitable for beginners. Qin Shan is not in a hurry. He will wait for you to finish telling those children. These are the future of Miracle Island and cannot be lost. His cultivation has reached its limit, and too much is as bad as too little. After a while, you finally finished explaining. Island Master. You said. You. Tell me about the path of cultivation. Qin Shan said. He lacks knowledge about cultivation. Everything he got was obtained by unpacking boxes. If you really want to ask, he has opened 6 of the 7 orifices, but is still a little short of it, hee. If the Island Master is willing to listen, I will naturally tell him everything I know. You said. Qin Shan stayed in this place for the next few hours. He gained a lot from listening to Yu's explanation and was ready to practice martial arts again. Controlling the way of exerting force might be able to reduce his physical energy consumption. Just start with the art of levitation. Once you are able to master it, other things will naturally be easy. Normally, when he used the levitation technique, he would just fly over directly. In the air, it was difficult for him to control his body and he couldn't do what he wanted. He was even a little stiff. In the previous naval battle, he suffered a great loss and consumed too much physical strength. Once he could control it as he wanted, his strength would be elevated to a higher level. You should improve your cultivation as soon as possible and reach the 4th level of body refining. I'm afraid something might happen tomorrow. Qin Shan said. Yes, Island Master. You said. Qin Shan didn't say much, but he kept it in mind. He has always had a question. Why does this world have such a worldview? How could there be a world made up entirely of islands? All of this is too unusual. It's a pity that their strength is limited and they are unable to explore this secret. Moreover, the other party can even figure them out. That person's strength is extremely strong. Therefore, he needs to be more careful, especially since Qin Shan has specifically instructed him. We can't be as casual as before, said Yu. The memories he has now are also limited. He took a look and saw that the children were all practicing and did not encounter any difficulties. They came to ask him, and he began to practice on his own. Even if his practice was interrupted, it would not cause him to go astray. The firmness of his mind was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if his practice was interrupted, he would soon be able to enter a good state of practice. At the same time, on the sea, Yi and his men had just dealt with a group of pirates and brought up the pirates' treasure. But in front of them, a huge wave appeared. If they were hit hard, they might all fall into the sea, and even Arc 1 would capsize. They could still save themselves, but these ordinary people would be dead. In this vast ocean, with their physical strength, it is impossible for them to swim back to Miracle Island. They can't even find the direction. The 5 of them can't take everyone away. Come and help. Qua shouted quickly. Next to the huge waves, the sea surface kept rolling, and Arc number 1 was becoming more and more difficult to control. He was at the 3rd level of physical training, and his strength was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But now, he was struggling to control Arc number 1, and it was difficult to stabilize the ship. Everyone else, find cover immediately and hold on to your belongings tightly. Don't let go at any time, he said. They could enter the cabin, but the waves were too big and the shaking was too violent. If they were not drowned, they would be crushed to death by the debris in the cabin. That was why they were asked to stay on the deck and grab the items around them as long as they did not fall. New Moon and New Moon Barrier. Wangshu cast a barrier to protect them as much as possible from getting hurt. Others, on the other hand, ran and fought against the huge waves, resisting this enormous force. As long as they could hold on, they would have a chance. The sea water continued to surge onto the deck, and these mortals couldn't help but reveal expressions of horror in their eyes. When had they ever seen such a horrific disaster? They could only hold on to the objects around them tightly, trying to keep themselves balanced and not be washed away by the sea water. They also believe that the 5 people in front of them can help them get through the difficulties. Bang! The huge waves hit the ship mercilessly. The enormous force caused Arc number 1 to sway and drift in the waves. Chapter 67 Beyond the Map. Under the huge waves, Arc number 1 was shaking violently and was in danger of capsizing at any time. Fear and despair were written on everyone's faces. In the face of nature, human power is so small. Even if there were a few practitioners, they would not be able to resist at all. After the huge wave passed, another huge wave rose here, which was taller than the previous one and was 15 meters high. What a trouble! Luo couldn't help but curse. It would be very difficult for them to withstand such a powerful wave head-on, and they didn't know how long it would take to end. We can't control Arc 1 now, so we have to do our best to ensure everyone's safety, Qua said. The huge waves just now destroyed the rudder of the ship. They could not control it and could only drift. They did not have the Cloud Heart to use, so they could repair the ship anywhere. Fortunately, Arc number 1 is strong enough and there is no dew on it. As long as they can withstand the attack of the huge waves and get rid of the water, they will not die immediately. Moreover, the abnormal situation here should be transmitted back soon. Bang! The waves rolled over again mercilessly. The huge waves instantly submerged the Ark into the sea. Everyone did not dare to relax at all and held on to the life-saving straw tightly. No matter what, they could not let go easily. After a few minutes, the waves calmed down a little. The ocean spits out pearls. Tai used his great magical power to push everyone out from the bottom of the sea. In the sea, these mortals won't survive long. After coming out, everyone kept coughing. It was so scary that they almost couldn't come back. They were still in shock, thinking back to the huge waves that had almost scared them to death. Are we safe? Suddenly, they found that the huge waves around them had disappeared, and instead, there was a mysterious sea area. The color of the water here was darker and looked scary. Everyone, don't move around and sit in your seats, he said. His expression was extremely solemn, and so were the other 4 people. They came to a strange place. This was no longer the waters of Miracle Island, but a completely unfamiliar sea. They had no idea what kind of threats there would be here. But when everyone heard his words, they felt a sense of panic for no reason. This was my first time going out to sea, and I encountered such a horrible thing. I almost died. Is this world so dangerous? Look, it seems like a sea beast is coming towards us. Suddenly, a boastful voice made everyone's heart rise to their throat. No way, are you so disrespectful? I just escaped from the clutches of the huge waves, and now I have to face the sea beast? Everyone looked in the direction Qua mentioned. Things that looked like fish fins appeared on the sea surface, and there were quite a few of them. At first glance, there were no less than 100 of them. It's a shark, get ready to fight. Luo said, I will give you my blessing. Wangshu said, I protect the people on the ship. Tai said, I will attack from a distance, and the rest is left to you too. He said, okay, don't let these ugly things attack us. Qua said, in an instant, everyone was ready for battle. When the group of sharks approached the boat within about 300 meters, Luo and Qua moved. They jumped directly onto the sea and stood on the sea without sinking. They condensed their weapons with spiritual energy and looked at the sharks in front of them with gloomy faces. Kill, they both said at the same time. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the shark. In the back, he was not slow either. He bent his bow and drew his arrow. Of course, their weapons were all condensed from spiritual energy, which consumed a lot of energy, unless they waited until Ganjiang forged the weapons. With a whoosh, a spiritual arrow pierced into the head of a shark. Suddenly, it rolled continuously in the sea, and the sea surface was instantly dyed red. Wang Shu was beside them, responsible for giving bonuses to Luo and the others, and controlling the regional waters, making the sharks become heavier. Tai was responsible for stabilizing the boat to prevent it from being attacked. There were too many sharks, and with the speed of Luo and the others, they could not stop them at all. The sharks that came next to the ark were naturally Tai's targets. Everyone has a clear division of labor and fights in the most maximized and effective way. 3 consecutive shots. He shot arrows madly, and every arrow hit the target. Luo raised his gun and stabbed it hard into the shark's body. With one blow of the axe, the enemy's body was torn into pieces. The sea beast that came this time was not a very powerful one, but just a first-level sea beast. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was over. "Let's leave here quickly," he said. "The surrounding sea area has been dyed red with blood. They don't know how many sea beasts are rushing towards this place. They must leave as soon as possible to avoid having their ship destroyed and everyone dying here." But the rudder has been damaged. Kwa looked embarrassed. He also knew that he had to leave here, but they were unable to control Arc 1 now. He had powerful military force, but was helpless. This is the rule of this world. Even if they have the strongest military force, they are powerless. "I have a solution," Wang Shu said. "What method?" Everyone looked over. "We can use the power of the ocean to move Ark number 1 to a distant place, but it will cost a lot of energy," Wang Shu said. "This is indeed a method. There is nothing better than this at the moment. You can give it a try." No one objected. They didn't know if they could withstand the next attack. It would be better for them to leave the sea area first. More than 100 sharks died. The smell of blood was too bad. "I'm afraid there are already quite a few sea beasts rushing towards this place. They must hurry up, otherwise they will be in a passive position when the enemy arrives. Please give me a helping hand," Wang Shu said. Then she flew overboard. Several people nodded and followed immediately. The blue starry sky adds fuel to the flames. The originally calm sea surface was stirred up by Wang Shu, and suddenly it became turbulent, forming small waves that were trying to push Ark number 1. Blue star, the wind surges with the waves. Seeing some movement, Wang Shu made another move, instantly forming a huge thrust. Ark number 1 finally moved, but the direction of Ark number 1 was very difficult to control, so other people were needed to help. Balanced and solid. Powerful push. The 4 of them quickly took action to stabilize the hull and make Ark number 1 move in a predetermined direction. This process was extremely physically demanding, but now, they had no better way to deal with the situation here. I can only hope that Qin Shan can discover the abnormality here quickly. This kind of operation is more tiring than killing sea beasts. They must fight quickly and decisively. Otherwise, when the army of sea beasts arrives, they will have to abandon some people and take away all those who can be taken away. If they cannot take anything away, they will have to give up. Birth and death are normal. It is impossible for everyone to have a smooth life. A few minutes later, everyone had left the bloody sea and came to a relatively quiet sea area. "Something's wrong with this place," Luo said. "Because the sea water here is too dark. Just looking at it makes people feel creepy. What kind of hell place have they come to? Be careful, there is something strange about this place," he said. They had no direction and could only move forward in one direction, but they came to an even more bizarre sea area. This was something no one could have imagined. They didn't just escape from the wolf's den, but fell into the tiger's den again. The feeling of being isolated and helpless really makes people feel uncomfortable, but it's their bad luck that they encountered such huge waves. Even many of the treasure chests they collected fell into the sea and no one knew where they went. However, as long as everyone is fine, it is already good enough. Who cares about other things? They don't want to encounter that kind of extreme weather. The test of strength is too severe. Without some strength, unexpected disasters will still occur when sailing on the sea, even in the explored areas. There may be no marine life, but that doesn't mean that such extreme weather does not exist. Just like this time, they encountered it and came to a terrible sea area. They asked their men to be on guard and asked them to take a rest first. If anything happened, they must notify them immediately. If they were not careful, everyone would die in this place. Chapter 68. Rush to help. Miracle Island. Warning. Severe weather has occurred in the sea area, and Ark 1 has lost contact. The island spirit urgently reminded Qin Shan that the entire panel had turned bright red, forcing Qin Shan, who was originally practicing, to stop and check to see what had happened. "How could this happen?" Qin Shan said. "Master, the butterfly effect has begun," the island spirit replied. "Can you find the location of Ark 1? Qin Shan asked. He didn't care about the butterfly effect. What he wanted to do now was to bring back Ark 1 and the people on it. This butterfly effect is due to the fact that Miracle Island is too powerful. All kinds of extreme weather may occur at any time. He already knew this when he asked the island spirit just now. I wasn't too surprised by this. The world is trying every means to weaken his power, but how could he give in? This is what I have gained through my own efforts. There is nothing to be afraid of. Even this world has no right to deprive me of it. Unable to view. Then couldn't I force the teleportation last time? Teleport me over. Qin Shan said. We can't force the teleportation. The last time it was because we had a contract card, which is equivalent to a locator. There is no positioning device on Arc number 1, so we can't lock it, but we can get the last place where they disappeared, said the island spirit. It's troublesome, Qin Shan said. It seems that things are more complicated than I imagined, and it won't be so easy to get through. Send me the location where they disappeared, Qin Shan said. Then he walked out of the chief's house, came to the beach, and called Man out. He wanted to go out to the sea with Eel personally to bring everyone back. It's best if nothing happens. Boss, where are we going now? Said Eel. Go to this place. Qin Shan materialized the map in front of it. With its ability to leap, it could move to that place instantly. Boss, sit tight, said Eel. Qin Shan was also a little curious about the difference between the eel's leap and the giant manta ray's ability to hide from the world. This time, the reason why the big manta rays were not brought along was because they were worried that they would encounter danger if they went over there. This emergency was definitely not an accidental occurrence, but a sanction of the rules. The two of them were too weak, and they would not be able to help much if they went over there, and would even get themselves into trouble. By then, the loss will outweigh the gain. It is enough to let them guard the seabed. Qin Shan only felt that the scenery around him was changing rapidly. Then, he came to an unfamiliar sea area. Looking at the mark on the map, it was the place where the ark disappeared. However, the surroundings were empty, and he could not see anything. Moreover, this place is nearly 200 nautical miles away from Miracle Island. If they were carried away by extreme weather, then they must be in the sea area outside the map. Boss, I feel the residual breath of the Arkansas. Did they drive the ark here? Asked Eel. Yes, our people disappeared here. Can you find their location? Qin Shan asked. He didn't even tell Eel why it came to this place. It was able to sense the breath of the ark on its own. It was really not simple. It's hard to find. They have left our waters, said Eel. Outside the map, even if it is there, its capabilities will be greatly weakened, making it difficult to find those who are missing. Do your best, Qin Shan said. At the moment, he had no better way and could only search aimlessly with Eel. It couldn't be said to be aimless, as at least there were some traces of scent to follow. Soon, they came to a sea filled with the smell of blood. Boss, there are a lot of sea beasts ahead, and there is also the residual breath of the Arkansas. Should we go over? Said Eel. They actually came here? Let's go and take a look, Qin Shan said. As soon as they approached, the predators were frightened and fled in all directions. No matter where they were, the top predators were always at the top, not to mention a behemoth like the eel. Even in the deep sea, it was a terrifying boss level that they could not afford to provoke. If I don't run faster, am I just waiting to die here? Looking at the scattered shark carcasses and the scars on their bodies, Qin Shan could conclude that this was caused by the attack by Yi and his men. Island Spirit, how far are we from Miracle Island? Qin Shan asked. Master, the straight line distance to Miracle Island is now 500 nautical miles. How can it be so far? Qin Shan was a little shocked. What kind of power could drag the ark to a place 300 miles away in an instant? No wonder there was no news. In such a place, they no longer had the bonus of holy objects and totems, and their strength was weakened. Boss, I smell it. What do you smell? The direction the ark left. Eel said happily. Okay, let's go there quickly. I hope nothing happens, Qin Shan said. It is 500 nautical miles away from Miracle Island. It is probably close to the deep sea area. There are all kinds of huge monsters there. If you are not careful, the whole army may be wiped out. There are a total of 20 people. He doesn't know how long it will take him to gather so many people. Among them, there are 5 strong men. They are on the sea and have no direction, so it will be difficult for them to go back. Boss, I'm going to speed up. Hold on tight, said Eel. In an instant, the eel turned into a stream of light and rushed in one direction. How could it be heading towards the deep sea area? Looking at the direction the eel was heading, Qin Shan couldn't help but become a little worried. What you fear will come true. It would be fine if it went in another direction, but why did it go towards this place? Last time, Qin Shan encountered a lanternfish in the deep sea area and was disgusted by it. It's just that the distance last time is different from this time. This world is very strange. Any area more than 500 nautical miles away from your own cloud island can be marked as a deep sea area. If another cloud island appears, that is another matter. It is because of this strange situation that sea voyages become full of dangers. If you're not careful, you will step into the deep sea area. In such turbulent seas, you may die without knowing how. He was still very wary of the deep sea area, but he did not think that with his current strength, He could compete with the sea beasts in the deep sea area. Their strength and number were unknown. Last time, a lanternfish was enough to disgust him, so who knows what kind of monsters he might encounter this time. Fortunately, this time he is merged with the Heart of Cloud, so checking their properties is no longer a problem. As long as he can see the properties, he will have a chance to kill them and avoid failing at the last hurdle. At this time, Arc 1. Sir, a huge sea monster appeared ahead. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, waking up the people who were resting. Where is it? No one stood up quickly, looking as if ready to fight. This kind of thing cannot be taken lightly, otherwise people will die. Moreover, in this environment, disaster can come at any time. Roar. They no longer need to answer. One roar proved everything. The faces of E and the other four changed drastically. Such a loud roar made their ears hurt. It was obvious that this sea beast was not ordinary. They immediately came to the bow of the ship, from which direction the roar came. I saw a huge head crawling out of the water in the sea 500 meters away, and the surrounding sea water was bubbling. It was just a head, not fully exposed yet, but the part they saw was as tall as the ship, at least 5 meters above. What kind of monster is this? Will we die here? We won't die. We trust the adults and the island owner. Yes, we can definitely go back safely. When they see this kind of thing, they can only seek spiritual comfort in another way. Perhaps, when it really comes to this point, this mentality can make them feel better. Suddenly, the sea monster rushed towards Arc 1. It wants to sink the Ark. We can't let it get close. The blue star, the boundless sea, the blocking arrow, God-killing gun. It's overwhelming. Dividing the river and leaving the river. They displayed powerful martial arts one after another. They could only hope that the strength of this sea beast was not so terrifying that it would sink the ship, otherwise they would be too busy to deal with it. Chapter 69 Arrival. The pressure exerted by several people made it impossible for the sea beasts to get close to the ship for a while, and they were restricted to 100 meters away. This made them feel relieved. Fortunately, it was not an unsolvable problem, otherwise they would all die here. However, it can only stay there for a while. After a long time, the Ark will still sink. If no one comes to rescue it during this period, then there will be no chance. The strength of this sea beast is much stronger than theirs. It is not even on the same level. It is useless if they can't kill it. Up to now, they haven't even seen the specific appearance of the sea monster clearly. Just by showing half of its head, it has already defeated them step by step. God knows how powerful this thing is. This is not a solution. We must find a way to get rid of it. He said, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them to continue like this, and they might be dragged to death. There's nothing we can do. We can only wait for the island owner to rescue us. Luo shook his head. In the vast ocean, they had no idea of the way. The most they could do was to leave this strange sea area and abandon these mortals. They didn't know how far it was from here to the Miracle Island. Bringing others with them would only hinder themselves. They will not give up these people unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to Qin Shan, so the situation remains at a stalemate. Do your best to resist the attacks of sea beasts. After a few minutes, the sea monster seemed a little impatient. It suddenly jumped out of the water and swooped down towards the Ark. Only then did they see clearly what kind of monster they were fighting. It was a whole sphere, which means it only had a head. No wonder it had such a big head and no body at all. It's just a little strange. This thing doesn't have the blood and energy that an animal should have. Brush. Just when they were a little stunned, the sphere suddenly extended a large number of tentacles, as if to trap the Ark. This is not an animal life form. Everyone gasped. It was quite rare for a non-animal life form to become so powerful. It must be a unique creature in the deep sea. But now, they don't have time to study this thing, and they have to stare at it carefully. As soon as the tentacles approached the ship, they were chopped off fiercely. For a while, both sides could not tell the winner. This strange creature relied on its great strength, and they fought desperately even though they were trapped, which led to this scene. At this time, Qin Shan, who was far away, also heard the strange roar. It was different from the sound he usually heard, and it didn't sound like the sound a normal creature should make. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be Luo and the others? Anan, speed up. Qin Shan said. In the deep sea, any movement represents deadly danger, and one could die at any time. He doesn't want to see the people of Miracle Island continue to die in the deep sea. In the future, when he has strong power, he will definitely come to the deep sea and destroy these strange creatures. Lantern fish, in particular, must be eliminated. Eel didn't say anything, but immediately accelerated and rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. A few minutes later, they arrived at the scene. We saw a huge spherical object rising in the air, attacking Ark 1 with its tentacles. Many of them had already landed on the Ark, and it was actually trying to drag the Ark away. The direction is the deep sea area. Once you get to that place, it's a paradise for sea beasts. It's a restricted area for survivors. Anyone who goes there will die. It's impossible to get through. There, it is full of unknowns and many powerful creatures. They also have some strange properties that are very disgusting. Eel, attack it immediately, Qin Shan said. He leaped into the air and immediately swung his sword to attack the spherical object. Shocking sword chi. A long sword energy instantly turned into a spherical object and attacked. As if it sensed the danger, the thing actually gave up the arc and turned its spearhead towards Qin Shan. The eel was entangled with it, and the two sides were in a stalemate for a while. The eel had thick skin, and the opponent's attacks were ineffective. However, those plant tentacles caused too much trouble to the eel, which brought the battlefield into a stalemate. It's the island owner. The island owner is here to save us. When the people on the ark saw the man and the beast appear on the sea, they smiled. It's not easy. I finally waited until this moment. Qin Shan did not continue to participate in the battle, but came to the ark and saw. He wanted to use eel to restrain the opponent. It would not be too late to deal with that thing after he solved everyone's problems. Island owner. You five, go help eel and don't let that thing run away, Qin Shan said. That thing was actually a plant spirit, and a deep-sea plant at that. This was not good news for Qin Shan. A plant that could become a spirit in the deep sea, who knew how terrifying its abilities were. Yes. The five people continued to rush to the battlefield. They were relieved that eel attracted the firepower just now, but now was obviously not the time to rest. They had to kill the other party before they could leave safely. Today's sudden deviation from the course has also cast a veil of shock over them. This world still has many dangerous disasters, and they must face them with caution, otherwise they may fall at any time. With their joining, eel felt much more relaxed. Island owner. Everyone is fine, Qin Shan said. These people all had bruises on their bodies, more or less, and they had suffered a lot in the previous waves. Island master, we are fine, but the ark was damaged. Qin Shan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that they stayed here instead of driving the ships to escape. It's okay, as long as you are safe, Qin Shan said. Now that he is here, some minor damages can be repaired. After comforting them, Qin Shan walked to the rudder. Looking at the rudder that was damaged beyond recognition, Qin Shan couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It was damaged so badly. This disaster was even more terrifying than he had imagined. But it's no wonder. His island is too big and has developed too fast. At this stage, the population of other people is generally between 500 and 1,000, and there may even be dozens of people. But he has over 100,000. If disaster doesn't come to him, who else can it come to? Repair arc number 1, Qin Shan said. His coming was equivalent to carrying an advanced version of the Heart of Cloud with him, and he did not need to return to Miracle Island to repair it. Repair costs. As long as the resources are in place, the repair will be completed instantly and Arc 1 will be able to set sail again. Small sailboats are still too unstable when encountering strong winds and waves. Should I build a large battleship? Qin Shan muttered to himself. He did have a blueprint of a large battleship, but it would not be of much use even if it was manufactured. He did not have enough people to drive the battleship, and it might even attract more terrible disasters. A small sailboat had already encountered such trouble, so a larger one would surely be a world-destroying level disaster. Even in their own waters, they were attacked, let alone the vast world outside the map. Fortunately, the Qinlong figurehead did not fall off and was still firmly embedded in the bow. This time, the figurehead didn't work. There were only two possibilities. One was tampered with by this world, and the other was that the level of the sea monster had reached the same level as or even surpassed that of the figurehead. Drive the boat away, it's too dangerous here, Qin Shan said. He called someone to take the helm. Next, he had to deal with the horrible creature. If a fight really broke out, this place would be in turmoil again. He was afraid that the Ark would be affected. By then, he might not have time to take care of these people. Yes, Island Master, said the man. Looking at the brand new rudder, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They actually managed to repair the rudder in such a short time. He was worthy of being the island owner. After being able to be used normally, Ark number 1 fled the battlefield at the fastest speed. This was obviously not a place they could participate in. If they wanted to fight, their level was not enough, so no matter how many of them came, they would all die. Above the sea, only those who can fly or possess water-attributed martial arts have a certain ability to protect themselves. Qin Shan's eyes were fixed on the plant life form. Now is the time to solve this problem. Chapter 70 Gold, Ghost Vine. Island Spirit, Scan, Qin Shan said. He had to know the opponent's information before he could deal with it. This was his first time facing such a monster. Only by knowing both yourself and the enemy could you win every battle. However, the scanning process was indeed a bit slow. It took him a full minute to see the other party's complete information. Name, Golden Ghost Vine. Talent, Life. Realm, 6th level of physical training. Bloodline, 5th Order Ancient Vine Bloodline. Physical body, level 5. Length, 5 to 5,000 meters. Skills, Life Drain, Savage Growth, Evil Evolution, Anti-Injury Thorn Armor, Sky-Reaching Vines, Tree World Descent. Life Absorption. When under powerful attack, it will absorb the vitality of all living things around it to replenish itself. It grows wildly, and as long as it is given some time, it can grow into a towering tree. Evil Evolves. Killing can evolve bloodline, improve realm, and strengthen the body. Thorns can grow on every part of its body. Be careful not to get hurt by them, as they are highly poisonous. The towering vines completely release their life energy, grow into towering vines, and launch indiscriminate attacks on the surroundings. When the tree world descends, its body will fully unfold, and all enemies within the designated range will be gathered into a tree world, where their strength will be greatly weakened. How can such a terrifying thing exist? Qin Shan's eyes were filled with shock. It's even more unsolvable than eels. Even though it is not a sea king or a boss, the gold written in front of its name represents its strength, which is quite powerful. And those few skills, don't mention how disgusting they are, especially the evil evolution. What's the difference between this and killing monsters to level up? No wonder it can grow into such a terrifying creature. Now, it has shrunk to a sphere of only a dozen meters, but when it is fully expanded, it can reach a distance of 5,000 meters. This is a terrifying number. Even if it shrinks into a tree world in the end, they will definitely be included. Now, only the eel can barely compete with it. It is impossible to win. This thing is too ferocious. If it is allowed to grow, it will probably become the overlord of this deep sea area and a forbidden area for survivors. The ability of evil evolution is too terrifying. Qin Shan asked himself that his improvement speed is already very fast, but he doesn't think he can be faster than the ghost vine. This thing is too cheating. Island Spirit, what does this gold represent? Qin Shan asked. Master, this is the classification of different combat powers among the same level. There are 10 levels in total: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, lord, disaster, nightmare, purgatory, annihilation, and eternity. What? There is such a thing. Then what level am I at? Where is Eel? Qin Shan asked hurriedly. He was extremely shocked. There were actually 10 levels in the same level. This was too terrifying. Master, I'm afraid this result is hard for you to accept, but you have to face the reality. You are just the most ordinary among the 4th level conjoined ones. If you really want to add, you are just an ordinary Qin Shan, not even bronze. The same is true for Eel. Qin Shan's face was filled with shock. He felt that his strength was already very strong, but it turned out that he was not even as strong as bronze. The same is true for eels. Its characteristics seem to be unsolvable, but if it really encounters something like the ghost vine, it will be really helpless. Haven't you seen that eels are restricted everywhere? If the ghost vine's ability is stronger, then there will be no fun at all. It's 3 levels higher than eel. Is there any way to deal with it? With the current strength of Miracle Island, if all of them go into battle, the chance of winning is 0. Perhaps the master can talk to it? Qin Shan's mouth twitched. Talk to it? Is it possible? The opponent's strength is too terrifying. It is a crushing blow to them. The opponent does not need them to do anything at all. As long as it wants, it can kill everyone here. It's just a matter of time. This is the most terrifying thing Qin Shan has encountered since he came to this place. They claim to be the best developed island, but their winning rate against this thing is 0. What a terrible winning rate. In the deep sea, any monster can destroy them. This world is too dangerous. Wait, how about we talk? Qin Shan said. The target was naturally the ghost vine. Facing this horrible creature, he couldn't help but be afraid, but he had to face it even though he was afraid. Huh? You can talk to me? How do you want to talk? The ghost vine's hand suddenly paused for a moment, but then attacked again, continuing to crush the others. At this moment, 3 people had been entangled by its attack and could not break free. Only Tai, Luo, and Eel were still struggling. Their eyes were also filled with horror and fear. The power of this ghost thing was so strong that the cultivation that they were so proud of was useless in front of it. Anan, Luo, Tai, stop it. Qin Shan said. Before the negotiations, should the fighting be stopped first? Otherwise, how can we talk? He did this to show his sincerity. Sure enough, after they stopped, the ghost vine also stopped. It looked at Qin Shan. This human was so interesting that he could actually talk to it. This was something it had never expected. So it looked at Qin Shan with great interest, hoping that he could give it an explanation. Island owner. They came behind Qin Shan and looked at the ghost vine with lingering fear. Qin Shan signaled them not to speak and to go behind him. The crisis was not over yet. As long as the other party wanted, they could not leave because this was its territory. I can help you evolve to a higher level, Qin Shan said. Why should I believe you? Said Gui Teng. Do you know how long it took me to break through to this level? Qin Shan said. This is the advantage of survivors. They can become stronger quickly. Don't play riddles with me, Ghost Vine said, and a vine hit Yi's body, causing him to have a crooked mouth due to the pain. That was a heart-wrenching pain. It took me 9 days to reach this level. If I am given enough time, I can break through to the same level as you, or even higher. All of this is due to our status as survivors, which allows us to quickly improve our cultivation. What does this have to do with me? Gui Teng was still confused. But it was indeed a little curious. It was a good thing to be able to improve its strength quickly. If it could get it, it would also be good. At least it wouldn't have to stay in this hellhole all the time. What I mean is that you can also switch to my camp, and then you can quickly upgrade. I can also upgrade quickly here. It seems that your conditions are not attractive to me at all, said Gui Teng. I don't really care about these things. Qin Shan suddenly looked embarrassed. This thing was not very smart, but it was stubborn. It would never care about anything that was useless to it. If he hadn't been able to communicate with it, several people would have died by now. I can take your bloodline to a higher level, Qin Shan said, gritting his teeth. That's a stretch. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you can't say something useful to me, I'll kill you immediately, said Gui Teng. Obviously, he has lost his patience. Bloodline and the like can evolve slowly. There is no rush. Now, the ones who should be anxious should be Qin Shan and the others, not himself. Suddenly, Qin Shan felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The sudden transformation of the ghost vine made his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself that this ghost vine was not as easy to deal with as he thought. It was also a tough creature. He really did not want to encounter such a creature. It was a fatal threat to them. No one could have imagined that Miracle Island would face such a dangerous situation this time. Wait, I know the whereabouts of the dragon corpse, Qin Shan said. Dragon corpse. It was obvious that the ghost vine was tempted, and even the tentacles that wrapped around E and the others loosened a little. However, they still did not dare to move and were still negotiating. If they dared to escape, the negotiations would definitely fail. Facing this horrible monster, they had no chance of winning. This is simply the most annoying thing they have ever encountered since they were born. That's right, it's the dragon corpse. Qin Shan felt relieved. As long as he could attract the attention of Ghostvine, he was not worried at all about where the dragon corpse was. If Ghostvine had the ability, he could go down and verify it himself. Anyway, he didn't dare to go down. Chapter 71, Leaving. Take me to find the dragon corpse, or I will kill you all, the Ghostvine said in a hurried voice. It was obvious that the dragon corpse had a great temptation to it, and it was very eager to get the dragon corpse. It should be able to greatly enhance its strength, otherwise I wouldn't have such an idea. Let me tell you, you can't go either, Qin Shan said. That place was too dangerous and a forbidden area that he dared not set foot in. The news obtained from Emperor Xianyuan alone was shocking enough. After diving, he was suddenly pulled next to the dragon corpse. He didn't know how deep it was, but there must be secrets under the sea that they didn't know. Speak, Gui Teng said coldly. It's right under the sea, Qin Shan said. What's the harm in telling the other party? It won't cause any loss to him. If the other party wants to die, he has no objection. Are you kidding me? Gui Teng was angry. I'm not kidding you. The dragon corpse is under the sea, Qin Shan said. I once went 100,000 meters deep and still didn't see any trace of any living creature. I think you want to die, Ghostvine said angrily. In its opinion, Qin Shan was playing tricks on it, which made it extremely annoyed. If it really existed, how could it not find it? It must be this human being who was deceiving itself. As it spoke, its tentacles began to move around. Luo and the others quickly took defensive postures, ready to attack at any time. This ghost thing was too terrifying and they could not afford to be careless. It was not something they could bear. Are you overthinking it? You dived into the wrong spot, and you won't be able to find it no matter how hard you look. Besides, is 100,000 meters the limit of the deep sea? Qin Shan said. What do you mean? Gui Teng asked in surprise. After calming down a bit, Qin Shan's words began to make sense. Maybe I just had the wrong direction, so I didn't find the dragon corpse. Besides, how could 100,000 meters be the limit of the depth of the sea? There must be deeper places that I haven't been to. In this area, it is already invincible, but there are many like it in other places. Never underestimate this ocean. There are too many powerful people in it. No one dares to say that he is invincible. Arrogance will come at a price. You have to dive from the bottom of the sea of our survivor island to reach where the dragon corpse is. I don't know how deep it is, but you must reach the bottom of the sea to find it, Qin Shan said. Gui Teng was moved. What Qin Shan said made sense. In recent days, many strange islands have appeared on this sea, but the creatures there are too weak for it to be interested in them. If it had not happened to discover that several centuries had passed nearby, it would have been too lazy to take action and would not have been able to improve its strength. How do you prove it? Said Gui Teng. I can't prove it. If you want to prove it, you can come back with me and dive by yourself. With my strength, I can't enter that place. Besides, my island is right there and I can't leave. If you can't find it, you can seek revenge on me, Qin Shan said. He has no other choice now and has to escape first. As long as he is alive, there is still hope. He was not afraid of Cloud Island being destroyed. The heart of Cloud was bound to him, so he could start over if it was gone. The worst that could happen was he could just steal something from other people. It would just be a pity for Miracle Island. He wouldn't have done this if he hadn't been at his wit's end. He was under a lot of pressure to attract this big guy to Miracle Island, but there was no other way. If he didn't tell the other party, no one here today would be able to leave alive, and after he died, Miracle Island would no longer exist. Faced with such a horrible monster, he had to do this just for that glimmer of hope. Gui Ting seemed to be thinking about something and didn't say anything for a while. Luo and his companions were also terrified. Today was really a bad start for them. They encountered such a terrifying thing right away. From now on, he will be angry with anyone who says that the sea area they have explored is safe. It can only be said that it is relatively safe. If something unexpected really happened, it would be really hopeless. Fortunately, Qin Shan arrived in time, otherwise they would really be killed by this thing. Until now, they still don't know where the limit of this ghost vine is. What they see is this sphere that is more than 10 meters in size and its extremely long tentacles, each of which makes them terrified. They could feel that the ghost vine did not use its full strength, otherwise they would have died in an instant. Once upon a time, they were actually threatened by a plant, and no one could change it. Okay, I'll trust you this time. If you dare to play tricks, I will definitely kill you, Gui Tung said in a deep voice. It really needs a dragon corpse to improve its strength. It has already reached the peak of this realm, and needs a little chance to break through its own strength. This dragon corpse is a good opportunity. The energy that can be provided to it by killing these people is negligible and not worth mentioning. Only the conger eel can provide a little more energy. It doesn't matter whether it kills or not. Otherwise, it could have killed other people and left Qin Shan behind. It would have let him take it to that place. After finding the dragon corpse, everything would be over. Don't worry, everything I told you is true. It's just that it may not be that easy for you to get the dragon corpse, Qin Shan said. It is not so easy to get a dragon corpse. If you are not careful, it may attract some terrible creatures and kill itself. Then, it will become a joke. You don't need to worry about this. I just need to make sure the dragon corpse exists, said Gui Tung. It also understood that if it was so easy to get, the person in front of it would have taken it away long ago. How could he tell it? So it was mentally prepared for this. If someone tells it that it can get it easily, that is a lie. Okay, then come back with us to Miracle Island. You can find it if you die from that place, Qin Shan said. Okay, I'll give these people to you. I hope you don't lie to me, said Gui Tung. It let go of Yi, Kwa, and Washu. Fortunately, the ghost vine did not use the anti-injury thorn armor, and the three people only had some skin broken and were not poisoned. However, even this little skin breakage caused them to suffer a lot. Island Master. The three of them came to Qin Shan and said weakly. During the time they were trapped, they felt like they had gone through a very long period of time. It was so painful that it was simply unbearable for a human being. Fortunately, their bodies were strong enough, so the others were not torn to pieces by this roll. Let's go back first, Qin Shan said. They can't be blamed for this. They were tricked by the rules of the world and almost got wiped out. Next time, they must be more careful. If they fail to kill them this time, there's a chance that what they come up with next time will be even more vicious. You may have bargaining chips this time, but not necessarily next time. If the ghost vine took away the dragon corpse, what impact it would have on the island, he didn't know, and he was powerless to do anything. He could only escape first, otherwise he would lose everything. Back on the boat, Qin Shan ordered them to sail. With him there was a route back. Even though he didn't know what kind of sea beast existed in the sea, there was no need to worry at all. They could just go straight back. There were eels clearing the way in the sea, and there were huddled ghost vines on the boat. The pressure was so strong that no one dared to get close unless they wanted to die. But after the boat started, Gui Tung seemed extremely dissatisfied. Your speed is too slow. How long will it take to get to your island? Said Gui Tung. At this speed, it will take about 6 hours, Qin Shan said. The speed of Arc 1 is only 80 nautical miles, so 6 hours is too short. So long? Can't it be faster? Said Gui Tung. The Arc has reached its maximum speed. No, it's too slow. Let them sit still. Point me in a direction and I'll take you there. It is very anxious now and wants to confirm the existence of that thing as soon as possible. Everyone, hold on to the objects next to you. We are going to speed up. Eel, you jump back by yourself, Qin Shan said. Everyone held on to the handrails and other things beside them. They had some experience under the waves before. No, I can take it with me, said Gui Tung. Qin Shan nodded slightly. It would be best if they could go back together. Chapter 72, Save Me. Qin Shan pointed out the direction for it. The distance was roughly 500 nautical miles. Are you sure? Said Gui Tung. Sure. Qin Shan was somewhat speechless. How could his own island be wrong? He was not like Luo and the others, who were at a loss when they arrived at the sea. The tree world is coming. Vines are reaching the sky. In an instant, Arc number 1 and Eel were surrounded by vines, as if they were relying on the vines. Immediately afterwards, they were pushed forward by a huge force, and in an instant, they had advanced dozens of nautical miles. It's too fast. What's this speed? Qin Shan said in horror. Master, the current speed is 100 nautical miles per second. The island spirit kindly reminded Qin Shan. This made him gasp. 100 nautical miles per second. What kind of divine speed is this? Doesn't this mean that the speed of the ghost vine has reached 6,000 nautical miles per hour? Is it really such a terrifying speed? Although he didn't believe it, he experienced this speed now. Everything around seemed to be still. If the people on the boat had not been holding onto the handrails and flying level with the sea surface, he would have thought that they were not moving because the sea was still. The more I think about it, the scarier it seems. I am still too weak in front of the strong. No wonder he was rated at the gold level. With this speed alone, he could crush them in all aspects. In front of it, the eel's leap is no different from a snail's pace. 500 nautical miles is just 5 seconds. If I can tame it. Such an evil thought arose in Qin Shan's heart, and it became stronger and stronger. Only after seeing the power of the ghost vine with his own eyes did he feel how insignificant he was. Unlike him, E and the others had looks of horror on their faces. Only then did they realize that they were too small in front of the ghost vine and could be killed instantly. The stretched ghost vine was so large that it was unimaginable. I wonder if it could surround the Miracle Island. A few seconds later, they appeared near Miracle Island and could already see Miracle Island. The ghost vine stopped and released the tree world, returning to its smallest state. It looked at the island in front of it and felt a little strange. It was different from the new island it had seen, and it was already so big. It couldn't help but look at Qin Shan a few more times, but it was just a few glances. In its eyes, it could still be easily destroyed. You are very good. You are much bigger than any island I have seen, said Guitung. Thank you for the compliment, Qin Shan said. But in my opinion, that's the way it is. Qin Shan was in a dilemma. If possible, he wanted to strangle the ghost vine. Wasn't this speed of expansion enough? But considering the horror of the ghost vine, he didn't say anything. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If you don't have the strength, just survive. There's no need to argue with it. It will do you no good. Just go down from here, right? Said Guitung. Yes, you can find the dragon corpse by descending straight down from under my island. Qin Shan said. Okay, said Guitung. Then, it dived into the water and disappeared. It seemed that it wanted to go and see right away whether what Qin Shan said was true. This made the others breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, this terrible big guy was sent away. They were here for less than a minute. Others just felt that someone had come and the aura was very terrifying, but before they had time to check, they disappeared. When they came here, they only saw Qin Shan and others. Island Master, what happened here? Are there sea beasts attacking the island? The people who came running asked one after another. E and his 4 companions smiled bitterly. Those who did not go out to sea today made a huge profit. God knows what they have been going through during this period of time. They have been on the brink of life and death. It's okay now. You take them back and collect the resources first. By the way, let's change people this time. You who explored the island before, go kill the pirates on the sea and bring back the lost treasure chest. Qin Shan said. Now that you're all here, it's easy to make arrangements. Now, E and the others are still in shock, so it would be a good idea to replace them. Moreover, things at sea still need to be dealt with, but this time Qin Shan did not let any mortals follow him. They all went to practice. There are only a few places on the island that have not been explored, so it is enough to let E and the others go there. Although they didn't understand what happened, Yun, Shang, and Jin Yuan still went out to sea. Wouldn't everything be clear when they come back? After they went out to sea, everything was calm and no major problems occurred. It seemed that the will of the world could not be attacked at will, otherwise the world would be in chaos. But those who came back alive, when they met other people, turned into big mouths and told their own stories. It was truly a miracle that I was able to escape under such circumstances. How can this sea be so dangerous? It's good to be alive. I must practice well, or I will die at sea one day. The news brought back by everyone also greatly inspired others. If they wanted to survive, they must have strong strength and practice. They must not be lazy, otherwise they would die without knowing how. They are now full of awe for the sea. It turns out that they have suffered such a great crisis. No wonder they are so reluctant to talk. You murmured. He was one of the only 3 people who had not been sent out. Ganjiang and Moi were forging swords and would not pay attention to these things for a while. He had some free time, and after teaching those kids, he had nothing to do. Just when these people arrived, he gave them some guidance and got the information from their conversation. He had just specifically asked Tai, but the other party didn't say anything and went straight to explore the island and bring back the scattered resources. After hearing what these people said, I finally understood what they had been through. I was so scared that I didn't want to talk. Just from these people's descriptions, he could imagine how terrifying that strange creature was. It beat everyone so hard that they had no power to fight back. The island owner had to give in again and again before he allowed them to come back alive. It sounds fantasy, but it is true. He didn't think much about it. He didn't go there, which was a blessing in disguise. All the crises were handled by others. What he had to do was to train these people into talents. Only when they reached the third level of physical training, at least, could they be considered graduates. From now on, they need to walk the path of cultivation on their own. He cannot guide them all the time. They can ask questions, but he cannot accompany them forever. These people are not his disciples, so it is already very good that he can guide them. As time went by, the island had been explored and a large amount of resources, and some people were brought back, but Qin Shan was still practicing, so he was not disturbed. Even Yin Tao came back. Everyone gathered today's harvest next to the totem, waiting for Qin Shan to come out and count them. In the blink of an eye, it was already around noon. Half a day had passed before they finished collecting everything. The expansion of the islands and sea areas forced them to expend tremendous effort to explore these things. But the harvest was gratifying. As the island expanded, they were able to improve more things. It's a pity that they lost some pirate treasures and lost treasure chests in the waves, otherwise they could have obtained more. However, they are already very satisfied with this situation. After Yun and the other two came back, their faces changed drastically after hearing about what happened to them at sea. They said, "Why are those people acting so weird?" It turned out that they had met a tough guy. Qin Shan walked out of the room and came to the center of the village. Looking at the things placed on the ground, he smiled. It was a harvest for the morning. Just at this moment, the sea surface suddenly shook, and then a huge spherical object floated to the surface. The moment they saw this thing, everyone was immediately stunned. What they had heard before had not yet passed, and the other party appeared, which really scared them. After all, they all saw the power of the ghost vine. But in Qin Shan's eyes, this was not the case, because the ghost vine was injured and its condition was very bad, as if it had encountered something horrible under the sea. "Save me," said the ghost vine, lying on the sea with its breath left. Its body was no longer contracted but spread out. It had no strength left. Chapter 73, Elemental Temple. Qin Shan's face was solemn. The ghost vine actually came back in this way. What kind of secrets were hidden under the sea? There were so many of them, but they couldn't even wipe off the skin of the ghost vine. However, it had only been in the water for less than an hour when it returned covered in wounds. Based on the current state of the ghost vine, Qin Shan had to be cautious. Entering the seabed before gaining a certain level of strength would be a suicidal act. Fortunately, after receiving the news from Emperor Xianyuan, he did not sneak in. Otherwise, he would have died without knowing how. This would be too horrible. "Bring it up," Qin Shan said. Although Gui Ting once wanted to kill them, this guy's attributes really made him jealous. It would be great if he could make it one of his own. Even if it doesn't work, after what happened today, it shouldn't continue to attack itself. Saving it won't do any harm to Miracle Island, so why not do it? What's more, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if it is very weak, its explosive power and the consequences it causes are not something Qin Shan wants to face. It is definitely a world-destroying level. If you are not careful, you might find yourself in a desperate situation. But Qin Shan's words made the people around him a little afraid. They didn't understand what the ghost vine said. If they got closer, would they be killed? The huge shadow of the ghost vine was still looming over their heads. "It won't attack you, just get it to the shore," Qin Shan said. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief and moved closer to the ghost vine. After spreading out, the ghost vine grew a lot larger. It took them a lot of effort to get it ashore, and it almost occupied the entire beach. "Island spirit, check its injuries and how to treat it," Qin Shan said. It took a few seconds for the island spirit to respond. "Master, it has been injured by a special force, and it is still eating away at its body. If it continues like this, it will die within 10 days. "Special power?" Qin Shan wondered. Could there be something else down there that he didn't know about? That's for sure. He doesn't even dare to go to the seabed below 4,000 meters, let alone deeper places. Even if there is, it has nothing to do with him. It is an unknown force that is difficult to explain. The opponent's strength is much greater than that of Miracle Island, and it is impossible to investigate thoroughly. This made Qin Shan fall into deep thought. This was really a difficult situation for him. If he continued like this, sooner or later, he would collide with that thing. What's the method to cure it? Qin Shan asked again. Since we can't solve the problem under the sea, let's cure the ghost vine first. The power of faith can allow it to be baptized by the power of faith under the totem, which can wash away this special energy. Will the power of faith be consumed? The power of faith is limited in amount every day and cannot withstand any torture. He also wants to obtain more powerful attribute blessings. It won't be consumed. The power of faith will only increase and never decrease before the gods appear. Then I feel relieved. Qin Shan said, just don't consume it and let it recover slowly on its own. Otherwise, if we really try to find a way to heal this big guy, I don't know how much resources will be wasted. Carry it next to the totem. Qin Shan said to everyone. Only when many practitioners join in can it be carried. It was only a few hundred meters from the beach to the totem, but it took everyone half an hour to get it over there because it was too heavy. As soon as he came next to the totem, Gui Tong felt that there was a magical power purifying the special energy in his body. Thank you, said Gui Tong. The voice was very weak. Now, it felt strenuous to move. Qin Shan could obviously gather people to attack it, but the other party did not do so, which made it grateful. Just lie here. This is the only place on the island that can save you, Qin Shan said. Okay, said Gui Tong. Qin Shan didn't say anything else, but turned his gaze to the things everyone brought back today. After many twists and turns, there are only a few items left in the sea. There are a total of 10 lost treasure chests, 3 pirate treasures, 10 ruby treasure chests, 10 ochre treasure chests, and 12 people. It can be said that it is pitifully small. For this, they have invested a lot of money, and they don't know whether it is worth it. Lucky hand. Since there were no special treasure chests, Qin Shan could only use it on one of the red jade treasure chests. If he was lucky, he would have a high probability of getting more good things. All turned on. Open the lost treasure chest and obtain Mysterious Altar *10, Bloodline Evolution Stone *5, Martial Arts, Mountain Pushing Palm, Wind God Kick, Falling Leaf Sword Skill, Mysterious Fist, Cloudstone *1000, and a large amount of basic resources. Open the Pirate Treasure and obtain Artifact Fragments *3, Treasure Map *3, Blood Evolution Stone *3, Martial Arts, Thunderfall Technique, Stitching Technique, Wind and Cloud Technique, Cloudstone *300, and a small amount of basic resources. Open the Ochre Treasure Chest, obtain the Martial Arts, Swift Wind Slash, Extreme Speed, Heavenly Thunder Art, 1000 Cloudstone, and medium basic resources. Open the Red Jade Treasure Chest, obtain the Martial Arts, Weak Point Breaking, Eagle Eye, River Waves, Marble *1800, and medium basic resources. Open the Lucky Ruby Treasure Chest and obtain Elemental Temple Manufacturing Diagram *1, Elemental Master Scroll *1, Martial Arts, Block, Double Shooting, Wooden Arrow Technique, Cloudstone *1000, and a large amount of basic resources. There are so many martial arts, which can be used to train them. Qin Shan took a look and found that he got 16 martial arts this time, including some life-related professional martial arts. The levels were not very high, so he did not choose to learn them. What he has now is enough for him to use. Today's harvest can be said to be extremely bleak. There are only 5,100 pieces of marble in total. This is already a lot for others, but for the Miracle Island, which has reached 130,000 square meters, it is really nothing. In addition, the number of mysterious altars has reached 71, which is 1 point closer to 100. It will take 2 or 3 days to collect enough. As for buying from others, this is probably unlikely. He has never seen anything open from the lost treasure chest in the trading hall. Everyone hides it and does not show it to others. There are 44 artifact fragments and 50 treasure maps, and I'm already halfway through them. These are the things that are more difficult to accumulate. It's just a pity that there are not many Bloodline Evolution Stones open this time, only 8. He still has 1 left, which is far from enough if he wants to advance. He needs 25. The others will at least have 1 or 2 levels of Bloodline. This thing is still too scarce. The best things would probably be the 2 items that came out of the lucky treasure box. Manufacturing Diagram of the Elemental Temple. There is no grade diagram. Anyone who enters the Elemental Temple can awaken various elemental talents. There are countless elements in the world, and it all depends on God's will which elemental talent will be awakened. Construction requires Spiritual Gold *1W, Spiritual Wood *3W, Spiritual Water *5000, Spiritual Fire *5000, Spiritual Soil *10W, Spiritual Stone *1000, and a 3rd-level Spiritual Spring, a complete village, covering an area of 100 by 100. Elementalist Scroll. Used in the Temple of Elements, it can transform the user into an elementalist. There is a certain probability that the user's rank will change. It is forbidden to use if the combat power is not above 1000. What a powerful thing. Qin Shan was amazed. The thing was good, but he had no way to open it. Too many resources were required, and there were not enough spirit stones. There were also things for construction, especially the third-level spirit spring and a complete village. He had no way of meeting these two hard conditions. Now, including those 3 families, he only has 84 people. I don't know what the refresh rules are. The refreshed ones are all families of 4. He only needs to build 3 more ordinary stone houses. As for the elemental master, he is still very far away from it, so there is no need to rush. There is no point in rushing. His combat power is not even up to the standard, which needs to be over 1,000. He needs at least a 7th or 8th level bloodline to reach that level. This elementalist must be a very powerful item, but now I can only look at it but cannot use it. He feels very uncomfortable now. Good things are right in front of him, but he can't touch them. Chapter 74 The Name of Wu Tai. Expand the island, Qin Shan said. He no longer worried about other things. Since he couldn't build that kind of thing, he might as well improve himself. One day, he would succeed. The island was expanded by 5,100 square meters and currently has 133,000 square meters. The hand of technology was not triggered. Qin Shan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, it required probability. It hadn't been triggered all morning, so it might be impossible to trigger it. He no longer has any items to unbox, but perhaps he can trigger it during the process of training, which is better than nothing. Build 3 ordinary stone houses and a tailor shop. A few seconds later, 3 ordinary stone houses and a tailor shop appeared near the village. Among the people who appeared, there were many who could do needlework, but they did not have any special abilities, so they could only barely get the Luyun clothes. He hasn't changed his clothes for nearly 10 days. Fortunately, the weather is good now and clothes are not a necessity for him. Normally, he just washes them and waits for them to dry. But as the number of people increases, the problem of clothing also needs to be solved. As for the required resources, it is not very troublesome. Any resources can be extracted from the basic resources. It's just a bit wasteful. It depends on whether you are willing to do it. At this point, the village was basically completed, except for the ordinary stone houses, which had not been built. For the time being, he was in no hurry. The population needs to be accumulated slowly, and there is no point in being anxious. Instead, he might as well use that time where it is needed. After completing these, Qin Shan went to practice swordsmanship. After getting the long sword, he became obsessed with swordsmanship and couldn't extricate himself. Trigger the hand of technology. If you practice swordsmanship today, you will gain double your cultivation and double your understanding of swordsmanship. Qin Shan, who was practicing sword, was suddenly shocked. How could this be triggered? This hand of technology is becoming more and more outrageous. It's like giving myself a small buff every day. Although it's not much, it can increase my strength a lot. He didn't care about the growth of his cultivation, because no matter how he practiced, it was extremely slow and difficult to improve. Doubling it was useless, so he should just focus on improving his swordsmanship and not think too much. Soon, 3 or 4 hours passed and everyone on the island fell into a good mood. The speed of cultivation increases exponentially. With the blessing of holy objects, totems, and metals, their training speed is even faster than that of the survivors. Island Master, there are 5 good seedlings here. You ran to Qin Shan and said, "What's going on?" Qin Shan wondered. Just now, 5 children broke through to the first level of body refining. You said happily. A smile spread across his face. It is not easy to reach the first stage of body refining in just one day. It also means that the talents of the 5 of them are stronger than those of others. In the future, maybe he can become the backbone of Miracle Island. Nowadays, most people's cultivation has stagnated, and they still have a chance to catch up. Have you made a breakthrough so quickly? Take me there quickly, Qin Shan said. This was something he had not expected. They made a breakthrough in just one day. They were definitely geniuses. Before, he became a cultivator with the help of the energy stone. A few minutes later, Qin Shan looked at the 5 children in front of him and nodded continuously. 4 boys and 1 girl. They all looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, which was the right age for cultivation. Next to them were other envious children and parents. After all, if one could make a breakthrough so quickly, he would definitely be reused. But they could only envy him because it was their own fault for not being able to make a breakthrough. What are your names? Qin Shan asked. Erden. Silly girl. Rich. Seaweed. Dog. Qin Shan was very conflicted. It was really casual. The name was simple and easy to support. But would they have to use such strange names when fighting against others in the future? Your names are not very good. I will give you new names. From now on, you will be called Taichu, Taisu, Taisher, Tai, and Taiji. Do you understand? Qin Shan said seriously. After all, these people represent the face of Miracle Island, and we can't be so careless about it. Thank you for the name, Island Master. The 5 children gladly accepted it. It is an honor in itself to be personally given a name by the island owner. And you, come up with a name for yourselves. Don't be so casual. Qin Shan said. He didn't know what these people were called, but judging from these 5 children, he could tell that they were probably not any good. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What was this? He was shot even when he was lying down. But who told Qin Shan that he was the island owner? They had no choice but to obey. Qin Shan named them after the 5 innate ones and had high hopes for them, hoping that they could make a name for themselves and not let this name be buried in obscurity. Since I just broke through, I have the most ordinary blank attributes, nothing outstanding. Perhaps I should really build the elemental temple as soon as possible, which will definitely enhance everyone's strength. But now, he had no idea at all, especially the 3rd level spiritual spring blueprint. He didn't know where to get such a thing, so he could only wait. Okay, everyone disperse. Follow you and practice well. In the future, Miracle Island will need you to protect it. Qin Shan said. It's just a breakthrough. There's nothing to be proud of. Being ahead for a while doesn't mean you'll always be ahead. Maybe others will be stimulated by this and make a breakthrough? It's not impossible. Now that he has gained the advantage, he should work harder to practice, improve his own strength, and stay ahead step by step. That is a true genius. Don't be a flash in the pan. Otherwise, he might take back the name of Wutai. We can't let mediocre people bury such a name. Yes. Everyone straightened their chests. Just because they didn't have a share today didn't mean they wouldn't have one in the future. Especially those children, their eyes were full of enthusiasm when they looked at Taichu and the others. It turned out that there was such a good thing as breaking through first. Then they could work hard to catch up. What if they could be nominated in the future? And those children who made breakthroughs felt the gazes of others and also felt a lot of pressure. This is not envy, but a naked desire to surpass them. If they don't work hard, this honor will have nothing to do with them in the future. We must work hard to become stronger and never let them surpass us. They shouted in their hearts that they must not let the island owner down. What was a mere competition among peers? They already had the advantage and were not afraid anymore. Chapter 75 Friends. Qin Shan was in a good mood. Apart from those special characters, the ordinary islanders finally showed signs of a breakthrough. This was a good thing for Miracle Island. Once everyone was promoted, they would be able to stand on their own. Even if we meet survivors from other areas, we have nothing to fear. Here in Area 34, I'm afraid no one can defeat us. As for how others developed, he didn't care at all, and he had no way to check. He just let them be. He would occasionally look at the battle power list. At present, this was the only thing that could help him know the strength of others. From the battle power, he could draw a conclusion about the other party's island. At this time, the Great Wizard had brought the woman back to his island and brought up all the resources for today. Seeing the Great Wizard's island of 700 to 800 square meters, she was dumbfounded. Is this the gap between herself and others? No wonder she was bullied so badly. There were also wooden houses and warehouses, which were things she had never thought of. Open the map, said the Great Wizard. He couldn't wait any longer. The maps opened by others had so many good things in them, so why shouldn't he give it a try? What if he also got the Bloodline Evolution Stone and his strength increased greatly? As long as there are ambitious people who know that there will be huge benefits after opening the map, I am afraid that many people will risk their lives to give it a try. After all, not everyone is so unlucky that so many islands emerge all of a sudden. They still have the opportunity to gain powerful strength. Even if some useless treasures are opened, they can sell them to other people. There will always be someone who needs them, so they can exchange them for the resources they need. If you turn it on the same day, it will scan on the same day. It doesn't take long. The scan will be completed in just a short while. Map scan completed. Currently 50 nautical miles and 1,000 meters down, a total of 3 lost treasure chests have been found. Please retrieve them as soon as possible. Haha. I knew that my luck wouldn't be too bad. You, come out with me. The Great Wizard laughed crazily. Although I don't know what the lost treasure box is, it doesn't matter. I can just go there and bring them back, right? My strength should be able to improve a lot. As for what kind of bloodline will be awakened, it all depends on luck, but the increased combat power is quite a lot. Currently, the 4th on the list has increased by 50 points, and the top 3 have increased by 100 points. No one can predict what kind of bloodline they will awaken. Moreover, the higher the bloodline level, the closer this person's bloodline is to the ancestor, and it is even possible that atavism may occur. Qin Shan has seen how powerful the ancestral bloodline is. Among the same level, those who possess ancestral bloodlines are stronger than him, and they also have all kinds of strange martial arts. Qin Shan feels a lot of pressure facing them. Seeing that there were only a few hours left, the Great Wizard naturally couldn't wait too long and had to make a quick decision, otherwise after 12 o'clock, he would get nothing. Who dared to say that he would encounter such a good thing again tomorrow? Therefore, it is urgent to bring back the lost treasure chest. As time passed, the ghost vine next to the totem gradually recovered. Its injuries had not yet healed, but it was able to move. Fortunately, the residents of Miracle Island have changed a lot now. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for it to recover. Qin Shan was practicing sword nearby. That Guiteng opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know how to address Qin Shan. After all, they were still shouting for war and killing this morning. But in the afternoon, Qin Shan saved himself again. Although it is not a good plant, it would not do such an ungrateful thing. What's wrong? Qin Shan heard its voice, stopped practicing, and walked straight over. Thank you for what you did today, said Guiteng. A little embarrassing. It's okay. I have something I want to ask you. I wonder if you can tell me. Qin Shan said. Of course, you saved me. So we should be friends, said Guiteng. It doesn't know how to express it more appropriately, so it just says this. Friends? Not bad. Qin Shan muttered. As long as it doesn't deal with itself, that would be great. Of course, if the ghost vine is willing to live in this place as a friend, it would not be a bad thing for them, and they can ask it to help take care of them when danger comes. This guy is definitely a great weapon for defending the island, but since he is not a resident of Miracle Island, he cannot enjoy those benefits. But it doesn't matter. After a while, when he discovers this strange phenomenon, won't his chance come? If it stays, it will have a chance. Seeing Qin Shan's expression, Guiteng thought that Qin Shan agreed. Well, now we are friends. What should I call you? Said Guiteng. You can call me Qin Shan or the Island Master. Qin Shan said. I don't mind. Besides, the ghost vine is not a creature of Miracle Island. I can call it whatever I want. It won't cause any loss to me. I'd better call you the Island Master. After all, I'm on your island. Guiteng said after thinking for a while. Whatever. By the way, didn't you have something you wanted to ask me just now? Ask it. Guiteng said. Qin Shan's breathing suddenly became a little rapid. He did have something he wanted to ask Guiteng, and that was about the secrets of the seabed, not only here, but also in the deep sea. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. If they went there rashly, they might lose a lot of troops, but if someone gave them guidance and they were prepared, they would not be so afraid. Just like when he first reached the deep sea, he let the lanternfish escape because he didn't understand its situation. Next time, he must never do that again. The deep sea is different from the waters of Yun Island. There are huge differences between the two. He cannot predict what kind of horrible creatures exist in it. The appearance of this ghost vine is a wake-up call. Fortunately, he did not blindly enter the deep sea to seek revenge. There must be many unknown creatures in there. If he rashly entered, he would die. He couldn't even deal with the ghost vine. How could he deal with other powerful sea beasts? This was impossible, unless he was tired of living. A monster like the ghost vine actually appeared in the deep sea. It is definitely not simple. After the excitement, his breathing returned to calm. He stared at the ghost vine closely, and finally spoke. I want to know what's going on under the deep sea and under the seabed here. The ghost vine is very powerful and should have dived quite a distance. It might know something that I don't know, such as how the wounds on its body came about. All of this is very important. Chapter 76 Under the Sea. Hearing Qin Shan's question, the ghost vine's body trembled slightly. It was hurt by the name it got under the sea. It was very secretive about what happened there and was extremely afraid. It didn't want to talk about what happened there at all. But Qin Shan treated him quite well. After a long sigh, he made up his mind. Island Master, there are countless areas in the deep sea, and in each area, there are many powerful sea beasts. For example, the place where I was before is the strongest. If I want, I can easily kill all the sea beasts or build a huge force. But in that sea area, the depth of 100,000 meters has reached the end. Apart from me, there are no powerful creatures. But do you know what I saw under your seabed? Guiteng said, and suddenly became a little hurried. In fact, the deep sea area is not that scary. Like an island, it is divided into pieces and scattered on the sea. There is no way for them to communicate with each other, and they cannot easily go to another place. The consequence of doing so will only make things worse. If you go to another sea beast's territory, you either surrender or kill the other and take over its nest. But as both are deep sea lords, who is weaker than who? Maybe both will suffer losses and the other will take advantage. Moreover, there is a mysterious force that is restraining them, and they cannot leave easily, otherwise they will be killed. If they had not traveled with Qin Shan and others this time, they would not have come to this place, and would not have seen that horrific scene. It doesn't know whether it is right or wrong to come here. Maybe it was because it acted too hastily and arrived here too early, which led to its end. How could Qin Shan know these things? I don't know, Qin Shan said. He seldom went underwater, and was not familiar with what was in that area. At most, the eels gave him some information, and for the rest, he could only explore slowly. I don't know whether the dragon corpse you mentioned is real, but there is a great terror under this sea. I dived straight down from here to a depth of 1 million meters and was attacked by a terrifying creature. There were also several powerful auras surrounding it. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been left there. Guiteng said with lingering fear. Whenever it thinks of it, it feels terrified. That is not a place it can go at all. Perhaps Qin Shan did not deceive himself. There really was a dragon corpse under the sea, but with its strength, it was unable to touch it. Before it even saw it, it was beaten back by other creatures. It didn't even get hit and was on the verge of death. Those sea beasts possessed a magical power that could corrode it in an instant. You didn't even block a single move? Qin Shan's face was filled with shock. He had witnessed with his own eyes how powerful the ghost vine was, but he couldn't even withstand one of its attacks. Fortunately, he did not enter it in vain, otherwise he would have died without knowing how. That's right, said Gui Tong. It doesn't want to admit it, but this is an indisputable fact. The opponent's strength is really too strong. Fortunately, we were not besieged, otherwise we would have really died there. 1,000,000 meters deep, but we haven't reached the bottom yet, Qin Shan murmured. It is possible that some terrifying creatures appeared at such a depth. This is already a depth of 1,000 kilometers. What kind of place would have such a depth? Moreover, we haven't reached the bottom yet, so does that mean there is no bottom below? This doesn't make sense. To him, the sea was still a mysterious place that he could not reach. In my opinion, 1,000,000 meters away from the seabed should not be far. Moreover, judging from the behavior of those creatures, they should be guarding something, said Gui Tong. There is indeed a great terror under the sea. With my current strength, I am far from enough to explore it. Next, you should stay next to the totem for the time being. When your injuries are healed, you can leave or stay, Qin Shan said. The news he heard today was truly shocking. It was even more shocking than what Emperor Xianyuan gave. After all, the dragon he saw was dead, and he could get something from it. But after the ghost vine went down, it actually told him that there was such a group of terrifying creatures. So could he understand that there were countless such things under the sea? He didn't know, and no one could prove it to him. He decided to wait until he was strong enough before exploring that unfathomable place. Now, even if he practices diligently, he is still too weak and cannot withstand any disaster. Okay, said Gui Tong. He did not bother to be polite to Qin Shan. Moreover, the power of faith could not only cleanse the special power in his body, but also had a catalytic effect, helping him to slowly improve his strength. Even though the speed was very slow, it was definitely there. It was actually reluctant to leave this place. These survivors really had unique advantages. Just during the time it spent recuperating here, it saw how fast the people around it were practicing. It just seemed that some people on Miracle Island had reached the pinnacle of cultivation and their progress had become very slow, including Qin Shan. However, it did not ask, as this was Qin Shan's business. It is just a passerby now, staying here temporarily to heal its wounds. When the time comes, it will have to leave. It is impossible for it to stay on someone else's island forever. Maybe Qin Shan will not say anything, but it does not have the face to do so. This morning, they were still the enemy. What an interesting person, Gui Ting murmured. It curled up and wrapped itself around the totem. It also wanted to climb all over the totem, but there was a powerful force that forced it to abandon such an idea. It was already very good to be able to practice at the foot of the totem. If it wanted to make any further progress, it was afraid that it would be wiped out by this powerful force. I just don't know why such a terrifying force would exist on such a small island. Even if it wanted to destroy an island, there would not be such a big crisis. It was probably because some buildings had some special properties that did not allow others to desecrate them. Anyone who did so would face death. As for the rest, it didn't think much about it. It just recovered from its injuries and left when it was time to leave. It couldn't stay here forever and become a nuisance. After Qin Shan left, he continued to practice sword skills. Even though he knew that there were mysteries, unknowns and terrors under the sea, he had no way to deal with it. That was not an area he should covet. Master, you have 2 pieces of news, said the island spirit. Whose? Qin Shan asked. Fish Bubble and Emperor Xianyuan. Is it them? Let me see. He no longer pays much attention to chat channels, trading halls and other things. There are so few things that can help me. After coming to this world, we have several days to survive. Everyone is smart. Good things must be used by themselves, even if they cannot be made now. But what about in the future? There will always be a place where they can be used. Of course, if someone offers a high price, they will also make a move. Fish Bubble, boss, these things are for you. Yupo Peo only said this one sentence, followed by a transaction. He did not ask for any items, but gave them directly to himself. There are a total of 10 mysterious altars, 5 treasure maps, and 2 artifact fragments. Qin Shan took the call. He was not a stingy person, so he immediately sent some resources to Yu Pao Pao, enough for him to build some items. Qin Shan, thank you very much, but it's not easy for you to get these things. Please accept them. I don't want to owe others. Fish Bubble, oh, okay, thank you very much, big boss. Yu Pao Pao did not postpone. She had known Qin Shan for quite some time, so the transaction had to be made. She couldn't take these things for nothing, otherwise she would not be able to explain it clearly in the future, which would be difficult. Moreover, Qin Shan didn't seem to be very interested in the things he sent over. Even his response was so bland. But think about it. Since Qin Shan was able to send out such a powerful creature to help him overcome the difficulties, these things can naturally be opened out, or even more. I just don't know how many Qin Shan has now. Artifact fragments. This kind of thing is not of much use to her. It takes a long time just to collect them. Even if she gets them, it is not certain that she can defeat others and become someone else's wedding dress. Qin Shan is so powerful that he should have enough strength to support him. She didn't even dare to think about the treasure map and the mysterious altar. She knew her own weight, and it was impossible for her to get them. She gave them all to Qin Shan. Besides, Qin Shan had helped her so many times, and she had never thought of asking for anything in return. But the other party still gave her a lot, so she would not be polite. In order to obtain these resources, she paid a considerable price. In addition, there were bloodline evolution stones, but she planned to keep them for her own use. To break through to the second-level bloodline, 10 were needed, and she already had half of them. Since it is an island with only one person, all resources will belong to her alone, and her individual strength can be enhanced rapidly. Now she is still at the first stage of body refining, and her talent is not strong. She can only hope to get some good things tomorrow. Qin Shan has already connected to Emperor Xuanyuan's private chat. Emperor Xuanyuan, Qin Shan, tomorrow is the 10th day. Qin Shan, what happened on the 10th day? Emperor Xuanyuan, according to the hint that person left for us, I think the 10th day will be a turning point, and many people may die. Do you want us to join forces? This is indeed a worrying issue. They have been in this world for so long without realizing it. Now the 10th day has arrived, and they don't know what kind of terror they will face. But if there is no strong power, it will be a disaster. Even the island's spirit promoted him. After the 10th day, his cultivation would continue to improve, and he would not have to go through such a long period of adjustment. But he didn't know what kind of danger would be waiting for him by that time. Qin Shan was silent. He still didn't trust anyone. The only thing that was firmly in his own hands was the most important. He and Emperor Xuanyuan had never met before. They had only had a few transactions. They didn't have a very good relationship. It might be difficult for him to cooperate with such an unknown person. Qin Shan, let's wait until tomorrow. Besides, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to pass it. After that, there was no further news about Qin Shan. On another island, Emperor Xuanyuan's pupil shrank slightly, followed by anger. He wanted to take this opportunity to gather some people for his own use. Qin Shan was naturally the best choice, but the other party was too strong and overly cautious, which made it difficult for him. As for why he was so keen on recruiting Qin Shan as his subordinate, he was absolutely confident. Even if Qin Shan was ahead of others now, he probably wouldn't be ahead by much. It is also possible that it was all his own delusion from the beginning to the end. He wanted to cooperate but didn't say it clearly. Qin Shan didn't bother to care about how he wanted to cooperate. Emperor Xuanyuan was too cunning. He didn't like dealing with him. He just wanted to improve himself peacefully. He didn't need to worry about other people. Chapter 77 Heavenly Alliance. On the Endless Ocean, Do Wanjun was fighting with a group of pirates, and this was the last batch of pirates. She was also exhausted from the fight. It could be said that she had expended a lot of energy to kill these pirates. Die. Ice palm. Do Wanjun roared. In an instant, a strong cold air condensed on the sea surface. The minions on the opposite side were attacked by the cold air and died before they could react. Do Wanjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. In order to kill these pirates, she had used every possible means to destroy them. She salvaged the pirates' treasure and left. I have been at sea for too long, and I even feel a little regretful. Why did I encounter so many pirates when I opened the map? She actually wasted a whole day dealing with these nasty guys. If her combat power was only 7 points, equivalent to those pirates, why would she have to fight here for so long in such a frustrating way? If she had the combat power of those people before her, she wouldn't have to suffer so much. But the result is still gratifying. Including this treasure chest, she had harvested 2 today, and there were 3 lost treasure chests. In order to collect them, she drifted on the sea for a long time. Fortunately, this place was very close to Yan Island, and it didn't take her long to return to Yan Island. Open it. Do Wanjun was full of hope. Don't let yourself be disappointed after a day's hard work. Open the lost treasure chest and obtain the mysterious altar *3, bloodline evolution stone *3, and the martial arts frost. Open the pirate treasure and obtain artifact fragment 2, treasure map *2. There really is a bloodline evolution stone. Do Wanjun's face was filled with shock. Doesn't this mean that she will be able to catch up with the others soon? Ever since she learned that the people ahead might have terrifying combat power, she became a little anxious. She also wanted to stay in the first echelon. Only the first echelon would have the right to speak. Otherwise, who would care who you are? Use the bloodline evolution stone, she said impatiently. As her blood evolved into energy and transformed her body, a heat emanated from her body. She felt very hot and it almost burned her. This feeling lasted for half an hour before slowly fading away. Is this the power of a first-level bloodline? It added a full 100 points of combat power to me and also broke through to the second level. There was a hint of strangeness in Do Wanjun's eyes. At this moment, her combat power has reached 112 points. But she saw that she was only ranked third on the battle power list, with 2 people ahead of her. Besides Qin Shan, who else is ahead of me? Do Wanjun asked puzzledly. Qin Shan was in front, this was certain, but who was the other person? This was worth her guessing. Her strong ranking on the list did not bring much shock to others. In the past 2 days, there have always been people who have rapidly improved their combat power, and the list has been changing continuously. It has long been the norm. If we don't know the specific values, no matter how they change, it has nothing to do with them, because there is no way to compare them. It is too ambiguous. At this time, the ranking on the battle power list has become Qin Shan, Emperor Xianyuan, Wanjun, Yu Paopao, and Song Yun. Apart from these 5 people, the combat power of others is very low. Occasionally, there are a few people with a combat power of 6 points, and the rest are at 5 points, the kind that have just broken through. It has been several days, and they have not been able to break through. They are somewhat slow. This day is destined not to be an ordinary day. In addition to Do Wanjun, other people in District 34 also opened pirate treasures and lost treasure chests and gained a lot of benefits. After all, a first-level bloodline can be broken through with just 1 bloodline evolution stone. However, everyone's improved combat power is uneven, with the highest being 70 or 80 points and the lowest being over 40 points. It can be said that the combat power list will change at any time, and you never know whether your ranking is so stable and will always stay in the same position and will not move. Do Wanjun, who was browsing the list, had an unpredictable expression on her face. There were too many people on the list, and they were all unknown. It seems that I'm not the only one who has made progress, said Do Wanjun. Fortunately, her bloodline was strong enough, which directly increased her combat power by 100 points, and also allowed her to break through a small realm, increasing her combat power by almost 105 points, making her a level stronger than others. Perhaps, the distance between everyone has begun to appear since the improvement of bloodline. The strong will always be strong and are born with powerful advantages. Different bloodlines bring different amplifications. It was also on this day that many people who had been unable to break through to the first stage of body refining were able to succeed, just like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. I finally broke through. What happened today? Everyone has broken through to the first level of physical training. I think it has something to do with tomorrow. What do you mean? You still remember what that person said? The 10th day is a hurdle. Hearing you say that, I feel a little uneasy. Hey, we can't care so much now. Our strength has improved, right? The chat channel started to become lively again. After the breakthrough, there was no one to share it with them, so they could only do it in the chat channel. As for the friend column, there are limited places there. Except at the beginning, there will be some people who will add others, but later on, everyone can just talk in the chat channel. Even if it is a private chat, there is no need to add friends or anything. Every position is precious and should be reserved for friends you trust. On Miracle Island, the ranking changes really fast. Qin Shan said. In just 2 or 3 hours, the lowest combat power of the top 100 people on the list had reached 50 points. The top 10 all have combat power of over 100. As for Song Yun, he has been squeezed out of the top 80 or 90 at this moment. If this trend does not stop, he may fail to make the list. It's not impossible. There are too many strong people today, which makes Qin Shan feel a little uneasy. This is probably not a good sign. But what does this have to do with him? Who dies and who survives at that time has nothing to do with him, as long as he is still alive. Faced with such a huge change, Emperor Xianyuan also had some small ideas. He contacted those who broke through one by one, intending to form an alliance with them to fight against the unknown danger together. And the leader of the alliance is naturally him. If possible, he would like to rely on these people to build a powerful empire. However, it seems impossible now. Those people are quite strong and he has no way to deal with them. I am afraid that as soon as this request is put forward, everyone will turn against each other. He was not in a hurry. As long as he became the leader of the alliance, his chance would come. Why bother? There will be opportunities in the future. Almost overnight, Emperor Xianyuan gathered 50 or 60 people and announced the birth of the Heavenly Alliance in a grand manner in the chat channel. There's an alliance made up of so many top 100 players on the list. I really want to join it. Joining the Heavenly Alliance will definitely help us avoid many dangers, but I don't know what price we will have to pay. Actually, I think there's no point in establishing an alliance right now. You can't go to other people's islands, and it's extremely inconvenient to say anything, and you can't create a group. That makes sense. I'll just wait. I heard that there is no Qin Shan boss in there. Is there a conflict between Emperor Qin Yuan and boss Qin Shan? Or what? Why is boss Qin Shan not here? We don't know about that. The sudden announcement of the Heavenly Alliance caused everyone to speculate, but to no avail. After all, this alliance was just a prototype. Emperor Qin Yuan, everyone can join our Heavenly Alliance. All you need to do is hand in 100 pieces of cloud stones every 10 days. This one is an announcement. Emperor Qin Yuan spent some resources to promote it across the entire region, and everyone can see it. But everyone who saw it began to hesitate. Chapter 78, the treasure map, is complete. Why would I join in this case? Can't I just keep it to expand the island? At this rate, I can only earn 200 or 300 marbles in 10 days at most. You actually want 100. I've never seen anyone so heartless. I wonder if boss Qin Shan will accept anyone? You're overthinking it. With boss Qin Shan's island, he alone is enough to form an alliance. He doesn't need to join forces with others. Such a large island, doesn't he need manpower to manage it? That seems to be the case, but I think the boss should have a solution. They were not impressed with the conditions proposed by the Heavenly Alliance. They were the capitalists who were exploiting them and wanted to get rich overnight. 100 yuan from one person, 1,000 from 10 people, and 10,000 yuan from 100 people. This was much more than collecting the money slowly by themselves. Few people are willing to waste resources to support those people. How can they just throw away the resources they have collected with great difficulty? No one is stupid. Moreover, when Emperor Qin Yuan and his men become more powerful, there will be no place for them to stay in this place. If they want to work for them, they have to offer actual benefits. It's definitely not possible to get something for nothing. How can you send them away just because they have a blank check? From this moment on, they finally knew the true colors of these people who were exploiting them in every possible way. Didn't you see that the leader of the list didn't say anything? They are here, planning to destroy themselves? There was no sign of any danger yet, and no one paid any attention to the announcement sent out by Emperor Qin Yuan, which was about 100 pieces of marble. Not to mention 100 pieces, there was not even 10 pieces. Emperor Xuanyuan's expression changed several times at this time. Those people chatted without any reservations and were very straightforward. They regarded themselves as capitalists. It was impossible for them to join his alliance. This made him very embarrassed. After all, he was the second strongest man on the combat power list, but he was actually criticized by these people. It would be strange if he was not angry, but he had no choice. Everyone is not in the same place, so no one can forcibly annex it. No one knows how dangerous the sea is. Qin Shan, Emperor Qin Yuan said, gritting his teeth. He now hates Qin Shan very much, because there is such a person weighing on his head, so those people choose to wait and see whether Qin Shan will also form an alliance. Now, the Heavenly Alliance that he had created seemed extremely useless. No one joined. There were only a few dozen of them. It was not too big, nor too small, and it was extremely inconvenient. He also asked those people if they could come to his island. Without a doubt, they were all rejected. Crossing thousands of miles of ocean to another strange place, no one knows what kind of dangers there will be. After all, Emperor Qin Yuan is much more powerful than them. Moreover, in this world, there is something called a contract card, who would put themselves in danger. In the end, Emperor Xuanyuan's wishful thinking was going to fail. Every time ended in disappointment, which made Emperor Qin Yuan even more angry towards Qin Shan. In his opinion, it was all Qin Shan's fault. If he had joined his alliance, there wouldn't have been so many problems. He would have ruled District 34 long ago. If he gathered everyone together, it would have been a horrible scene. It makes me excited just thinking about it, to rule over millions of people, but now, it's all in vain. At least, it is impossible to make that person surrender at the moment. Qin Shan didn't know about these, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. He didn't take Emperor Qin Yuan seriously at all. He just gave himself a name and thought he was the greatest emperor of all time. If that's the case, since his surname is Qin, can he be called Qin Shi Huang? If you have the time to think about these things, you might as well save some energy to improve yourself. Knowing that bad things may happen, you still have to improve your strength. Are you waiting to die? He can't stop people from talking, so he might as well keep his mouth shut and do his best. Of course, if others really bully him, he will not be polite to them. They are asking for trouble, and it has nothing to do with him. It's getting later and later. However, the momentum of breakthrough did not decrease, but instead increased sharply. Qin Shan did not continue to practice sword, but watched everything. So many people broke through, and they broke through in leaps and bounds. Does that mean that many people have obtained treasure maps, artifact fragments, and the like? This is the item he needs most right now. He doesn't need the treasure map. As long as all the treasure map fragments appear in this area, the thing will be activated, and he doesn't need to collect them. However, the mysterious altar and the artifact fragments are what he needs right now, and they can greatly enhance his strength. The Scarlet Sky Emperor's sword is a symbol of status. I don't know what special function it has. There is also a mysterious altar that can summon some terrifying creatures. Killing them or taming them will be a great help. As for the Jojo Ding that came with the treasure map, he believed that as long as there were no major accidents, no one would be able to compete with him for it. Even if the people on the list came together, he would not be afraid of them. On his island, there is a group of powerful practitioners. In terms of level, they are overwhelming. There is no way the other side can be his opponent. What's more, with a giant beast like the eel standing there, people can feel endless oppression. Notice to the whole area, there are currently 100 treasure maps that have been revealed. The Magic Cloud Secret Realm will be opened at 10 a.m. on January 11th of the survival calendar. All those who have treasure maps will be teleported to the Magic Cloud Secret Realm. One treasure map can be used by one person. Region-wide notice. It flashed 3 times in a row above the chat channel, and suddenly, the chat channel, which was originally somewhat harmonious, exploded. What is a treasure map? Why don't I have one? The Secret Realm of Demon Cloud? It sounds like an extraordinary place, but I wonder if it's dangerous. It's definitely dangerous. If a big shot goes there, everyone else will be dead. The Heavenly Alliance is purchasing the treasure map. Anyone interested can chat privately. Qin Shan clenched his fists. Is it finally opened? He has been waiting for this day for a long time. He has been waiting for this opportunity since he got the treasure map. He didn't expect that it would be opened at this time. He looked at the treasure map that was already activated and couldn't help feeling excited. Moreover, after activation, it has become untradeable. I have 55 fragments, which means I have to face 45 enemies, as well as the creatures from the Demon Cloud Secret Realm. With my strength, it shouldn't be difficult. Qin Shan murmured. Once we get to that place, anyone who dares to cause trouble will be made to disappear from this world. A treasure map represents a person, but there are not so many practitioners on Miracle Island now. He still has time. They will go there on the 11th day. There is no need to rush. Such a long time should be enough for some people to break through. Perhaps influenced by Wu Tai, these people were almost going crazy when they practiced, and they worked hard to practice and improve their strength so that they could stand in front of everyone. Otherwise, it really is nothing. Purchasing artifact fragments and mysterious altars. Sincere partners can contact us. Qin Shan also spent some resources and put it at the top of the chat channel. Oh my god, it's actually Boss Qin Shan. Is he also buying things? But speaking of which, what are these artifact fragments and the mysterious altar? You're asking this because you probably haven't opened the map yet. Lost treasure chests and pirate treasures are good things that can be found. What's the use? When the artifact fragments are gathered together, a weapon can be summoned. As for what level it is, that is unclear. However, it is very difficult to gather them all. As for the mysterious altar, it is too dangerous. It is better to trade it away. There is nothing dangerous about artifact fragments, and not many people are willing to trade them. But the mysterious altar is different. If you cannot deal with the ancient creatures summoned by yourself, it can be fatal. Chapter 79 Double Gain. With almost no effort, Qin Shan collected dozens of mysterious altars. There was no such thing as too many. The more the better. Every 100 could be summoned once, and it was not just once. As long as the other party is willing to sell and the price is right, he will choose to accept it. As for some greedy individuals who want to ask for an exorbitant price, he will directly block them and never cooperate with them. He doesn't lack a few people. What's more, as long as his sea area is large enough and there are enough pirates and lost treasure chests, then this kind of thing will no longer be a necessity and will be readily available. He has absolutely zero tolerance for that group of people. If they have no sincerity at all, then just let them rot in his hands, and he will collect them slowly. He is not in a hurry, and there is still tomorrow. As for those who were blocked, they went to the chat channel and said some unpleasant things. Qin Shan chose to ignore them. They were just clowns. Was there any need for him to say anything to them? There was absolutely no need. They just feel unhappy. What does it have to do with me? When he is strong enough, no one can shake him. What he wanted most now was to improve his strength and face a wider world, rather than staying here and talking such boring things with such a group of people. There is no point in arguing, and rumors will stop there. Haha. Some people might be shaken by their words, but more people come to trade with Qin Shan out of curiosity. The result is that as long as they cooperate sincerely, it will definitely be worth the money, and they will not be treated unfairly. They also understood that those who spoke ill of me were blocked by Qin Shan because they were asking for exorbitant prices. However, Qin Shan never argued with me from beginning to end, which made them respect me even more. The innocent are innocent. Why argue with them? It is meaningless. No one was going to say anything, but the people from the Heavenly Alliance took this opportunity to hype it up, but in the end, they got nothing. Although those who were blocked were upset, they were not completely brainless. This can only be said to be a small disturbance, and you really don't need to worry about it. The happiest person was Qin Shan. As expected, if you want to collect something, you can buy it from other people. It comes quickly, and you don't have to unpack it yourself. Let's stop here for today. I'll contact you again when I need you. Qin Shan typed a sentence on the chat channel. Some people who still wanted to take action suddenly had no way out. I still want to wait and see for a while, but who knows? Qin Shan actually doesn't want it. Then this thing will rot in my hands? They asked themselves. With their own strength, there is no way to summon ancient creatures. That's true. We can only wait for next time. 123 mysterious altars. Qin Shan murmured. He originally had 81, and now he has 42, enough to summon ancient creatures. But he can't do that now. Tomorrow is very important, and if he summons the ancient creatures now, it might disrupt his chances. This kind of thing can't be achieved overnight. Just take it slowly. And the stronger you are, the greater control you will have over this thing. Isn't that better? Of course, if he had time, he would summon without hesitation. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Today's harvest is still very good. The only pity is that we didn't get the fragments of the artifact. Come to think of it, with those people being so cautious now, how could they give this thing away? Just keep it for your own use. Just like the mysterious altar, if you collect 100 of them, you will have a chance to synthesize good things. There is no danger at all. Even if the process will be slow, there is still a chance after all. It's a magical tool. It sounds like a good thing. I just don't know what it is like specifically. After a while, it was already around 11 o'clock in the evening. It was quite late, but everyone found it difficult to fall asleep. In the last few hours of the day, too many changes had occurred. Especially the combat power list, which has undergone unprecedented changes, has attracted everyone's attention. Only at this point did the changes stop, or rather, the changes were no longer significant. I have to say, there are still many strong people in this area. The top 100 already have a combat power of over 80, which is much stronger than before today. But it is precisely because of this huge change that everyone feels uneasy. Normally, it was very difficult for them to practice, but now, they improved so much all of a sudden. They couldn't imagine what kind of disaster was waiting for them tomorrow that would increase their strength so much. The first place is still firmly secured by Qin Shan. Now, his combat power is as high as 280 points, which is more than 100 points ahead of the second place. This is a huge gap, enough for him to kill the second place in seconds. It can be said that in the early stage, about 10 points is a world of difference, but when everyone improves, such a gap can be ignored. But these more than 100 points are a bit too terrifying. I'm afraid that other people have never thought that Qin Shan's combat power will reach such a terrifying height. Moreover, this is nothing. He also has other powerful means that are enough to shock everyone. The second is still Emperor Xian Yuan, with 115 points of combat power. The third is Wanjin with 112 points, and the fourth is not Yupuopeo, but the Great Wizard. This person actually climbed his combat power to 110 points within one day. Obviously, this person has disappeared from the list for a long time, but now, he suddenly jumped up. It has to be said that the Great Wizard's opportunity is still not small, which allowed him to improve so much in an instant. The fifth is a person with the ID Qingying, who has never shown up. His combat power is also 110 points, but he broke through late, so he can only rank behind. Under equal combat power, the one who reaches the highest position will be the first. The sixth is the Flame God of War, with a combat power of 108. Like Qingying, he is an unknown person, but soon these two names will probably become the existence that others look up to. Being able to awaken powerful bloodlines shows that they are not simple people, otherwise, they would not have improved so much in an instant. The seventh is Yu Pao Pao. She was originally ranked second, but in just a few hours, she was squeezed to seventh. If she doesn't work hard to become stronger, this advantage will be gone. The combat power of 80, 90, and 10 is also the same, but Yu Bubble is the one who gets hit first, and the others can only wait in line. The top 20 are all strong men with combat power reaching 3 digits, but the gap is not very big, just average. 21 to 100 is even simpler, fluctuating between 80 and 99 points. Such strength is not a big problem for Qin Shan. He can kill them as long as he wants. Moreover, just today, after Wu Tai broke through to the first level of body refining, he specially gave them bloodline evolution stones. Their combat power increased rapidly. Not only did they possess first-level bloodlines, they basically broke through to the second level, and they also learned some martial arts. In other words, just today, Qin Shan created 5 Xianyuan emperors, so what is there for him to be afraid of? Moreover, doing so is also to motivate others to practice hard and break through earlier, for there will be rewards. Otherwise, the gap between them and others will become larger and larger, and in the end, it may be a world of difference that they can never surpass. Qin Shan was quite looking forward to the upcoming 10th day. It might be a disaster to others, but it was an opportunity to him. If others couldn't do something, he would handle it. Their good things would naturally belong to Qin Shan. It was late at night, and everyone had quieted down a bit. Even if they couldn't sleep, they would just stare blankly on their islands. Qin Shan, on the other hand, had a good sleep. At least, on the 9th day, the harvest was still gratifying. There was no conversation all night until dawn. Dawn had broken in the sky, and the sun was shining. The 10th day that Qin Shan had been waiting for had arrived. Just at this moment, a reminder woke him up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and became awake instantly. The hand of technology is triggered, gaining double the gain buff. Chapter 80. The mysterious man reappears. Terrifying news. Double gain. The hand of technology is beyond belief. Qin Shan was astonished. When he woke up, the hand of technology was actually triggered in such a strange way. He was not prepared at all. But it's also good, and it should be of great help to today's gains. Island Spirit, haven't we completed the exploration today? Qin Shan asked. Normally at this time of year, maps, daily resources, and the like would all be ready, but now nothing had happened, which made him wonder. Could it be that they didn't gain anything today? Then what's the point of his double gain? Master, a strong man has punished us. All the cloud hearts have lost their effects, said the island spirit. It can't be that person, Qin Shan thought. Apart from the person who pulled them over, he really couldn't figure out who else could stand above him. If it was him, then everything would make sense. Then he stood up immediately and woke everyone up. Since it was the other party's fault, there was no point in them worrying about it. It's not just Qin Shan, it's the same for others. The daily treasure chests no longer refreshed. He asked the Beast King and the others, and they said that since last night, even places like the woods and mountains had not had any resources refreshed. However, Lingmai Gobi is an exception. It still produces spirit stones. That's because these spirit stones are not refreshed products, but products of Linglingi and others, so they can naturally be refreshed normally. Island Master, why is nothing refreshed? Yin asked. As soon as he came here, he saw Qin Shan silent, as if something bad had happened. Everyone is waiting quietly. Today is a little different, Qin Shan said. He also didn't know what that person was trying to do, so he could only wait. That person's realm was obviously beyond their ability to guess. The same is true for all those who have woken up. They're also waiting. Since the cloud heart no longer works, no matter how anxious they are, it will be useless. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the world changed drastically, and everyone could feel a powerful pressure appearing above their heads. Finally, a cloud was formed, and then human voices were heard coming from the cloud. Congratulations, you are alive today. Today you will accept a challenge. Only those who survive will have the opportunity to learn the secrets of this world. Everything I am going to say now, you must keep in mind, it is related to your future development. First, the battle power list will be fully open, and everyone can explore the battle power of those on the list. Second, after today, every 10 adjacent districts will be merged to form a new district. This means that the number of people in each district will increase rapidly. Third, the upper limit of the cultivation realm is raised. The highest level you can cultivate is the 9th level of body refinement. However, considering your strength, it will probably take quite a while to cultivate to the 9th level. You are too weak. Work hard to increase your strength. After all, this world is not as simple as you think. Fourth, the national destiny is competing for the dragon. You can figure out what it is on your own. Fifth, open the group chat. You can form your own small team. However, I still suggest that you do not create a group chat easily. Once it is created, other people in the same group chat can view the location of your cloud island. Sixth, the sea is very dangerous. The stronger you are, the more likely you are to be attacked by terrorists if you leave your own waters. Seventh, the novice period is over. Starting tomorrow, a large number of creatures will appear in the ocean. They will attack your island at any time. The larger the island, the more likely it will be attacked. They will attack all the time and without stopping. Eighth, starting tomorrow, the map function will be greatly improved, which will speed up the exploration. Of course, you may also encounter many powerful creatures. You can choose and discard them at the drop of a hat. Ninth, the secret realms and unknown areas are fully opened. As long as you are strong enough, you can enter the sea and look for more opportunities. 10th, at exactly midnight tonight, all survivors who have not yet broken through to the body refining stage will be eliminated and leave this world. 10 messages, but everyone's reaction is different. Tomorrow, their area will welcome strong men from other areas, and the combat power list will be able to be viewed. There will also be an increase in the upper limit of the cultivation realm, but this has nothing to do with them, as they are still at the 1st or 2nd level, and they don't even know what the upper limit is now. What the National Destiny competition is even more unknown, and we don't even have any idea at all. As for the 5th point, many people were looking forward to the emergence of a group chat function before, but now they are afraid that it might expose their location, which makes them think carefully. Everyone is on their own island, so they don't have to worry about anything. If their island is exposed to others, can they still be so free? Will they be attacked and taken over by others? Can the so-called alliance really withstand this kind of test? Don't let it capsize in the gutter. Just ask yourself, how many people in this world are willing to hand over their lives to others? Like before, those who had formed an alliance with Emperor Xianyuan now had the idea of retreating. After that person left, Emperor Xianyuan would definitely ask them to join his group chat. With that person's strength, if he really came to their island, resistance would be impossible. Sure enough, new things that appear are not good things. They can even kill you. However, the emergence of group chats is inevitable. It is impossible for them to be alone forever and develop on their own. There will always be a time to reunite, and that is the golden age of cultivation. After all, the power of one person is limited. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly that no one could react. Article 6. Even without any warning, they all know that the sea is very dangerous. Except for some people who take unconventional measures, no one is willing to take the risk of going to the sea. As for the 7th point, it made many people breathe faster. Attack Cloud Island all the time and without stopping. The bigger the island, the higher the frequency of attacks. This will force them to become stronger. If they don't, they may not be able to defeat the sea beasts. That's why there were not many marine life before. It seems to be for their own good. Otherwise, many people would have been killed by sea beasts by now. There are only about 950,000 people in District 34 now. In the past 9 days, 50,000 people have died. This number is quite terrifying. The 8th and 9th ones are considered a benefit given to them. The map functions are improved, and secret realms will appear in the deep sea. These are things that can increase their strength in disguise, but if things go wrong, they will all die in the sea. However, what really made everyone despair was the 10th item. This is a truly terrifying rule. At midnight tonight, all those who have not broken through the body refining realm will be eliminated. They will not return to their previous world, but will be completely wiped out. This is too cruel. Less than half of the people in District 34 have truly achieved a breakthrough. If they were eliminated, at least 500,000 people would die. No wonder so many people had such a surge in combat power yesterday. Just yesterday, the number of new people who had reached the first level of body refining had reached 200,000. Fear spread instantly. The other party was sentencing them to death in disguise. Those who showed no signs of breakthrough smiled bitterly. There were only a dozen hours left. Could they still break through? This was a question. But what they thought had nothing to do with the person above. The other party's cold attitude was beyond their imagination. God knows what kind of person he was. When they were complaining, that person spoke again, but this time, everyone's heart was lifted again. I think you have almost digested it. Then, you will face the attack on the 10th day. This is also a test of your strength. Even if you have broken through the body refining realm, you may not be safe. First, a large number of sea beasts will attack the island today. Chapter 81 Prelude to Attack. First, a large number of sea beasts will attack the island today. Killing them will bring many benefits. It is a great opportunity for you to accumulate resources and expand the island. Ordinary sea beasts will only drop basic resources, including cloud stone, spirit gold, etc. Secondly, after killing a certain number of ordinary sea beasts, you will enter the 2nd stage, where a large number of elite sea beasts will spawn. Their strength will be generally stronger than ordinary sea beasts, and they will carry more resources. Killing them will drop blood evolution stones, energy stones, spirit stones, first-level item templates, first-level martial arts, and basic resources. Third, after killing a certain number of elite sea beasts, you will enter the 3rd stage, where 100 bosses will appear. Kill them to obtain boss treasure chests, and open them to receive high rewards. Fourth, in addition to reaching the kill count, at 2 p.m., we will enter the 2nd stage. At 6 p.m., we will enter the 3rd stage. At 8 p.m., the final battlefield will begin. The bronze octopus will descend on the battlefield. Everyone can attack. If you kill someone, you will be ranked based on the damage done and receive a reward. If you fail to kill someone, no one will gain anything. Well, have fun everyone. There are still 10 minutes until the sea beast arrives at the battlefield. The strange phenomenon in the sky disappeared instantly, and everything returned to its normal state. But now, everyone's minds are filled with unrest. This time, the other party is serious. There will be a major purge of those who do not work hard to improve their strength. I'm afraid the same is true in other regions. I don't know how many people will die today. It is not feasible to fish in troubled waters. You must make yourself strong and look for opportunities to break through. Otherwise, there will be nothing left. Without even having the chance to leave behind a name, it turned into bubbles and disappeared. This guy really knows how to have fun. The corners of Qin Shan's mouth twitched. He was not in a hurry for today, because his strength was strong enough, and he didn't worry about these things at all. As for the bronze octopus that the other party mentioned at the end, it is quite interesting. He saw the one with a prefix, which was Ghost Vine. He thought that the strength should not be too bad. After all, it would require people from the entire district to work together to conquer the big boss, which should not be that easy. Even though it is not as powerful as the ghost vine, it still takes a lot of time to kill it, so he must hurry up. I just don't know if he can get this thing out in advance. He checked his mission. If he wanted to enter the second stage, he had to kill more than 1 million ordinary sea beasts. Qin Shan was definitely not worried about this. He had the confidence that he could kill these things quickly. It's just that their levels are too low. After killing them, you will be given basic resources at most. For their buffs, the best one in the first stage is the marble. I just don't know whether this thing is bound to explode or just a random drop. Everyone get ready, rush to the beach immediately and prepare for battle, Qin Shan said. This time, he even called the Beast King and the others over. Within the scope of Miracle Island, everyone's strength will be even higher. Yes, Island Master. After that, everyone rushed to the beach with great enthusiasm. Island Master, wait, do you need my help? Guiting asked. Although it didn't quite understand what that thing that appeared in the sky was, looking at the expressions of Qin Shan and the others, it was probably not a good thing as they had mobilized so many people. Moreover, it is also recovering on Qin Shan Island, so it may be making some contribution. Island Spirit, is there any reward for the ghost vine killing the sea beast? Qin Shan asked. With the strength of the ghost vine, they can easily kill the sea beast, but if that doesn't work, then just leave it to them to do it themselves. Master, no, it is not the life of Miracle Island. The Island Spirit replied. Qin Shan felt a little disappointed, but this was understandable. Otherwise, he would not be facing just a few sea beasts, but many more. No need, just heal here, we can handle it, Qin Shan said. He did want to, but the other party did not allow him to use such a big bug. After all, with the strength of the ghost vine, it could even kill the octopus easily, and that would not achieve the other party's goal. Qin Shan didn't care about other things, but he cared a lot about the Cloud Stone, Spirit Stone, Template, martial arts, and the like. These were things that could improve Miracle Island and could not be missed. I could only reject Gui Teng's request. Okay, call me if you need me, Gui Teng said, a little disappointed. It's a pity that I couldn't fight side by side with Qin Shan and others. This is an inspection of our island by that person. If you are not an island creature and you participate, it will break the rules and all the rewards will be lost, Qin Shan explained. So that's how it is, said Gui Teng. I won't force it. As for joining Qin Shan's island, I'm afraid that's not possible. At least now, there is no reason for it to join Miracle Island. They just take what they need. Qin Shan didn't care, but took everyone to the beach and waited for the arrival of the sea beasts in 10 minutes. Join Miracle Island? It's not impossible, but we have to see if you have the ability, Ghostvine murmured. It has not been here for long, but it can feel the peculiarity of this place. It is much more comfortable than the deep sea. However, this is far from meeting its requirements. Let's take another look. Anyway, you will soon be able to see the strangeness of these people. Except for them, people in other places also showed different expressions. There are still 10 minutes left, and everyone is communicating in the chat channel. Have you seen the battle strength list? Not yet. What's wrong? Shouldn't we be preparing to resist sea monsters now? I can see that you don't often pay attention to the chat channel. Don't you want to know how much combat power Qin Shan has? After being reminded by him, the others finally realized that Qin Shan had always been too mysterious and they had no idea what the other party was like. Just in time, with the arrival of the mysterious man, this restriction was lifted and they were naturally able to see Qin Shan's combat power. Even if it was just a number, it still attracted many people. Oh my god, 280 points of combat power, 165 points more than the second one. Oh my god, Boss Qin Shan is actually at the 4th level of body refining and has a 2nd level bloodline. I think that the mysterious person who mentioned removing the upper limit of the cultivation realm should be referring to Boss Qin Shan. That's not right. Even if it's a 2nd level bloodline, it only has 200 combat power. The 4th level of body refining only has 20 combat power points. So where is the remaining 60 combat power points? Do you think the boss is lacking in martial arts? I don't really care about this now. How many sea beasts are you targeting in the first phase of your mission? Same question, mine is 500. Why are there 600 of mine? Stupid. Wah, I only have 200 of them. It's a huge profit. This should be related to strength. In an instant, those laughing people stopped talking because their strength was indeed very low, and there was nothing worth being complacent about. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's think about how to deal with the sea beast. A few hours should be enough. What I care about now is breaking through the 1st level of body refining. Otherwise, I won't know how I died. That's right. As long as we can hold on until the 2nd stage and get the energy stone, we will have a chance to break through. Only death can put the greatest pressure on them. Anyone's words can be ignored, but that mysterious person must not be ignored. How can a ruthless person who can move himself to this place speak casually? When the time comes, if he asks them to disappear, they will really disappear. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to kill sea beasts, obtain more resources, and improve your strength. This is the real thing. In an instant, the chat channel fell silent, and no one spoke anymore. Like Qin Shan, they all went to the direction where the sea beast was about to attack. Compared with them, Qin Shan's side is simply hell-level difficulty. The number is 1 million, and it is really difficult to do it without powerful means. On the Miracle Island, there are eels and big rays in the sea, and Arc 1 is on the sea, ready to fight at any time. Many strong men are deployed on it. Chapter 82 Phase 1. Qin Shan stood at the bow, his eyes full of anticipation. Isn't it just 1 million sea beasts? What's so scary about that? The more the better. This way, their group attack martial arts can play a huge role. His thunderous power was ready at any time, and he only needed to wait until the opponent came into the attack range. As for why it was not kept to deal with elite sea beasts, there is a reason. Thunderous power looks terrifying, but its basic attack power is very low, and it does not have much effect on elite sea beasts. On the contrary, it will be of great benefit against ordinary sea beasts. It can destroy a large number of sea beasts in an instant, saving them a lot of time. This is the most important thing. He needs to acquire more resources as quickly as possible. He was very greedy. If he could become fat in an instant, he would do it without hesitation. Time passes by little. 10 minutes are up. Huge waves appeared on the sea, and what could be seen were countless sea beasts, whose names could not be told. Some of them were old acquaintances of Qin Shan. After all, he killed them every day. But now, the other side has formed a huge tide of sea beasts, which is still very spectacular. It's just their strength that is hard to describe. From what Qin Shan could see, their strength was very poor, at most at the first level. There were even some that didn't even have a rank. They were really ordinary sea beasts. No joke at all. But as long as they can contribute resources to him, that's enough. He doesn't have high requirements for anything else. Yun, you and I will join forces. Everyone else, pay attention to attacking. Those who have range martial arts will be attacked first. Qin Shan said. He must make a concerted effort to complete this first stage. Yes. They were waiting for the sea monster to approach. Spiritual witch bloodline. Qin Shan moved, strengthening his body and improving it. Otherwise, he would become a useless man after using his thunderous power. The second-level spiritual witch bloodline, after being activated, increases physical strength by 20 times, lasts for 1 hour, and weakens the body for 1 hour. This is already a significant improvement. It allows him to unleash even more terrifying power. Clouds, a formation covering the sea. Qin Shan said. Sea covering array. Yin did not hesitate and immediately controlled the sea beasts that were rushing over, trying to make as many of them as possible land in one area. Thunderous. In an instant, a huge thunder field appeared above the sea covering formation, enveloping the sea beasts. In an instant, everyone saw densely packed damage values. Oh my god, what kind of martial arts is this? It's so scary. Is this the strength of the island master? Seeing this scene, many islanders felt extremely excited. If they could become like the island owner, they would not be afraid of these things invading their island. They are determined to become stronger, so Qin Shan is naturally the happiest. They are loyal to him, so the stronger they are, the better, which can provide him with many conveniences. 10 seconds later, the thunder area disappeared, and the original place became an open space. Island Spirit, how is the mission progressing? Qin Shan asked. 58,000. Not bad. Qin Shan showed a satisfied smile. It was indeed a magical skill. It was too powerful for these ordinary sea beasts. In one go, it killed more than 50,000, a terrifying number of nearly 60,000. You know, thunderous power only has 100,000 attacks, which means that on average, it takes less than 2 attacks to kill a sea beast. Next to the totem. Is this the ability of the survivors? If their strength is improved, it will be even more terrifying. They are really a group of people with unique talents. Ghostvine murmured. Although it was not at the seaside, it could see clearly that the martial arts had caused too many casualties. Moreover, it also knew that there were several terrifying creatures underwater that could kill these sea beasts at extremely fast speeds. There will be no suspense in this first round of attack, but I don't know how long it will take Qin Shan to deal with these things. It just watches from the side and doesn't need to worry about anything. What's more, Qin Shan doesn't want it to intervene. Perhaps, this situation is an opportunity for these survivors. Of course, if Qin Shan asks it, it will also take action. Just a group of ordinary sea beasts, they can be easily destroyed. It has absolute confidence that it can kill sea beasts. Its strength is there, so it's no wonder. After all, its body is too huge. It wouldn't be difficult to create a tree world and strangle all these things to death. If we talk about the most terrifying creatures, it is definitely not this kind of large beast tide, but those sea beasts with special abilities. Numbers have no advantage in front of them. On the contrary, it can increase their strength. Just tell me, isn't it infuriating? Everyone, attack freely. Qin Shan said. The thunderous power that can only be used once a day suddenly feels not enough. If it could be used more times, it would be perfect, but how can such a good thing happen in this world? He was able to kill more than 50,000 sea beasts in an instant, which was already a very powerful martial art. If he really had it, he would have to improve his strength. Moreover, he killed so many sea beasts, and the island spirit gave him countless hints, saying that he had obtained something, and the word ×2 appeared behind each one. The resources he obtained today were doubled. I felt inexplicably happy in my heart. With the double effect, even if the marble is not bound to explode, he can still get hundreds of thousands of marbles. In this first stage alone, he has made a huge profit. Of course, this is far from enough. This only provides basic resources. Apart from being able to expand the area, it is of no use. Other buildings still need to be built. The second and third stages become very important, as they can bring you a lot of benefits. 3 Pure One's Immortal Light. 10 Direction Killing Formation. Hunyuan Qi. Thunder. With their ridiculously powerful martial arts, they attacked the sea beasts recklessly. Anyone who approached the ship would be killed by ordinary people. The battle was extremely brutal for a while. Fortunately, they have the blessing of totems and holy objects, so it is not so easy to die. What's more, those who can run over are just ordinary sea beasts, just to let these people adapt. Qin Shan couldn't possibly let them die in the beast tide. These were his own team. If one of them died, he would be heartbroken for a long time. They had already received the baptism of the body refining technique, and it wouldn't be long before they would break through to the first level of body refining. 10 minutes later, more than 100,000 sea beasts had been killed on Miracle Island. However, seeing the endless tide of beasts, Qin Shan couldn't help but sigh. This thing was really troublesome. So many were sent to him. Let me ask, is there anyone who has such treatment as himself? In the sea, the eels rolled over a few times and disrupted their formation. With such a huge body, a single movement could suppress most of their strength. In front of Man, the strength they could exert was only 1/10 of what they had. This battle was almost one-sided. The sea beasts had no chance of resistance. The most time-wasting thing is the terrifying number of the enemy. Even though they have powerful martial arts, there are only a few of them that can have a wide range. Most of them are single-target attacks, killing one at a time, and the speed is very slow. Even if they were standing there letting you kill them one by one, you would need to swing the sword 1,000,000 times, and you would be numb. I have broken through to the first level of physical training. Finally, Qin Shan heard a voice, and it was good news. In the high-intensity battle, someone broke through the shackles, separated from the mortal team, and stepped into the first stage of body refining. It had a very powerful enhancement on them, and they could deal with many things easily. I'm not worse than you. I'm about to break through too. Then you better be steady and don't let us overtake you. The others are naturally unwilling to accept this. We are only ahead temporarily. Next, it is our turn to make an effort. After being stimulated, these people worked harder and broke through in battle. This was the best way to hone their strength, and they did not need to worry about an unstable foundation. Sure enough, as time went by, more and more people achieved breakthroughs in the battle. Except for children under the age of 15 who were not allowed to participate in this war, everyone came, and their gains were gratifying. Chapter 83. A Sword Shocks the World. After the breakthrough, no one wasted time, and everyone joined the battlefield. However, their opponents had become first-level sea beasts, and only by fighting against opponents of the same level could they hone their strength. As for those ordinary sea beasts, they will be handed over to those who have not yet made a breakthrough, so that they can grow quickly. What Miracle Island needs is a miracle. After everyone's strength is improved, the island becomes stronger and there are more things that can be done. Next to the totem, Gui Tung was watching with great interest. Miracle Island once again refreshed its cognition. So many people broke through in the battle, and each of them was extraordinary. If it weren't for his own strength, it would have been difficult for him to fight against Qin Shan and others of the same level. I like Miracle Island more and more. What should I do? Said Gui Tung. It didn't expect that it would actually start to like this island. It really is just like its name, creating miracles everywhere. So many sea beasts failed to scare them away. Instead, they became even more courageous and vowed to kill all the enemies. Strong force, soul harvesting. While the blessing of the spiritual witch bloodline was still there, Qin Shan used all the martial arts he could perform. As for the Jinghong sword Qi, he did not use it for the time being. He was waiting until these passive skills were refreshed to a terrifying value before using them. The thing that helps him the most is the super bug passive of Infinite Chaos, which can increase his combat power by hundreds or thousands. However, this requires a process for him to stack the passive. There are 4 effects in total, for layers at a time, and the attack speed is getting faster and faster. The number of stacked layers will reach a terrifying height. In a blink of an eye, they had been fighting for about 30 minutes. At this time, Qin Shan's passive ability had been stacked to a terrifying 100,000 layers. The aura on his body was several times more terrifying than that of an eel. With just one sword strike, he could kill a sea beast. The ghost vine's pupils contracted as it felt tremendous pressure. Qin Shan now looked a little strange. It could feel that there was terrifying energy hidden in Qin Shan's body that even it could not stop. What's happening to him? How come he gets stronger as the battle goes on? Gui Teng was shocked. It's only been 1 day. How come such a change happened? What it didn't know was that this required the superposition of a passive ability. Otherwise, Qin Shan would not have been able to reach such a terrifying level. Moreover, as long as you leave the battle, these passive abilities will be reset to 0. It would be great if you could really maintain this state. Unfortunately, this world does not allow it. Otherwise, he would really have the possibility to go to the deep sea and challenge those terrifying overlord-level creatures with the strength of the 4th level of body refining. Now he just needs to think about it. There will always be such a day, and he doesn't need to worry about it now. He should first get through the current difficulties in darkness. Sea covering formation. The blue star, the mountains and rivers. Yun and Washu started to exert their strength again. With their terrifying means of amplification, they can not only cause great trouble to the enemy, but also enhance the strength of their own people. With the support of many parties, even if they are at the 1st level of body refining, they can exert the combat power of the 2nd level, which is truly terrifying. The ark's hull had been severely damaged. In this kind of battle, the figurehead was completely useless and could not allow them to evade at all, and the attacks were extremely fierce. But whenever the losses reached a certain level, Qin Shan would restore the Arkansas. This was a line of defense, and they would prevent sea beasts from crossing this line and attacking their island. How could they destroy the Yun Island that was built with great difficulty? It is easy to repair a boat, but if so many buildings on the island were destroyed, Qin Shan would have to hide in a corner and wipe his tears. He had spent countless efforts to build them, so how could he let them be destroyed so easily? The sea beasts were unable to cross this line of defense, making them very angry and becoming more and more crazy. It used to take 5 minutes to repair, but now it takes 1 minute to repair. At the beginning, they were just ordinary sea beasts rushing in the front, but at the end, they were basically 1st-level beasts, mixed in with a small number of 2nd-level sea beasts, whose strength was just barely acceptable. But for others, this is a disaster. If you don't even have the 2nd level, and you encounter the 2nd level, there is no way you can win. Fortunately, they were lucky and did not encounter such a terrible disaster like Qin Shan. The lower the strength, the fewer disasters they would encounter. Even those who had no cultivation only encountered dozens of them. If they couldn't get through this, then they would die, and they could only blame themselves for not working hard enough. The time for the spiritual witch bloodline is almost up. Everyone, get back to the boat immediately, Qin Shan said. He wanted to use his stunning sword energy to inflict heavy damage on these sea beasts. As for whether he could kill them all, he didn't know. If he couldn't, he would just leave it to others. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. They have killed more than 600,000 sea beasts. The deep sea has been dyed red, and everyone is exhausted and almost collapsed. Such a large number of sea beasts is also a test for them, but they are confident that as long as they are given enough time, they will be able to kill these sea beasts and prevent them from invading the island again. Qin Shan has already asked them to retreat, so there is no need to fight with the sea beasts. It only took a minute for everyone to get back on the boat. Behind them were a huge number of sea beasts. Seeing that no one was stopping them, they became even happier and pounced on them ferociously. As long as they could sink the ark, they could then sweep across the miracle island behind the ark with impunity. The ghost vine was ready to attack at any time. Could Qin Shan really stop so many sea beasts by himself? Although this human was indeed unusual, Qin Shan's power at this time had reached a terrifying level. 300,000 layers of true damage, bleeding, attack speed, and dodge, which add up to 1,200,000 layers. Are you ready, little bastards? A hint of evil appeared at the corner of Qin Shan's mouth. After dozens of minutes of superposition, he had gained 1.2 million layers of gain. He didn't know how powerful it would be if all of this was added to the Jinghong sword Qi, but it would be terrifying anyway. Qin Shan clenched the sword in his hand and looked at the sea beast rushing towards him with cold eyes. The next moment, shock, Hong, sword, Qi. Qin Shan roared, swung his sword, and a huge sword energy swept out. The sword energy was 500 meters long and swept across the sea ahead. And with an extremely fast gap, it slashed straight towards the group of sea beasts. The sea beasts they encountered on the way were instantly turned into ashes. This was an attack with 1.2 million layers of buff, which was beyond their ability to block. After unleashing the Jingong sword energy, Qin Shan's aura instantly weakened. The blessing of the spiritual witch bloodline wore off, and what followed was a period of severe weakness. The aura on his body returned to its previous state, and then quickly descended and landed on the Ark. Island owner. Everyone exclaimed, thinking that something had happened to Qin Shan. Don't worry, I'm fine. Next, let's take a look at this stunning sword energy, Qin Shan said. The Jingong sword energy was still moving straight forward with no intention of stopping. This was a strike that had condensed his extremely powerful strength, and its power was undoubtedly worthy of recognition. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sea beasts were killed one after another. No matter whether they were level 1 or level 2, they were directly cut into pieces and could not be stopped at all. 10 seconds later, the Jingong sword energy had traveled 10,000 meters away and then disappeared. In an instant, countless corpses were scattered on the sea, most of which were cut in half. This attack directly took the lives of nearly 400,000 sea beasts. This was the destructive power brought about by the superposition of terrifying gains. This was a harvest feast, and the sea beasts were no match for them at all. The Island Master is mighty. The Island Master is invincible. After a short silence, everyone burst into loud cheers. This was their Island Master, a man who was extremely powerful. No matter how many sea beasts there were, what could they do? The Island Master only needed one sword to kill them all. At this moment, they felt the honor of being part of Miracle Island. Chapter 84. Ghostvine returns. Master, you have completed the first phase of the sea beast attack ahead of schedule. The second phase of the sea beast will arrive in an hour, said the island spirit. Qin Shan was well prepared for this. He just wanted to finish the previous battle as soon as possible. To deal with the last octopus, it would be another tough battle that required people from the entire district to fight. I'm afraid the blood volume of this octopus would be terrifying and it would not be so easy to kill it. This is a headache for him. If he can get out earlier, he will have more time to kill the octopus. If that doesn't work, he can also reduce a lot of its health and wait for others to come and attack. Even if they can't help, at least they can gather some numbers. After all the sea beasts were killed, the rewards were calculated, and because of the double gain, the resources he obtained reached 2 million. However, even with the double gain, he only obtained 200,000 cloud stones. The rest were spiritual gold, spiritual wood and the like, which could be said to be very little. But this battle actually made the area of the island increase exponentially, which was something he had not expected. He only had more than 130,000 square meters now, and he gained 200,000 at once. For a moment, he didn't know how to build the island. The only buildings that needed to be built were some ordinary stone houses. More of it can be kept for evolving the terrain. He doesn't need so much land now, so he can wait until he needs it in the future. What's more, there are still rewards for the second, third, and fourth stages that I haven't gotten yet. That would be a terrifying number. Expand the island. Qin Shan threw all the marble down without hesitation. This time, it is an opportunity to get rich quickly. As for how much the evolution of the island will be accelerated, he doesn't need to worry about it. Even if powerful creatures are really refreshed, he is confident that he can take them down. This is his own island, and he will not allow anyone to cause trouble in this area. In just a moment, the size of the island more than doubled. More than 233,000, which is already very large. It's completely a small island. If you come here a few more times, the Pioneer Medal can be upgraded to the 4th level. Qin Shan was very satisfied with his current achievements. In just over an hour, he had obtained more marble than the total amount he had obtained before. This is... Gui Ting looked at all this in horror. Now, it truly felt the horror of Cloud Island. As the area of the island increased, he could feel that the power of the island had increased a lot, and there were many things he didn't know. Maybe I should talk to him, Gui Ting murmured. All of a sudden, the island has expanded so much, which is worth its deep consideration. Perhaps, this person can create a miracle. Who knows? Thinking of this, it became more determined. Island Master, Miracle Island has expanded so much. Everyone spoke up, and it was obvious that they had also felt it. Moreover, with such a big commotion, the area of expansion must be quite large. Yes, the expansion has been expanded by 200,000 square meters, Qin Shan said. There was an unstoppable smile on his face. He also didn't expect that he would expand so much at once. Others are still worried that the evolution speed is too fast and what to do if their strength is not enough. But when it comes to Qin Shan, there is no need to worry about these things at all. He dares to suppress any evil spirits that dare to cause trouble. Nowadays, Qin Shan has strong monitoring capabilities for the wild beasts in various terrains and does not allow them to act recklessly. Moreover, Maybe these wild beasts will be able to cultivate well in the future and can be used as combat units. Otherwise, why would Qin Shan let them grow freely? Isn't this just making things difficult for yourself? There was shock on everyone's face. They knew that the island had been expanded, but they had not expected that it had been expanded so much. Next, they would be busy. Even if they wanted to explore the entire island, it would take a long time. Now they are all somewhat eager to get more people to help them collect resources. Okay, everyone, let's recover our strength first. In another hour, more sea beasts will arrive. Qin Shan said. The second round of attacks will be from elite sea beasts, but we don't know how many there are and what level of strength they are. But it certainly won't be too bad. In the third stage, there are 100 bosses, so the second round shouldn't be too bad. Fortunately, this boss is shared by the entire area, and it does not require a single person to face so many bosses. The entire area is so large that Qin Shan does not know where these guys will refresh. He can only do his best to eliminate more bosses and obtain more resources. War and plunder are the fastest way to obtain resources. Although it is a bit cruel, so what? He doesn't care what others think, as long as he can get it. Moreover, he also has Big Manta, 2 Manta, and Eel. These 3 have high movement speed and can quickly go to the area where another boss is located. As long as his speed is fast enough, he can kill the most enemies. It's not to reduce the burden on others, but he needs resources. Since he has the ability, why not give himself a chance? Of course, Qin Shan would never tell these things to anyone else. Good things are in your own hands. No one said anything more and just stayed where they were to heal their wounds. There was no need to go too far as they still had to wait until the enemy came again. Today was not over yet. Even without those resources, they can still make a fortune with these sea beasts. Next to the totem is the resting place for everyone. It is most beneficial for them to recover here, because the power of faith is strongest here. Half an hour later, Qin Shan had recovered. Even the weak period was shortened by half under the cleansing of the power of faith. Originally, the weak period lasted for 1 hour, but here, half an hour was enough. It was also because his bloodline level was not high. Otherwise, relying on the power of faith alone, it would not be so easy for him to recover. Island Master, I think we need to talk, Guiteng said when he saw Qin Shan waking up. This made Qin Shan a little surprised. What did he and Guiteng want to talk about? What's wrong? Is there anything you need? Qin Shan asked. Now, his mind is full of thoughts on how to kill the boss as quickly as possible. It's like this. I think Miracle Island is pretty good. I wonder if I can stay here, said Guiteng. It was actually a little nervous in its heart, fearing that Qin Shan would reject it. In just a few dozen hours, he deeply experienced the magic of this island. It not only has powerful recovery effects, but also has extremely strong cultivation effects. However, it did not experience it. It only enjoyed the baptism of the power of faith. But it has seen the changes in other people. This should be caused by its identity as an outsider, it thought. Only after seeing Qin Shan recover did he tell him what he was thinking. It had a feeling that if it practiced here, it would be much faster than devouring other sea beasts in the deep sea, and it would not take long before it could break through to the next realm. I was just a little worried that Qin Shan would reject my request. At this moment, it no longer puts itself in a superior position. Maybe Qin Shan is very weak now, but one day, his strength will surpass its own. You want to join Miracle Island? Qin Shan said in shock. This was something he had not expected, and he was naturally very happy that the Ghost Vine could join. Yes, I've thought about it. Your Miracle Island is a little different and can help me, said Guiteng. It would not tell Qin Shan because it was frightened by Qin Shan's terrifying strength just now. You are very welcome. With your help, Miracle Island will become more powerful, Qin Shan said. If I join, what I need to do? Asked Guiteng. Just help us fight the sea beasts later. If you don't have anything to do normally, you can practice here, Qin Shan said. Good. The Ghost Vine nodded, and Qin Shan asked the island spirit to register it among the creatures of the island. From then on, it became a member of the Miracle Island. After realizing that he was endowed with a layer of strange stuff, Guiteng felt the many enhancements he had on the Miracle Island. He was shocked. No wonder Qin Shan and the others were so powerful. He really came to the right place. Chapter 85: The Arrival of the Tree World. After feeling the magic of the power of faith, Qin Shan became more and more interested in the totem, thinking that he must turn this thing into a sacred object in the future, wondering what kind of magical changes it would bring. In short, it won't be too bad. In this way, he will have 2 holy objects, each of which is extremely powerful. After getting enough rest, everyone returned to the beach again, waiting for the arrival of the second phase of enemies. While they were waiting, others were still fighting hard. I'm afraid there are not many people who can complete the task before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Even though the number of sea beasts they face is small, considering their strength, it will be like this. Such a long time has passed, and they haven't even made a breakthrough to the body refining realm, which is really a disgrace to the survivors. The biggest possibility is that they dare not fight the sea beasts, so that they have remained in the mortal realm for so many days. However, with the advent of this disaster, they may no longer be able to just muddle through. This is a world where strength is respected. Without cultivation, it is difficult to move forward. Could it be that I have to wait for others to succeed in cultivation before giving me protection? This is simply impossible. I believe that after those people break through, they will not accept these people. In order to become stronger, you need someone who dares to face things. On Do Wanjun's island, they are really hard to kill. Do Wanjun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, these terrifying sea beasts were repelled. There were a total of 1,000 of them, most of which were just ordinary sea beasts that could not withstand more than one blow from her. However, there were also nearly 100 sea beasts that reached level 1 or above. It took her a lot of physical strength to barely kill them all. At this moment, she was lying on the beach and didn't want to move anymore. After resting for a while, she came to Yunjixin and saw the prompt on it, indicating that her first stage task had been completed. Island Master, since you ended the first stage early, the second stage of the sea beast will arrive in 2 hours. Please be prepared. Only 2 hours left? Do Wanjun murmured. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. It took her nearly 2 hours to kill all the 1,000 sea beasts. She only had 2 hours to prepare. The second stage would not be so easy. Suddenly, she inadvertently glanced at the number of people. There are only 800,000 left. That is to say, in the past hour or so, hundreds of thousands of people have disappeared from this world. Her pupils contracted violently and her fists clenched tighter. Sure enough, this is a disaster for mortals. Even if you survive the 4 attacks of sea beasts by chance, if you still can't break through in the end, you will still die. In fact, it is already very good that those people did not die in the first round. At least this proves that they have the courage to fight the sea beasts. This is a good thing. At least in this way, they still have a chance. But what does this have to do with her? She doesn't even know if she can get through this, and she doesn't have much hope in her heart. I must control my own destiny. After the merger, I will see if I can find my brother and the others. My power alone is too weak, Do Wanjun said. The turmoil in my heart cannot calm down for a long time. It was a long time before she accepted the fact that it was impossible to survive without some strength. Fortunately, she was a member of the Do family and had some martial arts skills, which allowed her to barely get through the initial stage and become the 3rd best master on the list today. But this is only temporary. After the merger tomorrow, I may not even be able to enter the top 100. In their area, except for Qin Shan who is the strongest, the others seem to be a mixed bag. And on an island not far from Miracle Island. With his strength, he should have passed the first stage. I just don't know how many sea beasts he has encountered, Yupalpa said. She struggled hard to get through the difficult times. When it comes to fighting, she is not good at it. The reason why she has such high combat power is because of Qin Shan. Otherwise, she would have been lost in the crowd now, or maybe she would have been killed by a sea beast. The he she was talking about was Qin Shan. In this world, only Qin Shan had helped her, no one else. Moreover, she also tried to contact her relatives, but there was no news from them. They might not be in the same area, or they might have died. But there was nothing she could do but to live well. After thinking about it, she sent the message anyway. The content was basically asking Qin Shan whether he had passed the first stage or not. But Qin Shan did not respond, because at this moment, Qin Shan was already preparing for the second stage. Elite sea beasts are coming. I can already see that the other person's figure has appeared within my sight. In the second stage, he needs to kill 10,000 sea beasts. It doesn't look like much, but it is 100 times less than in the first stage. But can ordinary beasts be compared with elite beasts? This is obviously impossible. Elite sea beasts are at least at the first level of body refinement. The higher ones may be at the 3rd level of body refinement, and even the 4th level is not impossible. If a 4th level beast appeared, Qin Shan would be relieved. His physical body had already reached the 4th level and his experience points were more than half. However, he had no 4th level sea beast as an opponent and could not improve himself. The 5th level physical body is a big hurdle. He desperately needs the 5th level physical strength. Only then can he be truly powerful. Island Master, I just joined Miracle Island. Why don't you let me deal with them? Said Ghost Vine. The Ghost Vine also came, floating on the sea, as high as the Ark. Does the other party have a 4th level one? Qin Shan asked. No, they are all a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, said Guetone. Okay, then you come, Qin Shan said. He also wanted to see how powerful the Ghost Vine really was. However, he never doubted the strength of the Ghost Vine. Even they could deal with these elite sea beasts, let alone the Ghost Vine that could wipe out Miracle Island? Its strength was beyond doubt. Thank you, said Guetone. At this moment, it really regarded itself as a part of Miracle Island, otherwise it would not say such words. Everyone has contributed to Miracle Island, but it has nothing. However, it has already used the resources of Miracle Island to heal itself. So this time, is it feasible for me to make some contribution to Miracle Island? Don't take any action now, Qin Shan said. Island Master, why is this? Everyone was puzzled and looked at Qin Shan. After all, if such a large group of sea beasts did not go to the front line to fight, they would attack the island indiscriminately, and then there would be huge losses. Ghostvine is about to take action. We can just watch the fight from the sidelines. Qin Shan said. So it's Master Guitung who's going to take action. Then there's nothing we can do about it. I'm already lying down. Expect. When they heard that it was the Ghostvine that was going to take action, everyone immediately showed a relaxed expression. Some who had experienced it personally would naturally not doubt the Ghostvine's strength. As for those who had not seen it, they could also feel the Ghostvine's power just by hearsay. It was just right that this opportunity gave them the chance to see how powerful the Ghostvine had become and what terrifying level it had reached. Everyone's eyes were on the Ghostvine, and it actually shook violently, as if responding to them. Unfortunately, on the island, except Qin Shan, no one can understand what it is saying. It is necessary for others to learn the special language so that they can at least communicate. In the distance, a tide of sea beasts was rushing towards them fiercely. Those rushing in the front had ferocious faces, mouths full of fangs, and bloodshot eyes. They must have been controlled by some kind of force that made them rush to this place without any scruples, vowing to destroy the island in front. At this moment, the tree world is coming. As everyone stared in astonishment, countless vines stretched out from under the seabed where the sea beasts were coming in. There were thorns on the vines, and the sea beasts that rushed over were instantly stuck. Soon after, more and more vines formed a ball, enveloping all the sea beasts. Such a huge tide of sea beasts was trapped by the ghost vines? Chapter 86 Powerful Ghost Vine. The scene before their eyes completely overturned their cognition. They never thought that it would be so easy to immobilize the enemy. Not only were they stunned, Qin Shan and the others were also extremely shocked. After seeing the arrival of the tree world once, I still felt its pressure when I saw it again. Fortunately, it was not used against me. Otherwise, his passive skill would have become fertilizer before it could be stacked. If a naval battle breaks out, whoever dares to come over will be released by the Ghostvine and will die. No one can stop it. Island Master, what is the name of this move of Ghostvine? It's so terrifying, Yun said in shock. This scene is so spectacular. Likewise, the power was extremely terrifying. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sea beasts that were pierced by the thorns became dying. The tree world is coming, Qin Shan said. This really deserves the name of the tree realm. It's too terrifying. With the strength of the Ghostvine, if it wants to kill us, there's nowhere to run. Those thorns are also extremely terrifying. They seem to contain very powerful toxins that can kill those sea beasts in a very short time. Right now, on Miracle Island, the Ghostvine should be the tallest. Okay, stop guessing. In short, Ghostvine is now a part of Miracle Island. Qin Shan interrupted their conversation. If they continue to guess, it would be even more outrageous. However, the strength of Guitung is beyond doubt. In this large battlefield, it has absolute dominance, and no one on Miracle Island can compete with it. Yes, Island Master. Everyone shut up. In fact, the stronger the Ghostvine was, the more advantageous it was for them. This meant that when they encountered danger in the future, there would be stronger people who could come forward to stop them, so that they would not be wiped out. Beside them, the Ghostvines were torturing these sea beasts, using skills such as life absorption, wild growth, evil evolution, anti-injury thorn armor, and sky-reaching vines to release them one by one. And sea beasts also died in large numbers in a very short period of time. Gradually, their originally red eyes regained clarity and revealed looks of fear. They wanted to escape from this horrible cage, but no matter how hard they struggled, it was of no avail. The opponent's strength is so powerful that it is beyond imagination. Their arrival is simply fat meat. Not only are they unable to compete with the opponent, but they also become feed to nourish these vines. With the terrifying ability to absorb life, the Ghostvine would hardly be exhausted. Either it could be killed instantly, or its life level was much higher than its own, making its life absorption ineffective. Otherwise, there was no way at all. There are a total of 10,000 sea beasts. If any of them fled to the nearby sea area, it would be a disaster for others. But now, they are trapped here. They have no chance to escape and can only be devoured step by step by the Ghostvines. 5 minutes later, the sea was dyed red with blood. But there was no sign of any sea beasts. They were all eaten by the Ghostvines. At this moment, the appearance of the Ghostvine had a somewhat weird color. Everyone on Miracle Island was terrified when they saw it. Was this the black vine that had shrunk to a size of only 5 meters? It actually had such terrifying power. Hearsay is ultimately inaccurate. Only by seeing it with their own eyes can they understand how shocking it is. The sound of swallowing saliva is endless. Fortunately, they did not make an enemy of this guy, otherwise they would be worse than sea beasts and would be trapped in an instant without even a chance to practice their martial arts. They went crazy for a few more minutes before the strange aura on the Ghostvine gradually subsided and returned to its original state. However, No one dared to exhale loudly for fear of disturbing the ghost vine. Island Master, it's solved, said Guitong. It didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Normally, it practiced in this way. With its talent like this, there was no need to change anything. It was enough to improve its strength. Qin Shan did not have any mandatory requirements for this. He was not a pedantic person. As long as it was helpful to him, it was good. It didn't matter how others viewed the ghost vine. Well done, your skills are simply terrifying, Qin Shan said excitedly. The Island Master is too kind, said Guitong. Okay, let's go back first. This time, you are the one who did the most. When we get good things in the future, we will definitely give you priority, Qin Shan said. The level of the ghost vine is too high. Even if he wants to give something now, he can't afford it. He can only wait until later. I'm already contented that I can stay on the island, said Guitong. Qin Shan remained silent. Of course, he couldn't be so careless. He would just make a note of it now and settle it together next time. Go back, Qin Shan said. Everyone drove the ark back directly. But at this moment, Area 34 was in an uproar because they had just received terrible news. Since the survivor Qin Shan has completed the first and second stages, at 2 p.m., 100 bosses will be randomly refreshed in the entire area. Please actively participate. Each boss has high-value resources. Don't miss it. In addition, as the first survivor to complete the second stage, no less than 30 bosses will randomly spawn near Qin Shan's island. This announcement confused everyone. They were still working hard on the first stage, but it was only 10:30 and someone had already completed the second stage. Wasn't this speed too fast? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 100 bosses will spawn. Do they still want to fight the elite sea beasts? If all of them come together, then they will be dead, right? What a beast. Master Qin Shan must have gone crazy with killing. Boss, I think I have no chance. We have just finished the first stage. I don't know how many enemies there will be in the second stage. Is the gap between our strength and is really that big? The difference is at least 100 points. Do you think it's big? Comparing myself to others is the worst kind of thing. Forget it. I'd better recover my strength quickly so that I can deal with those sea beasts. The fact that these people were able to chat was enough to prove that their strength was quite good. They successfully suppressed the attacks of the sea beasts in the first phase, and their speed was not slow. After all, the first phase could last until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But now, Qin Shan was forcing them to move forward. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the boss had already appeared. What kind of divine speed was this? However, there is one thing that they should be thankful for, and that is that there are at least 30 bosses that appeared next to Qin Shan Island. This also gave them a chance to catch their breath. They might not be refreshed on their side. Hee, they escaped again. But they didn't think about how huge the improvement would be for Qin Shan if he could swallow these bosses. However, what everyone cares about most now is how to survive. This is the biggest problem. There is no point in thinking too much about other things. Is his strength so powerful? Yu Paopao looked at the message on Yunjishin in shock. But can he hold off so many bosses? Yu Paopao was a little depressed. Although she had not yet experienced the second stage, she knew that it should not be too bad. What's more, it was a boss. It would only be more terrifying. Qin Shan, we just finished the second stage. What do you want? While she was daydreaming, Qin Shan replied to her message. It was only after he came back from the sea that he realized that Yu Paopao had asked him, but he didn't notice it at that time. Fish bubble, no. Why is she asking now? Others have already started the third stage. She is afraid that Qin Shan will start the fourth stage and advance and summon the octopus. They haven't been able to defeat the sea beast in the second stage yet. That would be tragic. Qin Shan, okay, if you need my help, please tell me as soon as possible. I will be busy later. Fish bubble, okay, I will definitely not be polite to you. After the chat, Qin Shan and others will indeed be very busy. With so many bosses, that means so many resources. It's exciting just to think about it. After all, those guys will bring huge profits. At this moment, they are taking inventory of the resources obtained after killing the second stage sea beasts. There are many things that will have a strong promoting effect on the current Miracle Island, and its double increase is even more terrifying. Everything is ×2, and the items obtained are much more powerful than those in the first stage. Chapter 87 Bronze Qin Shan. It is only a little after 10 o'clock now, and there are still a few hours until 2 o'clock, which is enough time for them to rest and wait for others to get through the previous stage. As for whether they can pass it, I don't know. If the 3 stages are combined together, they will suffer. Master, in the second stage, I obtained a total of 300 blood evolution stones, 10,000 energy stones, 5,000 spirit stones, martial arts chi shui sword, first level warehouse template, ordinary wooden house template. I need 25 bloodline evolution stones to break through to the 3rd level of bloodline, and 100 to break through to the 4th level. But others have also made contributions. I can't just improve myself. Others also have to improve. Qin Shan was thinking in his mind. Only when everyone's strength is improved can he be truly powerful. What if one day he is not on the island and is attacked by someone? Currently, Yun, Ganjiang Moi, De Huang, De Yu and Eryu, the Beast King, and Xiongda are all still at the first level. To break through to the second level, they need 80 Bloodline Evolution Stones. And to break through to the third level, they need 200 Bloodline Evolution Stones, a total of 280 Bloodline Evolution Stones. He now has a total of 309 Blood Evolution Stones, and they can collectively upgrade their blood to the third level. As for E and the others, the Great Wizard blood is already at the fourth level. If they want to upgrade, they need 500 Blood Evolution Stones, which is not enough at all. Not to mention those who have ancestral bloodlines. There is no way to improve. At present, they can only improve first. The others will have the opportunity to improve their strength in the future. Qin Shan explained the distribution rules of the Bloodline Evolution Stone to others, and no one objected. After all, at this time, if they can increase the strength of one more person, then their next actions will be easier. What's more, these people are all veterans of Miracle Island, so there is nothing wrong with promoting them. As for Wu Tai, we'll have to wait until next time. He still has 4 left, but no matter who he gives them to, one person will be left without one, so it's better not to distribute them. They are all meritorious officials, and if anyone is left behind, they will feel dissatisfied. Although they are absolutely loyal, they will still have emotions, and if the emotions are strong, there will be a certain impact. If possible, Qin Shan does not intend to do such a thing. Then, he distributed the Bloodline Evolution Stones to other people, and also distributed all the energy stones, allowing those low-level practitioners to practice. There were still a few hours left, and who knew how many people would be able to break through the shackles and reach a higher level. As for the Spirit Stones, he also generously let others use them. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have not reached the 4th stage of body refining. After reaching the 4th stage, no matter how much they practice, it will be of no avail. They can only survive today before their cultivation can continue to improve. The Island Master is mighty. With so many energy stones, 3 or 4 hours should be enough for me to break through to the first level. My son has already made a breakthrough. Roll. After a brief talk, everyone went back to their own practice. They also had to work hard to achieve a breakthrough. It sounded easy to say, but practicing was another matter altogether. Apart from these training resources, those first-level items are useless. Also, there are dozens of martial arts. They should all be distributed to whoever needs them, and as many of them as possible should be put into the hands of everyone. It can be said that this second stage directly raised the overall level of the people on Miracle Island. After allocating the resources, Qin Shan returned to the leader's house. The breakthrough and cultivation speed there were much stronger than in this place. The same was true for others. The effect of practicing in the room was indeed much stronger. Only the ghost vine was left guarding there, and it didn't know what it should do. Now that the others had broken through, its strength was restricted and it couldn't improve. It could only watch. Qin Shan had told it these things before, and there was no regret or no regret. Besides, starting from tomorrow, wouldn't it be unblocked? So what did he need to worry about? The fact that it doesn't have it now is only temporary. Its strength is too strong, and those resources are not enough for it to fill its teeth. However, if they are distributed to others, it can maximize the improvement of everyone's strength. There is nothing wrong with that. At least, it thought this was the best approach, and it also believed that Qin Shan would not treat it unfairly. This is the Survivor's Island. If I had met them earlier, wouldn't I have been able to practice faster? Gui Ting said with some disappointment. Unfortunately, no one can hear its thoughts. After an hour, some people started to break through, and during this period, many people upgraded their bloodline levels. That scene shocked Gui Ting deeply. It seems that it is too easy for these people to break through. There is no difficulty at all. All they need is sufficient resources. This also made it feel more at ease. Qin Shan said that he had cultivated to his current level in just 9 days, which was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, I came here. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to make a breakthrough. I made a breakthrough. Excited voices were heard from inside a stone house. Why are you so proud? I've already made a breakthrough, hee. Ugh. In fact, it's just a breakthrough to the first level of body refining. There's really nothing to celebrate. It just means that you have escaped from the level of mortals. On the Miracle Island, your combat power is still at the bottom. More people are still in the process of breaking through and have not woken up. In the following period of time, Gui Ting truly felt the horror of Miracle Island, and people broke through one after another. It seems that they, with ordinary qualifications, have made a comeback. As for those who got the Bloodline Evolution Stone, their strength increased dramatically. It was not enough to improve their bloodline once, so they continued to improve it a second time to improve their strength as much as possible. The only people who have not made any progress are probably those who have reached the fourth level of body refining or above. It is this world that limits their growth, but after today, their improvement speed should not be too slow. Some people who were at the second and third levels of body refining also began to break through. Overall, in just a few hours, Miracle Island completed a transformation and its combat power was greatly improved. There is only half an hour left before the boss refreshes. In the leader's house, Qin Shan suddenly opened his eyes, and a majestic aura emanated from his body, and his bloodline broke through. This is the aura of the island master. He has made a breakthrough. Ghost Vine murmured. Qin Shan felt neither happy nor sad, as a breakthrough was inevitable. Check the properties. Qin Shan said. Name, Bronze Qin Shan. Talents, Unparalleled, Lucky Hand, all things have spirits. Realm, 4th level of physical training. Bloodline, level 3 spiritual which bloodline, 0 out of 100. Physical body, level 5, 0/3200. Martial arts, thunderous lightning, soul attack, 1000 powers, levitation, eternal night, shocking sword chi. Passive, hand of technology, decapitation, unparalleled plunder, basic swordsmanship, infinite chaos. Power, 480. All of a sudden, his combat power has broken through to 480, an increase of 200 points at once, and this only takes into account his realm, bloodline, and martial arts. My body has finally reached the 5th level, Qin Shan murmured. At this moment, he only felt that his physical strength had inexhaustible power. That's not right. How come I became bronze? Qin Shan suddenly looked at the column of his name in surprise. It had indeed changed. It had become different, which meant that among his peers, he was already at the bronze level. Congratulations, Master, for advancing to bronze. The title advancement system is now open. All characters who meet the standards will be redefined. Bronze title, 3rd level physical body, 3rd level bloodline, 3rd level body refining, increase of 100 combat power. So that's how it is. No wonder my combat power has reached 480 points. Qin Shan showed an expression of sudden realization. The recalculation method of the battle power list will be open tomorrow. The current battle power of the master is the old version of the battle power. Is that so? Qin Shan was puzzled. He actually had to recalculate the combat power, but he didn't know how. He looked at the others and found that they had indeed undergone tremendous changes. Even a combat power column appeared for everyone. He just didn't know whether they would appear on the list. If they did, it would definitely cause an uproar. Chapter 88 ready. In this upgrade, those who started first all reached the 4th level of body refining or above. Among them, Io, Tai, Shang, Yu, Luo, Jin Yuan, their titles reached silver, and the rest also reached bronze level. The silver level requires that the body, realm, and bloodline have all reached the 4th level or above. The gold level is the 5th level or above, and as for the diamond title, the requirements are even higher, reaching the 7th level or above. Given the current situation on Miracle Island, no one will reach that level in the short term. Everyone's combat power has been greatly improved, but now everyone is only roughly calculating the combat power, which is not accurate and does not have much significance. Otherwise, Eel's 4th level bloodline and 6th level body training are only equivalent to 430 combat power points, which is too inaccurate. Is he stronger than Eel now? This is definitely not the case. It's just that the old calculation method cannot highlight it. Moreover, this combat power list is only a rough estimate after all. When the real battle begins, those terrifying martial arts, characteristics, and magical powers are the most terrifying. Let's wait and see the new version of the battle power list tomorrow, which will be more accurate and practical. It was a pity that they were not considered survivors, so naturally they had no chance of being on the list, but Qin Shan didn't care. If they couldn't make it, then they couldn't make it. What else could he do? He just needed to know the combat effectiveness of his side. For those who are uninformed, a rash attack on his island would only result in a terrible disaster and a disastrous end for them. The second stage has already given such rich rewards, and he is very much looking forward to what kind of benefits the boss of the third stage will bring to him. He gathered everyone together and looked at their achievements. Qin Shan was very satisfied. It was not easy. It was already the 10th day, and Miracle Island finally had grown to a certain size. In addition to these people, there are 45 ordinary islanders in the body refining realm, including Wu Tai. Among them, Wu Tai is far ahead of everyone else with his cultivation level of the 2nd level of the body refining realm. I have to say that their talents are really strong, much stronger than others. However, among so many people, the ones who have made the most breakthroughs are children. Their talents are unquestionable and they are stronger than those of the older generation. What they lack is guidance. Given enough time, they will definitely become the pillars of Miracle Island. All those who have reached the body refining realm should go to the beach immediately and prepare to board the ship. The rest of you should stay on Miracle Island and strive to break through the realm, Qin Shan said. Next, it's time to eliminate the boss. Unlike the sea beast tide, the boss will not attack randomly, but wait in one place. Only after a certain period of time, and when no one challenges them, they will leave and take away the resources of the nearby islands. Qin Shan did not leave anyone to defend the island. He wanted everyone to go into the sea to fight. To this end, he built a large battleship and named it Ark No. 2. With 2 ships, they could hunt sea beasts faster. Yes, Island Master. Soon, those who had made a breakthrough followed Qin Shan to the seaside. As for those who had not made a breakthrough, they had no choice but to stay and guard the island. There was a bit more determination in their eyes. They had to make a breakthrough, otherwise they would be of no help. They don't want to just eat and wait for death. When they arrived at the beach, Qin Shan took out Ark No. 2. We will split into 3 teams and hunt the boss separately. We need to eliminate the boss in the nearby sea area as quickly as possible. After that, everyone will come back here, and we will explore further away, Qin Shan said. Everyone listened quietly without saying anything. They knew that Qin Shan had something else to say. Team 1, consisting of Yun, Jin Yuan, Yi, Kwa, Ganjiang Moi, Beast King, and Xiang De, will lead 20 newly breakthrough islanders to take Ark 1 to the following places and kill the bosses. Is there any problem? No. The second team is composed of Tai, Yu, Shang, Luo, Washu, De Huang, Inda Yu, and Air Yu. Led 25 islanders, including Wu Tai, and set off on Ark 2 to kill the boss. Your mission is heavier. Any questions? No. The third team consists of me, Il, and Ghostvine. The 3 of us will kill those bosses that are not assigned. They are quite powerful. There is a first-level body refiner on the ship, so you don't have to take risks, Qin Shan said. Now, set off immediately. Yes. The boss's location has appeared half an hour before 2 o'clock. It also has the boss's basic information, which is also a small benefit given by the mysterious man to give them time to respond. Adjustments can be made according to the boss's position. Otherwise, Qin Shan would not have allocated everything so quickly. At least he would have to wait until the boss refreshes. Now, things are much easier and they don't need to wait any longer. If they set out at this time, they can arrive at the nearest location early and don't need to wait too long. The first team sets out to the east, and the second team sets out to the west. There are more bosses in the west, and Qin Shan has already planned the route, so they just need to go straight there. There is no need for them to deal with some difficult bosses. With Qin Shan and the other 2 taking action, it will not be a problem to defeat them. If the Ghostvine had not existed, Qin Shan would not have gone to such a high-profile length to deal with so many bosses. But now, things are different from the past. He has the confidence to crush the enemy with absolute speed. Soon, Arcs 1 and 2 disappeared from their sight. Next, it's time for us to set off, Qin Shan said. Boss, get on my back, said Eel. Okay. Qin Shan jumped onto the eel's back, and the Ghostvine came to the side of the eel. It also knew that this slippery guy had a property called leaping and could move freely within a range of 500 nautical miles. It can reach the destination directly without any effort. Jump. A burst of white light enveloped them, and the next moment, they appeared more than 100 nautical miles away, and the jump also entered the cooling stage. In front of them was a calm sea, as if nothing happened. At this time, the other 2 teams also arrived at the designated sea area. Qin Shan looked at the system time, and there was only 1 minute left. 59, 58, 57. This minute of waiting still seems a bit long, because the more they look forward to it, the longer it seems, and it always feels like time is so torturous. 3, 2, 1. 100 bosses are coming. All survivors in Area 34, please kill the bosses as soon as possible. If you cannot kill them all before 8 p.m., the area within 1,000 miles centered on the boss will turn into a vast ocean without any cloud islands. If it can be ended early, the bronze octopus will not come early. Upon hearing the news, many survivors' hearts skipped a beat. They finally arrived. But this is a good thing. Otherwise, they would not face the third attack until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Only 2 hours would be enough for them. Even some powerful people would not be able to drive the boat to those low points in such a short time. Now, they were given 6 hours. Even if they could not kill all of them, they could at least kill more than half. Moreover, there were many sea beasts gathered on Qin Shan's side, so their pressure was a little smaller. Perhaps, they should thank Qin Shan for getting the boss out in advance. There are 40 bosses in total near Miracle Island, accounting for a small half of the total number. This is a terrible disaster for others, but Qin Shan is extremely excited. It is just a boss, which can provide him with some resources. At this moment, a giant octopus monster has appeared in front of them. Its strength is not very strong, but its body is too big. It looks a little scary. Those tentacles, rolling in the deep sea, can create huge waves, which looks quite intimidating. Don't do anything. Let me do it, Qin Shan said excitedly. He wants to fight Squidward one-on-one to see how strong this guy is. Chapter 89. Cleaning up the boss. Levitation, tremendous force, and soul harvesting. Mastering the three martial arts, Qin Shan picked up the sword and was ready to have a close combat with Squidward. He was now a bronze title and was more powerful than the average boss. It's just an octopus, not a very powerful monster. Others can deal with it as well. However, it would be a waste of time for them to deal with such a boss. Moreover, Qin Shan asked them to lead others to fight, so naturally, he would give the boss with lower difficulty to them. The difficult thing about this octopus monster is its tentacles. Once you get entangled, it can be fatal. The powerful entanglement force can crush a person. In close combat, Qin Shan also has to be careful at all times to avoid a fatal accident. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes, and infinite chaos begins to take effect. A few minutes later, hundreds of layers of buffs have been stacked on Qin Shan's body. Every strike of his sword can cause pain to Squidward, and he becomes more and more violent, slapping the water surface mercilessly. He wanted to shock Qin Shan into unconsciousness, but it was all in vain. The gap between the two is too big. If it were before, he might have to be careful in dealing with Squidward, but before coming here, he completed his transformation and his strength increased by more than a little. How can this octopus brother fight himself when he doesn't even have a bronze title? Only after breaking through to the bronze title can one feel how terrifying it is to have a title among people of the same level. One is in heaven, the other is in hell. They are simply not the same. But don't think that Squidward is really weak. If other people come, they may have to sacrifice some people and spend a huge price to get rid of it. I'm afraid no one can afford such a loss. By this time, Qin Shan gradually lost his patience. He challenged Squidward just to improve his practical skills, but who knew that the opponent was too useless and was of no help at all. There was a hint of coldness in Qin Shan's eyes. We've been fighting for so long, it's time to end it, Jinghong Sword Qi, Qin Shan said coldly. The long sword in his hand instantly released a huge sword energy. Of course, it cannot be compared with this morning. That was a level he could only reach after gathering more than 1 million layers of gain buffs. The prerequisite is that he has enough time to increase the number of layers, otherwise everything will be in vain. It's the same move again, but why has it become weaker? Gui Teng said puzzledly. Tonight, Qin Shan turned into a god and killed hundreds of thousands of sea beasts with one sword. He still remembers that scene vividly. But now, this sword energy is completely different from that in the morning. The octopus monster is too weak, said Eel. That makes sense. Gui Teng also agreed with this statement. With the strength of the octopus monster, there is really no need to launch such a terrifying attack. Not only does it waste time, but it also consumes a lot of physical strength. They have other places to go next and don't have time to waste here. If possible, and there is enough time, after they kill the 40 bosses here, they will leave this sea area and go near other people to hunt powerful monsters. These are all resources. Others don't need them, but they need them very much. Next, it becomes much simpler. With these two extremely fast and powerful men, they can move very quickly in the nearby waters and can reach the next place without spending too much time. It took almost 5 minutes to defeat a boss. This speed is really too fast. The speed of the others was not slow either. While Qin Shan was killing the boss, Yun and the others were also killing those powerful monsters and bringing a boss treasure chest to Miracle Island. In the past, he only got one treasure chest like this, but that one made him a lot of money. Good things are never too much. But they were hunting bosses in large numbers here, and some people were shocked to find that the red dots on the map were disappearing at a very fast speed. These people, who have also experienced the first and second stages, have also started to fight bosses, but their speed is not that fast, and it takes a lot of time to travel. But in the end, only a few people saw it, and they were speechless except for being shocked. There was only one person who could eliminate the boss in this way. Compared with Qin Shan, their strength is too weak and not worth mentioning at all. They can be destroyed at any time. Moreover, only a very small number of people saw it. More people were still fighting the elite sea beasts in the second stage. They had time to look at the tips on the cloud heart. It was already very difficult to survive. Has his strength become strong enough to kill the boss easily? Yu Paopao looked at the sharply reduced strength of the boss in horror. She did not choose to go out to sea because she saw that a large number of bosses appeared within 1,000 nautical miles of her. It was not difficult for her to guess that Qin Shan was in the sea near her, and the distance was not far and she could reach him, but she did not dare to go there without Qin Shan's permission. He expressed his intentions several times, but was rejected by the other party. If he went over rashly, it would only make Qin Shan unhappy. In fact, up to now, even if the coordinates are exposed, it will not have any effect on Qin Shan. It is just like that. At this time, who can be stronger than him? Even if the regions were to be merged, he was confident that he would be in the first echelon, or perhaps even the first among the 10 regions. You can see this by looking at the development level of others. He believed that others also had the hand of luck, but they might not be able to combine it with the two talents of animism and invincibility, not to mention those terrifying passive skills. What Qin Shan is most proud of are those passive abilities, which are so powerful that he can easily deal a critical hit. They are useful in terms of buildings and in improving combat power. How can others compare with him? Moreover, following what that person said, he knew that it was impossible for one person to work alone in isolation. Sooner or later, others would find out about this place. So why not just be generous and present it in front of everyone? On the maps of other people in Area 34, one can naturally see the unusualness of this place. The prompt also says that only near Qin Shan will a large number of bosses gather, so it is not difficult to guess. However, no one knew what the situation was on Qin Shan's side, and no one dared to guess anything. If Qin Shan was angered, it would be no joke. How could a person who can surpass others by hundreds of combat power be a simple character? Yu Paopao had no intention of competing with Qin Shan for the boss. It would take her a long time to get there, and since she was within Qin Shan's waters, she might be treated as an enemy and dealt with. She was not stupid, so how could she do such a stupid thing? As for the sea area near her, it was very clean, and there was nothing there. Perhaps this was a blessing. There is no need to fight for any boss, and no need to worry about being attacked by the boss. What's more, she is aware of her own limitations. She is simply not capable of dealing with him. She has the bonus of bloodline, and the boss must have it too, and he will not be worse than her, only stronger. It is better to stay on Cloud Island honestly and wait for the end of the third stage so that you can enter the final stage. You don't need to have too much output, just participate. As long as they attack the octopus, they are considered to have participated, and after killing the octopus, they can also get something. The boss that refreshed in the sea area near Miracle Island was so miserable. He was slaughtered in various ways, and before he could even jump a few times, he was killed. He turned into a boss treasure chest, an extremely tempting thing, which attracted countless people's attention. This is even more true for Qin Shan. He wishes he could kill all the bosses right now and take everything into his hands, but this is basically impossible. The boss farthest from him was 100,000 nautical miles away. Only now did he have an idea of Area 34 in his mind. 100,000 nautical miles away, and still he was still in Area 34. How big was this world? Chapter 90, Leaving the Island. Puff. Qin Shan swung his sword again and killed a boss. This was the fifth boss that died at his hands. Ghostvine and Eel were even more ferocious. As long as Qin Shan didn't speak, they would be killed instantly. One man, one beast, one animal. After forcibly killing 25 bosses, Qin Shan did not plan to continue attacking the rest. Instead, he asked Yun and the others to take some experience with the others to give them some practice. Only in battle can they grow faster. Today, the top combat force is still just a dozen of them, but they are still too weak. Others also need to grow, but it just takes a long time. As long as there is an opportunity, it should not be missed. Let's go back, Qin Shan said. The order was given, and it was over. In total, it took them less than 2 hours to kill so many. Qin Shan was very satisfied with this speed. He also wanted more bosses to spawn near Miracle Island so that they could gain more. Unfortunately, there was no such good thing in the world. If he took them all, others would get nothing. It is also possible that they cannot kill all the 100 bosses today. The main reason is that the distance is too far. It is not cost-effective to rush there. I am afraid that when I get to that place, the octopus will appear. So, it is better to just kill the nearby boss. Except for the waters near him, any nearby place is hundreds or thousands of nautical miles away. Fortunately, Qin Shan has the big manta ray, the second manta ray, the eel, and the ghost vine. These extremely fast guys can allow him to rush to other places very quickly. At 4 o'clock, everyone returned. There was a happy smile on everyone's face. Obviously, everyone gained a lot from this trip to the sea. Island Master, this is the treasure chest we got back, Yun said. Well done, Qin Shan said. But now, he was not in a hurry to open these things. He still needed more treasure chests. Now that everyone has returned, they will naturally declare war. Take as many resources as possible to strengthen the island's strength. Next, since the distance is too far, everyone doesn't need to go out. I will form a group with the big manta ray, the eel and the second manta ray, and the ghost vine will be in a separate group to go out and hunt the boss. You just need to guard the Miracle Island, Qin Shan said. The distance is indeed too far, and it would take too long to rush over. It would be better to let them wait. After all, tonight is not a peaceful night. Not to mention the octopus, just after midnight, hundreds of thousands of people will be eliminated. This is a terrifying number. Countless people are working hard to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. At this point, they no longer cared about saving their lives. They had to fight, hoping to make a breakthrough in the battle. It's true that under such heavy pressure, Some people actually broke through the shackles and reached the first level of body refining. From this point of view, they are at least safe. But this is far from enough. They don't know what else is waiting for them when the second 10 days arrives. Therefore, they must become stronger and can no longer wait foolishly. There is no point in doing so. If you don't work hard to become stronger and get wiped out, you can only blame yourself. On Miracle Island, when everyone heard Qin Shan's words, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. They had just aroused their desire to fight, but in the blink of an eye, he poured a bucket of cold water on them. It was somewhat helpless. But they also understood that once they left this sea area, they would encounter many attacks from unknown sea beasts. With their strength, they would have nowhere to run to. At least they would have to learn the art of levitation. But they don't have Qin Shan's terrifying talent. If they want to learn the art of levitation, they have to be at least at the 3rd level. They can't be impatient. Moreover, instead of wasting so much time, why not practice on the island? What if they can break through maybe? After all, there are too many buffs on Miracle Island that can make it easier for them to practice. Perhaps, within today or tomorrow, everyone will be able to break through to the body refining stage. Island Master, go early and come back early. I'm going to go back and practice. I must become stronger as soon as possible. It just so happens that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. I should be able to break through the body refining stage tonight. BB, I'm almost there too. Okay. Everyone casually found some excuses and left. In their hearts, they were actually quite helpless. If they were stronger, they could help the island owner share some of the burden, or at least take on more bosses. But their strength was too weak, and there was no way they could go to other places to complete the adventure. Qin Shan smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously. It wouldn't be long before these people would be able to stand on their own. At this time, on the nearby island, Yu Paopao looked at the map in shock. The originally densely packed red dots had disappeared at this time. The closest ones to her were already thousands of miles away. 2 hours. Killed 40 bosses. Is this your strength? Yu Paopao said in horror. If someone had told her before today that someone could kill 40 bosses within 2 hours, she would have treated that person as a psychopath. This is simply impossible. Even if you hurry, it will take a very long time. But now, Qin Shan has accomplished such a feat. She couldn't help but doubt that there was more than one person on Qin Shan's island, and he also had a powerful means of transportation, otherwise it would be impossible to accomplish such an achievement. On Emperor Xuanyuan's island, he had just killed 2 Nos, and was lucky as 2 more appeared next to him. The others were too far away, and it would be a waste of time for him to rush over. What's more, the devastating damage caused by the boss after he left would not threaten him, so he had no intention of going out. It's not worth spending too much time on the road, and there's no need for him to worry about others. With my speed, it should be pretty fast, Emperor Xuanyuan said, and subconsciously opened the map. But the next moment, a look of horror appeared in his pupils. How is this possible? How come there are only more than 40 bosses left? Emperor Xuanyuan looked at the red dot above and the number next to it in shock, rubbed his eyes, and there were indeed only 48 left. In just 2 hours, 52 bosses have been killed. Who is this person who has such godlike speed? Could it be Qin Shan? There should be no less than 30 bosses in the sea area near him, but there are no more densely populated places here. It seems that he is the only one, Emperor Xuanyuan said, and he actually felt a little disappointed. With a person like this, what can I use to compare with him? There is no comparison at all. The other party's strength is too strong. I am no match for him at all. After taking a look at the opponent's combat power, it actually reached 480 points. This scene made him astonished. He only had 115 points, while the opponent had more than 400. The gap between the two was obvious. At this time, he no longer had any intention of competing with Qin Shan. Although he did not open the boss's treasure chest, he could imagine that the resources inside would be very powerful and would be of great help to the improvement of strength. In addition, the previous 2 waves of attacks were related to strength, and he was able to get so much. The benefits Qin Shan obtained would only be more terrifying than himself. It makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. The gap is too big. Should I go out again to hunt the boss? 1,500 nautical miles. Even with my talent for teleportation, it will take several hours. It's not worth it. Forget it. I'll save it for fighting the octopus later, Emperor Xuanyuan said with a wry smile. He really wanted to go to Qin Shan's island to see what the differences were between them. Here, Qin Shan and his companions have already reached the sea and divided into 3 teams, heading in 3 directions respectively. He and the big manta ray relied on the big manta ray's skills to get there. The distance was too far, and they couldn't get there without something to help them get going. The 2 stingrays and the eel complement each other, which is enough. As for the ghost vine, its speed is faster than that of sea escape and leap, so the more you need. Chapter 91. Instant Kill. 3,000 miles away, Qin Shan and the big manta ray came to a completely unfamiliar sea area. There was a boss nearby, not too far away. Qin Shan didn't care where he was. All he wanted was the boss's treasure chest. As for whether he had robbed someone else's, that was nonsense. This was not the peaceful world before. Whoever got it would own it. Treasures scattered on the ocean were ownerless. Boss, we're there in 50 nautical miles, said the big manta ray. Speed up and kill as many bosses as possible. Qin Shan said. This is an opportunity. When others do not have such strong endurance, it is his chance to make money. In the early stage, the more resources he obtains, the better the development of Miracle Island will be. From now on, if others want to surpass him, it will probably become an unattainable dream. Even at this stage, other people's pursuit of him is extremely far away, and it is difficult to imagine how they will fight Qin Shan in the coming time. After tomorrow, those who are merging into different zones will probably face their real nightmare. With a bug like Qin Shan around, their development path will become extremely difficult. There will be an outbreak boss for sure, but whether they have the chance to get it is another matter. Even their daily treasure chests may be visited. Qin Shan has not forgotten how he became rich. It was all thanks to the support of his peers. Otherwise, there would not be the Miracle Island today. However, ever since the death of 3 stingrays, Qin Shan never let them do this again, for fear that they would mistakenly enter a deep-sea area again, and then he would be left with one less companion. They moved quickly in the direction where the boss appeared. At the same time, 50 nautical miles away, a dozen survivors were fighting with a goldfish. Their faces were filled with horror. The goldfish was much stronger than them, and there was no way to kill it. After grinding for a long time, the goldfish didn't even lose half of its health and was still standing strong. But they didn't dare to leave. They were all survivors in the nearby waters. Once the goldfish left, they would all die. This was no joke. Even if this thing does not attack itself, when the time comes, all the islands in the entire area will be cleared, and they will die in this disaster. They were all people who had achieved success in their cultivation, so how could they be willing to die like this? But the goldfish was too powerful. Everyone was exhausted after fighting it. If they couldn't kill it, all they had done before would be in vain. This is obviously not the result they want to see. This goldfish is too thick. With our strength, it may be difficult to kill him. What about the others? Why haven't they come yet? Do you want to wait until we die before coming? Humph, if they don't come, then we can just die together. It's better to retreat. We can't kill them at all. We still have time to seek help from other strong men. That's right. With our strength, it's too difficult to kill the goldfish. Instead of waiting to die here, it's better to seek help from other strong men. It's better than waiting to die here. I'm not willing to accept this. After the group chat was opened, some people have chosen to create a group chat. As for whether to join or not, that is the problem for others. However, after joining, everyone's position will be exposed and they may be attacked by others. None of those who dare to create a group chat and expose their location are weak. Perhaps they themselves are very aggressive. But if they don't join the group chat, they won't be able to find the whereabouts of those people. This is a difficult decision, but if it really comes to a point of no return, I believe many people will choose to move the Cloud Heart, take all the resources, leave the sea area by boat, and join others. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. As long as you are alive, you have opportunities. For a moment, everyone was shaken. They no longer had any illusions about killing the goldfish. It was simply not something they could kill at this stage. The boss's appearance was only to hasten their death. Everyone stopped. They did not continue attacking as it was meaningless. They could not be a match for the goldfish. So they chose to give up. As the hatred disappeared, the goldfish just stayed there quietly, spitting bubbles, and its blood volume was recovering rapidly. Despair rose in the hearts of the people who had no hope to begin with. Look, what's that over there? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, because he saw a figure in the distance flying towards them quickly, faster than they were sailing. That's a person. How can there be such a powerful person here? They looked at the person flying in the sky in shock. It was so terrifying that someone could actually fly. This was something they had never dared to imagine before, but now, it really happened in front of them. This person was none other than Qin Shan, who was speeding over. His 5th-level physique was extremely powerful. If he just flew, he could remain in the sky for a whole day and night without feeling exhausted, and his speed could reach over 200 nautical miles. Otherwise, Qin Shan wouldn't be so arrogant as to fly here without a ship. Moreover, there are large manta rays in the water, but other people can't see them. I'm in charge of this place. You leave immediately, Qin Shan said. Excuse me, which sir is this? Someone asked. With such strength, he must be a big shot on the list, not an unknown person. However, everyone only sees the name, and it may even be a pseudonym, so they have no idea what the person looks like. Qin Shan said. There is nothing to hide. Sooner or later, everyone will know. It turned out to be Boss Qin Shan. We can't kill this boss ourselves, so we have to trouble you. That's right. We'll leave now and not disturb you, sir. After these people learned that it was Qin Shan, they immediately broke into smiles. This was the top brother on the list, a super strong man whose combat power suddenly soared to 480 points. He was much stronger than them. They couldn't afford to offend him at all, and they had no way to kill the goldfish, so why not give it to Qin Shan? If the goldfish was killed, they could continue to stay in this place without worrying about being wiped out, or joining the group chat and waiting to be picked up by others one by one. It's a good deal anyway. As for the boss treasure chest, don't even think about it. It's not something you can get your hands on. Everyone left, but they just stepped back a little. They wanted to see what kind of ability this legendary big guy had to dare to challenge the boss alone. If it was anyone else, they might look at this battle as a joke, but this is the #1 person on the list. If even he can't beat the goldfish, let alone others, there is no point. Big Manta Ray, come out to work, Qin Shan said. He did not intend to take action. The strength of the goldfish was not strong. It could be said to be very average, even worse than Squidward, and was far behind. The strength of the Big Manta Ray was enough to achieve the bronze title, and there was not much difference between him and Qin Shan. As he was speaking, a huge manta ray emerged from the water. This scene happened to be seen by other people, and they looked at the manta ray in horror. Is this the boss's pet? Why do I feel like this ray is even more powerful than a goldfish? Is this the Qin Shan boss? This is too scary. At this moment, they deeply felt how insignificant they were in front of Qin Shan, even inferior to his pets. The goldfish sensed the danger and immediately struggled, but the manta ray was so powerful that it swung its tail hard on the goldfish, knocking it unconscious in an instant. He pursued the victory without giving the goldfish any chance and launched a few electric attacks, electrocuting the goldfish to death. Everything happened in a flash, and the powerful goldfish boss turned into a treasure chest. The survivor in the distance was watching it all in a daze. He couldn't believe it. The goldfish he had been attacking for half a day was killed in an instant. Chapter 92 Hunting. Qin Shan put away the treasure chest and quickly left with the big manta ray. The whole process was so fast that it was over before anyone else could react. They stared at it all in a daze, as if they were dreaming. Is this the boss? Someone asked doubtfully. This death was too quick. In the hands of Qin Shan's pet, it couldn't last more than 10 seconds before it died. It is so easy to deal with a sea beast that is not even bronze. They are able to organize so many people to attack the boss here, and it is possible in other places as well. Qin Shan must hurry up. This world is never short of miracles. In the first and second stages, not everyone is like me, encountering so many sea beasts. The most they can encounter is over 1,000. In the second round, there may not even be 100. Naturally, the speed is very fast. Moreover, because of Qin Shan's provocation, they must resolve the previous attack as soon as possible and make time to deal with the boss. Otherwise, they will really have nothing. It was not until Qin Shan and his companions were far away that everyone woke up from their shock. Hurry, tell others. Don't provoke Boss Qin Shan. His strength is too terrifying. After witnessing Qin Shan's terrifying power, all they had left was admiration in their hearts. If they could follow Qin Shan, then their own cultivation speed would be greatly accelerated, and they wouldn't have to worry about being killed. However, they did not dare to ask, because Qin Shan might not look down on their strength. After all, the gap between them was not just a little bit, but a world of difference. There was no comparison at all. If they followed him, wouldn't they be holding him back? Qin Shan didn't know what these people were thinking. At this moment, he and the big manta ray had already arrived several miles away, just waiting for the CD of the big manta ray's skill. Teleporting once every 12 minutes was much more powerful than the characteristics of the eel. Of course, there is still no way. Compared with the ghost vine, Qin Shan dare not even think about the speed of 100 nautical miles per second. Even if it is the farthest boss, he can go as long as time permits. But after they arrive, they will inevitably be killed by others first. They just need to kill more bosses, and there is no need to take them all down. Besides, even if he wanted to, it was impossible. Many people had already killed the boss, and there was no need for him to go over for reinforcement. Hide the truth from the world. When the time came, the giant manta ray activated its skill again, and they teleported to a place 3,000 miles away again. Of course, it was not the straight distance from Miracle Island, but they were moving in a semi-arc direction. He didn't want to run too far. He could leave the distance to the ghost vine. Only with its terrifying speed could it go there. He just didn't know how long it could last at that high-intensity speed. The faster the speed, the more it consumes physical strength. Unless it can break through to a higher level, the horrific consumption speed is not worth it. On the chat channel, the people who had just been freed from the battle immediately focused their attention here, not for anything else, but because here they could see more clearly what the situation of others was. Even if others have reservations, it is inevitable that some of it is true. But the people who just entered were instantly shocked by the news inside. Don't disbelieve me. I was there at the time. It only took Boss Qin Shan's pet 10 seconds to kill a boss. That speed was unbelievable. In my opinion, if Boss Qin Shan did it himself, he would have killed the other party in seconds. You are not making fun of us, are you? Even if Boss Qin Shan is very strong, this is too invincible. I fought a boss before. He was so thick-skinned that I almost vomited. You still want to kill him instantly? That's too absurd. That's just you. Don't let your vision overshadow others. I'm not talented. I'm only second on the list. My combat power is 115. I killed 2 bosses in an hour. His killing a boss alone in half an hour. This is too scary. Boss Qin Shan's combat power has reached 480 points. He might be able to kill him instantly. It's incredible. I just don't know how fast Boss Qin Shan is. We have a boss here who is too powerful. Hundreds of people besieged him but couldn't kill him. They all gave up and came back. What boss? It's a big turtle. Its shell is so hard that we can't break it. You? No, just now, the big turtle was killed. Who is it? Did you see it? No, the big turtle is too far away from me. Besides, I'm back now. I was planning to move to the sea to develop my career, but now it seems that I don't have to worry about it. Congratulations, you survived. Why do I feel like you are mocking me? However, after the death of the big turtle boss, other people started to make a fuss again, saying that the boss in their sea area was suddenly killed at an unimaginable speed. They were sure that the distance between them was not close. Could it be that many strong men appeared in Area 34 and killed all the bosses? They couldn't help but think so. It was because the boss disappeared too quickly. Brothers, just now, I saw a boss being killed instantly. No. What's going on with you guys? Aren't you shocked at all? That person had obviously just come down from the battlefield and had no idea what was happening in the chat channel. It's just a one-shot kill of the boss. Everyone knows that. Do you know who did it? No, you know. Suddenly, everyone became interested. It was too normal for the boss to be killed instantly. However, this was not enough to shock them. They had seen too many news like this, and whether it was true or false, it had increased their immunity. But it would be even more perfect if we could know who the other person is. I guess it should be Boss Qin Shan. That's impossible. How could he go to so many places by himself? That's true. These places are too far away. And I found that sometimes 2 or 3 red dots disappear at the same time. It shouldn't be Boss Qin Shan. After this analysis, they felt that it made more sense. After all, it was too terrifying for a person to run around the world and kill those sea beasts. Is it really good to be in the same area with such a person? Tell me quickly, what did you see? Okay, you guys guessed it right. It wasn't Boss Qin Shan, but a strange plant. Its vines are very scary. I saw with my own eyes that its vines penetrated the body of a sea crab, and the aura of the sea crab boss instantly wilted. That's not right. Why do I see a giant moray eel here? It's over 100 meters long and it can emit lightning. Have you ever seen one? Why are there so many strange creatures appearing? Is it possible that they all came from the same island? This is absolutely impossible. I can be sure that even Boss Qin Shan can't beat them. For a while, there was a fierce quarrel in the chat channel. Everyone felt that they were right. Anyway, they no longer had any pressure on the boss. He was not a big guy they could deal with anyway. They could do whatever they wanted to these people. It had nothing to do with them. Qin Shan didn't have the energy to pay attention to these. He went further and further on the road of killing bosses. After killing one, he moved to another place. Soon, they had taken more than 60 treasure chests. There were only a few bosses left on the map, and they were probably far away. Such a high-intensity battle would be a big drain on them. He summoned back Eel, Manta Ray, and Ghost Vine. One person occupies more than half of the boss, which is already a huge fortune. He is very content. Now these are enough. As for the rest, he will give it to others. He can't give all these things to himself, right? This is also the reason why Qin Shan doesn't want to run too far. If they spawn nearby, he will kill them all without hesitation. Chapter 93 Distribution of Bloodline Evolution Stones. Qin Shan has returned to Miracle Island with his men. He made a lot of money on this trip and killed a total of 65 bosses, which is a huge fortune. He also left 35 treasure chests for other people. As for whether they could kill them all, that was not a problem Qin Shan should worry about. As long as nothing happened to him, that was the best thing. In fact, after he killed a large number of bosses, there were not many red dots left on the map. There were still some masters in this area. Even if their combat power was indeed not as good as Qin Shan's, they could not be underestimated when they united. It was enough to kill the boss together, but I didn't know how they were distributed in the end. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to Miracle Island. Noticing his return, everyone gathered here at the totem, all eager to see what good things would come out of the boss's treasure chest. Every time, he would never disappoint them. Even if it's just for visual enjoyment, it would be the best thing. Since they were willing to see it, Qin Shan naturally would not be stingy and opened the treasure chest directly in front of everyone. Open them all. Open the boss treasure chest and obtain 110 first to 3rd level martial arts secrets, 24th level martial arts secrets, 130 artifact fragments, 130 mysterious altars, 1/3 level spiritual spring manufacturing plan, 10 village construction plans, 10 large battleship plans, 20 small sailboat plans, 1 two-handed sword template, 1 water cloud clothing template, 1 thunder knife template, 1 spear template, 10 population refresh coupons, 500 blood evolution stones, 13,000 spirit stones, 130,000 energy stones, 130,000 cloud stones, and a large amount of basic resources. Qin Shan was shocked as he watched the items explode one after another. This was too much. Was this the reward from the boss? They were basically *130, and most of them were resources. He was too lazy to count them. As long as it is enough for your own use. The others who killed the boss should have also gained a lot. That was their opportunity. It was impossible for Qin Shan to go to their island personally and snatch the things away. What he has now is already very satisfying to him. So many good things are going to be distributed this time. It's all thanks to the island owner. The strength of our miracle island will probably double this time. Seeing something jump out from inside in a flash of lightning, the others were naturally shocked. They may not recognize other things, but they recognize some basic things such as Cloud Stone, Bloodline Evolution Stone, etc. Normally, they have seen it too many times, and there are so many of them, so it should be their turn to improve. They dare not hope for more, but getting 1 or 2 is enough to improve their strength. Nothing, it doesn't get any better than this. The number of ordinary islanders on the island has reached 72 people, which means there are 18 households in total, consisting of a family of 4. There are also many vacant ordinary stone houses to accommodate the population. Even if each person gets one, there will only be 72 stones. Those who have made significant contributions, like Wu Tai, can get 11. This will allow them to improve their bloodlines, and there will be quite a few bloodline evolution stones left over. He is now trying to advance to the 4th level, which requires 100 stones, and maybe he can be promoted once. As for upgrading from the 4th level to the 5th level, that requires 500 bloodline evolution stones. Those who have reached the 4th level of bloodline should not even think about obtaining it. It is simply unrealistic and requires too long to accumulate. We can only improve the strength of others first, and then improve their strength when there are sufficient resources in the future. It is not like there is no chance. Moreover, after today, many restrictions will be lifted, and their strength will be able to increase significantly soon. It is better to leave this bloodline evolution stone to others so that everyone's strength can be improved. Only when everyone's strength is strong, Miracle Island can be considered truly powerful. The breakthrough of only a few people does not mean much. After all, we are entering a world of human cultivation, so we cannot be so careless. Moreover, with a strong combat power base, they can more easily deal with sea beasts attacking from the sea. Starting tomorrow, a large number of cruising sea beasts will appear around Yun Island, and they will need to take action. It is impossible for them to take action every time a sea beast comes. Today is a very important time note. This time, 65 martial arts secrets were opened. Secrets are reusable things that can directly help you learn martial arts. Moreover, martial arts are not the more the better, but it is about specialization. At the same level, a person who has mastered an advanced martial art can crush a practitioner who has mastered 2 or 3 entry-level martial arts. This is no exaggeration. With the template, you don't need to worry about martial arts in the short term. Among them, many are repeated with previous ones, but it doesn't matter, as long as they can be used. However, the total number is more than 65. As for the artifact fragments, since 130 of them were obtained at one time, the total number reached 176, which can be synthesized into the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword, and there are still some left. As for the mysterious altars, there are a terrifying number of 253, each of which can summon ancient creatures twice. The appearance of the third-order spiritual spring made Qin Shan feel at ease. This was the thing he lacked. When the time came, he would build the elemental temple, and the strength of Miracle Island would be increased several times. It must be extraordinary to require so many resources. He took a look at the remaining village construction drawings and realized that they were useless. Only after owning a town could he continue to build villages. Under a town, he could have 10 villages. It was too early to think about these things now. He can't even gather one village, let alone more villages. Just think about it. For the drawings of battleships, sailboats, templates, and the like, if they can be used, just use them directly. If they cannot be used, just throw them into the warehouse. Once the population increases, you don't have to worry about these things anymore. It's a bit hard for Ganjiang and his men. Even though they have started recruiting swordsmiths, it's not easy to train them. After all, the time is too short. Even though they are on the Miracle Island and have unparalleled time acceleration, one day is equivalent to 10 days or half a month, but this still requires time to accumulate. There are also 10 population refresh coupons, which should be able to bring in quite a few people. However, there are a lot of things like blood evolution stones and cloud stones, which can enhance your strength a lot. The above is all the harvest this time. It is really a huge profit. What you should worry about now is how to get these things out. Each one of them is not cheap. Fortunately, we have obtained a huge amount of basic resources this time, so we should be able to piece together a lot of things. Ahem, as everyone has seen, a lot of good things have been opened this time, and everyone has made great contributions. I will definitely not favor one over another. Now, all the islanders who do not yet have bloodlines can get a bloodline evolution stone. The 5 people of Taichu can get 10 more, for a total of 122 bloodline evolution stones. I hope you will work hard and make greater contributions to Miracle Island, Qin Shan said. Just this one thing can definitely make everyone's strength soar. Even if not all of them can reach a bloodline with a combat power of 100, but over 50, it is still possible. Today's distribution is enough to allow the people of Miracle Island to dominate the combat power list. Thank you, Island Master. Everyone became excited. They had waited for so long, but it was not easy. With this, they could save a lot of time. Go ahead. If you don't have enough energy stones, go to the warehouse and get some yourself. You can use all the resources today, but go and improve your cultivation. There won't be any such good thing tomorrow, Qin Shan said. As the number of people increases, if you want to obtain resources, you must make contributions. Otherwise, how will those people feel if you ask them to contribute but get nothing in return? Qin Shan would definitely not do such a thing. Everyone's performance today was very good, so he could give them some resources to improve themselves. That was also because the people at the beginning had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, and it was difficult for them to break through. Otherwise, why would they be allocated like this? Now, including the original bloodline evolution stones, there are a total of 382 left, which is enough for 3 people to break through to the 4th level bloodline. Chapter 94 Complete Village, Level 3 Spiritual Spring. The islanders left happily. Just now, they had reaped a lot of benefits, enough to take their strength to a new level. Moreover, the higher the blood level of the couple, the higher the blood level of their offspring in the future, and they would have a lot of resources left over. The ones who got the most were Wu Tai. They could be upgraded to the 2nd level bloodline in an instant. From this moment on, they were destined to distance themselves from other people. Moreover, in order to obtain more resources, they must practice hard and make greater contributions to Miracle Island. Only in this way can they be worthy of their power. Soon, they were the only ones left there. Your bloodlines are all above the 4th level. If you want to upgrade, you need 500 bloodline evolution stones. The remaining ones are not enough. Wait a little longer and see if the octopus can deliver some good things to you in the evening, Qin Shan said. He did not plan to use the bloodline evolution stone right now. First, there was not enough time. It would take too long to break through to the 4th level bloodline. There were only 3 hours left before the octopus was born. Once he advanced, he would definitely miss it. Moreover, there should be a large reward for killing the octopus. Maybe it will allow the people here to break through to a higher level of strength. This is what Qin Shan hopes to see. As for the octopus, does it want to go back alive? I'm afraid that won't work. It's just a bronze title, not a very powerful creature. On the Miracle Island, there are several silvers and 1 gold. Their fighting power is off the charts. Even if we don't count these 2, there are still a few with bronze titles who can fight the octopus head-on. Island Master, we have no objection. Everyone expressed their opinions. They also knew that Miracle Island was currently in its development stage and could not provide them with huge resources, but they believed that as long as there were sufficient resources, they would definitely be the first group of people who could enjoy the hospital's services. How could they have any objections? Besides, once the island becomes strong, those people will be able to act independently in the future. They will have more time to practice and won't have to worry about the island being attacked. Okay, let's go back and rest. We have another battle to fight in the evening, Qin Shan said. After dismissing them, Qin Shan used the population refresh coupons again. In an instant, 284 people appeared in front of him, just enough to fill the village. 89 families of 4 have a total of 356 people, plus Qin Shan and his 12 companions, that's 368 people. Originally, a village had a population of 400, but the people in the elite houses were not satisfied and only had 2 people at most. Qin Shan could not even imagine such a huge population base in the past. Now, he has transformed himself into a village chief and possesses certain powers. However, these people are all under his command and are absolutely loyal. There will be more places where they will be used in the future. Without hesitation, he built all the remaining ordinary stone houses and distributed them to them. Now the village was complete. After he could get the third-level spiritual spring, he could try to build the Temple of Elements. As long as that thing comes out, it will be a huge boost to everyone's strength. Build a third-level spiritual spring, Qin Shan said. A third-level spiritual spring still needs a second-level spiritual spring as a basis. Of course, it can be built directly, but the resources needed for a second-level spiritual spring must be supplemented. One spiritual spring is enough, and there is no need to make so many. It is also extremely inconvenient to manage. This is enough. In less than a second, he successfully advanced to the third-level Lingquan level. The area covered by the third-level spiritual spring has reached tens of millions square meters, but it only occupies 5,000 square meters and does not stand out in the huge forest in the north. Looking at the Temple of Elements again, it can be built now. Qin Shan was not in a hurry about this. He decided to use other things first and then deal with this thing. After all, the area occupied by the Temple of Elements was a huge area of 10,000 square meters. After 130,000 marbles were smashed down, the area of Miracle Island reached 363,000 square meters. This is a huge number, definitely a small island. Some terrains also began to emerge and took shape. If I continue to expand, maybe I can really draw a map of Blue Planet. Don't be fooled by the fact that it seems like a lot of square meters, but in fact, it is less than 1 square kilometer. His Miracle Island is still too small. Synthesize the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword, Qin Shan said. Finally, I have time to synthesize this thing. In an instant, 100 fragments of the artifact that had been quiet before floated out, appeared in front of Qin Shan, and began to merge. The scene was extremely spectacular, sometimes with clouds and mist, sometimes shining brightly on the earth. Various strange phenomena are presented, and the way they appear is so unique. They should not be too bad. I just don't know what kind of power they will have. Looking at the progress bar next to him, Qin Shan was almost getting anxious. What kind of magical speed was this, with 1 progress bar per minute? This is too slow. Qin Shan complained helplessly. Master, you can use the remaining fragments of the artifact to give birth to the artifact, said the island spirit. I also want to synthesize a second artifact, Qin Shan said. Master, this is impossible. Currently, for an island to have 1 artifact is already the limit. The island spirit replied. You can only own 1 now? Qin Shan said in surprise. This was something he had not expected. Yes, and from today onwards, it will be impossible for you to obtain the fragments of the artifact unless the version is revised, said the island spirit. It's really troublesome that there is such a restriction. Qin Shan frowned slightly. But think about it, after all, things like divine weapons shouldn't be too bad and possess terrifying divine power. If we could get a bunch of them, then the world would be in chaos. Master, you may not know that others need 10,000 fragments to complete the artifact. What you have is already very good. Why? Unparalleled. This talent holds all possibilities. Qin Shan paused. If the island spirit hadn't told him about this talent, he really wouldn't have known what it was for. He already had it when he merged with the Heart of Cloud. Maybe it would trigger the unparalleled power without him noticing. Not only does it make it easier for you to obtain resources, but it also reduces the resources consumed a lot. To be specific, we still need to practice to get the results. In short, this talent is probably just like its name, unparalleled. Unparalleled in the world. Okay, I understand. Let's put it all in, Qin Shan said. Since this is the case, he has nothing to worry about. As long as he can improve his strength, that's enough. If he can't get the second item, then so be it. It doesn't matter. Just take it slow. At this stage, who can compare with you? In order to create a divine weapon, it takes him so much time to make it. Others need 100 times more fragments, which is even more difficult. In the short term, there is no need to worry about these problems. Sure enough, after he threw all the remaining fragments of the artifact in, the forging speed became even faster. From the previous 1 progress per minute, the current progress is 2 per minute. He was almost moved to tears. I thought it was going very fast, but it only increased the speed by half, and it was still just as long. So I didn't pay any more attention to it. It would take nearly an hour to make the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword, so he could only think about other things. Currently, he still had battleships, sailboats, and elemental temples that had not been built, but the others had basically been finalized. So now these are all he can do. Before the last time comes, it is a good thing to improve your strength as much as possible. Then, without any hesitation, he chose to build the Temple of Elements. Build an elemental temple. Then, he saw a touching scene. Like the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword, the progress of the elemental temple was also very slow. It was not as fast as he had thought. Many things required time to build, but the previous things were too weak and could be built in an instant. Chapter 95 4th Level Pioneer Medal. Build large warships and small sailing ships for me, Qin Shan said. Seeing that there are so many resources, it would be a waste to keep them. Just make them all. Whoever needs ships in the future can use them. There are 10 large warships and 20 small sailboats in total. However, this time, it did not take too long and was built instantly. This made Qin Shan feel better, as it was no longer as fast as the Qishao Emperor's sword. At this moment, there was a scene of mist and clouds on the Miracle Island. It was caused by the construction of those two items. These two things played a huge role in the development of the island. Otherwise, such a horrifying phenomenon would not have appeared. However, it had no effect on those who were practicing. On the contrary, because of this strange phenomenon, they could practice with twice the result with half the effort and greatly improve their strength. But on the seashore, there appeared a large number of ships. From Arc 1 to Arc 21. From Shenzhou 1 to Shenzhou 11. The Arc series are naturally small sailing ships. The original Arc number 2 has been changed to Shenzhou number 1. These are all the resources of Miracle Island. When the time comes, everyone will drive out a warship, and it will be so cool when fighting at sea. But at this moment, there is no need to rush. Even without people, Shenzhou 1 can carry all the people, not to mention so many warships. With this batch of ships, the security of Miracle Island has become more secure. It is unknown how much power others will need to defeat them. This is the terrifying power of Miracle Island, which is so strong that it is despairing. In order to get these things out, Qin Shan even emptied his warehouse. Originally, that warehouse could hold 60,000 cubic meters of resources, but now more than half of them were gone in an instant, leaving only those mysterious altars thrown there, as well as items such as spirit stones. Fortunately, building this kind of thing doesn't require food. 10 spiritual fields, with that terrifying production speed, are more than enough for a village's daily food needs, and there is no need to purchase additional food from outside. Moreover, there are fish ponds and the like, which is completely sufficient. After building a complete village, everything can run normally, and he can do his job as the village chief with more peace of mind. Moreover, the area of Miracle Island will become larger and larger in the future, and the population will increase. There will be towns, city-states, and even kingdoms, empires, and even divine dynasties. It is not impossible. But by that time, no one knew how strong he was. Now I can only think about it. There is really nothing to be proud of in such a small place that is less than 1 square kilometer. If islands also have ratings, then his score might exceed hundreds of thousands. At the same time, some people have just finished the second stage, which is already very valuable for them. As for the boss, they had no idea and didn't even have a ship, so how could they possibly attack the boss? They could only let others take it away. One step behind, every step behind. It is impossible for them to catch up with those people now. What they should worry about more is to work hard to improve their cultivation and avoid being eliminated. More than 100,000 people have died this day. The further it goes, the greater the risk factor will be. If you are not strong enough, then you deserve to die. Qin Shan has never paid attention to these. After learning what that person said, death was inevitable and he was powerless to change anything. He had done enough for those people, even if it was also for himself. But it was undeniable that every time he warned, many people survived. But when it really came to this, there was nothing he could do. This was the rule set by that person, and no one could resist it. So he just let it go? At least he was still alive. As time goes by, there are fewer and fewer red dots on the map. This means that many people already have the ability to kill the boss. In fact, the boss's strength is not strong. As long as you have a combat power of more than 100 points, you can try to challenge him. There is no need to worry about anything this round. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 6 o'clock. The fusion of the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword is complete. Congratulations to Qin Shan, the first to obtain a divine weapon, and a reward of 100,000 yushur. The first one was about the island spirit promoting him, but the second one was an announcement to the whole district. Qin Shan was a little dumbfounded. He got 100,000 yushur for no reason. Oh no, it was 200,000 yushur. He got double gain today and the income doubled. I never thought that the technological hand triggered today would be so awesome, much more powerful than all the ones I have obtained before. Now, my pioneer medal can be upgraded again. Qin Shan smiled. He now has 360,000 square meters, plus 200,000 square meters, which is enough to upgrade the pioneer medal. He only needs to reach the required area to upgrade. It's just a pity that he didn't get any new medals or something like that. He likes medals very much, as they can greatly enhance his strength. However, the chat channel was in an uproar. Oh my god, Boss Qin Shan has synthesized the artifact right away? So cool. 100,000 marbles. What a huge number. I'm guessing that Boss Qin Shan's island is about to break through 200,000 square meters. Qin Shan had previously achieved 50,000 square meters, helping them to open the map in advance. Now, he has actually gained another 100,000 square meters. It is not impossible that 200,000 square meters has been obtained. But they all guessed wrong. The amount was no longer 200,000, but 500,000. However, Qin Shan simply ignored these people's speculations. Keeping a low profile is the right way to go. If I remember correctly, it takes 10,000 artifact fragments to synthesize an artifact. What kind of supernatural speed is this? I only have 3. The gap is too big. I really want to visit the boss island. Hundreds of thousands of people were shocked. Today's event really surprised them. It turned out that the first person to forge a divine weapon would have such benefits. But after all, he was not the only one. Although he did not receive the medal, he was satisfied with the reward of 100,000 marbles and chose to expand without hesitation. Suddenly, Miracle Island became more empty, and there were still too few traces of human activities. He was in urgent need of obtaining the town blueprints so that he could build a larger tribe. If he doesn't have it, he won't be able to obtain population, and that would be very painful. The area has reached 500,000 square kilometers, and the Pioneer Medal has met the advancement requirements. The advancement is complete. The moment he succeeded in the expansion, the Pioneer Medal was upgraded. Today's boss is such a good person. He actually gave him so many good things that he was almost dumbfounded. Check out the Trailblazer Medal. Pioneer Medal. Unique. Grade. 4th grade. Introduction. Given to the first survivor who expands Cloud Island to 100 square meters. Effect. The upper limit of the number of treasure chests obtained per day is increased to 50. There is a 60 chance to refresh the Ochre treasure chest, a 35 chance to refresh the Ruby treasure chest, a 5 chance to refresh the Orange treasure chest, a 1 chance to refresh the Mineral Vein. The evolution speed of all terrains is increased by 1. The population refresh probability is increased by 10. The area of Cloud Island increases by a fixed amount of 0.01 of the highest area of the previous day. Every day, and the cultivation effect of all people is increased by 50. Upgrade. 10 square kilometers. Note, the medal can be worn unlimited times. The 4th level Pioneer Medal is already very scary. The number of treasure chests has directly increased by 30. The lowest is a Ruby treasure chest, and the highest is an Orange-Yellow treasure chest. The distance is still quite long. The Mineral Vein refresh rate increased tenfold, but it was of no use, as he did not add any new mineral veins. The terrain evolution increased tenfold, the population refresh rate doubled, and a new cultivation effect was added. This is the change of the 4th level Pioneer Medal. Just in terms of daily treasure chests, he can surpass others by a lot. I just don't know if he will get more after tomorrow. I am vaguely looking forward to it. But even if not, there is no need to be discouraged. These things are more than enough for his own use. There is no need to be so petty. With more resources, you can really do whatever you want. Then, he looked at the person who contributed the most to the huge increase in area. The Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword. Chapter 96. Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword, Elemental Temple. Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword, Sword of the Emperor. Grade, Artifact. Introduction. The symbol of the king's status. If you possess it, you can intimidate all races in the world, and it cannot be destroyed. Effect. Miracle Island will bring peace to the world, favorable weather, thriving livestock, avoiding disasters, turning danger into safety, happiness, immunity from all diseases, a thriving population, a bumper harvest, and suppress the luck. Effect 2. Deterrence. All alien life forms will feel a sense of admiration in front of the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword. If they are not strong enough, they may be bewitched. Effect. Insufficient cultivation, cannot be activated. The Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword was huge, 10 meters high. After it appeared, it flew directly above the spiritual spring, protecting the Miracle Island. However, the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword should be related to his cultivation. He is currently only at the 4th level of body refining, which has 2 effects. When he becomes strong enough, he should be able to obtain more effects. Although the Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword does not have specific values, its abilities are definitely extremely powerful, and each one of them is a powerful buff. All this was done in front of the Ghost Vine. Its strength had reached a bottleneck, and it just sat here doing nothing every day. The injuries on its body recovered faster after it joined the Miracle Island, and now, they have almost fully recovered. In just this 1 hour, it saw so many amazing scenes. A large population appeared, rows of stone houses appeared, and the island expanded again and again. Just now, a 10-meter-high giant sword appeared. It felt very small in front of the sword. All of this was created by the person in front of him. In addition, there was a miniature temple that was being forged. It would not take long before it was successfully forged. It should be another terrifying thing. It was almost dumbfounded when it saw it. What kind of place have I come to? There are so many powerful things here. Fortunately, I didn't miss it. Moreover, it also believed that Qin Shan could make itself stronger. This alone was enough to attract it. Now, a miraculous scene had appeared, which further strengthened its determination. Even if I stay in this place to practice, I will be much stronger than practicing alone. They are simply incomparable. I have never encountered an island that can compare with Qin Shan. But Qin Shan did not notice its surprise. He just wanted to wait for the construction of the elemental temple to be completed so that he could go in and see what benefits it could bring. It just so happens that I just got a lot of resources to use for cultivation. Spiritual Gobi. The 7 spirit vein simulations all gain tremendous growth in this grand event and can produce 3 to 8 spirit stones every day. Moreover, their level is only the initial first-order spirit veins, and the spirit stones they produce are not many, so their level still needs to be upgraded. It's just that he has never obtained the spirit vein evolution stone so far. It is quite rare. After all, spirit veins are an important strategic resource for sustainable development. How can they be obtained so easily? Another 50 minutes later, the construction of the elemental temple is complete. Qin Shan opened his eyes immediately after hearing the voice. Sure enough, the forging progress has reached 100. He chose to place the Temple of Elements in the forest. In the future, anyone who wants to gain powerful strength can rely on his own strength to enter the forest alone and find the Temple of Elements. Of course, it is definitely meaningless now. You can see it casually, and everyone's strength is not low. But what about in the future? It will be very difficult to enter it. Recently, there have been too many wild beasts being born, and they have begun to develop cultivation abilities. We still have to establish a country, otherwise the wild beasts on the Miracle Island will increase rapidly and turn into monsters, becoming a huge scourge. However, establishing a country is not something that can be done by just talking about it. At least, there must be more than a dozen city-states, otherwise where would one get the courage to establish a nation? The road ahead is long and arduous, and he needs more efforts to reach the other side. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this. The worst that could happen was just plundering in war. He would rob others and smash what they had to strengthen himself. He believed that by that time, no one would be able to oppose him. After he placed the elemental temple, he walked over. It was an ancient square temple with an entrance in each of the 4 directions. Outside the door were some lifelike sculptures of mythical beasts, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Check the Temple of Elements. Qin Shan said. Elemental temple, you can awaken the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc. With powerful attributes, when you perform martial arts of the same series, the power will be doubled. Similarly, other martial arts can no longer be used. And when the combat power reaches more than 1000, you can transfer to the corresponding elemental master. When the realm reaches or above, you can have the position of a divine messenger in the elemental temple. When the realm reaches or above, you can choose to become a subordinate god. In addition, 3 elemental master scrolls can be produced every day. Is this the Temple of Elements? It's really terrifying. One can actually become a god. Qin Shan looked at the Temple of Elements in shock. He had underestimated the elemental temple. It was too difficult to achieve it. He couldn't even see what was coming later. That was definitely a realm far higher than the current version. He was only at the body refining realm with less than 1000 combat powers, and there was no way for an elementalist to change his job. Moreover, he didn't want to give up what he had learned, which was really a difficult situation. Master, don't worry. You are the master of this island, and the pioneer. If you want, you can become an all-elementalist, but this will consume a lot of your energy, said the island spirit. Qin Shan's worries were wiped out. That's good. I can improve them all slowly. Qin Shan said. If every system is upgraded to the peak, how strong will his strength be? He dared not imagine it. This time, the elemental temple was far beyond his imagination. With this thing alone, he can make Miracle Island beat everyone else. After wandering at the door for a while, he still didn't go in. There was no point. He couldn't change his job to an elementalist. Even if he awakened other attributes, the increase in combat power would not be that big. What if the awakened attribute was not of the same type as himself? That would be even more useless. He might as well just leave and wait for the octopus to come. In just 2 short hours, Miracle Island underwent a drastic change. Time passed little by little, and the red dots on the map became fewer and fewer. Some people who have killed the boss want to continue killing the boss. They opened powerful items from the treasure chest, which is enough to improve their strength. If we can get more, that would be the best. Especially Emperor Xianyuan. He defeated 2 bosses by himself and obtained 20 bloodline evolution stones, which directly increased his strength by another 100 points. As for other miscellaneous things, he could only put them in the warehouse and use them later. The main reason was that there was no place to use them. The island was too small. Not everyone was as abnormal as Qin Shan, who had multiple increases and a huge amount of daily resources. Emperor Xuanyuan's island was already big enough. But now he has killed 2 bosses and has only reached more than 2000. It is enough to open the map, but this function has been turned on by everyone, so it is meaningless. Now, he is more confident in his own strength and knows that no one can defeat him. He wanted to build an alliance of his own. As for the Heavenly Alliance, it was just a joke. When the group chat function appeared, the other people who had reached an agreement chose to withdraw and hand over their lives and property to others who would be willing to do it. It can be said that the Heavenly Alliance was established quickly and destroyed quickly as well. It was destroyed in less than a day. This is a huge irony. Everything that was originally agreed upon became empty talk and meaningless in the face of such a thing. Near 8 o'clock, all the red dots disappeared, and the survivors in Area 34 killed the boss in nearly 6 hours. If they were really only given 2 hours, some people would inevitably suffer a devastating blow because of the boss's departure. I just don't know what the situation is like in other districts. Chapter 97 Give me some motivation. At this time, an unusual scene appeared on the Miracle Island. Compared with the worries of other people, it was much more relaxed here. Except for the newly joined population, everyone else already had at least first-level bloodline and first-level realm. Basically, they can all reach a combat power of over 100 points, which is quite powerful. As for the newcomers, he has enough bloodline evolution stones, but he cannot give them to them so easily. Everyone is equal and no one has priority over anyone else. As long as you have made contributions to Miracle Island, you are eligible to obtain bloodline evolution stones. On the other hand, if they were given the money without any merit, how would the others be arranged? It would not be too late to give it to them after they had made some achievements in a few days. You have all made a breakthrough. Now I have only one request. You go and help others and guide them in their cultivation. Whoever does well will naturally be rewarded, Qin Shan said. After teaching some people, the rest are left to them to develop on their own. He cannot be with those people all the time, nor can he guide them for a long time. They still have to be able to stand on their own feet. This is an opportunity. They are not needed in large-scale battles, and there is nothing else to do right now, so just let them practice. They were not needed at all in the final round of invasion. If it doesn't refresh here, they will have to run to a very far place to find the whereabouts of the octopus. Taking so many people there is obviously not a wise choice. They just need to practice on the island. Moreover, it is almost 8 o'clock now. Sailing on the sea is a very dangerous thing. If you are not careful, you may never come back. So, it is better for a few people to take action and resolve the battle as soon as possible to put an end to today's difficulties. For them, they had made a profit today. The power of Miracle Island had been raised by several levels. Qin Shan would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. The harvest in one day is more than ever before. Can you believe it? But it really happened. The most important thing was that there were enough invading sea beasts, which gave them an opportunity. Coupled with the double gain, they easily obtained a large amount of resources. Of course, it doesn't have to be doubled. There are some special items where one is enough. If you have two, they can only be thrown into the warehouse or sold to other people, as they can't afford such a price. The items he obtained casually were beyond the reach of others. This is Miracle Island today. Of course, after today, everyone's strength may show a blowout explosion, and there are too many people who will benefit. Not to mention the boss for now. As long as people can survive the first 2 attacks, the gains will not be too bad, and they will have too many benefits. Martial arts, energy stones, spirit stones, bloodline evolution stones. These resources, without exception, are extremely powerful and can enhance their strength. He did not look at the battle power list, but he could guess one thing or another. Their strength must have improved a lot, but he was not sure about the details. But no matter how hard they try to catch up, I am always far ahead, unless others can break through to this level so quickly. There are still so many resources left. After today, their Miracle Island will usher in a glorious new chapter. Yes, Island Master. Excitement suddenly appeared on everyone's face. This bloodline evolution stone made them unable to stop. It actually improved them so much that it increased their strength by a large margin. Coupled with so many martial arts, they knew how powerful they were. Now, Qin Shan wants them to teach these people, and there are rewards to be received. Even if there is no reward, they will do it. This is an opportunity to get promoted. Just like Wutai, they were noticed by Qin Shan because they broke through first. If they could guide more people in the body refining realm, then wouldn't they be able to become familiar to Qin Shan? This is very possible, and they are very much looking forward to it. I'm afraid it will take a long time to complete. After all, they all broke through because of a great opportunity. These people just arrived and have nothing. It is extremely difficult for them to break through. All things are difficult at the beginning, but once you succeed, things will become much easier. By now, Qin Shan is no longer so anxious. His strength is already strong enough, reaching the limit that can be accommodated at the current stage. If people from other districts can become stronger, then he has nothing to say. Then I'll leave them to you. I don't care about the process. I only care about the results, Qin Shan said. The process is really boring. After they break through, they can see it clearly. It is very convenient. By the way, I left an elemental temple in the forest. If you want to awaken the elemental attributes, you can go there. There, your strength will be even stronger. Qin Shan thought for a while and said, the elemental temple has been built, and those who need it can go there to see what changes will happen to their strength after they master the attributes. Now, there are still 4 elementalist scrolls in the warehouse. He needs these people to become stronger as soon as possible. With a combat power of 1,000, they will be qualified to use them and become elementalists. Presumably, by that time, their strength will be even stronger. Suddenly, hope appeared in everyone's eyes. As expected of the island owner, he was able to come up with so many good things. If they could master all the elements, their strength would be off the charts. For now, that's all I have to say. You need to grow up as quickly as possible. Tomorrow will be a new beginning, Qin Shan said. With the arrival of new opportunities, those at the first stage of body refining will only be eliminated, so they must become stronger to be able to cope with more disasters. Even the daily invasions of sea beasts are enough to keep them busy for a while. This is not an easy disaster to overcome. If you cannot survive it, you will be ruthlessly treated as a stranger. He never doubts the rules of this world. He believes that the other party has the ability to do so. After Qin Shan finished speaking, these people took the newcomers away to guide their cultivation. They had to race against time, and there were even competitions among them to see who could guide them to the body refining realm first, who could teach more practitioners, and so on. Even though doing so does not make much sense, Qin Shan is very happy to see this scene. As long as there is competition, they will become stronger. If they do not want to fall behind others, then they will definitely try their best to improve themselves. Only competition can make a tribe prosperous. If he provides all the resources, these people will have no motivation to move forward. After all, no matter how well they do, there are resources to use. How can this stimulate their desire? So, Qin Shan was very happy to see this scene. As more and more people came, the village finally took shape. This was just the beginning. He also wanted to develop Miracle Island into a continent, or even the world. And the villages are just the beginning. Later, there will be towns and city-states. As long as the ambition is big enough, there will also be an eternal divine dynasty. Island Master, that's great, Luo said in admiration. It just gave them a little motivation. Qin Shan said without comment. He doesn't need to worry about these people. Even without his urging, these people will spare no effort to improve themselves, not for anything else, just to gain more powerful strength. Maybe, in this world, they can reach a realm that they have never reached before. Everything is possible. Those who need to fight later are waiting here at the totem. When the time comes, they will set off immediately to where the octopus is and bring back the resources. 10 minutes later, Bronze Octopus has arrived. Coordinates. The time limit is 11 o'clock. If you fail to kill the octopus, it will leave and no one will get any reward. Try your best to kill it. There may be benefits that you can't imagine. Finally, after this agonizing period of time, everyone finally heard the mysterious man's voice and learned the coordinates of where the octopus would land. Chapter 98 Octopus. Let's go. Qin Shan stood up suddenly, his eyes full of heat. To others, the octopus with a title is very difficult to deal with, but to Qin Shan, it is not a big deal. He only needs to take his elite troops with him, and he can kill the octopus in seconds. He just didn't believe that the octopus could be as powerful as the ghost vine. It is only a bronze title, which means that one of its body, bloodline, and realm must be still at the 3rd level. It was only deified by that person this morning. If he had not advanced to the bronze title, he might have thought that the octopus was also invincible, but now, it was just a thing, not a very scary big guy. The key point is that the coordinates of the octopus are only 3,000 nautical miles away from them. With the ability of the giant manta ray, he can reach the battlefield in an instant, and if no one is there, he doesn't mind killing the octopus instantly, trying his best not to expose his presence in front of others. Hiding part of his strength can also make others suspicious and afraid to deal with him easily. Today, survivors have changed. Once you become greedy and powerful, you will want more and more things. There is a saying that goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. It's exactly what it means to them. If it was just in the beginning, everyone would complement each other in order to survive, but now, whoever has the bigger fist is qualified to rule over others, or even occupy other people's cloud islands and become a part of themselves. The octopus has refreshed. It's a full 10,000 nautical miles away from me. How can I get there? It's too far away, not worth it for me to go there. Why am I so unlucky? The octopus spawned near my cloud island. Then why don't you hit it? It's okay to deal some damage first. You can do it if you can. What's going on? Let's not talk about whether I can get close to it. Just based on the information Cloud Heart gave me, I need 150 points of combat power to deal damage. Whoever has the ability can go. Does it require such high combat power? This really shocked everyone. It takes 150 points of combat power to cause damage. In other words, It is obviously impossible for them to kill the octopus with human wave tactics. On the battle power list, there are only 2 people with a score of over 150 points. One of them is the number 1 on the list, with a combat power of 480 points, which should be able to cause certain damage to the octopus. The second one is Emperor Qin Yuan, who ranks second on the list. His combat power has soared to 215 points. The highest of the others is only 112 points. With such combat power, it is better not to go. In other words, if Emperor Qin Yuan had not made a breakthrough, Qin Shan would be the only one who could attack the octopus? This is a very scary thing. What's the difference between this and salted fish? Then I'd better not go. It's a waste of time, said the great wizard. It's not far from me. I can go and admire the boss's style. Qing Ying said. I also want to know the true face of Boss Qin Shan. The people on the battle power list spoke up one after another. Even if they didn't have the chance to attack, being able to witness it with their own eyes was a very good thing. By the way, where is Emperor Qin Yuan? Why doesn't he speak? It's too far away from me. Thousands of nautical miles and 3 hours. It's impossible to get there. Emperor Qin Yuan spoke. This made him very helpless. The place where the octopus refreshed was not close. So what could he do? He had the will, but not the strength. If possible, he also wanted to get some assists. This is such a pity. It's a pity indeed. It would be great if there was a teleportation array. The teleportation array is indeed good, but it can only cover the sea areas that have been explored, and there are no islands in those sea areas. Where do you put the teleportation array? I wonder if Boss Qin Shan will come over. I think I will go. After all, for such a big boss, the reward should be generous. But if the distance is too far, it would be a pity. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, but the distance is what discourages many people. They can strive for many things, but the distance of thousands of miles makes them powerless. All I can say is that the world is too big. With only the endless ocean, without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to fly thousands of miles and reach the battlefield. The teleportation array is a good thing, but at present, no one has the spare time to spend a lot of resources to build a teleportation array that can only teleport within a range of 100 nautical miles. That's not worth it. Once their cultivation level is improved, they can reach this distance in the blink of an eye. It must be at least 5,000 kilometers away for it to be worth it. So, for now, they can only think about it. Let's see how outrageous tomorrow's map revision will be and how much of a surprise it will bring to them. Of course, it may also be a shock. The expansion of 50 nautical miles every day has already made them nervous, fearing that they will encounter sea beasts that are beyond their control. I'm afraid the upgraded map function will be even more terrifying. So, every time they change, they are taking their lives as a bet, but if they don't want it, what if others are promoted? This makes people very entangled, caught in a dilemma. On the other side, at Miracle Island, the giant manta ray locked onto the target, started to hide its whereabouts, and directly led everyone to the sea 3,000 miles away. As its strength increases, the number of people it can carry will also increase. It must be said that its skills are very powerful. They are related to quantity, not size. As long as the number is met, it can make the jump. More than a dozen powerful figures instantly appeared in the sea. In front of them was a giant octopus, which was at least 100 meters long. But Qin Shan also has 100-meter-long beasts, and more than one, so he is not afraid of this thing at all. Looking at the attributes of the octopus, Qin Shan shook his head slightly. It was too weak. His attributes were stronger than those of the octopus. But think about it, this is after all aimed at ordinary survivors. If everyone can reach his level, then this octopus will not be bronze, but silver or even gold. The stronger they are, the stronger the sea beasts they will face. In terms of overall strength, it is somewhat beyond the standard of the bronze octopus. Who will come? Qin Shan said. Boss, let me do it. Ariu volunteered. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Qin Shan said. The others quickly evacuated, leaving the battlefield to Ariu. When the octopus saw the second stingray approaching it, it immediately became angry. Many tentacles immediately attacked the manta ray, but were quickly retracted the next moment. This little thing actually had electricity on its body, which immediately numbed it. Oh my god, someone is challenging the octopus. The survivor who was near the sea area near the octopus immediately said it in the chat channel. Is it Mr. Qin Shan? It shouldn't be. It's a marine creature. I can't see it clearly at this late hour. It's very big. It shouldn't be a human. Not a human? Could it be that apart from us survivors, I, the sea beast, covet this kind of thing? No wonder these people have such wild imaginations. After all, this is a disaster for them as survivors. If they can get through it, everything will be fine. If you can't get through it, then you can only wait for death. Here, the manta ray and the octopus, after testing each other a few times, immediately launched a fierce attack. All of a sudden, the waves rose up, causing a huge commotion. After fighting for a few minutes, the octopus body was burnt all over. It was too dangerous to play with something that was electrified. It was even more dangerous in the water. The damage increased exponentially, making the octopus miserable. How did he end up provoking these people? But now, there is no point in thinking about these things. There are so many people on the other side, and their aura is much more terrifying than that of the dwarf in front of him. It is dangerous. Every time it gets injured, it becomes more violent and wants to kill the second manta ray. However, the second manta ray is no longer the same as it used to be. It is even stronger than the octopus. How could it be afraid? After a few more minutes, the octopus was covered in wounds and was almost exhausted. Ariu, in the battle. Qin Shan said. No need to waste time here with the octopus. Chapter 99 shocked people. Thor's roar. The second manta ray roared. He didn't want to play with the octopus anymore. He wanted to get rid of the octopus as soon as possible. It was almost time to go back. Under the fierce attack of the two stingrays, the octopus was beaten back step by step and had difficulty coping. As expected, the wild ones are still no match for the powerful ones who have learned through systems. All I can say is that the octopus has bad luck. In this area, it met people from Miracle Island. There are so many strong people, any one of them can kill it. Don't be fooled by its awesome name, but it is really just a basic bronze sea beast. It is not very powerful and can be dealt with a little effort. After a wailing sound, the octopus disappeared, leaving behind only a treasure chest. Not bad, there has been progress. Qin Shan said. I touched the head of the second stingray, and it looked like it was enjoying it. Okay, things here are over, let's go back. The second manta ray used its tricks to bring everyone back to Miracle Island. The whole process took about 10 minutes. If it had been more serious, they could have returned earlier. There are also many people who can kill octopuses in seconds. Qin Shan suddenly realized that without him noticing, the strength of Miracle Island had become so strong that no demons or monsters could cause him much trouble. Congratulations to Qin Shan for killing the octopus. Today's mission has been successfully completed. Since it was killed independently, all rewards belong to Qin Shan. After killing the octopus, this prompt appeared on everyone's cloud heart. Everyone stared at this in a daze. This was too outrageous. I am not seeing things. 8 to 9. In less than 10 minutes, the octopus was killed. Can you believe it? Where's that guy from before? Come out, and I'll beat you to death. Didn't you say you weren't the boss of Qin Shan? How do you explain now? In an instant, the chat channel exploded. This was like a bombshell to everyone. I thought the octopus was difficult to kill, but this is the result? They were even discussing heatedly how long it would take for the sea beast to kill the octopus, or whether it would be killed by the octopus. Before they could discuss and come to a conclusion, Yun Jixin gave them a hint. Kill the octopus independently. And this person was Qin Shan. How could they not be shocked? Don't scold me. Have you ever thought that it might be the pet of boss Qin Shan? The chat channel suddenly became quiet. Yes, pets. More or less. They got some contract cards that allowed them to contract other creatures as their followers. With Qin Shan's strength, what's wrong with having a pet? Isn't it as it should be? It's not impossible. If this is true, then how terrifying must boss Qin Shan be? If a pet can kill an octopus, doesn't that mean his strength is extremely strong? Compared to him, I'm just a piece of scum. Luckily, I didn't go over there. Otherwise, I would have wasted time and the battle would have ended before I even set off. +1. But I want to know, is Qin Shan's Cloud Island right next to us? Otherwise, how could he kill the octopus so quickly? Master Qin Shan is not around here. I have walked around the surrounding 300 nautical miles and have not found anyone. Even if it's only 300 nautical miles, it would still take several hours. So, they believed what that person said. But if that was the case, how did Qin Shan get to that place? This has become a mystery in their hearts. But no one could explain it to them. Qin Shan, I must surpass you. Emperor Xianyuan clenched his fists. I had just broken through to the second-level bloodline and hadn't had time to be happy. The next moment, Qin Shan gave me such a big surprise. It was so bad. At least you have to make yourself happy. Doesn't this mean that the gap between the two of them is getting bigger and bigger? He didn't see the attributes of the octopus, but it was definitely not too bad. Even so, it was still killed by Qin Shan within 10 minutes. This strength was not something he could compare to. Now, he no longer had the idea of recruiting Qin Shan as his subordinate. The opponent was too powerful. He was lucky that he was not recruited as a subordinate. How could he dare to attack Qin Shan? Surpassing the opponent had become a demon in his heart. As long as Qin Shan is here, there will be no chance for him to come to the fore in District 34. Given the huge gap in strength, he has no choice but to accept the reality. Is this the number one on the list? He is indeed powerful, But my Dou family also has people who are no worse than you. No matter how powerful you are just one person after all, Dou Wanjun murmured. Qin Shan shocked her deeply, but she would not think that Qin Shan was invincible. She knew her own people well. With the inherent advantages of their Dou family, their starting point in this world was higher than that of others. With the same daily resources, Qin Shan had no chance to compete with the Dou family. She was not as good as Qin Shan. Did the entire Dou family add up to be worse than Qin Shan? She would never believe that the power of one person was limited after all. But what she didn't know was that Qin Shan never said that he was alone. And who told you that his daily resources were only 6 treasure chests? He was not afraid of fighting against an entire clan alone, and he had absolute confidence in his own strength. This is too amazing. The octopus was killed in less than 10 minutes. Yupuopeo looked at the prompt in shock. She had always known that Qin Shan's Yin Island was not far away from her, but she didn't know where it was. Even if she knew the coordinates, she couldn't go there. If she rashly entered the other party's island without Qin Shan's consent, she would most likely be killed by the other party. She could sense that Qin Shan was very secretive. Even if there were secrets behind someone going to his island, it was not something she could spy on. I don't know whether it is good or bad to have such a big boss around. She doesn't have to worry about safety because Qin Shan is there. As long as she tells the other party that a boss has appeared in her sea area, the other party will definitely come, but she won't be able to get any resources. It has happened twice, but she doesn't even know what Qin Shan looks like. Every time someone comes over, they are all stingrays, and they look quite cute. Damn it. How can he be so powerful? The great wizard punched the wooden house next to him. Qin Shan is becoming more and more terrifying, but he is still so mysterious that no one knows what he looks like. But the more this happened, the more it showed that Qin Shan's terror was incomparable to his. With a combat power of only 110 points, how could I be worthy of being on the same list with such a person? Looking at the list, Qin Shan was the only one standing out, and he felt extremely depressed. You come here. The great wizard then turned his gaze to the woman next to him. She was the one he brought back from his last voyage. Life on the island for the two of them was still so comfortable. He always felt that this woman had bad intentions and was doing something sneaky behind his back. But as long as his strength is strong enough, he is not afraid of anything. What's more, there is a contract in place, so he can do whatever the other party wants. When the woman heard his words, her face changed drastically, but then she relaxed. What could she do now? The great wizard was very powerful, and she could not resist. Moreover, all the cultivation resources and the like have been taken away by the other party. It will be difficult, almost impossible, for me to make a breakthrough. This made her feel a little desperate. Of course, it would be even better if someone could help him. For example, the number 1 person on the list would definitely make the great wizard fearful. Just as everyone was marveling at Qin Shan's great achievements, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky again. In the originally dark night, colorful auspicious clouds suddenly appeared. Yes, it was colorful auspicious clouds, covering the sky above Area 34. Everyone could see it. Seeing this scene, they immediately understood that the mysterious man had come again. However, every time he appeared, people felt uneasy, fearing that they would be killed. Sure enough, the voice of a mysterious man came from the clouds, still so unfathomable and incomprehensible. Chapter 100 Teleportation Base. You guys are doing well in District 3 and District 4. It really surprised me that you made it through the 4th stage so quickly. I am very optimistic about you. But no matter how optimistic we are, the previous conditions will not change. In view of your outstanding performance, I will be merciful and tell you about the changes that will happen next. First, after midnight tonight, the sea beasts will continue to attack the island nonstop. This is already the 11th day. If you want to sleep peacefully, you should develop your own cloud island as soon as possible. To be honest, your development speed is too slow. Second, natural disasters can strike at any time. They could be storms, tsunamis, or earthquakes. The smaller the island, the higher the chance of it being sunk. Don't be as lazy as you were before. I'm doing this for your own good. In the future, you'll have to face more than just these creatures without intelligence. Third, at exactly midnight, all those who have not made a breakthrough will be eliminated. As I said before, if you don't want to work hard, then don't live anymore and waste resources. Fourth, announce the recalculation method of combat power. The old version of combat power calculation can no longer highlight your combat power. Fifth, the title system is open, and everyone can be a boss, so work hard. Sixth, you can check the changes on the map later. Seventh, starting from tomorrow, your daily resources will be increased to at least 10 and up to 20. Of course, you won't be able to get them so easily. The guardian beasts next to each treasure chest have varying strengths. If you want to get them, You must defeat them or be killed by them. Remember, they have very high attack power. The previous 10 days are just to give you transition time. 8th, regarding the matter of the national destiny fighting for the dragon, I can give you a hint. It's under the sea. This world doesn't need the weak, and you don't need to pity the weak. If you don't work hard yourself, how can you expect to gain great power? Okay, that's all for today. We still have a few hours left, so let's party to our heart's content. After the other party finished speaking, he disappeared into the night sky, leaving nothing behind. Only countless people showed expressions of fear. This time, the opponent is serious, and there is a possibility that I will die under his rules. Back on Miracle Island, Qin Shan also saw this scene and muttered to himself. Nothing else matters. What he cares about most is Article 8. The destiny of nations is competing for the dragon, under the sea. This situation is self-evident. He also has to thank Emperor Xianyuan for telling him what is happening under the sea. Otherwise, he would not know that there are such terrifying things underwater. This involves the destiny of the country, which is extraordinary. However, with his current strength, he does not have the ability to dive to the place where the dragon corpse is. Even the ghost vines suffered great damage after diving to 1,000,000 meters, let alone them. At least you have to improve your strength. If gold doesn't work, then try diamonds. If diamonds don't work, then try lords. There will always be a time to arrive. The title system, changes in the way combat power is calculated, etc. These things he either already knows about or has already obtained. If the combat power list had not been recalculated, they would have discovered that Qin Shan had become Bronze Qin Shan. After obtaining the title, his strength had increased significantly. In addition, he took a look at the Pioneer Medal and found that the basic resources had indeed changed. Originally, the 4th level Pioneer Medal had only 50 treasure chests, but after the other party's improvement, the number directly reached 100. It is more than 5 times what others have. The previous people all had a limit of 6, which was doubled to 3 times. His number has only doubled, so it is not something unacceptable. With 100 daily treasure chests, even if he does nothing, he can still get a lot of resources every day. Today's harvest is quite good. He was a little fond of this way of upgrading. If there were a few more sea beast tides, wouldn't his strength be even stronger? It would only take a short time to break through to silver. Island Spirit, check the map function and see what changes have occurred. Qin Shan asked immediately. The map function was of great help to him. Many things were obtained by him from the sea. Otherwise, if he had collected them slowly, he would not have been able to obtain them so quickly. The Island Spirit directly sent the map function to Qin Shan. Map function. First, the map is scanned once a day, each time advancing 200 nautical miles outward and 4,000 meters downward. You may find some lost treasures, other ships, islands, and you may also find powerful sea beasts. Once a boss-level sea beast appears on the map, it will rush towards the island. At that time, if you can't resist it, you will face the risk of the island falling. The route will be drawn for the scanned sea area, and this function can be turned off. Second, you can hide your coordinates, but in that case, you won't be able to discover other people's islands. Third, for the sea areas that have been explored, teleportation arrays can be built. Teleportation arrays of different grades have different performances. The longest distance of the teleportation array is 100,000 nautical miles. In addition, independent teleportation bases can be built in existing sea areas without the need for land. The current number is 0 out of 10. Fourth, once other people approach the island waters, an alarm will be immediately sounded and a warning will be issued to the other party. If ignored by the other party, ships can be deployed to counterattack. Fifth, after being turned on, it will attract pirate attacks, and the upper limit of the pirate level will be raised to level 5. Sixth, after it is enabled, the Sea Kings will be refreshed from time to time, and you can get rich rewards by killing them. If you don't kill them within the specified time, each ordinary Sea King will forcibly take away 1 of the maximum area of the island. Each Royal Sea King will forcibly take away 5 of the maximum area, and each Emperor Sea King will forcibly take away 10 of the maximum area. Seventh, explore 2,000 nautical miles of sea area and 40 kilometers downwards. Expel, kill, and subdue 20 bosses. Kill and subdue 30 Sea Kings. Obtain 1,000 lost treasure chests and 1,000 pirate treasures, and upgrade the map function. After the upgrade, the map function has changed a lot, and the exploration range has expanded 4 times, which can greatly increase his exploration speed. After being strengthened, this function will be of great help to Qin Shan. The larger the sea area, the more resources he can obtain, but this also means he will have to spend more time. Fortunately, the third rule solved his problem. He could establish a teleportation base on the sea without the need for land support. As long as there was a teleportation base, he could teleport. Of course, the entire ship had to be teleported there, Otherwise, there would be no way to carry out the work. This was indeed of great help to Qin Shan, enabling him to collect resources faster. In addition, the teleportation base can be dismantled and is not fixed. It only costs a little resource. Whether it is construction or demolition, basic resources are needed. Even teleportation requires spirit stones, energy stones, and the like. One teleportation can teleport a Shinjo ship or 10 arcs. One energy stone can teleport once, and a spirit stone can teleport 20 times. It's quite powerful. Being able to transport so many things, as long as they gather on a Shinjo ship, it will be very convenient to travel, and it greatly shortens the time they spend collecting resources. It's just a bit of a waste of energy stones. After all, ordinary practitioners don't have so many energy stones. Fourthly, if others enter the sea area and do not leave after being warned, they will deploy ships to fight back. This is something Qin Shan had not expected. The fifth one is a bit dangerous. The level of the pirates has actually been upgraded to level 5. If a strong man of this level really appears, they will be the only ones to go. Article 6. He was fortunate enough to experience it once, and lost 5,000 cloud stones in vain. He even wanted to kill the Sea King. The biggest change this time is the last map function, which can actually be upgraded autonomously as long as the conditions are met. The map function this time is pretty powerful, Qin Shan said. Others might hesitate about expanding 200 nautical miles at one time, but he was not worried at all. Even if there were 5th-level pirates, he could handle them. What's more, high risks were accompanied by high returns, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 101 Several buildings. He is still very confident in his own strength. Of course, if the world rules continue to target him, then he has no way out. He cannot fight against the world rules. Under normal circumstances, with his strength, he is absolutely invincible. Today's battle is considered over, but there are still more people living in fear at this moment. At the end of the battle, there were about 790,000 people left alive, but among them, there were 300,000 to 400,000 mortals. If they could not break through to the body refining realm before midnight today, they would be killed and turned into dust. From now on, I will never appear in this world again. When they thought of the horrible consequences, they became extremely nervous. That person's words undoubtedly sentenced them to death. The feeling of waiting to die was really uncomfortable, but they had no other choice. Without the resources for cultivation, what was the use of having the body refining technique? This time is too torturous. On the other hand, on Miracle Island, everyone was celebrating today's victory and gaining a large amount of resources. This brought many benefits to everyone and greatly enhanced their strength. At this time, it was relatively late, and Qin Shan asked them to find some time to go back and rest. He still had to open the last treasure chest. While the double gain was still there, he should be able to make a lot of money. After all, this is an octopus with a title, so his contribution should not be too bad. It was supposed to be divided equally among everyone, but his strength was too strong, so he took it all by himself. Naturally, all the rewards belonged to him. Returning to the leader's house, Qin Shan took out the treasure chest. Looking at the treasure chest emitting golden light, his saliva was about to flow. This was definitely the highest grade treasure chest he had ever seen. Open it. Qin Shan opened it without hesitation. It is impossible to wait until tomorrow. Who knows if I can get double the benefit? Open the honor treasure chest and obtain 2 town blueprints, 1 scripture pavilion blueprint, 1 Hall of Fame blueprint, 2 martial arts training grounds, 10 coffins, 20 each of 1st to 4th level martial arts secrets, 8 5th level martial arts secrets, 1 armor template, 1 spear template, 3 energy stone veins, 1,000 bloodline evolution stones, 100 spirit vein evolution stones, 100,000 cloud stones, 100,000 energy stones, 10,000 spirit stones, and a large amount of basic resources. He actually gave so many things. In the future, the more bosses like this, the better. Qin Shan smiled happily. He didn't expect that he could get so many rewards by dominating the boss. Actually, there weren't so many rewards for killing a bronze-titled sea beast, but this time, the boss he killed was a little different. Solving the octopus was a new milestone for these people, and it was of great significance. The value of the octopus itself has increased a lot, and it is something unique to Miracle Island. After the double gain, it is accumulated, and what it contains is naturally different. Among all these, what makes Qin Shan happiest is the town blueprint. With it, he can build a town by himself, and after having a town, he can build more villages. If this cycle continues, the Miracle Island may develop into a real miracle continent, on which there will be no big problems in closing off the city and establishing a country. I just don't know how big an area I'll need to build a complete town, and whether some things need to be changed. The key point is that he got 2 cards at once, which made the Miracle Island, which was not very large to begin with, even more compact. It was impossible to achieve it in one go, so he had to do it slowly. With the speed at which he is developing, I believe it won't take long before he can accomplish all of this. The Sutra Library is used to store martial arts secrets, which makes management easier. It is impossible to throw all the things into the warehouse to collect dust. With the Sutra Repository, everyone can study in a more systematic way. Sutra Library, it is used to store martial arts secrets. It has 3 floors. The first floor stores first, second, and third level martial arts secrets. It requires 1,000 spiritual gold to build. It covers an area of 50 by 20. Fortunately, this thing doesn't take up much space, only 1,000 square meters, but its advantage is its large capacity. It is divided into 3 floors and can easily accommodate millions of books. One Sutra repository is enough. There is no need for more things. When Miracle Island becomes bigger in the future, it will not be a problem to open a new Sutra repository. Besides, there are only a few hundred people in a village. Why use the Sutra Library? Can't we just go directly to the town? Previously, the Sutra Library was provided for everyone to practice, and no one would be an exception. Hall of Fame, it is divided into the Rookie List, the Pillar List. It mainly reflects the combat power of the island. They cannot be on the combat power list, but they can have their own list. The list is updated in real time. The strong ones on the list enjoy some additional benefits. The construction requires an area of 40 by 20. They even have their own list? Qin Shan was a little surprised. Is this for the convenience of everyone on Miracle Island? Moreover, the emergence of the Hall of Fame has another benefit, which is to urge them to practice hard. As long as they are on the list, they can obtain resources that others cannot get. The number of places is limited. If they don't want to work hard, then they shouldn't blame others for taking away their rankings. Also, he can formulate some rewards to reward those who are on the list. Of course, the rewards can't be too many, and only a part of people can get them. Only in this way can it stimulate everyone's interest. Martial Arts Training Ground, a huge open space. Practicing in the martial arts training ground will bring extra bonuses. It covers an area of 100 by 100. There is no need to build a martial arts training ground, as it is already there, and there are 2 of them, which are completely sufficient for the use of Miracle Island. In fact, there is no need to worry about this for a long time. This thing, of course, is not as simple as just an open space. There are also wooden stakes, shooting ranges, and other buildings, all included in it for everyone to practice, which can definitely help them improve their strength. The emergence of these 3 buildings directly caused the strength of Miracle Island to soar in a short period of time. As long as they still have some blood in their veins, they will not be willing to fall behind others. They will strive for something and will not let others surpass them. In fact, the most unexpected thing this time was the appearance of the coffin. This thing has a bad name, but its function is unquestionable. I was lucky enough to get one, and then I used it, but he never got any more. Unexpectedly, he was given 10 this time. He didn't know its specific use, but he could feel that this thing was not simple and was more useful than he thought. It would always be a good idea to prepare more, in case it could be useful. The more the better. As long as it can bring benefits to yourself, who cares whether it sounds good or not? In addition to these, this time he also obtained a large amount of resources and a vein of energy stones. With these things, he no longer has to worry about not having enough energy stones. After a whole day, he didn't know how many energy stones he had. It was definitely a huge amount. Miracle Island couldn't use that many. For a person to cultivate from scratch to the second stage of body refining, that would require about 100 energy stones. Spirit stones would be needed for further cultivation. Now, there are less than 400 people. Even if they are used, there are only more than 30,000 energy stones. With the remaining in the afternoon, he still has at least 200,000 energy stones at his disposal. This is a terrifying number. Even if there are 200,000 of them, 2,000 of them can break through to the second stage of body refining. Suddenly, he had a new idea. It just so happened that there were still 300,000 or 400,000 people who had not made a breakthrough. They must have some marble or something like that in their hands. As long as he hung the energy stones on them, it would definitely drive those people crazy. As for the price, it would definitely not be cheap. Don't blame him for being cruel. It has come to this point, and they can only buy these things from him. Otherwise, when time passes, they will all die, and keeping these resources will not be of much use. It is better to give it a try. Maybe your luck is good enough to break through at the last moment? Maybe they should be grateful to him because he gave them the chance to survive. He didn't mind being a vampire and just took it as a compliment from others. Chapter 102 Million Marble Stones. Qin Shan did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately put the energy stone on the trading hall. He had not sold anything here for a long time. There was really no need to do so. The purchasing power was too low. Everyone kept the important resources on themselves, and it was impossible to take them out and exchange them with others. In fact, exchanging marble is a very loss-making thing. No one would be stupid enough to do this unless they encounter force majeure, like the current situation. He put all the 200,000 energy stones he had on the post and also bought a pinned post in the chat channel to advertise himself. Otherwise, no one would know about this. I'm selling energy stones in the trading hall. Everyone can participate in the transaction. It's first come, first served. No one will be allowed to wait after the deadline. By the way, each person can only exchange 3, each for 5 marbles. The energy stone is not very useful, but it requires 5 cloud stones to exchange. This is definitely like cutting a piece of flesh off their chest. Many people even smash the cloud islands they have built to buy energy stones. After all, this is their last chance. Fuck. 5 marbles in exchange for 1 energy stone. This is money grabbing. This is too dark. Didn't you see? It's a full 200,000 marbles. If all of this is exchanged for points, it would be 1 million marbles. It's terrible. How on earth could this be done? It must be the octopus, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten so many things. I used to respect Boss Qin Shan, but I didn't expect that he would be such a person. For the sake of profit, he would do anything and even betray his compatriots. Haha, you are probably still asleep. Who cares who you are when you are here? Besides, do you know how many people will die if Boss Qin Shan doesn't put these energy stones into the trading hall? It's a bit of a pitfall, but at least it's within an acceptable range. You are a typical example of a full man not knowing the hunger of a hungry man. You are in the body refining realm, but most people are still mortals. If they don't want to die, they can only rely on energy stones to improve themselves. If Boss Qin Shan sees what you said and he takes back the deal, I guarantee that you will be scolded to death by others. Those who are still active in the chat channel do not need to worry about their own safety. They have already reached the body refining stage and can spend the day in peace. They do not need to worry about being wiped out. So, you won't have back pain when you talk while standing. There are also some smarter ones who follow Qin Shan's example and sell their excess energy stones in the trading hall. If Qin Shan sells 5, they can sell 4. Isn't that much faster? Qin Shan did not say anything about this. It was a transaction, and both parties were willing. He would not force anyone. If they were willing to trade, it meant they had already accepted the price, and there was no way they would regret it later. Otherwise, after they die, Yin Island will disappear and cease to exist. It will just take more time to collect resources. Qin Shan is not worried about these at all, as he has many sources of resources. There is no need to argue with these people just for some marble. It is not worth it. You should work hard to improve your own strength. For some people, they may only have these last few hours to live. If they cannot improve, there will be nothing left, as some people say. If they can survive, they should also be grateful to Qin Shan for giving them the chance to survive. Although the price is a bit of a ripoff, at least it is not sky high and is within an acceptable range. If you die, everything is over. Only if you are alive, there is hope. On an island. Let's try. If we fail, we'll die. Break 15 pieces of cloudstone for me. The man chose to break the island on the cloud heart. At this point, he couldn't care less. It's just 15 square meters. If they can survive today, the sun will be shining brightly tomorrow and their harvest will be even more gratifying. This is completely affordable. It would be a real disaster if there is no chance to survive. What does a temporary loss matter? The only way is to survive. Everything else is just floating clouds. After breaking it, he immediately entered the trading hall. At this time, most of the transactions were related to energy stones. The lowest price was 4 marbles, and the highest was 7 or 8 marbles. The price asked was even higher than Qin Shan's. The main thing is that at this stage, they don't have to worry about not being able to sell their products. Those people will do anything to break through the shackles. Those who said Qin Shan was black-hearted turned out to be more ruthless and tougher than Qin Shan under the huge temptation. Someone directly wrote in the transaction, "This is the price, take it or not." Compared with these people, Qin Shan's price was already a fair price, which made them feel better. There is a saying that goes, "It is all thanks to the support of his peers, otherwise how could he have left a good reputation?" The young man didn't even bother to look at it, and directly made the deal under Qin Shan's terms. Although 200,000 energy stones are a lot, there are too many people who need them, as many as 300,000 or 400,000 people. 1 stone is not enough for each person, let alone 3 stones. If they don't get them quickly and others buy them, they will regret it too late. They are not stupid, so they naturally know what they should choose. After getting the energy stone, the man breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I got it. Because in just a few minutes, 200,000 energy stones were consumed at a rapid rate, and the supply was less than the demand, so this terrible scene appeared. Qin Shan felt no pressure at all to earn Yuncher from them. Why should he feel pressured when it was something that was consensual? Wasn't that what they should do? 3 energy stones should be enough. Let's practice quickly, said the young man. He no longer had any interest in watching the lively chat channel. Of course, he could stop and take a look after the breakthrough, but now he had to race against time. There are only more than 3 hours left until midnight. Whether we can break through depends on God's will. Area 34 was fine, But what about other areas? If no one contributed a large amount of energy stones, more people would surely die. On the other side, Qin Shan was looking at the remaining things, slightly distracted. There are also town blueprints, 3 energy stone veins, 1,000 bloodline evolution stones, and 100 spirit vein evolution stones. The spirit vein evolution stone is used to evolve the spirit veins. He already had the spirit veins, but he had no spirit vein evolution stone, so he had not been able to upgrade them. With every upgrade, the production capacity will be higher, which will bring endless benefits to Qin Shan. The current production capacity is still too low. The 7 spirit stone veins can produce a minimum of 21 spirit stones and a maximum of 56 cloud stones per day, which can barely balance the situation. However, once everyone's strength increases, this will obviously not be enough. Upgrading is imminent. Fortunately, he was given the spirit vein evolution stone this time. Otherwise, he would be really helpless. As for the energy stone veins, this is easy to understand. Just like the spirit stone veins, even if they are not needed in the future, these energy stones can be used to activate things like teleportation arrays. It is very useful. The more the better, and you can even sell it to others and make a fortune. Qin Shan also threw them into the Lingmai Gobi. So far, that area had 10 spiritual veins. Among them, Lingling 1 to Lingling 7 were spiritual stone veins. The remaining 3 were named number 1, number 2, and number 3. He was too lazy to name them, so just named them casually. The spirit vein evolution stones they needed to advance were the same. After dividing the 100 spirit vein evolution stones equally, they were all upgraded to the 2nd level, and the output of, or was even greater. Each spirit stone vein can produce 10 to 20 spirit stones every day. Energy stone veins, each can produce 20 to 50 energy stones per day. In just a few minutes, all the energy stones that Qin Shan had hung in the trading hall were sold out, providing him with 1 million marbles. A whole square kilometer of cloud stone, which is larger than his current cloud island. It turns out that this is how he makes money quickly. With so many people supporting him, the speed of collecting cloud stone is even faster. Chapter 103 Chang'an. However, when it came to him, it was different. It doubled directly and became 2 million marbles. This hand of technology had made a great contribution today. It was simply against the will of heaven. The area of the island instantly increased by 2 square kilometers. This is a huge area. One village is only about 25,000 square kilometers, so there must be dozens of villages. Even if it's a town, he can build it. Expand the island area by 2.1 million square meters. Qin Shan used all the marble to expand the island without hesitation. In an instant, the area of Miracle Island skyrocketed to a terrifying 2,663,000 square meters. An ordinary town was only about 500,000 or 600,000 square meters. Moreover, the town blueprint he obtained was somewhat different. The town blueprint already had preliminary space folding technology. Even if the space expanded, the area would remain unchanged. Therefore, naturally, he has more things to use. In just a moment, everyone felt the changes on Miracle Island. The concentration of spiritual energy became stronger, which made them feel quite refreshed, but they were also not surprised. Qin Shan had made such big moves many times, and they had long been accustomed to it. Moreover, this is the Miracle Island. How can it be called a miracle if there is not even a little miracle? Check the town blueprint. Qin Shan said. This thing is the most desirable. Town blueprint, level 6 item, large-scale construction blueprint, with a total of 1 leader's house, 4-story attic, 30 elite houses, 3-story attic, 1,000 fine decorated 2-story pavilions, 1 town warehouse, 1 farm, 1 plantation, and 1 fish pond. Chief's house, increases training effect by 25, increases martial arts training speed by 10, increases spiritual energy concentration by 20, fatigue recovery speed by 50, town layout can be adjusted once a day. Village location can be adjusted once a day, construction. The area occupied remains unchanged. Elite house, increases training effect by 20, increases martial arts training speed by 8, increases spiritual energy concentration by 16, and increases fatigue recovery speed by 45. Construction. The land area remains unchanged. Deluxe 2-story pavilion, increases cultivation effect by 15, increases martial arts cultivation speed by 5, increases spiritual energy concentration by 11, and fatigue recovery speed by 40. Construction. The area occupied remains unchanged. Town warehouse, it has a preliminary space folding base. The shape and floor space remain unchanged. The internal space is expanded tenfold to 600,000 cubic meters. It can be upgraded directly without spending additional resources. Farm, increases the fertility, survival rate, and productivity of poultry and livestock. It can accommodate up to 30,000 poultry and livestock. It has a preliminary space folding base. The shape and floor area remain unchanged, but the internal space is expanded tenfold. It can be directly upgraded without spending additional resources. Plantation. Own 10 cultivated lands, increase production tenfold, reduce production time by half, can automatically harvest, half the manual harvest. Spiritual field area reaches 100 by 100, build. There are almost no major changes. Basically, they have mastered the space folding technology, and their houses are no longer low houses, but have a sense of layering. Towns and villages can accommodate at least 4,000 people, which is a huge scale that makes it more like a human settlement. If you want to upgrade again, you will need more advanced drawings. This is just the town level. The blueprint level is already at the 6th level. I'm afraid the ones above it have already reached the 9th level. As for what changes there will be after the 9th level, he has no idea. But it is extremely difficult to get it. It is not possible to get it at this time. You'd better be patient. He hasn't even built the town yet. The town is complete and still has 10 villages under its jurisdiction. It would be a bit too hasty to think about these things now. With his current financial resources, it would be no problem for him to build the entire town. In order to save trouble, Qin Shan built them all directly. It was also to facilitate him to adjust the town all at once. He didn't want to make adjustments every time he built a new one, which would be too troublesome. In an instant, a large number of buildings sprang up from the ground, turning it into a huge town. Unfortunately, only a part of it was inhabited. The town directly covers the previous village. There is no situation where a town and a village exist separately. It cannot be built separately. It needs to be based on the village, just like a more advanced city-state, which also needs a town as a foundation. Otherwise, even if you have more resources, you cannot build it. His chief's house was upgraded into a 4-story attic, standing tall. There are 30 elite houses scattered around the leader's house, but only 15 of them are inhabited. They are upgraded from the previous 10 elite houses, plus Wutai and others, in order to give others a motivation. As long as they do a good job, there will always be benefits, and more than they can imagine. I don't believe that these people will not be tempted. Further out, there are 1,000 finely decorated 2-story pavilions, interspersed with blacksmith shops, tailor shops, scripture libraries, halls of fame, martial arts training grounds, and other buildings. He has already come up with things like the Hall of Fame. If he has the resources, he can just build it without waiting for later. The martial arts training ground was divided into 2 directions, east and west. After this upgrade, the defensive arrow towers were abolished. With their strength, they no longer needed defensive arrow towers to build any fortifications. They were too weak before and needed defensive arrow towers. Even in the 10 village manufacturing maps in his hand now, there were no defensive arrow towers. As strength increases, some things are slowly disappearing. In addition to the living environment, there are plantations, fish ponds, farms, etc., which are all placed closer to the edge. In addition, there is an elemental temple in the forest. Many people have tried to enter it, awaken their attributes, and increase their strength a lot. After possessing the attributes, their overall strength is enhanced. However, the new combat power calculation formula has not been announced yet, so he doesn't know how much these people have been strengthened. Anyway, compared with before, the difference is huge. It can be said that the arrival of the elemental temple is of great help to them. Qin Shan also showed a smile on his face. The stronger the strength of the people, the better help they will be to him. At that time, he can also enter it, awaken his own attributes, and greatly enhance his strength. As long as the buildings were given to him, none of them were useless, and each one of them demonstrated extraordinary functions. There are also thousands of lights hanging high under the eaves of the chief's house, illuminating all directions, as if there is some kind of mysterious power protecting this land. He also moved the totems to the forest. The elemental temple, the spirit spring, the scarlet sky emperor's sword, etc. were all in this place. It had become a holy place on Miracle Island for the saints of the past. This is the town today, after being adjusted by Qin Shan. From now on, whenever someone comes, they can move in directly without having to make too many adjustments. The whole set occupies less than 100,000 square meters, mainly because the space is folded. If it were fully unfolded, Qin Shan would have a headache. As for the remaining drawings, he had no use for them. Without the population, it would be meaningless to produce them. It would only be a waste of resources. In order to obtain these things, he consumed too many resources. Even if he was given huge benefits in this day, it would still be more than he could bear. Finally, he also has the power to name the town, and all the villages can also be named. Before, there was only one village, so it didn't matter whether it was named or not. But in the future, there will inevitably be more, so the authority to name them was open to him. He hesitated for a moment and then filled in Chang'an Town. No, this is not just Chang'an Town, it's also Chang'an City. It's just the suffix that he cannot change. He only has the right to name it, but he is not qualified to change the shape of the town. In the future, it can even become a main city, a capital, or a royal city. If he is given enough time, it can develop. He flew high into the sky, looking down at his masterpiece, his heart filled with joy. It had been 10 days since he came to this world, and it had finally become somewhat presentable. Moreover, this town has my favorite retro style. I really feel like I have fallen into the ancient city of Chang'an, with thousands of lights, long streets, and everything. If there were more people, it would live up to the name of Chang'an. Chapter 104, 0 Point. As the town was changed to Chang'an Town, all living beings discovered this in their minds. There was no need for Qin Shan to explain it to them personally. It was very convenient. All he needed was a thought, and a lot of information could be conveyed. In the future, he will even have to select some people to become village chiefs. Each village chief has great power and authority because they can also upgrade villages to towns, which means they are the head of a town. The power that can be obtained is still quite generous, but the process is very long. Now the emergence of a second town is not allowed. There can only be one largest tribe, and that is Chang'an Town. Of course, for some people living in the largest towns, going to a subordinate place and becoming the head of a village is no different from being demoted. Perhaps the functions will be very powerful in the future, but no one knows when. Moreover, by the time they are promoted to town mayors, Chang'an Town will be upgraded to Chang'an City. Then being a village head is useless and a waste of time. Even a well-decorated 2-story building is almost as powerful as the village chief's house. Why would you go to the subordinate area for such a small profit? That would be too meaningless. However, there is no rush for these things now. They still have a lot of time. A village cannot be built in a short period of time. The population difference is too big. It is impossible to leave the houses here empty and build a village. It will not be worth it. Even if there was, Qin Shan would not do it. It is too difficult to build a great country step by step. The population alone makes Qin Shan helpless. What you think is just what you think. If you want to build all this, you can only start from the very beginning. There is no rush. With the current scale of Miracle Island, the probability of refreshing the population is not low. It's just the number. According to the nature of the refreshing rules, every time, a family of 4 appears, so the house can be fully utilized, and it won't be empty like the previous elite house. He now wants Sanqing and others to merge together to save space as much as possible. But in the end, I thought, forget it. It's not like I have no place to live. Besides, if they accept disciples in the future, they may move into their elite house. Qin Shan didn't even know whether a Taoist temple or something like that would appear in the future, but it was not impossible. These people were not suitable to live in towns. It would be more suitable if there were some big mountains, temples, or something like that. But now, the island is too small, only 2.663 square kilometers, which is really not enough. In fact, it is just a combination of 3,000 times 1,000 squares, not very big. With their leg strength, they can walk through every corner of Miracle Island in a very short time. If it were the same as before, with the physical fitness of an ordinary person, I don't know how long it would take to explore such a small island, and I would be exhausted and out of breath. No wonder those who have not reached the body refining realm will be eliminated. This world is really not suitable for ordinary people to survive. The survival rate is too low. They will die instantly if there is any danger. Instead of wasting resources on them, it is better to clean them out and leave only those with potential. As for what the final winner of this game will look like, no one knows for sure. Just do what you are supposed to do and build your own city-state. Then you don't have to worry about being attacked. Qin Shan's dream has always been this. Not being bullied by others and becoming strong will make him satisfied. While others are becoming stronger, he is also becoming stronger. He will not fall behind others and will always be at the forefront. Only in this way can he control his own destiny. Miracle Island became quiet. Everyone was either practicing, eating, or falling asleep. After a tiring day, everyone was very tired. There were so many sea beasts that appeared today, so many that it was unbelievable, more than 1 million. Fortunately, they survived. That battle alone made everyone exhausted. Fortunately, they had enough rest time and several powerful helpers. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for them to stop the enemy. This honor treasure chest did not refresh the population refresh coupons, which made Qin Shan feel a little regretful. The population refresh coupons were too important to him and could greatly enhance the strength of Miracle Island. Maybe it wasn't necessary before, but now, he urgently needs a large population to fill the vacancies in the town. A town that can accommodate more than 4,000 people only has less than 400 people living in it. This gap is too huge. However, his power is already big enough. Look at the others. They either occupy others or forcibly enslave others, and only then do they have a little popularity. Or 2 people get together and 1 island has 2 owners. Only close people would create such an island. But what would happen over time? No one knows. In fact, it is safest for an island to have only 1 owner. Otherwise, if there is a disagreement, then things will get serious. If they can't make up their minds, won't they become enemies in the end? 9 o'clock. Those mortals who have exchanged for energy stones have begun to break through. I don't know if it's because I know there's going to be a version reform tomorrow, but breaking through has become very easy. It only takes 3 to 5 energy stones and a certain amount of time to break through easily. Brothers, congratulate me, I made a breakthrough. Ha 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 ha. Another color laughed wildly and shared his joy with others. After the breakthrough, it meant that they could survive, and there was no need to worry about the possibility of being wiped out. The word erasure was like a steel knife hanging over their heads, and it could not be shaken off. Now, everything was over, and their good days were coming. Congratulations, you survived. Although this may not sound nice, it is true. It's good to be alive. This way, we have one more practitioner in District 34. In less than an hour, the number of people exceeded 10,000. Have you ever thought about how much Unparalleled Qin Shan got this time? 1 million? Do you even need to think about this? Then have you ever thought about how big his island is? Don't you want to find out? The person above, your idea is very dangerous. Not to mention how terrifying the sea is. Just tell me whether you like it or not and let others go to your island. That's right. Although I also want to see the big boss's Cloud Island, I still know my own limitations. Don't always think about other people's things. Think more about how to develop yourself. That's the right way. Suddenly, no more arguing was allowed here. Ahem, I'm just asking casually. The man said quickly. I am really afraid of these people. They can attack me with just a random word. Nowadays, even speaking is wrong. In fact, he was not the only one who had such an idea. I was afraid that everyone in District 34 had such an idea. After all, he was the strongest person at the top of the list, and he had collected so many marbles in a few days. What an incredible thing this is. Not long after the debate, someone else made a breakthrough, and the first thing he did was to share his joy. From now on, I will never hide behind again. I must face the enemy head on. That's right, it's so terrible, they just wipe it out at the slightest provocation. That person also gave us 10 days. It's just that you didn't work hard enough. Who can you blame for this? Let's wait together. As more and more people broke through the body refining stage, the chat channel in Area 34 became a little more relaxed and not as depressing as before. Otherwise, a large number of people would have died in a few hours. The waiting time passed so quickly. Amid their conversation, there were only a few minutes left until midnight. Everyone stared at the time closely and no one spoke in the channel. They're waiting for new features, and maybe things will change all of a sudden. Finally, after a few minutes, the pointer stopped at 0. Midnight has arrived. All survivors who have not reached the body refining stage will be killed. There are a total of 125,476 people in District 34 who have not reached the body refining stage. They will be forcibly wiped out. A sea monster appears, attacking Cloud Island endlessly. New Combat Power Calculation Formula, released. Chapter 105 Combat Power Calculation Formula. 125,476 people. They were forcibly wiped out. This piece of news shocked everyone. They were really being slaughtered so ruthlessly. In the chat channel, the data was shrinking rapidly, from nearly 800,000 to 670,000. It's only been 10 days and 1/3 of the population in Zone 34 has died. If a large number of people hadn't sold their energy stones at the last minute today, would more people have died from the disaster? Fortunately, I bought energy stones. A survivor who managed to survive said with lingering fear. As soon as the energy stones were sold, he chose to buy them without hesitation. For this reason, he even smashed the Cloud Island to buy the energy stones. Now, after hearing the news, he is glad that he survived. As for those who have died, after a while, no one will know what they are called, and even their appearances will be forgotten. In such a world, the only ones they can rely on are themselves. The life and death of others does not seem to have much to do with them. It sounds very cold, but this is an indisputable fact. People with compassionate hearts are destined not to survive long here. Even if you are kind, the sea beast will not be polite to you and will kill you in an instant. Everyone was waiting quietly. They were really afraid that it would be their turn next time. At this moment, Qin Shan was shocked. He did not expect that so many people had been wiped out. He had given them a chance to survive, but in the end, they still became like this. Their deaths also serve as a wake-up call to others. No matter what time, they must not stop their pace of becoming stronger. Otherwise, they will be forcibly eliminated by this world. This world does not need the weak, and there is not even room for them to survive. Maybe later on, their chances of survival will be even slimmer. Each time it gets higher than the last, no one knows what they will face in the future. They can only hope that they are strong enough to deal with those terrifying enemies. Things have come to an end. Countless people have made such voices, but there is more helplessness and melancholy in these voices. It is not a peaceful era, and the chance of survival is too slim. Originally, they could live a carefree life, but God played a joke on them and sent them to this place, where they no longer have a peaceful life. After being silent for a long time, they no longer paid attention to this matter. People have to look forward, and it is impossible to live in sadness. They are lucky to be alive, and they can't care about other people. Everyone looked at the last one, the new combat power calculation formula. In other words, they will have a brand new combat power list, and all previous ones will be invalid. It makes sense. There are some people who are very powerful, but this combat power restricts them severely. Maybe, after this time, a large number of powerful people will appear. The combat power will not remain at a few dozen or 100 points. Check the combat power calculation formula, Qin Shan said. He wanted to see what the combat power would become. Realm *10 plus bloodline *50 100 plus physical body *100 plus soul *200 plus title cumulative attributes no attributes 1, basic attributes *2, special attributes *3, mutated attributes *3, rare attributes *3, supreme attributes *10. Is the effect of attributes so strong? Qin Shan was stunned. It directly doubles the combat power. Perhaps they have lost something and can only practice a single system, making them easy to be restrained, but in this way their combat power has also become extremely strong. After all these layers of accumulation, his combat power has reached 940 points. The realm is 40 points, the bloodline is 300 points, the body is 500 points, and the title is 100 points. Adding them together, it is 940 points. If there is one more attribute, his combat power can continue to double. What a terrifying set of numbers. Martial arts, which originally occupied an extremely important proportion, are not included in the combat power calculation formula. Come to think of it, martial arts are important, but they depend on people. Moreover, martial arts are difficult to calculate clearly. If one really wants to calculate in this way, the people he recruited would be infinitely powerful. They know so many things, and they often use magical powers and techniques that are far more powerful than martial arts. I don't know how much their combat power can be increased. But before today, everyone's performance was not that amazing, and their fighting power had not reached that terrifying level. It was still within an acceptable range. Without the bonus of martial arts, the strength of many people was greatly weakened. Of course, after taking their physical bodies into account, their combat power would not be too bad. Moreover, he had a feeling that this combat power calculation formula was not the final answer. It only represented a period of time. Everyone's strength had not yet been improved. There was no point in making a specific division. It was just a simple and rough calculation of their strength. Just to give everyone a new understanding of their own strength, that's all. His combat power is about to break 1,000. After breaking through 1,000, he can go to the Temple of Elements and change his job to become an elementalist. His strength will be many times stronger. Suddenly, I felt that the emergence of this elemental temple was simply a blessing from God. The basic attributes are doubled, the special attributes and variant attributes are tripled, the rare attributes are 5 times, and the supreme attributes are directly increased tenfold. There is such a huge gap between different elements. I wonder how many people I need to surpass. As long as the people of Miracle Island go to the Temple of Elements to awaken their elemental attributes, their strength will definitely be very powerful, and they will enter a new stage earlier than these people. He looked at the combat power of the others again. Emperor Xuanyuan's combat power reached 420 points. Both his bloodline and body had reached the second level, making him the top expert just below him. Of course, right now, the regions have not yet been integrated. I don't know what the situation will be like after others merge in. Third, Do Wanjun, first level physical body and blood, second level body refining, and combat power of 220 points. Fourth, the Great Wizard, also 220 points. Fifth, Qingying, same as above. Sixth, the Flame God of War, is only at the first level of body refining, with a combat power of 210 points, but he masters a third level martial art and is quite powerful. Seventh, Yu Pao Pao, 210 points. This is a bit watery. It was the Bloodline Evolution Stone given to her by Qin Shan that increased her score. Of course, it cannot be said that Yu Pao Pao did not work hard. It's just that her luck was not very good. Now, in District 34, it is still possible to rank in the top 10, which is quite difficult. Moreover, from now on, everyone's combat power is gradually widening. The first and second place will always surpass the others, leaving them far behind. There is not much gap between the third to the 10th place. Those who are powerful, after the revision, their combat power is still strong. Only Qin Shan remained high above, and Emperor Xianyuan was relentless in pursuit. But there is still a huge gap. Emperor Xianyuan is less than half of his ability. If he awakens his attributes, the gap between the two will be even bigger. I'm afraid that the top masters in other districts are like Emperor Xianyuan. Moreover, as the number 1 on the combat power list, they also have a medal of the Chosen One, which can maximize their strength. By then, the situation will be different. Being able to top the list on the first day of the announcement of the combat power list is definitely not an easy task. Their cultivation speed is also daunting. They should be stronger than Emperor Xin Yuan, but he has no idea how much stronger. After all, this is the business of other regions. Why worry about it? Won't you know the answer tomorrow? But at this moment, the chat channel exploded. Oh my god, Boss Qin Shan already has a title. I just checked. The bronze title requires a 3rd level bloodline, a 3rd level physical body, and a 3rd level body refining or above. Otherwise, it is impossible. You are talking nonsense. How else can you have such a high combat power point? The only title in the entire district. This combat power is more than 500 times greater than the 2nd place. It's invincible. Fortunately, this is the boss of our District 34. After the merger, there will be more people coming, and they will be very powerful. We must stick together. That's right. I'll create a group chat here. If you need any help, just join it. Chapter 106. Merge Zone, Battle Power Ranking. For a while, the channel was full of group chat news. At this time, people were still thinking of taking advantage of the situation and were not afraid of overeating themselves. But now, they have to band together for warmth. The power of one person is limited after all, and there are so many people in their area, so they should be quite powerful. Some people also called on Qin Shan to create a group chat. Qin Shan scoffed at this. These people were too weak and not worth winning over. He had Miracle Island, Chang'an Town, and a large amount of resources, which were enough to create a huge force and not be afraid of anyone. He does not need to allow any risks to exist on his island. This is his territory completely. Even if they are willing to sign a contract, it is useless. That thing is useless, even if he is confident that he can suppress those people. But who knows? In such a big world, there is no such thing as a cancellation card. If they secretly tear up the contract, the blow to Miracle Island will be devastating. All unstable factors must be eliminated and must not affect one's foundation. The foundation is too important to tolerate any damage. Haven't you seen that everyone is so secretive about the alliance now no one dares to easily form an alliance with others? This is no longer a peaceful and prosperous world, but a cruel cultivation world. It is impossible to live in peace. Moreover, the more people gather, the more emotions will be generated. Especially those who have been influenced by culture will do this. Only those indigenous islanders who have not been civilized can be indoctrinated in any way Qin Shan wants and become his own powerful people. It is clear at a glance which is more important. So, in response to their calls, he just smiled and said nothing. Gradually, those people stopped saying anything. After all, the number of times he spoke in the channel was very few. Either it's a direct private chat or an announcement, certain things, otherwise he would never hang out with these people. They have nothing to do, but he has something to do. He can improve his cultivation and practice martial arts. The most important thing is that it is already late at night and it's time to go to bed. In fact, the reason why everyone is still online so late is simply because they are waiting for the combat power calculation formula to be announced, so that they can know the gap between themselves and the stronger ones, and how to make up for it and catch up. After seeing it, I felt much more at ease and no longer so anxious. Gradually, it became quiet here. Many people were still thinking, tomorrow the area will be merged, and the area of this sea area will be even larger. How many people will pour in? How many powerful practitioners will rise? They didn't know, and it was not easy to speculate. They would know in the morning. In fact, it's not just the people in District 34 who have such an idea. Other people who are waiting for the merger have the same idea. If we calculate based on 1 million people in one zone, there are as many as 1,400 zones for Chinese survivors, no more, no less. Even after the merger, there will still be more than 100 large zones. There are 10 districts, and the number of people who survived should be around 4 to 5 million. According to the ordinary people in District 34, basically, there are around 400,000. Fortunately, there are people selling energy stones here, otherwise the number would not have reached 670,000. But when they thought that 300,000 people had died in just 10 days, their hearts twitched violently. They could already foresee that the world was becoming more and more cruel, and being able to be alive was already quite good. Amidst everyone's anxious thoughts, they finally saw the light of day. There was no conversation all night, and in the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. A breeze in the early morning woke everyone up. The region merger has been successful. All survivors, please work hard to explore the unknown new world. This is the first time the region has been merged. As a reward, each region will have a secret realm that can be explored together. There is no limit to the time, type, or reward. You are in the 4th district, with a total of 3.7 million survivors. When they woke up, everyone saw the news on Cloud Heart. There are only 3.7 million people. How come so many people died? When seeing this set of data, Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This was far more cruel than they had imagined. 10 million people, 63 died, which was more than 6 million people. They were deeply shocked by such a low survival rate. On average, the number of survivors in each district was about 300,000 to 400,000. The situation was much worse than that in District 34. Suddenly, they realized how fortunate it was that they were able to survive. Anyone there? I discovered this world, for real. Do you think this is fake? More and more people entered the chat channel. Many unfamiliar IDs appeared, and those who were active before disappeared. I am the chosen one of Area 31. I have set up a group chat. Welcome everyone to join. Follow me, and you will not suffer any loss. Medal of the Chosen One. I am the chosen one of District 35. I am planning to establish a power. Anyone who wants can join my group chat. Medal of the Chosen One. At this time, everyone discovered the terrifying properties of the Chosen One badge. It could actually increase the speed of cultivation. No wonder the cultivation speed was so fast. It turned out that this thing existed. And if they followed, they would also enjoy such benefits. For a moment, everyone was jealous. But some people became alert. After all, no one knew what kind of person the other party was. If you went in, you would never be able to get out. Annexation is just a small matter. I am afraid that Yunjishin will be shattered. They will have no chance to turn over and can only become tools of the other party. They will do whatever they are told and have no freedom at all. Therefore, whenever it comes to group chat, everyone is cautious. Immediately, someone changed the subject, not wanting to delve too deeply into the matter. Did you encounter any attacks last night? I've had 5 attacks here, and I can't sleep well. If I'm alone, I can't stand this for a long time. How could there be so many? Hurry and check the battle power rankings. There are so many strong people. Oh my god, what the hell? The number 1 on the list actually has 940 points of combat power. Hey, this is our District 34's number 1, Boss Qin Shan. How is he? He's awesome, isn't he? He's indeed very strong. The strongest men in other districts have all spoken, but why hasn't this big man spoken yet? Don't even think about it. Even if we want to join Qin Shan's team, it's impossible. He should have his own team and doesn't need anyone else to join. I really want to meet this mysterious top master. Didn't you realize that his name is Bronze Qin Shan? He actually already has a title. We are not blind. Such a high combat power can only be achieved after obtaining a title. The second one is the top expert in our 40th district, but he only has 540 combat power points. There is a big difference. This is a total crush. Why is there another Emperor Xianyuan in your District 34 who has entered the 10th place? What's going on? Our top expert in District 37 is in the 11th place. This District 34 is too abnormal. There are actually 2 people in the top 10. How did you do it? Everyone who saw this scene was cheering loudly. It is obviously hard to accept this terrible thing. Not only did a person with a combat power of 900 appear in Area 34, but another person with a combat power of over 400 also appeared. Why did Emperor Xianyuan get noticed? It was because his combat power reached the level of 400. Except for the 10 chosen ones, the combat power of others was very low, only about 100 or 200. Although Emperor Xianyuan and the strongest man in Area 37 both have a combat power of 420 points, he is ranked ahead, which means that Emperor Xianyuan will break through earlier. How could they accept this? The gap in combat power was too huge. Sure enough, after the merger, many powerful people emerged. There is no doubt that District 34 is the most powerful district, with 13 people on the list. The combat power list has changed. There are not so many places, only 100 people. Among the 100 people, 13 are from District 34. This is somewhat surprising. Chapter 107 Do Family Sisters and Brothers. The top 13 people in the original 34th district are all on the list. Qin Shan is 1st, Emperor Xianyuan is 10th, Wan Jun is 12th, the Great Wizard is 15th, Qing Ying is 20th, the Flame God of War is 25th, and Yu Pao Pao is 40th. In fact, from the 12th to the 100th, the combat power among these 80 people is basically the same. From 220 to 210, it depends on who breaks through first. Originally, in this ranking, Yu Pao Pao is at the front, at least with a combat power of 210 points. She should be number 1. However, in the first round of the combat power list, according to previous calculations, her combat power was not enough, so it became like this. But for her, this is already very good. At the same time, the people on the list felt pressured. There were actually so many people in the same combat power range as themselves. These 10 points of combat power were just a breakthrough in a small realm. They were lucky enough to have obtained the Bloodline Evolution Stone, and their physical bodies had advanced to the first level. There was nothing to be excited about. They either break through in a short period of time or are surpassed by many people. Moreover, Who dares to say that only those on the list have 210 points of combat power? It is because they broke through first. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such strength and stand in the front. At least, before the merger, they saw that there were some people whose combat power was at the same level as their own, but they were not seen here. That was because the number of places on the list was limited and they could not be displayed. In addition to the people in the first and second echelons, the third echelon has the largest number of people, and the competition among them is also the most intense. Although their combat power is similar, on the 11th day, many restrictions are lifted, and the speed at which their strength improves will be faster. Especially in the fourth area, there is a group secret realm. Anyone can go in and explore it, with no time limit, until the secret realm disappears. This is also the most attractive place for them. Maybe they will be lucky enough to get the treasures they need in it and improve their strength immediately. For those in the second echelon, their biggest opponent is Qin Shan, the only person in the first echelon. Compared with him, the others are far inferior and are not on the same level at all. If they are not careful, they may be killed by Qin Shan, which is something they do not want to see. Moreover, they must find and enter the secret realm before Qin Shan and divide the treasures inside. Otherwise, what will they do when Qin Shan arrives? There are more than just one person on the islands of the Chosen Ones. As early as when they were in their own area, some people had already gathered there. Either they knew each other or were conquered, and then they merged into a big island. But even with such a fast development speed, it is still not as fast as Qin Shan. They have reason to believe that Qin Shan is not one person, but a huge team whose strength far exceeds theirs, so they must become stronger as soon as possible. We can't drag this on any longer. Moreover, they also heard that Qin Shan earned at least 1 million marbles yesterday, which is equivalent to 1 square kilometer of land area. It is terrifying to think about it. Among them, there is no one with an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers, and it was built by so many people together. They hunted sea beasts every day and exchanged them for marbles, and only then did they gradually see some improvement. Looking at the remarks made by those people in District 34, even though there are some exaggerations in them, some of them are definitely true, which makes them feel even more pressured. It seems that after the merger, their talents can no longer allow them to enjoy the good life, and they need to keep a low profile, as there is someone standing above them. At this moment, many people have begun to dispatch their own ships to go out to sea in order to find the whereabouts of the secret realm. It is said that there is a secret realm, but the coordinates are not given. With such a large sea area, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. They have no idea where to start, which has caused great suffering to everyone. The straight-line distance of the sea area in one district should be about 200,000 nautical miles. 10 districts would be 2 million nautical miles. It is simply impossible to walk through such a huge area. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is due to the area of the sea area determined by the population. Maybe if they do not have 10 million people, there may not be such a vast sea area. However, these things are not something they can guess, and they need to be measured actually. At this time, on Do Wanjuan's island. Second sister, it's really you. A message came from the opposite side of Yunjixin. The ID is Wanming. Little brother, where are you? Do Wanjun said happily. The servers have been merged, and I can finally meet my family. In the Do family, her generation name is Wan, but because she is a girl, it was changed to Wan. That's great, second sister. Where are you? I'll come to find you. Wanming said happily. Next to Yunjixin, a young man was ecstatic. It is too difficult for a person to survive. Even though he is a disciple of the Do family and has outstanding strength, he still cannot stand out, let alone be the chosen one. There are too many incredible things in this world. He only found it on the list because of Do Wanjun, otherwise he would not have found it. That's as high as 12th place. The people of the Do family are so powerful. I'm afraid that's not possible. The distance between us is at least 100,000 nautical miles. Without a teleportation array, it will take a long time to get there by boat. And it's very unsafe to be alone at sea. You can contact them and see how many people from our Do family are in the 4th district, Do Wanjun said. They were already very happy to meet people from the Do family, but it was extremely difficult to gather together. Although the previous map did not mark the distance, everyone was concerned about the distance when attacking the boss. The farthest was tens of thousands of nautical miles away, and some were more than 100,000 nautical miles away. If the straight line distance was centered on themselves, it would be at least 200,000 nautical miles. Therefore, it was not possible to merge together in a short period of time. It was too difficult, time-consuming, and laborious. If they encountered powerful sea beasts on the sea, there would be a risk of capsizing. Okay, second sister, I'll contact him right away, and we'll meet up again when we have the chance in the future, Wanming said. He also calmed down. He was too excited just now and didn't expect that the sea area was so large. It would not be possible to just go across it. Okay, keep in touch anytime, Wanjun said. Even though the distance was far, she felt a little more at ease now that she had met a disciple of the Dou family. Moreover, her eldest brother has not yet appeared in the 4th district, so it is very likely that he is in other areas. After all, her eldest brother's strength is much stronger than theirs. Before coming here, she had already reached the body refining realm. There should be no problem for her to be the number 1 in a district. She originally thought that she could become the big boss of District 34, but then a mysterious figure like Qin Shan showed up, and she had no idea about his background at all. Keep in touch anytime, Wang Ming said. They then ended their chat and went to make preparations. Things cannot be achieved overnight, and it takes a long time to accumulate success. Moreover, that person would not let them merge their regions just like that. He would definitely want them to unite. But I don't know what conditions are needed to achieve this. These are still too far away. Wait, let's go to the Demon Cloud secret realm. Don't let me down. Dou Wanjun clenched her fists. She also has a treasure map and wants to go to that place to find out what's inside. The treasure map had been upgraded and completed the day before yesterday, but yesterday was the day of great changes, so it was postponed to 10 o'clock this morning. By then, all those who have the treasure map will enter the Demon Cloud secret realm. No one knows what is inside. But this is something that was unlocked by the treasure map after all, and it is said to be related to the Jiuzhou. Its weight is very heavy. Being able to get the Jiuzhou is definitely a great opportunity. But she was also worried in her heart. Would Qin Shan go over? With Qin Shan's strength, she would not be able to stop him from getting what he wanted. Moreover, their area has the Demon Cloud secret realm, so what about other areas? Is there anyone who has collected the treasure map and opened a new secret realm? Chapter 108 Rookie List. Congratulations, the area has expanded by 266 square meters. The map scan is complete. Currently, within 400 nautical miles and 8,000 meters below the sea, we have found 42 lost treasure chests, 17 pirate groups, and 3 bosses. Among them, there are 3 groups of 3rd-level pirates, and the rest are all 1st and 2nd-level pirates. Please send people to encircle and suppress them, otherwise there may be changes. Since the master has the quest item, I will begin freezing the activity time of the pirates and bosses. After the quest is over, the time will be unfrozen. During the frozen time, any attack on the pirates and bosses will be invalidated. Yesterday's total breakthrough. The treasure chests are refreshed daily. There are a total of 60 ochre treasure chests, 35 ruby treasure chests, and 5 orange treasure chests. There are still 100 minutes until the Demon Cloud secret realm opens. The master has 55 treasure maps. Please count 55 people and go. When the time comes, they will be randomly teleported. The number of people is sufficient, the rookie ranking is open, and the pillar ranking is open. This was all the hints he had given today, and Qin Shan instantly became interested. He had originally thought that he was afraid that after bringing people to the Demon Cloud secret realm, they would be attacked by pirates. But now, he could just freeze their activity time, so he wouldn't have to worry about it. It's not too late to deal with these problems after you come back. What he needs now is how to get the Jiuzhou. He has a feeling that the Jiuzhou is very important to him. It is a terrifying prop that can help him rise strongly in the 2nd stage. Therefore, he was very concerned about this Demon Cloud secret realm. Immediately, everyone was gathered together. A few minutes later, everyone gathered at the East Training Ground. This mission is very difficult. I need 54 people to go to the Demon Cloud secret realm with me. We must get the Jiuzhou. Qin Shan said. Jiuzhou, that is a sacred object in Chinese legend that can suppress China. I wonder what its specific function is. They had long wanted to get the things inside, but unfortunately, the treasure map was put together a little too late, and they had to go through a great battle before they could enter. At this point, everyone's strength has basically increased a bit. For Qin Shan, it is not a big deal. As long as they don't hinder him, then everything is fine. But if a conflict occurs, he will never let it go. Giving others a chance to live? Isn't this just waiting for death? This is probably his first time meeting everyone, and there is a possibility that he will expose Yoon and the others. I'll go. Island Master, choose me. Why should you go? Can't I go? Island Master, I'm going too. The number of places is limited, and it's on a first-come, first-served basis. This is an opportunity to show their talents, and who knows, it might actually bring them good luck. After all, Qin Shan now has more than 1,000 bloodline evolution stones. The reason why they are useless is that starting from the 4th level, each promotion requires a lot of time. They don't have time to wait, so they are delayed. Originally, he was planning to upgrade the Ghost Vine from level 5 to level 6, which would require 1,000 bloodline evolution stones. He had enough, but the upgrade might take a long time. So after calculating this, he decided to wait until he went to the Demon Cloud secret realm before discussing this matter. He also talked about this matter with everyone last night, and they all had no objections. In yesterday's battle, they saw what terror was. The Ghost Vine made a great contribution to Miracle Island, and the remaining blood evolution stones could also enhance the strength of many people. Just take it slow. Besides, now that the servers have been merged, they also need a strong person to govern the island. No one is more suitable than Guitung. As for Guitung himself, he didn't say anything. Instead, he was a little excited. He had only been here for a few days. He could already improve his bloodline. This was a good thing. At most, it would be a little late. It was no big deal. He would just treat it as an advance reservation. Qin Shan was very happy to see everyone volunteering. No one was afraid of death, which was enough. Yun and the others would definitely go together. Including Qin Shan, there would be a total of 12 people, plus Guitung, De Huang, and 41 islanders, including Wu Tai. This trip to the Demon Cloud secret realm can be said to have brought all the strong men from the Miracle Island over, leaving behind only a few small figures at the first level of body refining. But don't underestimate them. As long as they have used the blood evolution stone, they have reached the first level of blood and body. Those who are even better have reached the second level of body refining. Many people's blood is very strong, reaching 100 points. Only a few people have weak blood, but strong functionality. In other words, anyone who comes out from here is a strong person on the list. Of course, these do not include the 284 people who have just arrived. They have not yet formed combat effectiveness, but they will soon. Today's Miracle Island is truly a place full of miracles. As long as they are on the island, their practice will not deteriorate. They can take advantage of this time to practice to their heart's content, or they can go to the island and collect the scattered resources. As for the daily treasure chests, they don't need to go there. Without a strong person in charge, it's useless to go there. The guardian beasts are all at the 4th level of body refining, and they still have certain bloodlines and flesh, so they are difficult to kill. The biggest problem these people are facing now is the attacks of sea beasts. They can deal with the ordinary ones, and the stronger ones will be left to the eels. The reason why they didn't bring the 3 in the water with them was that they were afraid that something would suddenly attack Miracle Island. At that time, without a strong person to take charge, they would be in a very passive position. With Eel's strength, he can definitely be called the second fighting force. Basically, none of their main fighters awakened their attributes yesterday. After they have resolved all the issues today, they will go to the Elemental Temple to awaken their unique attributes, and their combat power will double again. While there was still some time, Qin Shan checked the rookie list and the pillar list. These 2 lists were the only ones he could open at the moment. There were other lists that could not be opened due to the current situation on Miracle Island. Rookie list. Under 20 years old, with 1st level bloodline, 1st level physical body, and 1st level body refining or above. Only 10 places are available. Those on the list can get an additional 150 training effect, 100 comprehension speed, and 50 encounters. Pillar list. The pillars of an island. Those who have a strong deterrent effect on the island can be on the list. The requirement is to be a gold title or above, and there is no limit on the number of places. Those on the list can obtain an additional 300 training effect, 200 comprehension speed, 100 encounters, and 5 increase in blood concentration when breaking through the realm. Peak ranking. Unlocking conditions not met. Qin Shan touched his nose and thought, well, he was not on any list. The rookie list was for newcomers and had nothing to do with him. He was already over 20 years old, and this one item was holding him back. The pillar list is truly the pillar of an island. Not only does it make a great contribution to the island, it also has a strong deterrent power, and the title must be at least gold or above. As for this one, only the Ghost Vine can reach it on the island. Its combat power is as high as 1660 points, which is over 1,000 points, making it stronger than Qin Shan. After Guitung, it's Eel, Tai, Yu, Shang, Luo, and Jin Yuan. The 6 of them have all reached the silver title. Their ancestral bloodlines are at least at the 4th level, and what they need is the degree of awakening. The higher the degree of awakening, the stronger the bloodline will be. People like Yi are all at level 3, on the same level as Qin Shan. In other words, according to the division of Miracle Island, the 1st echelon is Guitung, the 2nd echelon is Luo and others, and the 3rd echelon is people like Qin Shan who have the bronze title. Think about it, he is still the number 1 expert in the combat power list, but when he arrived at his own island, he became a small follower. If he does not work hard to improve his cultivation, what Wu Tai gets on the rookie list may surpass him. Nowadays, the rookie list is full of people, and the top 5 are naturally the 5 Tais. All the people on the list have awakened their attributes, but it's a pity that they only have basic attributes, and their combat power has doubled, which is about 400 or so. If there is one among them who awakens the supreme attribute, Qin Shan would laugh in his dreams. Breaking through the 1st level is equivalent to others breaking through the 10th level, which is really a good deal. It's a pity that it is too difficult to obtain the supreme attribute, but it doesn't matter. When they become elementalists in the future, they will have the opportunity to obtain new attributes. When the combat power is doubled, Only the most powerful attribute is counted. Chapter 109, Demonic Cloud Secret Realm. The emergence of the Rookie List and the Pillar List also gave Qin Shan a general understanding of his own strength. Unknowingly, he had become so powerful. Think about it. 10 days ago, he was still a fat otaku who did nothing. However, now, he has become the top master in the 4th district. All this seems like a dream. At the same time, all the survivors from the original Area 34 who had obtained the treasure map were also waiting. They didn't know what kind of treasure was in the Demon Cloud Secret Realm, but it was definitely very important and could not be lost. You have to go and compete with others. They felt that they were lucky. At least they did not sell the treasure map at the beginning. Instead, this time it gave them an opportunity. The so-called secret realm definitely had unexpected benefits. I don't know how much my strength can be improved and how many powerful items I can obtain. The functions of many items are very powerful. Qin Shan has a deep understanding of this. If you can get a holy item, it will definitely be a huge profit. It's a pity that he hasn't obtained any holy objects since he obtained the lights of thousands of families. The totem is a fake holy object, and the Qishao Emperor sword is almost the same. Moreover, the birth of holy relics is also very demanding and not so easy to obtain. Now, we can only place our hope on the Demon Cloud Secret Realm. The most powerful one is the Jiuzhouding, and there are some others. In addition to the people in District 34, people in other districts also obtained treasure chests, but they didn't know what secret realms they were in. Previously, the major districts were not interconnected. If you want to know the specific data, you can only wait until later and visit other people's waters in the area. This time in the Demon Cloud Secret Realm, I want to see how strong you are, said Emperor Xinyuan. He could never understand how Qin Shan was able to improve his cultivation so quickly. There is only one name and combat power on the current combat power list, and the rest cannot be seen. Those who paid attention to it before may still remember what Qin Shan's condition was. But more people are just blind and can't see anything except combat power. Moreover, who dares to say that Qin Shan's strength will remain the same forever? Anyway, they won't believe it. Emperor Xianyuan did not have many treasure maps in his hand, only one. The rest had been sold. Fortunately, he had the foresight to not sell them all, otherwise he might have missed this time of the Demon Cloud Secret Realm. As long as you know the specific purpose of the treasure map and what kind of gains you have, no one will easily sell the treasure map in the future. What if you become rich because of the treasure map? It is not impossible. Originally in District 34, the top 20 people on the list basically had treasure maps, and some were scattered in the hands of individual people. But Yu Pao Pao, who ranked 7th, didn't have it. She gave all the treasure maps to Qin Shan. There was actually a terrifying strong man in the sea near her. What was she still working hard for? With so many powerful subordinates, it would be easy for him to destroy her. Even if I enter the Demon Cloud Secret Realm, it is not certain that they will be friendly to me. It is better to stay in Cloud Island, pack up my daily resources, and survive. Except for the first few days, she was really miserable. Later, she traded some things with Qin Shan and is now able to be self-sufficient. She is very satisfied with this situation. But if she wants to remain peaceful like this, she must at least have strong strength. Only the extraordinary power that others dare not provoke can allow her to stay safely in one place without worrying about being disturbed. I don't know what's inside the Demon Cloud Secret Realm. Yu Pao Pao showed a bewildered look. She wanted to go, but she didn't dare to go, and she couldn't go. Time passed slowly and some time had passed. There were only a few minutes left before being teleported to the Demon Cloud Secret Realm. Those selected by the North are all eager to try and have long wanted to go there. This was the first time for them to be able to fight far away from the sea, and they were somewhat excited. Apart from Miracle Island, there is only the Endless Sea. Although Miracle Island is getting bigger every day, they are too familiar with it. Apart from necessary things, they are basically too lazy to do anything in the forest and mountains. Now that they have the opportunity, they come out to take a look, and their hearts are full of expectations. The Demon Cloud Secret Realm is open. All treasure maps are located. One treasure map can teleport one person. The teleportation begins. Finally, they heard the sound. The treasure map, which was originally dull and dim in their hands, suddenly glowed brightly and flew up directly, forming a vortex above their heads. As the suction force grew stronger, it sucked them all in. After the man disappeared, the treasure map disappeared with him. The secret realm of Demon Cloud. 100 people looked at each other in bewilderment. This world was a little different from what they had imagined. But no one was in a hurry. They looked around, trying to find Qin Shan, but there were so many people, and any one of them could be Qin Shan. They would be disappointed. No one would know unless Qin Shan spoke. Why are there only 98 of us? Someone wondered. There are less than 100 people, but they were teleported here. Does this dog count as well? Even so, there is still one person missing. After arriving here, the ghost vine immediately turned into thorns and blended in with the surroundings. No one could detect its existence at all. Some things are enough to be known by yourself. Who is the boss of Qin Shan? Yeah, I want to know too. Anyway, it's not me. I'm the great wizard. Qin Ying, the god of flame. Emperor Xianyuan. Wanjun. Oh my god, you are the boss, Wanjun. Watching them introduce themselves, Qin Shan had no interest in it and just walked forward. What are you doing? Someone immediately became anxious. We all came here together. Why should you be the first one to go? If you don't want to die, shut up. Qin Shan said coldly. The man who was being stared at suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Qin Shan felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. This really scared him. This person is so strong. He is Qin Shan. At this moment, they understood that the only one who dared to ignore everyone was Qin Shan, and that obvious fighting power was no joke. It's actually Boss Qin Shan. Boss, please go first. All of a sudden, everyone put on smiles. Not to mention District 34, even if the strong men from the entire 4th District came, they would not dare to act wildly in front of Qin Shan. With such a huge gap in combat power, Qin Shan's cultivation might be very high. If you offend Qin Shan, don't even think about leaving here alive. They are also afraid of death. Isn't it good to be alive? Why bother to wade into this muddy water? After Qin Shan left, everyone's faces suddenly relaxed again. Tisk, isn't it just that the fighting power is a little stronger? What's there to brag about? Ugh. Yes, this person is too arrogant. It's better for him to die in there. So what should we do next? Let's join forces. This place is too dangerous. It's too difficult to act alone. Who wants to be in a group with me? Emperor Xianyuan said. Many people spoke up and wanted to have a big boss lead the team. At that time, they might need to hand over some resources, but as long as they survived and handed over some, it didn't matter, because they could still make some money. All of their actions were under the watchful eyes of everyone on Miracle Island. Perhaps these people had not expected that among so many of them, more than half were Qin Shan's men. Hearing them cursing Qin Shan, some islanders wanted to take action but were stopped. What is there to argue about with a bunch of little grasshoppers? It is impossible for them to join the team proposed by these people. After leaving here, they will meet up with Qin Shan and try their best to clear out the Demon Cloud secret realm. There should be a lot of good things in such a big place. Except for some individual players who were indeed interested, they all looked for teams to join. But the people who came out of Miracle Island were indifferent. These people were not as strong as them, so what was the point of going together? They would only be a drag when the time came. After awakening their attributes, their combat power has basically reached over 400. Only Emperor Xianyuan can barely compare with them, while the others are too useless. Chapter 110 Good advice is hard to persuade. I didn't discuss anything with them at all and just left. Some people wanted to ask what they were doing, but they didn't continue because they were stopped. Everyone has their own ambitions, and they themselves are not willing to join forces with others. The treasures they obtain will be greatly reduced, and they will be controlled by others everywhere, which is quite uncomfortable. It is better for them to fight on their own. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strange sound made them look behind them involuntarily, but they found nothing and thought it was their illusion. Just now was the sound of the ghost vine moving, as if the bushes in the entire forest were its incarnation. Why do I feel like there are fewer bushes behind me? You probably haven't woken up yet. How can it be so mysterious? Boss Xianyuan, we are already in alliance. When will we set off? Go in now. One by one, they walked into the dense jungle, which was also a huge challenge for them. Among these 45 people, several acted alone. Without exception, they were all masters on the list. They would not worry about these things at all. Apart from being afraid of Qin Shan and Emperor Xianyuan, what else was there to be afraid of? As long as these two people don't take action, they will be relatively safe. They don't need to waste time doing anything and can just take care of their own affairs. Moreover, in such an environment, they are unable to leave their backs to others, so it is better for them to act alone, which is much safer. Sometimes, people's hearts are always so complicated. They will think about many things and become not so pure. They are suspicious, worried about betrayal and the like. They have heard too much and are afraid that one day, such things will fall on their heads. The current situation is good enough, and they don't have to worry about any problems. He must know some secrets, otherwise he wouldn't have run in so quickly. Qin Ying murmured as he walked alone. The direction he was heading was the same as Qin Shan's. Perhaps all the good things he had before had been taken away by Qin Shan, but he just wanted to know what secrets Qin Shan had. But gradually, he found something wrong. Why were there so many people heading in this direction? They were the people who had left before. He never introduced himself, nor did he mention his fighting ability, but he saw the terrifying speed of these people, as well as their calmness and composure. In particular, there were some children among them. They were not very old, but they were running through the jungle without any breath, which made him even more confused. Where do these people come from? But suddenly, he stopped because the other person turned and looked at him. Stop, and you can live, Yun said coldly. This guy has been following him and others, which makes him very unhappy. Qing Ying was shocked for a moment. She had never thought that Yun's eyes would be so cold and without any emotion. He looked like a robot. Just like Qin Shan's cold and stern eyes, it was so chilling. Why? Qing Ying said, I'm not following you. At least we are just going the same way. Besides, he is not following these people, but Qin Shan. These people are too nosy. He was also a man of blood. He didn't want to be bossed around like this, especially in the form of orders. This was even more unbearable for him. But the next moment, a sharp sword was instantly nailed in front of him. Do you think I'm kidding you? Yun snorted coldly. Qing Ying's throat was a little dry. He didn't know when this sword appeared, but he knew that if the other party wanted to kill him, he could do it easily and effortlessly. At this moment, he finally understood that even though he was on the battle power list, it was still useless. There were too many mysterious people in this world, and their strength was unpredictable. I'll leave now, Qing Ying said quickly. He no longer dared to look these people in the eye, fearing that he would be attacked by them if he said something wrong. He had no doubt that these people would kill him. The other party's eyes were so cold, chilling to the bone. He hurriedly fled from here and changed direction. In short, he didn't dare to go in this direction. Not to mention that the other side had a large number of people and was very powerful. He couldn't see through Yun's strength at all. Although the person next to him didn't make any movement, and even his breath didn't fluctuate, he didn't dare to underestimate him. How many people could come here? How many of them were simple people? If he continued to pester him, it would be very disadvantageous to him. It would be better to leave as soon as possible. A group of people he had never seen before, but who possessed terrifying power, taught him a profound lesson. Could they be related to Qin Shan? Qing Ying suddenly thought. That direction was the direction Qin Shan was heading. They didn't let him follow them but went there alone. This was somewhat intriguing. But he never brought everyone together. He knew how cruel the sea was. The probability of powerful sea beasts appearing in those unexplored areas was too high. The possibility of uniting so many people was almost zero. What's more, these people are so powerful that there is no reason for them to all submit to Qin Shan. However, he also remembered the strangeness of these people. If he has the chance in the future, he must investigate and eliminate their origins. Let's go and meet up with the island owner as soon as possible, Yun said. Everyone nodded. It was not worth wasting time on an irrelevant person. If Qing Ying had not been following them, they would not have stopped and chased the other person away. Then, one by one, they sped up and headed towards the trace left by Qin Shan. Not long after changing direction, Qing Ying met another lone traveler, the Flame God. What's wrong with you? Asked the Flame God of War. This Qing Ying looked quite embarrassed, which really puzzled him. Could it be that he was attacked by someone? But it didn't look like that. Lian, have you ever heard of? Qing Ying told the other party everything he had seen and heard. He always felt that there was a big secret here, but he just didn't know it, so he shared it with the Flame God. What's more, with so many powerful people appearing, how can I share the burden by myself? How could such a thing happen? Said the Flame God in shock. This is too horrifying. A group of strong people with terrifying strength, but they don't show off their abilities. If Qing Ying's words were to be believed, the person who attacked him was even stronger than him. But the people coming here are all from District 34. They just introduced themselves. There are only a few people above them, and they all know each other. But the appearance of Yun and others made the Flame God even more confused. Don't say you don't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that there would be so many powerful people. Qing Ying said. Do you have any ideas? Come with me to find out their purpose. Qing Ying said again, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. It would be even better if she could find out the secret behind it. I advise you to give up this idea. According to what you said, those people are very powerful and extremely disgusted by being followed. Just because he let you go just now doesn't mean he will let you go every time, said the Flame God of War. He was not afraid, but he knew his own strength. It is important for a person to know himself and not to be rash and greedy for credit. There are some things they shouldn't know, so just stay out of it. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. There are too many unknowns and risks in this world. After finally getting the chance to be on the list, you were killed just like that. It's a bit unwilling. I understand, Qing Ying said indifferently. But once this thought arose, it could never be erased. The desire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. If the God of Fire did not help him, then there would always be someone else who would be able to go with him. After the two walked together for a while, Qing Ying found an excuse to leave. In response to this, the Flame God of War did not say much. Since Qing Ying was seeking death, it had nothing to do with him. He had already persuaded the other party. Good words could not persuade a damn ghost. He hoped that he would not be so stupid. Chapter 111 Fragments. It was easy to tell where Qing Ying was going. Given the terror of that group of people, how could they allow someone to follow them again and again? By then, she wouldn't even know how she died. It's a waste of such a name. I thought he was a good person who could distinguish the reality, But in fact, he was a reckless man who did things knowing that they were impossible. He was seeking death. But what does this have to do with him? He has said what needs to be said. Qin Ying's unwillingness to sacrifice her life does not mean that he does not. Living is better than dying. What kind of secret is worth risking his life to understand? Then, he continued to move forward in his own direction, ignoring everyone else. He cannot interfere in other people's affairs. If he talks too much, others will get annoyed. After driving Qin Ying away, Yun and the others quickened their pace and soon arrived beside Qin Shan. Island owner. Here we are. Take a look. This should be the most important thing in the Demon Cloud secret realm. Qin Shan said as he handed them something that looked like a fragment. Island Master, what is this? Yun asked in confusion. Everyone else was confused and had no idea what this thing was. I just killed a wild beast. I don't know what the thing that dropped out is used for. Since it can drop when killing a wild beast, this thing must be very powerful. Next, what you need to do is to get as many fragments as possible. Qin Shan said. When you kill wild beasts outside, nothing will drop from them. You can just get some meat and have a good meal. But here, the body disappeared, but this thing remained. Qin Shan instinctively felt that this thing was unusual. It should be of great use, but he doesn't know where to use this fragment yet, so he can only keep it for now. There will always be a time when we will be able to fully explore the Demon Cloud secret realm. Yes, we know how to do it. With their strength, hunting wild beasts is easy. There is no map here, and they don't know what they will face next. Before there is a new breakthrough, they should collect as many of these things as possible. If nothing else, let's hunt separately, Qin Shan said. With so many of them walking together, the collection speed will be much slower. Island Master, I think there is something I should report to you, Yun said after thinking for a while. He repeated what happened before to Qin Shan. Qin Shan's face suddenly turned cold. The other party should have been coming for him, but he met Yun and the others on the way and was temporarily persuaded to retreat. Without your order, Island Master, we just drove him away, but I don't think he will give up. Yun added. He should be coming for me. If he doesn't come back, it's fine. But if he has any other tricks, I'll kill him on the spot, Qin Shan said. He didn't like being remembered by others, even if he had the slightest little thought. If he found any, he had to kill them. He couldn't encourage them. Otherwise, how could he live a peaceful life in the future? So he had to kill someone to deter others. Yes. By the way, in this secret realm, you only need to persuade others to retreat the first time. If they continue to cause trouble, they will be killed without mercy. Qin Shan thought about it and added a sentence. He wanted to make the name Qin Shan a taboo, so that people would be terrified when talking about it and would not dare to discuss it in depth for fear of bringing disaster upon themselves. Only an absolutely fierce reputation can make other people afraid and dare not have any thoughts about him. It won't work at all. He is also afraid of trouble. If he is not fierce enough, anyone can bully him. How can this work? It's a good thing to be curious, at least you won't stand still. But if you don't have self-awareness, that's terrible. You only have one chance, and you will pay the price if you make the same mistake again. Clear. After getting Qin Shan's accurate answer, they knew what they should do next. They didn't have to worry about anything else. If they made someone angry, they could just kill them, even if these people were survivors. He is still too weak. He can hide it for a while, but it is only for a while. He just needs others not to notice him. The combat power list and the like don't matter. As long as Miracle Island is not attacked, he will be stronger than anything else. He has the elemental temple to awaken attributes, but other people should have other ways to obtain attributes. Never underestimate these people, they still have many incredible abilities. Apart from seeing that Unparalleled talent was unique, he had never seen anything else that was unique. After agreeing on a meeting time and place, everyone dispersed and collected the fragments separately in preparation for the next step. With their strength, they can almost defeat any wild beast. The highest level of wild beast is level 3. Any higher level can no longer be called a beast, but a monster. The strength of a monster is much higher than that of a wild beast. Beasts are beasts after all. They are not as scary as monsters and demons, and their strength is very limited. At this time, Miracle Island also welcomed a group of big friends. A group of blue whales came here. Looking at the huge discovery in front of them, the group of blue whales suddenly became excited. Their strength is not low. They have reached the 4th level of body refining and have awakened their attributes. Their combat power is very high, with an average of about 8 or 9 whites, and there are as many as 8 of them. Now, Qin Shan and others are not on the island. Looking at the huge blue whale appearing on the sea, the islanders suddenly showed panic. Although they are powerful, there is still a huge gap compared to the blue whale. We can't let them come ashore. We swear to defend Miracle Island to the death. At the seaside, everyone has prepared for a desperate fight. This is the place where they survive, and they cannot let these guys trample on it. With their huge bodies, if they fall on the island, they will only cause terrible damage. Many environments will be destroyed, and a lot of resources will be lost for no reason. Hold head high. A group of blue whales opened their bloody mouths and roared at the islanders. If a person suffering from megalophobia saw this scene, he would faint from fright. It is too horrifying. Thunder. Mountain pushing palm. One martial art after another was unleashed instantly, and they wanted to use their own strength to defend their dignity. Hold head high. But the blue whales just flicked their tails, creating huge waves that instantly soaked everyone. Under the beating of the huge sea water, they could hardly move. Just as they woke up, a huge head appeared from under the sea, staring at the blue whales coldly. The blue whale is only more than 50 meters long, which is a huge gap compared to the eel. Looking at this huge monster that suddenly appeared, the blue whales were suddenly terrified. Their size was too small in front of the eel, and they also had a feeling that the eel was much stronger than them. Even without the awakening attribute, the combat power of the eel is still as high as 1260 points, which has exceeded 1000. It is still possible to deal with a group of people with a combat power of 800 or 900. At most, it will just cost some effort. To be honest, the strength of this group of blue whales is really not that good. He only has the realm but no body and bloodline, so his strength is too poor. They're just ordinary sea beasts, not even elites. But as long as they have 1 or 2 levels of physical bodies, their strength will increase significantly, and it will not be so easy for eel to deal with them. Physical strength has nothing to do with body size. Only after practice can a breakthrough be achieved. If even the bloodline has not been awakened, how can there be such a terrifying physical body? There may be some monks like this. They obviously possess very powerful strength, but their physical bodies are terrible. But there is no doubt that the attack power of such people is very terrifying. We can no longer just look at the combat power on the panel, which is meaningless. There are so many things to consider when evaluating the strength of a living being. Combat power is just a small manifestation and has no practical significance for many people. After just a few electric shocks, the blue whale turned over and its body lay on the sea. So Lord Eel is still here. I was scared to death. Fortunately, we still have Lord Eel. Seeing this scene, everyone was naturally very excited. After Qin Shan and the others left, it was these people who drove away the sea beasts that came to attack. However, they did not expect that the one that appeared this time was the terrifying blue whale, with a combat power of up to 8 or 900, which was not something they could deal with. Chapter 112, Death of Qi. At this time, in the Demon Cloud's secret realm, everyone was hunting wild beasts. They also discovered this. When wild beasts were killed, they would drop fragments, and their specific uses were still unknown. But they have no better choice. There are no hints here. They need to explore everything on their own. There cannot be any mistakes, otherwise they will get nothing. So what's the point of coming in here? Among so many people, there was only one person who had the most free time, and that was Qingying. He did nothing but look for those people. He wanted to know what Yun and the others were plotting and what relationship they had with Qin Shan. This was so important to him that he would not hesitate to do it even at the cost of his life. He couldn't calm down because he couldn't get what he wanted. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to figure out the secrets between Qin Shan and those people. But he didn't think that maybe not everyone would like to make his secrets public. Doing so would only bring him intense hatred, and he would die without knowing how. Qin Shan had never been exposed to the public before because he wanted to develop himself in a low-key manner, but Qingying wanted to make him public, which was a big taboo. Where did he go? Qingying asked puzzledly. He had been searching for a long time but couldn't find Qin Shan, let alone those people he had seen before. This really made him depressed. In such a large secret realm, it was extremely difficult to find someone. He tried his best to look for places where there were signs of wild animal activity, but still did not find anyone. No matter what secrets there are between you, I will find them out. Qingying's eyes became sharp. So you mean to look for us? A voice suddenly sounded from behind him. If he heard correctly, he had heard this person's voice before. It was so familiar. He slowly slowed down his steps, and layers of sweat appeared on his forehead. How could it be? Appearing behind me. He turned around mechanically and saw Yun and his friends looking at him with cold eyes. In just that instant, he felt as if he had been seen through and was completely naked. I have no secrets in front of these people. The moment he saw the clouds, his face was filled with shock, because these people were actually flying, always above his head. No wonder he couldn't spot them. As for flying, if there is no special martial arts, then only practitioners above the 4th level can fly, and the flying time is very short. But he didn't dare to guess the situation of these people. In short, the other party's strength was very powerful. Be it the 4th level of body refining or flying martial arts, they are not what he can access at present. He has provoked a group of gods. They have such a terrible lineup at every turn. He has no chance at all. Well, I was just passing by, Qingying said awkwardly. His face turned red, and even he himself did not believe what he said. He was looking for her so blatantly, and the other party was looking at him the whole time, So the other party must have heard everything he said during this period. In my heart, I secretly felt bitter. Why didn't I listen to the advice of the god of fire? Why did I have to run to this place to seek death? My brain was cramped. As a result, the cerebellum was also wrapped. He originally wanted to get this secret to blackmail Qin Shan and extract some benefits, but who would have thought that everything he had was under the other party's watch? Have you thought about how you want to die? Yun said. He was too lazy to argue with Qingying. Everything is happening right under their noses, yet they still want to quibble and not give these people a hard time. They all think that the island owner is so polite. Only a strong deterrent force can scare these people and make them dare not easily explore areas they don't know about. That is not a place they should reach. Run. Qingying had this thought in her mind. Only by running away could she survive. But he was too naive. How could he compare with others flying in the sky with just 2 legs? The postnatal 8 trigrams. Yun directly set up a formation to trap him. Qingying looked at Yun in horror. What kind of method was this? He could subdue her in an instant. At this moment, his heart was filled with infinite despair. He was really fooling himself. The other party had already given him 1 chance, and there was no way he would be given a second chance. He did not beg for mercy, but stood there, waiting for death. Can you tell me what is the relationship between Qin Shan and you? Qingying said bitterly. Die. Yun said, and the sword pierced Qingying's chest. Without even the strength to resist, they were wiped out. Until his death, he still couldn't figure out what the relationship between Qin Shan and Yun was. Maybe he was too impatient. If he just waited a little, Qin Shan would surface one day, and it wouldn't be too late to know then. If he were to take the risk of doing these things now and anger a powerful man, the consequences would be something he could never bear. It would be better for him to die so that he wouldn't have to endure so much pressure. His body did not disappear, but was abandoned in the forest, and anyone who wanted it could take it. In this world, once you die, you are dead. There is no need to be so particular. Bury in peace? Leave the body exposed in the wilderness? None of them are important. What is important is that if a person is killed, there may be other people who will come to this place and see his body. With his death, the outside world was indeed shocked, because many people collectively moved up 1 rank. Qingying is ranked 20th. The previous 19 people had no impact, but the rankings after that have all improved, and the 100th place is a new entrant. Why did I suddenly get promoted? I was wondering too. Yun Jixin told me that I was on the list, so I just noticed it. Wait, the Qingying in front of me is gone. Who? Qingying. On the combat power list, there is not much difference in combat power. It is impossible that so many people broke through at the same time and replaced the top 20. This situation can only mean one thing. Qingying was killed. As for how she died, they don't know and don't want to know. But a strong sense of crisis lingered over their heads. Even the strong ones on the battle power list will die. So what are they? Will those who are different also die? A huge dark cloud loomed over their heads. I think he is dead. Alas, such a powerful person is dead. This world is too dangerous. I'd better continue to hide. It's useless to hide. Without resource support, there is no way to improve. Can't you just let me have some fun? As for Qingying's death, these people just mentioned it briefly, without showing any sadness. Life and death, haven't they experienced enough these days? Especially yesterday, at least millions of people died, just in the 4th district. Now, only 1 Qingying has died, and a second Qingying may appear tomorrow. It has to be said that the concepts of today's survivors have undergone tremendous changes. They are no longer as enthusiastic as before, and gradually they will become numb. It's not that they want to, but that they have to. Pity is the least valuable thing in this world. If you pity him today, he may stab you in the back tomorrow. After killing Qingying, Yunhao left quickly. After getting rid of this troublemaker, even the air became much cleaner. It was a long time before someone came here and found his body. I told you everything, but you just wouldn't listen. Alas. The flame god looked at Qingying's body helplessly without doing anything. Instead of wasting time, he might as well think about how to get more fragments. At the beginning, it was easy to hunt wild animals, but as time went on, they found that they seemed to no longer encounter wild animals. It seemed that someone had wiped out all the wild animals, leaving no hair. The difficulty of obtaining them increased several times, and the most important thing was that they were on the road. Chapter 113 Secret Realm Merchant. Death is nothing new, it has become commonplace. Looking at the wounds on Qingying's body, you can tell that they were man-made. There are only a few people in the entire Demon Cloud's secret realm who have such strength. Emperor Xianyuan and his ilk had no grudge against Qingying, and Qingying had said before that she wanted to follow those people, so it was self-evident who killed them, but he couldn't say anything. Even he would not want others to follow him. Who knows what you want to do? Most likely you want to kill for money. If that's the case, then he would not let you stay. He himself would kill the stalker, let alone Qin Shan, the extremely mysterious survivor. Even when we met, I couldn't tell how powerful he was. If his combat power hadn't been marked on the combat power list, I might have thought he was just an ordinary person standing in front of me. People who don't communicate with others and just stay in the corner are often very scary. You never know what they are thinking in their hearts. If you touch their bottom line, you can expect death. Encountering Qin Ying's body was just a small episode. As a lone ranger, he needed more time to collect the fragments. He didn't like to move forward like others, carrying so much garbage with him. Maybe there will be some benefits, but so what? With your own strength, what you can easily get, isn't it good? Why do you have to do this? For those who stay in the secret realm, only when they come across another person's corpse will they know that that person is dead. In the outside world, only when someone on the list suddenly disappears will they be noticed. There are millions of people in the 4th district, and people are dying all the time. As to why they died, it is unknown. It could be sea beasts or natural disasters. In short, if you want to survive in this world, your own strength must be the top priority, and everything else is just a passing cloud. The Demon Cloud's secret realm is very large. Even though they killed a lot of beasts, they still couldn't walk through the entire area. In fact, the deeper they went, the less they could see other people. As they killed, the originally quiet Demon Cloud's secret realm became more and more eerie. It seemed that there was a pair of eyes in the darkness, staring at them, as if they wanted to swallow them. This feeling makes people very uncomfortable. Congratulations, you have collected 1,000 fragments. A merchant from the secret realm has appeared. You can take the fragments and go to the merchant to trade. Because you have slaughtered wild beasts wantonly, you have angered the lord of the secret realm. 4 lords will arrive in 5 minutes. If you cannot kill the lords within the specified time, everyone will fail the mission. Leave the Demon Cloud's secret realm, kill all the lords, and start the next stage. After an unknown amount of time, everyone finally heard a pleasant voice. This means that their boring road of killing has come to an end. But what the hell is a lord? Is his strength terrifying? They didn't have time to think too much about these things. At most, the mission would fail and they would have to leave the Demon Cloud secret realm. There was nothing to worry about. They could just come back next time. It's over. Everyone, immediately find the location of the secret merchant. At this moment, everyone took action. In order to get the clues for the next stage, they fought for an hour and killed 1,000 beasts. People from Miracle Island also gathered around Qin Shan because the secret realm merchant appeared next to him. Give me all the fragments, Qin Shan said. Looking at the middle-aged businessman, Qin Shan's eyes were filled with passion. If possible, he wanted to rob the secret realm businessman. He had so many good things on him. He only took one look and fell in love with the other person's treasure. I have 3 here. I have 1. Hey, I got $50. Everyone gathered all the fragments and gave them to Qin Shan, totaling more than 700 pieces, accounting for 70 of the total fragments. However, it might be difficult to exchange them for the items they needed. This also made Qin Shan very helpless. If he had given himself more time, he would have been able to get all the good things. 723 yuan, barely enough. Qin Shan murmured and walked up to the businessman. Warrior, what do you need? Said the secret realm merchant. His face was full of smiles, giving people a very cunning feeling. As the saying goes, there is no business without cunning. I just don't know, is this an NPC created by the world's rules, or is it a real person? These are not what he should consider, as long as he gets the resources in the hands of the other party, that's all. I need to buy some things, Qin Shan said. Okay, warrior, it's all here, take a look for yourself. The secret realm merchant said, throwing out a page that listed what he owned. First level Bloodline Evolution Stone Vein, limited to 1, requires 500 fragments. Passive skill slot expansion, limited to 1, requires 300 fragments. Bloodline Evolution Stone, each requires 1 fragment. Spirit Vein Evolution Stone, each requires 1 fragment. Coffin, limited to 10, each requires 5,000 fragments. Town Blueprint, limited to 1, requires 300 fragments. Village Blueprint, limited to 10, each requires 100 fragments. Marble, each fragment can be exchanged for 100 marbles. Basic Resource Gift Pack, 10 fragments each, the quantity is random. There are many more, but they are relatively expensive. This is already quite cheap. He also wants to get more, but unfortunately, his ability does not allow it. I want to exchange for the Bloodline Evolution Stone Vein, Qin Shan said. He was envious of this thing. With this thing, the strength of Miracle Island should be greatly improved. He also wanted to expand the passive skill slot, but the remaining fragments were not enough. In the mall, what shocked Qin Shan the most were the coffins. They were so valuable that they were 10 times more expensive than a mineral vein. Now he still had 10 coffins in his hands. If he sold them, wouldn't they be very valuable? Of course, he would definitely not do such a thing. Just looking at it, he knew that this thing had a great effect, but he had not encountered it. It would only be triggered in special scenarios. Okay, warrior, the secret realm merchant said with a smile. He exchanged the Bloodline Evolution Stone or with Qin Shan, and his fragments suddenly decreased by 500, leaving only 223, which could be exchanged for spirit vein evolution stones, but he also wanted other things. For a moment, I was actually a little hesitant. Can I ask you? How long will you stay here? Qin Shan asked. Others don't need to worry about their passive skill slots, but his is already full and must be expanded in order to absorb more passive skills. The secret realm merchants have some passive skills, but they are not very powerful, so Qin Shan doesn't think much of them. But one day, he will get the passive skills. Chapter 114A Group of Poor Ghosts. As my first customer, I will tell you for free. I will wait until you leave, said the secret realm merchant. Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his answer. As long as the secret realm merchants don't leave immediately, he still has a chance. With so many people, he doesn't know how many resources he can get in return. I'm afraid others will be envious and cry. Okay, then you must wait for me, Qin Shan said reluctantly. The merchant from the secret realm is really too rich. I wonder how many items can be put in the cloth bag behind him. There are even space-related treasures, such as space rings, but those that involve space are relatively expensive, often costing thousands of fragments. There are even items that can expand the cloud heart space. They are sold in groups of 10, not individually. The first group costs 10,000 fragments, the second group costs 20,000 fragments, and the third group costs 30,000 fragments. The further you go in the future, the more outrageously expensive it becomes. However, Qin Shan has no need for this thing at the moment. There are 10 slots for items, and there is nothing else here except to put the coffin. He doesn't want to do that, but the properties of this coffin are indeed quite powerful. It cannot be placed anywhere except in the cloud heart space. Don't worry, I'll wait for you, said the secret realm merchant. Qin Shan led everyone away. He was going to kill the Lord, so there should be a lot of fragments dropped. Then, he could exchange them for some items, especially the spirit vein evolution stone. This thing was very important. He only got 100 of them, which upgraded the 10 spirit veins of spirit vein Gobi to the second level, and he never got any more since then. Here, there is a direct exchange method, which he likes very much. This means that his strength can be greatly improved. Not long after they left, someone else came to the place. So expensive? Emperor Xianyuan looked bitter. The secret realm merchant was found, but his wealth was not enough to exchange for items of a too high level. Here, the cheapest items were things like bloodline evolution stones. For a moment, he felt so poor. Altogether, there are less than 100 fragments. Someone actually exchanged the bloodline evolution stone mine. Suddenly, he noticed the words bloodline evolution stone mine is sold out. Someone actually came here before them and exchanged a powerful treasure. Without thinking, you can know what that thing is used for. It means an endless supply of bloodline evolution stones. No one doesn't want it. However, things like mineral veins should require a very large island to store them. In the entire 4th district, he had reason to believe that only Qin Shan could do this. Moreover, the only people who came in this time were from their District 34. If not Qin Shan, who else could it be? That was a total of 500 fragments, and one person was left to replace them. This really shocked him. Compared with Qin Shan, there was still a huge gap between him and Qin Shan. Some people are born very lucky and can easily get a lot of resources. In the beginning, Qin Shan also got some medals and other items. What's more, just yesterday, a magical weapon appeared, and things are becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Boss Xianyuan, do we still need to change? Everyone looked at each other, undecided for a moment. With their current financial resources, they could only buy the most basic things and could not do anything else. They thought these fragments were already a lot, but it turned out that they were not even a fraction of what others had. Especially those things pinned to the top. They are worth tens or hundreds of thousands of pieces, which is too expensive. But there is a reason why it is expensive, and it can bring them huge benefits. No matter who it is, once they see the cloth bag of the secret realm merchant, they all want to take it for themselves, but they can only think about it. It is simply unrealistic. They cannot see the attributes of the other party. There are only a series of question marks. There is no doubt that the secret realm merchant is very powerful. As long as they dare to take action, they will be killed immediately. Ask him how long it will take to leave, Emperor Xianyuan said. As a result, it was obvious that the other party simply ignored them, which made them look even uglier. Let's change them all. Once we leave the Demon Cloud's secret realm, these fragments will be useless, Emperor Xianyuan said. There is no way around it. I don't know when the secret realm merchant will disappear. If I continue to wait, I will be the one who suffers. There is no point in keeping him. Give me 300 marbles. I want 2 bloodline evolution stones. There's actually such a thing as a coffin? It's too expensive. Don't think about it. Hurry up and exchange some of the supplies you need. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Although they were confused, they couldn't afford it after all, so they had to give up and think about what they could exchange it for that would be more suitable. In fact, the most useless thing to them is the Bloodline Evolution Stone. Of course, this is because they don't have enough fragments to exchange for enough Bloodline Evolution Stones. Just 1 or 2 pieces are better than nothing. It would be better to exchange for some energy stones and improve your strength to the 2nd level of body refining. Then, it will be easy to get spirit stones when opening the box, and your strength can be further improved. If all else fails, you can choose Cloud Stones, which can quickly increase the area of Cloud Island. But the Secret Realm merchant smiled less and less. You are such a bunch of poor fellows. It's only right that I don't tell you the time. The merchant from the Secret Realm complained in his heart. Compared with Qin Shan, these people were too poor. He was annoyed by the exchange of 1 or 2. However, as a businessman, he could not express these things in words and could only curse these people in his heart. If these people knew what the Secret Realm merchant was thinking, how would they feel? Would they fight to the death with him? It was not impossible. The 4 great lords have arrived, and the map is open. All survivors can follow the instructions and go to kill the lords. The lords only have belonging rewards, no participation rewards. 5 minutes are up. In everyone's sight, there are 4 dotted lines under their feet, in 4 directions. They can follow these lines to kill the lord. But now, they are not in a hurry. The lord should not be too bad, and it will not be so easy to kill him. It is not too late to go after exchanging the things they need. While they were exchanging, other people also came to this place one after another. They had even fewer fragments. At the beginning, everyone could still encounter wild beasts, but suddenly, they disappeared. This made them very depressed. What do you want them to do if they don't even have beasts? They can't even get the fragments. After a brief discussion, everyone roughly understood each other's situations, which were all similar. Everyone knew tacitly who could exchange for the Bloodline Evolution Stone vein, and the only one who could kill the beast before them was Qin Shan. Chapter 115, Lord of Fire. Only the attribution reward? Qin Shan suddenly realized that this was good. It seemed that the other party was also selecting the strongest survivors. Other unqualified ones would not be eligible to receive the reward. Island Master, should we? Hiki, when I suddenly rob their boss, I wonder what kind of expression they will have. Suddenly, one by one, an evil smile appeared on their faces. We have to rob everything. The cloth bag from the merchant in the Secret Realm is ours. Qin Shan's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Of course, the good things should be in his own hands. Yes. Excitement appeared on everyone's face. They loved this kind of thing the most. They quickened their pace and headed towards the nearest lord. In a few minutes, they arrived next to the lord. Fire Lords, Elementals. Realm, 4th level of physical training. Resistance, fire attacks below level 4 are ineffective. Physical attacks are ineffective. Resistance, water attribute causes double damage. Earth attribute causes 1.5 times damage. Restraint, wood metal. Abilities, flame manipulation, fire mastery, sea of fire, elementalization. It doesn't have any amazing attributes. It's just a bit difficult to deal with, and its elemental body makes it hard to attack. Qin Shan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. In fact, this lord was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Basically, his abilities were immune to the opponent, and there was nothing he could do about it. Just a neutralization was enough to leave him helpless. If I had known earlier, I would have awakened the attribute first. Qin Shan said helplessly. If this guy was a normal creature, there would be too many people here who could kill it. But the key is that this thing is a bit disgusting, even more disgusting than those of the Sea Kings. It directly ignores attacks, and no matter how strong your attack power is, you can't hurt it at all. It doesn't even have a shape. In simple terms, it's just a ghost. It is extremely difficult to kill it. How could it be an elemental creature? Yun said in surprise. The others also showed ugly expressions. They naturally knew what their current shortcomings were. It was very difficult to kill elemental creatures. Even if they had powerful strength, they could not do anything to the opponent. Instead, the attacks of the Fire Lord were enough for them to bear. It was pure fire, and when it hit my body, it was a burning pain. The elemental creatures are now left to you. Qin Shan looked at Wu Tai and the islanders. They had already awakened their attributes. Even if they were weak, they were still elemental masters. It has a certain restraining effect on the Fire Lord. Killing elemental creatures can only be done slowly, and it only takes a little longer. It is not that difficult, just tedious and troublesome. However, if this happens, I don't have to worry about someone else snatching the elemental lord away from me. With the strength of those people, it is very difficult to kill elemental creatures. Don't worry, Island Master, leave it to us. The islanders laughed happily, as they finally found a place to use their skills. Otherwise, they would have thought that they were useless and needed something to do to enrich themselves. He only had one thunderbolt that could attack the Fire Lord, and the damage was not that much, not as good as the attack power of these people. I didn't expect that bringing them in would bring me such a benefit. Except for some who possess special martial arts, everyone else has left the stage. Professional matters should be left to professionals, and they will just stand by and wait for the results. Now is the time to prove your strength. The only ones who can attack are those with water and soil attributes, as well as some people who possess special martial arts. Anyway, just do whatever it takes to restrain them as long as you can kill them. After being attacked, the Fire Lord, who was originally just a small flame, suddenly became angry. His body quickly grew larger and turned into a monster more than 10 meters long, angrily attacking the enemy. It wants to let these humble mortals know that elemental creatures are great beings and are absolutely not something they can blaspheme. In an instant, the sea of fire spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire with the Fire Lord as the center. More than 20 people were holding on with difficulty. Fortunately, there were enough people to fight against the Fire Lord for a while. They didn't know how strong its vitality was, so they could only attack endlessly until the Fire Lord died. But looking at its vigorous flames, they knew that this was definitely not a simple matter. At this time, the others each led their teams and headed in other directions. It was impossible for them to unite because there was only a reward for belonging. If they participated, they would be working for free. How could this be possible? However, when they saw the elemental creatures in front of them, they were stunned. Is this something they can kill? Most people use physical attacks. Not to mention whether they can break the defense, whether they can attack the opponent is also a problem. Do we still need to fight? In my opinion, everyone should go back to their own homes, take a shower, and go to bed. This is too out of scope. It's not something that should appear now. Who can tell me how to awaken the attributes? The merchant in the secret realm has attribute stones that can awaken attributes. Get lost, you'll give me 1,000 fragments. Seeing these things, each one was as big as a bucket, without any attribute blessing. They didn't even have the qualifications to attack each other. In front of them was a big guy called Ocean Lord, who was walking back and forth in front of them, glancing at them from time to time. However, no one could attack him, let alone get close to him. In this place, they can all see the properties of these things, and it is because of seeing them that they are so scared. Great Wizard, the team is disbanded. I'm leaving. I'm leaving too. I'm going to go see if there are any other good things. It feels like I'm going to miss out on 100 million. It was a wasted trip. We can't get through it. If there are secret places like this in other districts, they probably can't get through it either. Don't forget, there is another person. Are you talking about Qin Shan? It's impossible that he has awakened his attributes. He is so mysterious that nothing is impossible. All right, let's disband the team. There's no point in staying here any longer. He had no way out of this situation. Even though his strength was stronger than others, he was helpless in this situation. The situation with the Lord of the Earth and the Lord of the Wind Spirit is roughly the same. However, a few people who were with the Flame God came towards the Fire Lord. Stop. Before they could get close, someone stopped them and gave them no chance to get close. Chapter 116. Why won't you let us pass? Being stopped for no reason, the Flame War God and his companions naturally felt very uncomfortable. This secret realm belonged to everyone, not just one person, so why was someone so overbearing? That's right. You don't think we are afraid of you, do you? A group of people who don't even dare to say their names. What qualifications do they have to speak here? You don't know what life and death is. An islander waved his hand and threw the man far away. Before others could react, everything was over. In just a moment, they felt tremendous pressure. These people were very strong and far beyond their reach. Let's go, said the Flame God. From the opponent's sudden attack, he knew that with his own strength, he had no chance of defeating the opponent, and he might even lose himself. He could throw out a man with a combat power of 200 without any hesitation. This strength would only be stronger than theirs. There were also a few people nearby who were eyeing him covetously. Not knowing his true background, he could only admit defeat. Snort. They left in anger, and at the same time were filled with shock in their hearts. The other party's cultivation was too strong, and it seemed as if they were not from the same world as them. Apart from that pervert Qin Shan, they really couldn't think of anyone else who could possess such terrifying strength. After they left, the more they thought about it, the more uncomfortable they felt. They were driven away without even meeting the Lord. No matter who they were, they would not be able to swallow this. However, due to the opponent's powerful strength, they had no choice but to give up. If they started fighting, they would be the ones who would suffer. There was no point in continuing to argue here. Let's go check other places to see if there is still a chance. There are 4 lords there. It shouldn't be that easy to kill them. I dare say they must be Qin Shan's people. They're so domineering. Bah! The Demon Cloud's secret realm belongs to everyone, not just him. Why would he do this? Stop talking. We are not as skilled as them, but we can't blame them for being too overbearing. If we were strong enough, why would it be like this? Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Indeed, only strong power is the foundation for survival. Otherwise, who will listen to you? I am afraid that they will slap you to death." Even though they were indignant in their hearts, their bodies were very honest. They quickly left the direction of the Fire Lord and ran towards the remaining places. When they separated, they had already foreseen this consequence. There would always be some people who would run into Qin Shan, and they could only blame their bad luck. It's not Qin Shan's fault for doing this, but the existence of these people is itself special. With so many top combat forces, they can hide if they can. Whoever wants to be the boss can go. Only by developing in a low-key manner can you live a long life. If it weren't for the emergence of this battle power list, he would be able to join the group normally like everyone else, and no one would know who he is, let alone what kind of strength he has. On the way, the Flame God and his companions met other returning teams. They looked dejected, as if something bad had happened to them. "What's wrong with you?" the Flame God asked one of the survivors. "It's the Flame God of War. Forget about it. The opponent we met is too difficult to deal with. When I think about the terrifying attributes of the Sea Lord, my head hurts. With their current strength, it is impossible to kill the Elemental Lord. It is too difficult. The treasure map was collected too quickly, which was not good news. They were sure that there was treasure here, but that did not mean they could get it. What's more, this thing only has affiliation rewards, which is rather disgusting. Since they can't be killed, they certainly won't work for others, so they simply left that place and prepared to join up with others. Afterwards, the man told the Flame God what he had seen and heard. Since everyone had seen this kind of thing, there was nothing to hide. So that's how it is. The Flame God of War showed a look of sudden realization. "By the way, didn't you also go looking for the Lord? How come you didn't know?" Immediately, the man became confused. Everyone set out together, just in different directions. "Don't mention it. We only got halfway there before we were persuaded to go back," said the Flame God of War. Thinking of what happened just now, they got angry. They were blocked directly and didn't even have the chance to get close. "It's Qin Shan, right?" Apart from the 40 or so people here, there were only Qin Shan and those strange guys. "No, it's those people from before. It's just that I feel there should be a relationship between them and Qin Shan. They might be members of Qin Shan's team," said the Flame God of War. As for the subordinate relationship, he didn't dare to think about it. After all, how could one person control so many powerful people? This was too incredible. He would rather believe that those people were a cooperative team, which would at least make them feel better. It doesn't make much difference. Let's just wait here and see what changes will happen later. If they can't kill the Lord, they have no way to gain benefits and can only wait here. The original few people were still indignant in their hearts, but after hearing such news from these people, they were suddenly relieved. It was also a kind of luck that they didn't see it. After hearing what those people said, no one is able to do anything about the Elemental Lords. Except for Qin Shan and his people, they don't have to worry about anything. They stopped at the Secret Realm merchant's place. They had nothing else to do at the moment and could do nothing but wait. But after waiting for a while, Wanjun suddenly said, "Something is wrong. You see, the secret merchant has not left. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to hunt the beast and get the fragments." "That's a good idea. As long as we don't run into Qin Shan and his men, no one can do anything to us. We are just beasts. Whether you can get rich overnight depends on this one time." All of a sudden, the people who were originally a little discouraged felt the desire in their hearts again. Although they could not kill the Lord, they could still kill ordinary beasts. "Then I'll help you all have good luck. I'll go ahead." Since it is possible and they can get good stuff, everyone left without stopping, just to get more resources in the shortest time. They don't know when the secret merchants will leave, so they can only do their best to get generous rewards. Chapter 117, Killing the Lord. Qin Shan didn't care what they were thinking. At the moment, he was concentrating on watching the Fire Lord. The attacks of the crowd were still very powerful. In just a few minutes, the Fire Lord was tortured enough. Now, they finally saw hope of killing the Lord. This thing was really disgusting. They rushed over rashly to this unfamiliar place and suffered a great loss. If he had known about the things in advance, he would have gone to the Temple of Elements first to awaken his attributes. Then, he would have been able to change his job to become an elementalist and become even more powerful. It would have been easy for him to deal with these lords. There are already quite a few people here who can kill creatures of this level in seconds, but unfortunately, due to some world laws, they are powerless. Everyone must obey the laws of this world. The further he got to the end, the more relaxed Qin Shan felt. He didn't have to worry about anything. Water prison technique. Earthbind. It's raining. The Fire Lord kept wailing as low-level martial arts were thrown at him. He was very angry and wanted to kill all these people. However, the opponents were not willing to fight him in close combat. When he chased them, they ran away. When he stopped, they attacked him. This made him very annoyed. The key is that these are all forces that have a restraining effect on it, making it extremely uncomfortable. "Damn humans, you are all going to die," said the Fire Lord angrily. Everyone be careful. It's preparing for its ultimate move. Qin Shan said quickly. Precisely because he could understand the words of the Fire Lord, he was afraid that his people would be killed here. If it is dead, it is really dead, and there is no chance of resurrection. At least for now, he has not seen any item that can revive a person. Otherwise, he can resurrect the manta ray. Perhaps the coffin had some special uses, but he couldn't find them, and there was nothing he could do about it. After hearing what Qin Shan said, the people close to the Fire Lord immediately retreated. As soon as they left, a huge fireball hit the place where they were before. Roar! The Fire Lord missed another big move, which made him even angrier. These ants actually dared to tease him like this. The anger in his heart suddenly rose. Why are you roaring? You're just an elemental creature. If you hadn't been transformed into an element, I would have killed you in minutes. Qua said, he relies on pure physical strength. It does hurt when he hits someone, but if he hits the air, then it will be useless. As a witch, he couldn't take part in the battle, which was the most frustrating thing. But he had no other choice. The opponent was very disgusting, and it was extremely difficult to kill him. When the fireball dissipated, a new round of attack began. After this cycle continued for half an hour, the huge Fire Lord vaporized and disappeared. Congratulations to Qin Shan for killing the Flame Lord and obtaining a Lord's treasure chest. At this moment, the people who were hunting wild beasts heard this voice and stopped what they were doing at the same time. It was incredible. He actually killed the Fire Lord? So strong. They even thought that they had heard wrongly. The other party actually killed the elemental creature and gave it a Lord's treasure chest. They had never seen such a thing before and didn't know what kind of good things could be found in it. But they could only think about it. They had no idea what Qin Shan could get. They couldn't even get close, let alone think about seeing that kind of thing. Only then did they understand how humble the weak are in this world. Faced with a mountain of treasure, they can only return empty-handed. It was so disheartening. It's better to kill him. Maybe I can enter the next round. I'd better kill the beast first and get more bloodline evolution stones. After a brief moment of daze, they continued to hunt wild beasts. Qin Shan's ability to kill was Qin Shan's ability and had nothing to do with them. If they kept thinking about it, the other party would not give them anything. Only what you get is the best. After the Fire Lord died, he dropped a box and a key. Qin Shan originally wanted to let the island spirit open it directly, but it failed and he could only open it manually. What a trouble. Qin Shan said this, but he acted quite quickly. It took him such a long time to attack the Fire Lord. There should be some good things in the treasure chest. As the key was inserted, the treasure chest opened, shining with white light. Open the Lord's treasure chest and obtain the Heart of Fire *1, the boss summoning scroll fragment *1, and fragments *1000. That's it, Qin Shan said in surprise. It was still shining white, but there were only these few things? Nothing left? The treasure chest had disappeared, and in front of him, there were only these 3 items, which made him somewhat disappointed. After attacking so hard, he finally killed the Fire Lord, but in the end he only got these items. Don't let me down, Qin Shan said, checking the properties of these items. Heart of Fire. After use, you can awaken the rare level of Holy Fire attribute. You may want to wait until you obtain other types of cores before using it, as it will have unexpected effects. Boss Summoning Scroll Fragments. Collect 4 fragments to summon the final boss of the Demon Cloud Secret Realm. There is a chance that Qizhouding will drop when killed. Does that mean that all the attributes awakened by everyone are basic attributes, and only by using special items can more powerful attributes be activated? Qin Shan couldn't help but doubt when looking at the introduction of the Heart of Flame. After all, the people on Miracle Island are all talented, but what they have awakened are only basic attributes, without any special mutations or rarity, let alone supreme attributes. That's why Qin Shan had such doubts. As for the boss summoning scroll fragments, it is easy to understand. Without this thing, they would never be able to meet the final boss, let alone get the Qizhouding. But he didn't expect that the one who appeared here would be the Qizhouding. He had no idea what kind of divine power it would have, but he knew that he had to kill the other lords. Otherwise, if you miss this village, it will be difficult to find it again. Now, let's go to the next place and make sure to kill all the elemental lords, Qin Shan said. Not to mention the Qizhouding, just something like the Heart of Fire is enough for him to yearn for. This thing, even if he uses it, can increase his combat power 3 times, which means he will almost break through the 3,000 mark. By then, he will be a humanoid boss, and it will be very difficult to kill him. Now that we have discovered this thing, we should find a way to get it. Chapter 118. Killing Lords in a Row. Yes. They did not stop and went directly to the next place. Time was pressing. Not only the Demon Cloud Secret Realm, but also the Miracle Island matters were waiting for them to go back and deal with. How could they not hurry up with so many things to deal with? The crowd moved very quickly and made a lot of noise. If I encounter some curious animals running out on the road, I will naturally harvest them without mercy. After they leave, this secret realm will disappear anyway. Instead of wasting the fragments in their bodies, it is better to contribute some power to myself. What's more, they also need resources to improve their strength, so they can only sacrifice these beasts. If anyone wants to blame someone, then blame that mysterious man. He dumped them into this place and used the fragments in their bodies as currency. If he doesn't want to get more, he'd feel sorry for himself. So, the only thing we have to do is sacrifice the beast. With their speed, it took them less than 10 minutes to reach the second lord, the Earth Lord, who possessed a powerful and thick earth element. This was a battlefield of wood attributes, and others would join the battle depending on the situation. Except for water attributes, all can join the battlefield, provided that they have attacks blessed by attributes. Ordinary physical attacks will definitely be useless, just like the Fire Lord. But we can't help it. There are so many of them, and they will be beaten to death sooner or later. Moreover, this time, they have experience and don't need to face something as complicated as the Fire Lord. As soon as they arrived here, they started fighting directly without Qin Shan having to say anything. Even Yun and others joined the battlefield, but the effect was minimal and not enough to cause too much damage to the Earth Lord. It would still take some effort to kill it. Qin Shan has become accustomed to this. Just wait patiently. At least they still have a chance, unlike other people who have no chance at all. This time the battle ended in 20 minutes, and he got the Lord's treasure chest again. Except for the appearance of a heart of the earth, everything else inside is exactly the same. There is no difference. The remaining two should be similar. But this sound is very harsh to other people. Is it that fast? There are only two of them. No, I have to be faster, otherwise they won't even leave the beast for us after they kill the lords. How on earth did this bastard do it? The distance is so far, it would take more than half an hour just to travel. They were quite helpless. Being in the same region with a person like Qin Shan, they didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. As long as good things appeared, basically, they would have no chance of getting a share. But why did they send themselves to this place? After seeing the things in the secret merchant's box, they were even more reluctant to give them up. They were real good things that everyone wanted. Once they had them in their hands, they were unwilling to give them up. It took only about half an hour from the killing of the Fire Lord to the killing of the Earth Lord, which made them feel extremely pressured. They had reason to believe that there were special items in Qin Shan's team that allowed them to move quickly to the next place. Otherwise, how could they explain that they were able to kill the lords in such a short time? Even though the lord's attribute panel only looks like 400 points, he shouldn't be killed so quickly. But guesses are just guesses after all, and there is nothing they can do. It is better to be peaceful and do your own thing well. That is the best thing to do. After killing the Earth Lord, Qin Shan and his companions came to the Ocean Lord. This guy was also easy to deal with. All they needed was enough Earth attribute practitioners to restrain him. Assholes, you are the ones who killed the Earth and the Fire. I will kill you. As soon as they met, the Ocean Lord became furious and attacked everyone, not giving them any chance at all. It's no wonder that compared with the previous two, the strength of this Ocean Lord is much stronger, and the gaps in his attacks created a huge pressure on everyone. Haha. It's just right. My sea covering formation can come in handy, Yun said with a smile. Finally, I can start. This Ocean Lord looks quite powerful, but in the face of absolute restraint, he will be completely defeated. As long as it dares to bring out water, the cloud will be able to control its water and beat it so hard that it loses its temper. Qin Shan laughed. He was just a noisy little guy. What would happen if elemental creatures were introduced to Miracle Island? Only he dared to think about such a thing. But now, he still needs to kill the Sea Lord and get the treasure chest out. The last thing is the most important, and he can't lose the big picture for the small. Besides, who can be sure that they can recruit the Ocean Lord for their own use? It's a waste of time. The sea. Several times, when the Ocean Lord produced a large amount of water, it was forcibly taken over by the clouds. After a few times, it became much more obedient. Just when it was about to release more, it glanced at the clouds and put them away silently. It could only fight these people in the simplest way. This was still the easiest one for them to deal with. The previous two, Qin Shan and other masters, were restricted so much that they were useless. They could only let the islanders who were at the first level of body refining attack them, so the progress was naturally very slow. But now, with Yun's attack, the Ocean Lord was almost driven into autism. He couldn't use his powerful strength at all, which made him extremely depressed. But now, it has no choice. There are always people who want it to go up and fight, and it has no choice but to go. Even though it was severely restricted, the power of the Sea Lord was still there. Once someone got close to it, it could slap him away and beat him half to death. It also made the islanders miserable. Even if they didn't die, being slapped in the face would be a burning pain. Only they knew what it felt like. After struggling for about 10 minutes, the Ocean Lord died with hatred in his heart. Before dying, there was such unwillingness in its eyes. How could it die? With a puff, it turned into a treasure chest. This was the third core I got. Part of the ocean. As for the others, they were feeling very uncomfortable and aggrieved. Qin Shan's actions were too fast. After the death of the Fire Lord, 2 more lords died in less than an hour. At this rate, it would be over in at most an hour. What a beast. It was only 15 minutes. How did he do it? If this happened on Blue Star, I would definitely report him for using cheats. We are all human beings. Why are there such big differences? Chapter 119 Wind Spirit Lord. Apart from chattering, they can only kill wild beasts. It is best not to compare themselves with Qin Shan. If they do, they will be nothing, a waste among wastes. It is better for them to improve themselves honestly. This was something they could not envy. They only hoped that next time there was another secret realm, they would not explore the same secret realm with Qin Shan. This predatory approach made them feel a little at a loss. All the good stuff was taken away by Qin Shan. They came here just to join in the fun. The one who could make them feel most relieved was the Elemental Lord. Judging from the battle power list, except for Qin Shan, the difference between the others is not that big, so the others should not be able to pass this kind of thing. As for how Qin Shan got through, they had no idea and could not investigate further. They didn't even have the chance to get close to him, so how could they eliminate him? What methods did Qin Shan use? After killing the Ocean Lord, Qin Shan asked everyone to take a break. After all, they couldn't stand such a high-intensity battle. After a short rest, everyone continued to rush to the next place, where only the Wind Spirit Lord was left. It's not far from the Ocean Lord, and we'll arrive there soon. But after arriving, Qin Shan was in trouble. The last Lord was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. This is a difficult situation. Qin Shan sighed slightly. He is more disgusting than other lords. The main reason is that the Wind Spirit Lord flies in the sky, which discourages most people. They can't even hit him, so how can they kill him? It simply won't work. It is at least 20 meters above the ground. It just floats around there. If it happened at night, it would scare people to death. This is just a small problem. They have no effective means of restraint. The opponent does not have the 5 elements attributes, but the wind attribute. It can be said that he can restrain everyone, or it can be said that he cannot restrain anyone. He is very difficult to deal with. No matter how they attack, they will be weakened a lot. Fortunately, the Wind Spirit Lord is not completely elemental, but semi-elemental. He has some entity and can be attacked physically, but the effect is not very great. This gives them an opportunity to kill the Wind Spirit Lord. This time, all those who have not practiced the art of levitation must withdraw. Only when you reach the 4th level of physical training or above will you have enough strength to fly. Below this level, you can only rely on martial arts, talent, and the like. Among these people, those who have just made a breakthrough, where do they have the time to learn the art of levitation? Leave 10 people to guard outside and don't allow anyone to approach. The rest of you, go hunt the wild beasts. Qin Shan said. Now, this Wind Spirit Lord can only be dealt with by them. If we fight at an altitude of 20 meters, it is likely to attract other people to come, so leaving someone to guard nearby is also just in case. Yes, Island Master. They were very conscious and divided into several teams. Those who should leave, and those who should stay. Ghost Vine, use the tree world to descend later to trap it, and don't let it run around. Qin Shan said. Don't worry, Island Master, I know what to do, said Guitung. When dealing with the Earth Lord just now, the Ghost Vine did not take action, otherwise, their actions would have been even faster. With the strength of the Islanders, it is enough to deal with it. Now, facing this big guy flying in the sky, what we lack is an enclosed space to deal with it. The arrival of the Ghost Vine's tree world can be airtight or like a prison. Go up and kill it, Qin Shan said. One by one, strong men flew into the sky. It was not so easy to kill the Wind Spirit Lord. They have wasted too much time here. If they can kill the other party, they will be qualified to start the final round and summon the boss to come. At that time, they should get a lot of benefits. Now that he can fly by himself, the art of levitation is very useless to him. He has already learned it, so he can't waste some resources and forget it. Maybe he can wait for the next skill fusion card to appear and melt it. Qin Shan doesn't care much about martial arts that are not commonly used. As his strength increased, what he relied on most was the Jinghong's sword Qi, plus the infinite chaos. These two were a perfect match, enabling him to unleash terrifying power. Yesterday, he killed hundreds of thousands of sea beasts with just one sword. Qin Shan was frightened by the terrifying power of that level. It's a pity that when you fight alone, others won't give you the opportunity to add on the passive ability. Seeing someone coming, the Wind Spirit Lord who was originally wandering around suddenly changed his appearance and looked at Qin Shan and the others with eyes full of indifference. It sensed that Qin Shan contained the core of other lords, which made it very angry. This man actually dared to kill its partner, and the people around him were all accomplices. Tree World arrives. As soon as it approached, the Ghost Vine immediately used Tree World arrives to trap the opponent first. If it was allowed to run around, it would be a problem to attack it, let alone kill it. Therefore, only in a relatively closed place can one better kill the Wind Spirit Lord. Strong force, soul harvesting. 3 pure immortal lights. God-killing gun. The moment the Ghost Vine trapped the opponent, everyone attacked. They didn't care about what kind of changes the Wind Spirit Lord would have. They only knew that they had to kill the opponent. This was enough. They didn't need to worry about anything else. Kill. Roaring Wind. The Wind Spirit Leader took the initiative, and with one move, he instantly pushed away anyone who approached him. An aura hole was formed around him, and those who were not strong enough could not even get close. Immediately afterwards, a huge force crushed over them. At the first moment, they were actually at a disadvantage. This Wind Spirit Lord is more difficult to deal with than they imagined. Even though it does not have any amazing attributes, its elemental body is enough to make countless people give up the idea of defeating it. Earth Flow Wall. Dimensional Blade. Shocking Sword Chi. No matter whether useful or useless, they were all released. After one round, they knew what martial arts they should use to deal with the Wind Spirit Lord. Fortunately, this guy is not so abnormal as to be invincible, otherwise Qin Shan and the others would be in danger today. With the power of Miracle Island, they would actually fall flat on their face in this place. Let me break the storm. The battle was going on fiercely, and the momentum was that the two sides would not stop until the other side was killed. Qin Shan's expression also became a little more solemn. This guy was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. After so many people took turns attacking him for several minutes, the Wind Spirit Lord acted as if nothing had happened and was still alive and kicking. Chapter 1, 24 Cores. His heart sank. He thought that his strength was still not strong enough. Otherwise, why would he fall into a passive state when encountering elemental creatures? This feeling was too uncomfortable. Wind Surge. Suddenly, the Wind Spirit Lord quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, as if he was planning some terrible attack. Break it quickly, Qin Shan said hurriedly. Others may not see it, but how could he not know it? This surge of wind can make the Wind Spirit Lord extremely active and last for up to half an hour. During this period of time, the speed of the Wind Spirit Lord will be comprehensively enhanced. By then, they will not be able to touch each other even if they want to. Even within the tree world. It's so small, if they want to make it smaller, it will only leak air. By then, with the ability of the Wind Spirit Lord, they won't be able to take down the opponent. Hearing that it was going to use Wind Surge, Qin Shan suddenly became anxious. Spending more time is also a considerable drain on them, especially the Ghost Vine. It needs a large amount of spiritual energy to maintain the tree world. Once it is exhausted, the tree world will collapse. I never thought that a Wind Spirit Lord would be so difficult to deal with. Many masters were unable to do anything about it. Once again, I've been punished by the damn rules of this world. If they had extraordinary powers, why would they waste time here? The world is so big, and there are many things they don't know. No one expected such a dramatic scene to happen. It's not that they are not strong enough, but the creatures in the Demon Cloud secret realm are too weird. His strength is not that great, he's just annoying. Just like how Qin Shan dealt with the Sea Kings in the past, they were slippery and difficult to kill, nothing else. The crowd attacked more fiercely, but it was of no use. The Wind Surge was still successfully triggered. All of a sudden, the Wind Spirit Lord's sensitivity reached an extremely high level. None of them could get close to him, let alone attack him, and they couldn't lock onto him. Qin Shan was in a bad mood as he watched the Wind Spirit Lord flying around like a headless fly. Island Master, what should we do now? Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, they were at a loss as to what to do. This guy was more disgusting than they had imagined, and he always managed to give them a surprise. Wait, Qin Shan said, gritting his teeth. Now there is nothing they can do except wait. As long as the Wind Spirit Lord is still here, it will be fine if they give them time, and this disgusting thing will eventually be gone. Since they couldn't take it down, everyone looked for a place to calm down. With such high sensitivity, they couldn't catch up, and there was no need to waste their energy fighting it. Perhaps, this is still an opportunity. Once the Wind Spirit Lord has consumed a lot of energy, then what happens next will be their business. With such a high frequency, no matter how powerful the Wind Spirit Lord is, he will fall into a period of weakness. It's just a waste of more time. But they wanted to regulate their breathing, but the other party refused. Whoever dared to regulate their breathing would be attacked by it, which annoyed everyone. Just wait for me, Luo said viciously. If he could make a breakthrough and awaken a more powerful ability, would a mere elemental creature dare to act rashly in front of him? He would kill it in a matter of minutes. But now, he could only satisfy his desire to talk. Time passed by every second. Emperor Xianyuan and others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that such a long time had passed, and there was no news that the Wind Spirit Lord had been killed. It turned out that Qin Shan was not so invincible. As long as they were given enough time, they could become even stronger. Although not as good as Qin Shan, it is enough to distance them from others. Perhaps, after today, the combat power list will be reshuffled again, but I don't know who will be on the list. You know, it's not just the Demon Cloud Secret Realm. This 4th district is the result of the merger of 10 districts in total. Maybe other people have already collected treasure maps and entered this kind of secret realm to obtain treasures. In fact, their secret realm might not be so disgusting and might be better. There are too many mysteries in this world, and no one can guarantee that what they see is all. It seems that the Wind Spirit Lord will not be killed in the short term. We still have a chance. When the Wind Spirit Lord is killed, we will immediately return to the merchant in the secret realm and exchange the fragments. Yes, maybe by that time, the secret realm merchant will leave. After nearly half an hour, they didn't hear any movement from Qin Shan, and they began to daydream again. They didn't want Qin Shan to kill the Wind Spirit Lord so easily. They did it for their own sake so that they could obtain more treasures. That was all. There was no other meaning. Moreover, Qin Shan represents the face of their District 34. Even though we have already merged, no one can tell what the situation will be like when we come into contact in the future. Half an hour is up. There was a hint of cruelty in the eyes of Qin Shan and others. The speed of the Wind Spirit Lord in the air dropped a lot, even slower than before. Are you done jumping around? Then go die, with the Jinghong, sword energy. Qin Shan said viciously. Not only the others were upset, he was the same. The opponent relied on the speed advantage to force them to stop for a moment. The anger in their hearts burst out at this moment. I said, I'm going to kill you, Demon Realm. Luo said angrily. The others attacked one after another, and everyone's eyes were filled with anger. They wished they could kill the Wind Spirit Lord with a sword. In this closed space, the Wind Spirit Lord could only be consumed. Without its speed advantage, it was nothing and was quickly eliminated by Qin Shan and his men. Bah, I told you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Looking at the Lord's treasure chest, Luo said happily, finally getting rid of the anger in his heart. Congratulations to Qin Shan for killing the Wind Spirit Lord and obtaining a Lord's treasure chest. Since all the Lords have been killed, Rashomon is opened and can be summoned using the boss summoning scroll. The boss is random. The abilities are random. Remember to act according to your ability. Qin Shan didn't care about the team's reminder. What he cared about was the core. That kind of thing was a good thing and should not be missed. He opened the treasure chest immediately, and just like before, there were still 3 items inside. After opening it, the 4 scroll fragments were immediately combined together to form a complete scroll that could be used. The final core is called the Heart of Blue Wind. It was exactly the same introduction, but when they were put together, there appeared words that could be specifically searched in the Temple of Elements. Qin Shan had no choice but to put it into the space carried by the island spirit itself. It's time to exchange it, Qin Shan said. With 4,000 fragments on hand, I feel more confident. Chapter 1:21 Exchange. At this moment, there were already many people at the Secret Realm Merchant's place. After receiving the notification that the Wind Spirit Lord was dead, they immediately rushed over, fearing that if they were a little late, the Secret Realm Merchant would leave. Then the fragments in their hands will become waste, so they'd better come quickly, but they are not in a hurry to exchange them. They are waiting for Qin Shan to come. They want to see how many good things Qin Shan has got. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Shan was carrying more than 4,500 fragments. There are quite a lot of things that can be exchanged, such as passive skill slots and some other items. As for items that are too expensive, he has no idea about it now. If this Secret Realm Merchant exists, it must be in more than one place, and there will be a chance to meet him in the future. It is too expensive and I cannot afford it. I have to use it on the blade, especially the Spirit Vein Evolution Stone. I have to upgrade the Blood Vein Evolution Stone Vein first. Otherwise, the output of the first level vein is too slow. When the flowers were almost withered after they waited, they saw Qin Shan and his companions coming from a distance. Are you waiting for me? Qin Shan said. The cars these people were driving looked like they had been waiting for a long time, which made him feel a little unhappy. He didn't like being watched by others, and he didn't like being remembered by others even more. Qin Shan, I have to admit that you are very powerful. You actually killed 4 lords. Emperor Xianyuan said. What does this have to do with you? Qin Shan said. We don't have any other intentions, we just want to take a look. Wanjun said. It can be heard that Qin Shan is very unhappy and seems to be blaming them for wasting everyone's time here. You'd better exchange it quickly and wait at Rashomon. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to see the final boss. Qin Shan said, with a hint of threat in his words. Everyone had anger on their faces, but they didn't dare to lose their temper. Qin Shan was still so domineering. But think about it. What you exchange is all personal privacy. How could you know it? Do you think you will be told all the details? What kind of idiotic logic is this? They wanted to see Qin Shan's background, so they deserved to be threatened. You? They were a little angry, but had nothing to say. Facing the powerful Qin Shan, they had no chance. This man was too strong, much stronger than all of them combined. What's more, behind him, there were more than 50 people. Their strength was hard to tell, but they definitely had the combat power to make the list. Such a huge force, which is silent, is really frightening. No one knows their names. Exchange it, and then go to Rashomon. Emperor Xianyuan said. I thought I could get a glimpse of it, but in the end, I thought it was too simple. It's not that easy to find out Qin Shan's background. It's better to be honest and improve yourself. Never covet people who are stronger than yourself. Otherwise, disaster may strike you one day, and you may not be able to stop it because the gap between the two is too big. Even if they were given some time to gather resources, how much could they get? It was all exchanged in a hurry, and the quantity was really limited. Finally, he took another look at Qin Shan, and finally had no choice but to leave. It's better to go to Rashomon and wait for Qin Shan. They definitely don't have the summoning scroll, but if Qin Shan kills the Lord, then he will definitely have it. Otherwise, the next stage will not start. This also made them feel better. Having a chance is always better than having no chance at all. After they left, Qin Shan walked up to the Secret Realm merchant. You're finally here. The Secret Realm merchant spoke first. Seeing Qin Shan coming, his face was full of smiles. Qin Shan's arrival indicated that his harvest would not be too bad, so he was naturally very welcome. Exchange it for me with unlimited severe injuries from the passive skill, a passive skill slot, 3 temple career expansion scrolls, and 1,000 spirit vein evolution stones. Qin Shan said, these things are the best things he can get now. This is a good opportunity to enhance his strength. Even if he can't get the Qin Zhou Ding, the benefits he gets from the Secret Realm merchants are enough. Okay, I'll give you 4,500 fragments. The Secret Realm merchant said with a smile. In just a short while, he got 5,000 fragments from Qin Shan, which was a huge fortune. The others combined had less than 500, which was not very rewarding at all. Qin Shan readily gave the fragment to the other party. The deal was reached, and these items are still of great use to Qin Shan. Infinite serious injuries, or infinite categories of passives. Once he learns them, he can directly integrate into the infinite chaos, with an extra serious injury effect. Every time he attacks in the future, he will have an extra layer of passive. This causes infinite chaos, becoming more and more powerful. As long as this passive skill is used well, mortals can also kill gods. This is not a dream, but everything is possible. I just don't know how many layers of passive skills are needed to be stacked. The prerequisite is that the other party must give you a chance. He also wanted more passive skills of this kind, but unfortunately, the Secret Realm merchant didn't have such things. It had to be said that it was a bit regrettable. As for the passive skill slot, he can open up the 6th passive skill slot. Even if he doesn't have a passive skill he likes now, he can keep it for now and embed it when there is a chance. Perhaps he won't need it in the future. After all, as infinite chaos becomes more and more powerful, other passive skills, such as decapitation, are basically useless. The probability is too low and the triggering interval is long. He doesn't expect decapitation to work a miracle. On the contrary, things like Hand of Technology, Peerless Plunder, and basic swordsmanship are pretty good, but it's a pity that they only increase his strength and luck. The Temple Career Expansion Scroll is a very powerful thing. It can be used in the Elemental Temple to allow more careers to be transferred to in the temple. Now there is only one Elementalist, but after using these 3, there will be more careers to be transferred to. He had no idea what he would get specifically, as it was all random. With this calculation, it seemed that an Elementalist didn't have to change his job so quickly, and maybe a miracle would happen. Maybe you can get some rare professions. However, after obtaining a profession and attributes, you will inevitably lose something. This is inevitable. There are pros and cons. It depends on your own choice. These things are still very useful to him, and he won't have to worry about the people on Miracle Island having only magic attacks as a means of attack. I missed the most satisfying harvest today, and I don't know how long I have to wait. Chapter 122 Establishment of Diplomatic Relations. The things are very good. Thank you very much. Qin Shan said. I really like them, and I don't know where the secret merchant got these things from. You're welcome. We each get what we need, said the Secret Realm merchant. I have an idea. I wonder if you are interested. Qin Shan said. He wanted to attract the secret merchants to his Miracle Island. Whenever he had money in the future, he would buy from the secret merchants. Now they only had these few items, but what about in the future? There would definitely be more. His position is different from that of other survivors. He should have his own unique channels to obtain some unique items. Normally, Qin Shan and his friends cannot get them, such as the Temple Career Expansion Scroll. If he hadn't seen it here, he would have thought that the Temple of Elements only had one profession, the Elementalist. It turns out that the Temple of Elements only has one profession, and one can also obtain other professions. No matter what kind of building it is, it should not be underestimated, as it may be of great use in the future. It's just that they need to build it step by themselves. Tell me about it. The Secret Realm merchant looked at Qin Shan with interest. The main reason was that Qin Shan had brought him considerable benefits. Otherwise, he would not have said so many things to Qin Shan. Can you come to our survivor's island? Qin Shan asked. You want me to go to your island? The Secret Realm merchant said with some surprise. That's right. Qin Shan said affirmatively. The benefits of the Secret Realm merchants are really too great. Anyone who can establish diplomatic relations with them will gain benefits beyond imagination. This was just one of their transactions, and they had already gained so much benefit. What about the next time? There would be even more. If I leave today, I don't know how long it will take to find people like the Secret Realm merchant. That's not impossible. Do you have any holy objects or artifacts on your island? Said the Secret Realm merchant. Yes. Qin Shan said. That's easy if you have it. I want to go to your survivor's island. That island must have such items. Otherwise, I will be restricted. The Secret Realm merchant explained. So that's how it is. Qin Shan said. Instead, he felt relieved. After all, the merchant from the Secret Realm was too mysterious. He didn't know how he would deal with it if he left. It would also be very risky to let him go rashly. But now, after he said that, Qin Shan relaxed a lot. This is for you. With it, I can go to your island. The Secret Realm merchant handed Qin Shan something that looked like a talisman stone. What is this? Qin Shan took it puzzled. This is a medium. You just need to inject power into the place where the holy object is to form a small teleportation array. Then you can summon me. And I can go to your island through this teleportation array. You can call it a summoning stone, said the Secret Realm merchant. That's great stuff. By the way, what should we exchange for next time we trade? There are no such things as fragments outside. Qin Shan asked. Money is crucial. Without money, nothing can be done. Because the fragments marked on the Secret Realm merchant were of this kind, and when he got outside, he really didn't know what to use to exchange with the other party. If this problem was not solved, everything that had been discussed before would be empty talk. Don't worry about that. You can exchange any item for spirit crystals, the currency of our merchants. The prices of items vary. If the quantity is large enough, I will also accept low-level items. When the time comes, you can exchange spirit crystals for anything you want. If there is a chance, I can also let other types of merchants establish diplomatic relations with you, said the Secret Realm merchant. Thank you very much. My name is Qin Shan. Until now, I still don't know how to call you. Qin Shan asked. In addition to Secret Realm merchants, there are also other types of merchants. There will be more good things in their cloth bags. Being able to maintain trade relations with merchants will definitely bring many benefits. You can just call me Wanjin, and I will call you Qin Shan. Wanjin said. Okay. Qin Shan said. 10,000 gold. Qin Shan. After they introduced themselves to each other, their relationship became closer. After all, looking at each other's attributes, one was a Secret Realm merchant and the other was a survivor, without any additional embellishments. It's very difficult to identify. After talking for a while, I still have to go to Rashomon, so I won't stay here. Sorry for disturbing you too much. See you at Miracle Island. Qin Shan said. Okay, I will go to Miracle Island. I'm really looking forward to it. Wanjin said. Afterwards, Qin Shan and his companions left and headed towards Rashomon. I also need to prepare more. The luck on him is too powerful. It will be of great benefit to my practice. I only have these things, and I really won't be able to show them when the time comes. Wanjin murmured as he looked at the direction where Qin Shan and the others left. Establishing diplomatic relations with Qin Shan would also be of great benefit to him, and he believed that Qin Shan would not let him down. He was not in a hurry to go to Miracle Island. Qin Shan needed time to prepare, and he also needed to prepare. These items might be gone all of a sudden, and it would be very embarrassing at that time. Wanjin left the Demon Cloud's secret realm. There was no need to stay any longer. The reason why he would wait until Qin Shan and the others left the secret realm before leaving was because he knew that when the third stage was over, Qin Shan and the others would leave here. Of course, there is no need to wait here. What's more, he has already given Qin Shan the summoning stone. When the time comes, he can summon him over. The next transaction will not be in the secret realm, but on an island called Miracle. Their practice method is different from that of the survivors. The higher the value of the items they buy and sell, the better it is for them. However, now, everyone's strength is at this level, and they don't think about how many good goods they can get. He is not in a hurry, as there will always be opportunities. After parting with Wang Jin, Qin Shan and the others went straight to Rashomon. There was nothing left in this secret realm that was worth staying in, so they should summon the boss as soon as possible and leave after getting the treasure. As for whether the Qingzhou Ding would drop, Qin Shan didn't know. The probability shouldn't be too high. He just had to give it a try and see what he could get. When he arrived here, others were already here, waiting for a long time. They looked at Qin Shan with eager eyes, waiting for him to open the Rashomon. They were also jealous of the introduction of the treasure map. The Jiuzhou Ding, the super divine object that suppressed luck in Chinese legends, actually appeared in this world. If they could get it, the benefits would be huge. Who wouldn't want that person to be themselves? Chapter 123 Dragon Knight. Qin Shan didn't waste any time. He took out the scroll and placed it on Rashomon. Suddenly, Rashomon was activated, and a huge pressure instantly pressed towards them. Everyone was frightened and retreated quickly. This might not be as simple as they thought. Indeed, if this boss could be placed in the final stage, how could he be a simple guy? Who is calling me? A voice came out from Rashomon. It was human language, which they all understood. But it was this voice that made them a little scared. It sounded like it came from hell. I have summoned the boss. Whether you can kill him or not depends on you, Qin Shan said. Looking at the frightened people, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Are you scared? Then why are you still staying here? Leave quickly. He still wants all the rewards. This time, there is no attributable reward, and he doesn't know what form it will be in. But no matter what form it is, he wants to get the biggest share. This can enhance the strength of Miracle Island and should not be missed. Naturally, everyone didn't dare to say anything more. They knew that Qin Shan was mocking them for not knowing their own abilities, but they had no other choice. Since they were here, they had to fight hard. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time? They didn't agree to this. They did not respond to Qin Shan's words, nor did they want to respond. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, a huge figure appeared in front of them. It was a tall human knight holding a big sword. That's right, it was a human knight. In this final stage, they actually got a human? This was somewhat surprising to them. The Dragon Knight is coming. Please kill him as soon as possible, otherwise he will destroy the Magic Cloud secret realm in an hour. The secret realm will no longer be open and everyone will be teleported away. The Dragon Knights are ranked based on their personal damage. The first place winner will receive a Supreme Treasure Box. The second and third place winners will receive a Purple Gold Treasure Box. The top 10 will receive a Platinum Treasure Box. The top 20 will receive a Gold Treasure Box. The top 50 will receive a Silver Treasure Box, and the rest will receive a Bronze Treasure Box. Note, this type of treasure chest is a boss damage treasure chest and has nothing to do with daily treasure chests. No one can get the treasure chest unless the Dragon Knight dies. Everyone was speechless. Is it necessary to change their mentality like this? If they attack the Dragon Knight, they will not die, but after the mission fails, the Demon Cloud secret realm will disappear and they will have no chance to come back. He seemed a little regretful. Why did he continue to wait for the Dragon Knight to appear? Wouldn't it be better to just leave? After killing the four lords, they can choose to leave the Demon Cloud secret realm and return to their own island, but they still want to wait a little longer for the final boss to appear. Now, the exit button has turned gray. It is impossible to leave, and I can only fight the Dragon Knight head-on. What can I do? It can be said that there will be rewards for participation, but whether or not you can kill it is another matter. They also want to, but the attributes of the Dragon Knight are so terrifying that it would be difficult to kill it based on their strength. What else can we do? Either he dies, or we don't come here anymore. Qin Shan, do you have any ideas? We have no other choice but to attack by force. This is no longer something any one of us can handle alone, Qin Shan said. He also looked at this big guy with a headache. He was speechless. It was 7 or 8 meters tall. It must be a little giant. Also, isn't it a knight? Where is his mount? But this is better. A knight without a mount will have his combat effectiveness greatly weakened. Huh? You dared to kill my 4 subordinates. You deserve to die. Come and die. Suddenly, the Dragon Knight attacked first, wielding the great sword with great power. Looking at the tall body of the Dragon Knight, they were frightened. If the sword hit their bodies, they would probably be cut in half. They felt bitter in their hearts because the Dragon Knight was too powerful and they were not able to deal with him. Get out of the way. Everyone retreated in shock immediately. Bang. With a loud bang, the sword slashed across the ground, revealing a huge gully. Looking at the crack, everyone's eyes widened. Is this still fun? If they hadn't dodged quickly enough, they would have been cut into several pieces. Too powerful. They couldn't help but sigh at the horror of the Dragon Knight. Compared with the opponent, their own level was too low. They couldn't even break through the defense. They needed more than 500 combat power to break through the defense. Maybe some people have special martial arts and talents that can break through defenses and cause some damage, but it won't have much effect. It might be too difficult to kill the Dragon Knight. Gui Teng, Yun, Jin Yuan. Hold him back and wait for me to become passive, Qin Shan said. The only solution now was to try the Jingong Sword Qi again and see if he could kill the Dragon Knight in one move. Fortunately, they were given an hour, but he was afraid that he could not hold on until that time. Okay. Everyone nodded. They also understood what Qin Shan was planning to do. Learn Infinite Severe Injury, Qin Shan said, and learned Infinite Severe Injury, and integrated it into Infinite Chaos, and upgraded it by 1 level, with 5 passive skills. In this way, the power of Infinite Chaos was increased by a quarter, and he could stack more passive skills within an hour. Don't just stand there. Attack when you should. Don't be lazy, Qin Shan said to the others. Want to fight alone? This is probably a dream. Who dares not to help? He will get those people out first. If he takes action, those people will die, and then there will be no reward. They nodded woodenly. At this moment, what else could they do except fight with all their might? During this first wave of attack, you guys step back a little, Qin Shan said. The power of thunder is too wide a range. Given the physique of those people, even if a single attack of thunder is weak, it can still take their lives. This is no joke. The power of thunder depends on Qin Shan's strength. The stronger he is, the more terrifying the power will be. If these people are not careful, they may die. This made them a little confused. Why did he ask them to attack and then retreat? But they still chose to believe Qin Shan's words and retreated a little. Soul Harvest, 1,000 Powers of Force. Qin Shan first performed these 2 martial arts that required stacking layers, and then flew into the air, level with the Dragon Knight. Seeing Qin Shan flying, everyone was shocked. This was definitely a cultivation level of the 4th level or above. Otherwise, how could he fly into the sky? But this was not the time to be surprised. They were waiting for Qin Shan's next instruction. Chapter 124 Superimposed Passive. The next moment, they understood why Qin Shan asked them to stay away. Thunderous. In an instant, a huge thunder field appeared above the head of the Dragon Knight, covering a very wide area. Since there was only one Dragon Knight, all the damage was naturally borne by the Dragon Knight. It was just a series of thunder, no different from tickling. Qin Shan did not expect that the thunder could kill the Dragon Knight. He just needed to stack the passive ability. Is this his strength? Everyone looked at Qin Shan in shock. They could feel that the terrifying power in the thunder domain had little effect on the Dragon Knight, but they could feel it personally that if it fell on them, they would definitely be electrocuted to a crisp. No wonder Qin Shan asked himself and others to retreat further away. Under such power, it was really terrifying. If they were accidentally injured, it would be their own bad luck. I never thought that Qin Shan's strength would be so strong. Especially Emperor Xianyuan, his combat power is more than 400, which is about 500 away from Qin Shan. As long as he awakens his attributes, he can break through 800 in an instant. It seems that the gap is not that big. But now it seems that Qin Shan is not as easy to surpass as he imagined. I wonder how many people will be scared away with just this martial art. They swallowed their saliva. Is there any difference between this and the power of God? From this moment on, Qin Shan was deeply afraid of them. Even if they were of the same strength, they did not dare to provoke such a terrifying monster. It can definitely scare people to death. The human wave tactic is meaningless here in Qin Shan. With such a large-scale attack, no matter how many people there are, they will be scattered. How can the remaining ones have any effect on Qin Shan? Qin Shan didn't care how shocked others were. He just needed to keep attacking. Give him enough time and killing the Dragon Knight will be no problem. After 10 full seconds, the thunder domain disappeared. The dragon was electrocuted 100,000 times, but there was no scar on its body, and even the paralysis effect was not triggered. It has to be said that this guy's power is really terrifying. In just 10 seconds, his 5 passive skills were stacked up to 100,000 layers, and the severe injury was stacked up to nearly 200,000 layers. This is the effect of a 1,000-pound force. After reaching 100 layers, attacking again will increase the severe injury effect, which makes the severe injury passive so powerful. This is a good thing, as it can greatly enhance the power of the Jingong Sword Qi. It can be said that the infinite severe injuries obtained from the Secret Realm Merchant are too suitable at this time. You lowly ant, you dare to hurt me. Die, Demon Sword. After the effect of the Thunder Domain ended, the Dragon Knight was furious. He was enraged that a tiny ant had actually hurt him. Even though only a layer of skin was scraped off, he was still attacked, which made him very angry and he wanted to kill this person. Why don't you do it? Qin Shan said hurriedly. What if he was the only one to carry it? He would be killed instantly. By then, nothing here would have anything to do with him. Sky-reaching vines. 3 pure ones immortal light. Hunyuan Qi. The world is hidden in my sleeve. Everyone on Miracle Island took action one after another. Some of them flew into the air and competed with Qin Shan, while others stayed on the ground and attacked. This sudden scene really frightened Emperor Xin Yuan and his people. Qin Shan's strength was beyond measure, but how come his allies were so terrifying? Were they really here to survive? Or maybe they were here to plunder? It would be great if these people could walk on the sea a long time ago. No one could defeat them. As long as Qin Shan wanted, I'm afraid that the people in the 4th district would surrender to him. Then, many people smiled bitterly. Qin Shan is simply unfathomable. No one can compare to such a person. After today, he will only become more powerful. The distance between them seems to be getting bigger and bigger. He can no longer think of surpassing him. As for the others, why they are not on the battle power list, it has nothing to do with them. It's up to them. Since they are not on the list, they can compete for some second place, which seems to shock others. They were determined to make friends with Qin Shan, and they couldn't make enemies with him. With Qin Shan's strength, if they started fighting, they would surely die and would have no chance of winning. They were helpless when faced with such a powerful survivor. The crowd did not hesitate any longer and launched the attack immediately. Since Qin Shan asked them to buy time, then they should buy time. What else could they do? Although their fighting power was not strong, they had many methods. The attack of so many people made the Dragon Knight become more violent. He raised his magic sword and attacked mercilessly. Basically, the frequency is maintained at 1 per minute, mainly because these people are so fast runners. In addition, those who were on the same level as him caused him a lot of trouble, making it impossible for him to pay attention to those little guys. Half an hour later, there was still no sign of decline on the Dragon Knight's side, but 35 of their men had been killed and teleported away. With each person who left, the pressure they faced would increase. They were extremely anxious. If they couldn't kill the Dragon Knight, then everything they had done would be in vain and meaningless. Everyone, please wait for another 25 minutes, Qin Shan said. It gave them some confidence. At that time, he had to attack regardless of success or failure, because at 55 minutes, the Dragon Knight would start to go berserk, his strength and defense would increase, and if he could not be killed, everyone would be sent away. Let's fight. One by one, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Fortunately, no one will be removed from the damage ranking list just because of death. In other words, even if they die, if someone is able to kill the Dragon Knight, they can still get rewards. Even the lowest level bronze treasure chest is a huge gain. The cultivation level of this demon Dragon Knight is as high as the 8th level of body refining. There are other values that they cannot see, but he should not be too strong. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to break through the defense of such a terrifying strong man. It would definitely not be as simple as 500 points. Qin Shan was also gambling, betting that the Dragon Knight was not in peak condition, otherwise they would have no chance. How strong could a knight without a mount be? At the very least, he had to be weakened by half. Moreover, that person would not give him an unsolvable secret realm. If he failed, he would destroy the secret realm. It would be better not to set up the secret realm. Chapter 125, A Terrifying Sword. Everyone gritted their teeth and persisted, but at this point, they were somewhat overwhelmed. Even yesterday when the sea beasts attacked the island, they had never been so tired. At least they could still kill them. But what about this Dragon Knight? He is too powerful, the kind that feels like he can't be killed. The weakness was given to you, but they were not strong enough, so the weakness was no longer a weakness. No matter how hard they tried, it was of no use. It was quite torturous. If Qin Shan had not been encouraging them, they would have given up and let the dragon take them away. In that way, they can get away from this place, return to their island, and deal with today's affairs first. After all, there are still a lot of things waiting for them to deal with. In fact, it was not just them. Qin Shan was also a little anxious. The Demon Dragon Knight was too powerful, and he was not sure if he could successfully kill the Demon Dragon Knight. If he failed to kill him, all he had done before would be in vain. He had wasted an hour in vain. With this time, he might have been able to collect all the resources on the island. After all, there are so many ships now, and if they are sent to various sea areas, the enemy can be dealt with quickly. Except for some very remote places, it will be much faster after establishing transmission points. He was worried that if he couldn't kill the Dragon Knight, the loss would be huge. Finally, everyone held on for about 54 minutes. Okay, everyone, step back. Whether we can succeed or not depends on this one move, Qin Shan said. The 5 passive abilities are all stacked up to more than 500,000 layers, which adds up to 2.6 million layers. This is twice as powerful as yesterday. This is also related to his increased strength. Otherwise, it would be somewhat difficult to stack so many layers. Are you sure? Everyone looked at Qin Shan. After fighting for such a long time, they could guess a little that Qin Shan was planning a big move, but they didn't know what kind of big move it was that would take so long to plan. Moreover, they also wanted to know how powerful it was, so that they could know how big the gap was between themselves and Qin Shan. After everyone fought for a long time, the Dragon Knight acted as if nothing had happened. He was still screaming and didn't look like he was injured at all. They were worried that everything they did was meaningless. If they couldn't kill the Dragon Knight, all their efforts would be in vain. Let me give it a try, Qin Shan said. Facing this kind of enemy, he didn't dare to guarantee anything, because the attribute panel of the Dragon Knight was incomplete, with only a part of it shown, and the body, talent, soul, and the like were hidden. Just because they haven't awakened something doesn't mean the Dragon Knight doesn't have it. It just gives them some basic attributes to give them hope. These words made everyone look a little gloomy. In this case, Qin Shan was not sure that he could kill this big guy. Could it be that all my previous efforts have been wasted? Now, there is nothing they can do except believe in Qin Shan. He immediately chose to retreat and put everything on Qin Shan, hoping that he could succeed so that all of them would have a good harvest. Watching those people leave, the Dragon Knight felt something was wrong. Why was only Qin Shan left? Suddenly, he had a bad premonition in his heart that this human being might not be simple. Dragon Knight, right? Take my sword if you dare, Qin Shan said. And, no matter what conspiracy you have, you must die, said the Dragon Knight angrily. Since the others didn't attack, he would not be polite. After killing Qin Shan, he would kill the others. In the battle just now, he found that Qin Shan became stronger and stronger. If he couldn't kill him instantly, it would only bring him huge trouble. He was not like Gui Tang, who had powerful means of control. Coupled with the attacks from others, he had no chance to kill Qin Shan instantly. At this moment, in a one-on-one situation, his chance came. Kill this variable first, and the others will be trapped in a jar and pose no threat. Shocking sword chi. Qin Shan swung out a huge sword energy and fought against the Dragon Knight. With such a high level, he could kill a large group of even the most elite sea beasts in seconds. Is this his ultimate move? Maybe there is still hope for us. Looking at the crescent-shaped sword energy in the air, everyone forced out a smile. They could feel how powerful this sword energy was. It had the power to destroy the world. Didn't you see that the Dragon Knight's face changed drastically after he encountered the stunning sword energy? His original offensive posture turned into a defensive posture, and he was still being suppressed by the stunning sword energy and was retreating step by step. In his heart, he was also shouting, how could a tiny ant have such terrifying power? Unless he was in his peak state, he would have no chance of winning against this sword energy. This made him extremely anxious. Why did he meet such a terrible person like Qin Shan at this time? He only needed to wait a few more minutes and he could slaughter all the people here. Bang! The Dragon Knight's armor was instantly shattered into pieces and turned into slag. The armor is broken. Everyone laughed in surprise. Qin Shan was really powerful. They still had a chance to kill the Dragon Knight. This time, Qin Shan really brought them a huge surprise. Bang! There was another sound, and this time, it was the Dragon Knight's great sword that broke, and a piece of the sword tip was inserted into the ground. At this moment, the Dragon Knight showed a look of fear. The armor is gone. Even the sword is gone. How can the mortal body withstand such power? If his body was strong enough, why would he need this armor? I won't accept this. The Dragon Knight roared. The next moment, the sword energy of Jingong directly pierced through his throat. Dragon Knight, dead. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the corpse was separated. In a few seconds, all things related to the Dragon Knight disappeared, as if they had never appeared. However, only those who survived to the end understood how terrifying the Dragon Knight was. But Qin Shan was even more terrifying. He actually killed the Dragon Knight with just one sword. The charging process of such a terrifying martial art actually took nearly an hour. Come to think of it, if it were so easy to perform such a terrifying martial art, it would be too abnormal. Congratulations on killing the Dragon Knight. The treasure chest will be sent directly to Cloud Island after you return to your own island. The Demon Cloud's secret realm has completely ended. From now on, it will become a daily secret realm. The coordinates of the secret realm will be announced. Everyone can come to the Demon Cloud's secret realm to explore and obtain some special items. You have 5 minutes left. Once the time is up, everyone will be forcibly teleported back. Chapter 126 Return. The Dragon Knight was really dead. Everyone stared at it in a daze. Qin Shan's strength gave them an idea. Just with this sword, Qin Shan was able to dominate the sea, and no one could stop him. This time, they behaved very well in front of Qin Shan. How could they not be? How could they contend against such a powerful man? The Dragon Knight is dead. Those who need to go back should go back quickly, Qin Shan said. In the Demon Cloud secret realm, the biggest boss has died. This secret realm will become an everyday secret realm in the future, and people can enter at any time. But by that time, there won't be much benefit. We can arrange for people to come in for training, which is better than nothing. Moreover, for some survivors, this place also contains great secrets that are worth their research. If they are lucky enough, it is not impossible to get some good things. Then we'll take our leave first. Boss Qin Shan, please take me with you if there is a chance in the future. Boss. One by one they said flattering words, and then quickly chose to go back. They probably didn't want to see Qin Shan again. Who would be willing to have such a terrifying and powerful person around them? When the time comes, wouldn't they be the ones who would be restless? In front of Qin Shan, they seemed very restrained. They didn't dare to overstep the line and were careful in everything, fearing that they might do something wrong. It was better to be careful. Qin Shan nodded slightly and remained the last one to leave. It's not that I'm particularly nostalgic for this secret place. I just want to stay here till the end, that's all. A minute later, only Qin Shan and his group were left. In this attack on the Dragon Knights, the top 55 were all taken by the people from Miracle Island. The others had no way to surpass these people. You know, the people who came this time all had awakened attributes, and they were basically at the level of Emperor Xian Yuan, and they had many secret methods, which were simply not comparable to ordinary survivors. It was not surprising that they could have such a high output. This time, they harvested a total of 1 supreme treasure chest, 2 purple gold treasure chests, 7 platinum treasure chests, 10 gold treasure chests, 30 silver treasure chests, and 5 bronze treasure chests. If enough of them come, there will be nothing for anyone else to do. Unfortunately, there are only 99 people on the list this time. Except Qingying, who was unlucky, everyone else returned safely and received a bronze treasure chest as a reward. But I don't know what kind of items they can get from it. Only they themselves know. After all, it was dropped by the Dragon Knight, so the quality should not be too bad. However, it has nothing to do with him. He kept it for himself after getting it, so why would he take it out? Qin Shan has so many treasure chests, so he doesn't need those. After taking stock of the harvest, it's not bad. This time, apart from the Dragon Knight, the biggest gain should be the establishment of diplomatic relations with Wang Jin. In the future, he will be able to exchange some special resources with the other party. We're going back too, Qin Shan said. With the death of the Dragon Knight, the Demon Cloud's secret realm has begun to change. Compared to before, it is much calmer. As for Wang Jin, he doesn't need to go there anymore, and he doesn't have anything on him. What's more, Wang Jin may have already left, so it's better to just go back to Miracle Island. Qin Shan chose to return, and everyone disappeared together. This was the most crucial thing. They all came from the same island, so it was better to let as few people know as possible and let them guess that they had an alliance. Anyway, no matter how they guess, it won't cause much loss to me. But if they knew that there were so many powerful people on my island, what would happen? It may promote them to unite faster and form alliances, and there will be fewer islands. The next second, on Miracle Island, everyone appeared in the original place. At this time, it was already afternoon. They went to the Demon Cloud's secret realm for a full 5 hours. It must be said that it was really a place that made people linger, as there were so many good things there. The only thing left is to empty the Demon Cloud's secret realm. After coming back, Qin Shan discovered that a red dot appeared outside the map, with the words Mayan Secret Realm marked on it. It was more than 10,000 nautical miles away, so it was really not easy to get there. But he had no plan to send anyone over at this time. He would wait and see. Their strength was not yet strong enough, and in the process, they might discover something better. Yun, take your men and clear out the pirates immediately and bring back all the supplies, Qin Shan said. It was already this late, so Qin Shan didn't let the islanders drive the boat slowly and wander around the sea. He let Yun Tao handle the matter today. With their strength, their flying speed will only be slightly faster than that of our Shenzhou. It has to be said that powerful monks can really do whatever they want. Yes, everyone said. Even the Ghost Vine and the 3 in the water were sent out by him. When he comes back, he will have to allocate resources, so they must be dealt with as soon as possible. He gained a lot today, enough to greatly improve his strength. However, as his strength increased, the items that could be opened from the low-level treasure chests became more and more ordinary. For example, there were no good things in the ochre treasure chests, only basic resources, but the quantity was acceptable. Qin Shan didn't care about this. He had better things, so why would he care? A mere ochre treasure chest was nothing in the past, but now his sights were set higher. During the rest time, he asked about what happened on the island and found out that some powerful sea beasts had attacked the island not long ago. Qin Shan was very glad that he kept the eels here. Otherwise, if these people couldn't stop the whales, a lot of damage would have been done to Miracle Island. After waiting for an hour or two, everyone came back. I brought back all the resources, including 3 boss treasure chests, 17 pirate treasures, 42 lost treasure chests, 60 ochre treasure chests, 35 ruby treasure chests, and 5 orange-yellow treasure chests, plus some items I got from the Dragon Knight and exchanged from Wang Jin. It can be said that today's harvest is the most abundant in the past 10 days. And his cultivation level could probably be raised to the upper limit, reaching the 5th level of body refining, awakening attributes, and so on. There was still a lot to do. In the past 2 hours, he really did nothing. He just lay there, allowing himself to relax and concentrate on all the things and deal with them in a unified manner. Chapter 127 Harvest. Hand of Fortune. Qin Shan added the Hand of Fortune to the Supreme Treasure Chest without hesitation, but he found that it could not be used. It's the same situation as the last time I encountered. There are some items that cannot be obtained by using the Hand of Luck. Qin Shan was not surprised by this. It didn't matter whether it succeeded or not, there were still other things. It directly acted on the boss's treasure chest, causing only slight changes. It seems that some good things should be able to be opened out, but we will only know what they are after we open them. The people standing nearby were all staring with amazement. Because every time you open a box, everyone can always gain a lot, and they also want to obtain more powerful strength. There are also many people who remain in the blade stage. These refreshed populations do not have the cultivation level of the body refining realm when they arrive. Speaking of population, I have to say that my luck is not very good today. Nothing has been refreshed on the island. It seems that I can only look at the treasure chest to see if it is possible that some good things will be sent to me. After adding the lucky hand, Qin Shan rubbed his hands, feeling that he would have good luck today. Turn on all of them, Qin Shan said. What's the point of opening them one by one? It's more interesting to open them all at once. Open the ochre treasure chest and obtain 6,000 marbles and a small amount of basic resources. Open the ruby treasure chest, obtain martial arts, cloud stone * 3,500, and a small amount of basic resources. Open the orange treasure chest to obtain 5 population refresh coupons, martial arts, 5,000 marbles, and medium amount basic resources. Open the lost treasure chest and obtain mysterious altar * 42, marble * 4,200, and a small amount of basic resources. Open the pirate treasure, obtain martial arts, marble * 3,400, and a small amount of basic resources. Open the boss treasure chest and obtain 3 population refresh coupons, 300 bloodline evolution stones, 300 spirit vein evolution stones, 3,000 cloud stones, and medium amount basic resources. Qin Shan has given his face, but the treasure chests nowadays have become more and more perfunctory, and there is nothing good at all. This daily treasure chest almost made him lose money to death. Apart from the boss treasure chest, which is a bit decent, the rest are really useless. This is related to his strength. He is too powerful. What good things can come out of these low-level treasure chests? Not worth mentioning at all. Isn't there a treasure chest in the Demon Cloud secret realm? It shouldn't be that bad. Open the bronze treasure chest and obtain Elementalist Scroll * 5, Skill, Bloodline Evolution Stone * 25, Cloud Stone * 500. Well, even less, and they don't even give us basic resources. Qin Shan could do nothing but complain helplessly. This thing was really too bad. After all, it was dropped by the Dragon Knight. He just gave away such a piece of junk. Who could he comfort? Open the silver treasure chest and obtain 300 spiritual vein evolution stones, 300 bloodline evolution stones, 3,000 spiritual stones, and 3,000 cloud stones. Although there are nothing particularly good in it, they are all commonly used resources that should be able to improve my strength a lot. This silver treasure chest is quite powerful and it is not a waste of my time. I'm afraid the best thing today might be this type of treasure chest. Qin Shan was also helpless about this. Even the skills and martial arts were so perfunctory. Basically, they were all first-level items and were of no help to him at all. But there is no need to worry about this, because there are so many good things waiting for me. What's more, these resources can greatly enhance the strength of the island. Basically, everyone's bloodline can be upgraded by 1 level. The ancestral vein starts at the equivalent of the 4th level. He and the others also have the 3rd level, so they don't need much. Only the ghost vine takes up the bulk. Fortunately, a lot of it has been opened this time, otherwise it would be extremely difficult to upgrade all of it at once. Open the gold treasure chest, obtain the passive skill Paralysis Attack, Skill, Bloodline Evolution Stone * 500, Spiritual Vein Evolution Stone * 500, Cloud Stone * 5,000, Spiritual Stone * 5,000. Are you so willful? Qin Shan was speechless. This paralysis attack is not suitable for him. Also, what comes out of these treasure chests are basically evolution stones, which are quite useful. He had no choice. This thing was not something he could control. Otherwise, it would not be in such a weird state. Open the platinum treasure chest and obtain village manufacturing map * 7, population refresh coupon * 7, all weapon type template * 1, all armor type template * 1, all clothes type template * 1, spiritual vein evolution stone * 700, bloodline evolution stone * 700, spiritual stone * 7,000, cloud stone * 7,000. Seeing this, Qin Shan felt better. Finally, something meaningful appeared. For other survivors, no matter what it is very good, but for Qin Shan, it is not so important, especially the evolution stone and cloud stone, which should not be very valuable things, otherwise, he would not give so many. Qin Shan was prepared for this. How could something that could be consumed in large quantities be valuable? It could just be an average value. Open the purple gold treasure chest and obtain 2 coffins, 2 temple job expansion scrolls, 2 town manufacturing maps, 2 broken fairy tales, 2 soul stones, 10 cloud heart space expansion stones, 10 village manufacturing maps, 10 population refresh tickets, 1,000 spirit vein evolution stones, 1,000 bloodline evolution stones, 1,000 spirit stones, and 1,000 cloud stones. Qin Shan smiled happily. Finally, some meaningful things appeared. They were not as useless as before. They were quite good, better than all the previous ones combined. Open the Supreme Treasure Box and obtain Qizhou Ding *1, Special Occupation Scroll *1, Passive Skill Block Prediction, Island Upgrade Scroll *1, City-State Manufacturing Map *1. 4th Level Spiritual Spring Blueprint *1, 5th Level Spiritual Spring Blueprint *1, Coffin *5, Temple Occupation Expansion Scroll *5, Town Manufacturing Map *5, Broken Fairy Tale *5, Soulstone *5, Attribute Stone *5, Cloud Heart Space Expansion Stone *20, Village Manufacturing Map *20, Population Refresh Voucher *20. Spiritual Vein Evolution Stone *1000, Bloodline Evolution Stone *1000, Spiritual Stone *20, 000, Cloud Stone *20, 000. The Qizhou Ding has been opened. Qin Shan's face was filled with relief. He had been dreaming about this thing for a long time, and he actually got it out of the Supreme Treasure Chest. It might be a holy object. He was still fantasizing about it before, but he didn't expect it to appear the next moment. The others were also smiling. They didn't recognize the others, but they knew the Bloodline Evolution Stone. Chapter 128 Distribution. Qin Shan's mouth was almost crooked with smile. Today's harvest was surprisingly good, and it could comprehensively enhance everyone's strength. The following is all the gains from this time. 1 Qizhou Ding, 1 Special Occupation Scroll, Passive Skill, Block Prediction, 1 Island Upgrade Scroll, 1 City-State Manufacturing Diagram, 1 4th Level Spiritual Spring Blueprint, 1 5th Level Spiritual Spring Blueprint, 7 Coffins, 7 Temple Occupation Expansion Scrolls, 7 Town Manufacturing Diagrams, 7 Broken Fairy Tales, 7 Soul Stones, 5 Attribute Stones, 30 Cloud Heart Space Expansion Stones, 37 Village Manufacturing Diagrams, 40 Population Refresh Coupons, 5 Elementalist Scrolls, 42 Mysterious Altars, some Martial Arts, some Skills, 1 Full Weapon Type Template, 1 Full Armor Type Template, 1 Full Clothing Type Template, 3,825 Bloodline Evolution Stones, 3,800 Spirit Vein Evolution Stones, 66,400 Cloud Stones, and some Spirit Stones. In addition, in the Demon Cloud Secret Realm, we also obtained a Bloodline Evolution Stone Vein for cores and 1,000 Spirit Vein Evolution Stones, which were not included. Special Profession Scroll. This can be used alone and does not increase the profession of the Elemental Temple. You can randomly obtain a special profession and the special skills of that profession. Inappropriate martial arts will also be replaced and peeled off. Block Prediction, a passive skill. This skill is very powerful and has a certain probability of blocking the enemy's attack. There is no cooling time. If you're lucky, the enemy can't hurt you at all. The Island Upgrade Scroll is a bit magical. Qin Shan doesn't know what it is used for. It just means that Yun Island can be upgraded in all aspects. The specific changes can only be known after using it. The City-State Manufacturing Map, as the name suggests, is a necessary item for building a city. But at present, it is of no use to Qin Shan. It is meaningless. He only has a few hundred people, not even enough for a town. He still wants a city-state? This is totally too much to think about. He can only wait and build it later. What's more, a bare city-state without the support of towns and villages is of little use. When the broken fairy tale is gathered into 100 pieces, a fairy can be summoned. You can tame it and keep it as a pet, or kill it and get the treasure. However, no matter what you do, you may be hunted down by the fairy clan. This race doesn't look weak and should not be easy to deal with. Therefore, Qin Shan has to be careful when facing this kind of thing. If he provokes them, he will be in trouble. And it is possible that they are the original races of this world. Qin Shan didn't dare to think about how strong they are, nor did he worry about it. Only when he had the opportunity to see it in the future would he be able to face it more directly. Soul Stone, after use, unlocks soul attributes and greatly increases combat power. Soul attributes play a very important role in the calculation of combat power. Originally, it was an attribute field that could only be opened after reaching the 9th level. Now that he has obtained the attribute stone in advance, he can naturally open it in advance. Attribute stones are used to unlock elemental attributes. They are meaningless to Miracle Island. They are just for allowing people to master attributes. They have the elemental temple and can change jobs. They don't need this thing at all, but they can sell it to other people, especially those in District 34. There is nothing wrong with improving their strength, and it can also bring a lot of benefits to oneself, so why not do it? Of course, if people from other districts are willing to pay a price that satisfies him, it is not impossible. It's just that Area 34 is prioritized. There's no reason not to collect the resources there, especially since other people may have entered similar secret realms and gained huge benefits, enough to exchange for attribute stones. The rest will also be of great help to Miracle Island. Just as Qin Shan was thinking, he suddenly felt that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. Only then did he realize that he was too immersed in it and almost forgot about such things. These people were still waiting for him to distribute blood evolution stones to them. Don't be anxious, everyone has it. Qin Shan said. Nowadays, with large amounts of resources, there is no need to search for them like before. Everyone can upgrade their bloodline level. Island Master, we are not in a hurry. Really, we are in no hurry at all. You have to trust us. Qin Shan suddenly felt a headache. If I believed you, that would be weird. You were all seeing stars, and you wouldn't be allowed to leave unless I gave you what you wanted. Island Spirit, list all the bloodline evolution stones needed to advance your bloodline. Qin Shan said. There are too many people, and it's impossible to count them all at once. Ghost Vine, 1,000 bloodline evolution stones. Il, Tai, Shang, Yu, Luo, Zhenyuan, 500 each, a total of 3,000 bloodline evolution stones. Wangshu, Qua, Ganjiang and Moi, Yun, Da Huang, Demanu and Ermanu, Beast King, and Xiongda, 100 each, for a total of 1,100 bloodline evolution stones. He only has 5,207 bloodline evolution stones in total. 5,100 of them are already there, and there are 107 left. Moreover, he also needs to break through, and there are only 7 left. It is no longer enough to support it. Others have broken through. No matter who it is given to, it will not be good, so I just keep it. Bloodline evolution stone, I will improve your strength this time. Qin Shan said. He thought that since he had so many bloodline evolution stones, he could make a big upgrade. However, he did not expect that he was still too poor. After upgrading just a few people, he ran out of resources. It seems that it is still a long way to go to upgrade the bloodline to the maximum level. It is too early to think about it now. Even if only one person is allowed to advance, it cannot be upgraded to the 9th level. The upgrade from level 5 to level 6 already costs 1,000 pills, not to mention the ones after that, which are even more expensive. It costs thousands or even tens of thousands at every turn. Who can afford it? On the road to breakthrough, there is a long way to go, but the road is boundless and never-ending. As for the islanders, they naturally had no objections. They had already received a comprehensive promotion yesterday. On the contrary, those who had made great contributions had not yet been promoted. It would be more appropriate for them to be promoted this time. Thank you, Island Master. Those who got the Bloodline Evolution Stone became excited. This trip was not in vain. It really gave them a rich reward and brought them considerable compensation. You're too polite. You should go and practice. The island still needs your protection. Qin Shan said. Yes. They ran very fast, as if they were afraid of falling behind. Since they couldn't compete with the survivors, they competed with themselves to see who could break through faster and gain more powerful strength. Chapter 129, Level 1 Island. Use population refresh coupons. Qin Shan said. The population of Miracle Island is still too small to support its operation, and it must be increased as soon as possible. This population refresh coupon is a good thing. Every time, I will not be disappointed. Even if there is only one coupon for a family of 4, it is enough. Master, I suggest you upgrade the island first, then refresh the population. There will be more benefits. Rarely, the island spirit actually rejected his request. With the island upgrade, will better things happen? Qin Shan asked doubtfully. Yes, the foundation of cultivation will be improved, and the functions of the buildings will also be improved accordingly. Then let's upgrade the island first. Qin Shan said. It doesn't matter who comes first or later. What matters is that you can improve your own strength, which is the most important thing. He is different from others. He has to consider all aspects of the island. Even if it is a breakthrough in cultivation, he is the last one. This is because there are so many things waiting for him to deal with. It is impossible for him to just leave it alone and break through the realm on his own. Only when you are strong in all aspects, you can be truly strong. Maybe not everyone can break through successfully today, but after tomorrow, a group of newcomers will appear on the pillar list. Their strength will definitely not be too bad. Moreover, after they break through, they will go to the Temple of Elements again, and their strength will be greatly increased. However, at the current stage, the profession has not been included in the combat power increase. I am afraid that it will only appear after the next change in the combat power calculation. But it doesn't matter. It's the same if he has it in advance. He can exert even more powerful strength. Use the island upgrade scroll, island upgrade in progress. All of a sudden, the entire Miracle Island was filled with clouds and mist, and it was colorful. Those who had not yet entered the state of cultivation saw this incredible scene, which was a little too terrifying. The island owner has made another big move. They don't know what happened on Miracle Island, but judging from the current situation, there must be a big move. They will know when everything is over. Afterwards, they can just do what they need to do, and they don't need to worry about anything. What a big commotion, Qin Shan said. This can be said to be an overall improvement. Otherwise, how could there be such a terrible movement? But for Qin Shan, this is a good thing. The higher the level of the island, the better help it will be to him. During the upgrade process, other things can no longer be used. He can only wait, hoping that the upgrade will be successful soon. After all the items have been used up, he can then upgrade his bloodline. Maybe it can also help to improve his realm. There are also soul stones and other items, which are really too many. He doesn't know how long it will take to upgrade this time. He can afford to wait, at most until tomorrow. Even though the advancement process takes a long time, it won't be too long either. The entire world progresses in just over 10 days. It's impossible that it would take 10 days or half a month to advance once. Anyway, he doesn't believe it. So just take it slow and don't be in a hurry. What's more, the one who should be anxious should not be himself, but others. The fact that he obtained so many treasures made people even more suspicious. But what does it matter? The upgrade is not fast, but it is faster than forging artifacts. It jumps by 2 per minute, which means it can be upgraded in nearly an hour. He can still wait. The ghost vine next to the totem began to advance, and the aura it emitted became more and more terrifying. Its strength is already the best in Miracle Island. I don't know what kind of changes will happen after the breakthrough, but it should still be a gold title and cannot reach the diamond level. Just the bloodline alone limits it. Others also used bloodline evolution stones early on and began to make breakthroughs. 50 minutes later, the strangeness of Miracle Island finally faded away. At this moment, Qin Shan felt particularly relaxed and seemed to have become even stronger. Congratulations, Master. Miracle Island has entered level 1 and gained new additional attributes. Do you want to check it out? Is this a level 1 island? Qin Shan was a little surprised. Doesn't that mean that everything before was level 0? What is the upper limit of the island level? What is the level linked to? Everything is unclear. If he hadn't killed the Dragon Knight this time, he probably wouldn't have known that the island itself could be upgraded. Check. Miracle Island, level 1. Area, 2.66 million square meters. Town, Chang'an Town. Sacred objects, lights of thousands of houses, azure dragon totem, semi-sacred objects. Artifact, Scarlet Sky Emperor Sword. Basic gains, 10 increase in spiritual energy concentration, 10 increase in mineral output, 10 increase in population probability, 10 success rate in forging, 10 success rate in sewing, 10 success rate in cultivation breakthrough, first level basic realm of body refining, first level basic bloodline, first level basic body, can own 2 artifacts, and can own 5 sets of holy objects. Is this the strengthened island? It is indeed much stronger. Qin Shan couldn't help but admire it. No wonder the island spirit asked him to upgrade the island first. It turns out there are these benefits. It can save some resources and time. Those people are born with first level blood and first level body refining, and their starting point is much higher than others. What if this is a second level island or a third level island? It will only be more terrifying. However, upgrading an island is something that can only be encountered by chance and depends on luck. If luck comes, it cannot be stopped. If luck does not come, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. Those small gains are nothing. The key is the upper limit of artifacts. It has been increased, and you can own 2 pieces. As for the relics, you can now own 5 sets. It's not that the holy relic cannot be obtained at this time, but it is no longer effective. As for the artifact, it is indeed a bit of a pitfall. Apart from relying on the fragments of the artifact, he has no clue at all. Now, I should be able to get it again, but I don't know how difficult it will be. I'm afraid that pirate treasure is not so easy to open. Island Spirit, use the population refresh coupon. Qin Shan said, now that you have upgraded, there is nothing to worry about. No need to worry about losing anything in vain. The person who is refreshed later will be at the same level as others, which is very good. Like those people before, they practiced very hard and barely reached the first level, but now others appear and start at the first level. But there is no doubt that those people before were heroes. If there are any good things in the future, they will be given priority. Without their development, there would be no Miracle Island today. Everyone's contribution is recorded in the Hall of Fame. In addition to several lists, There is also a special place to record contributions, recording everything about them in detail, without exception for everyone. Chapter 130 Mineral Vein Upgrade. 40 population refresh coupons were thrown down, and suddenly, a large number of people appeared in front of him. When a white light flashed, the island spirit fed him the data. There were a total of 300 families of 4, which means that these 40 population refresh coupons brought him 1,200 people. Chang'an Town was finally not as sparsely populated as before. Island Master, they said respectfully. Qin Shan was very happy. These were 1,200 first-level body cultivators, with a combined combat power of about 200. They were a group of people who had not yet been baptized by the Temple of Elements. Otherwise, they would have started out at the top of the combat power list. It is very strong, ridiculously strong. Such a small island already has the capital to build a higher-level island, even to build an empire. No one dares to object. The problem is that there is no one, and it is impossible for him to allow strangers to come to his island. Of course, if one day, his strength is strong enough, then it won't matter. Even if these people come here, they can't make much waves and will be suppressed by him. Given the choice between complete loyalty and fearful loyalty, he of course chose the former. A person who is loyal because of fear may betray you if he is a little stronger. It is not impossible to delegate power, but not now. He would only give power to those he could trust, such as Yun. He was the first one to follow him, and was also the one who had made the most contributions. Even Luo Tai and others could not compare with him. As for pets, they are naturally not included in this. They are only responsible for guarding. As for their loyalty, there is no need to worry about it. If they wanted to rebel, they could have done so long ago. With Qin Shan's strength, he really couldn't take them down. What's more, Man took the initiative to tell him about the contract card. Since then, he has never used the contract card again. He also got some and threw them all in the trading hall. Whoever likes can take it. He doesn't care about this kind of thing. Instead of controlling them with external things, it is better to make them submit sincerely. Isn't this more reliable? This is also the reason why Qin Shan has been reluctant to accept others. Otherwise, he would not have remained indifferent after Yu Paopao had brought it up so many times. And with the development of Miracle Island, there will be no need for outsiders to join, and alliances will be meaningless. He can completely develop himself into an empire. Welcome to Miracle Island. Behind me is Chang'an Town. There are many empty houses. You can choose an uninhabited house as a family. It's best to choose one that is close to home, Qin Shan said. Fortunately, the entire Chang'an Town was built at the beginning, so there is no need to worry about housing issues. When the population is larger, villages can be built. When the number of villages is sufficient, the city-state can be upgraded step by step. Thank you, Island Master. Afterwards, these people dispersed and moved into Chang'an Town. From then on, this place became their new home, and Qin Shan, who gave them a place to stay, was undoubtedly their god. After sending them away, Qin Shan took out the Bloodline Evolution Stone Vein. This thing was very valuable. Even though Miracle Island had been upgraded a lot, it was still very important. As for the Spirit Stone Veins and Energy Stone Veins, there was no rush. There were quite a few in the daily treasure chests, but the Bloodline Evolution Stone was not available. This thing required a high-level treasure chest. It is still very precious, so he decided to use all the Spirit Vein Evolution Stones on the Blood Vein Evolution Stone Veins, and use the remaining ones to upgrade other veins. There is no other way. That kind of resource is important, so it must be upgraded first. There are 3,800 Spirit Vein Evolution Stones, which are enough to upgrade to several stages. There is no need to be like Qin Shan and others, where each upgrade takes a long time. With a sufficient number of evolution stones, it can be completed instantly, which is very convenient. Upgrade the bloodline to evolve the stone vein, Qin Shan said. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 10 pieces are required. To upgrade to the third level, 25 pieces are required. To upgrade to the fourth level, 100 pieces are required. To upgrade to level 5, 500 pieces are required. To upgrade to level 6, that would be 1,000. If you want to upgrade to the 7th level, you need 3,000 of them, which is not enough. The most you can do is to upgrade to the 6th level, which will cost 1,635 Spirit Vein Evolution Stones. Less than half of it has been used, but if I want to continue to improve, this amount of evolution stones is clearly not enough. In an instant, the Bloodline Evolution Stone Vein was upgraded to the 6th level and was named Bloodline Number 1 by Qin Shan. The name was quite arbitrary, just a symbol. The specific matters still needed to be taken care of by Yin District. Even all matters of the Spirit Vein Gobi, including the Bloodline Evolution Stone, could be allocated by Yun. He is so busy dealing with so many things by himself. There are 2,165 Spirit Vein Evolution Stones left. All other mineral veins have been upgraded to the 4th level. Qin Shan said, "It's better to keep it anyway, and the Spirit Vein Evolution Stone can only be used on the Spirit Vein." This time, another 1,250 were used, leaving 915 Spiritual Vein Evolution Stones, which could only upgrade one vein to the 5th level. He simply did not upgrade it, but kept it, just in case he could get a new vein. The more the better. He never had too much. Bloodline Evolution Stone Spiritual Vein Simulation. Bloodline number 1. Function: produce Bloodline Evolution Stones. 165 to 275 pieces can be produced daily. Please wash them before use. Realm: 6th level Spiritual Vein. After the upgrade, the Bloodline Evolution Stone Vein became like this. It can produce a considerable amount of Bloodline Evolution Stones every day, which is enough for one person to upgrade to the 4th level from scratch. This is the power of the 6th level vein. But for the strong, this is far from enough and more resources are needed. With the growing population, this is simply impossible to meet. As for selling it, to improve the survivor's strength, that's simply impossible. I don't even have enough, so where would I get the spare money? In addition, the energy stone veins and spirit stone veins have been improved to a certain extent. With so many people, I am afraid that they are not enough. We have been relying on daily treasure chests, thinking that we are rich enough with more than a dozen veins. But now it seems that the island is simply a bottomless pit that can never be filled. There is only endless improvement, and there will be no such thing as a limit in a short period of time. It's barely enough, let's take our time. Qin Shan could only say helplessly that one cannot become fat in one bite. Then, bloodline number 1 was thrown into the spirit vein gobi, allowing it to find an open space and take root. After becoming a spirit vein simulation, their mountain body could be slightly controlled. Otherwise, they would be squeezed to death there. When the time comes tomorrow and the spirit vein gobi is completely integrated into the miracle island, he will use marble to expand that place. It cannot be too crowded, so he needs to give them enough space. There are still quite a few items left, basically, all of which are things Qin Shan uses himself. Chapter 131: Selling Attribute Stones. Currently, there are still soul stones, attribute stones, temple career expansion scrolls, Qingzhou Ding, special career scrolls, cloud heart space expansion stones, block prediction, and cloud stones that have not been used. Use all the marble to expand the island. Qin Shan said. He got more than 60,000 marbles this time, but he felt that it was not enough and too little. After all, the area of Miracle Island has reached more than 2 million, and only 60,000 or 70,000 is indeed not much. The island spirit did not give any feedback and just added to it. In an instant, it reached 2.72 million, just a few hundred away from 2.73 million. The area was expanded a little bit, and the range for everyone to move around became wider. I just didn't feel any movement. There was no wind or waves at all when such a small piece of marble fell down. In fact, it is equivalent to dozens or thousands of islands in area. He also chose to learn the passive skill, Prediction Block. This is a good thing. There is a certain probability that one can predict the enemy's attack route and block it. It's no exaggeration to say that this thing is a magical skill. You never know how the enemy will attack. With this passive ability, his strength is greatly improved. After that, it was the Cloud Heart Space, which was upgraded to 40 grids using all the expansion stones. From then on, even if he traveled outside, he would be able to bring back more items. Otherwise, I can only bring 10 items, and sometimes, I am very short of money and have to be very careful for fear that I can't bring them back. Now, it is much more convenient, and I don't have to worry about this or that. Island Spirit, put the attribute stone on the trading hall, first in the area of District 34. Qin Shan said. The chat channel of Zone 34 did not disappear due to the merger, but a 4th zone was added next to it. What's the price? Just 10,000 marbles. If they can't afford it and have special items, let them talk to me privately. Qin Shan said. This price is not expensive. You know, attribute stones can comprehensively enhance a person's strength. This means that the person who gets the attribute stone will have his strength doubled. At least he can be on the combat power list, and at the top of it. He also wanted to give these good things to the people in District 34. When they couldn't afford them anymore, he could give them to other people. It wouldn't be too late. They were of no use to him anyway, so he could sell them at any time. If others don't need it anymore, they can just throw it on the island and use it as a stone. It's not that he is rich, but that he has no use for it. With the Elemental Temple, the awakening attribute effect will be better. Why use attribute stones? The awakening attributes are generally low. At this stage, others have not yet obtained the Elemental Temple, and it is extremely difficult to awaken it. The role of this attribute stone is undoubtedly huge. As long as they are willing to spend money, they can have powerful strength. For example, Emperor Xianyuan, his combat power reached 420 points, which makes him a character in the second echelon. Once he uses the attribute stone, his combat power will double to 840 points, which is only lower than Qin Shan and even stronger than the second on the list. If a few more people come and can exchange enough resources, then maybe District 34 will really dominate the list. This time in the Demon Cloud Secret Realm, they all got the bronze treasure chest and were guaranteed to have 25 bloodline evolution stones. They already have first-level bloodlines, and if they use more, they will have second-level bloodlines. If you are lucky, your combat power will still increase by 100, which means it will be more than 300, and the awakening attribute will double. Except for the 10 who possessed the medal of the Chosen One, all the others were surpassed, provided that they did not obtain treasures in similar secret realms. We were too far away and didn't know what was going on. Okay, I'll hang up now, said the island spirit. By the way, a message was also posted and pinned to the top of the chat channel. All of a sudden, everyone exploded. Oh my god, can things like attribute stones be sold? As expected of the Qin Shan boss, he is very wealthy. It only costs 10,000 marbles. What do you mean by only? It's obviously very expensive, okay? That's too dark. That's because you don't know its value. Let me tell you, this thing is worth 100,000 marbles. Do you still think it's expensive now? All of a sudden, those who complained it was too expensive shut up. This was definitely a fair price. How do you know the price of attribute stones? It is converted from the secret realm merchants. One fragment can be exchanged for 100 marbles, but one attribute stone requires 1,000 fragments. The difference is 100,000 times. Nowadays, Qin Shan only needs 10,000 marbles, which is really cheap. However, Qin Shan didn't pay attention to these. He just wanted to hang it up. If there was no special item, he would not bother to care. If someone had good things, he wouldn't mind exchanging them with him. If not, then just pay the money honestly. Quantity is limited, first come first served. He didn't have many, just 5, but they could bring him an income of 50,000 marbles. It's just a bit painless, and there's nothing to look forward to. I must get an attribute stone. Emperor Xianyuan gritted his teeth. They were now far behind Qin Shan. This kind of thing was useless to Qin Shan, but for them, it was a good opportunity to catch up with the main force. No matter how high the price is, it doesn't matter. Originally, after coming back today, he used the Bloodline Evolution Stone to improve his strength and also established a group chat. Some people have already joined. They understand that only by relying on the strong can they survive. After all, the power of one person is limited and cannot resist too many sea beasts. Then he said something in the group chat. Lend me the marble you have, and I will return it to you double when the time comes. Emperor Xianyuan said, Boss, why are you being so polite to us? I have 200 marbles here. Here they are for you. I still have $100 left. I have. It's not to mention, I don't know what method Emperor Xianyuan used to make them obedient, bribe them, or force them. It doesn't matter. Now these people have given him the Cloud Stone. In just a short while, he had collected 10,000 marbles. As for the special treasures that Qin Shan mentioned, he was not that stupid. Even something Qin Shan needed was even more precious to them. Who would take such a good thing out to exchange? Keeping it would be useful in the future. Thank you all very much. I will take note of what happened today. Emperor Xianyuan said. It would still be difficult to obtain the attribute stone relying on one's own strength alone, but with the help of these people, it becomes much easier. Chapter 132 Soulstone. Trade attribute stones. After collecting enough, Emperor Xianyuan exchanged them immediately because he knew that the attribute stones were worth the price. In the past, he always thought that the things Qin Shan sold were just to make money from his cloud stones, but now it seems that he had misunderstood the other party. In other words, Qin Shan simply looked down upon their resources. He possessed a large number of good things by himself, so why should he care about their petty profits? In an instant, only 4 attribute stones were left. Someone replaced one of the attribute stones. It seems that the attribute stone is really worth the price. I don't know who got such a benefit. We in District 34 will have another strong man. Apart from Emperor Xianyuan and others, who else could it be? I saw that after those people came back, they all set up group chats. There should be a lot of people joining. In just the past few hours, I saw a lot of people appear on the battle power list. The battle power of our people in District 34 has reached over 300. Indeed, such strength can indeed attract many people. I originally wanted to join Emperor Xuanyuan's camp, but unfortunately I am not strong enough. Alas, it seems that we are still too weak. Would you like to come together and keep each other warm? This is a good idea. We can give it a try. Since someone has exchanged the attribute stones, it cannot be wrong. I just don't know how long the remaining few can stay there. Qin Shan said that they will be hung in the main area at midnight tonight. They will not be kept here waiting for them to collect enough marble. This is the benefit Qin Shan gave them. If they cannot exchange it, they can only blame their bad luck. If they are surpassed by others at that time, that will be their own business. Use the soul stone, Qin Shan said. This is a truly good thing. It can elevate the soul in the same way as the physical body. I don't know exactly how many levels there are, or whether level 9 is the limit. I can only practice it slowly. He obtained a total of 7 soul stones, and by using one, he could awaken his soul. A soul stone smashed down, and all of a sudden, Qin Shan felt as if he was being torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. I almost screamed out loud. This feeling was too painful. He rolled on the ground, tumbling over and over for about a minute before he stopped. Qin Shan was lying alone on the ground, hunched over, trembling slightly. He had not expected that the soul stone would be so painful, and it almost crippled him. Congratulations, Master, for awakening the soul attribute and upgrading the passive ability of Peerless Plunder. Island Spirit, why is it so painful to awaken the soul? Qin Shan said. At this moment, his eyes were red, which showed that he was tortured. Master, this is only the first time. Generally speaking, souls are dormant. To wake them up, you need tremendous power to activate them. Only 9th Order Masters can do this, and you awakened them early through the Soul Stone. This is against the will of heaven. Suffering is inevitable. So that's how it is, Qin Shan said. Gradually, the hostility in his body gradually dissipated, and he became what he was just now, all because of the Soul Stone. Now he was a little afraid of the Soul Stone. Just this one toss almost killed him. Fortunately, he awakened successfully. You know, a first-level soul has 200 points of combat power, which is already very high, stronger than the body and blood. No wonder there are so many restrictions. Fortunately, he successfully awakened, and future breakthroughs will not be as painful as today. Hey, my cultivation level has actually broken through to the 5th level of body refining. Ha ha ha. Qin Shan laughed. Only then did he notice that his cultivation had actually broken through a small realm in the commotion just now and reached the 5th level of body refining. The combat power increased by this realm was not strong, but this did not hinder his strength. Now, his combat power has exceeded 1,000 just through his own efforts. Reaching the 4-digit level is an extremely powerful realm. The strongest among the others is only over 500 points, which is twice as much. It is enough that there is a reward for your efforts. In addition, even the Wushuang Plunder is changed. Unparalleled Plunder, a passive skill. In the second stage, you can start the training of the body and soul. Every time you kill an enemy, you will plunder a little of the opponent's strength to promote the evolution of the body and soul. Note that the level of the plundered target cannot be lower than the physical realm and soul realm, otherwise it cannot be obtained. The Unparalleled Plunder has been upgraded to the second stage, which can enhance both the body and the soul. However, the soul cannot be enhanced in a short period of time. Generally, only 9th-level strongmen will begin to cultivate this soul attribute. Now that he has activated it, he can only use soul stones to improve it. There is no other way. It seems that the Wushuang Plunder is useless and can only enhance the strength of the physical body. However, he does not care. He is already going against the will of heaven, and there is no one who can absorb it for him. That's just the way it is. But as long as he can get the soul stone, he can improve, so he is not worried about that. There are still 6 soul stones, which are not enough. Let's keep them for now, Qin Shan said. The process of awakening the soul is too painful, so it is better not to try it lightly. However, if others want it, he will not refuse. After all, if he can increase his strength, then he will increase it. They are all family members, so why would he be reluctant to part with them? After taking a look, he threw them directly into the warehouse. He only needed 4 more to be promoted to the 2nd level. There's no rush now, just take your time. Everyone's strength is generally not strong enough, so there's no point in getting anxious. However, after a round of selection, everyone's basic cultivation has been raised to the 1st level of body refining. With that person's continuous pressure, their strength will only become stronger and stronger. It is not impossible to reach the 9th level. At that time, cultivating the soul will be much easier. In such a short period of time, Qin Shan's fighting ability has already attracted people's attention. After all, something like a combat power exceeding 1,000 is still very shocking. It suddenly increased by 200. Is this an improvement in bloodline? Boss Qin Shan is so terrifying. It's a pity that he didn't set up a group chat, otherwise I think many people would join his alliance. Do I need to tell you that? Seeing Qin Shan's fighting power suddenly increase, some people began to get anxious. The stronger Qin Shan's strength was, the more difficult it would be for them to catch up. They didn't know whether Qin Shan had awakened his attributes. If he had awakened, it would be fine. If he hadn't awakened, he would have a fighting power of over 1,000, which was very scary. Was he still someone who came in at the same time as them? How could he be so scary? Chapter 133, Magic Era. It's time to go to the Temple of Elements. After adjusting his condition, Qin Shan prepared to set off for the Temple of Elements. His strength should be further enhanced. Especially with 4 cores in his hands, he felt at ease. Items like the Heart of Fire could awaken special attributes by themselves, and he was already looking forward to how powerful they would be when the 4 of them were combined. The Supreme Attribute. Once awakened, the combat power will be 10 times greater, which is really too much for a person's growth. But he was just thinking about it. Whether it could succeed was still a question. Then, he walked towards the Temple of Elements. At this time, everyone was practicing, and he was the only one there. The forest was very quiet, and even the animals were few and no one knew where they had gone. Qin Shan came to the spiritual spring. Here, there are many of the most important things on Miracle Island: the Elemental Temple, the Azure Dragon Totem, the Scarlet Sky Emperor's Sword, the Spirit Spring. Each one is extremely precious. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that this place can be regarded as a forbidden area on Miracle Island. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be dead, and no one can save him. This is the situation. The people of Miracle Island will certainly not do this, for fear that someone will come to this place in the future without knowing the situation. After entering, he looked around. What a magical place. Here, he felt a large number of elements, and they were unusually active. He would have to experience them personally to know what their specific effects were. After arriving here, he took out the Temple Career Expansion Scroll. Expand. Expansion successful. New professions gained, namely Dragon Knight, Magic Swordsman, Necromancer, Summoner, Alchemist, Pharmacist, Scribe, Elementalist changed to Magician. After using it, he gained 7 new professions, and even the Elementalist was changed to a Magician. These are the professions currently possessed by the Temple of Elements. There are not only combat professions, but also life professions. Moreover, the speed at which the Elemental Temple produces scrolls has increased to 3 scrolls per day for all professions. Island Spirit. Why are all the professions related to magic and fighting spirit? Qin Shan asked puzzledly. After all, the place where they are should not be a land filled with magical elements. This made him very confused. Master, with your current strength, you are also qualified to know some things. This era is called the Magic Era, or the Age of Origin. It has not yet reached the stage of the Immortal Cultivation Era. The body refining art that all of you have obtained is only the most basic cultivation method and has little to do with immortal cultivation. Era, Qin Shan said in horror. Yes, an era. According to the instructions of that adult, the magic era lasts for a total of 365 days. If someone can reach the limit of the magic era faster, then the magic era will end early and enter the next era. Qin Shan was deeply shocked. He originally thought that his strength was strong enough, but now it seems that he is still far from it. Then what is the next era? Has anyone entered the next era? Qin Shan asked hurriedly. What is the second era? Master, with your current authority, I am not yet able to answer your second question. There are indeed people from some worlds who have entered the second era, or even the third era. So, Master, you must become stronger as soon as possible. After hearing these words, Qin Shan couldn't calm down for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that some professions were expanded in the Temple of Elements, and he noticed some differences, he would never have imagined that this world was actually divided into eras. Just like the Triassic and Cretaceous periods on the Blue Planet, some people are faster and have entered a new era, while others are still in the first era. In fact, they haven't even united yet. The more they think about it, the more terrible this world seems to them. It is possible to pull so many people into this world at once, and they are people from different worlds, and separate them in different time and space without interfering with each other. But in the end, what kind of situation will it be when everyone meets together? As the saying goes, the more you know, the stronger the fear in your heart will be. He is really scared now. What does that person want to do? Create a god? It is not impossible. Suddenly, he was very glad that he knew the news and was ahead of everyone else. In this way, his strength would not be too bad, and he would still have a considerable advantage even after entering the next era. With my current authority, can I ask about the coffin? Qin Shan asked. After all, the existence of coffins is also incomprehensible. There is such a strange item whose function is unknown, but it reveals its mystery all the time. The authority is insufficient. Master, please upgrade to the realm of God of Law or God of Sword first. Sure enough, he was rejected. What kind of realm is this God of Law and God of Sword? I don't know. Everything is so confusing. I can only wait and see. It's too early for him to think about these things now. I haven't even completed the body refining stage, so why am I worrying about it? It's meaningless. He breathed a sigh of relief and decided that it would be better not to ask about such things in the future. If it weren't for his curiosity, he wouldn't have asked about the existence of these professions. This question involved such a huge amount of information. There were actually eras in this world. Some people came in a year or two earlier than me. Compared with them, I had no advantage at all. Even the most ordinary person, if he can live for a year, his strength is quite terrifying. Don't look at him living a comfortable life now. In front of others, he is nothing. It's enough that they can't meet each other. Each of them is in their own time and space. This is the only thing to be thankful for. What kind of person must be so generous to send so many people to a place like this? Stimulated by the island spirit, Qin Shan's desire to become stronger became even stronger. If he wanted to compete with those people, this strength was not enough. He was too weak to withstand a single blow. Only a more powerful force could make him stronger. Forget it. I'd better be honest and awaken my attributes. The era and the like are too far away. Qin Shan shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was already very good for him to be ahead of others. He didn't care about so many things and just did his own thing. With so many people helping him, is he still afraid of not being able to reach the top? In the age of magic, he will definitely have his own place. Then he took out 4 cores. The originally ordinary cores began to change after appearing here. They were blending with each other and even had a tendency to merge together. Chapter 134 Destiny. In an instant, the 4 core lights shone brightly and intertwined together to form a colorful scene. As time passed, the colors became lighter and lighter and finally disappeared completely. In the original place, there was only a core left, without any color. Qin Shan held it in his hand. It felt heavy. This core was filled with powerful power. Island spirit, why can't I see its attributes? Qin Shan asked. Normally, as long as he wanted, he could see the properties of some items. Even if he was not qualified to see them, there was still a name. But this one was just a question mark, with nothing at all. This made him confused. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Fate Attribute Stone. Using it, you can awaken the Supreme Attribute Fate. Supreme Attribute. Qin Shan took a breath of cold air. He actually managed to make it. If he had used it before, it would have been a real loss. Maybe if it were divided among 4 people, they could all increase their combat power 3 times, which is equivalent to 12 times, or more than 10 times. But don't forget that this Supreme Attribute is unique and not so easy to grasp. We cannot look at the Supreme Attribute so simply. Its power is unimaginable. Island Spirit, is time considered the Supreme Attribute? Qin Shan asked. Time, a very terrifying force, a terrible force that can easily wipe out the life of a mortal. When we came here before, who was not afraid of time? Even if you are extremely powerful, it is nothing in the face of time. You may turn into a handful of earth at any time. Perhaps, in the eyes of many people, time is the most terrifying force. No, it can only be considered a rare attribute, but time and space are the supreme attributes. The island spirit replied. Time plus space. Right. It is another terrifying attribute. After all, it is an attribute that can compete with fate. Then how many supreme attributes are there in this world? Qin Shan asked again. There are countless kinds. As long as you are strong enough, you can even create supreme attributes. Even the most basic elemental attributes can be upgraded to supreme attributes. Qin Shan was silent. It seemed that there was no eternal strongest person. If he could obtain the supreme attribute, then others would surely be able to obtain it as well. Even those with great perseverance could, through their own efforts, raise the most ordinary attributes to the supreme level. It's not impossible. Is there anything above the supreme attribute? Insufficient authority. Well, it was this sentence again that made him get away with it. But he knew that there must be a more terrifying power above the supreme, otherwise it would not be that the authority was insufficient. He just didn't know what kind of power that was. I seem to have asked some questions that I shouldn't have asked. Qin Shan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why can't you control your mouth? Playing with the Destiny Stone in his hand, Qin Shan felt mixed emotions. Use the Destiny Attribute Stone for me, Qin Shan said. This thing can increase one's combat power directly to over 10,000 and more than 5 digits. This is the abnormality of the supreme attribute. If you move, you will control destructive power. It must be used properly, otherwise it will hurt others and yourself. The Destiny Stone shattered and turned into starlight, which merged into Qin Shan's body. He felt a warm sun shining on him and felt comfortable all over. A magical power was also born in his body. Integrate fate attributes and gain passive fate judgment. The passive skill slot is full. Please choose to replace the passive skill. The replaced skill will be broken. Without a passive skill slot, Judgment of Fate will disappear after 5 minutes. Replace with beheading. Qin Shan made the choice without hesitation. In fact, beheading had little effect on him. The sea beasts he encountered were becoming more and more outrageous. It was impossible to kill them so easily. Therefore, This beheading is dispensable. Those he can kill cannot wait to be triggered, and those he cannot beat cannot be triggered even more. It is useless and is worse than having nothing. Replacement successful. Fate judgment replaces beheading. Beheading shattered. The replacement was successful, and he lost a passive skill, but he gained a more powerful passive, a passive that was unique to destiny. Successfully merged the attributes of fate and obtained the skills Fate Judgment, River of Fate, and Chain of Fate. With 3 more powerful skills, he awakened an attribute and gained 4 super skills, becoming even more powerful. Check all destiny skills. Qin Shan said excitedly. Just the name is different, and the level of quality is raised several levels. Judgment of Fate. All attacks are accompanied by fate attacks, and the Wheel of Fortune is stacked. The more layers of the Wheel of Fortune, the unluckier the person will be. 1 layer of the Wheel of Fortune can be reduced every day, making it easier for attacks to achieve critical hits and break defenses. The power of Judgment of Fate is far more than that. Fate Judgment. Randomly seal part of the power of the judged, randomly knock down the opponent's artifacts and holy objects, randomly obtain a treasure from the opponent, randomly. All abilities have a success rate. The stronger the enemy is, the lower the success rate of the judgment. River of Fate. Summons the Tide of Fate, which covers an area 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide in front of the caster. Enemies in the area will be inflicted with a layer of weakness, a layer of slowness, a layer of burns, a layer of Wheel of Fate, effects per second. The duration of the Tide of Fate is unlimited and there is no cooldown. As long as you are strong enough, you can use it however you want. Chain of Fate. Crosses the void and directly acts on the enemy you want to attack, forcibly pulling the enemy in front of you. Once hooked by the Chain of Fate, the enemy's chi and blood will be reduced by half and continue to decrease. There is no cooldown time and the distance is ignored. The prerequisite is to have powerful strength. Such a perverted skill. Qin Shan was deeply shocked. He never thought that after integrating the attribute of destiny, he would be endowed with such a perverted ability. If anyone fights with me, I will be in real trouble. There are so many layers of negative status attached to each layer. There is no need to fight at all, unless there is something with a purification effect. Purification is not the purification technique of light attribute, but the real item of purification attribute, which is effective. After all, purification is also a supreme attribute. But at this time, the most shocked was not Qin Shan, but the vast 4th district. 9,999 combat power. Boss Qin Shan is going to defy the will of heaven. Almost broke 10,000. How did you do that? I clearly remember that the boss's combat power was more than 1,100 just now. How come it suddenly increased so much? Supreme attribute. It must be the supreme attribute. Yes, only the supreme attribute can increase this much. Chapter 135 Emperor. Why is he so powerful? Can we surpass him? What are you thinking about? Can we surpass such a person? The gap is getting bigger and bigger. No wonder he doesn't need attribute stones. If I had this kind of attribute, I would never need such a thing. I wonder what attribute he has awakened. It shouldn't be too bad. He deserves to be the number 1. With him here, we can be at peace and don't think too much. Qin Shan's combat power suddenly increased, which caught them off guard for a while. And why was it 9,999 instead of 10,000 points? Could it be that combat power has a limit? They certainly wouldn't believe this, but it would be difficult for them to catch up with Qin Shan in a short period of time. Even if this number is reached and there is no further movement, it will take them at least 10 to 20 days to catch up, otherwise it is impossible. Moreover, they need to upgrade everything to perfection, which requires rare attributes. No matter how strong he is, I will also awaken my attributes and improve my strength first. Emperor Xianyuan did not hesitate. If he did not use it, the gap between him and Qin Shan would become bigger and bigger. As for whether he could awaken more powerful attributes in the future, he didn't have to worry about it. He had asked Yun Jixin, and he was told that there was still a chance to awaken more powerful attributes, so he dared to use the attribute stone. After a while, Emperor Xuanyuan's combat power instantly reached 840 points, making him the strongest man under Qin Shan. It's just that his combat power is only in the 3 digits, which pales in comparison with Qin Shan's terrifying combat power. There is no comparison at all, but he doesn't care. As long as he can surpass others, isn't that enough? Emperor Xuanyuan's strength has also increased. It seems that he just exchanged the attribute stone. Great. Everyone else, hurry up and redeem your cards. This way, we will have 5 more experts in District 34, and we can dominate other districts. I don't expect to surpass Boss Qin Shan. We just need to dominate the limelight and suppress the other districts. The channel of Zone 34 is very lively, and everyone is looking forward to the ever-changing battle power rankings. There have been so many changes on this day. On the contrary, people from other areas had extremely ugly expressions. First, the people from Area 34 squeezed out a part of the people on the list. They themselves had 46 people on the list, which was almost half. Moreover, the combat power of those on the list has all exceeded 300. It should be that their bloodline or physical body has been improved. It cannot be their attributes. Otherwise, their combat power has doubled. Such a major change makes those newcomers only second to the chosen ones in the merged area. What a terrifying thing it is. The people from Area 34 must have passed through the Demon Cloud's secret realm. They just noticed that a secret realm appeared out of nowhere on their map, and they wondered what was going on. Now they thought that this was the only possible situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for these people to grow so quickly. However, the most troublesome things are the chosen ones from other zones. Their expressions are very solemn. They also went to the secret realm in the morning, but they failed to pass it. They obtained some resources and ran back one by one. It was really because the elemental creatures were too disgusting and they had no way to kill them. And now, a secret realm has appeared in daily life. It can only be possible that someone else has cleared it. When you think about it, the combat power of the people in Area 34 has soared, which is obvious. This is the only possibility. Having a strong person leading them really gives them the advantage. But judging from the changes in the battle power list just now, Qin Shan has just gained the attribute. How did he do it? And kill all the elemental creatures? Perhaps we can cooperate with him and explore other secret realms together. You're crazy. His strength will continue to soar, and it will have nothing to do with us. Haha, if you don't have someone to lead you, can you pass those secret realms? It's impossible. It's better to conquer them together. Even if he takes the lion's share, it's better than getting nothing. Look at how powerful the people in the original 34th district are. What if they can get the treasure map? Then, can we still play in these districts? For a moment, everyone was silent. It was just as this person said, Area 34 was too terrifying and was already one step ahead of them. Anyone with some attribute stones would be surpassed, not to mention ordinary survivors. Even those who possessed the metal of the chosen would be surpassed. There are so many people, but they are not as good as those in the same district. They are getting worse and worse. I agree, but we have to negotiate terms with him and we have to occupy some of the resources. Haha, then go ahead and talk. I can't guarantee that he won't slap you to death. Anyway, I have decided this. I'm not asking for your consent. I will just send him my treasure map. That's all. They failed to pass the level and did not encounter the final boss, but the treasure map did not disappear. Instead, it returned to their hands. They had to wait 3 days before they could use it again. Unless the secret realm was destroyed, it would remain there. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking here. If you want others to help you pass the level without paying anything, it is not such a cheap thing. Even they themselves would not do such a thing, let alone a person like Qin Shan. The person who proposed to negotiate with Qin Shan was also in a state of panic. At this time, if he still wanted to obtain more resources, it would be very good to give them to him. Otherwise, he would get nothing and die in the process, which would be a loss. Outside, the situation is changing rapidly. In the Temple of Elements, Qin Shan was preparing to use a special profession scroll that would allow him to obtain a special profession. He didn't know what specific powers it had, but anyway, it shouldn't be too bad. Are you sure you want to use the special class scroll? There are too many unknown risks in using this kind of scroll. Once selected, if you want to change it, you can only wait for the next era or obtain special items. Sure. Qin Shan thought about it again and made up his mind to use this special profession scroll. Anyway, no one knew what kind of profession was in it. Since it is called special, it is definitely not one of the ordinary professions in the Temple of Elements. Using the special job scroll successfully. Capturing the job. Successfully obtain the only profession, Emperor. All martial arts that are not suitable for this profession will be stripped away. Li Qianjun began to flake off. Li Qianjun's martial arts were shattered. Chapter 136 Skill Replacement. The Soul Harvest has been stripped, broken. The Thunderbolt has been stripped, shattered. The Levitation Technique has been stripped away, it has been broken. The Basic Swordsmanship has been stripped away, it has been broken. The Art of Eternal Night has been stripped away and shattered. Gain a new passive skill, Emperor's Majesty. Gain new skills, Emperor's Control and Emperor's Defense. Emperor's Majesty, all passive skills have their power doubled, and in front of the Emperor, all practitioners will feel fear. The lower the cultivation level, the more fearful they will be, and fear will weaken the opponent's cultivation level. Emperor's Control. Manipulate all surrounding elements whose grade is not as good as the supreme attribute, and form elemental creature warriors to fight for you. There is no limit to the number and the level of cultivation, which is linked to the user's cultivation level. Emperor's Guard. Summon all the surrounding elements whose grade is not as good as the supreme attribute to form a defensive shield to block a large amount of damage for you. The duration is unlimited and the upper limit of defense breaking is unlimited, which is linked to the user's cultivation. So powerful. Is this exclusive to the Emperor profession? Qin Shan said in shock. Although his martial arts were almost shattered after he changed his job to Emperor, there is no doubt that the martial arts he got this time are more powerful, so he doesn't have to worry about not having martial arts to use. He no longer needed the art of levitation. It made no difference whether he had it or not. It is used to enhance strength, but he has Judgment of Fate and Decree of Fate. To weaken the opponent's strength is almost the same as enhancing his own strength. Especially Decree of Fate, it is quite terrifying and can even knock down the opponent's artifacts and holy objects. Without the blessing of such things, the opponent's combat power will drop rapidly to below a freezing point. Soul Harvesting, Thundering Lightning, etc. He has the River of Destiny, which can also have such effects, and the range is larger, the power is stronger, and the key is that there is no time limit. All living beings in the River of Destiny may be burned to death. It's very abnormal. It's so easy to use it to stack infinite chaos. The more people, the better. Of course, fighting alone is definitely not as fast as stacking thunderous chaos. The Art of Eternal Night only gives him a layer of defense. It is enough to have the Emperor guarding him. It is not so easy for others to break through the defense. It seems that all the martial arts were shattered, but couldn't they be replaced with better ones? It's a pity that these martial arts are all super quality. If they could be peeled off and used by other people, they could also enhance the strength of everyone. Now Miracle Island only has 5th level martial arts, and there are no higher ones. I'm afraid that others have never even seen the 4th level martial arts, but he is still not satisfied with the 5th level martial arts. No wonder he was greedy, because these things really didn't help him that much. No matter it is the 1st grade or the 9th grade, they are just the name of the body refining realm, the most basic realm. They have no idea how many powerful items are behind it. It looks strong, but it is only effective at the current stage. The more you know, the more you worry. Before entering the next era, we want to improve everyone's strength, especially the one at the level of the God of Law. At this stage, he should be an extremely powerful existence who can even ask questions about the coffin. After changing his job, his aura improved significantly. Compared with before, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. He didn't know how big a shock had happened in the outside world in such a short period of time. Suddenly, the combat power increased to 10,000 points, which made people dumbfounded. Come to the beach. The Emperor, please guard, Qin Shan said. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy became agitated and quickly moved towards the cage around him, forming a thick defensive shield that wrapped around his entire body. He could also see the defense value, which was much stronger than the Eternal Night technique. Something that has no cooldown and can be released infinitely has a very powerful effect. The defense-penetrating combat power is 8,000 points, and the shield value is as high as 1 million. It is a mechanical device. Every time you attack, the shield value will be deducted. Unless your combat power is much higher than mine, you can be defeated directly. Qin Shan was shocked. This Emperor's Guard is even more terrifying than he had imagined. The defense alone has reached 8,000 points, which is the same as the eel's solidity. It cannot reach this number and does not even have the ability to break the defense. It is simply a bully. As long as his Emperor's Guard is turned on and he dives into the enemy group, no matter how others attack him, they cannot kill him. This is the profession of the Emperor, which brings him terrifying martial arts that belong only to the Emperor. With this skill alone, he is invincible in the world. It is not easy for others to deal with him. What's more, his current combat power has reached about 11,000, which is very strong. Even without the Emperor's protection, those people cannot break his defense. It's too abnormal. Even though this was something he owned, he could still feel the horror of this martial art. Moreover, it is a number without a grade. It increases as his strength improves. In other words, he can continue to become stronger. When his cultivation level increases, this number will be even more terrifying. Let's try again. Emperor, control it. Qin Shan pointed his finger, and instantly the surrounding elements surged over again and formed elemental creatures around him. 5 seconds later, the dust settled. 10 elemental giants of gigantic stature appeared beside him, some red, some blue, and some purple. Different colors represent different element properties. Emperor. These elemental giants can actually speak and have a certain level of intelligence. Looking at their strength again, they have actually reached the 4th level of body refining. Their attributes are similar to those of the elemental lords, but their combat power is stronger, as high as 8,000 points, which is directly related to Qin Shan's cultivation. All the summoned elemental warriors are related to Qin Shan himself. He is powerful enough that he can even summon thousands of troops to fight. It only takes a moment for him to flatten a secret realm. Fortunately, I conquered the Demon Cloud's secret realm and got everything inside, which made my strength become so powerful. As for the Fate series of martial arts, he did not use them and had no goal. The power of Fate was too strong. If used casually, it would be a disaster for anyone who happened to run into his martial arts. He had no hatred towards others, so there was no need to do this. He came here to experience the horror of the Emperor's martial arts. With just these two martial arts, he saw the horror of the Emperor's profession. Fortunately, this is the only profession. If someone else got it, he would still be a little wary. Perhaps there are other unique professions. Whoever can get them depends on their luck, and Qin Shan can't do anything about it. He returned to the ground and took out the Qing Ding, which was the biggest gain from his trip to the Demon Cloud secret realm. Chapter 137 Chongqing. Qi Ding is one of the 9 dings of China. It is the supreme sacred object used by Daiyu to suppress the dragon veins. It possesses unfathomable power. It is not easy to be fortunate enough to obtain one of them. It would be the best to get more. Master, there is news. Whose? Qin Shan was puzzled. Normally, no one would chat with him privately. His 2 good friends also knew that they could not disturb him casually unless there was something important. It is even more impossible for other people to disturb him. As the number 1 in the combat power list, who would dare to tease Qin Shan for no reason? That would be a suicidal act. Chongqing, the chosen one from District 33? Qin Shan was a little surprised. Why would he contact him? The chosen ones from Area 31 to Area 40 are 1 Qi Tian, Luo Hongyu, Chang Qing, Qin Shan, Gu Imo, Shen Wuyu, Xiao Siming, Master Xiao Ming, Master of Fake Medicine, and Liar. Among them, the one who deceives people and deceives ghosts has the strongest strength, reaching 540 points, and the others are hovering around 400. However, now, there is an Emperor Xianyuan riding on their heads. No one knows what specific attributes have been awakened. But it is enough to know that he has awakened. There is no need to know more. Moreover, at this time, other people are still collecting marbles, or have already started using attribute stones. You will be able to see it after a while. At this time, 3 attribute stones had been traded away, leaving only 2. Qin Shan still underestimated these people's means. Even if they had to borrow, they had to get the attribute stones, and as their cultivation level improved, they could expand the island. They didn't dare to expand before simply because they were not strong enough. Now everyone's strength has increased a lot, and ordinary jackals, tigers, and leopards are no longer a threat. In the future, the area of their island is likely to increase rapidly. By then, the resources refreshed on the island every day will be enough for their development, not to mention that there may be better treasure chests, expanding sea areas every day, and so on. After the first 10 days, everyone's actions became more fierce. Never underestimate them. Everyone can create miracles. Yes, Master. Open it and take a look, Qin Shan said. After all, he is the chosen one of a district and should have a lot of good things on him. I just don't know what the other party wants him to do. As long as it is beneficial to him, he will accept it. He has no control over how others develop, but his own development cannot be delayed. What's more, he also has the summoning stone, which can summon the arrival of 10,000 gold. Before that, he needs to prepare a large amount of supplies so that he can have more sufficient funds. Otherwise, he can only watch. Qin Shan, are you interested in exploring the Demon Cloud secret realm with me? The other party's direct and straight-to-the-point statement made Qin Shan confused. Qin Shan, is that also the Demon Cloud secret realm over there? Haven't you ever been in there before? If I had been in there, the treasure map should have disappeared, and the other party should not have invited me. What's more, secret realms have huge benefits. Whoever can get them will be lucky. Moreover, there is a secret place scattered in the 4th area. Until now, no one has discovered its existence. It is very secretive. Changqing, all the secret realms in all zones should be the Demon Cloud secret realm. We have entered before, but we were not able to pass. We have all exited. We can enter again in 3 days. During this period, the treasure map can be traded. Chongqing gave him a reply. Qin Shan suddenly realized that there was such a thing. As long as the Demon Dragon Knight did not appear, the Demon Cloud secret realm would not be destroyed. Yes, they could not even get past the Elemental Lord, let alone the Demon Dragon Knight. That was not something they could deal with. At least once you have the attributes, it will be easier to deal with these guys. Perhaps in the future, attribute stones will be very easy to obtain, but at this stage, apart from the Demon Cloud secret realm, they don't know where else to find attribute stones. Being one step ahead of others is always better than falling behind forever. As long as there is an opportunity, you should not give up easily. Qin Shan, so that's how it is. That's the Demon Cloud secret realm in your District 33. It's not appropriate for me to go there. To be honest, he was tempted. He had not yet finished counting the benefits of the Demon Cloud secret realm. There were too many good things here, even too many village manufacturing maps and town manufacturing maps. If he had not considered that those people could not afford them, he would have sold them all. It would just gather dust if he kept it. These things were too easy for him to get. It's basically worthless stuff, and as long as these people can pass the first stage, they will meet the secret realm merchant. No one can say for sure whether it is the same person. Moreover, he needed fragments. Don't worry, this kind of thing will expire. He may not want those scattered ones, but 4 elemental lords, that means 4,000 fragments, which is not a small number. You can exchange a lot of good things from Wan Ji. Chang Qin, don't worry, I have already discussed it with them. We can't get through it all. There is no other way except to seek help. Moreover, for this kind of thing, as long as I want, I can sell the treasure map that belongs to me, and no one dares to say anything. Qin Shan, so what do you want from me? It's impossible for the other party to be so kind as to give him the treasure map without asking for anything. As long as it is not excessive, then there will be no problem. The Demon Cloud secret realm is still very important to Qin Shan. Chang Qin, no matter what you get in the Demon Cloud secret realm, I only need an attribute stone and a martial art that is no less than the 3rd rank. What Cha Qing wanted was indeed not much, or even very little. Especially martial arts, Qin Shan has plenty of them, including martial arts secrets that can be copied at will, and the highest one is level 5. Now, Cha Qing only needs level 3, which is easy. As for the attribute stones, they are in the supreme treasure chest, so there is no way for others to get them. Qin Shan, okay, I agree. With such favorable conditions, he had no reason to refuse. Chang Qin, it's a pleasure to work with you. Treasure map *1. Chang Qin directly sent the treasure map over. He didn't know how many people were on Qin Shan Island. He thought they were all the same as him, so one map should be enough. In response, Qin Shan did not ask for more, one was enough. He only needs the supreme treasure chest, and the rest can be left to District 33. Their development is not as good as his own, so there is no need to compete with them for anything. Chang Qin, let's add each other as friends, so we can contact each other if anything happens. Qin Shan, okay. He did not refuse but agreed naturally. He was also a chosen one. To be able to become the chosen one, his strength was naturally strong. It was just that his luck was better. From the very beginning, he had distanced himself from these people. Chapter 138 Qi Zhouding. In addition to Chang Qing, Qin Shan received commissions from other people one after another. There is no doubt that they were all the chosen ones in each district, and other people did not dare to come to Qin Shan. Their status is not high enough, especially now that Qin Shan's combat power has reached a terrifying number. They dare not come even more, because he is a real strong man. Apart from the chosen one, who else would dare to come to Qin Shan? All of a sudden, 9 treasure maps appeared in his hands, and he had 9 more friends. Nowadays, others treated him with caution and did not dare to ask any more questions. That was not something they could contend with. The combat power list shows 99.99, but they don't believe that Qin Shan only has this much combat power. What if this is the upper limit of the combat power list? With Qin Shan's previous combat power, doubling it would not be possible to exceed 10,000, nor would tripling it. The only possibility would be 10 times, which was only possible with the supreme attribute and was very rare. In fact, they don't even have basic attributes now, so they don't know where to start. We can only rely on Qin Shan. Even if the benefits will be less, it is still better. They were not as strong as the elemental lords and stopped at the elemental lords. In other words, they only got the rewards for the first stage, and the rest are still there. This made him feel extremely comfortable. I got so many invisible benefits all at once. He doesn't need to worry about anything, such as not having enough people. When the time comes, he can just send someone over to bring back the Lord's treasure chest and the supreme treasure chest. I just don't know if I can get things like the Heart of Fire again. That is a powerful treasure that can synthesize supreme attributes. As long as they can get it back, Qin Shan will find ways to wash away their own attributes and regain the supreme attributes. How powerful it is, you will understand it only after you get it. He also couldn't let them change their jobs easily. Only those in special professions were the most powerful. Every one of those who followed him was worthy of his careful training. This time, he would not go to any of the 9 secret realms, but sent 9 people to each of them. The treasures obtained would naturally be used to improve their strength. When they woke up from the bloodline advancement, he would let them awaken their attributes first. By then, with their combat power, they will be able to fight against the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight is not that terrifying and is still incomplete. If his combat power is more than 2,000, he can defeat the opponent. There are still 3 days, which is enough time for him to prepare. But in fact, there are only 2 days left, and they have no chance to wait for the 3rd day's harvest. They are about to enter the Demon Cloud secret realm, so he must speed up. However, after they advance, their strength should increase significantly. There will be several gold titles, and even quite a few silver titles. In this way, the pillar list will take shape. Qin Shan will train all those who have special abilities and make them as strong as possible, not burying their talents. I already have an idea in my mind. I will improve them first, and then let them help others to improve together. However, supreme attributes and special professions are definitely not so easy to obtain, so others can only switch to basic professions and basic attributes. There is no other way, and there is no template to use for this kind of thing. Qin Shan collected his thoughts and thought that in the transactions with other districts, he only paid a small price and could get the expected reward. It was so cool. This is also because they don't have the strength now. Otherwise, how could such a good thing fall on their heads? The 4th district has it, and the other districts are naturally not bad. The resources of a district are all here. His strength is certainly strong, but the others are a little weaker. But it doesn't matter. He has Destiny Judgment, which allows him to knock down the opponent's items. If he's lucky, he can also take down their attributes and professions and use them on his own people. It's incredible to think about it. Originally, the Supreme Attribute does not have much suppressive power against the Supreme Attribute. It can only be said to restrain it. However, if the gap in strength between the two sides is large, then it will be different. It's still too far-fetched to think about these things now. Besides, those people haven't done anything to me, so there's no need to be like this. But of course, I don't need to be polite to my enemies. Check the Qin Shan, Qin Shan said. Only after finishing other things did he have time to come and see the Qin Shan to see what kind of power it had. Jiao, Sacred Object. Grade. First grade. Introduction. An item that suppresses luck. The stronger the luck, the stronger the effect on the owner. Effect. The country fights for the dragon. You can gain dragon energy through war. When the dragon energy reaches a certain value, you can summon the Luck Golden Dragon. The war includes all means, such as expanding islands, killing pirates, merging islands, conquering natives, and snatching survivors. Luck Golden Dragon. 0/100, 000. Effect 2. 9 dragons rising to the sky. Every time a golden dragon of luck is summoned, the success rate of breakthrough for all creatures on the island will increase by 10. The effect of cultivation will increase by 1,000. The combat power within the Miracle Island will increase by 100. And all effects will increase exponentially. Effect 3. The country is peaceful and the people are safe. The holy objects suppress the evil. All evils are immune. All inner demons are gone. The crops are abundant. And the world is peaceful and prosperous. Effect. Not unlocked. Current. Qizhou. Do you want to activate it? Activate immediately. The benefits brought by the Qizhou Cauldron were too terrifying. When the 9 cauldrons were complete, what kind of terrifying effect would it have? He no longer dared to imagine it. By then, everyone on Miracle Island will be like a dragon, and as long as they are on this land, they will be invincible. Moreover, the arrival of Qizhou also made him see the fate of the country. Suddenly, the Qizhou shone with golden light, and a dragon appeared on it, but it was deathly gray and not activated. Looking at the dragon's surroundings, he was shocked. If I am not mistaken, it should be the dragon corpse at the bottom of the sea, but I didn't expect it to be the golden dragon of the island. Moreover, there should be such a dragon corpse under every island. Whoever can get its help will naturally receive huge help. After shaking for a while, the Qizhou turned into a stream of light and escaped into the center of Chang'an Town, suppressing one side. As more and more Jiazhou appeared, the area that could be suppressed became wider and wider. All those who wanted to invade Miracle Island would pay the price for it. The key point is that the Jiazhou is only a set of holy objects. He can get all 9 of them, but it is probably not that easy and requires too much manpower and material resources. Is this 20,000 combat power? Qin Shan was slightly stunned. After Qizhou entered Miracle Island, his combat power instantly soared to more than 20,000, but after leaving Miracle Island, it still dropped to 11,500 and did not increase. Chapter 139, 4th Level Bloodline. Perhaps now, the blessing of the Jiazhou is relatively small, but when the 9 tripods are gathered together, it will be a terrifying holy object that can destroy the world. Qin Shan doesn't know what kind of power it has, and he dare not guess. Now it is enough for his own use, but unfortunately, he got so many good things, most of which are used for defense, and there is really nothing for offense. But none of this matters. His current combat capability is strong enough, so he doesn't need to worry about these things. If he goes to attack the island, no one can stop him. At this time, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. On Miracle Island, smoke from cooking fires had already begun to rise. Qin Shan was very pleased to see this scene. Finally, the island had gained some popularity, with more than 1,500 people, accounting for more than half of the population of this town. Perhaps, it won't be long before he can prepare to build the next village. After all the villages are filled, he can then build a city-state, step by step, step by step. He returned to the chief's house and did not light a fire to cook. There was no need. With his strength, he could go without food or water for a few days without any problem. Besides, except for the ordinary islanders, everyone else was practicing, and he could not fall behind. After this time, Everyone's strength has basically been improved to the silver title. They have all been with me all the way, so if we want to improve, we should improve together. Even though his combat power is the best in the Miracle Island today, he cannot overthink that he is invincible. No matter how powerful his attributes are, he still needs to rely on these basic things. Without even the basics, how can he improve his combat power? What's more, there is an opportunity waiting for these people. Let's see if they have a chance to get it. Bloodline evolution, Qin Shan said. He now has a 3rd level bloodline. To advance to the 4th level, he needs 100 bloodline evolution stones. After he used them up, the bloodline evolution stones were sold out. If he wants to upgrade, he can only continue to wait. Now, the bloodline evolution stone vein has emerged, and the supplies are not too tight. With enough time, everyone can upgrade to level 6 or above. As for the last 3 levels, just think about it. The amount of bloodline evolution stones required is too much, so only a part of the people can be upgraded first. Unless more bloodline evolution stone veins are obtained, bloodline number 1 alone is definitely not enough. An intense burning sensation instantly burned Qin Shan's body. The evolution of his bloodline was still so violent. It had just begun, but Qin Shan felt the terrifying power. Unknowingly, he was about to break through to the 4th level. By then, he would be a strong man with a silver title. However, on the combat power list, there was not even a single person who could have the title. Even Emperor Xianyuan couldn't do it. He only gained attribute gains, which increased so much directly. But it was useless if his bloodline couldn't reach the 3rd level. He also had to rely on his physical body and realm, both of which were indispensable. For one who has obtained the bronze treasure chest of the Demon Dragon Knight, it should not be difficult to advance to the 3rd level bloodline. At the same time, the realm and physical body will also be improved to a certain extent. As for whether one can climb onto the bronze throne, that is unknown. It is easy to obtain this title, but it is also quite difficult. It depends on the person. If you're lucky, maybe within these 2 days, dozens of people will quickly climb up the combat power list. In the Demon Cloud Secret Realm, there are quite a few people who have obtained bronze treasure chests. Basically, they will have 25 bloodline evolution stones, which greatly improves their strength. While he was practicing, the attribute stones were also replaced one after another. Even though Area 34 had been plundered by Qin Shan, these people were still able to give out a lot of wealth and took up all the attribute stones. It also brought him a profit of 50,000 yunshe. Qin Shan did not ask them to use any special items in exchange. This was meaningless. His own rank was too high. Even if others could get special items, it would not help him much. It would be better to use yunshe to directly expand the island. These 5 attribute stones were bought by Emperor Xianyuan, the Flame God of War, Wanjun, the Great Wizard, and a man named Brahma. In addition to the people on the list, there is actually such a person. As for Yu Pao Pao, she really didn't have that much marble to buy attribute stones. My cultivation has been stagnant for some time. Up to now, it's still 210 points, and there has been no movement. I have learned a first-class martial art, which is still acceptable. Among so many survivors, I can only be considered average. If this continues, I will definitely be lost in the crowd. But she had no other choice. Qin Shan would sell anything from the nearby waters. She had no way to get anything. It was quite painful. She could only rely on her daily savings to get by. In a flash, several hours passed. In just a few hours, everyone was shocked again and again. Apart from Emperor Xianyuan, other people have acquired attributes one after another, their combat power has greatly increased, and they are able to compete with the Chosen One. The God of Flame, Wanjun, the Great Wizard, and Brahma, these people must have also obtained the attribute stones. Who on earth is this Wanjun? She is actually ranked 9th. The people in District 34 are too powerful. It's awesome to have a big boss protecting you. Actually, I think that, except for Emperor Xianyuan, the others are quite useless. With such a big guy, their combat power is still so low, which is too bad. If there were such a master in our district, we would have dominated the list long ago. What you said makes a lot of sense. I'm speechless. Then have you ever thought about why one of them is so powerful while the others are so weak? Is there any need to ask? It must be that many resources were taken away by Qin Shan. That's it. They don't have any resources, but they still managed to have 13 people on the list at the beginning. Now, it's almost half. Who do you think is useless? There is endless debate on the channel. Yu Pao Pao looked at it and couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. This had nothing to do with her. Now, she can still barely stay on the list. If she couldn't improve anymore, she would have to leave the stage. She had also thought about seeking Qin Shan's help, but she had caused Qin Shan too much trouble in these days. It was not a good idea to seek his help every time she encountered danger. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that a huge noise was heard in the leader's house on Miracle Island. Everyone looked over. It was hard not to notice the soaring momentum. The island master has broken through to the 4th level of bloodline. So powerful, why was there so little noise when I broke through to the 4th level? Can you compare with the island owner? At the same level, the island master is invincible. Chapter 140 Great Increase in Strength. After a few breaths, the strange phenomenon stopped. Qin Shan felt extremely comfortable all over, and he had never felt so smooth before. Finally reached the 4th level. If he were allowed to use all the bloodstones today, he would be able to upgrade to the 6th level and become even stronger. However, other people also made contributions, so it is impossible for him to use all of them on himself. Their strength has increased, which means that Miracle Island has become stronger. After his breakthrough, he felt several powerful auras around him, and this feeling became even more real. This was something he had not had when he broke through before. It was the middle of the night, and those people didn't come to congratulate him. It was a breakthrough, so there was nothing strange about it. Everyone made a breakthrough every day, and there were more than one person. It was just that Qin Shan had the highest status, so that's all. From now on, everyone on the island can become a strong person. Fighting power does not have much meaning to them. It just provides a benchmark for everyone to better find their own position. After his breakthrough, he discovered that except for those whose bloodlines were about to break through to level 5 or above, the others had already broken through, and their strength had increased significantly. Check my status, Qin Shan said. He felt unprecedentedly happy, and his performance must have improved a lot. Sure enough, after seeing his attribute panel, he looked as if it was a matter of course. Name, Bayan Qin Shan. Talents, Unparalleled, Lucky Hand, all things have spirits. Realm, 5th level of physical training. Attribute, Destiny. Occupation, Emperor. Bloodline, 4th level spiritual, which bloodline 0 out of 500. Physical body, level 5, 1600/3200. Soul, 1st level, 0 out of 10. Martial arts, Sword Chi, Destiny Judgment, River of Destiny, Chain of Destiny, Emperor's Guard, Emperor's Rule. Passive, Hand of Technology, Judgment of Fate, Unparalleled Plunder, Emperor's Majesty, Infinite Chaos, Block Prediction. Combat Power, 14,500, Regular. The title has been promoted from Bronze to Silver, which requires the realm, bloodline, and body to all reach the 4th level. One step further, and you will reach the Gold level. To see how terrifying Golden level creatures are, just look at the Ghost Vine. However, even if it has broken through to the 6th level bloodline now, it is afraid that it cannot be compared with Qin Shan. The attributes and profession that Qin Shan has gained are too powerful and cannot be compensated by a title at all. This time, his bloodline advanced, but his realm did not break through. His physical body was improved by half, and he would be able to upgrade it with one more try. The physical body is still relatively difficult to improve. Only by killing and plundering the power of other creatures can he break through faster. He didn't have time before, but maybe he would have time in the future. With more people, there would be fewer things to worry about, and he wouldn't need to worry about them. You can try to leave the waters of Miracle Island and go to the deep sea to fight. There are enough powerful creatures in that place to help you improve. He has been wandering around in his own sea area, with no possibility of advancement at all. Regardless of whether it is a sea beast that comes to harass or a guardian beast, their strength is not particularly strong. There is no reward for killing them. The only thing they can provide is some meat food. The original martial arts were basically replaced, leaving only the Jingyang Sword Chi. This martial art was very important to Qin Shan, and it was the key to turning defeat into victory in many battles. At least, for now, he has never seen any martial arts with such terrible properties. Perhaps if the River of Destiny lasts long enough, they can be compared. However, the River of Destiny only affects a single individual. When the target dies, it will naturally dissipate. Therefore, the most powerful force is still the Jingyang Sword Chi. The benefits brought to him by the replacement martial arts were immense, far beyond the comparison with the previous martial arts. Without the constraints of rank, these martial arts became full of infinite possibilities. There is nothing to feel sad about. The old will not go away, and the new will not come. Only the strong will remain forever. Even the passive skills have undergone drastic changes, especially the appearance of the Emperor's Majesty, which has strengthened all other passive skills. The Hand of Technology can be triggered twice a day, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. Just like today, he did not trigger the Hand of Technology. This thing is probabilistic, not certain, but it just gives him more chances. Judgment of Fate can attack once, and it comes with 2 layers of Wheel of Fortune. This is not good news for the enemy. The more Wheel of Fortune there are, the more unlucky they are. During the battle, it is too easy to trigger negative states. Moreover, this thing is like a thorn in the flesh, and only one layer can be dispelled every day. Without a purification item, it would be really unlucky. I'm afraid no one is willing to fight against Qin Shan. He has not even started fighting, but he has already been hit by bad luck. Who can withstand it? The ability of Wushuang plundering has become even more terrifying. It was 1 point before, but now it has become 2 points. Don't look at this as a small amount. If he wants to advance to the 6th level physical body now, he needs to kill 1,600 enemies. However, with the blessing of the Emperor's Majesty, he only needs to kill 800 enemies. If the speed is half as fast, even if it's just a small difference, when the numbers are magnified, it will be a world of difference. The unparalleled plundering can once again exert its magical power. At that time, even the souls will be plundered, and that will be truly refreshing. The most terrifying thing should be infinite chaos. Every time you attack, you will gain 1 layer of 5 passive abilities. Now there are 10 layers at once, plus the effect of the River of Destiny. This is incredible. Perhaps, it does not have the abnormal explosive power of thunder, which can stack hundreds of thousands of layers at once, but if the number is large enough, the River of Destiny will be more terrifying than thunder. The negative status that the River of Destiny itself adds to the enemy is limited, and it will disappear once the enemy dies. However, its number of attacks is added to the infinite chaos, making everything possible, especially in a big melee. As long as everyone is within the attack range of Qin Shan's River of Destiny, they will be attacked once per second, with no time limit. One person can add 10 layers of passive to infinite chaos. 100 people, that's 1,000 layers. 10,000 people, that's 100,000 layers. If this can last for another 10 seconds, it may not be worse than thunderous. Moreover, the attack range of the River of Destiny is so wide that it can continue to increase as his strength increases. This supreme attribute is too terrifying, so terrifying that Qin Shan was terrified. Fortunately, he got it. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable if others used it against him. This trip to the Demon Cloud's secret realm was fruitful. Not only did it improve the overall strength of Miracle Island to a higher level, but it also allowed him to acquire several abnormal martial arts and passive skills, so that he could even laugh in his sleep. Chapter 141, Red Netherwater Palace. With a combat power of nearly 15,000, Qin Shan stands out among the crowd. Even if others have acquired the attributes, it will be difficult for them to catch up with him for a while. Today, Qin Shan is undoubtedly the number 1. Not only is he number 1 in the battle power list, he is also number 1 in Miracle Island. As for the deep sea area, there is no comparison. The other side has the blessing of world rules, so it is normal for it to be stronger. He glanced at the main characters. Those who had successfully advanced this time all had silver titles, but some of them had achieved the upgrade with great difficulty, such as the Beast King and Big Bear. They originally had only 3rd level bodies, but after upgrading their bloodlines to 1 level, they directly upgraded their bodies to the 4th level. It could only be said that they were lucky. However, next time, it would be difficult to upgrade their bodies in this way. This thing still needs to be practiced by oneself. Relying on the improvement of bloodline all the time will not work. The same is true for Qin Shan himself. He has such a powerful passive skill as Unparalleled Plunder. If he doesn't make use of it, it would be a waste of this passive skill. Qin Shan was very satisfied with the sudden appearance of so many powerful people with silver titles. This meant that everyone's strength had increased a lot, and Miracle Island would become more prosperous. As for the others, they have not yet succeeded in breaking through. It must be said that it will take quite some time to break through to the 5th level. A breakthrough to the 6th level may only be tomorrow morning. There is no need to rush. It would be great if it can be improved. Fortunately, nothing major happened on the island. It was already very late, and Qin Shan did not call everyone over. It was enough for everyone to break through. It was not a big deal. The promotion to the silver title was too ordinary. If he wanted to pay attention, the one must be at the gold level. Once they reach the golden rank, they can be listed on the pillar list and become the pillars of Miracle Island. They can also obtain a large number of benefits, especially the increase in blood concentration, which is definitely a good thing for people with ancestral bloodlines. In this way, they can save a lot of blood evolution stones. It's just that the degree of awakening varies. However, compared with their current bloodline level, any slight advancement will require a huge amount of blood evolution stones. Boss, a lot of sea beasts have come down from the water. Come and help. Suddenly, the voice of the giant manta ray came directly into his mind. This was their unique way of communicating with each other. Qin Shan allowed them to contact him directly if they had any urgent issues. What's going on? Island Spirit, open the map. Qin Shan said. Master, the map is empty. It's not within the range? Could it have come down from the bottom of the sea? Qin Shan murmured. But now, he couldn't care less. Since the giant manta rays had already sent a signal for help, it meant that the strength of those sea beasts was not bad. Now, the eels were still advancing. With the 2 of them, the one they couldn't fight against must be above the silver level. Letty and the others go too, Qin Shan said. Then, he took the lead, left the island, found a place, and went underwater. The island spirit also called upon the others to hurry underwater and help in the battle. In 3 minutes, they arrived at the place where the big manta ray and the second manta ray were, at a depth of 8,000 meters underwater, which is also the sea area limit of the current island map. Further down is the territory of other sea beasts. But at this moment, what appeared in front of Qin Shan were a large number of sea beasts. They all had titles on their heads, nearly 1,000 bronze ones and more than 100 silver ones. How come there are so many sea beasts coming here? Qin Shan said in surprise. They really knew how to choose the right time, and would come quietly when everyone was breaking through. It was impossible for the big manta ray and the second manta ray to stop them, as there were just too many of them. Moreover, there are many huge sea beasts among them. If they are allowed to attack, the island will lose a lot of resources. They must be stopped here. We don't know either. Right after we broke through, we found them swimming here, said the big manta ray. I was still a little scared. The moment I opened my eyes, I found a large number of sea beasts swimming around me. Do you think I was scared? It was just a little strange that the other party did not attack me. Island Master, in my opinion, they should be guarding something, otherwise they would not appear here. He said, no matter what, since it has appeared around our miracle island, we must treat it with care and not be careless, Qin Shan said. Fortunately, this time we found it in time, but what about next time? Maybe we won't be so lucky. These guys are so powerful that they will never appear here for no reason. If there is any possibility that it could threaten the existence of Miracle Island, he would never allow it as long as his strength allows. If the other party is still alive, he would find ways to kill him. Let's go over and see what they want to do. If they are not favorable to us, we will kill them without mercy, Qin Shan said. He has spirits and can communicate with each other. Moreover, they did not invade Miracle Island, but were guarding something. This made him even more curious. The thing that could be guarded by such a group of powerful sea beasts must not be an ordinary treasure. I have to say, there are so many surprises under the sea. No wonder the ghost vine was beaten into a ghost state after diving 1,000,000 meters and escaped back. It's not even 10,000 meters yet, and so many terrifying sea beasts have appeared. If we continue going down, there will definitely be more terrifying creatures. He always remains alert towards unknown places, as no one knows what kind of terrible existence may exist there. As they approached, the sea beasts that were originally cruising around immediately looked at them. Each and every one of them looked very nervous, as if they were about to start a fight if they disagreed with anything. As soon as I got closer, I could hear them chirping nonstop. If someone who doesn't understand what you're saying comes here, he'll slide over and send you back home. But Qin Shan could understand what they meant. The Qi Water Palace is a strategic location. Leave now, or we will attack. This was the other party's original words. As for the situation of the Red Nether Water Palace, Qin Shan didn't know. It seemed that it should be an underwater cultivation force. Moreover, the owner of the Red Nether Water Palace was able to make so many powerful sea beasts submit. He was also a master of a certain level. He was likely to be a master of the gold level, or even more than one. Humph, you dare to wander around the waters of my miracle island. You deserve to be killed. Tell me the situation of the Qi Water Palace, and I may consider letting you go, Qin Shan said. Are you kidding me? They dare to threaten me right next to my territory. Aren't they courting death? It was very rude to these guys. Chapter 142 Lord Xianglong. They were just some sea beasts that had cultivated into spirits, but he did not take them seriously. Unless their high-ranking members showed up, he might be able to be a little wary of them. However, relying on these misfits was not enough. At the golden level, he is not afraid as long as there is no powerful attribute blessing. Even if he has to grind it down, he will grind this Qi Water Palace to death and never let them grow recklessly. It would have been fine if he hadn't discovered it, but now that he has discovered it, he cannot tolerate the existence of such a powerful force around him. This will threaten his life and safety. Nothing is more important than this. So, after hearing the cries of the giant manta rays, Qin Shan came down immediately to see what kind of enemy could make the giant manta rays cry for help. This doesn't look bad at all. There actually is such a force existing underwater, and they call themselves the Qi Water Palace. If there is a Qi Water Palace underwater, then it is possible that there are more water palaces, but where they are is unknown. How dare you? A shark monster yelled angrily. This is a silver-level sea beast. This weak human actually dared to quarrel with them. You want to die? Qin Shan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he looked at the shark monster coldly. Suddenly, it felt a chill. Damn it, how could I be scared by a human? Guys, surround and kill them. No outsiders are allowed to enter the Qi Water Palace. The shark monster continued. It seems that its status must be very high to be able to order other sea beasts to do things. At its command, these sea beasts became agitated and attacked them with bared fangs and claws. Don't do anything yet. Let me try the new skills I learned, Qin Shan said. Stop those who wanted to take action. River of Destiny. Facing the surging sea beasts, he mercilessly used martial arts with the attribute of destiny. In an instant, a huge cube-shaped body enveloped the enemy. What kind of move is this? It's so scary. There's actually a breath of fate in this. The island owner has become even more unfathomable. The moment they saw the river of destiny, he and the others were shocked. This ability was truly too powerful. In just a moment, more than 1,000 of the enemy's sea beasts were covered, and they saw that those sea beasts were constantly emitting various negative buffs. What kind of ability is this? Why do I feel like my body has become weaker? Why am I slow? It's so hot. So hot. This human knows magic. Before they even got close, the sea beast had been tortured beyond recognition. Qin Shan's strength was too strong, especially this terrifying martial arts, which had such a wide range that it trapped them in an instant. There is no chance to escape from the River of Fate area. Slow down, burning, bleeding, the Wheel of Fate. The idea of leaving this place was shattered in an instant. It seems that no matter how many sea beasts there are, they are still nothing in the face of absolute power. Only strength is eternal and unchanging. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who is right. 10 seconds later, the bronze sea beasts began to die, their bodies fell, and some even began to disappear. Wounded by fate, even their bodies no longer existed. Such a scene is really horrifying. The eyes of those surviving sea beasts revealed a strong sense of fear. This human was really not someone they could contend with. Even though they both had silver titles, the gap between the two sides was really too big. I'm afraid only a strong man of the gold level can suppress it. We surrender. Please put away your magical powers. Finally, some sea beasts couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, they would all die. They couldn't even get close to the enemy. This showed how big the gap between the two sides was. Take me to the Qi Water Palace, and I will let you go, Qin Shan said. Are you making trouble here? It wasn't like this just now. When they didn't show their strength, these sea beasts were rampant and looked superior. Only now do they feel afraid. How can it be so easy and end? Impossible. Lord Qiulong will kill us. Suddenly, the sea beast resisted violently and took the outsiders to the Qi Water Palace, unless they didn't want to live. Qin Shan's face turned cold instantly. You are afraid of it, but aren't you afraid of me? Qin Shan said coldly. Suddenly, these sea beasts felt helpless. Yes, they are Qin Shan's prisoners now. If they don't lead the way, they will be killed by Qin Shan. If they lead the way, they will be killed by Qiulong. No matter what, the end is death. I don't have time to waste with you. You can refuse. I will burn it slowly and see how long you can hold on, Qin Shan said. How could I be afraid just because of the other party's rejection? On the contrary, because of the other party's words, he became more interested in the owner of the Qi Water Palace. As the lord of a prefecture, his strength should not be too weak. You can't defeat Lord Qiulong. He is a powerful warrior beyond the 9th level. Even if you kill us, you can't escape the fate of being killed. Humph, human, be smart and let us go. Lord Qiulong will avenge us. The sea monster remained stubborn and refused to give in at all, not caring about Qin Shan's threats. In the Qi Waterhouse, they were just small minions, not even worthy of being on the stage. But if they died here, it would be a matter of face for the Qi Waterhouse. Who knows what kind of strong men will come by then? You are so stubborn. Come and die. The Emperor will take control, Qin Shan said, and several elemental warriors quickly gathered around him, joined the battlefield, and cleared out the sea beasts. In just a few minutes, all the sea beasts rose up. Unfortunately, there was not a single person who had reached the 5th level of physical body, so he had made another wasted trip today. After the corpses of these sea beasts disappeared, some items were still scattered around. Is this a spirit crystal? Qin Shan took it and looked at it. The line of text on the introduction really shocked him. Isn't this what Wan Jin needs? It contains huge energy. Spirit crystal, the crystal of life. Only silver and above will produce it. In addition to this method, there are also spirit crystal veins, which can also obtain spirit crystals. This was the prompt that appeared after he saw the spirit crystal. It turned out that it was not this kind of thing. It was too precious. It was just that his level was not high enough, so he could not get the spirit crystal. After putting away the spirit crystal, Qin Shan was worried. That Qiulong was actually a strong man who surpassed the 9th level. What level of master was that? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. It would be difficult for him to survive next. He did not regret it. If he released those sea beasts, they would still tell Qiulong, and the trouble here would be even bigger. It would be better to kill them and let the other party guess. Chapter 143. The island owner is too strong. Is that all? Did the island owner summon elemental creatures just now? It seems so. They looked at Qin Shan in disbelief. He was simply invincible. In less than a minute, thousands of sea beasts died instantly. Among them, there were sea beasts with the same strength as them. They were very scary, but in front of Qin Shan, they melted instantly without causing any waves. Don't be happy too soon. The other party is very powerful, Qin Shan said. He also didn't expect that the master of the Qi Water Palace would be so powerful. According to the classification of titles, this is at least catastrophic level or even higher. For Miracle Island, that kind of strong person is indeed a disaster level, and Qin Shan cannot be happy. With such a strong man, this group of rabble in front of him are just minions. If they die, they die. There will be more powerful sea beasts coming. If they can't stop them, they will die here. He didn't want this to happen, but the other party was too powerful. What could he do? This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. He just killed some sea beasts, but he was able to involve such a huge force. Maybe, in a short period of time, he would be safe, but he would definitely not be safe forever. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Only strong cultivation is the code of conduct in this world. If he had power beyond the 9th level, he would not have to be so afraid of the other party. Now, he should just hold his tail between his legs. Island Master, is there something going on here? Everyone asked Qin Shan. It looked like the situation was very serious, otherwise, Qin Shan would not be like this. Yes, the other party has a very powerful background. Qin Shan then recounted the origins of those people. Red Nether Water Palace. Under our sea, there is such a terrifying force. Given their strength, they won't be able to get up in a short time. We still have a chance. Yes, if they could come up, they would have come long ago. This world has special rules. If the difference in strength is too great, they will not meet each other. This is also for the safety of these survivors. But once you mistakenly enter those places, it is your own business and has nothing to do with the rules of the world. Just like Qin Shan, when he entered the deep sea area, he was almost killed by the ghost vine. Big Manta and Second Manta, you two have an important mission. You must guard this place and do not let the enemy jump over. If you have any problems, tell me in time. After the eel successfully breaks through, you will work with it to recruit the lone sea beast. Qin Shan said. There are only a few of them under the sea, so it is too difficult to defend it. As time goes by, the sea area of Miracle Island will become wider and wider. The protective force on land is strong enough, but it is too weak under the sea. When encountering a huge tide of beasts, it will have no way to resist. Especially when encountering a situation like the one just now, it becomes even more difficult to deal with. Yes, said the big manta ray and the second manta ray. It would be good as long as we can expand, otherwise the water would be too deserted. Moreover, some sea beasts just accidentally entered this place, and they have no ill intentions, so they can be recruited. And you, come here from time to time and help clean up the sea beasts. Qin Shan said to the others. They're too relaxed to do anything. It can be said that the sea area can be so peaceful, which is inseparable from the protection of the eels. In the Hall of Fame, their contribution is extremely high, and just guarding the sea area of Miracle Island is enough. It's just that others can't see it, but it doesn't matter. If there is anything good in the future, Qin Shan will definitely think of them first. It has been said that rewards will be given based on contribution. They are ranked at the front, so why can't they be rewarded? Yes, everyone answered. This is their first time to step into the underwater world. They didn't expect that this place is so dangerous. They had never noticed it before, and it was all cleaned up by the eels. No wonder their contribution is so high. From now on, even if he saw Qin Shan improving the strength of the eels, he could not say anything, because this was what they deserved, and only when they became stronger could they be more secure and not afraid of being disturbed. Moreover, Qin Shan has given them a huge authority this time, allowing them to recruit sea beasts. When the time comes, when they see powerful sea beasts while swimming in the sea, they don't need to be surprised or doubted. Since they are not killed, they are species of their Miracle Island. Okay, let's go back. There are still many things waiting for us tomorrow, Qin Shan said. I have been so busy lately that I don't even have time to rest. He turned around and gave some instructions to the big manta rays. Only then did we leave the seabed, and after dealing with those sea beasts, there shouldn't be any powerful sea beasts coming over. However, what happened today made Qin Shan feel a little uneasy. The mysterious man is whipping them in various ways. If they don't work hard to become stronger, sooner or later, the water under the sea will devour them completely and nothing will be left. If they don't want to be killed, then they should work hard to become stronger. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. The stronger he became, the more afraid he felt. He was confused about the road ahead and didn't know what was waiting for him. I took a glance at what those people were saying in the chat channel. Sometimes, he really envied them because he didn't have to worry about such trivial things. Perhaps this was the reason why the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He was not a good person. He just wanted to survive. He knew that someone was controlling all this, but he had no choice but to follow that person's ideas. Otherwise, endless disasters would be waiting for him. This kind of manipulated life is so fucked up. They talked a lot about the 5 newly born strong men, but they didn't know how much pressure others were under, especially Emperor Xinyuan. He was fortunate enough to have been to the bottom of the sea and saw a dragon corpse, so he was under even greater pressure. There are unfathomable sea beasts under the sea, and disasters occur from time to time in the sea. With their strength, they are not enough. Forget it. Let's think about tomorrow's things tomorrow. Qin Shan said, and fell asleep. There is no point in thinking about these things now. It can't change anything. We can only fight against the enemy with our soldiers and block the water with earth. No matter how strong the opponent is, as long as we give him a chance, everything is possible. The night is silent. Tonight, there was not even a single sea beast. It was extremely quiet. It was like giving the manta rays a break. It would be a good thing if there were no sea beasts attacking. This way, there would be eternal peace. Chapter 144. The sun rises. On the morning of the 12th day, the sun rose. I don't know why, but this world also has the same sun and moon as on the blue planet. Maybe every world operates in a specific way. However, it's no big deal. I'm just familiar with this situation. Qin Shan stretched and got up immediately. He also wanted to relax, but reality did not allow it. Be it the Qi Water Palace or Lord Qiulong, they are like a sharp sword suspended above his head. If there is any mistake, his life may be in danger. Before the disaster strikes, he just needs to improve his strength. He can't worry too much about other things. Congratulations, the area has expanded by 273 square meters. The map scan is complete. Currently, within 600 nautical miles and 12 kilometers under the sea, a total of 58 lost treasure chests and 23 pirate groups have been found, including 3 fourth-level pirate groups, 8 third-level pirate groups, and the rest are first and second-level pirate groups. Please send people to encircle and suppress them, or there may be trouble later. Il, Tai, Shang, Yu, Luo, Zhenyuan bloodline breaks through to the 5th level, and Gue Tung bloodline breaks through to the 6th level. The spiritual vein Gobi is stable, and you will get a coffin, a population refresh ticket, a random mineral vein, and a supreme basic resource package. The treasure chests are refreshed daily. There are a total of 70 ochre treasure chests, 29 ruby treasure chests, and 1 orange treasure chest. Well, it seems like there isn't that much going on today. That's good. I can go out to sea now. Qin Shan murmured. After finishing these things, he can go out to sea to fight and try to improve his strength as much as possible before the enemy arrives. Especially the physical body, which has reached more than half of the 5th level. With another 800 sea beasts whose physical bodies reach the 5th level, he can break through to the 6th level. With each advancement of the physical body, the strength will be greatly enhanced. It is not as sloppy as the combat power list, where each level increases by 100. That thing is not accurate at all. Whoever believes it will be unlucky. Anyway, he doesn't care. He will occasionally check to see if there are any changes or who has come up, but that's all. For that number, it has no meaning. Yes, with his strength, these are of little reference value to him. On Miracle Island, anyone can possess such strength. 200 combat forces have begun to be eliminated and have been replaced by 300 and above. I have to say that everyone has been working very hard in recent days. Maybe it's because millions of people were eliminated on the 10th day, and no one wants to die in such a cowardly way. I thought I could just lie down, but who knew I would end up lying down like this, never having to move again. Here in the East Square, everyone gathered, waiting for Qin Shan to assign them tasks. In fact, there was not much to do today. Most of them were trivial matters and did not have much significance. There is no boss, no Sea King, only some ordinary resources. He has gotten used to it, day after day. There is not much to do today. Except for those who have reached the gold title level, everyone else can move freely after completing their tasks. Qin Shan said. If it were in the past, he might have to work until the evening to deal with these things, and he might not be able to finish them. But things are different now. With so many people helping him, why should he bother with these things? He can just let them do it. The most troublesome things today are pirates and lost treasure chests. These two are scattered across the sea over a wide area. It will take too much time to get them back. But he now has enough ships, 32 ships in total, and more than 1,500 people. He can easily deal with some powerful pirates. He just needs some people to help, otherwise the islanders alone cannot compete with those people. After some simple arrangements, they were allowed to disperse. Only 7 of them, including Il, were left there. They are also the 7 most powerful top fighters in Miracle Island at present and have reached the gold title. By now, the power of Miracle Island has finally taken shape, but this is not enough. He wants to make these people stronger. Gold alone is still too weak in this world. Not worth mentioning at all. The others had already started to get busy, and they were the only ones standing there looking around, not understanding why Qin Shan wanted to keep them. Congratulations! Your strength has greatly increased, and you have made it to the pillar list, Qin Shan said. The pillar list is very important for Miracle Island. There is no ranking on it, only ranking by time. Whoever breaks through first will be on the list first. As long as your name is on it, you can enjoy many benefits. For example, every time they break through, those who have ancestral veins can break through directly, while those who have bloodlines may break through directly to the next level or they may have a certain amount of progress. It has to be said that this pillar list is of great use to them, and it can save Qin Shan a lot of bloodstones. To upgrade from level 6 to level 7, 3,000 bloodline evolution stones are needed. He got so many treasure chests yesterday, but he was unable to upgrade everyone, let alone level 7 and above. The starting price is 10,000, which is really a headache. No match for the island owner. The island owner is the strongest. Everyone said. Even the ghost vine was filled with horror the moment it saw Qin Shan. Before today, it thought it could still beat Qin Shan, but now, in just one night, the aura on Qin Shan's body became unfathomable. It could not see through it, let alone guess. It broke through the first level of bloodline, which means its combat power is about 200, and 2,000 is not enough. Even if it is doubled, it is only more than 3,000. After Qin Shan doubled it, it reached more than 20,000, and he killed it instantly with ease. The effect of the supreme attribute is so powerful that it directly crushes others. Okay, let's stop talking about this nonsense. Now, I want you to awaken your attributes first. Just yesterday, I got the treasure maps of other areas. When the time comes, I will send you over to take down all the Lord's treasure chests and supreme treasure chests. Special professions and some special cores may be revealed in them, which can greatly enhance your strength. This is your opportunity. By then, you can become as strong as me. Qin Shan said. Is it the kind of core that has magical powers? So that's how it is. No wonder the island owner's strength is so unfathomable. I also want to awaken this power. They had no doubt about Qin Shan's strength, even though they had never seen him. However, the aura emanating from Qin Shan was enough to make them fearful. And now, there is such an opportunity in front of them. How can they miss it? In fact, Qin Shan didn't want them to laugh at the awakening attributes. By then, in order to wash away the awakened attributes, the items required would be too precious. But there was no other way. Without the attributes, the elemental lord could not be killed. This was a rather uncomfortable point. I'm afraid that except for Ghost Vine, everyone else would return empty-handed. Therefore, Qin Shan must awaken their attributes. Okay, go and awaken your attributes first, and don't change your job. Then come to the beach to find me, and I'll take you out for a walk. Qin Shan said. It has been more than 10 days since he came to this world. He seldom sails on the sea. At most, he went to pick up a big manta ray, and the rest were all within his own sea area. The reason he didn't leave before was because he felt that he was not strong enough and would easily encounter powerful sea beasts outside. If that happened, he would risk his life, and it would not be worth it. But now, everyone's strength has been improved, and it's different. He is more confident. In the deep sea area near him, the most powerful creatures are ghost vines. A few days ago, it might have been a catastrophic level sea beast, but now, his own strength has increased by several levels. Even if the strength of the sea beast increases rapidly, he is confident. Yes, everyone said. Then, they all walked towards the forest, and even the eel moved its huge body. It can now grow bigger or smaller. After breaking through to the gold title, it has a new characteristic called transformation, which allows it to change the size of its body. Otherwise, if it really were to walk around the Miracle Island, it would definitely leave a huge ditch behind. Chapter 145, First Meeting. After a while, check the ghost vine, Qin Shan said. It doesn't matter whether other people look at it or not. Everyone's attribute panel is similar. You only need to see what the most powerful ghost vine becomes. Name, Golden Ghost Vine. Talent, Life. Realm, 7th level of physical training. Attribute, Wood. Bloodline, 6th order Ancient Vine Bloodline. Physical body, level 6. Length, 5 to 50,000 meters. Skills, Life Drain, Savage Growth, Evil Evolution, Anti-Injury Armor, Sky-Reaching Vines, Tree World Descends, Myriad Things, Guardian of the Sacred Tree. Power, 3,740. Qin Shan was a little disappointed. It was too ordinary. He could not awaken it at all in the Temple of Elements. It was too powerful. There were only these most basic elemental attributes. However, at least it can double the combat power, and it has awakened 2 skills, which are of great use. Moreover, its attack also has wood attributes, which has a certain restraining effect on the elemental lords. It can be said that this bloodline evolution stone is very comfortable to use. The physical body, bloodline, and realm have all been upgraded by 1 level as a whole. Even that upgrade can extend to 50,000 meters. What a terrifying number. These terrifying creatures can surround Miracle Island. Fortunately, they are creatures from Miracle Island. Otherwise, anyone who faces such a huge monster would be terrified. Moreover, its basic combat power is stronger than Qin Shan's. As long as it can also awaken the supreme attribute, coupled with the combat power bonus of Qi Zhouding, it will directly break through 30,000. The higher the basic combat power, the stronger the effect of the amplification will be. Once they get the supreme attribute, their strength should be even stronger. Qin Shan murmured, with a hint of anticipation in his heart. Their increased strength would be of great help to him. After a while, they came back from the Temple of Elements. They all looked very happy, which meant they must have improved a lot. Island Master. Everyone said. Good, everyone has been improved. Now, come with me to go out to sea. Qin Shan said. The desire to fight is already boiling. He wants to go to the deep sea area and pick out those sea beasts. Finally, I can go out. Don't worry, Island Master. We will definitely cooperate with you. Everyone is eager to try, and they are very eager to go beyond the sea. It's just a little dangerous, and they almost couldn't come back last time. This time, the top combat forces of Miracle Island are all here, so what is there to be afraid of? Get on board, Qin Shan said. Originally, he wanted to take the giant manta rays with him. After all, they were going to the deep sea area. What if they could encounter lanternfish? They could also avenge the dead manta rays. But thinking that without powerful creatures guarding the water, the seabed would become extremely dangerous, he did not let them come up. The safety of the island is the top priority. Without a stable environment, they have no way to develop. But if he encounters a lanternfish, he will not let it escape. He was tricked at the beginning and let the lanternfish run away because he was not familiar with it. But now it is different. There is no instant death effect in his martial arts. Their dark curtains are meaningless. They can be directly consumed to death. There are so many powers in the world. There will always be a power that can restrain a species. It's just that it has not been discovered yet. A total of 6 people, plus 2 strange beasts, boarded the Shenzhou No. 1. This was the ship Qin Shan left for himself. Otherwise, they would have been driven away by others at this time. If they wanted to complete the task of killing the pirates, they had to rely on the power of the ship. When they were all able to float, the ships became auxiliary items, but they could not be said to be useless. Jump. After everyone went up, the eel used its ability to send them 800 miles away in an instant. It has made a breakthrough, and its ability to leap has also been enhanced to a certain extent. Sea Kings do not need to learn skills. With each breakthrough, their characteristics will be randomly improved. Of course, they can also learn skills, but they are not as powerful and convenient as characteristics. This is a completely unfamiliar sea area. The waves are rolling on the sea, and it is not as calm as the explored sea areas. Come to think of it, this is a place that no one has explored after all, so it is natural that such strange phenomena would occur. Unfortunately, this is not a deep sea area. There is only a group of small fish and shrimp swimming around, and there are not even any large sea beasts. Generally speaking, after traveling more than 500 nautical miles, you will encounter a deep sea area, which only means that there are other people's islands nearby. The deep sea area here is too strange. It is not gathered together, but scattered like islands. There are more of them than islands, and the area is larger. Morning. You are entering other people's waters. We have not yet established trade relations and have not yet shared routes. If you move forward rashly, you may be attacked. Suddenly, the island spirit gave him a hint. He didn't care about this. There could only be one person in the sea nearby, and that was Unparalleled. He also didn't expect that Eel would send him in this direction. Should I go and take a look? Qin Shan had this thought in his mind. He has not been to other people's islands yet, so he doesn't know what they look like. They probably aren't as big as Miracle Island. At this time, on Unparalleled's island, she was also terrified. Warning, someone is invading. Please defend yourself as soon as possible. A big red dot appeared on her map. Even if there was an invasion of sea beasts, there would not be such a big red dot. It occupied almost 1/10 of the map and was so bright. The bigger the red dot is, the stronger the opponent is, and she will have no chance of dealing with him. Could it be Qin Shan? Yu Paopao suddenly thought of it. The only one near him was Qin Shan. When so many bosses appeared the day before yesterday, he saw that Qin Shan was not far away from him. He just didn't expect that the other party would suddenly come to her today. She let her guard down. With such a big red dot, she wouldn't be able to stop it if the other party really wanted to attack. As everyone's strength increases, her presence has become increasingly less important. On the battle power list, her name has been pushed down to the 80s or 90s, and it won't be long before she falls out. Thinking that it might be Qin Shan, she didn't bother to pay attention to it. I can't beat him, so what else can I do? This is good enough. I'll just keep quiet and continue picking up my own treasure chest. She didn't have as many subordinates as Qin Shan, so she had to get all these things by herself, and she also had to kill the guardian beast in the sea one by one. After the basic resources were improved, she had to spend a lot of time every day dealing with the guardian beasts. It was not that she didn't want to be faster, but the guardian beast's strength was also increasing, and it was not so easy to deal with them. On the other side, Jin Yuan was at the helm, heading in one direction. Island Master, we found a cloud island 1 mile away. Should we go over there? Jin Yuan said. Qin Shan did not tell them about the existence of U-Bubble. He just asked Jin Yuan to move forward in one direction. Go ahead, Qin Shan said. It's a good opportunity to take a look at what kind of person my neighbor is. Yes, Jin Yuan said. As Shinjo #1 got closer and closer, Yupeo suddenly became nervous, and even the guardian beast stopped. The ship is too big. Do you need help? Qin Shan said. He stood at the bow, looking down at Yupeo's boat. She was fighting with a sea beast, but with Qin Shan's arrival, both sides stopped attacking. No. No need. Yupeo said fearfully. I was extremely shocked. How many resources would it take to build such a huge battleship? Luo, help this girl kill the guardian beast. Qin Shan said. Yes, Island Master. Regardless of whether Yupeo agreed or not, Luo flew into the sky and instantly landed on the sea. With two crackling sounds, the guardian beast died instantly and he returned to the boat in one go. You must be Yupeo, right? My name is Qin Shan. Qin Shan then introduced himself. It's such a shame to have sea beasts around. Yes, it's me. Yupeo said hesitantly. This person is really Qin Shan. And only Qin Shan can build such a large warship. She was shocked and still shocked. As for fear, she wasn't really that scared. There was no use in being scared. If Qin Shan wanted to kill her, he would have done it long ago. Chapter 146 Gift, Body Tempering Stone Mine. Don't be nervous, we are just passing by, Qin Shan said. It's easy to say, but Yupeo, the person involved, doesn't think so. Just ask yourself, who can stay calm in front of someone who is much stronger than himself? The key is that Qin Shan's combat power is off the charts and the combat power list cannot fully display it. Who knows, has Qin Shan continued to improve during this period of time? All of this has become a mystery. Do you mind if I visit your island? Qin Shan saw that she didn't say anything and spoke again. No. I don't mind. Yupeo said quickly. How could she dare? Qin Shan only needed to stand there to put endless pressure on her. She really didn't like this feeling, but she had no choice. Qin Shan nodded slightly, jumped off the boat, and came to Yupeo's island. This was his first time to come to someone else's island. She followed behind carefully, not daring to say anything. At the same time, she glanced at Shinjo #1. It was too high and she couldn't see what was on it, but there were definitely a lot of people. Just now, Qin Shan asked one of them to take action and easily solve the guardian beast. The key was that the other party could fly. This means that Qin Shan has subordinates who are at the 4th level of body refining, and there is a high possibility that there is more than one. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Qin Shan was simply unfathomable. She had no idea what the limits of this man were. Her island is not big, only about 2,000 square meters. Among so many survivors, she is already one of the top ones. According to normal calculations, there are about 1,000 of them now. If you want to expand the island quickly, you still need to use other means. If you rely on this speed, you may never be able to leave the magic era. After all, we are neighbors now. This is for you, said Qin Shan. He took out some martial arts, a passive skill paralysis attack, and some energy stones, spirit stones, and the like. He got a lot of good things from Yupeo, especially the treasure map, which he exchanged for just a few things. However, if it was placed in the Demon Cloud secret realm, it would be at least a bronze treasure chest. Giving her these resources is nothing. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Yupeo quickly waved her hand to refuse. These things can enhance her strength, making it easy for her to break through to the 2nd or even 3rd level of body refining. Take it. The treasure map you gave me is worth much more than this. Besides, as my neighbor, I can't let you suffer any loss, right? Qin Shan said. Recently, she really didn't get any benefits at all, and all her belongings were taken away by Qin Shan. She had originally climbed to the 2nd position, but later on, she gradually disappeared from everyone's sight because she had no resources to support her cultivation. Then I'll accept it. Yupeo said. She does need a batch of resources to practice. Now, she already felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult. If she did not improve her strength, she would most likely be killed by the sea beasts. The survivors may not make progress, but the speed of evolution of sea beasts will not stop. This is very dangerous. Anyone who wants to lie down must have strength in advance. Okay, it's time for me to go. You just go do your thing, Qin Shan said. They were just passing by and wouldn't stay long as he had his own things to deal with. Okay, thank you for your resources, said Yupeo. You're too polite. If you come across something good in the future, just think of me, Qin Shan said. He didn't expect Yupeo to get him anything good. He was just being polite. Sure, said Yupeo. Perhaps Qin Shan didn't take it to heart, but she had already remembered it. The things Qin Shan gave her today were of extremely high value and could greatly enhance her strength. Even without things like the Bloodline Evolution Stone, it didn't matter. It would be the same even if her realm was elevated. What's more, she still had 18 daily treasure chests that she hadn't opened. This is a good thing. No one can predict what can come out of it. Qin Shan turned around, boarded the boat, and left. He did it in one go without stopping here at all. He still had to go deep into the ocean to hunt sea beasts and had no time to waste here. Looking at the treasure chests in the water, Upulpil rowed the boat and picked them up one by one. Opened the red jade treasure chest and obtained the small sailboat construction plan *1, Bloodline Evolution Stone *10. When did my luck become so good? Upao stared at it all in a daze. As soon as Qin Shan left, she got 10 Bloodline Evolution Stones, which were enough for her to break through to the second-level bloodline. Now, her strength can be greatly increased again. She opened the remaining treasure chests one after another and was not disappointed, as she got some good things. Then looking at what Qin Shan gave her, well, she wanted to repay him, but the distance was still a bit far. Anyway, she already owed him, so it didn't matter if it took a little longer. Since she can't pay it back anymore, she'll just keep the debt. Qin Shan asked her to pay it back, but she didn't have any. What else can she do? Without giving it much thought, she used the Bloodline Evolution Stone while there was still time. This was the best thing that could improve her combat power at the current stage. This way, her strength would be raised to a higher level. By then, she will be able to explore farther seas. More good things can only be found in the sea. With these daily items, one can only barely survive and cannot explore further. The other side. Island Spirit, do I have a mineral vein? Qin Shan asked. He suddenly remembered that just now he had heard a reminder that the spiritual vein Gobi was stable and those rewards had been sent to him. It seemed like there was a coffin, a population refresh ticket, and a mineral vein. As for the basic resources, he hadn't counted them for a long time. Anyway, they would not be used up, so he could build as he pleased. As long as conditions permit. Yes, master. What kind of mineral vein is it? Qin Shan asked. I was in such a hurry to go out to sea just now that I forgot about this thing. Body tempering stone mine. Body tempering stone mine? What does this thing do? Each piece of body tempering stone can increase the strength of the body a little bit. Oh my god, what a huge loss. Qin Shan shouted repeatedly. If I remember correctly, that vein of minerals is still in the east square. Even if it is only of the first level, it can produce a lot of body tempering stones. He also has more than 900 spirit vein evolution stones, which can be upgraded to several levels, and the output will be even higher. Now that he has left Miracle Island, there is no one to deal with that matter, which is equivalent to wasting a day. Island Master, what's wrong? Hearing Qin Shan shout, everyone looked over, thinking something had happened. It's okay, you continue driving the boat to the deep sea area. Qin Shan said. What's the point of thinking about these things now that he's out? Besides, does he look like someone who lacks that body tempering stone? Just some sea beast will be enough to make up for it. Actually, there is nothing wrong with this. Maybe it can improve a person's strength, but it is limited after all. Once you get out, just improve your strength. You can still do it after you go back. After knowing what kind of mineral vein it was, Qin Shan became even more motivated. Bloodline evolution stone veins, body quenching stone veins, and if there was a soul stone vein, it would be perfect. But now, just think about it. It is already very difficult for him to awaken the soul attribute. What is he still thinking about those things for? It is better to let other people awaken it. But he only has 6 now. If they are one person short, it will be fine. But if they divide them up, there will always be one person who doesn't get one, which is not good. Everyone here has made a contribution, and it will be a great help to Qin Shan. Even if they don't say anything, he really can't do this. It would be understandable if there were not enough people, but now that the number of people exceeds the limit, that is not acceptable. I can only give it to them next time, or wait until there are enough soul stones to upgrade them collectively. There is no need to think so much about it. Along the way, they never encountered any trace of other people except the vast ocean. An hour later, Qin Shan and his team had traveled nearly 400 nautical miles. This was of course due to the help of the ghost vine, otherwise Shinjo would not have been able to travel so far. The sea ahead became pitch black and looked extremely terrifying. It's here, Qin Shan said excitedly. Last time, they were ambushed by a lanternfish here. Unexpectedly, they were so lucky this time and found this place again. Chapter 147 Old Place. No wonder Qin Shan was so excited. He dreamed of killing the lanternfish. Not only did it play tricks on him, but it also killed several of his companions. In the beginning, it was they who helped him develop. It can be said that without their help, Qin Shan would not have been able to develop so fast, leading by one step and every step. But since the failure here, he has not let the big manta rays go out again, for he was afraid that they would all die. Now, they have come to this place again. How can he not be excited? He remembered clearly that the sea water was this color at that time. Moreover, he seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. The sea area they occupied seemed to be really related to the survivors. This sea area was very far away from him, but now he encountered it after only traveling more than 1,000 nautical miles. Either the territory of this world has shrunk, or it has merged. Unconsciously, such a big change has taken place here. Moreover, This place is only more than 400 nautical miles away from Upopeo's island, and it is not even close to the deep sea area. This in itself is very abnormal. Is the space they live in being compressed? When facing the deep sea area, does it mean that they have to face the forces in the sea, such as the Chi Water Palace? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a terrifying net, like a huge net, covering them. The good days of everyone might be coming to an end. But what else could he do? Even if he told others, would they believe him? Therefore, when a disaster strikes, it is always a good idea to improve your own strength and take precautions before it happens. As his cultivation level improved, he felt more and more that there was a powerful force looming over his head. If he didn't get rid of the shackles, he would most likely die. This is where you guys are in danger, boss. Once I find the lanternfish, I'll bring it back to Big Manta and Second Manta, said Eel. The distance was too far at that time, and Eel couldn't help much. By the time he knew it, it was already too late. I will find it. I want the lanternfish to be extinct in this sea area, Qin Shan said. His pupils were filled with murderous intent. The first time he lost manpower was here, and he was tricked by a lanternfish. Now, their dark curtain effect is useless to me. Yes. Everyone responded immediately. They could feel how terrible the violence in Qin Shan was. Don't worry now. Wait until I catch that little thing, Qin Shan said. Originally, he thought that the distance would be far, so he did not use the chain of fate to hook the enemy to his side. But now it is different. The distance is so close, it should not be a big problem. Island Master, how do you catch this? There are no lanternfish here either? They showed suspicious looks. They had just arrived here and did not find any powerful sea beasts. There were only some first-level ones circling around. They were too lazy to pay attention to them. Moreover, Shenzhou number 1 was inlaid with a blue dragon figurehead image. Ordinary sea beasts naturally did not dare to attack them. There is no special force stirring up the storm behind the scenes. The figurehead plays a very important role. You don't have to worry about being attacked when sailing on the sea. Aren't you curious about what attribute I have awakened? Now, I will let you see it, Qin Shan said mysteriously. Everyone was shocked. They really didn't know what attribute Qin Shan had awakened. Look, what I awaken is destiny. The chain of destiny, Qin Shan said, and a long chain appeared behind him. After circling for a few weeks, it quickly dived into the depths of the sea. But they couldn't see what happened after the chain of destiny entered the sea. Qin Shan is different. The chain of destiny is like an arm driving something, without any hindrance. Moreover, it has the ability to lock, so the target is naturally the lanternfish. A few seconds later, the chain of destiny had reached the bottom of the sea 100,000 meters below. It was pitch black and the light was very poor, but this had no effect on Qin Shan. The chain of destiny continued to move forward until a row of ditches appeared. So you're hiding here? Qin Shan smiled, finally noticing the other party's existence. In this ocean ditch, tens of thousands of lanternfish appeared, flickering. In the deep sea, they were warning the enemy. They didn't become extinct. It has to be said that this group is quite powerful. He had seen several golden titles, but now was not the time to take action against them. After searching for a while, he finally found what he was looking for among this group of lanternfish. You're still sleeping here. Come here. Qin Shan directly hooked it with the chain of destiny and dragged it out forcibly. In just a few seconds, the lanternfish, which was originally sleeping soundly, was dragged to the surface of the sea and landed on the Shenzhou 1. At this time, the lanternfish clan's territory was in chaos. Oh no. The prince has been taken away by a mysterious force. Quickly report to the clan leader. Humph, no matter who it is, if he dares to take my son away, I will make him pay with his life. The whole clan will go out to find the whereabouts of the prince. Yes. They never imagined that on such a peaceful day, the prince would be locked up by a mysterious force and taken away. This made them very angry and they vowed to bring that person back. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of lanternfish began to move. The sea beasts in this deep sea area saw the entire clan of lanternfish moving, and they all hid far away, fearing that they would be in trouble. Here, lanternfish are considered to be absolutely powerful, and no other sea creature can compete with them. On deck, the lanternfish looked at its surroundings with some confusion. It remembered that it was clearly in the deep sea, so how did it end up on the sea surface? Little thing, do you still remember me? Here I come, Qin Shan said coldly. Last time, it ran away, but this time, it won't be so easy. At the same time, he was also very shocked. Last time, he was only at the 4th level of body refining and his physical body was at the 3rd level. But now, his physical body has soared to the 4th level, and his cultivation is even more exaggerated, reaching the 5th level. The growth rate is too fast. It has only been a few days. As expected, the native creatures in this world have more favorable conditions than the survivors. Breaking through is not a difficult thing for them. Even though Qin Shan asked himself that his breakthrough speed was already very fast, it now seemed that he was still too weak compared to these guys. It's you. Suddenly, the lanternfish became nervous. It remembered that just a few days ago, it had killed several of the opponent's men, but now it had fallen into the opponent's hands. Suddenly, it had an ominous premonition. What do you want? I am the prince of the lanternfish sea clan. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go. Humph, they are not qualified enough. This time, I will wipe out the lanternfish clan. Your people will suffer a devastating disaster because of you. But before that, just enjoy yourself. After saying that, Qin Shan gave the lanternfish a beating without mercy. All of a sudden, a large number of negative buffs appeared on its body, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Lock him up and take him back to Big Manta and Second Manta, Qin Shan said. Yes, Island Master. At this time, they were also deeply shocked. What kind of ability was it to drag the enemy out from the deep sea? It was too terrifying. So strong, I didn't even react. What on earth happened? Zhen Yuan was amazed afterwards. Although he prided himself on having many skills, he still didn't understand how Qin Shan did it. It should be that chain that directly locks up a specific person. This is too unlucky. He actually provoked the island owner. He deserves it. Just now I sense that it has many negative effects. Apparently, this was caused by the island owner's attack. I must go to the Demon Cloud's secret realm in 2 days. Several people were extremely shocked. This was the power of the supreme attribute. He actually awakened such a terrifying martial art and beat the enemy casually. If he was stronger, what would happen? It's really unlucky to have offended Qin Shan. I'd better keep my eyes open next time I reincarnate. Chapter 148, Driving Away Sea Beasts. Use some magic to tie it up and throw it into the cabin. With so many bad luck buffs, it can't run away even if it wants to. It has no strength left. When we get back, just leave it to the big manta ray and the second manta ray to deal with. After cleaning up, he felt much better. No matter what their identity is, once they are in his hands, they will be prisoners. Just now, through the chain of fate, he did realize that there are many powerful lanternfish in the seabed, but they are not powerful enough to scare him. As long as they dare to come, he will send them to hell. Island Master, it's been handled, Luo said. Okay, now you guys, use this place as the center and drive over the sea beasts that have reached level 5 or above, Qin Shan said. Only sea beasts above level 5 can reach a level 5 physical body, which will allow him to gain something. It is too difficult to reach a higher level now. A large number of sea beasts are needed to provide him with strength. Before, I could gain some strength by hunting those at the same level, but the upgraded Unparalleled plundering has become more demanding, requiring the opponent's physical body to reach this level as well. I really don't know how many I will have to kill in the future before I can upgrade. It's simply a bottomless pit, and I don't know when it will reach its peak. There is always a mountain higher than the one you are on, and I'm afraid there will be no end. As long as there is a way to go, he will not stop. He strives so hard just to fight for it. As for leveling up, the deep sea area is naturally a good choice. Sooner or later, they will encounter them, so don't blame him for being cruel. Eradicating some of the sea beasts first can also relieve the pressure. Moreover, physical breakthrough is more difficult than realm breakthrough. Every time the physical body is improved, the power it brings increases exponentially. Yes, everyone immediately understood what Qin Shan meant and knew that he was going to make a big move. They immediately flew into the air and escaped far across the ocean, while the eel and the ghost vine dived into the water, as if they wanted to muddy the water and force the powerful sea beast out of the water. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to do it without entering the sea, and these sea beasts are not stupid. The figurehead must be taken down, otherwise they won't come over. This time, I must break through to the 6th level, Qin Shan said. A gleam of brilliance burst out from his pupils. Originally, the body and soul were relatively difficult to cultivate, but because he obtained the Unparalleled plunder, his cultivation level improved faster than before. Bloodline can only rely on Bloodline Evolution Stone, but there is no way to improve the soul now. No matter whether it is human or sea beast, their souls are too low level to meet the standards at all, so there is no way to improve them. This is a rather troublesome problem. But now, he has not reached the 9th level yet. Don't be anxious, there will always be a chance. He did what he said. He walked to the bow and took down the figurehead of the Azure Dragon. This thing would be useless if it was not embedded in the bow. Without it, Shinjo number 1 would not be so effective in repelling those sea beasts. It was even possible that they would come over on their own when they sensed the presence of the ship. After that, it was a long waiting time. Whenever they brought the sea beast over, he would take action. The strength of several people was already very powerful. Even if a 6th level sea beast wanted to stop them, it would be difficult. What's more, there was the ghost vine to support them. With its strength, no sea beast in this deep sea could match it. The few people went separately and flew about 50 nautical miles. They all chose to stop at the same time and started to attack the water surface. The powerful magic made the deep sea turbulent, with huge waves. Sea beasts were constantly attacked, and the blood dyed the sea red. These are not within their consideration. In this world, either the other party dies or they die. One day, these sea beasts will attack their island, and then they will be the ones to die. You must never be kind to sea beasts, even if they have good-looking appearance. The better looking they are, the more dangerous they are. Stingrays look good, but when they become ferocious, only people who have seen them can feel the terror. That is true destruction of the world. When it gets violent, it dares to attack anything. So don't ever think that something that looks harmless may be the most deadly. Underwater, the ghost vines and eels made a huge noise. With their terrifying power, wherever they went, they immediately disturbed the sea beasts, making them run away in fear, fearing that if they ran slower, they would be killed. On the seabed, a strange phenomenon formed. A huge monster is chasing tens of thousands of sea beasts, but it doesn't kill them. It seems like it's just teasing them. It's a pity that no one saw this spectacular scene, so they could only enjoy it by themselves. There are many powerful ones among these sea beasts, but they are helpless when facing a terrifying creature like the ghost vine. If they don't run away, they will die. As time goes by, this sea area has become restless. Sea beasts can be seen everywhere on the sea. Each one is huge in size and possesses terrifying power. If a sea beast of this level could leave the deep sea and reach the survivors' sea area, it would definitely be a devastating disaster. It could easily destroy Cloud Island, and the survivors wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, this is the deep sea, and they won't easily confront the survivors. I'm afraid many people don't even have the concept of the existence of the deep sea. After all, this kind of thing is too far away from them and not so easy to see. However, with the current speed at which the map is expanding, it is necessary to remind some people that if they include the deep sea into their territory, they will die without knowing how. A deep sea has appeared in the Qin Shan Sea area. It is the sea area where the ghost vine was before. It poses no threat to him, and he does not need to worry about it. If anything happens, the ghost vine will be there to protect him. Besides, it is only the initial gathering and powerful sea beasts are rare. And with the relationship with the ghost vine, maybe it would be possible to make them members of Miracle Island and guard them under the sea. It would be a bit lonely with only 2 or 3 pets guarding there. Moreover, if there were too many sea beasts coming and they were too powerful, they would not be able to stop them. Above the sea, the wind is rising and the clouds are surging. A large number of sea beasts have appeared next to Shinjo number 1, but they are not very strong, only at level 1 or 2. Luo and his men have already started to make a noise, and it won't be long before a large number of sea beasts will appear here. By then, he can kill them, gain a lot of physical strength, and break through the shackles. The purpose of coming out today is to make a breakthrough. You don't need to care about anything else. At this time, deep under the sea. Chief, there are people stirring up trouble on the sea. They are driving away sea beasts. I don't know what they want to do. I suspect that the prince was captured by them, said a lanternfish general. Send someone to follow them. No matter what the situation is, those humans must be driven away. If they are the ones who kidnapped my son, there is no need to keep them. The lanternfish king said angrily. I only have this one son, and he was kidnapped by someone. I feel so upset. Yes, my king. A large number of powerful lanternfish sea creatures came out. They headed straight to the sea surface and followed behind those restless sea beasts. No matter what the other party's purpose is, they are not allowed to cause trouble in the territory of the lanternfish sea clan. Whoever moves will die. They are indeed heading for that ship. What do they want to do? General Lanternfish said puzzledly. But he couldn't figure out what was going on now, so he could only follow. Another half an hour passed, and there were more and more sea beasts cruising near Shinjo number 1, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. Qin Shan was still a little disappointed. Among tens of thousands of sea beasts, only less than 100 met the requirement. There was no point in killing the others. It wouldn't increase his strength, which made him speechless. Could it be that in such a vast sea area, there weren't even 800 5th-level physical level sea beasts? Finally, he thought of the Lanternfish clan. Perhaps only this clan could help him improve his strength. Island Master, the sea beasts within 50 miles have been driven here. Just at this moment, many people appeared in front of him. The 5 of them were heading in different directions, and their driving range was extremely wide. Perhaps they did not cover the entire deep sea area, but it was probably more than half of it. Chapter 149, Suppression and Recruitment. Qin Shan nodded slightly. 50 nautical miles was far enough, but it was only this far, which really disappointed him. It seemed that once a particularly powerful group of sea beasts appeared in the deep sea, it would be too difficult for other sea beasts to survive. It could be said that there was basically no possibility. There were only a little over 100 sea beasts that met his requirements, and this number was indeed too small. But there were so many lanternfish that he could feel how powerful the lanternfish population was just by taking a glance. He wondered how many powerful masters were lurking among them. Not long after, Eel and Ghostvine also came back. The situation did not improve much because of this. It seems that we can only attack the Lanternfish Sea clan. We can recruit some of these sea beasts. Qin Shan said. It doesn't matter whether you kill them or not. It's better to catch them and let them do hard labor for you. If they don't want it, just kill them. It's not a waste of time anyway. Boss, you have to recruit them, said Eel. Yes, I'll add some brothers for you. The seabed is too dangerous. What do you think? Do you like it? Qin Shan said. If it weren't for the Chiyu Water Palace, he would not have thought of building his own sailors so quickly. He might have thought of other ways to improve his strength, but now, the most important thing is the issue of sailors. After all, they were in the boundless abyss of the sea, which contained too many mysteries. As for land, he had never encountered it before. If there was any, he didn't know how huge it would be. What was his little miracle island? Therefore, the most urgent task is to deal with those guys in the water and not give them the chance to get close to us. Thank you, boss, Eel said excitedly. It was a bit boring for the three of them to stay underwater. If other sea beasts came and were under their command, it would be more lively and not so desolate and lonely. Okay, I'll control them later, and you go and pick out the suitable ones. Keep the unsuitable ones and let them go. Our target is the lanternfish, Qin Shan said. Good. Shinjo number 1 still has a lot of space and can take away many sea beasts. If stacked together, it can take away at least tens of thousands of them. But not all sea beasts will grow rapidly after their bloodlines advance. They will still remain at the previous stage, or grow very little, but their strength has indeed increased. If he could bring back a large number of sea beasts, his sailors would be able to take shape. At that time, he would have to make weapons and armor for them. It was a headache just thinking about it. If they were not sea beasts of the same type, these things could not be produced in batches. By then, Ganjiang and the others will be busy. Fortunately, the blacksmith shop has recruited a large number of apprentices. In addition to training time, they will also study how to increase production and the level of weapons. Luo, suppress them, the 5 of you. Block them on all sides and don't let them run away, Qin Shan said. He was afraid that after he used martial arts, these sea beasts would be scared and run away in all directions. At that time, the situation would be difficult to control, and that was not what he wanted to see. Clear. The 5 people immediately flew in 5 directions to prevent these sea beasts from escaping suddenly. Ghostvine, go underwater and stop them from running downwards. The Ghostvine jumped directly into the water with a splash, stretching out its huge body. With it, it won't work underwater. Now, it's my turn, Emperor Command. In an instant, a large number of elemental warriors emerged from the sea. Most of them were of water attribute, with only a few scattered of wind attribute. The other elements were basically not enough to condense elemental warriors. In just a short while, more than 500 elemental warriors appeared. Their combat effectiveness was extremely strong. Basically, they could reach the 5th level of body refining and inherited the characteristics of elemental creatures. It is a kind of creature that is more difficult to deal with. Go! Qin Shan pointed his finger, and the elemental creatures scattered and landed steadily above the sea beast. The sudden powerful force made the sea beast panic and want to escape from here. But they suddenly discovered that there were many powerful humans around them blocking their way. Even underwater, they were blocked by a strange plant. As soon as they approached, they were pulled back, their heads buzzing. Quiet. Qin Shan flew into the air and looked down at them. With just one sentence, the originally restless scene became quiet. With such a big scene, it was impossible to escape. The most important thing is that they can understand what Qin Shan said. Today, I was going to kill you, but now I'm giving you a chance to be loyal to me and obey my orders, Qin Shan said. Sir, we didn't do anything. Blah blah. For a moment, these sea beasts howled one after another. They were stubborn, but that didn't mean they were not afraid of death, especially when they were facing many stronger opponents than themselves. Quiet. Don't you understand? I said, just do it. I don't want to repeat it again, Qin Shan said with a cold face. All of a sudden, the sea beasts dared not move. This momentum scared them. They thought that this man was someone they could never defeat. If they continued to quarrel, they would die. Wait, I'll send someone to pick them up. Those who are picked must stay and be loyal to me. Eel. Boss, I'm here. He came to Qin Shan's side in a flash. This is Eel. Whoever it chooses will be the warrior of my miracle island. From now on, it will be your leader. If anyone dares to disobey, I don't mind taking off its head, Qin Shan said. We must suppress them with absolute force. Perhaps they were forced now, but what about in the future? When they arrived at Miracle Island, they would understand how lucky their choice was. They didn't dare to speak, just looked at the eels. This guy is so big, will he be my boss in the future? I don't know whether I should be excited or cry. But they didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing Qin Shan and angering him, and they would die here. Iman, Go and choose quickly. This is your little brother. You must take it seriously. Qin Shan said. Boss, I know, said Eel. Then, it landed on the sea and headed straight for those powerful sea beasts with titles. It was definitely going to take them in. Now that they were here, they wanted to leave so easily? That was obviously impossible. It wanted to keep them and protect Miracle Island with it. If they only have titles, their number will definitely not be large, only a few hundred, and we can only choose a few whose strength is closer to bronze. It was over when it had selected about 10,000. Boss, these are all I need, said Eel. Although we can't see its expression, its tone shows that it is very excited and happy. Obviously, this harvest has been of great help to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Okay, those chosen by the eels can stay, and the other sea beasts can leave, Qin Shan said. This is not letting the tigers go back to the mountains and endangering themselves. If they want to attack, they can do whatever they want. Moreover, if he kills all the sea beasts here, who will provide him with a steady supply of troops in the future? When the sea area expands, these sea beasts are upgraded, and some of them die. There will always be a need for expansion. This is to leave a way out for himself. Thank you for your kindness, sir. They all ran away quickly. They didn't want to stay here any longer. The pressure Qin Shan put on them was too terrifying. The power of one person was so strong that he could suppress himself with just a wave of his hand. This is just suppression. We are afraid that they will move around, so we let other people block the surroundings. If it was a massacre, all it would take would be a long river of fate to wipe them out. The sea beasts that were left behind were all feeling miserable. Now, even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Qin Shan was too terrifying. They didn't even dare to have such thoughts. I don't need a contract to bind you. As long as you do your job well, I won't treat you unfairly. Even if I have to upgrade your bloodline to a higher level, that's not impossible, Qin Shan said. My lord, is what you said true? Chapter 150, First Battle. Why should I lie to you? As long as you follow me sincerely, the benefits you get will far exceed your imagination, Qin Shan said. This is true. Even if there will be some casualties, those who can survive are the elites and are worthy of training. If so, I am willing to follow you, sir, and die for you. Me too. Qin Shan didn't even contract them, which gave them absolute freedom, but wasn't this also a sign of Qin Shan's confidence in his own strength? He could ignore their existence. Just based on this, they have surpassed them by far, and there is no need to falsify such things. Perhaps as Qin Shan said, they can still be improved. There will be a battle later to test your strength. You don't need to challenge a powerful opponent, just clean out some small fish, Qin Shan said. What he was talking about was, of course, the lanternfish population. After he discovered the situation underwater, he made up his mind to destroy the lanternfish population. It is also to provide himself with enough energy to advance to the 6th level of physical body and become stronger. However, there are many strong lanternfish, and he is afraid that some of them will escape during the battle, so he needs them to stop them. Tens of thousands of lanternfish can still live in a water depth of 100,000 meters, and their strength is not weak. Even if he has the River of Destiny, he may not be able to control them all. Yes, they were extremely happy because they didn't need to deal with those powerful ones. In other words, they wouldn't encounter too much danger. This was enough, and they could still show off. Okay, go report to your leader, Qin Shan said. After all, the eel is their leader, and the big manta ray and the second manta ray are the key characters that make up the sailors. After we go back, we must go and learn from you on how to deploy troops and how to train sailors. With just the 3 of them, they know nothing. Even if the sailor unit is established, it will not have much combat effectiveness and cannot be compared with the Chi Water Palace. The sea beasts rushed to look at the eel. Qin Shan and his men retreated back to the boat and waited for Eel to complete the recruitment of the sea beast. In fact, it's nothing, just a few words. As for division of labor, choreography, and so on, it doesn't understand these. It only knows how to fight the enemy. Therefore, there are many things that need to be learned. There's no rush, just take your time. At this time, as many sea beasts dispersed, some members of the Lanternfish Sea Clan finally showed fear in their eyes. Just now, they saw a horrifying scene. That human being actually suppressed hundreds of thousands of sea beasts by himself. Even their king couldn't do it. The gap was too big. Originally, they wanted to check who was driving these sea beasts away and what the purpose was. But now, they were actually a little scared and wondered why they came to this place. The other party actually recruited so many powerful sea beasts. What was he planning to do? And could the other party be the one who captured the prince? If so, could the Lanternfish Sea tribe stop them? Questions flashed through their minds one after another. Having been able to practice till now, they can think about many things and are not stupid. Go back and report to the king that the people who came here are too terrifying, said a young general. This one move alone made them extremely scared. They could not resist it on their own, so they could only let the king decide. The rest was left to fate. No one could do anything about it. They even had to be thankful that they did not get too close. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate now, if that person's purpose was to recruit the sea beasts. A school of lanternfish quickly left and swam towards the seabed. They didn't dare to stay in this place any longer. It was too dangerous. If they were discovered, they would lose their freedom. However, they probably don't know that if they really show up there, they will have no chance, and the only fate of being recruited is death. Island Master, they have left, said Ghostvine. It's right in the water. How could it not see the lanternfish? It just doesn't want to pay attention to it. What's more, they are enemies, so it's already very good if it can let them go back and inform them. What is important is to wait for the other side to gather together. Otherwise, when they go over, they will only catch 2 or 3 kittens while the others run away, which would be meaningless. The sea is so vast, he can run in all directions. How can you chase him? Follow them. When you get to the lanternfish territory, don't act rashly. But if they want to run away, just trap them and wait for me to come over, Qin Shan said. Let the Ghostvine go first. With its strength, the entire lanternfish clan will not be its opponent, but there is a high possibility that they can break free. They are not all useless and still have some strength. As for the lanternfish that have reached a higher level, he can deal with them personally, as he needs energy to improve his physical body. Yes. After saying this, Gui Tung curled up into a ball and followed the lanternfish. Who could have thought that the Ghostvine could shrink to this size? It is no longer the huge monster that held up half the sky. The lanternfish, which were only focused on getting on with their journey, had no mood to consider what was tracking them. They just kept running, wanting to pass the news to the tribe as quickly as possible. This was so important that there was no room for hesitation. Otherwise, if they confronted the human, they might be destroyed. In this sea area, they have almost no rivals and can dominate the area, and all the sea beasts have to submit to them. But now, with the appearance of the human Qin Shan, things are different. In such a short period of time, so many sea beasts were tamed, and it seems that it won't take long to solve the problem of those sea beasts. This is the deterrent power brought by strength. No one dares to doubt that a strong person will definitely do what he says. Why do I feel like something is following us? You're overthinking it. Let's go quickly. The sooner we go back, the more peace of mind we can have. I hope they didn't capture the prince. They are worried and do not want the two sides to mate. In the distance, they caught a glimpse of a terrifying scene. There was a powerful plant in the sea that could instantly spread out and turn into a huge net. On the sea, Qin Shan could instantly summon powerful elemental creatures with great strength, which directly suppressed hundreds of thousands of sea beasts. This one skill is what they look up to throughout their lives. As they talked, they sped up, not caring if there were any pursuers behind them. The light at the bottom of the sea is very poor. They have light so they can see a little, but some sea beasts just move by feeling. If you want to see under the sea, you must at least have some special talents or be strong enough. Behind them, the Ghostvine followed slowly, and this group of small shrimps had no way to get rid of it. Maritime. Il has almost dealt with it. It's just a simple self-introduction, that's all. After you go back, you will learn from Yun for a while how to deploy troops, how to train sailors, and how to control a huge sailor system. It won't work if you are the only commander, Qin Shan said. Now, Il is just being forced to do something he knows nothing about. Don't worry, boss. I will learn well from Yun, said Il. It also felt a little ashamed that it had such poor control over the situation. Tell me about their numbers and strength, Qin Shan said. He only needs to scan the island's spirit once to get accurate data, but he wants to know how the eels are doing. It is impossible that he will need to do statistics on such things in the future. Boss, this time we recruited a total of 10,500 sea beasts, of which 234 were at the 5th level of body refining. Only 102 were at the gold level. 578 were at the 4th level of body refining. Only 254 were at the silver level. 2,147 were at the 3rd level of body refining. Only 1,549 were at the bronze level, and the rest were without titles or below the 3rd level of body refining. Qin Shan nodded with satisfaction. Although the eel didn't understand anything, it could do statistics. Almost done. Now, take your team to the bottom of the sea. This is the sailors' first battle. I don't need them to exert much combat power. Just trap the enemy. Yes. Chapter 151 Destiny Judgment. Qin Shan was ecstatic after recruiting more than 100 gold-level sea beasts at once. Beasts of this level could help him do many things. Even if you just guard one side, there won't be any big problems. Now, everything is blamed on Eel's subordinates, and it will have a lot more to worry about in the future. Moreover, strength is also a fatal flaw. Among them, there are many sea beasts whose strength is not much weaker than its own. It is possible that they will be caught up. By then, it may not be able to order others around. Therefore, being a commander is a very difficult thing, unless you really have the real talent, otherwise you are just a waste. Il is just forced to do something without learning any real knowledge at all. It would be too difficult for more than 10,000 sea beasts to reach Shinjo number 1, and their speed is not bad, so they can just follow the ship all the way to the sky above the lanternfish's nest. This place is not unfamiliar to the sea beasts living in this sea area. It is the direct territory of the lanternfish. If you have nothing to do, it is best not to come to this place, lest you encounter it and get a good lesson. But now, they don't have to worry about this, because the purpose of their coming this time is to destroy the lanternfish sea clan. Although they don't quite understand why this human being wants to do this, it doesn't seem to be of any benefit to everyone, and it will also cost a lot of energy. You stays and guards the boat, and the others go down, Qin Shan said. Everyone jumped into the water immediately, and the sea beast followed closely behind, quickly rushing underwater. You smiled bitterly. Why was he left alone to guard the ship? He also wanted to go down, but Qin Shan's order was an iron rule that could not be refuted. The main reason is that the wind and waves here are too strong. After they come out, they don't know where their ship was blown to. There are also sea beasts that may attack, so they left him here to guard. As long as you are near the lanternfish sea clan, no sea beast will dare to come here. You can hang up the figurehead and you will be safe. The most important thing is to prevent the ship from drifting away, otherwise the return journey will be a huge problem. Even if there is a terrifying creature like the ghost vine, which can travel at a speed of 100 nautical miles per second, how many people can it take away at a time? He asked the ghost vine. That speed consumed a lot of physical strength. The last time, it used the towering vine to push Arc 1 forward because it was in a hurry. After that, it basically did not use this method. Its speed was extremely fast, not inferior to the eel's jump, and the place it was going to was not far, so it naturally did not need to use this method. At its maximum limit, it can continue to advance for 1 hour, which is 360,000 nautical miles. I really don't know what kind of magical species exists under this sea. They're obviously extremely powerful, and yet they have such speed. They're the most terrifying creature on Miracle Island. This is the first time we are heading towards the seabed. Soon, they reached a place of 50,000 meters. It was pitch black all around, the sea water was very cold, and the pressure on their bodies became extremely terrifying. Except for the sea beasts that had already adapted to this place, other people who wanted to enter here would have very high requirements on physical strength. If this were placed on the blue planet, it would be able to crash into 5 Mount Everests. The seabed is really deep, but that's only half of it. It's still early to reach the destination. At this time, the ghost vine had followed the lanternfish back to their tribe. It immediately turned into a solid tree world, trapping the enemy firmly. What the hell is this thing? Why is it here? The lanternfish king roared angrily. Just now, the spies it sent out came back. It also brought a shocking news that someone on the sea was recruiting sea beasts with absolutely powerful strength. This made it feel a sense of crisis, and it immediately prepared to take people out to fight with that human. However, when they were about to set off, they found that there was a huge object above their heads, blocking their way, which made them furious. King, it's that human subordinate. He has a vine subordinate who can cover a very large area, and his strength is not inferior to that of a general. Humph, I don't care who it is. Now, everyone, attack immediately and chop these things off for me. With the strength of the ghost vine, it is obviously not enough to suppress a weak one. There are many more strong people here than in its sea area. Even if it breaks through, it will not be able to stop these sea beasts. A large number of lanternfish warriors picked up their weapons and attacked its vines. Although the vines could grow back, it was very uncomfortable to have them cut off. So it retracted the vines. The island owners should be here soon, and judging from the way they look, they won't run away, Gui Tung thought. Since it won't run, there is no need to stop the other party from doing anything. There will be a fight sooner or later. Humph, you're smart. Seeing the ghost vine retract its vines, the lanternfish king spoke. This is the communication between sea beasts, and it makes different sounds. Gui Ting didn't bother to pay attention to this. He just watched from the side and reported his location to Qin Shan at any time. At this moment, Qin Shan and his team were moving faster and faster, and soon they were approaching that place. Some sea beasts are no longer able to go on. Descending to about 70,000 meters is already their limit. If they continue to go deeper, they will only die. We'll stay here and wait for the enemy to arrive. If anyone has the ability to illuminate the place, please illuminate it. It's too dark here, Qin Shan said. Originally, a dark deep-sea area suddenly lit up. Some sea beasts had their own luminous bodies, while others had special means so that they would not become completely blind and unable to see anything in such a dark environment. It's bright now, so we can see clearly when the enemy arrives. Just now, Qin Shan touched the vines of the ghost vine and was able to have a brief communication with it. It must be said that this ultra-long-distance vine still has many uses. Knowing that the lanternfish would come, it stopped and waited for the enemy. It's just a lanternfish. There's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he asked Gui Tang to retreat first. Besides, he had the other party's son in his hand, so he didn't believe that the other party would not come. He was not disappointed. A few minutes later, a large number of lanternfish appeared in front of him, and the ghost vine also returned to his side. The Lanternfish King? Interesting, Qin Shan said. Humph, human, since you can communicate with me, if you know what's good for you, release these sea beasts. Also, did you capture my son? Hand him over immediately, and I will spare your life, said the Lanternfish King angrily. Qin Shan's appearance surprised them. It was unexpected that this human could communicate with them without any obstacles. But what did it matter? Qin Shan should not stir up trouble in his own territory. Otherwise, no one could save him. Just you? Stop joking, take action, and don't let them run away, Qin Shan said. I'm too lazy to engage in verbal battle with the other party. Why not just take direct action? The sea beasts, who were already eager to try, rushed over in an instant. This was a chance to beat up the Lanternfish Sea Clan. With the support of a strong man, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, they were now sailors of Miracle Island and should fight for Miracle Island. Damn it, let me meet you. The Lanternfish King rushed over. Qin Shan's direct attack really caught it off guard, but that wasn't enough to scare it. The Emperor rules. In an instant, a large number of elemental warriors appeared and guarded Qin Shan. Destiny decides. You knocked your opponent's weapon away. Where is my weapon? The Lanternfish King who rushed over was a little confused. The weapon was clearly in his hand, but when he rushed towards the human, it suddenly disappeared. It was extremely strange. This luck is too good. Qin Shan was slightly stunned. With a casual attack, he directly knocked down the opponent's weapon. Without the weapon, the strength of the Lanternfish King was weakened by at least 30. Humph, even without weapons you were no match for me. It did not give up. As for the elemental warriors around Qin Shan, they were completely ignored by it. How strong could some summoned things be? Chapter 152 Easy to Win. He wanted to use his physical advantage to suppress Qin Shan by force, but didn't he underestimate Qin Shan? Under the effect of the supreme attribute, his strength increased tenfold. This Lanternfish King has a combat power of, at most, 3,000 to 4,000, and yet he dares to laugh and joke with him here. The huge fish tail swept towards Qin Shan, as if it wanted to kill him. Elemental warriors, attack, fate decides. Qin Shan gave orders calmly. In his eyes, this Lanternfish King was only a little more difficult than other sea beasts, but it posed no threat to him. You interrupted your opponent's attack. The Lanternfish King was stunned. His unstoppable offensive was forcibly interrupted. He stayed where he was, feeling a little overwhelmed. If you want to fight against fate, you must at least possess supreme attributes and have combat power of the same level. Otherwise, you will be restrained and all your powerful abilities will be sealed before you can even use them. It looked at Qin Shan in disbelief. This person must have a huge secret, otherwise, he wouldn't be making himself so uncomfortable. He feels so powerful but has no place to use it. It's really frustrating. The elemental warriors have surrounded it. The strength of these warriors is not bad, enough to give it a hard time. Almost in the blink of an eye, it suffered a lot of attacks and was extremely angry, but it had no way out. Horrible color. The Lanternfish King was furious. A roar dispersed the surrounding elemental warriors. As soon as they came into contact, it discovered how difficult Qin Shan was to deal with. Without some skills, how could it dare to come to the deep sea? Looking at the side, his own people were killed in pieces. They were no match for those people at all. The gap was too big, especially those humans, who had combat power comparable to his own, and there were tens of thousands of powerful sea beasts surrounding them. Soon they were almost all dead. Only the most elite ones were left, and they were surrounded but not killed. It really doesn't understand why Qin Shan and the others did this. Destiny decides. You interrupted the horror. A trace of fear finally rose in the heart of the Lanternfish King. No matter what moves he used, he would be interrupted by the opponent. If this continued, he would die here. This made it feel powerless. Perhaps we shouldn't have come out today. A group of evil spirits have come here, and they are too powerful. If you have the guts, fight me fairly, it roared. It had been treated like a monkey, and it was furious and filled with fear. How could such a terrible human being appear? What happened in this sea area that it didn't know about? Okay, come on, Qin Shan said, taking out his sword. You're dead, powerful whirlpool. The Lanternfish King was overjoyed. Seeing Qin Shan put away that terrifying martial arts, it felt that this was its chance, a chance to kill Qin Shan. It never wanted to be ravaged like this again. As he spoke, he quickly rushed towards Qin Shan, wanting to take Qin Shan down in one fell swoop, so that the Lanternfish clan would be saved. Luo and his friends were very disdainful of this. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Qin Shan, let alone a Lanternfish King who was similar to them. He was not killed instantly, but Qin Shan wanted to establish his authority. And the purpose was achieved. Those newly recruited sea beasts saw that even a powerful king lanternfish could only be played around by Qin Shan. Only they themselves knew how shocked they were. Shocking sword chi. Qin Shan swung his sword lightly and confronted it head-on. In an instant, the lanternfish king rushed to Qin Shan, but there was an aura of death on its body. He rushed too fast and was hit by the Jinghong sword energy. It went straight behind Qin Shan and its body was quickly torn into two. He used this to kill the Dragon Knight, let alone the Lanternfish King, who was far inferior to the Dragon Knight. If he had not used various means to kill the Dragon Knight, he would not be as powerful as he is now. The king is dead? The surviving Lanternfish sea creatures all looked stunned. In their hearts, the king is absolutely invincible. Any enemy that threatens their tribe will be killed. However, Qin Shan killed the king with ease. The shock in my heart was like thunder in the sky. Some people find it hard to accept this horrible fact. It is so shocking. With just one sword, he easily defeated Wang. How strong is Qin Shan? For a moment, I forgot to resist, and I was unable to resist. How could these remaining defeated soldiers be Qin Shan's opponents? I wanted to escape, but I couldn't. This was an absolute deterrent. Those sea beasts that were recruited were not much better. Although they were recruited, their understanding of Qin Shan's strength was limited to his previous methods, and there was no reference. But it was clear that the Lanternfish King was killed instantly. Qin Shan's strength is only beyond their imagination. From now on, they just need to do their job honestly and never think about resisting. Otherwise, the same fate may be waiting for them. Human, we surrender and are willing to serve you. You killed our king, so you are our new king. They spoke one after another because they knew that Qin Shan could understand their words, and as long as they survived, everything was possible. Don't leave any of the lanternfish alive, Qin Shan said coldly. This was a decision he had made long ago, so how could he change it so easily? Who told the other party to kill his partner? Or what they look like, so don't blame it. It was brutal. Why? You've already won. No, you can't do that. They said in horror that Qin Shan's strength was obvious to all. The other party could easily crush them with just a flick of his finger. They were no match at all. Why, even though he had surrendered, was Qin Shan still unwilling to let him go? My heart is filled with despair. If you want to blame someone, blame your prince. You killed my people and you will be buried with it. This is the long river of fate, Qin Shan said. Regardless of whether they resisted or not. Attack directly and capture them? Miracle Island does not need prisoners. There are too many uncertain factors. For his own safety, he must kill them. Moreover, he needs to borrow the power of these lanternfish to break through the 6th level of physical body. The lanternfish, which were already frightened, did not resist at all. Most of them were killed instantly. Only a small part was still struggling to hold on. But what's the point? In less than 20 seconds, they all disappeared. Not even the corpses were left, but a lot of spirit crystals were left behind. If you reach the silver title or above, you will have it. Master, congratulations on breaking through the 6th level of the physical body. As expected of the ruler of a deep-sea area, there are more than 800 warriors with 5th level physical bodies or above. Qin Shan felt the power in his body, which was much stronger than when he was at the 5th level. Even though it only increased by 1 level, it is still 100 points of combat power. But in terms of physical body alone, 10 5th level ones might not be able to beat 1 6th level one. The gap between the two is a world of difference. Island Master, we have harvested a total of 805 spirit crystals, Luo said. He has already collected the spirit crystals. This kind of thing is quite valuable. He can exchange them for some items from Wanjing. This is the thing. It seems to be of a low grade, similar to those fragments. That's about 1 to 1. More than 800? That's not bad. Before summoning Wanjing, the more the better, Qin Shan said. They put the spirit crystal away without hesitation. It contained powerful strength, but with their level of cultivation, they could not absorb it at all. It was like a useless thing. Moreover, the energy in the spirit crystal was extremely violent, much more violent than spirit stone. If they were not careful, it might blow up the house. Maybe it had other uses, but they could not develop them with the items they had at the current stage. It never goes wrong to always have some on hand. Island owner. Okay, today's goal has been achieved. Let's prepare to return, Qin Shan said. He hadn't expected that this trip would be so smooth. Not only did he break through his physical realm, but he also captured his enemy. Nothing could be more satisfying than this. After returning, he could give Big Manta and 2 Manta a surprise. Yes. Many sea beast sailors followed behind in fear. They were really afraid of Qin Shan. He killed so many powerful sea beasts without a single word. They were afraid that they were just ordinary people in his eyes. Before, when we were at sea, he could have easily killed himself, but he saved his life because he thought he could be of some use. On the way back, they encountered no resistance and soon reached the sea. He was frowning and standing beside the ship. He also wanted to go into the seabed to fight, but Qin Shan ordered him to stay there. Just as he was thinking about whether he should sneak in, the sea surface shook and Qin Shan and others appeared in front of him. Island Master, are you done now? You said in surprise. It's been less than an hour. How come he came out? The opponent is too weak, so I came out, Qin Shan said. This made the sea beasts that followed behind feel nervous. It was not because the opponents were too weak, but because the island owner was too powerful. He could kill an entire tribe in seconds by himself. Only stronger ones could compete with him. So that's how it is. It's a good thing I didn't go with them, otherwise I would be disappointed. You said. Okay, now let's go back to Miracle Island first. Eel and Ghostvine, it's up to you two, Qin Shan said. Yes. All sea beasts aboard, those that can change their size, shrink as quickly as possible. Many sea beasts boarded the Shinjo #1 in an orderly manner and lived close to each other. There was no other way, as the space was so small and they had to fit them all in, they had to squeeze together. Chapter 153 Arrangement. After all the sea beasts boarded the ship, Eel was the first to use teleportation and moved 800 nautical miles directly towards the Miracle Island. The straight-line distance between here and Miracle Island is only about 1,200 nautical miles, and now 2/3 of the distance has been covered. The rest is left to the Ghostvine. There is no need for it to use that extreme speed. Just go back quickly. But it also pushed Shinjo 1 forward at a speed of 50 nautical miles. It only took less than 20 seconds to return to Miracle Island from 1,000 nautical miles away. This speed is too fast. This is also because there are 2 terrible guys in his camp. Otherwise, with such a long distance and the speed of a large warship, it would take nearly 10 hours to return, and along the way, it would also be necessary to ensure that there is no danger. Therefore, it is not an easy thing to sail on the sea. There are too many unknowns. I don't know how many people have been buried in the sea. They are eager to go to other people's islands and plunder. People like the Great Wizard almost died at sea. Not to mention other people, unless they are extremely lucky. Otherwise, they should just develop honestly on their own islands and not think about using ships to test the power of the sea. The consequences are something they cannot bear. Even if it was Qin Shan, without the eels and Ghostvines, he would not leave his own sea area to do anything. Not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but he might also encounter a terrible disaster. Who can guarantee that there are only 1 or 2 deep-sea areas nearby? The area where the Ghostvine is located has already bordered his sea area, and many powerful sea beasts have appeared there. However, as his strength grew, it could no longer be considered a deep-sea area. Island owner. Where did you get so many sea beasts, Island Master? As soon as Qin Shan and his companions came back, they were surrounded by a crowd of people. The noise here was really too loud. After going back and forth, it was already noon. All the things refreshed today have been taken to the island. Some people have just returned and have not left. These are our sailors from Miracle Island. They will be responsible for guarding the safety of the seabed in the future, Qin Shan said. Eel, take them down and let the big and 2 rays come up. Okay, boss, said the eel. Then he ordered them to follow him into the seabed. TSK with so many powerful sea beasts. I'm afraid only our Miracle Island has such strength. Island owner, tell me the truth. Did you go to rob the deep sea area? Island Master. Are you guys free from work? Do you want me to find something for you to do? Qin Shan said. Hey, no need. I have something else to do. I'll be leaving now. I'm going to feed the pigs. I remembered that the spiritual field has not been taken care of yet. Come back. I haven't finished explaining yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Shan said, calling them back. Island owner. It was much quieter this time. What I want to tell you is that a powerful force has appeared underwater. Its strength is far superior to ours. I need you. Everyone should become strong as soon as possible. Don't be lazy, Qin Shan said. There is a powerful force underwater? Could it be the power of the indigenous world? There is no doubt that they are the forces of the local world. They are much stronger than us. Therefore, during this period of time, you must pay attention to the seabed. You can't just let the eels guard it. If there is any problem, you must deal with it as soon as possible. Do you understand? Clear. Okay, Yun stay here, and the others go to work. Island Master, is there anything else? Yun asked. Yun, you have followed me for quite some time. Now, I have decided to let you take full charge of the affairs of Lingai Gobi, including the distribution of spirit stones, energy stones, and bloodstones. Qin Shan said. How can this be done? Yun was shocked. The spiritual Gobi has always been the most important part of Miracle Island. It has so many resources that it is enough to make people jealous. It is okay for him to manage it, but if he is asked to distribute these things, he feels that he is not qualified. After all, there are some of the most important resources here that can greatly enhance their strength, especially the Bloodline Evolution Stone, which is of great significance. If I say you have it, then you have it. That's settled. You can come up with an exchange rule for all islanders. We can't just keep distributing it so calmly. Those who have made contributions will get more, and those who are incompetent will get less. It's that simple, Qin Shan said. Yes, Yun said. His eyes were a little moist. Qin Shan entrusted this matter to him. It was a trust in him. He absolutely could not let Qin Shan down. Don't look at me like that. There will be more in the future, Qin Shan said. At this moment, the eyes of those surrounding him were rolling around. Island Master, I am not greedy. Not at all. Let me take charge of the elemental temple someday. Go, go, go. I still want to. These things are not urgent. Our strength is still too weak now. These don't need to be managed too early. I need a large number of talents, Qin Shan said. The Temple of Elements is very important, but the daily output is limited. Now it's first come, first served. Whoever is capable can take it. At this stage, we need strong people to support it. Yes. I almost forgot. Yun, take this vein of minerals to Ling my Gobi later. Now, I'm going to upgrade it first, Qin Shan said as he took out the body-quenching stone vein. In front of everyone, he upgraded the body-tempering stone vein. After smashing down 635 spirit vein evolution stones, the body-tempering stone also soared to the 5th level. There were still 280 spirit vein evolution stones left. Fortunately, they were not all used. They were just right for upgrading the body-tempering stone vein. After reaching the 5th level, its production capacity has reached 132 to 165 pills, and it can slowly improve the physical body every day. Now, he wants to upgrade to the 7th level, which means 6004, which is an extremely long time. A few more would be nice. The more of this kind of things, the better. He won't dislike it. But things like mineral veins all depend on fate, and it is impossible for him to get them so easily. What a powerful mineral vein! Everyone was surprised. With this, the power of Miracle Island can be greatly enhanced. Of course, basically, it is used to reward those people. The main reason is that this thing takes too long for them. It is better to let other people improve. They can still improve through other means, and there is no need to rush. The development of Miracle Island depends on how you use these mineral veins. You can distribute all the mineral products, Qin Shan said. Yes, Yun said. Apart from this, he really didn't know what else he could say. This matter concerned the development of Miracle Island, and it had fallen into his hands. This meant that he had real power. I'm so sore. Let's go. I'm jealous too, but I believe that one day, I will get it. The others left one after another. Qin Shan did not say anything about this. Those who were still waiting here were the top combat forces of the island, and Qin Shan would not treat them unfairly. However, now, he only had this one thing that he could distribute, and Yun had been with him the longest, so who else could he give it to if not him? As for the big race, they are not included. Even if they were given, they would not take care of it. Ghost Vine, wait a moment, Qin Shan said. What's wrong? Island Master, asked Guitung. Originally, it wanted to go to the totem to practice. After all, only in that place could its strength improve the fastest. Others also agreed to this. They were different from the Ghost Vine. No matter where they were, they could enjoy the effect of the totem. But the Ghost Vine is different. The closer to the totem, the greater the benefit. Go to the sea area you used to visit and bring some sea beasts here. Their strength must be above the bronze title. If you are willing, bring them here. If you are not willing, forget it. We'll talk about it later, Qin Shan said. It's a small matter, said Guitung. Afterwards, it headed directly to a place hundreds of miles away, which could be considered its old nest. With the expansion of Miracle Island, it had already entered the territory of Miracle Island. This speed is extremely fast. Island Spirit, how much dragon energy have I obtained today? Qin Shan asked. Kill the Lanternfish Sea Clan, gain 1,000 dragon chi, recruit more than 10,000 sea beasts, gain 1,000 dragon chi, a total of 2,000 dragon chi. So little. Qin Shan was a little surprised. I thought that to kill a sea tribe, there would need at least tens of thousands of people, but who would have thought that there were only 2,000? If I want to awaken the Golden Dragon of Luck, I don't know when it will take. Master, there are already quite a few of them. Think about it. Is it difficult for you to deal with them? Is it related to the opponent's strength? That's right. If it were someone else with equal strength, they might be able to obtain tens of thousands of dragon chi. But to you, the Lanternfish clan is just a bunch of trash fish. They pose no threat at all. This is too unlucky. Qin Shan was speechless. If one wants to awaken the Golden Dragon of Luck, the journey is long and arduous. Besides, he is not in a hurry. Now, he is the only one in the 4th region who has obtained the Jiuzhou. If others want to awaken the Golden Dragon of Luck, they can only do so through other holy objects. There are thousands of holy objects, not just these, so they can't be out of print. For example, he was able to fuse the Cloud Heart because he had unparalleled talent, but for others to fuse, they would not necessarily need these items but other things. Everyone has his or her own circumstances, which are different. Boss, we are here. Is there something good? Il is too stingy to not tell us. At this moment, 2 figures appeared on the sea. After the breakthrough, they became much larger, reaching a length of 10 meters. They had not awakened the skill to change their body shape, but they appeared in front of Qin Shan at this size. "Look who this is," Qin Shan said, and threw the lanternfish prince directly in front of them. In just a moment, the eyes of the big manta ray and the second manta ray turned red instantly. Chapter 154 Inventory. "I will kill you," the big manta ray roared and yelled at the lanternfish. They were not unfamiliar with this guy and were very familiar with him. It was this guy who, relying on his own strength, ate the 3 rays. That scene seemed to still appear in my mind yesterday. He wanted to cut the lanternfish into pieces. "Big manta, wait a minute," said second manta. "What, you want to torture it?" said the big manta ray. At this moment, the lanternfish prince was so frightened that he dared not move. Although his strength had improved a bit and he was even stronger than the stingrays, he dared not say anything now, as there was a terrifying strong man waiting beside him. Only by experiencing it can you understand how terrifying Qin Shan is. He is a strong man who can easily destroy an entire race. In front of him, you are nothing. It also recognized the 2 stingrays in front of it. They were the ones that escaped from it last time. It felt bitter in its heart, wondering why the enemy was so powerful. If it had known this would be the outcome, it would have killed them all. But now, it's too late to say anything. It is like a prisoner. Its life is in the hands of others, at their mercy. "No, I want to defeat it with my own hands and then kill it," said Ariel. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent, but it endured it. It wanted to wait until it was strong enough to kill its enemy with its own hands and avenge the dead manta ray. The reason for keeping the opponent is not just to kill it with my own hands, but also to keep it to urge myself to make progress. "Okay, let it live a few more days," said the big manta ray. I immediately understood Ermin's idea. You can kill lanternfish at any time, but what happens after you kill it? It's still the same. You get nothing. "Boss, let's let this guy live for a few more days. We'll kill it when we become stronger," Arya said. "Okay, you two can go ahead and improve. If you need anything, just let me know," Qin Shan said. He supported what the 2 of them did. After all, it was up to them to make the decision. This would give them some motivation so that they could catch up with the first-tier group of practitioners. With a goal, they naturally have motivation. The lanternfish prince is stronger than them, so if they don't take action now, one day in the future they will be able to defeat the opponent fairly. At that time, you will have the final say on the other person's life. From the day it swallowed the 3 stingrays, its fate was doomed and would not be so perfect. For this, a lanternfish sea creature also died. There is no right or wrong. It's just because of lack of strength that the clan was exterminated. If Qin Shan was not as strong as them, he would still be killed by them when he reached the deep sea. Only strength is the correct rule. Everything else cannot explain anything. "Thank you, boss." They left without doing anything to the lanternfish prince. It was not worth it, and there was no need. From the beginning to the end, it was like an abandoned existence, with no mercy from heaven or earth. When it thought of the speed of progress of these guys, it felt scared, as if it had foreseen its own fate. "I thought the big manta ray and the second manta ray would kill you directly, but it's okay this way. You can be a motivation for them for a while," Qin Shan said. Without any hesitation, he trapped it in the sea nearby, restricted its range of activities, and required it to report even if it turned over. Since it had come to Miracle Island and was captured, Qin Shan had the final say in everything about it. Want to struggle? It was meaningless. It did not beg for mercy because it knew that this was futile. It was doomed from the moment it was captured. It was not dead now only because it was still useful. In a few days, it would probably become a corpse. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Once upon a time, he was so glorious and domineering in the sea. In that place, no one dared to mess with him. But because of a wrong decision, the entire tribe paid with their lives, and he became a prisoner. Everything seems to be over. After dealing with the lanternfish prince's matter, he came to the place where the treasure chests were piled up. Today's harvest was not much, not as rich as the previous 2 days. But for others, it was a huge sum of money that would take a long time to get. "Turn on all of them," Qin Shan said. He was too lazy to count how many treasure chests there were. It was meaningless. It was just like that. Sure enough, it was still the same old style. The daily treasure chests were really very ordinary. Apart from items like marble, spirit stones, and basic resources, he really couldn't get any good stuff out of them. Even the orange-yellow treasure chest was of little help to him. Even with his lucky hand, it was still the same. Only more refined treasure chests could yield useful items. Open the lost treasure chest and obtain 58 mysterious altars, 58 bloodline evolution stones, 5,800 cloud stones, and a medium amount of basic resources. Open the pirate treasure and obtain 23 population refresh coupons, 2,300 marbles, and 23 bloodline evolution stones. Very little, and did not bring him much benefit. I was a little disappointed. Without causing any big fuss, I wouldn't get much. I actually missed that mysterious man. As long as he showed up, he would bring me rich supplies and allow Miracle Island to be sublimated. This time, A total of 10,000 cloud stones, 81 blood evolution stones, 24 population refresh coupons, and 58 mysterious altars were obtained. Together with the original ones, there are now 353. Even when summoning ancient creatures, you can perform 3 summons. Once they have rested well, I will summon the ancient creatures. Qin Shan thought to himself. It's impossible to keep this thing in my hand all the time. In the past, I didn't have time, but now that I have time, I naturally can't delay any longer. Unfortunately, there were no artifact fragments and no treasure map. Perhaps there was, but it was not through this kind of treasure chest. This was what disappointed him. The good things were just gone like that. The artifact is very powerful. It can maintain peace on the island and reduce the possibility of natural disasters. Otherwise, with the power of Miracle Island, it would definitely receive special care. But now, because of the existence of this sacred artifact, there has always been good weather and no signs of disasters. This is also a kind of comfort. Expand the island, Qin Shan said. Adding the attribute stones traded yesterday, the remaining 50,000 marbles make a total of 60,000 square meters. It can only be said that it is okay. With less than 200,000 or 300,000 marbles, he really can't muster any interest. The main reason is the area of the island, which is already big enough. It naturally doesn't feel anything if it increases this little at once. It's better than nothing, I guess. Trigger the hand of technology and expand the island tenfold. In an instant, Miracle Island increased by 600,000 square meters. The hand of technology is a good thing. Qin Shan smiled. He had only achieved a tenfold critical hit once, but he didn't expect to see it again today. It's not easy to encounter such a good thing. It's a rare opportunity to have such an opportunity. Including the original area, Miracle Island now has an area of 3.33 million square meters. That is 3 square kilometers. It doesn't look that big, and it is far behind the countries in the previous world. But you have to know that this is only the result of his work in more than 10 days. In the long run, he will be able to build a huge empire and complete it in a 1-to-1 ratio with Blue Star without any problem. And this requires time, a lot of time, and surviving. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to achieve this wish, but the distance is still too far. However, this is still a small island. The Bloodline Evolution Stone is of no use, so just throw it into the warehouse. When the time comes, Yun will arrange it and make a system. Whoever wants it will have to do something. They don't need to expand the island, but they need to do other things. Finally, only the population refresh coupons are left. Each time, the number of people refreshed is not fixed. One card may refresh hundreds of people or only a few people. Mixing them only increases the probability, but it is still as tricky as before. Yesterday, he also got dozens of cards, directly adding 1,200 people to the island. I wonder how many more people will be refreshed today? Chapter 155, Conquered. Without thinking too much, I just used them all. If we can add more people, then add some more people. They will be a great help, and the future development of the island cannot do without them. The strength of the First Order may be weak, but they will eventually rise, and they will not be worse than those sea beasts, because they are the islanders of Miracle Island. Being born in this place proves that their strength will not be too bad. In an instant, 1,000 people appeared in front of him. On average, one population refresh ticket refreshes 42 people, some more, some less, but who cares? What he needs is the population, and the number of refreshes is not something he can decide. Just let them find an empty house to live in. There are no so many requirements. These are not popular here at the moment. Just let everyone live in harmony. I thought it would take a long time for the town to stabilize, but at this rate, it should be almost there in 2 days. Today, Chang'an Town has a population of 2,568 people. It has finally become a town, as it should be. However, there are still many empty houses, so it cannot be completed today. Every resident of Miracle Island possesses combat power comparable to those on the list. The weakest one, which is just summoned, also has 210 combat power. After the upgrade, the island is different. These basic things can be improved easily. He doesn't need to spend extra resources to train these people. If other people saw the Miracle Island, they would be envious to death, but they did not realize the dangers Qin Shan had experienced. Now, he has a certain level of strength and can protect himself. In the past, you could lose your life at any time. It's a pity that people have always only seen the surface and have not delved into the past to see what the person has gone through to achieve what he has today. Qin Shan returned to the leader's house and took a rest. This morning, they went to a very far place and experienced several battles. When they stopped, they felt a little tired. In the afternoon, Gui Tung came back, and it brought with it its army of sailors. As soon as he made a move, a large number of sea beasts appeared, more than 1,000 in total. It was still incomparable to the Lanternfish Sea area. Thank you for your hard work, Qin Shan said. With this group of sailors, the underwater guard force of Miracle Island has reached 11,000. This number is small, but it is enough to deal with many situations. Their arrival will cause food shortages on Miracle Island in a short period of time, and asking them to catch sea fish and shrimps will be enough. As for spiritual food, only a part of it can be supplied, and it is impossible to distribute it to everyone, whether it is a village or a town. The division criteria are calculated according to towns and villages, with very little surplus. It's a small matter, said Guitong. This was indeed a trivial matter for it. It was the king there. With a wave of its arm, all the sea beasts gathered around it. Compared to the ghost vine, the sea beasts that followed showed greater interest. Is this the person we will serve from now on? It doesn't look very powerful. Bullshit. If I'm not powerful, am I worthy of being followed by the ghost vine boss? Do you want to try it? If you are not afraid of death, you can try it. Every word of their conversation reached Qin Shan's ears, and he just smiled slightly. If you don't show your strength, I'm afraid there's no need to keep these guys in check. Among the 1,000 sea beasts, there are only more than 200 with silver titles, and the rest are all at bronze level. There is a big difference in quality, but they are all elites. After they leave that sea area, other sea beasts will also be able to develop. Maybe one day, when he needs to expand, he will select some sea beasts from among them. It was equivalent to having an additional city-state among his subordinate territories, but it was only half of the original one. It would take some time to incorporate it all. Guitong's expression didn't look very good. This is a strong man that even I have to be careful with. How can you discuss him casually? I secretly glanced at Qin Shan and saw that he didn't move, so I breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, with Qin Shan's strength, if he really wanted to be rude to them, he could kill them all with a wave of his hand. He had no doubt that Qin Shan had that strength. If a person with the silver title did not have the awakening attribute, it would be difficult to break through 1,000 combat power, or just pass. However, Qin Shan's combat power on the island was as high as more than 30,000. This is a terrifying number. Here, it is absolutely invincible. It is not easy for others to touch it. Shut up, Guitong said immediately. He didn't dare let them continue the discussion, for fear that they would go too far and Qin Shan would be in trouble. It's okay. I like it this way, Qin Shan said. However, this time the sound was louder and the sea beast could also hear it. It was no longer just a conversation between him and the ghost vine. Oh my god, we can actually understand what he says. It's exactly the same as our animal language. Does that mean he heard everything we said? Are you going to punish us? For a moment, they became a little nervous, not because they were afraid of Qin Shan, but because they were afraid of the ghost vine. Don't worry, everyone. Since you are willing to come to Miracle Island, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. However, there is no order without rules. Since you have doubts about my strength, why don't you come and fight with me? Then you will know, Qin Shan said with a mysterious smile. When dealing with these sea beasts, nothing is more effective than using absolute strength to make them surrender. Compared to the complicated minds of humans, these are much easier to solve. What they believe in is powerful strength. Once they are determined, they will not betray you and will always follow you. Otherwise, why would Qin Shan use such powerful force to suppress the Lantern Fish clan this morning? But he didn't expect to use it twice in one day. Real? Then we won't be polite. I'll go first. A sea snake jumped out and was about to challenge Qin Shan. No. What I mean is, you all come together. Just you alone is not enough. Qin Shan shook his head. How can one show his or her own strength? This. They turned their gaze towards the ghost vine. What if they hurt this person? Then come together. It's impossible for you to hurt the island owner with your strength, Guitong said unhappily. Come on. Qin Shan gestured to them. Then we won't be polite. In an instant, thousands of sea beasts attacked Qin Shan at the same time. What's going on? Why are there so many sea beasts attacking the island owner? Should we go over to help? No, don't you see that Master Guitong is also here? He must be new here. The scene here attracted the attention of the islanders nearby, but Qin Shan did not summon them, which meant there was no danger. Emperor, guard, Qin Shan said, and a thick layer of defense appeared outside his body. The rain-like attacks fell on it without any pain. After a few minutes, many sea beasts were dumbfounded. They fought for such a long time but didn't even hurt a hair of the enemy? You have been attacking for so long. Now it's my turn, the Emperor, to take command, Qin Shan said. Thousands of elemental warriors gathered around him, with a combat power of about 1,000, which was a little stronger than them. His combat power is weaker than Qin Shan's, so he can summon more. This. They looked at Qin Shan in shock. Could one person's strength really be so powerful? Don't you want to experience the island master's strength? Why don't you go? Said Guitong. Let's dance. Are you enjoying it now? Superior. I don't know who it was, but he said with gritted teeth, now, the arrow is on the string and it has to be shot. They each chose an opponent, But due to the characteristics of elemental warriors, their attacks were weak and useless. In less than a few minutes, he was beaten to a pulp. Island Master, we were wrong. Please put away your magical powers. I will never dare to question you again. They cried for their parents one by one. They were scared. Qin Shan was like a god, standing there, and they couldn't hurt them at all. Go find the eel report yourself. It's underwater. Yes. The sea beasts dived down in shame, not wanting to face Qin Shan again. This was too terrifying. Chapter 156 Ancient Creatures Arrive. Island Master, this. Gui Ting said a little embarrassedly. The younger brothers he brought with him really didn't know the rules. He had clearly counted them before they came, but they had forgotten about them. This made him very embarrassed. It's okay, Qin Shan said. He didn't mind. With the addition of 1,000 top fighters, what else could he be dissatisfied with? It was just a matter of using force to subdue them. It wasn't difficult at all and could be done easily. In order to make them stay here wholeheartedly, Qin Shan tried his best. He used 2 powerful martial arts and shocked them directly. Yes. Gui Ting breathed a sigh of relief. You go and recover first. I will need your help later, Qin Shan said. He is about to summon ancient creatures. He had no idea what kind of existence the other party was. It might be a powerful enemy. If he couldn't stop it, he would have to pay a price. Before summoning, he had to let everyone recover to their peak condition and couldn't proceed blindly. It takes so many mysterious altars to summon these creatures, so the reward should be very generous. After saying yes, Gui Tung left and went to the totem to recover his strength as quickly as possible so that he could continue the battle. Island Spirit, what's so special about the ancient creatures? With my current strength, can I defeat them if I summon them? Qin Shan asked. As for rewards, he didn't ask. The prerequisite is that you can win, otherwise everything is empty talk. Master, there is not much difference between ancient creatures and modern creatures. The biggest difference is that they have an ancient species attribute. This is a random attribute. Some are very powerful, while others are very useless. As for whether it can be defeated, it depends on the owner's luck. It may be a very weak one, or it may be a very strong one. But what I can tell you is that there are rewards for ancient creatures waiting, especially with the bonus of dragon energy. What if I can't kill him? Qin Shan asked. This is the most fatal problem. If we cannot defeat them, doesn't that mean that Miracle Island will be destroyed? If you can't kill the ancient creature within the specified time, it will leave here and go to deeper waters, becoming a boss. Moreover, the ancient creature has great potential, and its breakthrough speed may be faster than that of the survivors. If there are enough ancient creatures, they may establish a sea beast empire. At that time, all the survivors and even the indigenous continent will be affected. This is too dangerous, Qin Shan said. Although he had never seen it, the island spirit's description did not stop him from imagining it. This kind of creature must be extremely terrifying, otherwise, the island spirit would not have said so much. If we win, everything will be easy. If they lose, the whole world will be in trouble. Facing this unknown creature, Qin Shan was filled with worries. This might be the scene he least wanted to see. I thought that I was already very strong, but once I encountered danger, I didn't even have the strength to protect myself. Wait, you said the indigenous continent? Qin Shan asked puzzledly. Master, you don't think that there are only survivors and sea beasts in this world, right? Came the island spirit's surprised voice. This made Qin Shan very embarrassed, as he had taken it for granted. There is no point in asking further. When I have the ability, I will naturally know these things. Otherwise, even if I know them now, it will be empty talk. The world is so big, and you are just a drop in the ocean. Why think so much? What he should worry about most now is whether he can deal with the ancient creatures. There are too many mysterious altars, taking up too much space in the warehouse. These things are large in size to begin with, and there are so many of them open at once. It is impossible to use all the mysterious altars in one warehouse, so it is necessary to use some of them. As for selling it, I'm afraid no one would buy this kind of thing. They can also open them themselves. Now, many people may have more than a dozen mysterious altars in their hands. These things are waste before they are used, and they also take up space. For them who don't have much space to begin with, this is undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Acquire from outside? If others see him buying it, they may have other ideas and raise the price, or they may worry that this thing is very useful and will not sell it to him. After all, after he said some things in the chat channel, everyone got a lot of good things, but also missed some opportunities. It was inevitable that he was worried that Qin Shan would harm him. As long as it is enough, you don't need to worry about the rest. Fish Bubble Island. Finally, a second-level bloodline. Yu Pao Pao murmured. She was lucky today. Not only did she get a lot of resources from Qin Shan, but she also accidentally opened some blood evolution stones, which allowed her to break through to the second level and her strength increased again. After practicing martial arts, her strength will become even stronger. It would be great if I could go to his island, so I wouldn't have to be so nervous every day. She had witnessed Qin Shan's strength with her own eyes a few hours ago. One of his subordinates has such terrifying power. What about Qin Shan himself? No one knows. He will be more powerful than he thinks. Otherwise, how can he control these strong men? Moreover, there is a feeling that there are many things on Qin Shan's island that are beyond his cognition, which is why he is so wary of others going to his island. However, without Qin Shan's consent, who would dare to go there privately? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Second-level bloodline, plus first-level physical body, second-level body refining. This is definitely 320 points of combat power, which is on the list. He looks very powerful, but next to Qin Shan, he is really nothing. It is because after his strength has increased, he is even more terrified of Qin Shan's strength. It is still so unfathomable, like a bottomless pit, and cannot be pursued. Without thinking too much, he started by practicing martial arts and passive skills. These were good things that could greatly improve his strength. Even though they had been excluded from the combat power calculation, there was no doubt that under the same combat power, those who knew martial arts would be several levels stronger than those who did not. On Emperor Xuanyuan's island, he had a visitor. Uncle Ling, you are finally here, Emperor Xuanyuan said excitedly. In front of him was an old man who looked a little hunched, but his sharp eyes were enough to show that he was extraordinary. Old servant, nice to meet the young master, Ling Bo said. Before coming here, he was a retainer of the Xuanyuan family. Now, he used a powerful scroll to teleport himself to this place, merging with the island of Emperor Xuanyuan to form a larger island. Uncle Ling, you are too polite. If you can come and help me, the hegemony of my Xuanyuan family can be started faster, Emperor Xuanyuan said with a laugh. He could already foresee that in the future this sea area would definitely have a place for their Xuanyuan family. Because Ling Bo is the chosen one of District 35, the Bone Demon. He is one of the top 20 in the combat power list. If it weren't for the fact that the people from the original District 34 had recently obtained the attribute stones and got many good things from the Demon Cloud secret realm, the Bone Demon would have been able to enter the top 10, which would be higher than him. Who could have thought that the chosen one of a district was actually a retainer of his Xuanyuan family, and now they have gathered in one place. With the medal of the chosen one, this island is destined to develop faster than others. I will try my best, said Ling Bo. Uncle Ling, let's go inside and plan the development of the island. Good. With more people, there will be people who can give him advice. Time flew by, and 2 hours had passed. On Miracle Island, everyone had almost recovered and was full of energy. They were called by Qin Shan. He wanted to summon ancient creatures because he didn't know how powerful the other party was, so he had to ensure that everything on his side was foolproof. There is no need to go out to sea, because this thing can only be done on land. I will summon ancient creatures later. I don't know what kind of terrifying species they are. When the time comes, you must give them some strength and don't let them run away. Qin Shan said. Island Master, we will definitely do our best. I've long wanted to see what ancient creatures look like. Island Spirit, summon ancient creatures. Qin Shan said. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration at the seaside, forming a spatial impulse, as if something was about to come out. Then, a huge golden horn slowly emerged from inside. Chapter 157 Ancient Creatures. Everyone held their breath, their eyes solemn. Just a golden horn made them feel tremendous pressure. This ancient creature might not be so easy to deal with. With such a big scene, even the sailors underwater were attracted to come up. He wanted to see what was happening on the sea that caused such a terrible noise. This place was becoming more and more uneasy. He had just been frightened by Qin Shan, and now a powerful monster had come. Where had he come to? The ancient creatures did not come out quickly, and it seemed that it took a lot of energy to pass through this wormhole. Qin Shan and his men have already prepared for the battle. This is likely to be a tough battle. He doesn't even know if he can defeat this thing. The way it appears is even stronger than the Dragon Knight. Even the Dragon Knight is not that difficult to invite, which is enough to show that the ancient creatures are extraordinary. Just because they are ancient creatures, they have special attributes. It is difficult for Qin Shan to imagine what kind of monster this is. As time went on, they saw more and more of the full picture of the monster. Basically, it is a beetle, but it is not the common beetle, but a creature with ancient bloodline, and it is large in size, even larger than the 200-meter body of the eel. You know, this is a monster covered with a beetle shell, and it has grown this big. I really don't know what kind of horrible place it was in ancient times. Are all the people who come out of it so powerful? It's coming out. Bang. When the beetle's entire body came out, it fell directly onto the beach, and part of it fell into the sea. This is a beetle with a golden body. The antennae on its head make people feel cold just by looking at them. They seem to have terrible power. Qin Shan looked at the other party in shock. What kind of monster had he summoned? Island Spirit, check its attributes and weaknesses immediately. Qin Shan said. This thing is very important. How can you fight if you don't even know the enemy's whereabouts? The beetle that had just landed on the beach did not attack directly. It seemed to be still wondering what kind of place it had come to. The others were waiting for Qin Shan's order. They were also scared of such a big thing. The aura he exuded was enough to scare many people away. They simply could not contend with him. Acquiring information. Acquisition successful. Soon, the beetle's attributes appeared before him. Species, golden longhorn beetle. Talent, great strength. Realm, first level of physical training / unknown. Ancient species, biological authority. Attribute, earth. Bloodline, grade unknown. Body, grade unknown. Soul, level 3. Field, sealed. Skills, brutal impact, golden glitter, fight to the death. Features, solidity. It will not break defense if the combat power is less than 2000. Gold. If touched by it, it has a chance to turn into gold, and the process is reversible. Block. There is a chance to block fatal attacks. Speed. When attacked, the speed will increase by more than 3 times. Energy. The spiritual energy recovery speed is extremely fast. Wings. It makes a harsh sound and is easy to cause hallucinations. Summon. It can summon other longhorn beetles to assist in combat. Sealed. Split. After being killed, it will split twice to form a new life form. If not handled, it may evolve into a high-level ancient creature. Shell. The shell extends hard barbs, so don't think about attacking it from behind. Weakness. The internal organs are its most vulnerable part, and it will almost certainly die if penetrated. It is more afraid of lightning attributes, water attributes, fire attributes, as well as some special attributes and supreme attributes. Biological authority. When threatened with death, the creature will become violent and forcibly absorb the life energy of all creatures with a life level lower than its own within 100 meters and fall into a frenzy. Its attributes will be greatly improved. It can be used once a day. Island Spirit. Has the unknown surpassed the 9th level? Qin Shan asked. Seeing this attribute, he was silent. 30,000 combat power is very strong. That is because he has never seen a terrifying creature, especially this kind of ancient creature, which has a strong vitality and is extremely difficult to kill. Even if you know the opponent's weakness, what does it matter? Killing him will become a distant dream. There aren't many things that can actually cause harm to it. The most important thing is that this thing is almost a combination of a boss and a sea king. It not only has characteristics, but also skills and attack methods, and it is also very disgusting. There is also an ancient species with unique powers, biological authority. This ability is quite terrifying, and it almost gave this longhorn beetle its first life. After looking at the properties, I realized that the full name of this thing is golden longicorn, not beetle. It just looks too similar. Yes, with the current authority, it is not enough to detect the existence beyond the 9th level. The island spirit answered Qin Shan's question very honestly. Qin Shan's heart sank slightly. It just came out, but it already has strength that far exceeds that of the current survivors. I really don't know how powerful this thing was in its heyday. Watch for yourselves, and then, all those below the bronze title and without awakened attributes, leave and don't come within 500 meters of here. Qin Shan said. Share the page with everyone. Horrible. Is this an ancient creature? Why don't you say it's the arrival of the devil? Can we defeat them? Seeing the attributes of the golden longicorn, everyone showed a look of fear. It wasn't long after we had calmed down that we encountered such a terrifying creature. No, its current strength is very weak, only at the first level of physical training. We still have a chance. This was the only thing they could be thankful for. The cultivation level of the golden longicorn had dropped below freezing point. In the past, it might have been very strong, but now, it was only at the first level of body refining. This was an opportunity. Walk. The biological authority is too terrible to stay here. Those who are not strong enough should leave this place immediately. As long as their combat power is over 1,000, they can stay. Those who have titles and have awakened their attributes will definitely be able to reach a combat power of 1,000. There really aren't that many of them on the entire Miracle Island. It was Qin Shan and his group, as well as some of the recruited sea beasts, who acquired attributes through other means. There were still more than 500 people left, including Qin Shan and his group. This is the Miracle Island, home to powerful beings with combat power exceeding 1,000 points. They were waiting for Qin Shan's instructions on whether to fight the golden longhorn beetle. If they angered it, they would be in big trouble. Its strength is very low, and its internal organs are extremely fragile. When it attacks, you should use martial arts and skills such as vibration resonance. Don't give it too much time. After the biological power erupts, it will be very scary. Qin Shan said. His meaning was very clear. He had to fight. No matter what, He could not let the golden longicorn go. It was really too scary. If he let it run free, it would not be good news for the survivors. Who knew how many people would die at its hands? Yes, Island Master. They did not object. They unconditionally supported all the decisions made by Qin Shan. Moreover, even if they could not kill it, the golden longhorn beetle would still leave after a certain amount of time. Now, they are unable to attack the golden longicorn because there is a protective shield on its body with a countdown on it. During this period, any attack will be invalid. And this time is for the ancient creatures to regain their sanity. Time passed minute by minute, and the hands of the people holding their weapons were sweating. This was the first time they encountered such a terrifying creature. If it were posted on the chat channel, I don't know what would happen. This thing is too horrible. Any attribute of it can make people sick to death. What made Qin Shan feel relieved was that the golden longicorn did not have the characteristic of cruising, so being able to control it was a good thing. As long as it was controlled once, it would be unlimited control, and they would have more room for operation. A minute later, the protective shield disappeared. The golden longicorn opened its eyes instantly and attacked Qin Shan and the others without hesitation. Get started. Without hesitation, everyone who had already prepared for the attack immediately attacked the golden longhorn beetle. Today, either the opponent would be left behind, or he would become a formidable and powerful enemy of theirs in the future. Destiny decides. You sealed it. Chapter 158 Sealing Authority. You have sealed the golden longhorn beetle's sturdy properties. Qin Shan was slightly stunned. This was too powerful. It directly broke this terrible armor. Those with combat power below 2,000 points could also pose a threat to the golden longicorn. The Emperor rules. He immediately condensed 2 elemental warriors with combat power exceeding 10,000. There are also hundreds of elemental warriors with more than 1,000 points of combat power. They were densely packed and surrounded the golden longicorn. In Qin Shan now, one person is a legion, and wherever he goes, ghosts and gods will fear him. Gathering so many elemental warriors is a considerable burden for him, but as long as he can kill the golden longhorn beetle, everything will be worth it. The benefits he can get are immeasurable. Golden. Suddenly, a strong light emanated from the golden longicorn, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. They could only fight it with their eyes closed. Damn it, we can't attack it at all like this. Back to back, don't give it a chance. This skill will cause blindness. Only a small number of those with stronger strength are not affected by the golden light. Qin Shan was very fortunate that the strength of the golden longicorn was very low when it first came out, giving him a chance. Brutal collision. When the golden longicorn saw that no one could find it, it became excited and immediately rushed towards one of the people in the group, as if it wanted to kill the enemy before stopping. It had just woken up and was surrounded by so many people, which made it very unhappy. Chain of Destiny. Qin Shan forcibly pulled it to his side and added some debuffs to weaken its power. Without equal supreme attributes, no matter how powerful the monsters and demons are, they cannot withstand unlimited weakening. As long as there are enough buffs, they will be destroyed sooner or later. The premise is that they can hold on until that time, otherwise everything is in vain. Fate decides. Qin Shan immediately made a judgment on it. As long as he sealed some of its abilities, it would be much easier to deal with. The judgment failed. His heart sank slightly, and he actually concluded that he had failed. However, he had no time to think about it, as the golden longicorn had already attacked him. Others followed closely behind, and the glittering effect was over. Everything happened in a flash, a battle of martial arts, skills, and natural strength. As long as there is a chance, I will not miss it. Shock shock. Shoot the bull across the mountain. Shockwave. Each martial arts skill with resonance properties was displayed to the fullest by them. But the next moment, but there were loud screams from the crowd. Just now, it was the golden longicorn that attacked Qin Shan. Others wanted to attack him from behind, but they never expected that the characteristics of the shell were triggered, and the barbs that popped out pricked them, making them break out in cold sweats. However, their attack also caused the golden longicorn to retreat temporarily and no longer harass Qin Shan. Instead, it directed its criticism at these people who actually wanted to launch a sneak attack on it, which was an unforgivable crime. Brutal collision. Without any hesitation, he pushed forward. Fate decides. With this gap, Qin Shan did not hesitate to give it another try. It didn't need to be completely successful, as long as part of it was successful. You sealed the golden longhorn beetle's shell. Beautiful, Qin Shan said excitedly. Another characteristic has been sealed, plus the one I sealed when it first came out. That makes 3 now. If it continues to seal, even the most powerful ancient creature will be turned into a sheep. Although the ancient creature is disgusting, his ability is not bad. The ability to directly seal the enemy is very scary, and even if he has all kinds of means, he can't do anything about it. Its shell is sealed. Look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Qin Shan said. Only by attacking from behind can we have a chance to cause a terrifying attack. On the front, it was too alert, and it was difficult for them to get close to it. Elemental warriors, hold it back from the front. Qin Shan controlled the remaining elemental warriors to tangle with the golden longhorn beetle from the front. The others understood what he meant and immediately went around from the back, launching another round of attacks that made the golden longhorn beetle feel very uncomfortable. The golden longhorn beetle has triggered the speed characteristic. After a round of attacks, the golden longhorn beetle became extremely fast, and many people could only sigh in despair. They could not catch the location of the golden longhorn beetle at all, let alone attack it. You attack me, Chain of Destiny. Qin Shan said. High-speed movement? That was useless. He just pulled it to his side, and the golden longhorn beetle took another round of attacks. The golden longicorn has triggered a block, which will negate all fatal attacks for a certain period of time. Well, looking at the mist coming out of it, Qin Shan had a headache. Although some of its abilities were sealed, the rest were not bad either, and could still bring great difficulties to Qin Shan and the others. Destiny decides. The judgment failed. He tried to use this skill several times in succession, but each time ended in failure. The grade of the golden longhorn beetle was too high. He was very lucky to be able to seal its shell and wings. As for the rest, it has become a little more difficult to seal it, not as easy as before. Golden. There was another flash of light, and all of a sudden, most people were blinded again and couldn't see anything at all. The golden longhorn beetle triggers the golden attribute. Your teammates have turned into gold. This attribute will be removed after 10 minutes. Your teammate Ermin has turned into gold. Your teammate De Huang turned into gold. In an instant, the three of them fell to the ground and turned into little golden men, lying on the ground, motionless, for a full 10 minutes. Get out of here quickly, Qin Shan said hurriedly. If they continue to stay in this area covered by golden light, the probability of them turning into gold is too high. After hearing this, everyone dared not stay. Although they didn't know what had happened, Qin Shan's anxious voice let them know that something serious had happened, and they had to retreat. Only those who have witnessed the gold transformation process with their own eyes feel their scalps tingling. If a living thing can be turned into gold, wouldn't it be even more difficult if one accidentally turns into gold themselves? He shouted very quickly, but the probability of triggering this golden characteristic was still beyond his expectations. Your teammates. In just a few seconds, dozens of people were instantly turned into gold and fell to the ground. How disgusting. Let me seal you and let fate decide, Qin Shan said angrily. If this continues, he won't even have to fight. Everything will just turn into gold. You have sealed the biological authority of the golden longicorn. What? Qin Shan was shocked. He actually sealed the biological authority of the golden longicorn. Chapter 159 Gold. This is the most terrifying trump card of the golden longicorn, and it was actually sealed by him. As long as I am careful next time, I shouldn't end up in a disaster. The people who escaped from the area covered by the golden light looked at everything in front of them with some fear. 70 or 80 golden sculptures appeared on the ground, with countdowns above their heads. They could only wake up after the countdown was over, including the elemental warriors. This was something Qin Shan had not expected. The ability of the golden longicorn suddenly became so abnormal that even the elements turned into gold. Wasn't this even more amazing than turning stone into gold? No one dared to step forward. They were waiting for the effect of the golden longhorn beetle's skill to wear off. In the golden light, they had no advantage and could only become living targets one by one. Don't let that happen, as so many people go up there, and everything turns into gold. If the golden longicorn cannot be captured, it would be a tragedy, which is what Qin Shan least wants to see. After it leaves, it will be extremely difficult to find it. Moreover, the island spirit also said that this thing will quickly increase its strength, which will be a devastating disaster for the survivors. When he decided to summon the ancient creature, he had already made up his mind to keep it here and not let any unknown factors come into this world. Otherwise, he would not know how he died. This time, it lasted for a full minute because no one interrupted the casting process. The fortification will take effect in 7 minutes. The island spirit also gave him a special reminder. This is also a small flaw in his destiny. It is not a permanent seal, but has a time limit of only 10 minutes. When he becomes stronger, this time will be extended. Attack quickly, don't give it a chance to breathe, Qin Shan said. Everyone immediately attacked the golden longicorn. They did not dare to let it recover, especially because of its energy properties, which made them feel sick. This ancient creature is no pushover. Even if some of its power is sealed, the remaining power is still enough to give these people a hard time. Destiny decides. You have sealed the energy properties of the Golden Longicorn. It's not over yet. While the Golden Longicorn is being held back by the crowd, Qin Shan will do whatever it takes to use the Destiny Judgment. He must keep it today no matter what. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely not be something they can afford. The risks involved in randomly summoning ancient creatures are simply too great. Without strong power, bringing them out would mean destroying the world. There is no doubt that he has failed more and more times. Even if the opponent has densely packed negative buffs, he is still terribly powerful. This is a product that transcends this era. You have sealed the speed of the Golden Longicorn. Speed, energy, shell, strength, and wings. He sealed 5 characteristics, plus a summoning characteristic and biological authority. Now, the only things left on the Golden Longhorn Beetle were Split, Block, and Gold. It can be said that it has been weakened to the extreme. Your teammate times Sea Beast has turned into gold. Here it comes again. Qin Shan's face turned pale. This probability is surprisingly high. Basically, within the opponent's skill range, there is more than 50 chance of turning into gold. You can only escape immediately when it releases the skill. Otherwise, when it completes the skill, the chance of getting out will become much smaller. Chain of Destiny. Qin Shan forcibly interrupted its skill, but doing so would draw the hatred to himself, which made him helpless. In this way, he would have no chance to impose fate upon the Golden Longicorn. Emperor Guard. The moment the Golden Longicorn was pulled over, Qin Shan immediately took a defensive posture. Its brute force was too strong, and it would be uncomfortable to be hit by it. Attack. Seeing this, the others attacked without hesitation. They understood that their attacks would not penetrate Qin Shan's defense, so they just had to attack randomly. Somehow, they had to take away the hatred of the Golden Longhorn Beetle. Fight to the death. Suddenly, the Golden Longicorn released a terrifying skill. A very unlucky sea beast was pulled into a space formed by a fight to the death, and it couldn't get out unless one side died. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They had forgotten that the Golden Longicorn had this terrifying skill. It would fight to the death, which was very uncomfortable. Even if they wanted to rescue it, they couldn't. Chain of Destiny. Qin Shan immediately used the Chain of Destiny. However, the target this time was not the Golden Longicorn, but the sea monster. These were all powerful people who were of great use to Miracle Island. It's such a pity that they died just like that. However, being locked by the Chain of Fate would also add a layer of the Wheel of Fate to it, and one could only wait for it to dissipate tomorrow, which was better than dying in it. After the sea beast was pulled out, its body was still trembling slightly. Thank you, Island Master. When it was facing the Golden Longicorn alone, the feeling was really terrifying. But just when it was at a loss, a chain forcibly dragged it away. The reason why we don't use fate as a tool is that fate is random and may not necessarily interrupt a fight to the death. After today's battle is over, you can take a rest and wash off the Wheel of Destiny. Qin Shan said. Clear. Without a target, the Golden Longicorn was forced to stop the fight to the death. Destiny decides. Shoot the bull across the mountain. Mountain suppressing fist. The moment the Golden Longicorn came out, it was greeted by a fierce output, which did not give it any chance to breathe. Without its energy characteristics, the overall strength of the Golden Longicorn was greatly reduced. You have sealed the Golden Longhorn Beetle's blocking ability. Another feature has been sealed. The one that suffers the most should be the Golden Longicorn. It possesses powerful attributes, but it is sealed again and again, which almost drives it crazy. The look in their eyes when they looked at Qin Shan was filled with violence, as if they wished they could eat Qin Shan up. It was because of this person that I got hit with so many punches. Otherwise, how could a bunch of trash in the body refining realm possibly hurt me? Immediately, he launched a move towards Qin Shan. Golden. Destiny decides. Seeing it rushing towards him, Qin Shan made a decision immediately without thinking. You are affected by the properties of gold, and you have turned into gold. You have sealed the golden properties of the Golden Longicorn. Well, Qin Shan turned into gold and fell to the ground like everyone else. Island Master. Everyone exclaimed, this is a very life-threatening matter. Its golden properties are sealed. Attack immediately. Revenge for the island owner. Chapter 160 Split. Qin Shan himself had never imagined that one day he would turn into gold. His consciousness was still there, but he could do nothing. He was no different from a wooden man. He could only watch and do nothing. The countdown above his head made him extremely worried. In 10 minutes, the day lilies would be cold. It would depend on whether they could kill the Golden Longhorn Beetle within 5 minutes. Otherwise, after the solidity properties are restored, they will be even more difficult to kill. After 5 minutes, all abilities will be restored to their original state. At that time, the ones who will run away will not be the Golden Longicorn, but the people of Miracle Island. On the other hand, The golden logicorn has been weakened repeatedly, and its strength is only 1/10 of what it is now. It only has one splitting characteristic, which is useless and can only be triggered after it dies. It can be said that its power has been reduced to a freezing point. Hold head high. Faced with the crowd rushing towards it, it rushed forward without fear. Is it useful to be afraid? If it is useless, then there is no need to be afraid of anything. Even though so many of its abilities were sealed, its body was still incredibly powerful, and its unknown physical realm was enough to keep these people from fighting for a long time. But fortunately, they knew the weakness of the golden longhorn beetle and used those strange powers to attack it, making it suffer. It clearly had a powerful trump card, but now it was being beaten here and happily. In just a moment, a lot of force fell on it. It couldn't hide even if it wanted to, and could only resist. I don't know who broke its shell. Finally, its vulnerable side was revealed to everyone. Attack its back. Everyone became excited. Finally, they saw hope. They really didn't want to encounter this kind of evil thing again. Fighting the golden longhorn beetle had already exhausted them. What if a bigger one came? Wouldn't it destroy the world? Without the protection of the golden shell, the golden logicorn was too fragile. All its physical training was placed on that shell. Without protection, it was not far from death. It wants to protect the broken places. But that place was on its back, and it couldn't get there at all. It wanted to escape, but was chased by everyone. How could they let the golden longhorn beetle escape from their hands after fighting to this extent? If it escaped, how would they treat those golden people with dignity? Boom. The golden logicorn fell down. Finally dead. Great. We killed an ancient creature. I never want to fight this kind of thing again. It was just such a fluke. By the way, go and put the island owner and his men in order. It was really a fluke that we were able to kill the golden longhorn beetle. If it had one or two more characteristics or biological authority, it would not have fallen to this point, unable to escape even if it wanted to. Buzz. Just when everyone relaxed their vigilance, the body of the golden logicorn began to shake violently. What's going on? Is it still alive? No. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel despair. If it wasn't dead, how could they kill it? Soon, the firmness will be restored. Under the desperate gaze of the crowd, it turned into a giant egg, and there was still time for it to hatch. This is fission. It is absorbing nutrients from the dead body to complete its second fission. It's really annoying. So what do we do now? There's nothing we can do. We can only wait for the island owner to wake up. With our strength, we can't break this egg. The huge golden egg has a golden shell, just like the golden longhorn beetle. It takes a lot of time to break it. The solidity property takes effect. The buzzing wing feature takes effect. Those sealed properties have begun to take effect. The pressure from the golden egg has become even greater. They can't think of resisting and can't do anything. They had no choice but to go to Qin Shan and put the many golden sculptures in order. After turning into gold, their defense becomes very strong, and ordinary people really cannot kill them. Originally, some gold-attributed elementalists could reverse this process, but the gap between the two sides was too big, so it was useless and they couldn't even reduce the time. 5 minutes later, all the abilities of the golden logicorn have been restored. Fortunately, the opponent is still an egg now and poses no threat, but it is still very stressful to watch. The incubation time on the golden egg was passing quickly, which made them a little worried. If it were to recover to its peak and become even stronger, it would be a disaster for Miracle Island. Most of them were almost running out of spiritual energy. Bang! There was a sound of something shattering, and everyone looked over. It turned out to be the first cloud that was sealed, and the golden color on his body had faded. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Yun moved his stiff hands and feet. When I thought about myself turning into a sculpture, motionless, I felt extremely depressed. And it was in front of so many people, and I was the first person to do so. I couldn't describe how sad I was. Don't say that. The island owner has been sealed, said Shang. By the way, is the golden longhorn beetle dead or not? Yun changed the subject. This is the most critical point. If it turns into gold, it can still come back to life after time passes. If the golden longhorn beetle does not die, then it will be a big problem. After fighting for a long time, not a single hair will be found. He shouldn't be dead. Let's wait until the island owner wakes up, Jin Yuan said. Even though they possess powerful martial arts and magical powers, it is useless in the face of the huge disparity in strength, as the opponent is immune to most of their attacks. Especially now, even though it is just an egg, its power is unimaginable. No matter how hard you attack, even until dark, you may not be able to break it. As time passed, more and more people recovered from their sculptured state and stretched their bodies. That feeling was really special. In the end, only Qin Shan was left. He was the last to be golden. 10, 7. The number got smaller and smaller and soon reached 0. Bang! The gold plating on Qin Shan's body shattered instantly, returning to his original appearance. Island owner. Everyone said that now they were powerless and it all depended on whether Qin Shan had any way to break the golden egg. They really didn't want to continue fighting the golden longhorn beetle. The time was not long, but the process of fighting felt like a century. It was so frustrating and painful. The kind that can't be hit or touched. "Let me take a break," Qin Shan said. After doing one movement for a full 10 minutes, I actually felt a tingling sensation. After simply stretching his body, he walked towards the golden egg. Chapter 161 Choice. Ancient creatures are extremely difficult to kill. Even now, the golden longhorn beetle is still alive and has not completely died. If we cannot get rid of this golden egg before it hatches, with the strength of Miracle Island, there will be no second chance to kill the golden longhorn beetle. After the split, the strength of the golden longicorn will be even stronger. How strong will it be? Qin Shan didn't know. He had never seen it, but it would definitely not be too bad. This was only an ancient creature at the first stage of body refining, but it had messed up the entire island. Fortunately, it was not summoned at the beginning when 100 pieces were gathered, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After he walked in, the information about the golden egg appeared in front of him, but the information on it made him frown, as he felt it was a bit difficult to deal with. To be more precise, it is difficult to decide. Item: golden egg. Hatching: 51 minutes 34 seconds. Shield: 1,000,000 points, 1 attack, constant 1 point. The shield is broken, it will definitely kill the golden longhorn beetle. Products: choose to kill. You can get rich rewards. There is a 0.001 probability to directly obtain artifacts or holy objects, but you will be hostile to all ancient creatures. Once you appear in front of ancient creatures, you will be hunted down with a high probability. Continue to hatch and let the golden longhorn beetle hatch. At that time, it will leave Miracle Island and will not remember anything that happened today, but it will have a terrifying impact on this era. When it grows to its peak, it will be comparable to the strongest in the current era, and it is almost impossible to kill it. At the same time, you will get a permanent halo and will not be hostile to ancient creatures. Permanently seal. Always keep the golden egg form. There is no use. Just occupy the area of the island. Cannot be moved. Cannot be destroyed. Will not be hostile. And this world will not become dangerous, but you will get nothing. Conquer the golden longhorn beetle, and when the golden longhorn beetle is successfully hatched, put the mark of Miracle Island on it. Let it follow Miracle Island forever. Become a mascot. Have a certain additional bonus. May bring good luck. No attack power, and no other rewards. There is not much information about the golden eggs. The key is how to treat the golden eggs. There are 4 options, and each option makes it difficult for Qin Shan to make a decision. According to his personality, of course he has to get the benefits first, and nothing else matters. But if this happens, Miracle Island will be hated by ancient creatures. If anyone goes out and encounters such creatures, it will be a fight to the death. He has experienced how powerful they are, and they are very difficult to kill. But the other options left him speechless. Could it be that after all the hard work, I got nothing? No benefit at all. This is not acceptable. In fact, the last 3 don't mean much. The second is to let the tiger go back to the mountains, which may lead to you having a powerful opponent. At that time, you may die at the hands of the opponent. This is definitely not acceptable. The third one, a permanent seal? It takes up too much space. It's not as useful as the fourth one. At least it can be used as a mascot. But it has no attack power and is useless. What's the point of having it? This is such a ripoff. After all, he spent 100 mysterious altars to summon this thing. It took a lot of effort to beat the golden longhorn beetle back into the form of a golden egg, which was not worth it in any way. Come and help me. How to choose? Qin Shan said with a headache. The main reason is that the subsequent factors triggered by one's own choices are too unstable. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Everyone came forward and looked at the information on the golden egg first. One by one, a strange look appeared on their face. After beating them for such a long time, they were left with nothing? Island Master, if you ask me, you should choose the first one. We on Miracle Island have never been afraid of others. What are mere ancient creatures? If they want to come out, someone has to summon them. Luo said. When it comes to his enemies, he always has a killing attitude, and he doesn't care what consequences this may cause. Even if there are any, he will just kill them. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. We may be able to protect ourselves with our strength, but the others will have to go out eventually. We can't stay on the island forever. If we encounter ancient creatures, the chances of our deaths will be too high if there is no one around. But there's no point in staying on our island. A useless mascot makes me sick just looking at it. Island Master, you should make the decision. We will do whatever you say. I'm not afraid of anyone. Just like Lord Luo said, if they want to come out, they need someone to summon them. This will take a long time, which is enough for us to improve. If we kill it, we can get a lot of resources, enough to improve our strength. I support killing it. It's impossible for so many of us to fight for so long and then leave without even a penny left. This thing is too evil. If we let it grow, we won't be able to kill it. Basically, most people support killing it. After all, they have spent a lot of energy to get to this point. So how can they be willing to let it go so easily? Even if it is remembered, so what? It must come out, otherwise it will be in vain. Those who were still a little worried just shut up and stopped talking. After all, they still occupy a small part, and deep down, they are unwilling to give up such a huge piece of fat. It was obvious that I had to go through a lot of hardship to get here. It would be a pity to just give up. Their worries were not unreasonable. Except for a few people who had the ability to protect themselves, the strength of others was too poor. If they met the enemy, they would die. Could it be that the people of Miracle Island would never be able to leave? This was impossible. Everything has its pros and cons, it all depends on how you choose. Aren't you afraid? Qin Shan looked at everyone. Here, not only were there people participating in the battle, but other people also gathered around. After all, this kind of scene was rare, and they all wanted to see with their own eyes how powerful the golden longicorn was. This is a very serious question. If he were alone, he could be fearless and just kill. But since the death of the three rays, Qin Shan's concept has changed. He may not care, but the people around him will die. He can make the decision, but everyone on Miracle Island will have to bear the consequences, and the price is somewhat too high. Therefore, he asked other people seriously to see what they thought. After all, this was not a matter for one person. If one took a wrong step, one would fall into the abyss. There are also enemies under the sea, watching closely. Island Master, we are not afraid. Although I have only been here for a short time, I see hope for becoming stronger in this place. I am willing to share the glory and disgrace with Miracle Island. Island Master, we have been following you for quite some time. We have never been afraid. As long as you say so, we will go through mountains of swords and into boiling water. Kill him, Island Owner. Strong request to kill the golden longhorn beetle. We don't need a mascot, and we don't want to see a terrifying enemy appear in this world. I really want to know if there will be any magical artifacts. Island Master, please satisfy our curiosity. The more they talked, the more excited they became, as if they were afraid that Qin Shan was unwilling to kill the golden longicorn. Okay, then, kill him, Qin Shan said. His eyes became much sharper. It seemed that he was not decisive enough. Many of these people had experienced many battles and were not afraid of anything. It's only because he is not strong enough that he worries about this and that. In fact, this point can be ignored. It is true that the ancient creatures are very powerful, but the people of Miracle Island will also become stronger. If they really make me angry, the worst that can happen is a war. In this place, the extra bonus is enough to make him invincible. Kill. Everyone shouted excitedly. One by one, they looked at the golden egg with ill intentions. Without those special characteristics, everyone could attack. Even though the shield is as high as 1 million points, how many minutes can it last when so many people are focusing their fire on it? Chapter 162 Terrifying Screenshots. You don't need any powerful attacks. If they are close to you, just hit them casually as long as you can hit them. For farther targets, use martial arts directly or long-range weapons such as bows and arrows. As long as I can deal damage to the golden egg, it will be fine. Under the attack of the crowd, the shield disappeared at an extremely fast speed, and it would be exhausted in 5 minutes. Island Master, come and do the last one. Looking at the last bit of shield, everyone looked at Qin Shan. Leave this to Qin Shan. If he regrets it, it's still not too late to make other choices, but as long as he hits the golden egg, everything will be over. But, is there any need to regret this? It has come to this point. If he doesn't take action, wouldn't he be letting down others? They are not afraid of death, so what should he be afraid of? Okay, let me do it, Qin Shan said, walking to the golden egg. Die. As he said that, he punched the golden egg hard. In an instant, the golden egg shattered into pieces, with no egg liquid, no yolk, and nothing inside. After breaking, the eggshell also disappeared. All that was left was a colorful treasure chest. This was the first time Qin Shan saw such a strange treasure chest. Congratulations, Master, for being the first to kill an ancient creature and receiving the Godslayer medal. You have also received 10,000 Dragon Chi. Congratulations to Qin Shan for killing the ancient creature and obtaining a 7-colored Supreme Treasure Box and a God Killer medal. Ancient creatures died, the 4th area, the 4 Spirits Secret Realm opened. The coordinates are open. Warning. The 4 Spirits Secret Realm is extremely dangerous. Unless you have a gold rank or above, do not enter lightly. The former is a reminder to Qin Shan himself, and the latter is an announcement to the entire chat channel. Later, a secret realm was opened. It's just that the rank is a bit high. You need a minimum gold title to be qualified to explore that place. Moreover, it is extremely dangerous. With their current state, they can't even get through the Demon Cloud Secret Realm, let alone the 4 Spirits Secret Realm. In addition, there is another secret realm in the 4th area, whose whereabouts have never been revealed, making it difficult for them to find it. However, Qin Shan would smile happily just from the reward for killing the ancient creature. Metal. He hasn't had this thing for a long time, and he doesn't know what its specific properties are. At this time, the chat channel has exploded. Is Boss Qin Shan so fierce? Ancient creatures, how powerful are those things? Qin Shan looking for information on ancient creatures. Big boss, have you gathered 100 mysterious altars so quickly? I'm already 70 or 80. Do you think the boss is fast? Then whenever you summon, just call me and I'll just do some damage. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Why aren't you talking, boss? Are you still thinking about how to deal with the items dropped by the ancient creatures? To be honest, I'm envious. Emperor Xinyuan Island. Young master, this Qin Shan is too terrifying. He killed the ancient creature so quickly. When will we summon him? Ling Bo said. The two of them combined would definitely be the most powerful island under Qin Shan, with enough mysterious altars to summon ancient creatures. But when they wanted to summon, they received the news that Qin Shan had killed the ancient creature. This made them look very ugly. Being the first to kill one actually gave them such a generous reward. Especially things like metals, they are so important. Only after getting it will you understand how important this thing is and how it plays a vital role in the development of a force. There's no need to rush now. Let's see if you will reveal the attributes. Then we can have a comparison. Emperor Xinyuan said. Now, on the contrary, there is no need to be in a hurry, as Qin Shan has already taken the lead. There is no point in killing him now. It is better to wait and see. If someone takes action first, at least there will be a comparison, so as not to waste time. Yes, Ling Bo said. I didn't say much. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Waiting a little longer is not a big problem. In the chat channel, there were messages of thousands of people writing in blood, begging for the properties of ancient creatures. The large number of also made Qin Shan very annoyed. Then he opened the chat channel. Looking at their comments, I couldn't help but feel a little funny. Ignorance is fearlessness. Do they really think that ancient creatures are so easy to kill? It is true that you can summon them once you gather them together, but the problem is whether you have the strength to kill the enemy. If not, it will bring terrible disaster to yourself. When ancient creatures run rampant all over the world, you will realize how stupid your choice is. Qin Shan decided to come forward and tell these people some news. It's not for others, but for himself. He is not strong enough now. Because he was the first to kill, he gained so many benefits when others did not understand the danger involved. Let's ask, now that they have 100 mysterious altars in their hands, what will they do next? They will definitely summon ancient creatures and kill them, so that they can obtain a large amount of resources to promote the development of their own island. He didn't want to attack these people, but the pressure brought by the ancient creatures was too great. What's more, he could be said to have a mortal feud with the ancient creatures that could not be resolved. If he was not careful, he would fall into the abyss. Qin Shan, this is a diagram of the attributes of ancient creatures. If you think you have the ability, you can try it. He pinned it directly. Some resources were also wasted, but it didn't matter. He had a lot of them and was willing to give them up. Fuck. My titanium alloy eyes are stunned. Is this a creature that should appear at the stage? Such terrifying strength. Above the body refining realm, there is another realm. Oh my god, so many terrible features, less than 2,000, just don't fight. That's nothing. Look at that splitter. He can still continue to fight. Are you blind? The ancient species attributes are the most terrifying things. Indeed, if they develop honestly, they cannot even open the map now, so naturally they cannot obtain the mysterious altar. It is very likely that it will take about a period of time to open the map, and it will take some time to accumulate 100 mysterious altars. By that time, no one knows how powerful they will be. Dealing with ancient creatures would not be as difficult as it is now. Things that appear ahead of time are always so scary. I am so confused. How did Boss Qin Shan kill such a terrifying ancient creature? I think that a person's strength should be such that he cannot be killed. Otherwise, it would be too against the will of heaven. Indeed, in my opinion, the combat power of this thing may be more than 50,000. You know it again. Believe it or not. Don't guess. Killing ancient creatures does have many advantages, but it also has disadvantages. You will know it later. Moreover, this guy is indeed not something that can be killed by one person. I mobilized the power of more than 10,000 people to barely kill it. I almost couldn't beat it. Its characteristics are very disgusting. It is not so easy to deal with. Okay, don't me. After Qin Shan finished speaking, he left. He had told them everything he needed to tell them. As for whether they listened or not, that was their business. He could not control others. If they wanted to summon him by force, he had no way to do it. The other side. Master Wei. Ling Bo's mouth trembled slightly. They almost got this thing out. Just from a screenshot of its attributes, he felt tremendous pressure. This was a terrifying creature that Qin Shan had to mobilize the power of tens of thousands of people to barely kill. If it really appeared here, they would be dead. I didn't expect Qin Shan's improvement speed to be so terrifying. Uncle Ling, forget it. Let's find a way to enter that secret realm. Emperor Xianyuan shook his head and said, yes. There is no such thing as photo editing in this world. Everything is real. Unless you want to die, you won't touch this thing. As for what Qin Shan said about mobilizing tens of thousands of people, they did not ask how he did it, nor did they dare to ask. All along, everyone thought that Qin Shan had his own team, but they did not know the details. But there is no doubt that this also shows from the side that Qin Shan's own strength is very terrifying. Otherwise, how could he mobilize so many people to work for him? And who are those people? Are they some of the people on the list? Everything is unknown, and because of the unknown, I am even more afraid of Qin Shan. I don't dare to be as fearless as I was at the beginning. Maybe before coming here, they had some status, and some even came from ancient martial arts families. But after coming here, they are penniless, and it is not difficult for others to get great opportunities and surpass themselves. Except at the beginning, there were some people who claimed to be the best in the world and directly ordered others to act. The further time goes by, the more low-key they become, as if they want to fade away from this world. Because they know their own positioning, they are no longer so blind. What's more, here, there are thousands of miles between two people, so even if you are scolded, you have to endure it. They can choose to believe Qin Shan's words or not, but that screenshot is undoubtedly real. Before they have absolute strength, it is best not to act rashly to avoid bringing disaster to themselves. On Miracle Island, in front of the 7-colored Supreme Treasure Box, everyone had been looking forward to it for a long time, and each of them was like someone who had never seen a woman before. Island owner, please open it quickly. I can't wait any longer. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. 7-colored Supreme Treasure Box. This is the first time. Qin Shan smiled slightly, slowly walked towards the 7-colored Supreme Treasure Box, and chose to open it. Chapter 163 Super Treasure Box. Open it, Qin Shan said. This colorful Supreme Treasure Chest should be much more precious than the Supreme Treasure Chest brought out from the Demon Cloud Secret Realm. This Golden Longicorn is definitely several times more difficult to deal with than the Demon Dragon Knight. Open the colorful Supreme Treasure Box and obtain a Supreme Attribute Awakening Stone, a Special Occupation Scroll, an Island Upgrade Scroll, a 6th-level Spiritual Spring Blueprint, 2 6th-level Bloodline Evolution Stone Veins, 2 6th-level Body Tempering Stone Veins, 5 Temple Occupation Expansion Scrolls, 5 Broken Fairy Tales, 10 Attribute Stones, 10 Soul Stones, 10 Coffins, 15 Passive Skills, 20 Population Refresh Coupons, 101-5th Level Martial Arts, 1,000 Spirit Vein Evolution Stones, 200,000 Cloud Stones, 200,000 Spirit Stones, and a huge amount of basic resources. A large amount of good stuff was revealed, and Qin Shan was stunned. No matter which one it is, it has huge benefits for Miracle Island, especially the Supreme Attribute Awakening Stone and the Special Occupation Scroll. These two things can directly create a terrifying character. It is enough to raise the strength of Miracle Island to a higher level and create a strong man who is not inferior to Qin Shan. This was definitely the biggest gain this time. He had a deep understanding of how powerful it was. Now, all the creatures on the Miracle Island, added together, were not enough for him to defeat, just because of the supreme attributes and special professions. The thing that awakened was so powerful that it was almost impossible for it to appear. Perhaps, choosing to kill the Golden Longicorn is a good approach. At least, it can greatly enhance the strength of Miracle Island. There are also several mineral veins and other miscellaneous things, but it's a pity that such a big treasure chest does not even have a Bloodline Evolution Stone. Qin Shan really feels helpless. However, it is the same with the Bloodline Evolution Stone veins. They are all level 6 and can produce at least 165 pieces. 2 of them can produce more than 300 pieces. According to the calculation of the Spirit Vein Evolution Stones this time, it is only a little more than 3 days. What's more, it is already very good to have it. Island Master, why is there no Bloodline Evolution Stone? It won't break, will it? The other things were basically used by Qin Shan himself, and he had never shown them to them. They were unfamiliar with many of them, which led to such questions. They have no shortage of passive skills and martial arts. There are plenty of them in the Sutra Library. They can't learn them all, so they don't care at all. What they care about most is the most familiar Bloodline Evolution Stone, which is a good thing that can really improve their strength. But this time, when Qin Shan opened a big treasure chest, not a single treasure fell out, which made them a little confused. Don't worry, we won't lose money this time, but make a lot of money, Qin Shan said with a smile. Then, he shared the Supreme Attribute Awakening Stone and the Special Occupation Scroll for everyone to see. The other things had little to do with them, so Qin Shan naturally did not show them to them. He knew how to distribute it. The supreme attribute. There are also special professions. Is this what makes the island owners so powerful? Everyone's eyes widened. Although they didn't have the Bloodline Evolution Stone, this thing was dozens of times more powerful than the Bloodline Evolution Stone. It could be said that with it, they would be the top group of people on Miracle Island. Their eyes were filled with enthusiasm, and they all hoped that they could get this thing. After all, who wouldn't want powerful strength? However, these two things are targeted choices and not suitable for everyone. Supreme Attribute Awakening Stone. This awakening stone contains the attributes of divine arithmetic and needs to be used by people with the same talents in order to achieve the greatest effect. Special Occupation Scroll. Qin Shan can obtain Qin Shan occupation, calculate everything in the heavens and the world, change fate against the will of heaven, omnipotent. Looking at this attribute, no matter how popular they are, they have already been selected. This kind of targeted item, if used by anyone other than specialized people, would be a waste. What a pity. That's right. I thought I could compete for it. This one is only suitable for Master Yun. On our island, besides Lord Yun, who else has this kind of talent? Yun, congratulations. This is tailor-made for you. After everyone's excitement, they all looked towards Yun. To be honest, they were envious, but envy was useless as it could not change this attribute. You're welcome, everyone. Yun said cheerfully. This is almost a foregone conclusion. Except for him, no one on the island can use this thing. Qin Shan just smiled and said nothing. This was indeed Yun's thing. After possessing such a profession, Yun could even figure out the hidden secret realm. After the enthusiasm, everyone left. Anyway, this thing had nothing to do with them. If it was theirs, it would be theirs. If it wasn't, there was nothing they could do about it. It was fate. Island Master, After everyone left, Yun came over immediately, rubbing his hands nonstop. He was so excited. He originally thought that his strength was not as strong as others, so even if there were good things, it would not be his turn. But he did not expect that this 7-colored Supreme Treasure Box would be so kind to him and give him such a surprise. Don't worry, everything is yours, including these 4 mineral veins. You can take them to Ling Mai Gobi. As for the names, just arrange them according to the serial numbers. Qin Shan said. The Awakening Stone, Scroll, and 4 mineral veins were all handed over to Yun. It would be a waste if this kind of thing were kept in the warehouse. The sooner you use it, the more benefits you can get. Why not do it? The rest that were of no use were thrown directly into the warehouse. There were 28 coffins and 9 broken fairy tales. As for the attribute stones, he certainly would not sell them now. Especially the channel of the 4th district, those people still need me to help them solve the problem of the Demon Cloud secret realm. If I let them get the attribute stones in advance, I am afraid they will unite and resist me from entering. It is possible later, and this kind of thing cannot be kept in hands for a long time. The sooner the better. After all, no one can say for sure. What if someone gets lucky and directly creates an elemental temple? Thank you, Island Master. I won't be polite then. Yin took these things happily. He was so proud in his heart that he almost laughed out loud. Even the way he looked at other people had changed a lot. I want to hit him. Hold on. Let him be proud for a few days. Then there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. This face, smiling so brightly. Is he afraid that others don't know that he got something good? The people watching nearby were feeling a little unhappy. It was obvious that his fighting power was almost at the bottom among them. But now, he had made a leap forward and would soon surpass them. Speechless and helpless. Okay, there's nothing else to do. You can go back first. Qin Shan said. He will use the remaining things to upgrade the island and himself. Yes, Island Master. Retreat. I'm going to the elemental temple to stake out. Count me in. Even if I change my job, it won't be that fast. Let's go together. Don't worry. We're just going to watch the ceremony. We won't do anything. The vague information in everyone's words made Yin look unhappy. After all, he was still a person at the bottom of the list in terms of strength. If he got carried away in front of these people, the consequences would be terrible. As time goes by, everyone's personalities have changed subtly and are no longer so rigid and harsh. These guys have bad intentions, Yin said, and had to leave in disappointment. Qin Shan didn't say much about this. It wasn't a big deal to just stretch your muscles a bit. Next, it's my turn, Qin Shan murmured. This time, he was given 10 soul stones, which were enough to upgrade his soul to the 2nd level. Together with the 6 remaining soul stones, he could break through easily. Use the soul stone, Qin Shan said. Master, you are not strong enough. Forcibly using the soul stone will have terrible consequences. Are you sure you want to use it? What's going on? Qin Shan asked. Master, a 2nd-level soul is no longer within the realm of body refinement. Your body is too weak now. It may be crushed by a 2nd-level soul, causing it to break. This, Chapter 164 New Character, Tianpeng. His face looked a little ugly. The good stuff was right in front of him. It was a pity that he couldn't use it. He felt very sad. In the survivor camp, his strength was definitely the best. But even so, he still couldn't withstand the second-level soul. Then what level do I want to reach? Qin Shan asked. Second level, first level physical body. What's the meaning? It is the realm above the 9th level of physical body. I am becoming more and more confused. Tell me, what is the correspondence between the realms of the body and the soul? Qin Shan said. The more the island spirit spoke, the more confused he became. To put it simply, everything that can be cultivated in the body refining realm is at the first level. The master's current body is equivalent to the 6th level of the first level. Although the soul is the same as the body, it needs a carrier. Only when the first level of the body is perfect can the soul be cultivated. If the carrier is too poor, it will be wiped out by the soul. To put it simply, it's because your physical body is not strong enough, Qin Shan said. That's right. Okay, I understand. Qin Shan said. Since you can't use it yourself, give it to others to improve your strength first. Now, including Yun and the others, there are 11 people in total, plus Da Huang, Gui Tong, Big Manta, 2 Manta, and Eel, which is exactly 16 soul stones. Perfect. If I had known this would happen, I would have let them take the soul stones and go back, instead of letting them return empty-handed. Qin Shan said. However, the island spirit had not reminded himself before that this guy was not very reliable. It would only be triggered when used, and it was indeed very passive. Since those people had gone back, Qin Shan didn't think about calling them back and giving them the things later. It would be the same as before, as he still had a lot of things that he hadn't dealt with. Expand the island. The expansion was successful, and the island has increased by 200,000 square meters, and now it is 3.53 million square meters. Use population refresh coupons. Then, Qin Shan saw. A person appeared in front of him. That's right, it's just one person. Island Spirit, if I remember correctly, you should have 20 population refresh coupons. Even if you want to deduct them, you wouldn't do this to me. Qin Shan almost roared. Dozens of population refresh coupons, just to produce one person? This was somewhat unacceptable to him, and he couldn't accept it. Master, how about you take a look at his attributes first, said the Island Spirit. Tianping greets the Island Master. Suddenly, the man walked in front of Qin Shan. Tianping, wait, your name is Tianping. Qin Shan didn't take it seriously at first, but the next moment, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up. That's right. Tianping said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Good. That's great. Tianping, you came at the right time. Qin Shan laughed. Island Master, what does this mean? Tianping was puzzled. I'll tell you later. Now, I'll have someone take you to choose an elite house to live in. Qin Shan said. Immediately, he summoned a person not far away and asked him to come over and take Tianping away. Although he was full of doubts, since Qin Shan had already said so, he had no choice. Island Spirit, you didn't even tell me about this good thing. Tell me, how many population refresh coupons are needed to produce a figure of the level of Daozu Hongjun? Qin Shan said. By the way, he also checked the properties of Tianping. Dao Linked was speechless. He just said that someone was mad at him. Master, this is random. Maybe you can refresh it with just one card, or you may not be able to refresh it even with 10,000 cards. The Island Spirit responded. Oh, I understand. Qin Shan said. The attributes of Tianping appeared in front of him, and everyone was shocked. Name, Gold Tianping. Talent, Power of the Sky River, Commander of thousands of armies. Realm, 6th level of physical training. Bloodline, 6th order Tianping bloodline. Physical body, level 6. Martial arts, Tianping curse, Tianping seal. Passive, victorious general. As soon as he appeared, he was given the golden title. No wonder he had to swallow so many population refresh coupons to get this character. You are so powerful, Island Spirit. I really love you. You know what I need and you give me what I need. Qin Shan said excitedly. Recently, he has been worried about the affairs of the Qiyu Water Palace. Letting Il take charge is also a forced task. He can only barely defend the palace, and it is difficult to form a terrible fighting force. But Tianping is different. He is a powerful man who commands 80,000 sailors in Tianha. Even if he doesn't have much memory, it is not a problem for him to lead these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. When the time comes, he can let the eels learn from him and form his own navy. This is undoubtedly an extremely important part of the development of Miracle Island. The key point is that Tianping is still so powerful that he is not afraid of those sea beasts being disobedient. If he can't even handle such a small situation, let alone the 80,000 sailors of Tianha. Master, that's not what you said just now. The Island Spirit said weakly. Hee hee, I didn't say anything just now. Qin Shan said awkwardly. I was thinking too much and asking questions without understanding the situation. However, this one tianping is enough to support thousands of people. Not a loss at all. Actually a huge profit. Oh, that means nothing. Okay, let's upgrade the island quickly, so that you can also upgrade. Qin Shan said. Okay, let's upgrade it then. Upgrade. In an instant, Miracle Island became the same as it was a few days ago. The sky was surrounded by colorful clouds, giving a fairyland feeling. Perhaps in the future, it can really be sublimated into a paradise on Earth. It takes quite a while to reach level 2. Qin Shan doesn't know how long it will take exactly. It could be a long time, or it could be just a few minutes. At the same time, Emperor Xianyuan and Ling Bo came to a rocky island. The occurrence of such a situation in the sea is itself extraordinary. It was by accident that they discovered this place and left a teleportation base to explore this place. After several attempts, they finally confirmed one thing. This was the 4th district, where the hidden secret realm was located. However, it was too difficult to get in. Young master, these stones are too hard. With our strength, it may take us half a month to chisel them through, said Ling Bo. Look again to see if there are other entrances. Qin Shan must not know about this place. Emperor Xianyuan said. Qin Shan is already so powerful. If he is allowed to get the things in the secret realm, I will never have another chance. Anything that refreshes in his own sea area belongs to him, and no one can take it away. Someone also drifted to this place yesterday, but was killed by him. The matters in the secret realm are of great significance and cannot be told to outsiders. Chapter 165 Secondary Island. Great Wizard Island. This time, I really made a profit. I actually came across an unowned island. The Great Wizard laughed heartily. Just now, they were sailing out to sea and came across a small island. There was no one on it, and it was not the survivors' Cloud Island, but a product of this world. With abundant resources, he plundered them all without hesitation. At this moment, returning to his island by boat, he felt as if he was dreaming. Everything seemed so unreal. Sort these things out. When I break through the 2nd level bloodline, I will give you a bloodline evolution stone. Do your job well, and I won't treat you unfairly. The Great Wizard turned around and instructed the woman. To him, this woman is no longer a big threat, and as his strength increases, he will become more and more powerful, and the other party will always submit to him. Yes, said the woman. She didn't dare to resist and suffered a lot here. Her hatred for the Great Wizard grew day by day, but the gap in strength made her helpless. Maybe this was her fate. Wanjun Island. 500 spirit stones and dozens of bloodline evolution stones. How could it be? Do Wanjun was shocked. She salvaged a mysterious treasure chest that drifted by and opened up a large amount of resources. If she used all of them to improve her strength, she could at least improve her cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. Chongqing Island, Fiery God of War Island, Brahma Island. I don't know what's going on, but everyone is so lucky today. Even the small minions who are just at the 1st level of body refining have gained a lot of benefits. Everyone thought that their luck had turned. In short, they obtained a large amount of resources in various strange ways. Most of them were for cultivation. As long as they were used well, the strength of the entire 4th district would be greatly improved. On an island. So many energy stones, spirit stones, cloud stones enough for me to upgrade to the 3rd level of body refining, and even have a 3rd level bloodline. Unfortunately, he is the only one who can't share this with others. Moreover, if we really have so many resources, who would want to make a fuss? Isn't it better to improve ourselves quietly? The originally lively chat channel also began to quiet down. Many people have discovered a strange treasure chest near their islands. There is no description, but the things inside are terrifying. They don't care about these things. They just take what is given to them. It's impossible that they won't eat the fat meat that is already in their mouths. Everyone is making breakthroughs, and it seems that there is someone pushing this matter behind the scenes. Having gained benefits, they chose not to show off. It was not their first day in this place, so they did not have the desire to show off, let alone to guess what others thought. After getting the benefits, he became quieter than anyone else. He even didn't open the chat channel, for fear that his chance to get huge benefits would be exposed and attract other people's attention. On the Miracle Island, Qin Shan didn't find anything wrong. There was nothing next to the island. Moreover, the island was still upgrading at this time, which was the most important thing. The last time the island was upgraded, its basic strength improved a lot. As for how far it will improve this time, he doesn't know, but it shouldn't be too bad. As time passed, the colorful clouds over Miracle Island became weaker and weaker. Finally, at some point, all the light disappeared. Congratulations, Master. The island has been upgraded to level 2. The joyful voice of the island spirit came to my ears. It seems that upgrading the island will also bring great benefits to it. As for what, Qin Shan doesn't know and is too lazy to ask. The more help it brings to himself, the more benefits it will bring. It actually took 2 hours. It's getting longer and longer. Qin Shan said. Last time, it didn't take this long. Of course, during the waiting time, he was not idle. He distributed the soul stones. On Yun's side, he was still awakening the supreme attribute, which was not as easy as his own and would take quite a while. His soul stone was placed in the warehouse, and when he woke up, he could go and get it himself. In addition, the temple professions have been expanded. They come and go, which is the same thing. They just give the islanders more choices. However, some professions are not very good at this stage. Master, the island is like the survivors. In the end, each upgrade will take a lot of time. But after it breaks through the level cap, the bonus to the islanders is also considerable, said the island spirit. It's okay. I'll just tell you. Show me what basic benefits a second-level island has. Qin Shan said. This is the most important thing, and the one he cares about most. Basic gain is particularly important. When it was a level 1 island, many people had already broken through the shackles of their levels, their strength had greatly increased, and the speed of their breakthrough had also become faster. Okay. Then, a page appeared in front of Qin Shan. He was too lazy to look at the rest and went straight to the basic gains. Basic gains. Spiritual energy concentration increased by 30, mineral vein output increased by 15, probability of new population increased by 20, forging success rate 20, sowing success rate 20, cultivation breakthrough success rate 20, basic realm of body refining level 2, basic bloodline level 2, basic body level 2, can own 5 artifacts, can own 10 sets of holy objects. Advanced bonus. For each lord title you have, all basic bonuses will be doubled, except basic realm, etc. It's okay, Qin Shan said. The basic gain has not changed much, it has just increased by about 10. Some have increased more, some less, and nothing new has appeared. The basic realm has all been raised to the second level. In other words, as long as the islanders on the island are upgraded to the second level, there will be no first-level creatures on the island. These include animals refreshed in forests and mountains, as well as poultry and livestock. In addition to these, there is also an advanced gain. At present, it is of no use. Just take a look at it. The title of Lord, just think about it. Above gold is diamond, and above diamond is the Lord. I haven't even reached the gold limit, let alone diamond. I'm still a long way from achieving that. However, overall, this upgrade still brought a lot of benefits to Qin Shan. He no longer had to worry about that group of people. He only needed to improve the strength of the top people, and this matter would be a complete success. Afterwards, he walked back to the chief's house. He no longer planned to continue summoning ancient creatures. If he continued to fight that thing, it would really be fatal. In the short term, he had no considerations in this regard. He would plan this thing again when his strength improved a little bit. Chapter 166, The Strongest Support. Take a look at my God Slayer medal and see what special functions it has, Qin Shan said. I had been holding back from watching it before, waiting for this moment of return. Judging from the name, it is different from other medals. It is obtained by killing ancient creatures, so it shouldn't be something too bad. With a nervous mood, Qin Shan asked the island spirit to present the attributes of the God Slayer medal to him. God Killer medal. Special. Grade. None. Introduction. Obtained by killing a creature with divinity for the first time. Divinity is most directly manifested as authority. Effect. Killing a divine creature can plunder its divinity and use it to improve your body and soul. The more divine creatures you kill, the more likely it is that the gods will be dissatisfied and will bring down divine punishment. Divinity. 1. Improve the body and soul? There is one way. Why not give it a try? Qin Shan said. He directly extracted the divinity from the God Slayer medal and applied it to himself. In an instant, a huge force surged into his body. He didn't feel anything else, but he could see that his physical body's data had increased by 1,000 points. Physical body, 1,000/6,400. One divine power was directly raised by 1,000 points. This was equivalent to 500 6th level sea beasts. If there were a few more, he could directly reach the 7th level. I just don't know. This divinity can elevate me to several levels of physical realm? It is probably not possible to improve infinitely. After all, it is only divinity and cannot reach the level of God. In this way, he was actually looking forward to the arrival of the ancient creatures. Killing one was equivalent to killing 1,000, and he didn't have to run around everywhere. The speed of improvement was simply too fast. When more people had their strength improved, it wouldn't be so troublesome to deal with the ancient creatures, and even killing them in batches would not be a problem. I just don't know whether the quality of the 7-colored Supreme Treasure Box will be the same as other treasure boxes. As the number increases, the quality of the items inside will decrease. What a pity, this God Slayer medal can only be used by one person. Qin Shan sighed slightly. If it could be shared with all the islanders, it would be a disaster for the divine creatures. In addition, the God Slayer medal is not unique, and others can also obtain it. The conditions should be similar. Just as he sighed slightly. Over at the Temple of Elements, there was a loud noise and a powerful aura rose into the sky, which was not much weaker than Qin Shan's power. The cloud has broken through. Is this the supreme attribute and special profession? No, it's unlikely that we can beat him up. I really don't want to see his smug expression. At this moment, everyone noticed it. Apart from Qin Shan, the only person who could have caused such a commotion was Yun. When they thought of that fascinating power, they felt somewhat unnatural in their hearts. Before the game even started, Yun was already ahead of everyone else. He also holds the power over the spiritual desert, and his status has been raised to a new level. I've made a breakthrough, ha ha ha. Yun's laughter was heard from the Temple of Elements. It went straight into the sky, and everyone on Miracle Island heard it. Some people envied him, but many others took it for granted. Isn't it normal for Yun to break through? Besides, Yun was not at the same level as them, so there was no need to envy him. With the top combat power improved, they would also have the opportunity to gain more benefits. The sea is where resources gather. What is obtained through other means is only a small part and is nothing. Congratulations, Yun. You've broken through so quickly. Let me see what abilities you've gained. Are you as powerful as the Island Master? Sanqing and the others had already passed by the Temple of Elements. They wanted to witness what kind of abilities Yun had after his breakthrough. This was what they cared about most. It's not improved much, just average, Yun said, but the smile on his face never stopped, as if he was showing off something. After all the hard work, he was ahead of everyone else. How could he not be happy? You know, these people before him were basically much stronger than him. Just blow it. What kind of ability is that? Just looking at his appearance, you can tell he is extraordinary. Don't guess. I got 2 passive abilities and several martial arts, all of which are very powerful. It's just that some things have been replaced, which is a pity, Yun said. What he had learned before was a bit mixed. After awakening and changing jobs, he eliminated all those that were not suitable for him and instead gave himself more powerful martial arts and passive skills. Let me tell you. Yun was annoyed by them and had no choice but to explain. He is explaining over there in the chief's house. Check the properties of the clouds. Qin Shan directly checked the properties of the clouds. This was more intuitive. As long as they were islanders, he could check the properties of everyone. Name, Baiyin Yun. Talent, arithmetic, creativity. Realm, 5th level of physical training. Attribute, heavenly secret arithmetic. Occupation, calculation. Bloodline, 4th order Fushi ancestral bloodline. Physical body, level 5. Martial arts, sea covering array, clear mirror, postnatal gossip, mechanical creation, tracing the source, seeking good fortune, and avoiding disaster. Passive, concentration, devotion, mind's eye, prophetic thought. As for his strength, it hasn't improved much, but the awakened attributes are enough to increase his combat power many times. It is far from that simple. This time, he awakened 2 martial arts and 2 passive skills. It's a pity that these are not combat skills, but auxiliary abilities. However, this does not affect the power of these things at all. Tracing the source. As long as there is a causal relationship, you can find the target by tracing the source. Note, too much calculation and disclosure of heaven's secrets will lead to heaven's punishment. Seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. For the next action, there is a certain judgment of good and bad fortune and a success rate. Eye of the mind. Although the strength is lower than Yun, everything in the mind cannot escape Yun's eyes, so there is a success rate. Prophet's thoughts. Have a strong judgment about danger, which may be a word or a step. They are all extremely powerful abilities and are of vital help to the operations on Miracle Island. They can be used to calculate whether their next attack will be successful and can even be used to find a certain person or an object. This ability is of great help to Qin Shan. It just so happened that he was very interested in the hidden secret realm, but it had never appeared, which made him a little troubled. However, with Yun's ability, he saw hope. Directly trace the source. As long as this secret realm is not too outrageous and blocks the secrets, we can find it. Chapter 167 Northward, 30,000 sea miles. Qin Shan left home and headed for the Temple of Elements. At this moment, Yin was talking to others, sharing with everyone the abilities he gained after his breakthrough. But the next moment, when they knew the power of the mind's eye, they subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Yun warily. What kind of power is this? So disgusting. He actually eavesdropped on other people's thoughts. Don't worry, I'm not interested in hearing what you think. Yun said immediately. We are all on the same island, and everyone is bound to have 1 or 2 secrets. But if these secrets were to leak out, the first person these people would think of would definitely be Yun. Apart from his ability, which is so disgusting, whose other ability would have such perverted properties. It had better be true. Luo said, don't eavesdrop, or if I find out, I'll be the first to beat you up. I don't care anyway. If anyone else knows about my affairs, I will only look for you. One by one, they opened their mouths and threatened. Even though Yun's current strength is stronger than theirs, that is only now. He is not a full-time fighter yet. Compared with his peers, he is a little worse. Basically, no one can beat him. But it is undeniable that his ability is quite terrifying, much more terrifying than those who have the power to destroy the world. No matter how powerful one is, there will always be flaws. If a person's identity is figured out, then there will be no secrets left. Hee, how dare I? Yun said. None of these people are easy to deal with. So how could he dare to act rashly? It would bring terrible disaster to himself. Here, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. That's best. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone has their own little secrets. Just then, Qin Shan came over. Island owner. You don't have to worry about this. I will restrain Yun. Qin Shan said. As soon as he arrived, he heard what these people were discussing, and the most discussed topic was the passive skill, Mind's Eye. However, as long as you are on the island, no matter how powerful you are, you will be silenced. With Qin Shan's words, everyone felt relieved. Yun, I came here this time to find you. Qin Shan said. Island Master, what's the matter? Yun asked. It was impossible for him to sense what Qin Shan was thinking. On this island, perhaps in the future, someone would have the fighting power to kill Qin Shan, but it was impossible for him to see clearly what he was thinking. Use your tracking tool to calculate where the hidden secret realm is. It's been 2 days, and there has been no movement at all. Qin Shan said. In the Demon Cloud secret realm, he made a fortune. The day after tomorrow, there are 9 other Demon Cloud secret realms that can be explored, but he has no clue about the hidden secret realm. It seems that someone is deliberately hiding something. Fortunately, Yun obtained the profession of Tian Swan, and also had the attribute of Tianji arithmetic, so he was able to find such things with ease. I'll give it a try. Yun said. He was not sure either. No matter what ability it was, there were certain limitations. If the distance was too far, or if that place had some means of blocking the secrets, the success rate would be greatly reduced. Qin Shan nodded. Even if he couldn't predict it, there was no need to force it. Things would work out when the time came. As long as the secret realm was still there, it would not run away. Island Master, are we going to the hidden secret realm? That kind of thing should be above the sea. I'm already excited. I couldn't defeat the Dragon Knight last time, but I should be able to do it this time. Everyone is rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. The things obtained from the secret realm will never disappoint you, especially the bloodline evolution stones and the like, which can directly improve your strength and some miscellaneous things. In short, it is good enough to be able to greatly improve your strength. That's right. The sooner we get the things in the secret realm, the better. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Qin Shan said. Others are also getting stronger, not just me. He wasn't quite sure what it had become, and he hadn't paid much attention to this aspect recently. At most, he would just glance at it a few times in the chat channel, and then pay no more attention to it. I did go to Fishbubbles Island. If everyone else was like that, I wouldn't be afraid, but this world is not so peaceful. Perhaps someone has already obtained a powerful item and is improving his strength. Trace the source. After Yun made his preparations, he immediately used the special martial arts he had just acquired. When he was powerful, he could even predict the future with the gods in the sky. But now, his strength is low, and there are not many things he can calculate. As time passed, sweat covered his forehead and his body began to tremble. Obviously, this is a bottleneck, and it is not easy to break through this constraint. However, no one here could help him, because Yun's abilities were too special. After a few seconds, puff, Yun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt completely exhausted. The place he calculated was filled with great terror. Yun, how are you? Qin Shan and others immediately surrounded him. This is Miracle Island, and there is only one astronomer here. Nothing can go wrong. Ahem, Island Master, and everyone, I'm fine. I just overexerted myself. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Yun said. He also didn't expect that the whereabouts of a secret realm would cost him so much effort. I'm glad you're okay. Oh, Island Master, I can only calculate the approximate location of the secret realm. It's 30,000 nautical miles to the north. I can't figure out the rest. It's okay, as long as you're okay. Qin Shan said. You guys, send Yun back to rest. Qin Shan said, pointing at the people next to him. Naturally, they had no objections and nodded. By the way, Yun, when you recover, go to the warehouse and take the Soul Stone and Spirit Vein Evolution Stone away. I will leave the Spirit Vein Gobi to you, and the Soul Stone can enhance your strength. By the time you break through, others will have awakened their souls. Qin Shan said before leaving. Thank you, Island Master. Yun said. Now, Even the spiritual vein evolution stones were handed over to him. This put some pressure on him. He had to maximize the production capacity of the spiritual vein. Of course, this was for Miracle Island, which was in short supply at the moment. He didn't need to worry too much about the rest, especially the energy stone veins. After everyone has been upgraded to the second level, they are no longer of much use. The only function they can be used for is teleportation. Moreover, this thing will be in great demand in the future, but it is not needed much at the moment. After everyone left, northward, 30,000 nautical miles. Qin Shan clenched his fists. Even if it was just a rough direction and no information about the hidden secret realm, it was enough for him to give it a try. Chapter 168 Reef. The sea, among the rocks. Emperor Xianyuan and Ling Bo carefully avoided the reefs and walked towards the depths. This is not an ordinary reef. It has strong absorption properties. Once you get stuck on it, it's like a thorn in your side, and it's hard to get rid of it. When they first came here, they were stuck on it. In addition to attaching to the human skin, this thing will also devour the human body's blood and qi. Yesterday, in order to get rid of this thing, he paid a considerable price and was unable to continue exploring this place. I have to say that Emperor Xianyuan was really lucky. He discovered this place on just the 11th day. This was also because his island was very close to this place. But there is no doubt that sometimes, when luck comes, it cannot be stopped. After several explorations, he was basically certain that the secret realm was within this reef, but how to get in was a big problem. They had come here to explore in the morning, but found nothing and were attacked by a sea beast in the reef. The sea beasts that can survive in this place are not simple. They have extremely strong attack power. It is still difficult for the two of them to kill them. The key is that there are quite a few sea beasts, which makes their exploration progress extremely slow. The reef is complicated, and if you take the wrong path, you may need to take a long detour to get back to the starting point. You also have to be careful not to hit the reefs, which can be fatal. As for flying, that was even more impossible. He had the martial art of flying, but this place had a strong magnetic field, which was a no-fly zone. It was basically impossible to fly into the sky and check the entrance to this secret realm. It's better to just be honest and explore this maze-like reef. Master, that kind of sea beast is coming again, Lingbo said. With their brows slightly furrowed, they were now encountering sea beasts more and more easily. In the beginning, they would only encounter one every half an hour on average, but now, they could encounter one in 10 minutes. At this rate, it will take quite a while to explore all the reefs. With such frequent appearances, we must be very far from the entrance to the secret realm, Emperor Xianyuan said. It should be so, Lingbo said. Only when we get closer to the destination will these sea beasts increase in number and become more dense. Should we continue going forward? The strength of these sea beasts has reached the third level of body refining, Lingbo said with some concern. This thing is not fun. The strength of both of them is only at the third level of body refining. Their blood and bodies can no longer keep up. Now they haven't seen the entrance to the secret realm yet. The road ahead is extremely dangerous. It's not that he was afraid. The main thing was that nothing could happen to Emperor Xianyuan. He was the pride of their Xianyuan family. An older generation of the Tianji lineage in the ancient martial arts world once said that if Emperor Xianyuan was born in troubled times, he would definitely be an emperor and a person who could rule the country. Therefore, nothing must happen to Emperor Xianyuan. When other members of the Xianyuan family arrive, they will also have a place in this world. Keep moving forward. We will leave when we encounter a sea beast of the fourth stage of body refining, Emperor Xianyuan said. He has awakened his attributes. He is not afraid of ordinary fourth level or even fifth level body refining. But he is afraid that these sea beasts also have attributes. Then their strength will be doubled, and this is the most difficult thing to deal with. Yes, Lingbo said. He couldn't defeat Emperor Xianyuan, not to mention that the other party was his master. Faced with the attacking sea beasts, Emperor Xianyuan sent them back to their homeland without any hesitation. The blood dyed the sea red. The strange thing was that the blood did not attract more sea beasts. It seems that they have their own specific activity area and cannot leave easily. Without the sea monsters blocking the way, they can travel freely for a while. The road behind is getting narrower and narrower. At this time, they had arrived at a place similar to the entrance of a cave, and the boat could no longer move forward. There are strange reefs all around, and you dare not even touch them. Master, look, someone inside suddenly shouted excitedly. I see, Emperor Xianyuan said. The boat could not pass through, but they saw a huge diamond-shaped crystal in the cave, suspended in it, emitting dazzling light. This should be the entrance to the secret realm, but how do we get in? Said Emperor Xianyuan. The ship could not move forward, and they could not enter the water because there were too many sea beasts below. They were not sure if they could defeat those sea beasts underwater. They stumbled along the way and encountered many, but there were no powerful sea beasts. Here, the water was very dark and one could not see what was in it. However, in the cave, beneath the diamond-shaped crystal, there were circles of ripples, as if something was swimming. The walls next to it are all reefs, and it is impossible to get through. Master, let me go explore the way, Lingbo said, gritting his teeth. As he said this, he prepared to jump into the water, but he was pulled back by Emperor Xinyuan. Since we have found it, there is no need to rush. Let's go back and build a small boat, Emperor Xinyuan said. The way has been found. There is nothing to worry about. He was still quite confident in his own strength. After all, he was now the second best expert on the combat power list. If even he couldn't deal with the thing in the water, then only Qin Shan could do it. It's just that the existence of this place is known only to the two of them, and they have more opportunities than others. Yes, Lingbo said. Seeing the diamond-shaped crystal right before their eyes, they had no choice but to go back home. Regardless of whether it is something that can lead to entering the secret realm, it will be of great use to them. However, now, there is nothing that can get close to it, so they need to make long-term plans. I had no choice but to go back and leave. On the way back, it was extremely peaceful. We didn't encounter anything, not even a sea beast. Uncle Ling, do you remember the route? Asked Emperor Xinyuan. Master, I'll remember it, Lingbo said. Okay, then let's go back and come back tomorrow to take over the secret realm, Emperor Xinyuan said. However, after they left, these reefs began to move. If you look from the sky, you will find that these reefs have been rearranged in a certain order. In the center is the diamond-shaped crystal. Under the crystal, there is a terrifying figure. The water is too dark to see clearly what it is. Their day was wasted. If they wanted to enter, they could only enter once, and things would change afterwards. However, they did not know that there would be a big surprise tomorrow. Chapter 169, Tianpeng commands sailors. On Miracle Island, at the seaside, Tianpeng looked at the vast ocean with a hint of melancholy. It's time for me to take charge of the sailors, Tianpeng murmured. He has a special feeling for sailors, as if he was born to be a sailor and is so familiar with them. As he spoke, he walked towards the sea. Where he stepped, the water actually receded, making a way for him to escape. He did not care about it and walked straight in. When he was completely submerged in the water, a protective layer similar to bubbles formed on his body surface, allowing him to walk in the water as if it were flat ground without worrying about getting wet. He dived all the way down, and soon he reached a depth of more than 10,000 meters underwater. When he got here, the light was already very dim, but it was not a big problem for him, as he could clearly see everything around him, including the large numbers of sea beasts swimming around. His arrival attracted all the sea beasts to gather around him. One giant conger eel even put its head in front of him and sniffed, as if confirming something. You are eel, right? The island owner asked me to take over the sailors, Tianpeng said. You are the Tianpeng that the boss talked about, said Eel. Unlike other people, Tianpeng can understand what the sailors mean as long as they are expressing their wishes. He can communicate with them almost without any obstacles. It is really magical. Even one of their emotions could not be hidden from Tianpeng. That's right, Tianpeng said. Come with me, said the eel. Qin Shan suddenly sent other people to take over the sailors. Although it was a little confused, it didn't think much about it. Wouldn't it be easier if it didn't have to do it itself? It wasn't the material to be in charge of the sailors. Tianpeng said nothing and followed behind Eel. He even commanded the Tianhe sailors. They were just a group of sea beasts, not some ferocious beasts from ancient times. He wouldn't be afraid of them. After a while, he followed Eel and came to the gathering place of the sailors. They are called sailors, but in fact they are just a group of motley crowd, disorganized and disorderly. If they really encounter other people's navy, they will simply collapse without fighting and cannot form strong combat effectiveness. This made Tianpeng have a bad feeling in his heart. He was afraid that this would be a tough job. Building sailors is not a matter of one day or one night. It takes time to hone them before they can form combat effectiveness. But now, he has not yet taken charge of the sailors, and he is too lazy to say anything until everything is settled. Is he the one who is going to take charge of us? He doesn't look that strong. He's about the same as us. Why? It's fine if it's just Lord Eel, but why did someone with the same strength as me come? When Tianpeng appeared, these sea beasts were talking a lot, but they didn't know that Tianpeng could understand what they were saying. Compared to the eels, Tianpeng is indeed stronger, but there are also strong ones among these sea beasts. It is okay to be commanded by the eels, but now a person who knows nothing comes and wants to take charge of them. This is somewhat unacceptable. This is our sailors' camp. Since the boss asked you to take over, I will hand it over to you, said Eel. Okay, Tianpeng said. Hey, how can he understand what Master Eel said? It seems like he has some skills. Tisk, with the same strength, he is nothing. They were still chattering nonstop. If they had not been recruited by Qin Shan, they would still be powerful sea beasts on the sea, dominating and ruling, and would not care about others. Humph, you really need to be punished for saying such outrageous words in front of your superior, Tianpeng Wei. Tianpeng snorted coldly, and his powerful might instantly covered the sky and the earth, exerting pressure on the sea beast. Puff! Some unsuspecting sea beasts were instantly overturned and retreated an unknown distance. How is that possible? His strength is too terrifying. What a powerful water force. Each and every one of them showed a look of horror. They really had not expected that Tianpeng would have such a strong aura that could suddenly suppress them and make it difficult for them to breathe. I don't care what your status was before. Now, the island owner asked me to take over the sailors. I am your highest officer. To be honest, I was disappointed when I saw you for the first time. You are not worthy of being called sailors. Now, stand up straight and in an orderly manner. Tianpeng's eyes flashed with ferocity as he stared at the sea beasts, scaring them so much that they quickly stood still. The process was horrific. In order to carry out orders, each sea beast was pushed aside. The more Tianpeng looked at it, the more speechless he felt. The island owner had given him a difficult problem. There is no such thing as regular sailors in this world. Otherwise, how could it be so chaotic? If there is no strength, it is really impossible to stabilize this situation. A few minutes later, tens of thousands of sea beasts stood in front of him. That's too bad. You don't even know the basic duties of a sailor. How can you be called a sailor? From now on, I will train you. If there are any who cheat, they will be executed immediately. Tianpeng said, every word I say now, you must keep in mind. Let's start with the most basic cue. The sea beasts were a little annoyed, but now they couldn't get angry. Tianpeng's strength might not be as good as some of the sea beasts, but his aura was far superior to theirs. He is definitely a natural-born general, and in this respect, he is far ahead of the others. In less than a few minutes, the originally scattered sea beasts were tamed by him, and the team began to take shape. No wonder the boss let him be in charge of the sailors. Il showed a relieved look. Then, it moved closer. Tianpeng, General, I wonder if the three of us can join the sailors, said Il. Looking at Tianpeng's skills, it also wants to become a general-level figure and not be mediocre like this. You are most welcome. However, your current abilities are not enough to become generals. Just start as soldiers. Also, you can just call me Tianpeng. Tianpeng said. He still knew the three brothers under the sea of the team. They were definitely veterans. Okay, we will start as soldiers, but you are still our general. This is our sailor's own business and has nothing to do with others. Il said. That's right. The big manta ray and the second manta ray nodded. If they want to become stronger and enrich themselves, this Tianpeng can definitely help them. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Il, big manta ray and two manta ray, get in line. Tianpeng said. I didn't get polite with them. Sailors should act like sailors. Yes. Chapter 170 Spy. After being trained by Tianpeng for an hour, they had learned the basic fighting formation and were standing in neat rows. Originally, they still had many resentments in their hearts, but since Tianpeng displayed his extraordinary means, they gave up the idea. Perhaps, this person could really lead them to become a powerful sailor. What's more, even eels have come in, let alone other sea beasts. The formation ends here today. Everyone stand still. Next, I will talk to you about military discipline. You must remember every one of them. Whoever ignores them will be in trouble. Tianpeng said. Yes. You must respond when your superior speaks. You cannot pretend that you heard nothing. If you don't respond, others won't know whether you heard it or not. Tianpeng said this from the very beginning. The first one. Every time Tianpeng said something, they would write it down. Given their strength, this is not something that is extremely difficult to understand. But the more they listened, the more solemn they became. Being a sailor is not as easy as one might imagine. There are too many rules, but there is no doubt that it can greatly improve their execution and increase their strength accordingly. They really love and hate the team Tianpeng and have imposed so many rules and regulations on themselves, but it is undeniable that everything Tianpeng has done is of great help to them. All sea beasts are treated equally in his eyes, without any distinction. Moreover, they are given room for promotion so that they do not stay at the bottom forever. However, if one wants to reach the level of a general, in addition to strength, the ability to command troops in battle is essential. None of the sea beasts among them are qualified, and it will take a long time to accumulate experience. The most serious one is eel. At first, it felt a little uncomfortable. I had just handed it over to its sailor in the morning, but it changed hands in the afternoon. It was impossible for it to be happy. But after seeing more and more things from Tianpeng, it was convinced. At least for now, No one was more suitable than Tianpeng to sit in this position. Moreover, if he learns these things from Tianpeng, he will have the opportunity to form a sailor team in the future. That ends today, and will continue tomorrow. When I come tomorrow, I hope you won't be as lazy as you were just now. Tianpeng said. After being trained, these sea beasts became much more obedient, and they performed their duties in a very professional manner. Yes. Tianpeng then nodded in satisfaction and could finally finish his practice. Tianpeng, there are creatures approaching underwater. Go check it out quickly. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Shan's voice came into his mind. In order to rectify military discipline, he gathered all the sea beasts together, and naturally there was no one guarding under the sea. He was slightly stunned when he received the order. Wait, come on. There are sea beasts underwater that are not from Miracle Island. The first team will follow me to investigate. The other teams, go to where you should go according to the previous distribution. Tianpeng said. He was obviously going to send his men back to guard the place, but before leaving, they still caused him such a scene. He really wanted to know who was the guy who dared to come to the edge of the territory of Miracle Island at this time. Yes. Many sea beasts scattered. This team is just a temporary name. There are 116 teams in total, with 100 sea beasts in each group. Each team has a team leader. This team leader is only temporary and has no practical significance. Only when he has made meritorious contributions can he be officially awarded the title. This first team includes Eel. It wanted to learn and become a general, so Tianpeng was naturally willing to teach it. It was impossible for him to handle every matter in the future. Now there were few people, and it was still manageable. But when the number of sea beasts increased, that would be another matter. Let's go. After taking a look at them, Tianpeng took them and headed straight to the bottom of the sea. The depth here is already 10,000 meters, close to the edge of the Miracle Island. It won't take long to reach the border. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived here, they found a few scattered sea beasts swimming here, seemingly looking for something. The symbols on their bodies are very familiar to eels. General Tianpeng, they are sea beasts from the Qiyu Water Palace, said Eel. Capture them all, don't kill them all. Tianpeng said. Yes. 100 sea beasts approached quickly. The free-ranging sea beasts sensed the danger and wanted to leave, but the eels were too fast and blocked their retreat in just a few seconds. We are sailors from the Qiyu Water Palace. What do you want to do? The other party said vigilantly. Catch him, said the eel. Just a while ago, they had just killed the sailors of Qiyu Water Palace, and now they sent people to investigate. This is the spy from Qiyu Water Palace. His strength is really poor. Tianpeng said. Indeed, these were a group of bronze-titled sea beasts, which were indeed too poor for him. But if it were to be replaced by a survivor who is generally at the second or third level of body training, then he would be a terrifyingly powerful person. Are you the general here? Don't make the mistake. It will do you no good to go against our Qiyu Water Palace. It's best to let us go, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences, said the bronze sea beast in the lead. Tianpeng grinned. It's already this late, and you still dare to threaten me. I'm afraid you don't realize your situation. Tell me about the things in your Qiyu Water Palace. Tianpeng said with interest. If these sea beasts were not still somewhat useful, he would have taken action long ago. You're dreaming. Next one, Tianpeng said. With a slap, the leader was slapped to death. Who is joking with you? Just give a nice reply. Why so much nonsense? Suddenly, several spies from the Qiyu Water House gulped their saliva. Who is this person? He attacked directly? He didn't even give me a chance. Sir, I don't know much. These days. Octopus, you dare to reveal the strength of the Water Palace. Lord Xianglong will not. Bang! Another sea monster fell. You're so long-winded. If anyone else wants to die, go on. Tianpeng said. You continue. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Tianpeng looked at the octopus sea monster that was speaking. Being able to form a water palace in the water, its strength should not be too bad. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. You have already become enemies with the Qiyu Water Palace, so he doesn't mind defending a few more. It would be best to take down this water palace and make it the territory of Miracle Island. Chapter 171. The Strength of Qiyu Water House. Without other people to cause trouble, the process became much smoother. None of these spies dared to resist at all, and they were able to get out some information so easily. However, knowing these things is not very helpful. Those who are at the same level as the Qiyu Water Palace naturally have a general idea of what form the Qiyu Water Palace is composed of. But this is different from Miracle Island. They knew nothing about the underwater world and were very confused. Now that they had captured these spies, they would definitely not let them go so easily. Based on the information they provided, they also roughly knew the distribution of the Qiyu Water Palace. There are 3 major water palaces nearby, and the strength of each water palace is extremely powerful. For example, in the Qiyu Water Palace, the one at the top is Qiulong, the lord of the Qiyu Water Palace. Its strength is unquestionable and very powerful. One level lower than it is the Elders' Council of the Qiyu Water Palace. This group is also very powerful and has at least those who have surpassed the body refining realm. But these few little shrimps don't know exactly how many there are in the group. After that, it was the 108 generals of the Qiyu Water Palace. Each of them was a strong man at the peak of the body refining realm, possessing a terrifying physique and powerful attributes that were simply beyond their imagination. In addition to the generals, there are also commanders, who are generally above level 7, with at least 1,000 people. The remaining sailors are basically above level 3. One commander leads 10,000 soldiers, which is about 10 million soldiers. If you add other special groups, the number is definitely more than that. When Tianpeng and his men learned about the system architecture of the Qiyu Water Palace, they were shocked. It was unexpectedly powerful. With such a force, if they sent a strong team here, they could easily destroy the Miracle Island. "My lord, this is all I know," said the octopus. It is now very scared, afraid that Tianpeng will slap it to death. The tragic scene of the two sea monsters just now is still vivid in my mind. I never thought that I would encounter such a tragic ending when I came out to carry out a mission. What about you? Tianpeng looked at the other sea beasts. "My lord, it speaks the truth and is all we know. Their level is not high enough, and what they know is really limited. In that case, you can leave." Tianpeng said. "Really? We can go now? Thank you for your kindness, sir." Hearing that they could leave, they were immediately happy. As for exposing the strength of the Red Nether Water Palace, this was just common sense among the big forces. Except for some hidden forces, they could tell others. The same is true for several nearby water palaces. They fled from this place as if they were escaping, fearing that if they were slower, they would be killed by Tianpeng. They have already made up their minds that after returning, they must report what happened here truthfully and expose the crimes of these people to the public. "Eel, take a few sea beasts with you and kill them," Tianpeng said. There was a gleam in his eyes, and endless murderous intent emerged. "General, what are you doing?" Eel was puzzled, and the other sea beasts were also puzzled. They had clearly let them leave, so why did they send people to kill them? You don't think that after those sea beasts go back, they won't report what happened here to their powerful ones, right? "Go and do as I tell you," Tianpeng said. "Yes." Eel and a few sea beasts quickly followed. As soon as I got closer, I heard the conversation of those sea beasts. "Damn it, they actually dared to kill our people from Qiyu Water Palace. When I return, I will report to the palace master and have them defeated." "That's right, a mere small force dared to go against our Qiyu Water Palace. They deserve to be killed. I don't care, I want that human to die. And that sea eel has become a human's lackey. I want to devour its talent." Their conversation, word for word, fell into the ears of the eels. Suddenly, they fell silent. Perhaps Tianpeng was right, and they were just thinking too simply. "Kill them all," said Eel. Immediately, there was no more hesitation, and it was better to kill them all. No matter what the reason was, the other party did not attack Miracle Island, but they could not let go of any threatening existence. "Ah, why are you here? Your general has already asked us to leave." When the sailors of the Qiyu Water Palace saw the eels suddenly appear, they were frightened. "Humph, I heard clearly what you said just now. You'd better die." "Kill," said Eel. As he spoke, his body instantly grew larger, and he rolled up the octopus and crushed it. Other sea beasts also took action to clean up the remaining enemies. The enemy was dealt with very easily. Their strength was much stronger than the enemies. They were not even on the same level. After cleaning up the battlefield, they left. Unfortunately, it was really just a small shrimp. Nothing was left except the corpse, not even a spirit crystal. It was really disappointing. After they came back, before the Tianpeng year, they felt very ashamed. Compared with Tianpeng, they were nothing. "General, you did the right thing." After holding it in for a long time, Eel blurted out these words. "Don't be discouraged. You have just started to learn about this. You will understand it after you have more experience in this area." Tianpeng said. "Please teach me, General. This is a good opportunity. As long as they can learn a few tricks from Tianpeng, it will be enough for them to use for a long time. Don't worry, I will teach you. This large group of sailors must be managed by more than just me. I don't have the energy to do it. I need your help. So, grow up as soon as possible." Tianpeng said. "Thank you, General. Okay, that's all for today. You guys are still needed to guard the underwater area. I'll go back and report to the island owner." Tianpeng said. Qin Shan also had to be informed about the matter of the Qiyu Water Palace. This is a huge monster, and it is a huge threat to Miracle Island and even the entire survivor group. There are too many water palaces under the sea, and they are so complicated. No wonder the last time the ghost vine sneaked in, it was beaten without any chance to fight back. The water below is too deep and they cannot control it at all. Yes. They straightened their backs and showed more respect to Tianpeng. He was a general worthy of respect. It had nothing to do with his status. Otherwise, wouldn't Eel and the big manta ray be above Tianpeng? Chapter 172 Brahma. After returning to the island, Tianpeng immediately found Qin Shan and told him the news he had obtained. The power of Qiyu Water Palace was beyond their imagination. There were at least a dozen strong people who surpassed the 9th level. This was a huge challenge for Miracle Island. The Qiyu Water Palace is indeed powerful, but with that person's restraints, it shouldn't be able to break through the obstacles and run over so quickly. But it shouldn't take too long. We also need to improve our strength, Qin Shan said solemnly. He had thought that only one Xianglong had the strength to surpass the 9th level, but now it seemed that he had thought too simply. This underwater world was too magical and could never be fully understood. Tianpeng, you still have to watch the underwater situation. If any sea beasts from outside the country break in, kill them immediately, Qin Shan said. This is not a joke. If you are not careful, you might die. Yes, Island Master, I will do my best. Besides, the eels want to learn from me how to use troops, but this road will be very dangerous. I think I still need to ask for your opinion, Tianpeng said. After all, those 3 guys had been following Qin Shan for a very long time. If he killed them because of himself, it would be a serious sin. In itself, there is no danger in the use of military force. The dangerous part is that you may be targeted by others and assassinated by all means, which is a common occurrence. He would do the same when dealing with those demons, eliminating those generals who had the power to control large armies, and the remaining small fry would be nothing to be feared at all. If they want to learn, just teach them. I won't blame you if any problems arise, Qin Shan said. It is impossible for them to stay under my protection forever. One day, they will have to grow up and stand on their own. A little danger is just a big deal. Yes, Tianpeng knows how to do it, Tianpeng said solemnly. Well, you're tired after a long day. Go back and rest early. You'll need to take care of the sailors on Miracle Island, Qin Shan said. The appearance of Tianpeng made him feel much more at ease. If the enemy was not too powerful, he basically didn't have to worry about anything underwater. With Tianpeng around, everything would be fine. If a sea beast that is too powerful appears, he will have no choice but to escape. Tianpeng nodded without comment and left. Qin Shan felt a little disappointed. This world was becoming more and more incomprehensible. Everything that appeared was too bizarre. All he can do now is to protect himself and improve himself. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Some sailors of Qiyu Water Palace have lost contact again and in the same place. This makes some commanders very angry. They are preparing to send more people to investigate what happened in that place. In addition to this, other people on the island obtained a large number of treasures today, and their strength has increased a lot. On Brahma Island, he was fighting a sea monster, a gigantic octopus. However, every time the octopus's tentacles slapped Brahma's body, it would twitch violently. You little beast, my double damage counterattack feels great. Ha! Come on, keep hitting me. Brahma shouted excitedly. Double damage, the only talent. Any damage can be countered with double damage. As long as he can withstand the opponent's attack, the one who will be hurt is the opponent. It's quite abnormal. Using this talent, he killed countless sea beasts. No matter whether it was an ordinary guardian beast, a pirate, or the scene encountered on the 10th day, as long as he could hold on, all the enemies would die. It's just that his other 2 talents are not so good. It's useless for him to develop such powerful talents. Now, he can have such powerful strength thanks to Qin Shan, who traded an attribute stone to him. Seeing that it couldn't win, the octopus turned around and tried to escape. Want to leave? Is it possible? Come back to me, Brahma said, and forcibly pulled it back. This is his second talent, tremendous strength. It has great power, but it is only useful in combat. It is useless for development. The huge sea beast was pulled back in an instant. This is just a small boss. Facing Brahma, there is no way we can deal with him. Brahma dragged them to the shore step by step. They couldn't even defeat him in the water, let alone on the shore, where Brahma's world was completely theirs. He kept struggling, and several tentacles had already grabbed onto Brahma's body. Brahma didn't think it was a big deal, as long as his nostrils were not blocked. When he reached the shore, he threw the octopus to the ground, splashing a lot of dust. No matter how the octopus struggled, it could not escape Brahma's entanglement. I couldn't fight him, and I couldn't leave either. It was quite frustrating. After being swung up and hit 7 or 8 times, the octopus was already dying. It only had a few tentacles that moved slightly, and then disappeared. Boom. Once again, the octopus died, smashed to death. This was Brahma, a man with extremely terrifying strength. It was not that he was terrifying, but his talent was too strange, and he could counterattack. If he can withstand the damage, it will be returned to the attacker in double form. If he can't withstand it, he will die, and even his talent will not be triggered. After the octopus died, a pitch-black treasure chest popped out. This made Brahma look a little dark. Because this is his third gift, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. All the treasure chests that explode from killing sea beasts will look like this. They may contain good things, but the greater possibility is that they will contain some useless things. What's even more speechless is that one time, he even created a thunderbolt from the sky, which was not for him to control, but was used to strike him. He has no temper at all for this talent. I hope it's not too tragic. Open it, Brahma said. To be honest, he was also extremely nervous. Although his bad luck was not as bad as that person's, it was almost there. You opened the Black Boss treasure chest and obtained an attribute stone. No more. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? He had just exchanged for an attribute stone, which improved his strength. In the blink of an eye, he was given an attribute stone. What was the use of this? The treasure chest has disappeared, which means that he got an attribute stone from this treasure chest. Are you kidding me? Brahma roared angrily, raising his middle finger towards the sky. Nothing happened under the originally peaceful night, but when he raised his middle finger, thunder suddenly appeared in the sky and struck him directly, leaving his whole body charred, and only his two eyes, which were blinking. Chapter 173: The Influence of Attribute Stone. Sure enough, the consequences of neglecting this talent were unacceptable to him. If the other two talents were not strong enough, he would have died long ago. I just don't know if the lightning was fed back. That's double the damage. Of course, he just needs to think about it. Everything in this world is probably controlled by that person. Even these talents are given by that person. It is basically impossible to achieve it. Just consider yourself unlucky. At least he was given an attribute stone. The attribute stone is worth 100,000 marbles. How about I learn from Qin Shan and sell the attribute stone? Let's set the price at 50,000 marbles. Brahma said after thinking for a while. He didn't have any source of attribute stones, and he only had this one. It would be a waste to keep it as he couldn't use it, but he also felt it was a pity to throw it away. Moreover, the attribute stone is so valuable, there is no reason why others would not be tempted. I just don't know if those people can buy it now with their financial strength. This is a big problem. I was lucky enough to buy the attribute stone from Qin Shan before. It cost me 10,000 marbles, and I scraped them together to get it. 50,000 is probably a sky-high price. He was also a little worried. Wouldn't it be a shame if this thing fell into his hands? Never mind, just leave it up there. If you need it, just buy it, Brahma said, and directly posted it to the trading hall through Cloud Heart. But it's not District 34, but the fourth largest district. Area 34 has already been plundered by Qin Shan, so it is not realistic to collect 50,000 cloud stones. As their strength increases, the area of their cloud island is also increasing day by day, and they have also acquired it through various means. Basically, it can reach more than 500. This is because those people have just broken through. Otherwise, the base number may be even larger. As for how many benefits the expanded Yun Island will have, only they themselves know. Yunshur is definitely a good thing. As long as they are strong, they can expand without any worries. When the Cloud Stone was first obtained, I am afraid that many people's idea was to expand the Cloud Island instead of continuing to wait. It is so expensive that it is only possible for someone who has obtained so much marble at once and has not had time to use it yet. But how can someone who can obtain so much marble lack attribute stones? He just wanted to give it a try and threw it into the trading hall to test the waters. The attribute stone is of extraordinary value, but unfortunately the price is too high. Almost in an instant, the news about the attribute stones being put on the shelves caused an uproar among the crowd. It's actually an attribute stone. Who is this boss? Brahma? Isn't that the person who got the attribute stone? How come he got it again? 50,000 marbles. Why doesn't he just go and rob? It's too expensive. It's incomparable to boss Qin Shan. It's only 10,000 yunshur. To be honest, this price is already very generous. I have 50,000 cloud stones. Do I still need attribute stones? We can't buy it, but maybe someone else has the possibility. Let me see who is the real villain. Brahma put attribute stones on the shelves, but they were too expensive, which caused dissatisfaction among many people. However, it must be said that attribute stones were too attractive to them and could directly double their combat power. Because of Qin Shan, the people in District 34 occupied the top 6 of the list. Even the chosen one could not compare to them. It was really enviable. Now, another attribute stone appeared, and these people would probably scramble for it. On the island of deceiving people and ghosts. Contact him immediately. I want 20,000 marbles, said the liar. In front of him, there were several survivors. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they should be from the same force as the swindlers, at least before they came to this place. Yes, young master, the attribute stone must be from our Qin family. I'll let the others get started and break what needs to be broken, and then compensate them when the time comes. I don't care what means you use. Our Qin family has taken the marble, said the liar. There was a sharp gleam in his eyes. The chosen ones from other districts are no pushovers. Although they do not have mutual identities, how could it be easy for them to be the number one in a district? Especially for a strong man like Qin Shan who has never shown up, it is the most difficult to guess. Yes, the master of fake medicine, Wan Qingtian, Luo Hongyu. These people have all started to take action. Although their ability to deceive people and ghosts is stronger than theirs, they are not bad either. After the merger, they gathered the family members together and had a lot of resources. Your strength is improving rapidly. The only thing that puzzled them was that the bone demon had disappeared and had not been active for a long time. As for Qin Shan, they didn't even dare to think about him. I can't guess which family Qin Shan belongs to, and why he is so powerful. Less than 10 minutes later, someone contacted Brahma. Brahma, right? My young master is willing to use 20,000 marbles to buy the attribute stone in your hand. Can you change the price? The other party directly stated his intention. Brahma's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he had really overestimated these people. No one could come up with 50,000 marble stones at this time. After searching for 20,000 yuan, only Qin Shan could buy his own attribute stone. But this thing, I'm afraid Qin Shan wouldn't even look at it. I'll think about it, and there are others as well, Brahma said. He rejected this person, and the other party only offered 20,000 yuan, a price that made him somewhat dissatisfied. As for the other people he mentioned, it was because at this time, someone else sent a message with the same price as that person, not much more, but he had not responded yet. I'm telling you, I'm from the Qin family. My young master is a liar. 20,000 marbles are good enough. Do you want more? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to eat and choke to death? Who would have thought that the other party would directly send a threatening message? What an idiot. Brahma blocked the man without even thinking about it. Now, his strength is much stronger than those liars, so he is not afraid of that man at all. Besides, he doesn't take threats. Whoever dares to threaten me will be fought to the death. We are all survivors, so who is afraid of whom? Especially with double damage, I am not afraid of those people at all. If they can't kill me, then they are unlucky. Brahma, you dare to reject my Qin family? I think you want to die. On the other side, an old man showed a terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. Then, he walked over to the side, next to a young man in black, and said, Master, he refused. If he refuses, he must die. The young man in black clothes jumped up. The combat power list does not represent everything. It is just a virtual number. If a fight really comes, he has powerful means, enough to take Brahma's life. Chapter 174, Sending Resources. Young master, what should we do now? If he doesn't trade with us, he will definitely be exchanged for someone else, said the old man. Humph, let him jump around for a few days first. After Qin Shan brings us the attribute stone from the Demon Cloud's secret realm, we will find an opportunity to locate the kid's island and kill him, said the liar. The Qin family has a very high status even in Daxia. Unlike others, many people from the Qin family, when they arrived at this place, were different from those people. They directly possessed the second level of body refining cultivation. Such a starting point made them much stronger than others. This is the Qin family, which is definitely a big family, but their luck is not very good. Until now, their combat power is only more than 500. When the districts are merged, they are the strongest except for Qin Shan. And this is only the fourth largest area. Who knows how many thousands of powerful people are hidden in other areas? This is a powerful family, at least among the survivors. They're the top ones. In addition, whether it is Emperor Xianyuan or Wanjun, their strength when they came here was not high, and none of them had the first level of body refining cultivation. From this, we can see how powerful the Qin family is. That's why they are so unscrupulous. There are many strong people in the Qin family, and there are many who are more powerful than swindlers. He really doesn't need to take people with a combat power of only a few hundred seriously. Yes, young master. Since they were no longer destined to obtain the attribute stone, they had no intention of continuing to deal with Brahma. If they met him again in the future, they would just kill him. However, other people sent messages one after another to cooperate with Brahma. But there is no doubt that these 50,000 marbles are a sky-high price and no one can afford them. The best bid was 20,000 marbles. When they heard that I was unwilling to lower the price, they all gave up decisively. It's just an attribute stone, and they will be able to get it in 2 days. Instead of spending a lot of resources here, it is better to wait until Qin Shan and bring the attribute stone out without spending a penny. The only price paid was a treasure map, so this deal was more cost-effective. It's not that there is no one who can afford this amount of marble, but it is too expensive and not worth it. They also need to develop. A family or an alliance cannot spend all the marble here. Because they had a choice, they gave up. Oh, if I had known it would be like this, I would have traded with someone else, Brahma said bitterly. The last conversation had just ended. Those people were very straightforward. Since they couldn't cooperate, then forget it. They didn't say anything more. However, this caused dissatisfaction among too many people. He didn't know anything about this family, but anyone who had increased their combat power to more than 400 points in the past 10 days was definitely not a pushover and would not be easily fooled. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing he can do. How about I cooperate with Qin Shan? Fan Tian suddenly thought. He is also from District 34, and his cooperation with Qin Shan is much better than that with others. However, he was also afraid of being cheated. Qin Shan was too powerful. It was still a question whether he would be interested in the attribute stone. The most important thing was that Qin Shan might offer a very low price. Qin Shan even took out the attribute stones to sell, so it was obvious that he had no shortage of this thing. No matter what, it's better than being remembered by others. After saying that, he clicked on the private chat and contacted Qin Shan. Brahma, boss, I have an attribute stone here. Do you need it? On the other side, Qin Shan was ready to fall asleep. The matter of attribute stones was widely discussed in the chat channel. He just took a look and lost interest in knowing more. He didn't care about an attribute stone at all. That thing was of no use to him. Brahma? Interesting, 6th on the combat power list. Qin Shan murmured. The top 6 in the battle power list are occupied by District 34. After him, there are Emperor Xinyuan, Wanjun, the Flame God of War, the Great Wizard, and Brahma. Qin Shan, the attribute stone is not valuable to me. What do you want to get? Qin Shan was also straightforward and didn't bother to beat around the bush with him. This is not necessary, even Brahma himself can guess it. Brahma, I can give it directly to you, big boss. I don't need any resources, but I have one condition. Qin Shan, tell me about it. Brahma, I want to enter your island and become your subordinate. Qin Shan was silent. Here was another person who wanted to enter his island. To be honest, with his current strength, it would not be a big deal even if he recruited some survivors. He possesses absolute deterrent power, but the reason why he has never recruited any survivors is simply because the survivors are difficult to control and may bring him unnecessary trouble. He is a person who doesn't like trouble. Qin Shan, sorry, I don't need subordinates for the time being, and I'm not forming an alliance. After thinking about it, he rejected Brahma. Brahma, how about this, sir? As long as you promise me that you will help me once when I'm in danger, I will still give you the attribute stone. How about that? Qin Shan, yes, but only within my ability. He only needs to make one move to get an attribute stone, so why not? He can also exchange it for at least 10,000 marbles, or even more. Moreover, it is possible that Fan Tian would have been killed without him having to do anything. Moreover, he did not know how far apart the two of them were. If a crisis really occurred, he would have to be able to get there. So this is basically getting an attribute stone for free. Don't miss it. Brahma, okay, then this attribute stone will be yours, boss. As Brahma said this, he directly traded the attribute stone without any additional conditions. Perhaps he also understood that with his own strength, he was not qualified to negotiate with Qin Shan. As long as Qin Shan was unhappy, he could cancel the transaction directly. Qin Shan, okay, I'll take it. Qin Shan accepted it without hesitation. It was another marble worth tens of thousands of dollars. This time, he couldn't sell it at such a low price. Qin Shan knew very little about Brahma and other people, but it was no wonder. They were not on the same level and there was no comparison, so he didn't bother to care. What he cares about now is how to obtain more resources to strengthen himself. It's not a loss to use an attribute stone once. So, the deal was made. Looking at the attribute stone in his hand, he was considering what price to sell it for to make the most money. It was not that he was too greedy, but he had to get more marble. He has experienced some of the possible dangers, but that is not important. What is important is that he still needs a lot to upgrade the Pioneer Medal. Then put it up. Qin Shan thought about it and was about to put it up for transaction. But just at this moment, Fishbubble, boss, do you need this thing? Special occupation template. Chapter 175 Undertaker. What? Qin Shan was shocked. He did not answer Yu Pao Pao, but looked at this thing called Special Occupation Template in shock. This thing is directly added to the Temple of Elements. Everyone can change their job, and this job is called Embarker. The name doesn't sound very nice, and Qin Shan doesn't know what kind of power it has, but since it is a special profession, it must not be too bad. The key is that this thing can be copied infinitely. Even if one dies, he can mass produce a large number of Undertakers. Qin Shan, where did you get it? Fishbubble, open the box. Just now, A black treasure chest floated to the side of my island, and this thing came out of it. Qin Shan, black treasure chest? Qin Shan was a little surprised. There was nothing beside his island. Everything was calm and peaceful, not to mention guardian beasts. There were not even sea beasts. It was clean and tidy, all cleaned out by the eels. Fish bubble. Yeah, you don't have one. I thought everyone has one. Qin Shan, I really need this thing. Fortunately, I have an attribute stone here that should be able to help you. Having said that, Qin Shan initiated the transaction. He made a lot of money by exchanging attribute stones for special professions. I just don't know whether this thing is powerful or not. Fish bubble, okay. Yu Pao Pao agreed to the deal immediately. She couldn't use this special profession anyway. Also, the name sounded weird and evil, so it shouldn't be a good thing. It would be better for her to use the attribute stone to improve her strength. If it doubles again, the combat power will be more than 600. You can get back on the list and become the 7th master. She was once one of the top 10 masters in District 34, but she disappeared for a long time. This time, she can once again ascend the throne of glory. Qin Shan, I wish you to improve your strength. Fish bubble, thank you. After getting the Embalmer career template, Qin Shan lost all desire to sleep and immediately went to the Temple of Elements to use the template. He did so for no other reason than to be able to explore any career that could be permanently recorded and to find out what abilities one would have after changing careers. This was also for the convenience of everyone choosing a career that suits them. Use the Undertaker occupation template. Qin Shan said. The Embalmer profession template is directly imprinted in the profession ranks of the Temple of Elements. Unlike ordinary professions, special professions have an additional passive skill, while ordinary professions only have 2 martial arts, which are universal and can be obtained by anyone who changes professions. After recording the occupation of Undertaker, he can check the skills associated with the Undertaker. Passive skill, Resurrection from the Dead. Martial arts, puppets, terrorist attacks. Resurrection from the dead, you will not die immediately. When attacked fatally, you will enter a spirit state which lasts for 10 minutes. If you are not killed during this period, you can be resurrected with full health. Marionette, control a corpse to fight for you. You can transform and upgrade the puppet. Terrorist attacks, emit terrifying sounds, confuse the enemy's mind, and people with weak willpower will be deeply trapped in it and unable to extricate themselves. These are the 3 abilities that one acquires after changing jobs to an Undertaker. As for what kind of martial arts will be awakened later, Qin Shan doesn't know. He cannot see it. Every profession will change in a myriad of ways later on and will not stay in one place forever. For example, in his Emperor profession, he only has 2 martial arts now, but when his strength increases, he will be able to awaken even more terrifying martial arts, and the power of the original martial arts will also increase, making them very powerful. Even if this Undertaker can be mass-produced, when it comes to awakening other martial arts, there will be a huge difference between the 2 people. It's this profession, how should I put it? It's a bit weird. It makes people feel a little uncomfortable. After all, this profession requires corpses, and just looking at them makes people's scalp tingle. It's a very powerful profession, but it's a bit. Qin Shan said, it's hard to put it into words. But it's still okay. At least it enriches the types of professions. However, in a short period of time, no one will choose this profession. It is too weird. Perhaps, when some other races are refreshed in the future, we can give it a try. I exchanged an attribute stone for such a terrifying thing, which can be said to be a big profit. When I get the chance in the future, I must see how powerful this profession is. Qin Shan said, leaving the Temple of Elements and going back to sleep. He just came to see what kind of abilities the Undertaker had. Now, I have understood everything, and it is late at night. On the other side, Fish Pao Pao, who had obtained the attribute stone, was extremely excited. I also have an attribute stone. Yu Pao Pao's face was full of smiles. To know how powerful this thing is, just look at the people on the list. Originally, their fighting power was very low, but in just a moment, they all surpassed the people in front of them and possessed terrifying fighting power. Perhaps, the combat power on the list does not mean anything, but there is no doubt that it is a manifestation of strength. Without hesitation, I decided to use it. With her current strength of the 3rd level of body refining, the 2nd level of physical body, and the 2nd level of bloodline, after using the attribute stone, she should be only slightly worse than 2 people. Today, the harvest of fish bubbles is gratifying. She had just obtained the bloodline evolution stone in the morning. She upgraded her bloodline with the stone and also upgraded her physical body by 1 level, which made her combat power suddenly jump to the top of the combat power list. Now, having obtained the attribute stone, he is only weaker than 2 people. Although there is still a small gap between him and Qin Shan, who ranks first on the list, he is not far from Emperor Xin Yuan. A talent that I don't know if it can be considered unlucky actually brought me huge benefits. At the beginning, food was quite scarce, But now, she doesn't have to worry about it, and she can be self-sufficient. It didn't take her long to complete the attribute awakening. In an instant, her combat power increased to 860 points, which was 20 points lower than Emperor Xian Yuan, which should mean that they were one level lower in realm. What a powerful strength. Yu Paopao clenched his fists and felt that the strength in his body became much more abundant. It was at this moment that all those who were surpassed by him received a reminder. Why is it Yu Paopao again? Hasn't this person been silent for a long time? It looks like she got the Cloud Stone. My goodness, I remember she just made a breakthrough this morning, and I was surpassed by her. Is the unfortunate person who ran out of food and got the stone talent so powerful? On an island. It seems that Qin Shan really doesn't need the attribute stone, and he just gave it away. Brahma shook his head and smiled bitterly. The thing that he and others had fought to the death for was worthless in Qin Shan's eyes. Chapter 176 Crossing the Sea. Yu Paopao's breakthrough caused a huge uproar. After all, now there was another person standing above them. How could they swallow this? 1,000 islands. Damn it, how dare you give it away directly? The liar said angrily. He didn't believe that this unknown Yu Paopao could have resources worth up to 50,000 marbles to exchange with Brahma. There is only one possibility: Brahma gave it to someone else. He hated Brahma even more. Even though he hasn't awakened his attributes yet, he already has a combat power of over 500. He has every reason to be proud of himself. If he is given one, no one except Qin Shan can be his opponent. But now, he felt very depressed. After all, I used to be the second on the list, but now I have fallen to 8th. If I continue like this, I will fall out of the top 10. The key is that the people who surpassed me are all from District 34. With one person leading me, I am indeed much stronger than others. Even if he had better resources, he would definitely give priority to his people because they support him more. Yu Paopao has been upgraded and has become another guy with a combat power of up to 800. With such strength, even he does not dare to confront them head-on. But he is not afraid of those who are relatively backward. He has a trump card, and it is not difficult for him to kill those people. Young master. Several people nearby wanted to speak, but they didn't know how to say it. Brahma, I will remember you. Pray that you don't fall into my hands. The deceitful man's eyes were filled with the desire to kill, as if something extremely important had been taken away from him. The people nearby didn't even dare to say a word, as they were very angry about the deception. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. When new people rise, someone is bound to fall from the altar. The face left for other districts is getting less and less. Only 3 people can enter the top 10 of the list. Even the people who make the list are only 30 or 40 people, and that's from the 9 districts combined. They never thought that one district could suppress them to this extent. 9 districts are not as powerful as one district. Putting Qin Shan aside, even if they were added together, they might not be able to defeat District 34. This is simply a major terrorist incident. They all gnashed their teeth and hated Brahma to the core. You could have chosen not to trade, but you chose to give it away. They had no choice but to speculate like this, as this was really the only possibility. As for the twists and turns, no one will care. Just blame it on Brahma. Don't want 20,000 marbles, just to discuss them? Wouldn't it be better if they didn't give it out? It's meaningless to say this now. They have indeed been surpassed by others, and there is nothing they can do. The biggest hope is that Qin Shan can help them bring the attribute stone out from the Demon Cloud secret realm, so that they will have a chance to break the current situation. Just one attribute was enough to make them suffer a lot. But it is undeniable that the power of the attribute stone plays a huge role in their improvement at this stage, and it is also very rare. If they hadn't opened the map too early and obtained too many treasure maps, things wouldn't have been like this. Qin Shan didn't care what others thought. If he could kill Brahma directly, he wouldn't care. He was just afraid of Brahma's half-dead appearance. Except for some people, everyone slept soundly. There was no conversation all night, and dawn came in a flash. Another new day has begun. Here on Miracle Island, there is no need to worry about being harassed by sea beasts. There are so many sailors in the water, and it is no joke. It is like an iron barrel, and it is not easy to get in. Except for those guardian beasts that are refreshed directly, foreign sea beasts will either be captured or killed on the spot. Congratulations, the area has expanded by 353 square meters. The map scan is complete. Currently, within 800 nautical miles and 16 kilometers under the sea, a total of 49 lost treasure chests and 28 pirates have been found, including 3 4th-level pirates and 10 4th-level pirates. The rest are all 2nd and 3rd-level pirates. Please send people to encircle and suppress them, otherwise there may be changes. We scanned 3 bosses, 7 ordinary sea kings, and 1 sea king. We have detected a main island. Please choose to attack or form an alliance. After 1 day, we will be defined as a hostile force and will be forcibly attacked. The treasure chests are refreshed daily, with a total of 20 ochre treasure chests, 30 ruby treasure chests, and 50 orange and yellow treasure chests. You really know how to cause trouble for me, Qin Shan said speechlessly. What made him speechless was the owned island. Apart from fish bubbles, was there any other owned island nearby? He just didn't expect to encounter it so soon. Moreover, as long as bubble doesn't slack off these days, it should soon spread to me. The seas between them have long intersected. But without any hint, it is very likely that this world wants them to kill each other. Everyone claims that it is their own sea area. If things go wrong, a little spark will be created, and they will start fighting directly. As for killing Pao Pao, he basically wouldn't do it. If he wanted to do it, he would have done it long ago. It must be said that Pao's talent was very helpful to him. Although she was a little unlucky, it was an indisputable fact that she was able to obtain some scarce resources. No matter how small the probability was, it was still possible. In addition, there are bosses and sea kings. He hasn't encountered these things for a long time, especially the sea king. Last time, he wasted 5,000 cloudstones and it ran away. This time, I should be able to kill him. Just the right time to avenge last time. As for those pirates, he didn't care about them at all. He could deal with them with just any random group of people. Now, he could get the fragments of the artifact again. As long as a certain number is gathered, the second artifact will appear. One Scarlet Sky Emperor sword is not enough. The artifact can be used and possesses great power, but with Qin Shan's strength, he cannot lift the Scarlet Sky Emperor sword because it is too heavy. On the other side, on Fish Bubble Island, she was awakened by Yun Jixin's alarm. Warning, your island has been scanned by others. A crisis may occur at any time. Please be prepared for battle. The big red words filled the entire picture of Cloud Heart. Has it spread to me so quickly? Pao said bitterly. Who else could be around here except Qin Shan? Prepared or not, it would be the same. Qin Shan was too powerful and too terrifying. No one knew where his limit was. She didn't have the confidence to go against Qin Shan. Chapter 177 Action. A large number of islanders gathered at the East Martial Arts Field. In the past 2 days, too many unfamiliar faces appeared. Wait a minute, Yin, Luo, Jin Yuan, come with me to kill the Sea King. As for the others, make your own arrangements. Be sure to eliminate all enemies and bring back the resources before the morning, Qin Shan said. He didn't need to explain the details one by one, as others would complete them naturally and he didn't need to worry about it. The only problem was the Sea King, which was more difficult to deal with. In addition to these 3 people, of course, Ghost Vine must also be brought over. Basically, every Sea King is very disgusting and has the characteristic of cruising, but the arrival of the tree world of the Ghost Vine directly creates obstacles and traps it in one place, which makes it much easier. Yes. Everyone responded. They would do this kind of small matter without Qin Shan's instructions. After a period of time, they had adapted to this situation. They brought back their daily resources and then could practice. They don't need to solve other problems. Improving their strength is the greatest contribution to Miracle Island. It's nothing. Let's set off now, Qin Shan said. Even though there were no refreshes today, there were so many things. But today was quite busy. Not only did he have to deal with Pao's affairs, but the key was that the whereabouts of the hidden secret realm had been discovered, and he couldn't pretend not to see it. What if someone else gets there first? Therefore, they must be fast, especially the Sea Kings, which are very disgusting. If you don't kill them, they will forcibly drag the island away. Especially now, even if it is only one, it is tens of thousands of marbles, not to mention 5. Qin Shan cares about this very much. What is the difference between this and losing national territory? Therefore, if possible, you should not let the Sea King escape. You must keep it. After killing it, you can obtain a lot of resources, especially the Sea King Bloodline Evolution Stone, which can directly enhance the strength of the eel. Now, Eel has reached the 5th level bloodline. One step further, it will be the 6th level, and it is only 1 step away from the diamond title. Everyone moved quickly, leaving only a small group of people to explore the island while everyone else left. Even if they were just going to see the island, it would be better than staying on the island forever. Yun, Luo, and Jin Yuan stayed where they were, waiting for Qin Shan's instructions. As for the matter of the spiritual vein Gobi, he doesn't have to worry about it. He is not a fool. With so many people, it would be a waste if they are not used. It is impossible for him to do everything himself. He can just let others collect the information. When the time comes, wait for him to come back and make the distribution. Basically, it can satisfy the current daily training of Miracle Island, except for the body-quenching stones and bloodline evolution stones. Ghost Vine, Qin Shan shouted. The Ghost Vine quickly changed its shape and appeared here. Its body can spread to almost every place on the island. Just call it by its name. There is no need for Qin Shan to go to Linquan in person. Get on the boat and set off, Qin Shan said. With 4 people and 1 plant, such a lineup will have no problem conquering the 4th district. Their strength is too powerful. Boarding the Shenzhou 1, they quickly left the coast. If we talk about who has the most leisurely life, it must be Tianpeng. After everyone left, he went directly to the bottom of the sea to train his sailors and build up a strong fighting force. As long as the Chiyu Water Palace did not attack, he basically only had to deal with the attacks of sea beasts. As for the rest, there was nothing serious, especially the guardian beasts, which were no longer visible. Whenever they appeared, they would be pulled to join the sailors and become one of them. It's just that their strength is a bit low and they can't be compared with those sea beasts that have been recruited, but they are also a powerful force. When their numbers increase and their cultivation level improves, it will be different and they can form combat effectiveness. The guardian beasts in other places are still relatively good, but here they can only be reduced to hard labor. At present, the sailors are expanding. Once you have a certain amount of strength, you can join them. There are not too many requirements. Not long after leaving the coast, Qin Shan and his companions encountered a group of pirates on the road ahead. The pirate leader was still chattering nonstop, saying nonsense like he wanted to rob him. He was beaten to death by a cane from the ghost vine. The purpose of every departing ship is very clear. They are either pirates, lost treasure chests, bosses, and ordinary sea kings, each with their own responsibilities. Except for the Sea King, who they do not need to deal with, all others are theirs. It's just that it's a bit difficult for them to travel long distances now because the speed of the ships is too slow, and without a powerful means of transportation, it takes too long to go back and forth. Those that are farther away are specially handed over to a group of people. They can bring enough resources and practice along the way. This time, the bosses are Walrus, Patrick, and Algae. They are not very strong and have to be eliminated by the three purities. As for ordinary sea kings, that's other people's business. With a long sword in hand and a special buff bonus, there is no need to worry about the terrifying blood recovery mechanism of the Sea Kings. Even if it is consumed, it can kill them. Because in the end, the Sea Kings will take away the island's marble, so they are not too far away from the island, but very close. On board the Shenzhou 1 ship, Ghost Vine, speed up, let's capture the Sea King as soon as possible, and then rush to Yu Pao Pao. Qin Shan said. Originally, he had no intention of forming an alliance, but now that he had already encountered it, it was impossible to avoid it, so he decided to form an alliance. He would only know the specific details of the alliance after he got there. Yes, Island Master, you guys sit tight, said Guitong. The Sea King was 300 nautical miles away from them. At the speed of Shenzhou No. 1, it would take at least 2 hours. He didn't have that much time to waste on the road. It would be a good thing if he could deal with it as soon as possible. He has to rush back in the afternoon to find the whereabouts of the secret place. Time waits for no one. The few people sat in the boat without saying anything, waiting for the ghost vine to push them over. Sky-reaching vines. The ghost vine fell into the water and used its terrifying ability to quickly push the boat away. Originally, this was a skill used for combat, but Qin Shan and his companions used it to travel. Whoosh. A tail was left on the sea surface, and then Shenzhou 1 disappeared. I have to say that the ability of the ghost vine is very suitable for traveling. You don't need to waste too much time. Otherwise, in this world, the terrifying sea borders are difficult to reach at the speed of the ship in a lifetime. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a long-necked sea monster appeared in front of them. That was their target. Chapter 178 Killing. It was not the one he encountered last time, but a randomly refreshed one. Now, Qin Shan was no longer afraid of this kind of thing. As long as its body was not particularly terrifying, there was still a possibility of killing it. After a closer look, he found that his physical body was only at the 5th level, which was worse than his. That is, his realm was comparable to the 5th level of physical training. As long as he mastered some skills, there would still be people on Miracle Island who could kill it. What's more, this time it was Qin Shan who came in person, determined to kill the enemy and not let the situation like last time happen again. Who's going to go up? Qin Shan glanced at the people around him. Island Master, let me do it. It's a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. Luo said. Let me do it. I haven't done it for a long time. Jin Yuan said. As they talked, they started arguing. As for Yun, he did not make any move. It was not because he did not want to, but because he was too lazy. His combat power was far superior to that of the other king. Even if he was not a full-time fighter, he could still kill this Sea King. You two come together and take it down as quickly as possible. Qin Shan said. The world is hidden in my sleeve. Demon Realm. The 2 men attacked at the same time, neither of them lagged behind the other, and rushed forward in an instant. With a bang, it directly hit the body of the Sea King. The originally slow-paced Sea King suddenly became irritable and looked at the 2 people unkindly. These 2 little guys the size of green beans actually dared to attack them? How could this be tolerated? It opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow the 2 of them. Evil beast, Bring the gun, Luo said, and a spear appeared in his hand. It was just an ordinary weapon, not as powerful as the god-killing spear, but it was enough to face this guy. However, the attack of the two just now did not hurt the other party, but only caused pain. This made them cautious. Although Sea Kings are not scary, their mechanisms are still very disgusting. Suppress it. Jin Yuan was not slow either. He immediately continued to attack, not wanting Luo to get ahead of him. Maybe, in the past, Robbie was stronger than him, but now they were at the same level. The two men roamed around the Sea Kings, attacking them from time to time. The opponent was also very tough and didn't suffer any damage. Instead, he kept using water element attacks and barely managed to tie with the two of them. So, a few minutes later, Luo and Jin Yuan stood together and looked at each other. This thing was more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. It was not so easy to kill. The key was that it was difficult for them to trigger effects such as serious injuries. Sometimes, when luck is not on their side, they are helpless in the face of such a powerful Sea King. It seems that the two of us are doomed here, Jin Yuan said with a wry smile. Obviously, their strength is similar, but when they are unable to suppress the blood recovery ability of the Sea Kings, then everything is in vain. Can you two do it? If not, let me do it, Yun said with a smile. The two men's faces turned dark. What a guy, he is really good at taking advantage of others' misfortune. If they also have a combat power of over 10,000, killing this guy would be so easy. It would be easy as pity. Although they didn't want to admit it, what Yun said was the truth and they couldn't do anything to each other. Humph, come on. As they talked, they went straight back to the boat. Watch how I kill this big guy. Yun didn't hesitate and flew over directly. Back on the boat, the two said with shame, Island owner, we were not able to do anything about it. We are really ashamed. It's okay, but your luck is really bad. You didn't trigger the serious injury effect of the totem, Qin Shan said. Too non-standard. The two men remained silent. They didn't want to say anything, but the fact was that this was the case. They could do nothing about this tricky big guy. Both of them are quite capable, but the other's blood recovery ability is really disgusting. The big guy in front of him is a bit special. He has 10 characteristics, but 7 of them are about blood recovery and shield. The rest are high strength, speed, and blocking. He has no serious injuries, cutting, defense breaking, etc. It is extremely difficult to kill him. It's really difficult for them. Fortunately, he came this time, as well as Yun. These two are the most powerful forces in Miracle Island. Otherwise, if we send other people here, we will only return empty-handed. Big guy here. After Yun arrived at the place, he knocked on the Sea King's head and looked at him jokingly. Who could recognize this? For no apparent reason, I was hit with a huge slap in the face. Roar. With a roar, he rushed towards Yun desperately, as if he would not stop until he swallowed him. Unfortunately, the cloud was too fast and it couldn't catch up at all. It could only feel helpless and furious. Suddenly, it turned around and rushed towards Shenzhou, 1. Since it couldn't do anything to the clouds, it sank the ship. Oh no, this won't work, the sea covering array, Yun said, and directly placed a sea covering array in the direction it was moving. The Sea Kings, which were originally extremely fast, were instantly dragged into a quagmire and could hardly move forward. His strength increased, and the sea covering formation's deceleration became more severe. Besides, this guy hasn't even started cruising yet and is struggling to walk. Unable to attack the clouds and unable to reach where the ship was, it could only slap the water angrily, trying to vent its inner anger. What a pity, it's useless for you to be angry, Chi Feng sword technique. Yun's expression changed and became fierce. He had had enough fun, and it was time to let the other party go home. The ability to recover health is disgusting, but if you are killed instantly, you can't recover even if you want to. He just unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, dozens of messy sword chi crisscrossed and fell on the opponent. When everything settled down, the furious Sea Kings quieted down, and then they saw it quickly separated into pieces, falling onto the sea surface and disappearing. Only one Sea King treasure chest was left. This scene made Luo and the others dumbfounded. That was a Sea King. They had been fighting for a long time without losing any blood, but now he was killed by Yun with one sword? No one can accept this fact. Is the gap so big? The two shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Although Yun has not yet reached the gold level, he is already more powerful than them. They are even more looking forward to the Demon Cloud secret realm. It would be great if they could also obtain it. As for who Qin Shan will let go at that time, they don't know, but whoever goes will definitely have a huge improvement. It is not impossible to become as powerful as the Cloud. The Sea King type king can be killed at will. I'm afraid the opponent is also in a daze. The blood recovery ability that he is proud of is gone before it is triggered. Island Master, it's solved. Yun came back holding the treasure chest. He also glanced at the two people next to him, intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 179 Arrival, Alliance. Leave it there, let's go to Yupo Peo's island, Qin Shan said. It's just a treasure chest, not worth paying attention to. All you can get from it are some ordinary supplies. If the quantity is not large enough, it won't be of much use. Moreover, Sea King treasure chests are basically related to Sea Kings and can only be used to increase the power of eels. Yes, Yun said. He put the treasure chest in the corner. He could show off in front of Luo and the others, but it was not enough in front of Qin Shan. His strength was still a little lacking. Here, it only took a few minutes to kill the enemy. This Sea King was really unlucky. If it had happened last time, Qin Shan would have been in trouble. Unfortunately, as time went by, their strength had improved, and they were not afraid at all. They could kill the weak Sea Kings instantly. You too, don't be discouraged. Try to improve yourself today. Tomorrow, I will let you enter the Demon Cloud secret realm. Whether you can get it depends on your ability. Qin Shan then said to Jin Yuan and the other two. Thank you, Island Master. The two finally smiled. With Qin Shan's words, there will definitely be places for the two of them in tomorrow's trip to the Demon Cloud secret realm. However, they don't know whether they can get the things inside. After all, the strength of the Demon Dragon Knight is still very scary. Without a certain killer move, it is really impossible to kill that guy. Ghostvine, let's go, Qin Shan said. No matter who is around you, as long as their strength is improved, it will be of great help to the island. So if there is a chance, let them fight for it. The Ghostvine fell behind the ship, and a towering vine directly cut through the sky and disappeared from the spot in an instant. It's not teleportation, but the speed is too fast. It was only 500 nautical miles to reach Fishbubble, and with the terrifying speed of the vines, it would only take a few seconds. They came to a small island. It has to be said that Yupeo's talent is quite strong, and it has reached more than 10,000 square meters. At this speed, if Qin Shan had not been lucky, he would not have been able to get ahead of Yupao and get the Pioneer Medal. Each medal has an extremely powerful effect and can be of great help to me. At the seaside, Yupao was waiting, and finally, she saw the ship, which was exactly the same as the one she saw yesterday, and very huge. When she saw the prompt on Yunjixin, she knew that Qin Shan would definitely come. Even if he didn't come himself, he would ask others to come. She had no idea of resisting this powerful Qin Shan, and she couldn't beat him at all. What's more, in this world, the weak can only survive by relying on the strong. It's really too difficult to do it alone. You're here, said Yupao. Have you been waiting here? Qin Shan said on the bow. Yes, I didn't expect that my island would enter your sea area, Yupao said. It's a little bitter. I didn't expect the result to be like this. At first, Qin Shan had always refused to let her go to his island, but she didn't expect that one day, their sea areas would intersect and they couldn't avoid each other. Qin Shan did not reply, but jumped directly off the boat and stepped onto the island of Yupao. The few people behind also landed one after another. Without exception, each of them was an absolute master. Are they all your people? Yupao was slightly stunned. She had never seen these people before, but from the aura they exuded, she could tell that they were quite powerful, even stronger than herself. However, she seemed to have never heard of the existence of such people on the list. All those who were in front of her were arrogant and powerful. It was difficult for them to surrender to others. Obviously, they were not anyone on the list, but where did they come from? How could they have such terrible strength? It seemed that the more she came into contact with Qin Shan, the more she found that this person was unfathomable. Let's talk about the issue of alliance, Qin Shan said. I don't want to have too much communication on this issue, not because I'm afraid of exposing something, but because there's no need. Even if I tell you Pao, what's the use? It's still the same, there's no point. Just talk about alliance, nothing else. Okay, please follow me, said Yupao. Qin Shan didn't want to say anything, and she didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets. They walked into Yupeo's stone house while the others were waiting outside. You should know what changes will happen after the alliance, Qin Shan said. I know, Yupao said. When there was an intersection in the sea, Yunjixin had already given her a hint. After forming an alliance, the explored sea areas will be shared. The pirates, bosses, and sea kings that appear are determined equally by the two islands. This may not be very friendly to the stronger party, but it is even more of a disaster for the weaker party. If there are any powerful enemies, they will not dare to go out to sea at all. Whether it's a treasure chest or a pirate, they can kill them. The daily treasure chests are still calculated based on a single island. In addition, after forming an alliance, it is easy to cause disasters, such as tidal surges, sea beasts wreaking havoc, etc. Without powerful means, one may fall into a desperate situation. Qin Shan was not worried about this. He had so many sacred artifacts with the properties of seeking good fortune and avoiding danger. Basically, this kind of situation would not occur near his island. He was just afraid that the man would secretly interfere, pull his ship into the deep sea, and surround and kill him. As allies, if one party is attacked, the other party has the obligation to help. This is definitely a huge advantage for you, Pow Pow. She doesn't even need to call for help. Qin Shan can see on the map that she is being attacked by monsters. With Qin Shan's speed, he should be able to get here quickly. As for going to Qin Shan's island, she didn't dare to mention it. It's enough to know that you can take anything that appears in the sea. I won't take everything away, but you have to be careful. Things that may appear may be very powerful and you may not be able to deal with them. Don't be stubborn, otherwise I won't care about you. Also, when you become strong enough, I can allow you to go on my island. Qin Shan said. Okay, said Upopeo. No matter what conditions Qin Shan put forward, she agreed. She never thought that Qin Shan would let her go to his island. She was very curious about what secrets there were, but she had to keep this curiosity in her heart. Then let's form an alliance, Qin Shan said. Perhaps forming an alliance is the inevitable path for them as survivors, and no one can avoid it. Chapter 180 Teleportation Point, Teleportation Array. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this alliance. It is just that everyone helps each other. If they are not willing, then they can form another alliance, or everyone can rule the island separately. The more likely possibility is that it will trigger a war, directly kill the other person, and plunder everything on his island. Upopeo was on the Cloud Heart, operating. Willing to serve Qin Shan as the leader of the alliance. Okay, said Upopeo. Island Spirit, confirmed. Qin Shan thought to himself. Then, Upopeo saw that Qin Shan was here, but there was no sign of his operation, and they had already reached an alliance. This made her a little confused, but she didn't dare to ask why. I thought I would wait until Qin Shan returned before confirming it. It's a pleasure working with you. By the way, Upopeo is not your real name, right? Qin Shan said. Well, Upopeo is just a name I picked randomly. Meng Fangfei is my name. Meng Fangfei said. What a nice name, Qin Shan exclaimed. As my ally, your strength is too weak. I will give you some resources so that you can become stronger as soon as possible. I don't want you to need me to send people to rescue you every day, Qin Shan said. I gave her some resources, all for cultivation, which should help her improve a lot. Since they are allies, he doesn't want Meng Fangfei to die like this. Thank you. She accepted it silently. As for the return gift, she didn't have anything that Qin Shan would like. She was too embarrassed to ask for it. Qin Shan could just casually give her a large amount of resources, enough to train a strong man with a bronze title. Why would she care about these things? She just accepted what Qin Shan gave her. When she had something good, she would give it to Qin Shan. It was not a big deal, especially since her talent was so outrageous that she would occasionally get some special items. There's nothing for me to do here. Remember to improve your strength, Qin Shan said. I understand. If I can't improve myself with so many resources, then I'm really incompetent, Meng Fangfei said. Yeah. Qin Shan stood up and prepared to leave. He came here to form an alliance with Meng Fangfei. Now that the dust has settled, he is going back and, by the way, to plunder some resources. There is also the issue of the teleportation base, which I will put aside for the moment. After all, the current range of 800 nautical miles is still too vast. Without a teleportation base, we will waste a lot of time running on the road. Yun, let's go back, Qin Shan said. Everyone said nothing, followed Qin Shan and boarded the boat. Then, Meng Fangfei saw a horrifying scene. A strange spherical object suddenly jumped out from Qin Shan's boat. After it landed on the sea, it immediately changed and pushed the boat away with great force. In just 1 second, it disappeared in front of her. She didn't know how fast it was, but it must have been very fast. What kind of divine speed is this? Meng Fangfei said in horror. With such a speed, others can't even find Qin Shan's shadow and can't fight him at all. Sure enough, I thought too little. Qin Shan's strength is simply limitless. It is meaningless for others to pursue him. Qin Shan is far ahead of them. With such extreme speed, it only took Qin Shan and his team a few seconds to reach a pirate group, mercilessly ending their lives and leaving behind a teleportation point. All the units on Miracle Island can see the teleportation point after arriving here. Others who want to pass through cannot see it unless authorized by Qin Shan. Basically, it has the characteristics of invisibility, and there is a certain chance of detection, but who dares to detect his teleportation base in his sea area? In the following time, Qin Shan and his team kept circling around the Miracle Island, setting up teleportation points at a distance of about 600 nautical miles, killing pirates, picking up lost treasure chests and the like. This distance is already very far, and other people have not yet arrived at this place. Before, he was worried that the alliance would be delayed for a while, so he assigned everything to them. Now, he had nothing to do, so he directly packed up all the peripheral things. And through the island spirit, let the others go back, and there's no need to move forward. The remaining resources that have not been taken back can be handed over to them. Soon, all 10 teleportation bases were set up, with 7 within a distance of 600 nautical miles and 3 within a range of 300 nautical miles. This was also for the convenience of everyone. so that they would not need to spend so much time on the journey when they go out to perform tasks in the future. Of course, after returning, he also needs to build a teleportation system to establish connections with these teleportation bases. Otherwise, it will be useless and cannot be activated. After these things were done, he went back. The remaining places already had people there, and they would handle everything. He was now rushing back to build the teleportation array so that those who were nearby could be teleported back. Soon, they returned to Miracle Island. Island Spirit, what are the things we should pay attention to when building a teleportation array? Qin Shan asked. Master, just build it directly. It will have different functions depending on where you put it. What do you mean? For example, if you put it on the square, then you can directly teleport people from another place to the square, or next to the teleportation array. And if it is placed on the seashore, it will have a certain range and can teleport ships. Even if a ship is teleported here, it will not be pressed on the teleportation array, but will be placed in the sea area nearby. Not bad, not bad. It's quite convenient, Qin Shan said. In fact, the nature has not changed at all, it is still the same, but if it is placed on the seashore, the teleportation range will not be located on the teleportation array. Otherwise, it is possible that the teleportation array will collapse. Such a large ship is a bit heavy. Master, do you want to build a teleportation array now? Then let's build one, right where we often go out to sea, Qin Shan said. Building a small teleportation array costs. A few seconds later, something that looked like a teleportation array appeared on the panel in front of Qin Shan, allowing him to choose a location. This type of teleportation array can be placed anywhere, as long as the material is hard and can withstand powerful attacks. It won't be a problem if you place it in magma, you just might get scolded. This was the first teleportation array he built, and he chose to place it here on the seashore. From now on, everyone could use the teleportation array to carry out their missions. Connect to the teleportation point, Qin Shan said. The last step is the most important. Without the connection, it will be useless. Chapter 181 Crystal Cave, Magic Crystal. Master, everything has been connected, said the island spirit. The speed is still very fast, and the connection is successful in less than a minute. Let me try, Qin Shan said. Then, he put the energy stone in according to the instructions given by the island spirit. The next second, he appeared in a stronghold 600 nautical miles away, with the endless ocean next to him. He threw another energy stone and returned to Miracle Island. It is useful, but it consumes a lot of resources. If it weren't for several energy stone veins and a huge number of energy stones, this kind of thing would have to be used very sparingly. It's fast, but a bit expensive, said Qin Shan. It's something that must be useful. Master, this is something that can be used for long-distance transmission. One energy stone is already very cheap, said the island spirit. Perhaps, energy stones are very rare for some people, but Qin Shan has no shortage of them at all. Let me take a look at the properties of the teleportation array, Qin Shan said. He didn't want to continue to dwell on this issue. As long as he could use it, it would be fine. A virtual panel appeared in front of him. Teleportation array, unnamed. Level 1. Maximum distance, 10,000 nautical miles. Cost, 1 energy stone per teleport. Higher level items are not recommended. Number of people transferred, 100. Connectable teleportation array, 0/3. Connectable teleportation points, 10/100. Since I'm the first one to build it, let's call it teleport number 1. After Qin Shan finished reading it, he casually filled in 4 words in the name. Naming it is too troublesome, so it is faster to use numbering. Moreover, the level of the teleportation array can be directly upgraded by using resources, but it is not needed now. Out of 10,000 nautical miles, he is only 800 nautical miles away, which is still a long way to go. He could connect the surrounding islands together to form a big net, radiating in all directions. By then, his Miracle Island would be like an iron barrel. If others wanted to reach him, they would have to pass through the islands outside first. Ming Fangfei's place is just the beginning. Later, he will form alliances with more islands and let them cover for him. After the teleportation array was built, not long after, everyone returned one after another. They didn't need to go to the outermost areas of the island. Qin Shan had already dealt with them. Since there was nothing to do, they naturally came back. This is the teleportation array. It's quite a novel thing. I didn't even feel anything, but I was already back on the island. It was really fast. Of course it's fast. It's activated by the energy stone, so how could it not be fast? Fortunately, we have enough energy stones, so we don't need to use them to improve our cultivation. In front of the teleportation array, many islanders gather there to watch this magical thing. With it, they no longer have to spend a lot of time sailing on the sea. Qin Shan was not in the mood to pay attention to them. Instead, he started to count his gains. He could only say that his harvest was just okay. There are a total of 49 lost treasure chests, 28 pirate treasure chests, 3 boss treasure chests, 8 Sea King treasure chests, 20 ochre treasure chests, 30 ruby treasure chests, and 50 orange and yellow treasure chests. Even though there were more than 100 of them, Qin Shan didn't have high hopes for what could be gotten out of them. They were too ordinary, just the things he usually got. Beside him, Il arrived here early, because Qin Shan told it that a Sea King would appear today and asked it to come earlier. At this moment, it was looking forward to it, looking at this thing, hoping that its strength could be raised to another level. The more you improve today, the better your tomorrow will be. Everyone wants to raise their abilities to a higher level. Open it, Qin Shan said. I'm too lazy to use the Hand of Lucky, so I'd better keep it in case something good comes to me. I don't want to waste my time by then. Open the ochre treasure chest. Open the ruby treasure chest. The items in the daily treasure chest are too ordinary, and those are the same things that come and go. Open the lost treasure chest and obtain 49 mysterious altars and 98,000 marbles. Open the pirate treasure and obtain 28 artifact fragments and 56,000 marbles. Well, Qin Shan shook his head again. This kind of treasure chest is getting worse and worse. It only gives some basic resources, a mysterious altar that is sure to explode, and artifact fragments. If it weren't for the island being upgraded, I'm afraid even the artifact fragments wouldn't be able to come out. As for the treasure map, I haven't seen it for a long time. It should be related to other secret realms. After all, there are several Demon Cloud secret realms in other areas that have not been explored. Open the boss treasure chest and obtain 3 magic crystals, 300 bloodline evolution stones, 30,000 cloud stones. Open the Sea King treasure chest and obtain a crystal cave, 80 Sea King bloodline evolution stones, and 80,000 cloud stones. Good water, it is a treasure chest with different levels after all. Can't you give it a little more strength? Qin Shan said. Sure enough, the stronger you are, the less likely you are to get good things from these everyday things. But he didn't care about it, and didn't expect at all that this kind of thing could bring him powerful items. It's those bosses and Sea Kings who gave some strange things. A crystal cave, 3 magic crystals, and everything else is not very important. Il, this is yours, hurry up and upgrade it. Qin Shan said, taking all the Sea King blood evolution stones, plus 200 blood evolution stones, which can increase the blood progress by a total of 1,000 points, enough for it to be promoted to the 6th level bloodline. I just don't know who is more powerful compared to the Ghost Vine. None of this matters. What matters is that they are all creatures of Miracle Island and Qin Shan subordinates. Thank you, boss. I'll be leaving now, said Il. After Qin Shan nodded, it ran back into the water. In addition to these things, Qin Shan also got a total of 300,000 cloud stones, and about the same number of spirit stones and energy stones. The number of mysterious altars reached 302. He didn't want to touch this thing now. The thing summoned was too powerful. He would make plans when he was stronger. After the inventory, Qin Shan looked at the crystal cave and the magic crystal. The crystal cave is actually a building placed in the water, which allows aquatic units to have a living environment with the same size as the Miracle Island. As long as the Miracle Island is upgraded, the crystal cave will naturally be upgraded as well, inheriting the characteristics of the Miracle Island, which is equivalent to one being above water and the other underwater. As for the magic crystal, this thing is quite powerful. It can seal a powerful martial art, or a certain creature enters it. When necessary, it can be taken out to help you fight. Chapter 182 Rushing. Apart from the magic crystal and crystal cave, the other items today are all normal, with only the quantity changing. It's better than having nothing. In addition, there are 300,000 marbles. When marble is not sufficient, these 300,000 marbles are enough for many people to struggle for a long time. But for Qin Shan, it was only a small part, not so amazing. There would be something that would explode when the box was opened, and the quantity was quite large. He didn't know how much other people could get from each lost treasure chest, but just now, he opened a treasure chest with 2,000 marbles, which was enough for 1/7 of the fish bubble island. Expand the island, Qin Shan said. There is no use in keeping it, so it is better to use it earlier, so that the island area can be expanded, there will be more vegetation, and the living environment will be more diverse. Trigger the hand of technology and expand the island to triple the critical hit. The island was expanded by 900,000 square meters and is currently 4.43 million square meters. This is 4 square kilometers, which is already a very large piece of land. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Shan can live here in his old age, and there will be no problem as long as no one comes to disturb him. Being a free and easy island owner is so comfortable. Unfortunately, this world will not allow them to get through so easily. There are huge numbers of enemies waiting for them on the sea and under the sea. If they don't work hard to become stronger, sooner or later, they will be swallowed up. Qin Shan felt nothing when the area was expanded by 900,000 square meters at once. Last time he expanded the area by 2 million square meters, so what was the big deal this time? However, When others saw that the island had expanded a lot, they knew that it was Qin Shan's big move. Come on, get ready to set off and look for the secret realm, Qin Shan said. Yesterday, Yin had already roughly estimated the location of the secret realm. It was 30,000 miles away in the north. If it were to be sailed by boat, it would take 10 days. But with the ghost vine, this distance was nothing. It would not be a problem to go there now and come back at night. Those who were not strong enough left on their own. They just need to stay and guard the island. Things like this should be left to those who were more capable. In the end, only a few people remained. Yun, Luo, Zhen Yuan, Sanqing, Gui Teng, and others all stayed on the island. They were powerful and could escape in time even if they encountered danger. With Qin Shan added, a team of 8 people is enough. If we can't even handle them, let alone others, get on board, Qin Shan said. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. However, the ship chosen this time was not Shenzhou No. 1, but Ark No. 1. This small sailboat is also very large. No one knows what will happen in such a far place, so don't waste a big ship. Island Master, wait a minute, I've refreshed some people here. Xiangda ran over in a hurry. Just arrange for them to check in, and we'll deal with everything else after I come back, Qin Shan said. Now, he was in a hurry to get north and had no time to stay here. Yes. Ghost Vine, let's set off, Qin Shan said. With the Ghost Vine, he didn't even need to use the teleportation array. He just rode away at a distance, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. His speed was so fast that the sea on both sides was rapidly receding. At this time, near the reef, the 2 people looked at the almost reorganized reef in a daze. How could this happen? Emperor Xianyuan roared. It was clearly not like this when they came yesterday, but when they arrived at this place again today, everything had changed, even the entrance had changed. The memorized route is discarded directly and has no effect. Young master, don't worry. With our strength, if we can enter once, we can enter a second time, said the bone demon. No matter how much this place changes, it will not affect them, and they can still enter. We didn't encounter much resistance yesterday, so could the strength of all the sea beasts on the reef be improved overnight? This is almost impossible. Go in. Don't come out unless you find the secret realm today, Emperor Xianyuan said. Anger rose in my heart. In order to conquer this place, he spent so much time exploring it. Now, everything has returned to the time before liberation. He was afraid that by the time he had memorized the new route, this place would be closed again and take on a new look, and this time he would bring a tiny boat that was big enough to get into the narrow cave. After entering, the place became completely different and yesterday's route was completely disrupted. But after gaining some experience, exploring this place is not too difficult. He killed all the sea beasts he encountered on the road without hesitation. He hated these sea beasts very much. Fortunately, even though they have changed, their progress is still not slow. After some effort, they arrived at the entrance. The small sailboat could no longer enter, so they could only use their homemade microboat to enter. Young master, I will go ahead. If there is any danger, you run away, Ling Bo said. I always feel that there is something unsettling inside this cave, as if there is something terrifying going on. It's better to be careful in an unfamiliar place. Okay, Emperor Xianyuan said. The journey was too strange. There were no powerful sea beasts, only some small fish. They were nothing and could be easily dealt with. But this last cave made them feel unprecedented pressure. 2 tiny boats were placed directly on the sea. Ling Bo walked in front, carefully watching everything around him. If there was anything wrong, he would attack immediately. But it seemed like God was playing a joke on them. Until we walked into the cave, no danger occurred. Diamond-shaped crystals, all before your eyes. Is this thing really the entrance to the secret realm? Emperor Xianyuan said doubtfully. It should require some medium to activate it. Ling Bo answered casually. There are many shining stones around this cave, but no one knows what they are used for. Look for it, Emperor Xianyuan said. Since they have come here, they cannot return empty-handed. The diamond-shaped crystal is right there, and apart from feeling that it possesses great power, they did not see any portal or other items that could allow them to enter it. At this moment, the sea water suddenly boiled. Master, please retreat quickly. Something is about to come out, Ling Bo shouted hurriedly. Their faces were extremely solemn. The one who appeared at this time was probably the monster guarding the secret realm. They had no idea how powerful it was. Chapter 183 2 Secret Realms. Beyond the reef, a sailboat arrived. It only took Qin Shan and his companions a few minutes to arrive at this place from 30,000 miles away. This is the coordinate of the 4 spirits' secret realm, Qin Shan said. When he killed the ancient creatures, he gave the coordinates of the 4 spirits' secret realm, which is in this place. Judging from the map, they are very close to the 4 spirits' secret realm, right among the rocks in front of them. There's something wrong with these reefs. They seem to have corrosive properties, Zhen Yuan said. He just threw a piece of energy stone over to explore the way, but the energy stone melted instantly, as if it had never appeared. This is magnetic iron, not stone. Tai said. Don't touch it. This thing is very corrosive. Anything placed on it will be melted. Qin Shan said. He just asked the island spirit to analyze the structure of these reefs. Just as Tai said, these are not stones, but magnetic iron, a kind of thing with terrifying corrosive power. Of course, it is also a good material for making weapons, provided that you can withstand that terrifying dissolving force. Otherwise, everything is out of the question. Is it so scary? This world is crazy. Have we discovered a new world? Everyone was suspicious, and every time something appeared, it always surprised them. This time is no exception. Even before entering the deep reef, my blood was already boiling. The secret realm protected by the UNC divine iron must not be too bad. Just with these things, I'm afraid that many people who come here will have to die before they can get in. Jin Yuan drives the boat. Let's go in. Qin Shan said. The more bizarre this place is, the more excited he becomes. This means that there must be a great treasure here. He just doesn't know if other people have been here before, so he doesn't want to return empty-handed and be disappointed. Although it is a pile of rocks made up of magnetic iron, it does not have the nature of active attack. There is still a path between the intervals of the magnetic iron that can be used to enter. On the boat, Qin Shan told other people who didn't know about the properties of the Yuan magnetic iron. Besides being unable to be touched, this magnetic divine iron is also a no-fly zone within 100 meters around it. With our current strength, we are unable to escape its power, said Qin Shan. It is also a warning to everyone not to act recklessly. Here, ships are extremely precious. It's impossible to let them enter the sea on their own. As long as there are living creatures in the water, it is a very terrifying thing, and they are definitely not simple characters. It's still a flight ban. This is a troublesome matter. Yun said. Not being able to fly means that they cannot use many of their methods. Indeed. By the way, Ghost Vine, can you enter the sea water here? Qin Shan looked at Ghost Vine. Everything here had undergone unknown changes. Even the sea water seemed extremely abnormal. The Ghost Vine did not recover immediately. Instead, it extended a tentacle and took root in the sea water. After no changes occurred, it was pulled back. Island Master, I can enter the water, but my strength will be weakened by more than half. Guitung replied. This place is becoming more and more confusing. Apart from the boat, they had nothing else to rely on. Even the Ghost Vine had its strength weakened by half, not to mention the others. In the water, they were probably left with half their strength gone. Also, there are many sea beasts in the water. They look strange and do not look like normal creatures. Guitung continued. This made them even more confused. He was not surprised to see the existence of sea beasts, but what was surprising was that Guitung said that they were not normal creatures, which was a bit strange. But now, they have entered the reef and it is difficult to say anything. They should wait until they reach their destination before making an analysis. Island Master, there are 2 roads ahead. Which way should we go? Jin Yuan said. As the ship sailed in, they were already some distance away from the exit. After many twists and turns, they could no longer see what was happening outside and were already surrounded by the magnetic iron. There were 2 roads ahead of them. Go to the right, Qin Shan said after taking a look at the map. They were getting closer and closer to the point of the Force Spirit's secret realm. Island Master, wait a minute. Yin Ke suddenly said. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him. At this time, what was there to be confused about? Let me tell you your fortune, Yin said. His expression became a little unnatural, and he felt slightly excited in his heart. Okay, then wait a moment. Qin Shan said. Yin must have his own opinions when he said this, so what's the harm in them waiting for a while? Trace the source. Yin closed his eyes, as if looking for something. After a long while, his head was already covered with sweat. It seemed that with his current arithmetic ability, it was too difficult for him to deduce those things in this place. Island Master, that's not right. It seems that there is more than one secret realm in this place. Yun said. More than one secret realm? Everyone looked at Yun in surprise. This kind of joke was not worth taking. Last time, when I was deducing, I calculated that it should be on the left. There is a secret realm there. If the island owner's map coordinates are correct, and there is also one on the right, then that means this place has 2 secret realms. Yun gave the answer. How could this happen? Qin Shan said. This is too unbelievable. They came here to look for the Force Spirit's secret realm, but now, another secret realm is involved. Island Master, I think the Force Spirit's secret realm is secondary. The secret realm on the left is probably the main secret realm in this reef. The secrets of heaven have been blocked to me, so I can only calculate a few bits and pieces of information. Yun said solemnly. Let's go to the Force Spirit's secret realm first. After we come out of the Force Spirit's secret realm, we will go to see that secret realm and see what the hell it is. Qin Shan said. One needs a gold title or above to enter the Four Spirits secret realm. If the other one is even more terrifying, there won't be much point for them to go there now. It would be better for them to resolve the matter of the Four Spirits secret realm first. Yes, everyone said. Then, Zhen Yuan drove the boat to the right, which was the direction of the Four Spirits secret realm. Island Spirit, didn't you say there was only one hidden secret realm? Qin Shan asked. Master, this is a shared hidden secret realm. There are also some secret realms that were originally owned, but no one has explored them. They are left behind in various forms in this place. This is getting weirder and weirder. Can you find out any information about the other secret realm? No, I can only scan it if I go there. Qin Shan did not reply, but followed the boat. It was too early to think about these things now. There would be a chance to go there later. Chapter 184 Four Spirits Secret Realm. At this time, in the cave. Run. Emperor Xianyuan and Lingbo looked at each other, turned around, and left without thinking. Because, in front of them, a head appeared. A strange sea beast with signs of corrosion all over its body. But there was no doubt that its strength was extremely powerful, so powerful that just showing its head was enough to make the two men lose all desire to fight. That thing was so terrifying and put tremendous pressure on them. The two men quickly drove the boat away from this place. Shortly after they left, bursts of roaring were heard from inside the cave. It sounded extremely painful. No one knew whether it was because of this place or something else. They didn't dare to stay, for fear that they might lose their lives, and it would be not worth it. Fortunately, they ran fast and did not see that the sea beast was trapped by a huge chain. They had no ability to chase it, but they could move around in that cave. The huge chain was thicker than their arms. After coming out, "What kind of monster is that?" Emperor Xianyuan said with fear. Just this sound made him shudder. He was afraid that if they stayed there for another minute, they would be torn to pieces. "Young master, let's leave quickly. This place is too dangerous. Besides, there is also the Four Spirits secret realm in this place. We can go to the Four Spirits secret realm," Lingbo said. Before, they thought that this was the Four Spirits secret realm, but now it seems that it is not the case. This place has two secret realms. This was something they had not expected. Two secret realms appeared near his own sea area. It must be said that Emperor Xianyuan had quite good luck. It was a pity that his strength was not enough to explore this place. It just so happens that everyone is now attracted to the Four Spirits secret realm, so we can stay here and explore it later. The Four Spirits secret realm is not so easy to explore. Emperor Xianyuan shook his head and said, because, in addition to the coordinates being exposed, they were also specifically reminded that if they did not have the strength of a gold title, it would be best not to enter, lest they die without knowing how, as that place was very dangerous. What does the young master mean? Lingbo said. Let's go back. The Four Spirits secret realm should only be explored by Qin Shan now. Moreover, we don't know how far away he is from us. It shouldn't be easy to get here. We still have time. Emperor Xianyuan analyzed. The Four Spirits secret realm is good, but it is too dangerous. Among the people on the combat power list, only Qin Shan has the strength to explore it. Given Qin Shan's mysteriousness, it is impossible for him to join forces with them. So it's better not to go. There is no point in going there. Guarding this secret place is enough for him to develop. One day he will break in. Yes, Lingbo said. There was no need to say anything more. His strength was not as good as Emperor Xianyuan. If he entered that place, he would basically die. By the way, young master, you can go into the Demon Cloud secret realm tomorrow with our people from District 35. Maybe you can get some benefits to improve your strength. The Bone Demon said after thinking for a while. Yes, there is also the Demon Cloud secret realm, and our District 34 already has a daily secret realm. If we run around there, we should be able to improve ourselves a little. Emperor Xianyuan said. He has no way to use the keys to these two secret realms, but there are other secret realms. Now that his attributes have been awakened, he can visit the Demon Cloud secret realm in other areas. As for the secret realm that has become a daily routine, you can't get many good things by passing it again. Only the first time will you have a lot of benefits, but they were all packed up and taken away by Qin Shan. No one knows how many good things Qin Shan got that time. On the way back, they did not encounter any danger and had a smooth journey. Soon, they came to a fork in the road. On the left is the place they just visited, and on the right is the place they have not explored. It must be the secret realm of the Four Spirits. But now, Emperor Xianyuan doesn't have much interest in the Four Spirits secret realm, because with his strength, going there would be just suicide. It is better not to go, but to find ways to improve his own strength. What's more, there are still some resources on his island waiting for him to harvest. If he had not been in such a hurry to explore the secret realm, he would have collected the resources first. Who would have thought that this would be the result? The other side. With a roar, Qin Shan and his cruise boats all stopped. What kind of creature's voice is this? So low. Qin Shan frowned, a little puzzled. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of creature it will not emit such a low sound. Only when it encounters danger and is in a desperate situation will it make such a hoarse sound. It came from the side. Yun said, "Will there be any changes in the secret realm next to it?" "Let's not worry about that for now. Let's go to the Four Spirits' secret realm," Qin Shan said. "No matter what it looks like over there, it will never be wrong to go to the Four Spirits' secret realm first. No matter how terrifying the secret realm next to it will not pose a threat here." Yes. The ship continued to move forward, but everyone's mood became heavier. They understood what this low roar meant, and it was definitely not a good thing. The weirdness of this place was beyond their imagination, and it might be a desperate place. The roar was like a flash in the pan and never appeared again, as if it was suppressed by something. There were no more twists and turns on the way to the Four Spirits' secret realm. After a while, they came to an open place. The water here was very clear. It was not as dark as the abyss, nor as dark as the water around the reefs. It was like a fairyland. The UNC divine iron next to it is piled up like a small mountain with rugged rocks. There are 4 huge sculptures around it, and a stone platform in the middle of the lake. Qinglong, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Suzaku. The 4 sculptures correspond to the 4 mythical beasts and are carved vividly. What on earth is going on in this Four Spirits' secret realm? Qin Shan was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with these 4 spirits. The 4 legendary holy beasts were a sign of auspiciousness, but now, they appeared in this strange place. After they came in, the entrance behind them suddenly closed. "Island Master, the cave entrance is closed," Jin Yuan said. "Now, it is too late to leave. No one knows what kind of accidents will happen in this place. It doesn't matter. Let's try how powerful this Four Spirits' secret realm is," Qin Shan said. "They came here just for this, so how could they be timid?" Chapter 185 Whirlpool. At first glance, it seems that there is no danger here, but I dare not take it lightly, because this place is not normal. "Go to that stone platform," Qin Shan said. On the boat, they couldn't figure out what was going on. There was nothing around except for sculptures. There was no place to stand, only a stone platform in the middle of the water. "Island Master, no, our ship can't move," Jin Yuan said. He originally wanted to steer the boat over, but the moment he gripped the rudder, he felt a strong resistance and was unable to steer the boat at all. It seemed that there was something under the boat that firmly fixed it. "Do we have to swim over there?" Qin Shan wondered. Everything in this damn place is so weird. It is definitely not a wise choice to enter the water without knowing the reason. It might even get you killed. "Island Master, let me do it." "I can do it," said Guitung. "Okay," Qin Shan said. Only then did he remember that he had brought the ghost vine with him. With its terrifying body, it could extend tens of thousands of meters. They were only a few hundred meters away from the stone platform. The ghost vine immediately extended its tentacles, placed them on the stone platform, and formed a vine bridge. "Island Master, please go over there quickly. There is a strange force on this stone platform, and I can't hold on for too long," said Guitung. "Everyone, go over there immediately," Qin Shan said. "Don't dare to delay for even a second. Here, you have to race against time. You never know what kind of terror you will face next. The faster you go, the better." Everyone quickly crossed the vine bridge, and Guitung was the last one to reach the stone platform. As soon as they stepped onto the stone platform, there was a huge roar all around them, and they felt as if the world was spinning. Then, the sculptures began to collapse. Looking back, Ark number 1 was filled with strange creatures. It wrapped around the hull tightly, airtight, and only an outline could be seen, nothing else. "Was it this that trapped the Ark just now?" Jin Yuan said in surprise. No wonder they couldn't drive it. It turned out that when they came here, the other party had already started to cling to them. "This place isn't normal. Be careful and don't get attacked by the creatures here." "It shouldn't be." Everyone looked around vigilantly, and apart from the collapsed sculpture, nothing else could be seen. They were surrounded by magnetic iron and could not get out at all. The 4 sculptures quickly sank into the seabed and disappeared. Snap! Suddenly, cracks appeared on the stone platform beneath their feet, dividing the 7 people and 1 plan into 8 stones, with each person occupying one. "Careful!" I only had time to shout. Suddenly, they spun rapidly, forming a huge vortex. If viewed from above, they were in the center of a vortex, and this vortex was very large, able to swallow up some, and was rapidly expanding, spreading to the entire lake. And, in the center of the vortex, there was a pair of scarlet eyes, staring at them viciously. They were dizzy from the powerful spinning force and held onto the stone platform under their feet. It was the only thing they had to gain leverage. If they fell down, no one knew what terrible consequences would occur. There is only one very strange thing, that is, the Ark surrounded by mysterious creatures is not affected by anything. No matter how terrifying the whirlpool is, it remains motionless and still stays in its original place. But now, Qin Shan and the others have no time to take care of these things, as they're already in a difficult situation. When will this turn around? The power is growing stronger. Where is this taking us? No wonder you need to be at the gold rank or above. You're almost dead before you even see the secret realm. Faced with this situation, everyone started cursing. Fortunately, they are all strong enough. If they were weaker, they would be thrown out directly. This place is not a place that ordinary survivors can come to. Of course, if they are thrown out and not killed, then just ignore what they said. Snap! Looking at the stone platform under his feet that was cracking again, Qin Shan's heart sank. Oh my god, do I have to hold on to this stone by myself? The faces of the others were not looking good either. This strange phenomenon made them feel powerless for a while. No matter how powerful a person was, if he did not have the power to surpass the power here, he would have no hope of getting well. While he was distracted, a stone platform under his feet was instantly shattered and turned into part of the sea. That terrifying power left Qin Shan with lingering fears. The power of the vortex far exceeds theirs, and with the existence of the magnetic iron, they have no way out. Unless they can fly, if they come to this place, they can only passively wait for the vortex to pass. Island Spirit, what's going on? Qin Shan asked, analyzing one of the four spirits' secret realm. Fuck, can you please hurry up? I'm almost fainting, Qin Shan said. The progress is too slow. I don't know if the stones under my feet can hold on until that time. They will be crushed by the powerful force. 20,100 analysis completed. So fast. Qin Shan was a little surprised. He thought it would take a long time, but except for the beginning, the speed of the jumps was extremely fast. Master, you can let go now, and let the whirlpool take you into the real four spirits' secret realm, said the island spirit. What did you say? Qin Shan was a little dumbfounded. It felt like they had persisted for a long time, but there was no point. Was this vortex here to take them to a secret place? This made him a little depressed. He wondered if he had done something stupid again. Master, you heard it right. The island spirit reiterated. Let go. We are now entering a secret realm. There is no need to resist, Qin Shan said to others. They resisted here for a long time, but it was all in vain. No matter who it was, they would be speechless. But it's not their fault. After all, this is their first time here, and they only have one life. They have to be careful, otherwise they will die without knowing how. What? Everyone looked at Qin Shan in unison, and for a moment, they were a little confused. I just found out about this too, Qin Shan said. Then he let go of his hands, and the rocks under his feet shattered instantly, sucking him into the depths. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and quickly let go. They were welcomed in such a strange way, so they wanted to see what was so special about this four spirits' secret realm. The figures of several people were quickly drawn into the center of the vortex. After they disappeared, the place returned to its original state. Arc number 1 was still there, the stone platform was still there, but the people and the sculptures were gone. Chapter 186 Tree Guardian. Under the whirlpool, they were thrown into a jungle, no longer in the endless sea. After being tossed around by the whirlpool, they felt dizzy, but fortunately, they recovered soon. Is everyone okay? Island owner. I feel a little dizzy. Have we entered the secret realm? Everyone gathered together and looked around. This was a strange place with countless trees, but no monsters to be seen. It was really strange. Island Spirit, strategy, Qin Shan said. Just now, didn't the island spirit analyze the secret realm of the four spirits? There should be some records in this regard. Find the wood spirit pearl and summon the azure dragon. That's all. Qin Shan was a little surprised. No more. He didn't even know what the wooden spirit bead looked like, and the forest was so huge, how was he supposed to find it? The others didn't know at all, and they were still waiting for Qin Shan to make arrangements. Everyone split up and looked for something called the wood spirit pearl, Qin Shan said. As long as they find the wood spirit pearl, they can summon it and make some successful progress. Everyone nodded, and each ran in a direction. South, the direction Qin Shan was walking. After parting with everyone, he had walked for several kilometers, but still could not see the edge of the forest, nor was there any sign of the wood spirit pearl, and he had not even encountered any monsters or the like. He flew to the top of the tree, and all he saw was an endless forest with no end in sight and no special places. It was really a headache to look at. There is no clue at all. In a place like this, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is impossible to find it. Qin Shan had no choice but to stop. How could this happen? Qin Shan stopped beside a giant tree and thought, if this continued, they would be trapped in this place forever. Tree Guardian, realm? What? Qin Shan was startled and looked suddenly at the giant tree beside him. It actually had some attributes. This only appeared after docking. Indistinct. Just as he was stunned, the tree suddenly moved, and countless branches began to attack Qin Shan. Wow, these trees actually have intelligence. Qin Shan immediately dodged. These tree guards are very clumsy. Apart from the branches that can move, the rest are just fixed in place and do not pose much threat. The attributes of the tree guard also appeared in front of Qin Shan. This was a tree guard with a silver title. It had strong combat power and could almost kill anyone on the combat power list. Its branches are extremely ferocious and can absorb the life energy of all living things to strengthen itself, but it is an indisputable fact that it cannot leave the land. As long as you grasp this, other people will be able to hunt this thing when they come. A mere tree guard dares to attack me with his stunning sword energy. Qin Shan came up with a burst of sword energy. As far as the attribute panel is concerned, Qin Shan's combat power is several times that of the opponent. They are not on the same level at all. With the same silver title, there is no comparison between the two. Faced with Qin Shan's powerful attack, the tree guard was not afraid, but stretched out its tentacles with bared fangs and claws, as if it wanted to kill Qin Shan before it would stop. Qin Shan was disdainful and had confidence in the Jingong sword energy. The next moment, the stunning sword energy had already reached the tree guard and directly cut him in half. Split into two, the tree defender's life came to an end. It is very easy to kill. As long as your attack power is high enough, and you don't give it a chance to recover, it will be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables, without any effort. Only Qin Shan and his men have such terrifying attack power. If it were anyone else, it would be very good if they could escape. It was a monster with a silver title and was hiding in the woods. If they were not found, they would not know how they died. After the tree guard died, a green bean-sized light spot emerged from its body. Qin Shan took it in his hands. Obtain a tree guardian seed. What's the use of this thing? Qin Shan asked. Then, the properties of the seed appeared before him. Tree guard seeds. You can plant it anywhere, and when it grows up, it will form a new tree guard. It will follow whoever plants it. Maybe it is not strong at the beginning, but one day, when it can walk freely, it will be the enemy's nightmare. Good stuff, Qin Shan said. Is this to create a tree demon by yourself? However, it must be said that the properties of this seed are quite powerful. Normally, it is no different from an ordinary tree, but when it becomes powerful enough, with the terrifying properties of the tree guards, it is definitely a nightmare-level existence, and each one can be a boss. Even if they didn't get anything this time, it was not a loss just to have this seed. Something with no upper limit to its growth, the more the better. He put it away and left. His eyes became much clearer, and he no longer thought that the surrounding trees posed no threat. They were just hiding. However, only the larger trees are tree guards, and most of them are ordinary trees. Not every tree guard will drop seeds, but they have a probability of dropping. The first to discover was the ghost vine. Not long after it left, it noticed that something was wrong with the surrounding trees. It attacked casually and actually blew out a bunch of tree guards. Since both sides were similar creatures, the battle was quite difficult. There were also several gold-level warriors besieging it. Counterattack Jingjia. It stretched out its tentacles and wrapped them around one of the tree guards. It used its anti-injury armor to pierce the opponent's body and inject poison into it. In this way, it has killed several tree guards. As time went by, everyone encountered the tree guards one after another. Except for Yun, everyone was caught in a tough battle. The monsters here were too strong and too numerous. If you come here and are below the gold rank, there is basically no hope of returning alive. Setting foot in this place is equivalent to entering someone else's lair. How could they let you leave so easily? What the hell is this? It's so troublesome. Luo frowned, looking at the increasing number of tree guards. He felt very uncomfortable. Even with powerful martial arts, it was of no use. He was surrounded by dozens of tree guards, all of whom were above the silver rank. It was already very good that they didn't kill him. For a moment, he was stuck in a deadlock, but as time went on, the space he could move in became smaller and smaller, and sooner or later he would be covered by the intertwined branches. Chapter 187 Tree Demon King. Qin Shan pushed forward all the way, and all the tree guards he saw on the road were cut in half. He was no match at all. No matter whether it was silver or gold, it was not enough for him to kill. On the other side of Yun, the same thing happened. They made great progress and collected a lot of seeds. Only the others were stuck in a tough fight. 1 or 2 is okay, 3 or 4 is okay, but if there are more, they will have to run away. They can't win at all. The opponent's branches can extend a very long distance. If they don't leave quickly, they will only end up dead. At this moment, Qin Shan had no time to care about these things. He was already killing like crazy. He pushed forward all the way, and all the tree guards he encountered were so unlucky that they were killed before they were ready. After all, they were the absolute controllers of this forest. Just like that, he was hacked to death by Qin Shan for no apparent reason. As they killed indiscriminately, a pair of fierce eyes were already staring at them. You deserve to be killed. How dare you massacre my people? I will kill you. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the forest. Qin Shan and his group stopped, and the tree guards around them also stopped. They all looked in the direction where the sound came from. They saw a huge tree guard moving quickly towards them. Tree guards can now move. Seeing this scene, the others immediately ran towards Qin Shan. They were afraid that this would provoke a terrifying giant creature. They did not have time to think too much and had to gather together as soon as possible. When everyone gathered together, the terrifying tree guard had already appeared in front of them. The moment it landed, it splashed up countless dust. It looked extremely ancient, and it seemed that it was incomparable to other tree guards. Island Spirit, check its properties immediately. Qin Shan's heart tightened. This guy doesn't seem to be that easy to deal with. Master, it's called the Tree Demon King, and I've already discovered its attributes. As expected, he is the king of a tribe. No wonder his strength is so terrifying. This is not a good thing for Qin Shan and others. Damn you. The trees are tangled. The other party attacked them as soon as they came up, without wasting time talking to them. Could it be that I still need to explain that this is a misunderstanding? If they hadn't killed the tree guards, this guy wouldn't have appeared at all. There was no misunderstanding at all. They just killed the other party's tribesmen. This is a deep blood feud. How can it be resolved in just a few words? Everyone quickly dispersed and avoided its attack. I saw a huge hole on the spot that had been created by the Tree Demon King, with dirt flying everywhere. Attack with fire, Qin Shan said. This is an extremely powerful golden monster. Both its realm and body have reached the 7th level. Except for its bloodline, which is 1 level lower, it is a terrifying diamond-level monster. It also possesses various powerful abilities, and is even capable of moving. But it is undeniable that it is a tree. No matter how powerful it is, it will be restrained when encountering fire. Although none of the people he brought had fire attributes, their martial arts did have awakened attributes. If there was no conflict, they could still learn other martial arts. The only difference was the power. Practicing martial arts with conflicting attributes will result in half the effort and twice the results. The greater possibility is that the martial arts collapsed and the practice failed, not that other means of attack were completely abandoned. Facing an angry Tree Demon King, there is no point in talking about morality. Just attack together and it's over. A prairie fire. The flames of war are burning. Except for Ghostvine, everyone else took action. In just a moment, a sea of fire formed around the Tree Demon King, causing considerable restrictions to the Tree Demon King. Just wanting to kill it is not very realistic. I have to say that this guy's combat power is still good, reaching more than 7,000. He has awakened a mutant attribute and is much stronger than the 3 purities. But with Qin Shan and Yun around, the Tree Demon King was not a big threat. It was not possible to kill it instantly because it had already begun to evolve towards the diamond level and had thick skin and flesh. Qin Shan could not kill it instantly. What's more, this is in the forest. The strength of the Tree Demon King is even stronger. The 7,000 points of combat power on the panel does not mean anything. Its abilities are the most terrifying. Fate decides. Judgment failed. It failed directly. The level of the Tree Demon King was too high and its strength was very strong. He was not as weak as the golden longhorn beetle. When it was summoned, it was only at the 1st level of body refining, while the Tree Demon King was in his prime and was very powerful. There was a big gap between him and the Tree Demon King if we only looked at the realm. It was reasonable that he did not succeed. The Emperor rules. In an instant, several wood elemental warriors appeared. In fact, the most abundant element around here is wood. Under the multiple attacks, the Tree Demon King could no longer display its terrifying strength. It was restrained so tightly that it could only stand still, unable to roar. Earth Escape Technique. Perhaps it was their powerful attack that made the Tree Demon King unable to bear it, so he drilled directly into the ground, and the flames could not burn him. God, Qin Shan said immediately. Now that they have lost their target, they are in great danger on the ground. The Tree Demon King might come out from somewhere and give someone a fatal blow, causing them to lose their life. They all flew into the air, looking at the ground carefully, and attacked immediately if they saw anything wrong. Qin Shan also silently put a layer of Emperor's defense on himself. This thing has a terrifyingly high defense. Without absolute crushing strength, it is impossible to break it. It was also to protect their own safety. This time, the Tree Demon King they faced was very powerful. It might not be as difficult to deal with as the golden longhorn beetle, but its ability was very strong, and this was its home ground, so it was not so easy to defeat it. The Tree Demon King has not appeared and seems to have gone far away. Everyone was highly focused and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. This was not an ordinary boss that could be crushed at will, but a terrifying enemy. Boom. Suddenly, a branch sprang out from the ground and went straight towards Jin Yuan. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. It was too fast. If he was pierced through, he would feel a chill all over his body. The chain of fate. Seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Qin Shan and Yun attacked at the same time. Qin Shan directly pulled out the body of the Tree Demon King, while Yun used Jin Yuan to avoid the opponent's attack. Damn it has a lot of hidden secrets. Demon Realm. When they saw the Tree Demon King being dragged out, they were extremely excited and immediately attacked it. It blocks out the sun and the sky. The Tree Demon King calmly stretched out his body like a big net to block the attacks of everyone. Chapter 188 with Spirit Pearl. After blocking the attacks of those people, the Tree Demon King immediately burrowed into the ground. He had no intention of fighting to the death with Qin Shan and the others. He just wanted to change his mentality. In response, Qin Shan sneered, thinking that he would be safe if he hid underground. He and Yun each have tracking martial arts, so they can easily find each other's location. Quick battle, quick decision, get ready, Qin Shan said. He also has the Emperor's protection on him, so he is not afraid of being attacked at all. Several people nodded silently and began to gather their powerful attacks. As long as the Tree Demon King was dragged out, they would attack without hesitation. If Qin Shan did not have the terrifying defensive martial art of Emperor Guardian, he would not dare to do such a thing so recklessly. Pulling the Tree Demon King to his side was a very dangerous move in itself. After everyone is gathered together, Qin Shan took action. Chain of Destiny. Another chain penetrated directly into the ground, searching for the trace of the Tree Demon King and dragging it out. Almost in an instant, everyone's attacks fell on Qin Shan. Even with the Tree Demon King blocking him, he was still affected to some extent. Damn it! The Tree Demon King roared. No matter who it was, he would feel very uncomfortable being teased again and again like this. Especially since Qin Shan dragged him in front of him again and again, it made him even more furious. In this round of attacks, it was completely unprepared and was hit by all the attacks, causing severe pain. It's fate that decides. Qin Shan didn't bother to pay attention. Whether it was angry or not was its business. What they have to do is kill this big guy. You sealed the Tree Demon King's burrowing technique. Earth escape technique. The Tree Demon King was about to escape, but when he fell to the ground, he fell heavily. The ground was hard, and he couldn't get down. It's you who did this. The Tree Demon King looked at Qin Shan fiercely, very unhappy. But now, the Earth escape technique has failed, and it can only fight Qin Shan and the others head-on. Also be careful of the terrible abilities of these people. Fate decides. Demon Realm. 3 pure ones, immortal light. Everyone attacked, with no intention of stopping. You have sealed the Dryad King's power of covering the sky and blocking the sun. Zhetian? Damn it. Caught off guard, the Tree Demon King suffered another round of attacks. No matter how strong its body was, it could not withstand such torture. Moreover, the number of negative buffs on its body increased. Every attack by Qin Shan added a bunch of things to it. You will only get more and more unlucky, and it is even possible that when you use your skills, you will get attacked as well. Just wait for me, the Tree Demon King said, and actually ran backwards. I have no intention of continuing to fight with Qin Shan. The Chain of Fate. The next moment, it appeared in front of Qin Shan again, and the Tree Demon King's eyes widened. I was brought back by this evil star again. Don't think about running away, you can't escape. Qin Shan said. If he had any more powerful offensive martial arts, he would be able to send the Tree Demon King soaring into the sky in an instant. The attacks from the others came all at once, directed at it. As for whether Qin Shan would be hurt by mistake, they were aware of this. Except for Yun's attack, which was a little higher, the shield value of others would be deducted a certain amount, which was not a big deal. Only those supreme attributes can make Qin Shan's Emperor defense become a little fragile. I don't even know how many times this group fight has happened. It has to be said that the Tree Demon King's vitality is quite strong. He was able to hold on and not die. If it was a more fragile one, it would have died instantly. Then go to hell. The tree world is coming. The Tree Demon King said angrily. The tree world is coming. The ghost vine immediately formed a tree world and wrapped around Qin Shan's body. At this moment, the Tree Demon King was stunned. There is actually such a skill among the opponents? Fate decides. You sealed the Tree Demon King's Tree Realm Advent. How many skills does a Tree Demon King have? In the blink of an eye, 3 of them have been sealed, and the remaining abilities are insignificant. 10 minutes of sealing time is enough to take the life of the Tree Demon King. Don't give it a chance, attack with all your strength. Qin Shan said. The Tree Demon King was furious. But there is nothing we can do. Qin Shan's shield was too high, so it couldn't be killed instantly. If it wanted to attack other people, it would be pulled back by Qin Shan. After several attacks, the huge body of the Tree Demon King fell to the ground with a loud bang. Never get up again. The Tree Demon King was the toughest boss Qin Shan had ever encountered. He withstood 7 or 8 rounds of attacks before being killed. Perhaps, having too strong vitality is not a good thing, as it turns you into a sandbag. After the Tree Demon King died, 2 items exploded from its body. One of them is naturally the seeds. This kind of seeds, no matter what level of tree guards they are dropped from, are all of the same grade. If they want to improve their strength, they need time to stack and some resources to cultivate before they can become strong. The most basic tree guards were of little help to Qin Shan. And another thing, Island Master, it's the wood spirit pearl. Everyone said happily that they had just been searching the world for the wood spirit pearls, but they didn't expect that the other party would deliver the pearls directly to their door. There was nothing better than this. Finally, I got it, Qin Shan said with a smile. With this, he can summon the Azure Dragon, but he doesn't know what changes will happen after summoning the Azure Dragon. Is he coming as a boss? Or is there any extra reward? He doesn't know, and he will only know after he is summoned. How many seeds did you get? Qin Shan asked. This is a good thing. If you plant it in the forest, the power of the forest will become even stronger. Even the Beast King can get rid of it and no longer need to suppress the forest. Having these tree guards to protect us may be a better choice. Island Master, I got 21. I have fewer, only 8. Everyone took out their seeds. They may have killed more than just these tree guards, but this thing has a chance of dropping. All the seeds were gathered in Qin Shan's hands, and there were only 108 seeds in total. It might be possible to establish a small tribe of tree people, but I don't know if they can reproduce themselves and produce more tree guards. Qin Shan currently has no other way to obtain them. But right now, passing the level is the most important thing. Maybe, if I come back again in the future, I will gain something. Summon the Azure Dragon, Qin Shan said. The sooner the better. The Four-Spirit secret realm is so big, there must be more than just this place. There are other treasures waiting for him to harvest. As for the number of tree guards, we can only talk about it later. Chapter 189 Xinglong. In front of them, a huge portal appeared. It seemed that there was some powerful creature on the other side, and it was about to walk out. Everyone looked a little solemn. If it was really a dragon, it would be difficult to deal with. At this time, the dragon was an absolutely powerful creature and was not so easy to deal with. It was better to be careful. They backed away slowly, not stopping near the portal. When they retreated far enough, a strong light came from the portal, which made them unable to open their eyes. After the strong light passed, they saw a green dragon floating in front of them. Xinglong, several people said in shock. It really was Xinglong. Qin Shan wanted to check the attributes of the opponent, but the result was a bunch of question marks. He couldn't see anything at all. The opponent was too powerful, and he couldn't deal with it at all. Adventurers, why did you wake me up? Xinglong said. It seems that there is no need to defeat Xinglong. Qin Shan murmured. We want to explore the Four Spirits' secret realm. Senior, please show us the way, said Qin Shan. So you came here for the sacred beast spirit bead, but this road is full of dangers. I'm afraid with your strength, you can't reach the other side. Xinglong said. Don't worry about that, Senior. We have our own way. Qin Shan said. Since you insist on going there, I will give you another gift. However, before you go looking for the sacred beast spirit pearl, you have to awaken the realms of other sacred beasts. Xinglong said, spitting on Qin Shan and others. You have been blessed by the Azure Dragon. Your recovery ability has been greatly enhanced. It will disappear after the Four Spirits' secret realm ends. A layer of green light appeared on the bodies of everyone on Miracle Island. It was the blessing of the green dragon given to them by the green dragon. It is this method that makes people somewhat uncomfortable, but there is no doubt that the blessing effect is quite powerful and has unimaginable benefits in this place. Thank you, Qin Shan said. Okay, adventurers, go and awaken the spirits of other holy beasts as soon as possible. After Xinglong said this, he flew into the clouds and disappeared. Getting the wood spirit pearl and summoning the Azure Dragon was just to give them a layer of Azure Dragon's blessing buff, which would definitely be of great use in the Four Spirits' secret realm. It's just a pity that they get nothing here except some seeds. But since it's a problem with the rules here, they have no choice. As long as we can leave the Four Spirits' secret realm, there should be many benefits. Of course, there is no need to waste time here. This is too stingy. After all, it is a sacred blue dragon. Yun complained. Having this thing is already good enough. Let's hurry to the next place and awaken all the spirits of the sacred beasts, Qin Shan said. Although what Yun said was true, but they couldn't do anything. Could they find Xinglong and beat him up? Not to mention whether they had the strength to do so, it would be a problem whether they could leave the secret realm at that time. Not being able to see the attributes means that Xinglong's attributes are extremely high, far exceeding the current level. Fortunately, it is not an enemy that needs to be killed. Otherwise, no matter how many people come, it will be useless and will still be killed instantly. The current state of things is already very good. Yes. Everyone walked into the teleportation array. The next second, they appeared in a world full of red land. It's hot. Is this Suzaku's territory? Island Spirit. Master, find the fire spirit pearl and summon the vermilion bird. Before Qin Shan could ask a question, the island spirit gave him a hint. It's really Suzaku. Come to think of it, among the 4 spirits, only the vermilion bird has such a huge fire energy, which makes this place extremely hot. With their strength, they are already sweating profusely in this place. Let's go to the volcano, Qin Shan said. In this place, there is a huge volcano. It is red all over and looks very hot. There is also magma flowing down, which is very scary. I wonder what the scene is like on the top of the mountain. Apart from this, there is nothing else. They wanted to get the fire spirit pearl, but they could only get it on the volcano, so what were they waiting for? They could just go up there, and it would be done. Everyone approached cautiously. In this place, anything could happen. If you were not careful, you might die without knowing how. The closer you get to the volcano, the hotter it gets. However, when they approached the volcano, a strange scene appeared. The magma that was flowing down actually stood up and formed terrifying lava giants. Is this the monster in the 2nd level? Qin Shan was slightly stunned. This big guy looks very powerful, but he poses no threat to them. Quick victory. There was no time to wait here. They needed to climb the mountain as soon as possible, so they had to send this big guy home. They had already become impatient and flew up one after another. In just a few breaths, the lava giant fell down. A red spot of light burst out from its body. After it was taken in the hand, it turned into something that looked like a crystal core, filled with the hot power of the fire element. Lava Giant Crystal Core. Activated with powerful fire elements, you can summon lava giants. They need time to grow, and when they are strong enough, they will be a good helper for you. Just like the tree guards, Qin Shan said. If other places are like this, even if there are no treasures in the 4 spirit secret realm, getting these would be a good help. These are all giants. When their strength is improved, the abilities of a single system would be very terrifying. This will definitely help Qin Shan and restrain many enemies. If this is placed on the island, wouldn't it be another race? However, for now, there is no specific place on Miracle Island to deal with the lava giants. Island Master, is that something again? Everyone gathered around. Just now in the forest, Qin Shan had already told them the function of the tree guard seeds. That's right, Qin Shan said. The giants are indeed good and very powerful. The one just now also has the strength of a silver title. It's a pity that it encountered Qin Shan and his gang, who treated it like a robber. They beat it up and turned it into a crystal core. There should be 108 crystal cores here as well. Let's search them separately, Qin Shan said. Now that we are here, we should naturally maximize the benefits. Take them all away, turn them into your own power, and release them there. It will be a powerful force that will intimidate the enemy and make them dare not attack you easily. The more of this kind of thing, the better. He won't think it's too much. Chapter 190 Flame Giant. Yes. Everyone took the order and walked towards the mountain in different directions. The mountain was only this big and not as vast as the forest. Even if a lava giant appeared, he would not be besieged so badly. With their strength, they will have no problem dealing with it. The journey after that was basically one-sided. These small shrimps were no match for them at all. They were unstoppable and killed one lava giant after another. Like the tree guardians, they all have explosion rates, and the collection speed is not that fast. This time, I came to the 4 Spirit Secret Realm, and I finally came to the right place. You can obtain a large number of powerful living forces that can stop thousands of troops. When the Tree Guardian becomes strong, he can advance to the Tree Demon King. So what will the Tree Demon King become when it becomes extremely powerful? Similarly, the Lava Giant can also evolve into a higher-level existence. As for what it is, Qin Shan still doesn't know. They have not yet lured the monster out. When they reached halfway up the mountain, they had more crystal cores in their hands. The closer you are to the top of the mountain, the faster the lava erupts, and the ground is scorching hot. If you are not strong enough, you will just wait to die if you come here, because the temperature is too high. Even Qin Shan and the others had to keep wiping their sweat. Roar. The entire volcano began to shake violently. Sparks continued to splash out from the crater. When they fell to the ground, they left a big hole and then quickly solidified. Oh my god, that thing is coming out, Qin Shan said. The crowd no longer hesitated and quickly flew into the air. At the same level as the crater, under their gaze, a terrifying fire giant slowly crawled out from the volcanic magma. The whole body was not seen, as half of it remained in the volcano, and only the part above the waist was presented to Qin Shan and the others. Kill. A fire giant appeared, and the first word he opened his mouth was kill. A huge fireball was thrown towards Qin Shan and his men. The extremely high temperature made them feel uncomfortable, and they hurriedly dodged the opponent's attack. The Emperor guards the chain of destiny, Qin Shan said. He wants to pull the fire giant out. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. The fire giant didn't move at all. You are not strong enough to move the mountain. This. Qin Shan was extremely shocked. It seemed that all the lava in this volcano was the body of the fire giant. If that was the case, it was understandable that he couldn't pull the other party out. The thing was too big and too heavy for him to pull out. Attack it with all your strength, its body is too huge, Qin Shan said. This made him speechless. This time, he really encountered a tough big guy. It was not so easy to kill it. If he did not cut off the connection between the fire giant and the lava, it would be basically impossible to kill this thing. Sea covering formation. Demon realm. The power of Luo Shui. Everyone attacked, but in this place, even though water had an absolute inhibitory effect on fire, it was not very useful. Water element was extremely rare. This was the world of fire element, and it was difficult for other elements to get close. For a moment, everyone was in a stalemate. I don't believe I can't kill you. I have the world in my sleeves to absorb the elements. Jin Yuan roared, and with his powerful magical powers, he gathered up some fire elements and threw them far away. The Emperor is in control. Infinite concentration. Qin Shan was not idle either. Since the fire giant relies on the huge fire element, he will compete with the other party for control of the fire element in this place. Once the concentration of the fire element is reduced, he believes that he cannot kill this big guy. Doing this is a bit energy-consuming. It can turn into a volcano and give birth to so many giants. No one knows how strong the concentration of fire elements is here. Although this method is a bit cumbersome, it also has certain benefits. As they suppress the fire element without limits, the temperature around them suddenly dropped. The fire giant became even more furious and extended a huge hand to cover them. If this were to come true, I'm afraid someone would die. Fate decides. You have sealed the fire giant's power over the fire element. The flame giant will temporarily lose control of the fire element for 1 minute. It's actually power. Qin Shan was extremely shocked. Authority is an extremely terrifying thing. In other words, it means that one has initially mastered a certain amount of power of loss. Although he has not yet become a god, he already possesses such terrifying abilities. He is definitely the most powerful creature in the body refining realm. At present, he only knew that ancient creatures had authority, but he did not expect to meet one here. Thinking about it this way, the Tree Demon King is also a boss in the secret realm, but he has no authority. Compared with the two, they pale in comparison. One is in the sky and the other is on the ground. Hurry, it can't control the fire element now, Qin Shan said immediately. This is good news. Just seal it casually and the opponent's authority will be sealed. If we don't solve it now, when will we solve it? Because the fire giant is too powerful, he can only seal it for 1 minute, so he has to race against time. After hearing what Qin Shan said, everyone gathered their strength and used their powerful martial arts to attack the fire giant without caring about their lives. It was angry and wanted to condense a powerful fire force, but it found that it could not do so. It could only roar there. Moreover, due to restrictions, it could not leave the crater. It was basically a sitting target and could not escape even if it wanted to. Shocking sword chi. Bang. The fire giant was beaten into pieces at the last moment. Only 1 second was left for it to regain control of the fire element. Several items exploded from its body. A crystal core, a divinity, and a fire spirit bead. It has one more divinity than the Tree Demon King. The divinity was revealed because he possessed the God Slayer medal. He used it without hesitation, increasing his physical progress by 1,000 points, reaching 2,000 points. He still needed 4,400 points to break through, and with a few more divine creatures, he would be able to break through. Give me your crystal cores, Qin Shan said. No one said anything and handed the crystal core to Qin Shan. Sure enough, there are still 108 of them. Qin Shan showed a look of understanding. The lava giant is very strong. If you cultivate it carefully, it will be a huge help. Island Master, why don't you place the lava giants in the spirit vein Gobi? That place is bare and the fire element is more active. Perhaps we can promote their growth there, Yun said excitedly. If these things were placed in Lingai Gobi, they would be his subordinates. How could he not be excited? As for the others, they didn't say anything. They don't even have a territory, so what else do they want? There's no rush for this, Qin Shan said. The spiritual desert is good, but the concentration of fire elements is not enough. Chapter 191 Dialogue. Specifically where to place the lava giants still needs to be considered. Their strength must be maximized. He can obtain so much this time, but he may not be able to get it again in the future. We also don't know whether they can reproduce more giants. This is a rather difficult matter. Moreover, if these giants are released everywhere, it may cause unrest. From what they saw just now, there was no giant that was less than 40 meters tall. It was a very huge thing, but its strength was a little lacking. Otherwise, such a big thing would be scary to look at. On the island, apart from those mountains that are beginning to take shape, there is nothing higher than 40 meters. As soon as you walk towards there, you will feel an oppressive feeling instantly. Okay. Yun was a little disappointed. If you want to bring the lava giant here, you still need to work hard. However, he was also content because he had previously controlled the spirit Vang Gobi, while the others were still alone. Of course, I can't compare with Tianpeng. First of all, in the entire sailor and underwater world, Tianpeng has the final say. That's because Tianpo was very lucky. On the entire island, he was the only one who was proficient in sailors. If the others went into battle, all the sailors might be killed. Therefore, gaining control of the lava giant is not a big deal. I have my own arrangements for these giants. Now, let's summon Suzaku first, Qin Shan said. Ignoring Yun's resentful look, he directly used the fire spirit pearl to summon the vermilion bird. Just like summoning the azure dragon, a teleportation portal appears. They didn't need to go over, just wait. A huge vermilion bird appeared in front of them. Adventurers. In an identical conversation to Qin Long, Qin Shan directly stated his purpose. The road ahead is full of difficulties, and the sacred beast spirit bead is not so easy to obtain. Since you have awakened me, I will give you a little help, Jike said. Tay. A huge mouthful of spit fell on Qin Shan and the others. You have gained the blessing of the vermilion bird, and your attack power has been greatly increased. This ends after you leave the Four Spirits secret realm. Thank you very much. Hurry up and get on your way. This is all I can do to help you. After Suzaku finished speaking, he flew into the sky like Azure Dragon and disappeared without a trace. Can't we try another way to give the buff? Qin Shan was secretly complaining in his heart. Why do these holy beast spirits always like to spit on people? This is something he cannot understand. It is too strange. So is the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird. The key is that they can't avoid it. However, when he saw a layer of red light rising from his body, the resentment was much lessened. Go ahead, we still need 2 sacred beast spirits, Qin Shan said. They have already walked halfway through the Four Spirits secret realm. Everyone stepped into the portal and went to another place. After they disappeared, 2 figures appeared here. They were the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird. Kair, do you think they can get the sacred beast spirit bead? Qinlong said. Stupid Loach, I've told you so many times not to call me Kair, Zuke said angrily, but I think they should have a chance. Our Holy Beast clan has disappeared for too long. I hope so. That fish isn't very smart, Qinlong said. Humph, with our protection, these few people can defeat it even if it doesn't let us go. Suzaka said, his temper was quite bad, worthy of being a creature living in fire. Forget it, let's see what the situation is. Let's go see the old turtle, Qinlong said. Okay, Suzaka nodded. Then they flew in another direction. This was above the sea. When Qin Shan and his companions were teleported here, they missed a step and fell directly into the water, becoming soaked. Who is so wicked to put the portal in a place like this? Qin Shan couldn't help but complain. Instead of being a good person, you choose to be a dog. Whose portal is this, placed in midair? However, it seems that there is nothing impossible. After all, in this place, there is not even a piece of land to be seen, only the vast ocean. Even if they are placed close to the sea, they will still fall into the water. Fight on your own, focusing on the crystal core, Qin Shan said to everyone. With the experience of the previous 2 times, they could guess what this place was used for. Moreover, they had to solve the trouble here as soon as possible. Flying in the air for a long time was not very beneficial for them. After all, there is a white tiger territory behind them, and the situation there is not very clear, so they must conserve as much strength as possible and not waste too much physical energy here. Otherwise, the journey ahead will be very difficult. Understood, everyone said. This kind of thing has become familiar. Sure enough, after searching in the air for a while, they discovered that there were also powerful giants in the water, condensed from water elements. In this place, there is basically only water element, nothing else. Azure giants emerged from the bottom of the sea one by one and attacked Qin Shan and his men. A few minutes later, there are more and more sea giants surrounding them. The key is that it is difficult for them to kill them. Unlike the ones they have encountered before, the sea giants can switch back and forth between solid and liquid states. Their attacks on them are like scratching an itch and do not have much effect. Even a fire giant can make his body invisible, but it is not that difficult to defeat. For a time, Qin Shan and his men were in trouble and had no way to deal with these sea giants. Very high up in the depths of the sky. Old turtle, you are just bullying me, Qinlong said. I'm just testing their strength. If they can't even pass this, then there's no point in fighting. It doesn't matter if I don't give them the holy beast spirit pearl. Xuanwu was calm and didn't care at all. Aren't you afraid that they will burn this place dry? Suzaka said. Impossible. You can't even boil away the water here. It's impossible for them to do it, Xuanwu said. But you are being too bullying. They don't even have the cultivation level of a god. It's very difficult to kill such a creature, Jike said. This is what I want. Otherwise, if they encounter more powerful enemies, how will they deal with them? Xuanwu said. What you said makes a lot of sense. I am speechless, Qinlong said. Below, the battle was in full swing. Qin Shan was very depressed. The first two levels were fine, but after coming to this ocean world, he began to be restricted everywhere. These ocean giants were really too difficult to deal with. They are not very powerful, but their defense is terrifying. If you want to kill them, you have to cut off their connection with the sea. Otherwise, all their attacks will be shared by the sea, making it difficult to cause damage. Chapter 192 CI. For a time, they had no way to deal with these ocean giants. The sea continuously provided them with energy, which they could not consume at all. On the contrary, they themselves had been staying in the air all the time, which consumed a lot of energy. These guys are too difficult to deal with. Island Spirit, do you have any good suggestions? Qin Shan asked. No matter how strong you are, you will feel exhausted when you encounter this kind of thing. Master, you can only try to cut off the connection between the sea and them. After analysis, there is an eye deep in the sea. After destroying the eye, it won't be difficult to kill the ocean giants. But if you want to go, you will have to face a huge number of ocean giants. Qin Shan could only remain silent. The ocean giants were much stronger than those he had encountered before. It was not so easy to get past them. Moreover, they were more powerful than a tiger with wings in the sea. Except for a few people on Qin Shan's side, the others could hardly move forward. It is simply impossible to carry out a sustained battle in the water. Now, we can only take a risk and give it a try, Qin Shan said. They had no better solution than blocking the sea eye. You guys cover me, I will go to the bottom of the sea and block the sea eye. Qin Shan told his plan to others. Even if this approach is somewhat dangerous, if they don't do it, they will be unable to get through even if they want to. Instead of wasting a lot of time here, why not give it a try? What if it works? Don't worry, Island Master. Leave these ocean giants to us. Even if we can't kill them, we won't let them go. Upon hearing that there was a way to cut off their connection with the sea, everyone said that it was just a matter of delaying time. The strength of the ocean giants was not as good as theirs. It was because there were too many of them, and they were difficult to kill. They also had an endless supply of energy, which put them in a difficult situation. Then I'll leave this place to you, Qin Shan said. Sea covering formation. Demon realm. The world is hidden in my sleeves. Hunyuan Qi. The tree world is coming. Basically, they were using restrictive martial arts. It was enough to stop these ocean giants here and buy time for Qin Shan. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, they will probably be exhausted first. The Emperor guards. The Emperor commands. Qin Shan put on a shield for himself and condensed a large number of water giants to surround him. He didn't know how many ocean giants were waiting for him underwater. Taking a deep breath, he dived into the water. Underwater, there are more ocean giants, but they do not have the same terrifying power as the giants outside, and the ability to transform from reality to illusion. It seems that all the power of this ocean is used to bless those giants, which in turn leads to a lack of strength for the giants in the underwater world. But it still cannot be underestimated. As far as Qin Shan saw, there were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. The long river of destiny. Hundreds of water giants fought with those sea giants to open up a path for Qin Shan. He had to race against time. He didn't know how long those people outside could hold on. Once those powerful sea giants came in, he would be done for. There was no lingering battle. After driving them away, Qin Shan went straight to the depths of the ocean. This was his goal. As long as he blocked the eye of the sea, these ocean giants would be nothing to worry about. Above deep space. Old turtle, they seem to have discovered your sea eye. It's no use for you to be so shameless, Qin Long said with a smile. It is too lazy to be so petty. If it can get through, it will get through. If it can't get through, it will go back. What's the big deal? It doesn't have to be like the old turtle and torture people to death. Let alone Qin Shan and his men now. Even if they were a level stronger, it would be impossible to deal with the entire ocean without a method. How powerful is the power of the ocean? This depends on how terrifying the owner who controls this place is. If I don't want you to pass, you can't pass at all. It's their ability to get through. Besides, I didn't use my full strength, did I? Xuanwu said nonchalantly. Okay, then we'll wait and see. Everything Qin Shan and the others did was seen by them. Only the strong ones were worthy of obtaining the Holy Beast Spirit Pearl. That thing was too important, and not everyone could take it away. Advancing all the way, Qin Shan soon arrived at the depths of the sea. He saw the eye of the sea, but he was shocked. Island Spirit, you said this is the eye of the sea? Qin Shan said in shock. Why was he shocked? Because he saw a huge swirling water column. As he approached, he felt a strong tearing force that was about to tear his body apart. The huge feeling of oppression made him doubt whether someone was deliberately trying to trick him in this four-spirit secret realm. Everything was fine before. Why did it become so different here? Master, this is the eye of the sea. Whether you can conquer it depends on you, said the island spirit. If the sea eye is suppressed, the ocean giant's power supply will lose its source, and they will be able to kill with ease. However, if they are not careful, they may even sacrifice themselves. This really makes it difficult for them. What's going on outside? Qin Shan asked again. The situation is not very optimistic. Yun and his men are gradually losing their ability to suppress the ocean giants. Qin Shan's heart sank slightly. This meant that the ocean giant was very likely to return to this place. By then, not to mention one of them, even 10 of him would not be able to break this vortex water column. Let's go for it, River of Destiny. Qin Shan no longer cared about so many things. He opened the long River of Destiny and swept across it. He needed to stack his passive skill and use his stunning sword energy to cut off the water column. Fortunately, there are enough ocean giants nearby, no less than 1,000 in number, with 10,000 layers stacked per second, but this is not enough. Too slow. Qin Shan couldn't help but curse. This speed was really worrying. If there was any powerful thunder, there would be no need to wait so long. I just don't know if I would get electrocuted too. Right now, he had no better way but to add it up slowly. 1 minute later, the total number of passive layers on his body had reached 600,000. This speed was quite fast, but the massive release of the River of Destiny also caused him huge consumption, and his physical strength dropped sharply. Moreover, with the death of some ocean giants, the accumulation speed has slowed down even more. 2 minutes later, the total number of passive layers was only 1 million, a full 200,000 layers less. Master, the ocean giant on the sea is coming. Chapter 193 Xuanwu. 1 million floors, that's about it, Qin Shan said. Regardless of success or failure, he has to give it a try. Otherwise, when those mutated sea giants arrive, he will no longer have any chance. He must fight quickly and decisively. Shocking sword chi. A terrifying sword energy quickly slashed towards the water column. Qin Shan was nervous inside. Whether he could stand up depended on this wave. Island owner. After he chopped out, he heard the voices of Yun and others behind him, with guilt on their faces. They still failed to stop the ocean giant. At this moment, the ocean giants also came here, but they did not pay attention to Qin Shan and the others. Instead, they went towards the water column. They sensed danger as if someone was attacking their roots. Stop them, Qin Shan said. This stunning sword energy can only hit the water column and cannot allow those ocean giants to share the power of the stunning sword energy. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee that he can cut off the water column. At this time, the Jingong sword energy had already cut the water column. The two were in a stalemate and actually made a harsh sound. Sea covering formation. Turning the tide. They acted quickly. If they couldn't kill the enemy, they would delay the time. In the end, as long as the water column poured down, they would win. The powerful force caused considerable trouble to the ocean giants. Now, it's their turn to be anxious. He wanted to go over, but was stopped by the crowd and couldn't get away. Above deep space. Xuanwu and the others also became nervous. The result of who will win the prize will be known soon. After 3 minutes of stalemate. Boom. Gulp gulp. The swirling water column collapsed with a loud bang, and the Jingong sword energy completed its mission and quickly dissipated. The seabed had returned to calm, and looking at those ocean giants, they no longer had even half of the momentum they had just now. Qin Shan and others smiled. Kill them for me, Qin Shan said. This battle was extremely frustrating. If we hadn't stolen the enemy's home point, we really would not have been able to deal with these guys. We would have made them pay the price. Without the blessing of the sea, they were just a bunch of little bastards. How could they withstand their attacks? They attacked one after another. Even if they were numerous, they were useless in the face of absolute power. After death, a bunch of blue spots burst out from their bodies and eventually turned into crystals. Ocean Giant Crystal can summon an ocean giant. It is similar to the tree guard seeds, with a number of 108. In just an hour or so, he has more than 300 combat units. I just don't know what their strength is like when they first come out. You will only know these things after you go back. Qin Shan unceremoniously collected all the crystals and placed them in the cloud heart space. Why hasn't the little boss appeared yet? Qin Shan asked puzzledly. In the previous levels, after they killed a certain number of enemies, a powerful enemy would appear. But this time, they collected 108 crystals but did not see the mini-boss appear. Island Master, where are you looking? Yun said. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, which was where Qin Shan attacked the CI. After the water column disappeared, the scene was too chaotic. They were all busy attacking the ocean giant, and no one paid attention to that side. At this time, there was a shining water spirit bead, lying there quietly. Water spirit pearl. Jin Yuan quickly used his magic to take the water spirit pearl and handed it to Qin Shan. Deep space. Look, old turtle. This is your ocean giant. It can't take a beating at all. It's worse than normal. Why bother with all this? This is my business, and besides, haven't you noticed? This will make it easier to inspire their fighting spirit. If they can't even get through this, how can they fight that stupid fish? Xuanwu said. Forget it, forget it. Looks like they're going to summon you. They stopped arguing as it was meaningless. They would see the result once Qin Shan and the others reached the end. At this time, Qin Shan and his team had returned to the sea. Summon Xuanwu. The water spirit pearl disappeared, and the portal appeared again, but this time it was Xuanwu who appeared. His huge body gave them a strong sense of oppression. It was the same conversation, and Qin Shan was not surprised. They also received a buff from Xuanwu. Even the blessing of Xuanwu, which gave them strong defensive power, became invalid after they left here. This made them feel relieved. It was not easy to pass this level. If we can't skin the seabed, no matter how many people come, they will all be kicked out and won't be able to get through. Let's go through the 4th level first, Qin Shan said. There is no place to stay here, and flying for a long time is not a good thing. They have just spent a lot of physical energy here, which is not very convenient for the next action. Who knows what huge difficulties will come later? Everyone nodded and just did whatever Qin Shan said. This time, they learned their lesson. Once they got there, they flew, instead of falling into the water together like they did in the 3rd level. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge mountain range. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing wrong, but after going through the previous levels, they did not dare to underestimate any tree or blade of grass here. What if the plants and trees become spirits? Rest here for half an hour. Looking around and finding no danger, Qin Shan asked everyone to take a rest first. One must combine work and rest. In his current state, he is not as good as others. If he really encounters danger, he will not be without room to fight back. Old turtle, you see, they're all scared of you. I obviously have nothing here, but because of you, they still have to wait. Baihu said with some dissatisfaction. There's nothing wrong with this. They're in such a bad state, can't they recover a little? You have so many reasons. Old turtle, I was also thinking about them. I didn't target you intentionally. Besides, didn't you see that I didn't release the sea tyrant? Xuanwu said. Stop arguing and wait and see if they can beat that stupid fish. Suzaka said. Kair, you don't want to interfere, do you? We promised that person. No, I just want to take a look. In this way, half an hour later, Qin Shan and his team had almost recovered. Basically, they had recovered more than 80. As long as there was no situation like the ocean, it should not be a big problem to cross the mountains. Let's go to the mountains, Qin Shan said. This should be the last place, they thought in their hearts. Chapter 194 Free Gift. After entering the mountains, they found that it was quiet and there seemed to be nothing. Why is there nothing? Luo said. Be careful, there might be fraud. Yun said. No wonder they were so cautious. Who would dare to take it lightly? What happened just now made them very alert. Although they were powerful, they could not play a big role in this particular environment and were restricted everywhere. It's better to be careful. They walked cautiously from one place to another, but saw nothing. Is there nothing here? That shouldn't be the case, Yun calculated. Qin Shan said. I always feel uneasy walking like this. Okay. Yun immediately began to calculate to see what was going on in this place. Seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Then he realized that he hadn't found anything useful. Island Master, it seems that there is really nothing here, Yun said. He spread his hands. He couldn't calculate anything. It was really just like what he saw now. There was nothing. My God, it was like a joke on them. Then there should be nothing, Qin Shan said. Just now, he asked the island spirit to scan again, but still couldn't find any potential danger within the limited range. It is very likely that there is really no danger here. Island Master, I found this, Shang said. A stone-like object was handed to Qin Shan. Qin Shan originally thought it was nothing, but suddenly, the stone began to have some properties. The heart of the hill giant? Qin Shan was a little surprised. It's another kind of giant, and it's an item that can summon a hill giant. The problem is, they didn't even do it. They must have picked it up from some corner. Island Master, is this thing useful? Everyone looked at Qin Shan. It's similar to the ocean giant crystal. Let's look around and see if there are any other such things out there, Qin Shan said. If you can get something without having to do anything, then the more the better. So, everyone scattered and searched the mountains and fields for this thing. As long as it can add even a little bit of power to Miracle Island, it should not be missed. According to previous calculations, there should be 108 such hill giant hearts. Getting all of them means that there is no danger here, and he can pass through directly. This is something Qin Shan did not expect. They had to spend a lot of time to solve the previous levels. But it's good here. There is no danger and resources are free. Based on the principle of not letting anything go to waste, naturally, all the good things are taken into your hands. It's really like plucking feathers from a passing goose. Baihu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They saw with their own eyes that Qin Shan and his men were plundering the entire mountain range, scraping the ground 3 feet deep wherever they passed. This is normal. You have to understand that for adventurers like them, any bit of power will be of great help to them. That's what a qualified adventurer is like. If you don't even want something given for free, that's weird. Indeed, if it were me, I would do the same. The mountain range is very large, and Qin Shan and his team cannot collect the hearts of the hill giants in the shortest time. Fortunately, there is no danger, so they split into 8 directions and headed towards the highest point of the mountain range. Looking at the increasing number of hill giant hearts in his hands, Qin Shan showed a satisfied smile. This was not easy at all. All the hardships he had experienced before were worth it. Moreover, if one could summon hill giants just by collecting them, he believed that many people would be willing to do it. It was not a shameful thing. Only when it became one's own power, it would be the most real. What others said was their business. Wouldn't it be enough for one to become strong? After more than 10 minutes, they searched all the way to the top of the mountain. There is also a treasure chest there. There should be a golden spirit bead in here, Qin Shan murmured. This level was indeed beyond their expectations. There were no complicated battles. Even if they did not want the heart of the hill giant, they could still get this thing by walking directly to the top of the mountain. He chose to open it, and inside, there lay a golden spirit bead quietly. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. They were alert for a long time, but in vain. Where is the heart of the hill giant? Qin Shan said. Everyone put together what they had obtained, which was exactly 108 beads, plus the golden spirit bead. In other words, this level really gave away resources for free, and they didn't need to pay anything. Are we done yet? Why is there no portal? The golden spirit orb has not been used yet. Besides, we are about to clear the level. What is the use of these buffs? Summon the white tiger, and you'll know. At this moment, their faces were relaxed and comfortable, not as tense as at the beginning. Summon the white tiger, Qin Shan said. Instead of making random guesses here, why not summon the white tiger? Then wouldn't the problem be solved perfectly? The white tiger appeared. Looking at the spirit of the white tiger in front of him, Qin Shan compared it with the king of beasts. They were not creatures of the same level at all. The gap in their life levels was too huge. He doesn't even have half the charm of the white tiger. He has a long way to go to become stronger. He also received the white tiger's blessing from the white tiger. This is a lucky halo that has a lucky effect when attacking special creatures. The duration will still disappear after leaving here. Adventurers, congratulations on completing the basic trial of the Four Spirits Secret Realm. Now, you can choose to leave or proceed to the advanced trial. Baihu said. Advanced trial? Qin Shan wondered. This might be the biggest reward of the Four Spirits Secret Realm. After all, as a hidden secret realm, it would be too shabby to give some insignificant rewards. Now, what Baihu said further confirmed this point. Good things cannot be obtained in these places. There are even more terrifying creatures waiting behind. Yes, the advancement trial is very dangerous. You may die. You have 1 minute to think about it. Once the time is up, you will be forcibly teleported out of the Four Spirits Secret Realm. No need to think about it. Let's choose the advanced trial. Qin Shan said. Just a little bit of stuff. Is that enough to get rid of him? If he comes here and doesn't take part in the advancement trial, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Are you sure? Sure. It's a wise choice. Then please accept our blessing. Then, Qin Shan saw the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise coming out of the portal one after another. Four spirits' blessings. The four sacred beasts worked together to bestow a blessing on Qin Shan and the others. Receive the blessing of the Holy Beast. Chapter 195 Winning Fish. Obtain the blessing of the Holy Beast, and the attack becomes a Holy Spirit attack. It can attack special creatures and disappear after leaving the Four Spirits Secret Realm. A special halo cast on Qin Shan and his companions by the spirits of the four sacred beasts possessed magical powers, and even their attack methods had changed. But it is only limited to the Four Spirits Secret Realm. It will be of no use if you leave it. Is this the monster we are about to deal with? Qin Shan felt puzzled. Otherwise, the four spirits would not need to give them such a halo. Now, you have the qualities of the Holy Spirit and are barely qualified to face the advanced trials, Qinglong said. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to obtain the Sacred Beast's Spirit Bead. I'm counting on you, Zhuke said. The advanced trial has unimaginable benefits. I hope you can pass it. Xuanwu said. Go in and prove yourself, said Baihu. Qin Shan understood what they said. It was indeed because they were given a halo in order to deal with the unknown enemy. If not, they would probably return empty-handed. Thank you, Qin Shan said. The spirits of the holy beasts nodded, indicating that they could begin. Go in. Qin Shan gave an order, and everyone walked into the portal. They didn't know what the situation was on the other side, but they would not retreat. After all, they had come here with great difficulty, and they didn't get the treasure yet. So who would be willing to leave like this? After they left, the portal closed. Do you think he can succeed? Our Holy Beast clan has disappeared for too long and should not be buried. That stupid fish, don't do anything stupid. Now that they have the Holy Spirit attack, they should be able to withstand the attacks of the stupid fish. There shouldn't be any problem. They really hope that Qin Shan can take that thing away, but they can't say it out loud. It was still in the lake that was wrapped in the magnetic divine iron. Looking at the surrounding environment, Qin Shan and the others were stunned. Why are we back? There was confusion in everyone's eyes, because this was where they entered the Four Spirits' secret realm. Arc number 1 was still there, and under their feet was the broken stone platform, but now it had been restored to its original state. Even the sculptures that had fallen into the water were still there, but with a little more charm, and nothing seemed to have changed. They were just spinning in place. This is amazing. Island Master, when we become stronger, we will be able to do this kind of operation. So what are we going to face? Where is it? This place is so small that even if there is a monster, it should have appeared. Island Master, underwater. Gui Tung said, his voice a little hurried. It's in the water, Qin Shan exclaimed. Everyone looked towards the edge of the stone platform, and they really saw a huge black shadow appear in the water. They couldn't see it clearly, only an outline. But this appearance is even more terrifying than the length of the eel. That is a 200-meter-long monster. Compared with this ghost thing in front of him, it is nothing. They just haven't shown up yet, so they can't look at each other directly. But just such a figure is enough to make them treat it with caution. Although strong strength does not necessarily mean a huge body, if the body is huge, then its strength must be very terrifying. The pressure they are facing now is not small, because they don't know when the opponent will attack, so they have to be very careful, otherwise they may get themselves killed. Boom. Suddenly, the stone platform began to shake violently. The thing below was attacking the stone platform, which made their faces change drastically. Without this thing, they didn't even have a place to stand, and their combat power in the water was halved. Ghost Vine. Qin Shan shouted immediately. We need to use the power of the Ghost Vine to return to the boat and fight the opponent. However, the next moment, the stone platform suddenly broke and they all fell into the water. Wait, our strength has not been weakened. Get out now. It should be the blessing of the Holy Beast. For a moment, they thought of a possibility. That is, the blessing of the Holy Beast could make them temporarily immune to the characteristics of this place. So, they jumped out of the water one after another, used their spiritual power, and actually flew into the air. Fortunately, we are not in a desperate situation, Qin Shan said. They were a little scared. Without the blessing of this holy beast, their strength in the water would be weakened by half, and they would not be able to fly. This was too terrifying. Once in the air, they could see the situation underwater more intuitively. The huge black shadow looked almost like a fish, but it was just this fish that made many powerful people on Miracle Island look solemnly. It's coming out. Suddenly, the black shadow was getting closer and closer to them, speeding up and rushing towards them. Bang! A huge fish appeared in front of them. Why does it have wings? Qin Shan said in shock. Because the other party had already flown to the same height as them, and was staring at them with two eyes that were bigger than theirs. This feeling was extremely depressing. It's Ingyu, said Yu. You must be those damn adventurers. How dare you disturb the great Lord Ingyu? Prepare to die. Ingyu actually spoke, and he spoke in human language. As it spoke, it rushed towards them with its huge body. If they were hit by it, they would be crushed to death. Everyone retreated one after another, with no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation with the other party. You guys hold it back, Island Spirit, and scan it, Qin Shan said. He needed time to investigate the properties of this winning fish. Otherwise, they would not be able to defeat the winning fish if they fought like this. Its realm was far beyond theirs. He is definitely not in the body refining realm. I dare not imagine what level he has reached. Okay, Island Master, you need to hurry up. We can't hold on for much longer. Everyone had no choice but to go ahead with it. They had no confidence that they could withstand its attack. It would be a rare opportunity to delay for a while. Island Spirit, how long will it take? Qin Shan asked. 3 minutes. The Island Spirit responded. The scan has already started. It will take quite some time to analyze the data of Ingyu. The opponent is too strong, which greatly hinders the scan. Hold on for 3 minutes, Qin Shan said to the others. Everyone looked embarrassed. 3 minutes is not a long time, but it is hard to say whether Ingyu would give them so much time. But as the battle progressed, they found that Ingyu was not using his full strength, but was just playing tricks on them. 3 minutes passed quickly. Scanning successful. The properties of the winning fish are as follows. Chapter 196, Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, Wind Fish. Realm, unknown. Introduction. The fish has the body of a fish but the wings of a bird. The sound it makes is like the chirping of a mandarin duck. Wherever it appears, there will be floods. Sanctification. Attacks lower than that of a god cannot trigger damage. Ability. Power of the ocean. Mission. Guard part of the treasure of the Holy Beast clan. Solution. Don't think about killing it. In this era, no one can kill it. As a Holy Spirit, It will not harm your life easily. As long as you can withstand its attack and be recognized by it, you can get the treasure of the holy beast. Is this world crazy? How can there be such a terrifying existence? Qin Shan stared blankly at Ing Yu's attributes. In this era, he cannot be killed, and attacks from powers lower than those of gods are directly ineffective. This is something that is much higher than them. A god? What kind of existence is that? They are just minions in the body refining realm. Encountering this kind of thing is no different from committing suicide. Fortunately, they don't need to killing you. They just need to withstand its attacks and get recognition to take the treasure. This was a huge challenge. He saw it with his own eyes. Ing Yu only launched a normal attack, but it left Yun and the others powerless to resist. This creature was too terrifying. Lord Ing Yu, please stop. I am willing to accept your test. Qin Shan said after calming down. Hey, did you find it? Ing Yu said. Having said that, it did stop and looked at Qin Shan with excitement in its eyes. Yun and the others immediately ran behind Qin Shan and looked at Ing Yu solemnly. This guy was too scary. He almost made them unable to get up with just a few hits. They wanted to ask, but now was not the time. Hee. After all, I am also a holy spirit. If you say stop, it will be too embarrassing for me. How about this? You have to withstand 10 attacks from me first. Ing Yu said seriously. Okay. Qin Shan said. He knew that the fish-winning battle was about to begin, but he didn't know if there would be any more attacks after 10. He just had to hold on. Interesting, so straightforward. I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. Ing Yu said happily. Then I won't be polite. Emperor, guard me. Yun, give me a chance to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Qin Shan said. He immediately condensed an Emperor Guardian outside his body. He was surprised to find that because of the blessing of the Holy Beast, the shield had also changed and could withstand the attacks of the Holy Spirit. The shield value even exceeded 100 million. It was still a mechanical device. As for Ing Yu's attacks, he didn't know whether the shield value would be specifically deducted for each attack. But at least it can give him some peace of mind, right? Seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Yun immediately put a buff on Qin Shan. In less than 10 seconds, huge changes took place in Qin Shan. Is the island owner planning to win the fish in a one-on-one duel? In my opinion, this may be an option. With Ing Yu's strength, we can't defeat him at all. And he is guarding here, probably to choose some people to inherit those treasures, such as the Holy Beast Spirit Pearl. This is the only explanation. I just don't know if the island owner can hold on. They were worried. Maybe their lives were not in danger, but facing a powerful Ing Yu, they could only shake their heads helplessly. If they couldn't get the Holy Beast Spirit Pearl, then so be it. At least they were still safe. Lord Ing Yu, I'm ready. Qin Shan said. Indicates that it can start attacking. It's quite interesting. You have actually awakened the Emperor. No wonder you have the confidence to accept my trial. Then let me see what you are capable of. Ing Yu glanced at Qin Shan and immediately became interested. As it spoke, powerful energy gathered on its wings. At this moment, Yun and the others all had expressions of horror on their faces. They felt a suffocating force. Go! In an instant, countless attacks fell on Qin Shan's shield. It's still the same, just a little shield value drops each time. But Qin Shan couldn't be happy. There were too many of these things. Dense numbers appeared in front of him, and his shield was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the first round of attack, half of the shield was directly cleared. If this ability to win fish were used on the battlefield, I don't know how many people would die. Not bad, not bad. You can actually withstand my attack once. That's interesting. Let's do it again. Ing Yu said, his tone full of excitement. I am becoming more and more interested in Qin Shan. But Qin Shan was somewhat helpless. At this speed, if Ing Yu attacked again, the shield would be destroyed. He could condense the Emperor's defense infinitely, but the consumption on him would be enormous. Moreover, who dares to say that Ing Yu has only this kind of power? He was at his limit and only had this shield, but the attack just now was clearly a light blow for Ing Yu, and what he launched was not on the same level at all. It shouldn't be like this. I also have Holy Spirit attacks. If I just defend blindly, I will definitely lose. Qin Shan thought to himself. Then, he thought of the ability of Destiny attribute. As long as his Holy Spirit attack is effective, he will not be unable to fight back. Stupid fish is going too far, bullying a newcomer like this. What can you do? The elders of the tribe just let it guard the treasure. Don't let the stupid fish fool you. The spirits of the sacred beasts within the 4 sculptures were also very anxious, but they could not intervene because this was a trial for Ing Yu. If they intervened, things would be different. It's been so many years, and finally a genius like this has come along. Emperor, there is also the attribute of destiny. Don't do this. We can only trust him and hope he can turn the danger into safety. They can't do anything but watch quietly. However, Ing Yu didn't care about all that. It flapped its wings, and a small tornado appeared in front of it. Little guy, are you ready? I'm coming. Ing Yu said. Yun, please use your power to protect me. Fate will decide. Qin Shan said. Lucky hit. You interrupted the little storm that won the fish. Nice. It actually interrupted my attack. That's quite interesting. Ing Yu said. Lording you, does this count as blocking one of your attacks? Qin Shan asked. There was still a smile on his face. It would be the best if he could make the decision. He wouldn't have to withstand so many attacks. Who knows what other perverted methods Ing Yu might have. Count it. Of course, we have to count it. Ing Yu said. But its words made Qin Shan shudder. It sounded like Ing Yu was going to settle the score. Could he really stop Ing Yu with his small body? He even suspected that Ing Yu was using his identity to suppress him. Chapter 197 Treasure. Yun, how many times can you use it to avoid danger and bring good fortune? Just come to me. Qin Shan said. This is too abnormal to win the fish. You don't have to be so nervous. Next, I will just launch an ordinary attack. Ing Yu said. The next second, Ing Yu appeared beside Qin Shan. One punch. The shield is broken. This. Qin Shan was a little stunned. Ing Yu's attack was too outrageous. He thought that his shield could withstand it for a long time, but in front of a real strong man, it shattered with one blow. The so-called fixed deduction of shield value is just a joke. Only the strong will not care about these things. After all, it is also a manifestation of energy, so there are ways to restrain it. This is the third time, there are still 7 times. Ing Yu said with a smile. Qin Shan felt somewhat helpless. He could do nothing about this almost shameless style of play. It was already quite good that he had not died at the hands of Ing Yu. How could he dare to think of anything else? If they really get serious, the 7 of them, plus the ghost vine, can't withstand a single move from the other party. Even if they have the blessing of the holy beast, so what? It just makes them able to withstand attacks, not invincible. Their own ranks were just like that, and there was an insurmountable gap between the two. Come on, I can withstand it. The long river of fate. Qin Shan said, and took the lead in launching the attack. I want to use the effect of the Wheel of Fortune to make Ing Yu's attack go wrong. But what he saw were countless misses, and it was completely useless. It's useless. Your destiny attribute is too low. Ing Yu said, and a big brush bag fell on Qin Shan, knocking him directly into the sky. Wow, it's so high. Ing Yu said, and in a humane way, he put one wing above his eye and looked for Qin Shan's trace. Yun and his companions didn't even dare to breathe. This guy was too shameless. After being judged by Qin Shan, he started to attack maliciously without even using any skills or supernatural powers. You can dodge those things, but you will have nowhere to hide from these ordinary attacks. Ing Yu, you're going too far. The voices of other sacred beast spirits were heard all around. Why are you in such a hurry? Let me enjoy myself first. Besides, I have the final say here. Ing Yu said. Stupid fish. Silly fish. Stinky fish. If you keep talking about me, I will continue to attack. Ing Yu said. This dramatic scene left Yun Tao stunned. Although he did not see the owner of these voices, they knew that this was the spirit of the sacred beast, and it was among those sculptures. But now, they have nothing to do and cannot interfere, because we are really not as strong as them. Sure enough, after Ing Yu finished speaking, all the voices around him disappeared. After about 30 seconds, Qin Shan finally returned to everyone's sight. His face was pale. He had flown to a height of tens of thousands of meters and almost vomited. Lording you, there are only 6 times left. Qin Shan said with a heavy heart. You have already passed. You don't need to take the next test. Ing Yu said somewhat embarrassedly. The sound of Qi Long and the others just now had been heard by others. It would be inappropriate for it to attack again at this time. What's going on? Qin Shan was a little confused and didn't understand why this happened. I said you passed, so you passed. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ing Yu said seriously. Qin Shan didn't dare to refute and could only accept it. Moreover, no need to be beaten anymore. This is better than anything else. How terrifying is Ing Yu's attack? Only when facing it can you feel the horror. Thank you for showing mercy, sir. Qin Shan said. I just don't know if he will still thanking you when he knows what just happened. Well, the boy is teachable. Come with me. Ing Yu said. Its body began to shrink, and finally stopped when it was only as big as Qin Shan. After jumping into the water, Qin Shan did not dare to delay and immediately followed behind. I feel like the last slap from the island owner was in vain, Yin said. Now that Ing Yu is gone, I can finally speak freely. Bang. Suddenly, a wave locked onto him and hit him, leaving him with no way to avoid it. Although it had no offensive power, it still soaked him like a drowned rat. Yun, be careful with your words. Even if you want to speak, it shouldn't be here. Hey, luckily I didn't say anything. Looking at Yun's expression, everyone chuckled and shut up tactfully. This was Ing Yu's territory, and he was listening to every word they said. In the water, Qin Shan followed Ing Yu all the way down. I thought it would be pitch black and bottomless below, But when I reached about 100,000 meters, a crystal cave appeared. It was similar to the one on Miracle Island, but much more beautiful and bigger, and it was sparkling with golden light, very tempting. Thinking back to the crystal cave model I got, it seemed very shabby. After passing through a long corridor, a huge crystal palace appeared in front of him. There was nothing here except a box. This should be what you wanted to protect. This is the treasure of the sacred beast. Since you have the duty of an emperor, open it. And you said, here. Qin Shan asked. What else? Once you leave here, you will never be able to open it again. And you said, okay, I'll try. I'll inspire it. Can it be opened? Qin Shan said, Master, this is a special item and can only be opened by you. If I open it, most of the item will be lost. Qin Shan had no choice but to walk forward and knock on it hard, but he couldn't come up with anything useful. This special treasure chest looks like it was welded shut. He pulled as hard as he could, his face turning red, but there was no way the treasure chest would change at all. Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you? You have the appearance of an emperor, but can't you use the emperor's power? And you look disappointed and scolded Qin Shan. Qin Shan is also feeling aggrieved. How would I know that this is what you were talking about? However, with Yu's reminder, he immediately used the power of the emperor, let it flow on his hands, and then touched the treasure chest, and finally there was a reaction. Yu next to him also showed a satisfied smile. This time, he just touched it lightly, and the treasure chest slowly opened. Open it for me. Qin Shan pushed hard and opened all the treasure chests. A large number of items burst out from inside, and for a moment, he was dazzled. Many of the things were things he had never seen before. Open the special treasure chest and obtain a sacred beast spirit bead. Chapter 198 Big Explosion. Open the special treasure chest and obtain a holy beast spirit pearl, a holy beast egg, a resurrection crystal, a special scene, giant realm, a professional skill scroll, an attribute skill scroll, an island upgrade scroll, the passive skill. Infinite armor breaking, 10 coffins, 10 broken fairy tales, 10 magic crystals, 1,000 spiritual vein evolution stones, 1,000 bloodline evolution stones, 500,000 cloud stones, and 500,000 spiritual stones. Qin Shan was dazzled by this scene. There were so many good things, some of which he had never seen before. It's worthy of being a sacred beast treasure, Qin Shan murmured. I have collected them all. Now is not the time to think about these things. There is a big fish next to me. Wouldn't it be bad to count other people's treasures in front of them? How is it? Is it very generous? Yu said. He was very confident about the treasure left by his ancestors, and it would definitely make Qin Shan's eyes light up. This is indeed the case. Looking back, Qin Shan has obtained many super large treasure chests, but this holy beast treasure is definitely not bad. Thank you for the gift, sir, Qin Shan said. If the other party had not given it to me, I would never have been able to get it and would have missed out on this big treasure chest. Even if dozens of days had passed, the value of this treasure chest would still be very high. Moreover, at that time, it is not certain that we will have the ability to forcefully push forward the Four Spirits secret realm. This doesn't seem like a secret place, but more of a place to select successors. This is what you deserve. Okay, you can leave now, and it's time for us to leave too. Yu said. What? Qin Shan was a little puzzled. This has nothing to do with you. I believe we will meet again in the future, Yu said, urging Qin Shan to leave quickly. Since Yu was unwilling to tell him, he would not force him. He was already lucky to have obtained these. He did not care about so many things and just left quickly. Soon, they returned to the surface of the sea. Congratulations, you have obtained the treasure of the sacred beast. The spirit of the Azure Dragon walked out of the sculpture and congratulated Qin Shan. The spirits of other sacred beasts also walked out. Congratulations. I hope you can treat the little guy well. Boy, I really didn't make a mistake. Qin Shan said with some surprise. I didn't expect to encounter the spirits of these sacred beasts here. No wonder I had a strange feeling when I saw those sculptures just now. It turns out they are here. If you have nothing else, please leave early. This place is about to be closed. At some point, the road they came from was opened, and they were able to leave by ship. Okay, seniors, take care, Qin Shan said. The owner had already started to drive people away, so there was no need for him to stay here any longer. There might be changes that he didn't know about, but what did it matter? He was already very lucky to be able to get those resources from there. So how could he be greedy for more? Qin Shan and his men immediately drove the boat away from that place. After they left that area, they found that the road behind them was blocked, and there was no way to go forward. Let's start, Yu said. We should go back too. The other spirits of the holy beasts nodded. The people they were waiting for had already arrived. They had done what they were supposed to do, and there was no need for them to stay here. Then, 5 figures rose into the sky, turned into streams of light, and disappeared into the world. This is. Outside, Qin Shan and the others looked at this scene in horror. The place just now began to change. They saw those magnetic irons moving continuously and became the same as other places. The four spirits' secret realm had disappeared, and the 5 streams of light in the sky shocked Qin Shan and the others even more. They flew away. Congratulations to Qin Shan for clearing the four spirits' secret realm. The four spirits' secret realm has disappeared forever. After Yu and the others left, a reminder appeared on the top of everyone's cloud heart, including Qin Shan's. The bright red words made it difficult for people to accept it for a while. Emperor Xianyuan, who had just returned to Yun Island, was stunned. How was this possible? Just now, they were still in the secret realm next to them and had not rushed to the four spirits' secret realm. They were still thinking about going there next time, but Qin Shan had actually cleared the four spirits' secret realm by now, and this secret realm can only be cleared once. There is an indescribable emotion in my heart, like a lump in my throat. It's Qin Shan again. Will he discover the secret realm nearby when he's there? Emperor Xianyuan said with some disappointment. Qin Shan is getting more and more powerful. In a place like that, he can even take over the four spirits' secret realm. It is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. He did not pass the four spirits' secret realm, but the other secret realm is extremely dangerous. It seems that the four spirits' secret realm is not much better, but Qin Shan passed it. Under such a comparison, the gap between him and Qin Shan is getting bigger and bigger. He is ranked second in the combat power list, but he is nothing. Young master, we cannot compare with him, but we are already ahead of others. When the master and others come, our Xianyuan family will still be strong. Ling Bo said. They are all in their 40s and are very open-minded about this. If they cannot compare with Qin Shan, then there is no need to compare. They just need to be stronger than others. Qin Shan is simply a monster and cannot be compared. Uncle Ling, thank you. I understand. Emperor Xianyuan said. Yes, if he can't compare with Qin Shan, then he will surpass others. Except for Qin Shan, he is still the number one. At this time, the channel was about to explode, and many people were madly wanting to know what was in the four spirits' secret realm. It's a pity that Qin Shan no longer cares about these things. He blocks what should be blocked. If it is not necessary, he is too lazy to open the channel. It is meaningless. No matter how those people speculate, it has nothing to do with him. Ark number 1 was quietly parked among the rocks piled up by the magnetic iron, without any movement. After the four spirits' secret realm disappeared, everyone gathered around Qin Shan, wanting to know what Qin Shan had obtained underwater. What if it was useful to them? For example, like Yun, if they obtain special professions and supreme attributes, their strength can be increased tenfold. Island Master, do you have any special occupations? Island Master, please let us take a look. Island Master. Each one was more excited than Qin Shan. Don't worry, I haven't seen it yet either, Qin Shan said. He didn't have time just now, but with you here, he doesn't have to worry about anything now. Then he took out the things he had never seen before. The first thing is the Holy Beast Spirit Pearl. The first thing that comes out is definitely a good thing. Chapter 199 Resurrection Crystal, Giant Realm. Holy Beast Spirit Pearl, a special item that allows creatures with the blood of a holy beast to have a chance to transform into a holy beast and change their life level. There is no other improvement. The holy beast has specific attributes. The introduction of the Holy Beast Spirit Pearl is very simple. It turns a creature under Qin Shan's command into a holy beast, raising its life level. There are no other changes. But this improvement in life level is enough to allow Qin Shan's subordinate to obtain unimaginable benefits. The speed of cultivation will be accelerated, and even special attributes will appear. Almost, a holy beast spirit bead is equivalent to the fusion of several items, and his current subordinates only have the Beast King. The others are not holy beasts, they are either sea kings, or descendants of ancient creatures, or divine beasts and the like. Only the Beast King can use the sacred beast spirit bead. Holy Beast Egg, a mysterious and special holy beast egg, condensing the great fortune of the holy beast clan. Hatching it will bring you unimaginable benefits. The incubation time is 1 year, and investing rare resources can speed up the growth. The holy beast egg is good, but unfortunately it is of no use to Qin Shan now. The incubation period is too long. He doesn't even know if it can grow up safely until that time. After all, this world is full of unknowns. You may lose your life at any time. I have no choice but to keep it for now and hatch it slowly when I get back. Resurrection Crystal resurrects a target who has died within 100 days and pulls them out directly from the long river of time before death. It requires 20 coffins as energy carriers. Resurrection is against the will of heaven, and the user will be punished by heaven. What a good stuff. Qin Shan couldn't help but say. This is the real good stuff. It can drag dead creatures out from the long river of time. It is absolutely an item that defies heaven. The consequence is that one must bear the baptism of heaven's punishment. Island Master, this is great. Yun was slightly excited. He has been following Qin Shan for a long time and knows a lot. What does this resurrection crystal mean to Qin Shan? Once upon a time, they had a few companions, but they were killed by the enemy. With this, you can revive your dead companions. As for the punishment from heaven, that doesn't exist. If it comes, just block it. Yeah, I didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying item in the Four Spirits secret realm, Qin Shan said, and couldn't help but hold the resurrection crystal tightly. It was with the help of the manta rays that he slowly rose up. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't heartbroken when they died. Moreover, now that there is a resurrection crystal, how far will the second and third be? They may all come back. He carefully put away the resurrection crystal. This thing was of great significance. It is much more meaningful than the Holy Beast eggs and Holy Beast spirit beads. Realm of Giants, a special item that creates a special scene suitable for giant activities, including all environments. The initial carrier area requires 500,000 square meters. Doesn't this mean I can't get the lava giant? Yun said speechlessly. This thing is really interesting. Island Master, how about letting me guard the giant? I have experience in this area. Go. I have some ideas too. Obviously, this is a special terrain just like the spiritual desert. Whoever is in power will have the final say in the giant realm. They had no objection to Yun taking control of the Lingmai Gobi before. After all, Yun's qualifications were much earlier than theirs, and he had developed step by step along with Qin Shan. That period was also a relatively difficult one. After Miracle Island had gained a certain amount of strength, it was fine to share power with him. But now, everyone is the same. Why should I give in to you? There's no rush. Let's talk about it after you come back from the Demon Cloud secret realm, Qin Shan said. At present, no one is suitable for the realm of giants. Only Kwa is more suitable. It depends on whether they can get something out of the secret realm of Demon Cloud. If there were anyone who was compatible with the giant realm, he would certainly be happy to give them the giant realm to control. Island Master, are you serious about what you said? Certainly. Okay, the land of giants must be mine. What do you mean by yours? Don't you even look at who your opponent is? Anyway, no one is convinced. Qin Shan took the 2 skill scrolls without hesitation. His destiny attribute and the profession of emperor were much stronger than Yun's, and he had no idea what kind of abilities he could develop. Anyway, as long as it is stronger than Yun's auxiliary ability. There are also island upgrade scrolls. After returning, you can upgrade the island to level 4. This is definitely much faster than the development speed of others. This allowed him to save a lot of resources, but he didn't know to what extent the island could be upgraded. If you have it, you will be promoted, without any ambiguity. There is also a passive ability of infinite armor breaking, which matches his infinite chaos. This is also his thing. The rest were basically items that had been obtained. There were now 38 coffins, 19 fairy tale coffins, 81 short of 100, and 13 magic crystals. In this way, they would not have to worry about the Dragon Knight when they entered the Magic Cloud secret realm. In fact, some people's strength is almost on par with the Dragon Knight. The Spirit Vein Evolution Stone, this thing can only be given to Yun. He no longer cares about the Spirit Vein Gobi. If there are resources there, he will give them to Yun and let him plan them himself so that he doesn't have to worry about it. As for the 1,000 Bloodline Evolution Stones, they were of course for himself. He needed 500 to upgrade his Bloodline level, and he could also help others upgrade once. After obtaining the 5th level Bloodline, he has a golden title, with golden light shining on his head. He had already met the other conditions, except for this thing. 500,000 marbles are just enough to expand a place to accommodate the giant realm. Okay, you can set sail. Remember to visit the secret realm next to it, Qin Shan said. He made a fortune from the Four Spirits secret realm, but he didn't mind. As long as he could take over another secret realm to improve his strength, it would be fine. Discovering 2 secret realms at once was also a good start for him. What he didn't know was that before he came, someone had already come, but they were not strong enough. I have to say, if it weren't for him, Emperor Xianyuan would be the true emperor. He is so lucky. Arc number 1 slowly moved towards another secret realm. At this time, Qin Shan also began to use those skills to strengthen himself before entering the secret realm. Use infinite armor breaking, Qin Shan said. Infinite armor breaking and infinite chaos merged. Infinite chaos added the new armor breaking attribute. It's still the same, directly integrated into the infinite chaos, making this passive even more powerful. Chapter 200, The True Body of the Emperor, The Glory of Destiny. There are 6 effects, Qin Shan said. This infinite chaos is definitely his most powerful passive ability when fighting. With the bonus of the Emperor's Majesty, it is directly doubled. Originally, it could be stacked with 1 million layers in the same amount of time, but now it can be stacked with 1,200,000 layers. With each additional effect, the power of infinite chaos will increase rapidly, and at the same time, the power of the Jingong Sword energy will become more and more terrifying. Theoretically speaking, if the number is large enough, and the time is long enough, even the gods in the sky can be captured. The problem is that the opponent is very strong and can pin you to the ground with just one finger, leaving you with no way to stop him. It's like in you, where the attacks are invalidated and even the passive skill cannot be stacked. It's really terrifying. I just don't know what the difference is between the Holy Spirit and God. Use the skill scrolls. Qin Shan also used the 2 skill scrolls. Regardless of their profession or attributes, there is no difference in their skills. Awaken the Emperor's professional martial arts, Emperor's true body. Awaken the Destiny attribute martial arts, Destiny Radiance. The Emperor's true body absorbs surrounding elements and condenses the Emperor's true body. It possesses all the user's martial arts and 50 of the combat power. The physical strength is strong enough to increase the height of the Emperor's true body indefinitely. The initial height is 2 meters. For every 2 meters increase, the combat power increases by 10. It can also descend from a long distance. The duration is related to the user's cultivation. Glow of Destiny. Faction Aura. Cast Glow of Destiny. Add a lucky aura to all your units, and add a layer every second until the end of the battle. Each layer of lucky aura has the effects of 1 critical hit chance, 1 critical hit damage, 1 movement speed, 0.001 blocking effect, upper limit 10, and 1 serious injury effect. 2 very powerful martial arts, Qin Shan said in shock. With this, he is not afraid of war at all. In fact, only in war can the power of these 2 martial arts be demonstrated. Especially the Glow of Destiny, which might not be of much help to oneself, but giving everyone such a halo of luck would definitely be the enemy's nightmare. However, judging from his current situation, the most he can do is to be in the Chi Water Palace. If he can use this kind of martial arts, other people are not to be feared at all. They're not too powerful. There is also the Emperor's true body, which is similar to the Emperor's ruler, except that this one is a copy of his original body and is equivalent to 50 of the original body's strength. If the physical strength is sufficient, it can be upgraded unlimitedly. The Emperor's true body. Puff. Beside him, a Qin Shan who looked exactly like him instantly formed. His strength was only 50 of his original one, but he could use all of his original martial arts and was very powerful. 2 island owners? No, look at the one on the left. It's an elemental body. It should be the island owner's new martial arts. What kind of martial arts is this? It's too powerful. I feel like he can tear me apart in an instant. Jin Yuan, stop the boat for a moment. Yun, come and play with my real body. Qin Shan said. Here, only Yun can fight with his real body for a few moves. Anyone else who goes up will just be beaten. Even if he only has 50 of his combat power, he is still not someone that others can contend with. Island Master, it's not a good idea to make peace, Yun said. Although Qin Shan's true body was very powerful, it was not yet a threat to him. I told you to fight, so just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Qin Shan said. The Emperor's true body has already walked in front of Yun and took the first step. Then I'm going to take action, Yun said. Since Qin Shan asked him to do so, he did not hesitate and started fighting with his real body. At the beginning, Yun was a little bit holding back. After all, this was Qin Shan's true body, and he really didn't dare to attack. But after fighting for a while, he felt the terrifying suppressing force and had to use more powerful force. Because Qin Shan began to add strength to his true body, and his true body became taller and taller. From the initial 2 meters to 12 meters, that is to say, the true body of the Emperor already has the strength of Qin Shan himself. At this point, it became difficult for Qin Shan to increase the height of his real body. He was physically exhausted and could not fight for a long time. A full-level true body directly suppresses Yun. Island Master, I'm no match for him. Stop now, Yun said anxiously. Disperse. Qin Shan clapped his hands, and his real body disappeared. He just wanted to experience the power of the Emperor's true body, which was indeed very strong. The elemental giants summoned by the Emperor were much stronger. No matter how many there were or how strong they could not surpass Qin Shan's real body. This is the biggest difference between the two. Even with this real body, he doesn't have to go out in person. He can just let the real body go over and help him handle things. Island Master, is this the new martial arts you have acquired? Yun asked. Yes, this move is called the Emperor's true body. How powerful is it? Qin Shan said. Very strong. At the beginning, I could still handle it, but later on, I was overwhelmed. Yun said. Although he only used punches and kicks, which could not be considered martial arts, it was useless for Qin Shan, as he still could not win. Your ability is more of a supporting one, so it's normal that you can't win. Moreover, he can inherit all my strength and martial arts. Qin Shan said. Island Master, your martial arts is too abnormal. I have a question. Since all martial arts can be inherited, will there be an infinite number of island owners? That's what I want to ask, too. Qin Shan had never thought about this. You'll know if you try it, Qin Shan said. The Emperor's true body. Another 2-meter-tall real body appeared. Qin Shan ordered him to use the Emperor's true body, and then the scene that appeared really made him speechless. The Emperor's real body was usable, but after he disappeared, it just vanished on its own, and a new real body appeared, and it was weaker. Even if the Emperor's true body is very powerful, he can't use these two techniques infinitely. What a shame. If there were an infinite number of island owners, we would be invincible. Jin Yuan, keep going and get to the secret realm as soon as possible, Qin Shan said. Since it is impossible to use nesting dolls, it doesn't matter. One is enough. Moreover, he has not yet fully developed the abnormal aspects of this martial art. There is no upper limit to the height. It is only 12 meters now, so it is still a long way to go. It would be truly terrifying if a terrifying true body of 10,000 meters in height could appear. He did not use the remaining glow of destiny. There was no need. They were not in any danger here. Soon, they came to a narrow cave, and the boat could no longer move forward.